The system detects that your wife is bragging. It will come true on you. You didn't believe it at first, until your wife bragged to her best friend that you can last all night long, and indeed you gained the ability of never falling down like a golden gun after one night. You were stunned, and immediately took your wife out for a crazy night drive. The next day, you touched your waist inside. This system is really awesome. After getting ready, you arrived at a huge gym. A burly man in a tank top walked towards you. Lu Janua, it's been a long time. Let's do some stretching later. If I can't stretch, it's because I'm married and don't have contact with other men. The vest man looked at you disdainfully. He is as thin as a bamboo pole. I can knock him down with one punch. Yi-chen, be polite to my husband. Don't say I didn't warn you. My husband can knock down 10 strong men with one hand. With someone like you, my husband can handle you with just one finger. Before you could react, a familiar voice sounded in your mind. Ding! The system detected that your wife was bragging, rewarding a set of top-notch combat skills. With the system sound falling, more than 1,000 kinds of combat techniques suddenly surged into your mind, and you instantly burst with confidence, grabbing Lu Janua and protecting him behind you. Wife, watch carefully. Lu Janua just wanted to satisfy his craving for gossip. He didn't expect you to really want to teach that man in the vest a lesson. He suddenly felt a little guilty. With your skinny legs, how could you be a match for the man in the vest? You smiled slightly and stood opposite to Yi-chen, raising a middle finger disdainfully. This action completely angered Yi-chen, and he suddenly threw a sinister heavy punch towards you. It must be said that Yi-chen does have some skills. This punch was fast and fierce, instantly creating a gust of wind. As Yi-chen fantasized about you kneeling and begging for mercy after being beaten by him, you suddenly grabbed his wrist and performed a shoulder throw, throwing him out like a sandbag. Too weak. Did you train by eating egg powder? So weak? After saying this, you grabbed Lu Janua's hand and prepared to leave. Just then, a Land Rover rushed to a stop in front of you. The window opened, and a heavily made-up woman with a sharp tone spoke. Lu Janua, is that really you? Where did you find this little self-righteous face? The man in the driver's seat also glanced at you, with a mix of anger and jealousy in his eyes. You actually caught the eye of our Lu Janua. You must be making millions a month, right? You calmly say, I'm just a delivery guy. Lu Janua saw you being bullied, and quickly stepped forward to make a scene for you. My husband just likes to play around. He has cash in the billions, not to mention his assets, probably estimated to be in the tens of billions. Ding! The system detected your wife bragging. You will receive a cash deposit of 10 billion. As well as 300 billion in rental properties. Your hands tremble with excitement instantly. This system is too thoughtful. Actually giving yourself billions in rental properties to manage brainlessly. It's simply invincible. At this time, Sun Bo joked, oh, this billionaire can't even afford a car when going out. Why don't you just ride in my Land Rover and let me take you back? At this moment, you glanced at the system and found out that this guy's car was actually rented. So you said, you shouldn't worry about us. You should worry about yourself. Parking is not allowed here. Normally, you can only park for 5 minutes. You have already parked for 6 minutes now. If the parking ticket information is sent to someone else, will you be in trouble? Sun Bo subconsciously looked at his phone and found that he was really late. He couldn't care less about the two people outside the car who were laughing at him. He drove away angrily. It seems that Sun Bo's situation is getting worse. Even the Land Rover he is driving is rented. Lu Janua laughed heartily. Then you got into Lu Janua's Lamborghini and arrived at the bridge where you met. After arriving, Lu Janua said something about company matters and then hurriedly drove away. At this moment, you looked down at the small notebook in your hand, as well as the keys and note that Lu Janua gave you before leaving. You felt like you were sleepwalking. It took you almost an hour to digest today's energy one by one. Sitting on your tricycle, blowing in the breeze, you married Lu Janua because of the newbie gift package given by the system. You opened the note left by Lu Janua when he left, which read, I will take responsibility for my actions. I admit to the marriage. These two addresses are my company and my home. I am very busy at work during this time and basically don't stay at home. You can stay at my place. I'll give you time to think. 1 month. After 1 month, if you can't accept the marriage, then we'll get a divorce. I will give you 2 million as a breakup fee. After reading it, you carefully put the note back into the notebook, which still seemed to have Lu Janua's unique scent on it. Divorce? How is that possible? Such a good-looking wife. Even if there is no system, I can't let you go. Later, according to the address left by Lu Janua, you entered Lu Janua's house with the key. When you opened the door, a burst of fragrance came over. After all, he was a small boss, and the house he lived in was not small, probably about 150 square meters, with a kitchen, a bathroom, and 4 rooms. Everything in the house was neatly arranged. After a simple tour, you muttered, I have to move in. Otherwise how can we cultivate our relationship? You are a decisive person. Once you have an idea, you act on it. So you quickly returned to your place, terminated the lease, and then took your luggage to Lu Janua's house. After returning to Lu Janua's house, you started to tidy up and bought some additional items, making it look more like a home for a married couple. After tidying up the house, you collapsed on the bed. After resting for a while, you planned to visit Lu Janua's company. He said he was very busy recently. Could it be that he encountered some problems? Maybe you can help him. Since you are already married, naturally you should support Lu Janua. Otherwise how can you win his heart? If you want to win a woman's heart, you need to give her enough sense of security and create an impression that you are very capable. Only then can you continue to impress Lu Janua. As long as Lu Janua exaggerates and boasts, you will get the corresponding reward, and then take it to please her, and win her heart. This is simply perfect. After tidying yourself up, you ride your electric bike to Lu Janua's company. Now, besides having an address, you know nothing about her company. When you find the place, you are surprised. Can you believe such a coincidence in this world? Lu Janua's company is actually engaged in leasing. Both husband and wife have such similar careers? What kind of divine destiny is this? The company is not big and not small. There are about 20 seats in the office. There are 1 or 2 dozen employees some employees are on the phone. Some are dealing with the documents. There are still places where no one is. It should be out of work. As soon as Yi Ijo entered, a staff member came over and asked, "Hello, sir, are you looking for a house?" "Not looking for a room. I'm looking for Lu Janua. Is she in the company?" Yi Ijo asked. The staff hesitated and returned, "I'm sorry sir, our Mr. Lu is not here. You can come back later." The staff's reaction was understood by Yi Ijo, who stepped forward and patiently said, "She is my wife." "Sir, please watch your words, don't talk nonsense here, please leave and don't disturb our work," the staff member said angrily. Yi Ijo still wanted to explain, and then thought that his words were not convincing. He didn't even have Lu Janua's phone number. He had only gotten a license with Lu Janua in the morning, and it was normal that other people didn't know about Lu Janua's marriage. He had nothing better to do if others didn't believe him. "It's always okay if I go over there and wait for her, right?" Yi Ijo looked around and planned to find a stool to sit and wait. "Over there is the customer rest area. You can wait over there." The staff pointed to the rest area next to them. After Yi Ijo thanked him, he came to the rest area and took out his cell phone and swiped it. Not much later, Yi Ijo suddenly heard someone looking for Lu Janua. Looked up and saw the Sunbo that met in the Civil Affairs Bureau before. The staff member said the same thing, that Lu Janua was not in. This Sunbo, didn't he just leave with Zhao Qin? Why did you leave Zhao Qin behind and come here? Do you think he's just a husband? Before Lu Jiani's life, Yi Ijo was not involved. It didn't matter how that was. Now that Lu Janua was his wife, he wouldn't allow anyone to harass his wife. Sunbo yelled at the staff in exasperation. "As soon as I came you guys said she wasn't here. Do you think I'm a fool?" The staff member said soothingly. "No sir, she really isn't here. Our chief Lu." Sunbo barged inside without saying a word. "I'll go see for myself. I don't need you to say anything." Seeing that Sunbo wanted to break in, the staff hurriedly tried to go forward to stop him, but Yi Ijo had already taken a step ahead. "You again?" Having only met before, Sunbo naturally remembered Yi Ijo, the one who was called by Lu Janua as her husband. "Sunbo, right? My daughter-in-law said you're her old classmate? I didn't expect you old classmate to be so skinless. My daughter-in-law doesn't want to see you. What are you doing stalking her with your dead skin? You'd better stop pestering her." Yi Ijo glanced at Sunbo blandly and said. Sunbo taunted defiantly, "Are you waiting here for Lu Janua to pay you? Say, I'll give you what she promised. Although I know that you or she invited to act, but I see you so dejected, very upset. You again well take the money and hurry to get out, or I let you even courier cannot be delivered. Acting up if you say so? Think what you want. All you need to know is that with me here, you want to force your way in. Dream on." Yi Ijo blocked in front of Sunbo. Sunbo looked at Yi Ijo provocatively. "I advise you to take what you can get. Don't think about what you shouldn't think about. Before I have any patience left, say, how much? I'll double it. Take the money and get the hell out of here. Or don't blame me for being rude." Yi Ijo unwillingly also stepped forward and looked at Sunbo provocatively. "I also advise you, numbly get out of my way. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. A dog like you can only be worthy of a B***tch like Zhao Qin. Don't think about what you shouldn't be thinking about. You're really not a thick-skinned person. Aren't you already with that Zhao Qin? I don't care if you're sincere or playing with that woman. My daughter-in-law has already shown her attitude. But if you have a brain, you can understand people. Don't get tired of looking for pain here. Insensitive thing. Are you sure that the little payment Lu Janua gave you is enough to cover your medical expenses? Sun Bo's eyes were fierce. Medical expenses? You really look up to yourself. I'm a thick-skinned one. Do you think that you, a pampered male, will be my match? Yi Ijo snorted. Good. You wait for me. I will make you look good. Sun Bo was angry, but he didn't dare to really clash with Yi Ijo here. He could only gray the most people. Yi Ijo continued to go back to the place where he sat down before. At this time, the staff member before came over. Sir, do you really know our Mr. Lu? She is my daughter-in-law. Yi Ijo returned. You, was the phrase that pissed off the staff. The staff member relented and continued. Is it convenient for you to say your name? Why are you asking this? Yi Ijo asked her back. Seeing as you haven't been in our company before, and you're not as annoying as that Sun guy, I'll go and inform you. Can you remember that I wasn't here before? Yi Ijo continued to ask. If you're a guest, I naturally can't remember. But if you come over and say you're looking for Mr. Lu, I do remember. The staff replied truthfully. Fair enough, go ahead and brief her. Just tell her that her husband is looking for her. The staff gave Yi Ijo a breathless look before leaving. The pipe environment in the company was uncomplicated, and the staff went to the door of a closed room beyond the employees' work area. Soon, Yi Ijo saw Lu Janua who came back with the staff. Yi Ijo got up and walked over. Lu Janua hugged Yi Ijo's arm and asked, Hubby, why are you here? The sound of the husband was audible to everyone in the company. Each of them looked at the two with surprise, and disbelief. The staff member from before was even more surprised and covered her mouth to look at Yi Ijo. You didn't come home, so I came to look for you, to see what you've been up to and if there's anything I can help with. Yi Ijo responded. Let's talk in the office. Aha. Yi Ijo went to Lu Janua's office, separated from the sight of the staff office area outside. You sit. Yi Ijo sat down and said, Why are you calling out my husband in front of the employees? It's a bad influence on you. What does it matter? Marriage is not a normal thing. As long as we are not divorced, I will call you husband every day, Lu Janua said in a nonchalant manner. Lu Janua returned to her desk and sat down. I'll finish my work first, then I'll go home. Wait for me. Do you want something to drink? No drink. You get busy. Don't get distracted because of me. Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua who was seriously dealing with her work and secretly sighed. This system is really powerful. The wife arranged for him is so beautiful and also so capable. It's also very special, even if she married on impulse and dared to do it. However, Yi Ijo also understood. Lu Janua is willing to call him a husband is rare. If he wants to have some substantial relationship, that is a dream. Even if they had only known each other for half a day, Yi Ijo could feel that Lu Janua was a strong girl, dare to do and admit it. But it's not a soft target to be taken lightly. During the work period, Lu Janua made a lot of phone calls. She didn't say anything to Yi Ijo, but Yi Ijo also understood that the difficulties that Lu Janua had recently met were related to customers. During this period of time, there was a company that rented and hired, made a large scale, dominated the market, and made Lu Janua lose a lot of customers. Lu Janua is a more serious kind of person. People ask her to go out to eat. She directly refused. As a result, more customers were lost. Yi Ijo stepped forward and asked, Your current problem is the housing supply? Lu Janua nodded. Hubby, don't worry about it. It's not for you to worry about. Don't you have to go make a delivery? You wait for me. Yi Ijo went out the door. As soon as he went out the door, all eyes instantly turned to him. It was really Lu Janua calling him her husband that shocked everyone too much. And they were all curious about what kind of person the always picky general manager Lu was looking at. Would be. Yi Ijo went to the restroom, and when he reached out, he changed a folder out of thin air. The document inside this frame. Yi Ijo signed a contract with a contractor. His real estate license for those 11 buildings, and various contracts are in the system box. In this system box, you can put various rewards given by the system, but once you take it out, you can't put it back in. Probably the system was deliberately arranged this way because it knew about Lu Janua's situation, and Yi Ijo's contract with one of the contractors had expired. Yi Ijo took the contract and returned to Lu Janua's office, placing the contract in front of Lu Janua. Take a look. What? Lugano asked as she opened it. You look directly behind. Yi Ijo prompted. Lu Janua opened the back page. Hubby, you, how did you get? Seeing Lu Janua so surprised, Yi Ijo's heart turned over with joy. This was the result he wanted. Lu Janua saw Yi Ijo's signature on the back and kind of couldn't believe her eyes. Is this real? Or did you make a fake one to make me happy? You see that you can't tell the difference between real and fake? Yi Ijo laughed and returned. Lu Janua took another closer look. Indeed, it wasn't a fake. Lu Janua was so surprised that she didn't know how to react. I have this contract expiring soon, but the other party hasn't contacted me yet, so I guess they don't want to continue. Or why don't you take pity on your husband and take the job? Otherwise, this would drive me crazy if I were to manage it on my own. Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua pitifully. Ha ha. Lu Janua was amused by his pitiful appearance. Laughing for a while, Lu Janua put the documents into the bag in a regular manner. Hubby, they will contact you in the days when the contract is about to expire, probably wanting to get you to budge on the price and not wanting to give you too much time to think about it. Just wait. Lu Janua's meaning was clear. She didn't want Yi Ijo to help her so deliberately. What for? Yi Ijo put the contract back on Lu Janua's desktop. You're my daughter-in-law, so isn't what's mine yours? Why bother dividing it so clearly? Those houses of mine. I'll leave it to you to take care of it. No need to talk about money or anything else. I'm not planning to get a divorce. Our wives run the house. I just turn them down if they contacted me. But you'll have to get ready. You'll have to recruit more people before those contracts expire. Or else you'll probably not have enough for 24 hours a day with just a few employees. But it's clearly yours and belongs to you before marriage. So you really don't have to. Yi Ijo directly intended Lu Janua's words. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. If you count any more your husband can get angry. For money, your husband is not that obsessed, and he can't take it with him when he dies. I just didn't want to muck around too much, so I went on a delivery and ran around. In that case, isn't your company's problem solved? I've moved in with you. Don't forget to come home early for dinner tonight. I don't know what you like to eat, so I'll just make something random. Bye. Yi Ijo said and left. Lu Janua wanted to call out to him, but she really didn't know what else to say. Watching Yi Ijo's back walk away, Lu Janua smiled. I can't believe I got a super rich husband in a moment of brainpower? Lu Janua was a bit confused between reality and fantasy. As a matter of fact, after she and Yi Ijo got a license, she seriously doubted that she was suffering from some kind of serious illness that she would get a license with a guy she just met on the side of the road. But the license is already taken. She's a daredevil. However, she wouldn't hand herself over casually, so she stored her mind to test Yi Ijo. If he was the right person to live his life, her man could be less rich, but not less motivated. In other words, how bad could it be for someone who was motivated? She was clear about how high her face value was. With her face value and ability, the men chasing her could have lined up dozens of meters in a long queue, but genuinely none of them. They were all thinking about her beauty. Since Yi Ijo is a sunny and positive person, living a life with such a person should not be bad. If Yi Ijo can pass the test, she is able to consider living with Yi Ijo all the time. Licensed, she didn't want to make herself a divorced woman if she didn't have to. Mainly, the acquaintance of the two was also a complete coincidence. Yi Ijo did not know her identity and was not deliberately approaching her. Unexpectedly, Yi Ijo actually sent her such a big surprise. Go back to see him after you're busy. Lu Janua thought about how he had explained when he left that she would be home early for dinner. Lu Janua was kinda looking forward to it. This guy could still cook? After separating from Lu Janua, Yi Ijo's heart was happy. This kind of earthy feeling, too good. What he said to Lu Janua was true. If he and Lu Janua had been a couple, then he wouldn't need to talk to her about money. Money is something that indeed cannot be taken away when you die. And he can see that Lu Janua is not that kind of black-hearted woman, and it is a kind of happiness to be supported by his wife. Besides, it's not like he's short of money to spend right now. He still has $1 billion in his hand. Plus, he's at least a guy with a system, and he's worried about starving to death? Being good to Lu Janua, he also has benefits. As long as he cultivates a good relationship with Lu Janua, stabilizes Lu Janua, stabilizes the marriage between the two, his life will be all sorts of open, and every day will be more beautiful than every day. Yi Ijo did think about who was actually using who, him and Lu Janua. It doesn't even matter. There is one thing that Yi Ijo thought very clearly. That is, he can only be low-key in front of other people, cannot be low-key in front of Lu Janua again, or how else can Lu Janua blow his bull in front of other people? If he had 100,000 and Lu Janua blew another 100,000 on him, the system wouldn't give him anything. The system will only reward him if it exceeds his current assets. Therefore, Yi Ijo had to make Lu Janua feel that he was very powerful so that Lu Janua could feel comfortable and bold in bragging. To make Lu Janua feel that he was awesome, then he had to behave vigorously in front of her. As for the 11 buildings, he was sincere in giving them to Lu Janua. Like he said, he and Lu Janua were a one-day couple, so there was no need for him to be serious. If there is really a day of separation, then Lu Janua's character will not want any of his property. Yi Ijo rode on the small electric donkey, found a nearby supermarket, and bought all the tools, dishes, and staples needed for cooking. Lu Janua's home. A chopstick cannot be found. Not to mention other things. It is clear that she never cooks, but he will. If you want to cultivate a relationship with Lu Janua, let's start with cooking. He didn't mind being a lickspittle, not with such a beautiful wife anyway. It would be sick in the head to leave such a good-looking wife unappealing. Back home, Yi Ijo got busy and made a total of 16 dishes. Everything. Thinking that 2 people can't eat too much, so Yi Ijo made so little of each dish. This table of dishes made Yi Ijo lose a lot of energy. Just when he was done, he heard the sound of the room door being opened, and with a jolt, he came out of the kitchen nimbly, took Lu Janua's slippers out, and put them on for her. Wife's back. Exhausted? Yi Ijo behaved naturally. Lugano watched in awe. The same thing has a different feel when done by different people. If her perception of Yi Ijo was still just a courier, and he did this, it would only make Lu Janua feel that he was deliberately trying to curry favor, and she would hate it. It wasn't as if Sun Bo hadn't curried favor with her, but she felt sick to her stomach any way she looked at it. But now, the Yi Ijo in front of her, is the man who owns 11 rental buildings, is a very rich big brother, but now, he is lowering himself and doing this kind of intimate thing to her. He did it so naturally, there was no sense of incongruity at all. Even the cry of wife was so natural and nice. Old husband, I'll do it myself. You get busy. After Lu Janua finished speaking, she nimbly put on her slippers before hurrying back to her room. Yi Ijo looked at her slightly panicked back and smiled good-naturedly. Granted. After whispering those 2 words, he went back to the kitchen. As he was busy, he secretly sighed. It's true. People are rich, and when they are rich, they do everything right and pleasing. Like, there are words that, if spoken by someone with money, you are the truth. What the poor guy said would be frowned upon in a mud pit. Rich people go to roadside stalls to experience life, and poor people go to roadside stalls because they only deserve roadside stalls. Lugano, though alarmed as she entered, did not forget to look above the door, where she had placed her hair. Lu Janua is a strong woman, a woman who can do her own business. That mind is naturally very fine, especially the safety awareness bit. She's very mindful of that. There were various markings in other places as well, and Yi Ijo had moved to the house, so it was normal for them all to be destroyed. However, the hair on the door of her room was still there, so that meant that Yi Ijo had never set foot in her room for half a step. Lu Janua instantly felt a little more favorable towards Yi Ijo again. He respected her. Of course, even if Yi Ijo did not respect her, she was not afraid. The reason why she dared to let Yi Ijo move to the house, it was because she had enough self-protection ability. Lu Janua usually worked out, and one of his favorite activities was sparring. So, if it was a hard fight, then she wasn't worried at all. Picking up the fallen strand of hair, Lu Janua came to the dresser and sat down, staring at the strand of hair and remembering all the things that had happened since she met Yi Ijo. At first, he was kind enough to watch the courier, and then, after arriving at her company, he was the overbearing, wife-protecting husband, who also carelessly gave her the contract for 11 buildings. After that, there was the sweetness he had just shown her. Lu Janua's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She was so deep in thought that she lost track of time until the door to her room was knocked on, and Lu Janua woke up with a jolt, and she clearly felt the hot burn of her face. She tried to adjust herself before opening the door to see Yi Ijo carrying a basin of hot water and a block of clean white towel. I thought you'd be tired all day, so soaking your feet should make you feel a lot better. I just bought all this stuff. I've washed it all over. It's clean and hygienic. Come on. Yi Ijo handed Lu Janua what was in his hand. I'll be almost done with dinner when you soak it on your side. Yi Ijo saw the blush on Lu Janua's face and secretly thought, she couldn't be blushing because she misses me, right? Seeing Yi Ijo so thoughtful, Lu Janua was once again touched to the core. She took the water basin and towel that Yi Ijo handed over and whispered in a low voice, husband, you go inside. I have a few words I want to say to you. Yi Ijo's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Would this develop too fast? Since his wife had invited him, he was not polite and followed Lu Janua into the room. Yi Ijo knows that girls have their own private space, and people who are not close to them are not allowed to step in. The fact that Lu Janua was able to let him into her room meant that she had accepted him in her heart. Her room was just like the outside, except the sheets and covers were all girly pink, a clean white closet, and a dresser. More conspicuously, there was a table and a bookcase full of books by the window. It's not hard to see the workaholic nature of her. Beyond that, it's all gone. Her life is pretty simple. After Lu Janua sat down, Yi Ijo naturally squatted down and washed her feet for her. Just as he made his move, Lu Janua's heartbeat pounded uncontrollably. She wanted to refuse, but she couldn't say no. Yi Ejo also did not feel anything unnatural. So beautiful fairy wife is to please properly, how to capture her heart. Besides, there's no shame in washing your own wife's feet. Honey, can you tell me about your parents? Lu Janua asked softly. Yi Ejo was instantly delighted. Lu Janua took the initiative to inquire about his family. This was a sign of interest in him. Yi Ejo smiled faintly and returned. My parents both farmed. They think as long as I can get a wife to come home to, so they can have grandchildren early, there's nothing else they want. Ha ha ha. Lu Janua was amused. I don't believe you when you coax me. I'll be honest. You don't think I'm a rich, wealthy kind of guy, do you? I'm really not a rich second generation. Those houses, is when I went to school, won the lottery, and then engaged in a variety of investments, a little to do up. It was a time of youthfulness and boldness in everything I did, plus luck. I haven't even told my family yet, and if I do, I won't get a beating? I'm mainly worried that they will be frightened. Yi Ejo said carelessly. His attitude was light, as if he were talking about a very small matter. In fact, it was all given to him by the system, reasonable and legal. He had memories. He had digested it before he spoke to Lu Janua, so he acted plainly, but it didn't sound that way to Lu Janua. The more calm he was, the more calm he seemed to Lu Janua. Not only calm, but also smart and good at business. I can understand when you say you're delivering because you don't want to waste your time, but what's up with you saying you're single? You're so rich. There's plenty of girls willing to fall all over themselves. Yi Ejo still alone and blandly returned. Being willing to fall back is one thing, being willing to be fallen back is another. Everyone has a different view of feelings. It has nothing to do with having money or not having money. Take you for example. For your condition. What kind of condition do you want to have no man? Then how come you're also single? Yi Ejo looked up at Lu Janua. How can we women be the same as you men? Lu Janua was embarrassed and averted her face. Other people are the same or not. We don't care. We too are the same on the line. Just want to find one that I recognize. Yi Ejo said seriously. The hand movements did not stop. Then your property. Only the 11 buildings, Lu Janua wanted to say. Yi Ejo laughed and said back. You don't think that the 11 buildings are all I have, do you? What? I've said I'll give it to you and you can't bear to take it? Time will teach you about me. Just remember one thing. When you're in trouble, just go to your cow husband. As for my fortune, I won't tell you for a while. It's a little bit of caution on my part to give you space to get to know me. I do need mystery or I lose my charm. And I don't want to have no charm at all in front of you. Surprised, Lu Janua muttered in tears and laughter. You're being forceful. Undeniably, this Yi Ejo was really too good at it. And by him, Lu Janua really felt that he was instantly charming. And she was filled with curiosity about him. Sort of. I'll take that as a privilege of being your husband. A warm reminder that every discovery you make comes with a surprise. When you're out there talking to your friends about your husband, feel free to say whatever you want, and maybe I can make it happen for you. I have just one dream right now. I want you to become the happiest little woman in the world. Yi Ejo said with a gentle smile. The system only said that it wouldn't allow to lure Lu Janua into bragging, but this warm reminder from him was always okay, right? Look at what you're saying. Do you think I'm you? Who likes to show off when there's nothing else to do? Lu Janua muttered, but in his heart, it was a sweet mess, and that was more or less tongue-in-cheek. I like to show off too, but I only like to show off my wife because my wife is the most beautiful wife in the whole world. If a man makes a woman feel happy, then the woman will also like to show off her husband, and if she doesn't, then it just means that man is not good enough for his wife. Not that I'm self-absorbed. I'm kind of a man that can be taken out and bragged about. It's just right. You can also see how powerful your husband really is. Look, you said to Zhao Qin today that your husband is rich himself, and didn't you find out later that that was true? Yi Ejo said. Lu Janua thought about it, and it really was. She became more and more curious about Yi Ejo again. When she looked at Yi Ejo, she seemed to be much more obedient than before. After a moment of silence, she reached out to him. Honey, where's your cell phone? Give it to me. What? Want to check up on me? That's something I'm not worried about at all. Yi Ejo said while handing his cell phone to Lu Janua. The password is today's date, the day I met you, and it will be the same password from now on. Are you really not worried about me finding out something? Lu Janua asked deliberately. Yi Ejo blandly said. No worries, nothing to worry about. Then I'm not welcome? Aha. In fact, Lu Janua's initial purpose was to leave her cell phone number with him, and by him, her curiosity was aroused. Lu Janua clicked on Yi Ejo's photo album, and as soon as he opened it, he saw a lot of them, and the covers were all the same. She just wanted to click on it, but Yi Ijo hurriedly stopped it. You can't look at this. Seeing Yi Ijo's face with a hee smile, Lu Janua understood for a second. This guy even looked at that kind? But a young man, well, she could understand that. She didn't click on it. She probably looked at the call logs. None of the names were saved. They were supposed to be calls from deliveries. And there were just a few people in the directory. Other than his parents, it was a couple of men's names. There are not many friends in other social apps, and the chat logs are nothing new. Casually look for a while. Lu Janua put his own number exists on his cell phone, and added a friend number and, she points to note on the baby had a wife. Before the cell phone back to Yi Ijo, her note to Yi Ijo was, ugly husband. Yi Ijo did not have any opinion. When this is a term of endearment, he is still very confident in his own face value. If you're curious, you can also make a copy of all the numbers in my phone book and make a secret visit if you're not doing anything. Yi Ijo said. Can? Lu Janua's curiosity was piqued again. Can but you have to think clearly. By the time you expose yourself, just get a marriage license is not work. I guess also rush to do the wedding, but also have to be urged to give birth. Yi Ijo heatedly laughed and said, well, it's not impossible. After that, Lu Janua nonchalantly made a copy of his phone book, and to be fair, she copied her own to Yi Ijo as well. The system has monitored that the host is now alone, and the system will issue a reward for you. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Chef skill, which will now generate memories for you and generate skills, which include sight, hearing and smell, as well as various knowledge skills on cooking. Yi Ijo had only just woken up from sleep and his brain was still in a cloudy state when he heard an electronic tone coming from his head. Is this the wife she's bragging to someone again? Bragging that I'm good at cooking, right? Yi Ijo knew it was this when he thought about it. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have suddenly rewarded him with such a powerful skill. Divine cooking, as the name implies, means that whatever is about cooking is the best. It's so powerful that it's unrivaled at its peak. With the system's voice falling, all sorts of knowledge and memories flooded into his mind. He thought of the table of dishes he made for Lu Jialu last night, and he could clearly feel every single one of her Zibi's movements with his memory, thus judging her favorite dishes, tastes, and so on. This divine cooking is much more than that. And then last night, he clearly thought that the cooking was quite delicious, but when he thought about it today, he actually thought that all those things were quite difficult to swallow. He was now eager to try his hand at how good a cook he really was, and the idea slipped through his mind and he acted on it immediately. He made another trip to the grocery store and picked up some more new outs and dishes he wanted to make today. Lu Janua was woken up by the aroma of the meal, and the smell instantly made her stomach hungry. She'd never had such a craving for food. She was first stunned, and only then did she react slowly. Now that she was a person with a husband, this meal was made by Yi Ijo. Reacting, she felt a surge of emotion in her heart. She had, in fact, made plans to remain unmarried for the rest of her life. And it was really the men who approached her that she couldn't feel their sincerity. Those people merely liked her face, and some, even, liked her money and wanted her person and her money. Shallow and incompetent. This was something Lu Janua could not accept. Marrying with Yi Ijo is purely a momentary brainstorm. Things have happened. She thought to observe first to see, if Yi Ijo is not so bad, then this marriage she will also recognize. But unexpectedly, in just 2 days, Yi Ijo gave her so many surprises. Yi Ijo not only has a high face value, very quite rich, not the kind of person who is not upwardly mobile. To her, it's even more generous, and moreover, it's very good at loving her wife, not to mention sweet, and the cooking is so good. He would tease her a little bit every now and then, but not too much. It was all within her acceptance. Wouldn't be privy to her personal space and would keep the house in good order. Height-wise, the two of them seemed to be quite compatible, and for all their secrets from her, they didn't deny her probing at all. Like the cell phone last night. His cell phone is pretty normal except for a bit of a juvenile relationship. One thing Lu Janua was satisfied with was that his cell phone didn't have so many messy people of the opposite sex. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that so far, Yi Ijo didn't have any place that she was dissatisfied with. The thought made the hunger in his stomach even worse. She got up and cleaned herself up and went out the door to her room. It should be Ippo cooking. She hadn't smelled any meals since she'd lived here. She didn't cook, and it didn't seem like the collage did either. From the time Yi Ijo moved in, her house was instantly filled with fireworks. Both walked out, and after seeing what she was wearing, she rushed back into the room. She just wore a nightgown. The spring light on her body could be seen through the clothes. If she appeared in front of Yi Ijo with this appearance, it was too much of that, right? Yi Ijo has not forced her to do anything. She is so hooked him, but also too not reserved. Where would she have to go if she hooked up? Suppose obedience. That two people's development is also too fast. although said to be married. But the two people are not enough to just know 2 days. This second day is still only the beginning of it. If she didn't obey, it would seem too contrived. And she was actually quite satisfied with Yi-jo. After a moment's agonizing, she walked out. It was indeed Yi-jo who was cooking, and at this moment, he was moving skillfully and busily. Seeing Yi-jo's flowing movements, Lu Janua was a bit stunned. After he finished working on a dish, he looked back at Lu Janua. "Wife awake? Go wash your face. I'll be done in a minute." Lu Janua hurriedly withdrew and rushed back to her room, closing the door in a hurry, her face instantly turning red. After a moment of shyness, she murmured, "What was that reaction he just had? He wasn't watching everything, was he?" But he'd clearly turned back, and his gaze lingered on her for a small moment, but there was just no response at all. Is it her lack of charisma? She was tempted to try again, but that one time just now had used up all her courage and she was too embarrassed to go back. At this moment, Yi-jo in the kitchen suddenly stopped, and he realized what he had just seen, and when he turned his head again, Lu Janua had already left. This was just so preoccupied with cooking that I didn't notice her. So beautiful. I just missed it. Missed it this time. I don't know when I'll have the chance to see it again. Yi-jo's intestines are repenting, and he can't wait to directly put down the work in hand to find Lu Janua, so that he can appreciate it well enough. He only dared to think about it for a moment, so that he wouldn't just scare someone into sweeping him off his feet when the time came. After the meal, Lu Janua was too full and took a small break before planning to leave for work. Yi-jo's cooking was too delicious. Before she was not obsessed with food, it was enough to fill her stomach. I didn't expect that I would be obsessed with Yi-jo's cooking now. Lu Janua had to go out to work. Yi-jo even thoughtfully sent her out the door, carefully blocking the top of her head to escort her to the car. Being so attentive made Lu Janua feel touched again. "Honey, drive slower." I will. "Honey, if you don't like being at home, you go do what you like. Whatever you do is fine with me. Wash my clothes later if you have time." After saying that, Lu Janua's car drove away. After Lu Janua left, Yi-jo's heart instantly thrilled. Wash her clothes? Is it really as simple as just doing a little laundry? It's more than that, isn't it? After the car moved away from the house, Lu Janua stopped the car and she felt her heart beating out of her chest. That guy isn't going to do anything bad with my clothes, is he? When she finished, her face turned even redder. What am I doing? Like I was kinda hoping he'd do something. Yi-jo stared at Lu Janua's 2 small pieces of clothes and launched into a daze after he liked drying up both of their clothes. Such a wife really made Yi-jo a little bit lustful. The progress of the two people is a little faster than he thought. It seems, he has to be well nourished, in case Lu Janua a good mood, so that he can for it. After that, he cleaned the house carefully, including Lu Janua's room, by letting him do the laundry. Didn't she give him permission to come into the room? Her locker, however, was untouched by him. Yi-jo, as a man, for things like doing housework and serving his wife, once upon a time he did not care to do it. But now, his thoughts suddenly changed. Such a beautiful wife. He'll do anything he wants. It took him all morning to finally clean the house. In fact, Yi-jo this person is not much environmental requirements. He himself live in the place with a pigsty to describe it is not too much. But he wasn't alone now, and it was a bit of a slap in the face to his conscience to have such a flowery wife living in a pigsty-like place. He's been running around every day. He's in great shape, and this job is nothing to him. Lying tired sofa rested for a while, Yi-jo carefully thought about the future. He was going to have to plan for the future. This system, it had to work on Lu Janua, whether it was for profit or for his life. He had to try to capture Lu Janua's heart. Only by being tightly tied to Lu Janua could he reap both benefits and happiness. As for delivery, we'll talk about that later. I don't have time now for a while. If he gets bored after the two have stabilized their relationship, he can deliver it. It's good exercise, and it's not exhausting anyway. As for today, well, Yi-jo smiled and prepared to put his idea into practice. He rode his little donkey to the supermarket again and bought a lot of things like melon seeds and candies, and he tried to choose the ones with red bags. Before checking out, he asked Lu Janua how many people there were roughly in their company. Lu Janua told the truth and asked him what he was asking for. Yi-jo naturally would not tell her. She went to the gift store and bought a pack of red envelope shells before picking up a bunch of red bills, took some more change, all brand new. After that, put 999 in each red envelope. After taking out his cell phone again and ordering a fancier lunch, he rode his little electric donkey to Lu Janua's company. Lu Janua's company. The front desk staff saw Yi-jo walking inside with a big bag, a little unsure of where to go. Yi-jo put the bag on the table. "This is the Shitang brought for everyone. Take whatever you like to eat." As his words fell, the eyes of everyone in the company were drawn to him. And bonus. After that, Yi Ijo took out the red envelope that had been wrapped long ago. My daughter-in-law said that there are 23 people in the company. Here are 23 red envelopes. Everyone has a share. Even if they are not here now, they have to be sent back. Those melon seeds, candies and so on, everyone can eat as much as they like. That is, we have to pay attention to hygiene and cherish the fruits of other people's labor. Okay? The receptionist all looked dumbfounded and stammered. Yi, Mr. Yi, you and our Mr. Lu, really? My two got a license. The legal kind. But the banquet hasn't been organized yet. I haven't been here before. Without waiting for the receptionist to finish asking, Yi Ijo had already truthfully said, so yeah. The receptionist nodded in confusion. Before properly digesting this news, Yi Ijo continued, it's not even lunchtime yet, so don't go out to eat. I've ordered dishes for you guys, and they'll be delivered here at 11:30 on time. The receptionist looked at Yi Ijo in surprise and nodded like a flabbergasted goose. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Then if I go to my daughter-in-law now, you won't stop me again, right? Yi Ijo laughed. No, Mr. Yi, please come inside. The receptionist respectfully made a gesture of invitation. Yi Ijo went to Lu Janua's office in a good mood. After the office door closed, the employees quietly came to the front desk to inquire about the situation, and then each of them held back their laughter, took melon seeds and candies, received the red envelope, and then returned to their own workstations. After opening the red envelope and seeing the amount inside, each one covered their mouths in surprise. $1,000? That's enough for a week's salary. This red packet is too big, isn't it? It's so powerful. Before touching the thick, I thought they were all $10 and $5. Loaded with more. Rushing face. That thought turned out to be 100, and none of the other change was in any way indiscriminate. At this moment, the gay men who are flooded with acid are honest. Lu Janua is beautiful, but they can never get the woman. Money is real. Lu Janua was surprised to see Yi Ijo and asked, little husband, why did you suddenly come here? What? Don't want to see me? Tired of it? Yi Ijo joked. No, I just. Lu Janua was directly ruffled red by Yi Ijo. Teasing you. Yi Ijo stepped forward and placed his hand on Lu Janua's shoulder and squeezed it, telling Lu Janua all about what he had done. A red packet that big? With so many people in the company, you have to spend a lot of money. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo in surprise. Your little husband. The least bad is money. Don't worry, this is not all your company's employees. If it is less, then how to give you shame, right? Yi Ijo gently continued to mention Lu Janua, pinching his shoulders. So, I weigh heavily on your mind? Then tell me, how much am I worth in your heart? Lu Janua said half jokingly and half seriously, but it's too valuable to be measured in money. And my husband is here today to give you some pocket money, and everything else is just along the way. Here, the contract is all done, right? Give it to me and I'll sign it. The date you'll fill it in yourself then, and it'll save me the trouble of having to think about it later. Lu Janua looked at him unexpectedly. Hubby, you're playing for real? And what else? My wife honors this. Why would I let someone else do it? Yi Ijo nodded seriously and rubbed his head with Lu Janua for half a day, which made Lu Janua make the contract and give it to him to sign. Here, change it to Party A and trusting Party B to manage the above property without charging any fees. Party B can use it for any purpose, and Party B needs to report to keep all the assets in Party A's property safe and intact. Yi Ijo pointed to a clause about collecting benefits and said, can't be. Lu Janua refused without even thinking. Can. Why can't I? If you don't agree, I will directly pull you to press the handprint, Yi Ijo said in a domineering manner. This is an overbearing contract. It's not valid. Lu Janua was a bit helpless. The way he was overbearing was quite handsome. Isn't that what it says here? It's Party A who entrusted Party B. And since Party B needs to secure all the assets in Party A's property, you're not invalidating it when you're the one who has the responsibility. If you don't agree, let's add this clause. Party B is Party A's wife. So all of the above agreements have as valid terms. If you don't agree again, let's not sign it and just close. Before the two could reach an agreement, that Sunbo who had pestered Lu Janua before came again, this time with a bunch of red roses, so it was hard not to know what he was coming for. As soon as he entered, he saw everyone happily stoned and chatting, and he suspected that he was in the wrong place. But upon closer inspection, there was no mistaking that it was Lu Janua's company. When the receptionist saw Sunbo, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. This Sunbo is really annoying. Every day he knows to come towards Mr. Lu, like a follower. I heard that the two are still old classmates, and are considered the most persistent of the men who pestered Mr. Lu. It was also because of his perseverance that he also became one of the most annoying people. In the past, she would have done her job and blocked Sun Bo. Today, though, she suddenly wanted something more. Something to disgust the nasty man. She grabbed a handful of candy and came to Sun Bo and handed it over. Here. What for? Sun Bo wondered. Have some wedding candy, the receptionist said. Oh, thanks a lot. Sun Bo froze for a moment, took the candy, and was just about to go to Lu Janua when the receptionist opened her mouth again. You've eaten Mr. Lu's wedding candy, so take your time. If that's not enough, there's more over there. You can take as much as you want. Mr. Lu's wedding candy? Sun Bo's face instantly darkened. Which Mr. Lu? That's naturally our company's Mr. Lu Janua Lua. The receptionist returned. She figured that the smelly man couldn't stay if he had any cheek left. It's really quite annoying to come to the office and pester them over nothing. Lu Janua's wedding candy? Sun Bo asked with a dark face. Her and whose? With our boss ah. The receptionist looked at Sun Bo like he was an idiot. Since Yi Ijo and Mr. Lu have already received a license, this wedding candy has also been sent, and the red envelope has also been sent, then Yi Ijo is naturally their boss. Although this company is not Yi Ijo's, the boss's husband, that is still the boss. Who are you talking about? Sun Bo hated his teeth as if he wanted to eat someone. Haven't you seen him before? When you came here yesterday, boss, he was here ah. What I said is true. Our boss just gave us wedding candies and red envelopes. Everyone in the company has a share. 999. The meaning of long-lasting together. The receptionist took out the red envelopes she received and showed them off. Sir, our Mr. Lu is already married. You don't have a chance. Please don't come to the company to pester her again, so as not to upset our boss. Licensed? You said they got a license? Sun Bo murmured incredulously. Yeah, they're legal now. So, scram. Before the receptionist could finish her words, Sun Bo angrily smashed all the candies that the receptionist had just handed him over to the receptionist, looking at Lu Janua's office door and cursing. Bitch. The receptionist was shocked and took several steps back. Sun Bo had that look like he was going to eat someone to death. After Sun Bo finished his anger, he roared in anger and rushed towards Lu Janua's office door. He was so on fire trying to get to Lu Janua that he didn't notice a foot suddenly sticking out from underneath him. He was wrenched to the ground. Everyone on. Teach him a good lesson. Resolutely not letting him intend that we, Mr. Lu, have an appointment with the boss. After an employee wrenched Sun Bo down, he directly shouted and pounced on him, and the other employees immediately followed his lead. Sun Bo was going to find Lu Janua. I did not expect to be caught in someone else's way. Not yet reacted to what was going on. Was split head and face a fat beat him a little bit of room to fight back. Men and women it's on. Although it is not right to beat people, but this stinky man often come to their company to make trouble. They have evidence, even if Sun Bo is not convinced afterward, but also cannot take them how. Yi Ijo and Lu Janua in the office heard the commotion and the two came out together to see what was going on. At the sight of Sun Bo being mobbed, Lu Janua was dumbfounded. Yi Ijo had heard someone making trouble and was quite angry, but once he saw that Sun Bo was swarmed, he was a little bit crying and laughing. Is he pulling the strings? Or help? Lu Janua was also at a loss for words. Are the employees of her company so united? Stop. Stop. All stop fighting. After coming back to her senses, Lu Janua hurriedly stopped it. In Yi Ijo's opinion, he felt that it was right to beat Sun Bo to death when he took a word of bitch, so he watched from the other side of the fence. But now that Lu Janua had stepped in to stop it, he couldn't continue to watch the show. He shielded Lu Janua behind him and said, back off. I'll handle it. The employees all got up and retreated to the side when they saw Yi Ijo arrive. Sun Bo got up with difficulty. His face had swollen into a pig's face, and his body was shaking, not knowing whether he was beaten or frightened. Mom. Sun Bo wanted to continue to be furious when he saw Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo said, keep fighting. I'll carry the load if something goes wrong. Unsurprisingly, Sun Bo was in for another fat beating. The beating was over, and Pigface looked even more like Pigface. Bitch, Sun Bo said as he tried to continue mouthing off. Keep fighting. Yi Ijo gave another order. Sun Bo ushered in a third fat beating, and when it was over, Sun Bo had trouble even standing, and his face was already hanging in color in several places. Yi Ijo stepped forward and laughed. Are you a cheap skinny bastard? Sun Bo, still unconvinced, viciously looked at Yi Ijo. If you can afford it, let's go one-on-one ah. What is the skill of bullying the few with the many? Without saying anything, Yi Ijo went forward and slapped, and Sun Bo, who had just found his balance, was hit and fell to the ground again. Yi Ijo stepped forward and kicked his foot and said, where we first met. You haven't forgotten, have you? A first meeting? In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. What does the Civil Affairs Bureau do? You wouldn't not understand, would you? Then I'll tell you better. We got a license to go. Now, Lu Janua is my Ijo wife. Legally, got it? If you come here today to pester my wife, you are crippled. And you say you can't do anything about it. Lu Janua is my wife. Who do you think you are? Don't pester my wife in the future, or I won't mind cleaning you up a few more times. After saying that, Yi Ijo kicked Sun Bo again. Sun Bo was beaten to the point that he had long lost his previous courage, and after being released, he stumbled out of Lu Janua's company in a hurry. The boss is awesome. The boss is too strong. The boss is so bossy. Then again after Sun Bo left, the company employees immediately clapped their hands at Yi Ijo. After Yi Ijo signaled them to be quiet, he opened his mouth and said, "Everyone be quiet. Your performance today is good. I'll make the decision. Each of you will have your salary increased by 300. As long as you don't resign, this treatment will always be there." Wow. The boss is too nice. Thank you, boss. I wish Mr. Yi and Mr. Lu love each other until they grow old. 3 years holding to a long and healthy life. After resolving the matter, Yi Ijo and Lu Janua returned to the office. Yi Ijo looked at Lu Jialu with full of meaning. "Wife, the employees said that they wished us to hold 2 and 3 years. Lu Janua gave him a warm and angry look. "Any more nonsense and I'll get angry. Is this how you look angry?" Yi Ijo looked at her slightly red face, obviously shy. Lu Janua gave him a blank look and returned to the chair to sit down. "Aren't you curious as to how I let you stay in my house? I've had too much going on lately to take care of it, and the rest of the time, I basically spend my free time at the casual gym. Also quite fond of all kinds of extreme sports. In general, all kinds of more extreme activities. How else do you think I'd have the nerve to sit on a bridge?" Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo playfully. Yi Ijo was quite surprised and asked incredulously, You're serious? How can that be false?" Lu Janua returned. "To be narcissistic, I feel that my face value is about the same, right? It's a beautiful woman, right? That's a must. My wife is the best looking woman I've ever seen." Yi Ijo said honestly. "Then I have such a good looking face. Mustn't I pay more attention to my own safety? Practicing sparring is a hobby, but also for the sake of one's own safety can be guaranteed. Not exaggerating. You like this? Come 3 are not my opponent. Hubby, you have to take care of your own safety," Lu Janua said in a threatening manner. Yi Ijo smiled back. Good. Thanks to my wife for reminding me. I understand. I won't force you. Hard can't be done. Then it can only come to soft, so that you can hold 2 and 3 years. What I said when I came here has to be changed. Besides giving you some pocket money, I have to buy some gold, silver and jewelry or something to please you. I can't help it. Your husband is just so tacky. You'll be closer. You said you practice sparring and like extreme sports and all that. You can continue your hobby in the future as well. I'll make dinner every day and wait for you to come home from work from now on, and accompany you to practice together after dinner." Lu Janua froze and looked at Lu Janua. You support me to continue practicing?" Yi Ijo nodded seriously. "That must be supported. It's a good thing for a girl to be able to have the ability to protect herself. You also said that you're not just doing it for self-protection. It's also due to your interest. Of course I'll support you to do what you like. I can't stay by your side all the time to protect you." In that case, I guess I'll have to be tired of you and swept away in less than 3 days. But one thing I have to say to you is that while I won't be by your side all the time, if something happens to you, you need to contact me first and I will come to you first. My coach, he's a guy. Hubby still has that trust in you. Hey, thanks hubby, let's go together this afternoon then. Just to show that asshole that I'm the one with a husband. If it wasn't for the fact that he's the best coach there is, I wouldn't even take a ride with him. The female coaches are all too weak, and it's hard to find strong ones. Hubby, let's buy and eat today, so we won't go back to cooking. Lu Janua tilted her head to look at Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo asked in puzzlement, "Don't like my cooking? No way. It's only been 2 meals and you're tired of it?" This was unscientific. His current cooking skills were at a god level. If he hadn't become picky now, in the old days when he had eaten such a delicious dish, he would probably have to even bite his tongue. Looking at Lu Janua as she ate, she seemed quite satisfied as well. "No, your cooking was exceptionally good. I was a little flustered last night and didn't savor it. I did notice this morning and the cooking was the best I've ever had. I can't eat a dish that good every day, or else I'll grow 10 pounds a month is a small amount." She could be too miserable. Her heart was thinking about the dishes Yi Ijo made while trying to maintain a perfect body. This feeling was too torturous. "It's fine. You can eat as much as you want. Don't worry," Yi Ijo assured. "I'm not listening to you. You're trying to fatten me up so people won't hit on me. And when you get tired of it, You don't want me anymore, right? I've seen this on the internet before. There was a woman who was exceptionally good looking, with a high value and a good figure. Her husband made her delicious food every day in the name of love, and raised her to over 400 pounds. Lu Janua's gaze was tightly fixed on Yi Ijo. Exaggerated. Yi Ijo helplessly laughed. There are also rules in this cooking. Only unprofessional chefs will make dishes that make people fat. You'll weigh yourself later. Have you gained no weight at all? Eat for a few days to try. If you gain weight, you can find me any way you want. Okay? Yi Ijo said in a consultative tone. I'll try it. Lu Janua was still a little worried, but she trusted Yi Ijo more. Also because his cooking is really good, where it stands up to his persuasion. Well, come on, get this contract changed or I'm always thinking about it. No change. Are you sure you won't change? Then I'm not going to be polite. And I'm going to try to soften you up in every way possible so that we can hold 2 for 3 years as soon as possible. I'm not having a baby. I'll get old and ugly. If we don't have a baby, then let's just have sex. Okay? This place looks just fine to me. It should be exciting if that what? Lu Janua's face instantly turned red. I see that your guts are turning out to be more and more fat. Come on, take your pick. Do you choose to change your contract? Or something else? Then you choose. And you don't beg. It's not certain who begs who. Yi Ijo's heart was stupidly excited and he kept winking at Lu Janua. What are you doing? I said I'll take your house away. Don't beg me when the time comes. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo with disgust. Yi Ijo sighed in disappointment. It's me being overly concerned. I'm not going to beg when that house is said to be yours. Lu Janua was amused and changed the contract. Yi Ijo signed it without even looking at it. After that, he stared at Lu Janua again and signed her name and stamped the company seal. Are you really sure you want to do this? Lu Janua looked at the contract in her hand and once again looked at Yi Ijo and asked. Sure, pretty sure. Well, Lu Janua's heart was instantly touched by Yi Ijo again. Daughter-in-law, where's your gumption to drag me to get a license? Bring it out. I love it. Lu Janua's little face reddened. I was actually just having a brain fart at the time, and then I was a bit speechless when I thought about it. How rare is a husband like me? You're too narcissistic, aren't you? I still have to test you slowly, and the test hasn't passed yet. So don't you float. You can. So prepare yourself. I'm going to start pleasing you. Let's see if you can resist my cheesy romance. Cut. After lunch, Yi Ijo drove Lu Janua's Lamborghini, and Lu Janua lazed in the passenger side like a lazy cat. The image is a far cry from the ladylike look of the past, but even that doesn't detract from her beauty in the least. Yi Ijo had wanted her to rest at home for a while longer. Lu Janua felt that it was a waste of time and waited until she was at the location. Yi Ijo naturally had no problem with it. He looked at Lu Janua. To make her show such a real side in front of him was considered his success, right? This also showed that Lu Janua's heart was a few points closer to Yi Ijo again. So it seems that a 3-year hug is not out of the question. Before she reached her destination, Lu Janua's cell phone rang. Lu Janua slowly picked up her bag and found her cell phone and looked at it. It was a phone call. She had just pressed the answer button when Yi Ijo heard a woman's burst of thunderous accusations coming through. Stinky woman. What did you mean by your comment in my friend's circle last night? What do you mean that your husband's cooking is even better than that senior chef's cooking in my house? And that he's the most cookiest and tastiest person in the world? Do you know what senior chef means? My chef is a senior chef. Okay? By the way, when did you have a husband? Yi Ijo understood at once, so he would get a divine cooking reward as soon as he woke up. It was Lu Janua who had blown his big bull in other people's friend circle. That's okay? Senior chef. Yi Ijo had heard of it before. There were some very powerful chefs that only served some of the upper class people in the society, and the dishes they made were outstanding. From the rewards he received, it seemed that the senior chef's cooking skills were not normally impressive. Then in that case, this person who gave Lu Janua a beating is also a powerful person. Hey, you're the stinky woman. I'm the one with a husband now. Okay? Lu Janua lazily said back. A mouthful of a stinky woman. Yi Ijo heard crying and laughing. This woman and woman get along. It is really interesting. Are you driving? You seem to be in the passenger seat from time to time, and you're sitting so savagely. Come on. Who's driving? Don't talk to me about the cost of your shouting. I wouldn't believe it if it killed you. And the fact that you're sitting like this means that the person who's driving isn't an ordinary person. After that woman noticed the difference between Lu Janua and the past days, she immediately asked after her as if she had discovered a new continent. The one who drove that was naturally your big brother-in-law by all accounts. My husband. In front of one's husband. There isn't really a need to pay attention to image. Lu Janua said rather proudly. The man over there was so shocked that he didn't say anything for a long time. It took nearly a minute for the woman to come back to her senses, stuttering a bit as she returned. What you said is true. Look at that smile of yours. Why does it look so much like a young girl who is pining for spring? I can't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. So show me what the co-pilot really is. Hubby, my sisters want to see you. Okay? Lu Janua twisted her head and asked. As long as you don't think I can't hold it. I don't have a problem. I still feel honored to the core. Yi Ijo returned. Just by listening to the way the two talk, you can tell that they must have a very good relationship. The fact that Lu Janua was able to let her best sister know of his existence showed that his position in her heart, again, was heavy. After that, Lu Janua pointed the camera at Yi Ijo, who glanced back at the camera before continuing to drive while greeting. Hello, I'm Yi Ijo, Nua's husband. At this time, no matter what the other person looks like, you have to call out a beautiful woman first. Those who could be sisters with Lu Janua. Then naturally they were also the same kind of person as Lu Janua, with a certain pursuit of beauty. Otherwise, even if the pretty one doesn't mind being friends with the ugly one won't want to be friends with the good-looking one. How heartbreaking must it be to be confronted day in and day out with a BFF who is better looking than you? It is said that there are only lazy women in the world. There is no ugly woman, as long as the woman who is willing to dress up their own are not ugly. Holy shit, that who? I have a feeling you don't match well with our Nua. That woman opened her mouth and said a few extremely sharp words. It's good that Nua doesn't feel that way. Only we ourselves know if we are worthy or not. Yi Ijo returned with a good attitude. The man over there froze. How long have you and Novo known each other? We knew each other in our last life. Or longer. Yi Ijo joked. The woman over there was amused. Ha, that's too long. So how far have you and Nono gotten? The woman continued to press. Just to the legal, eat and live under one roof kind of thing. Otherwise, Nua wouldn't have said that my cooking is better than your husband's. Yi Ijo smiled back. Too thick-skinned. Too stinking woman. Are you just going to watch this man open his mouth and take advantage of you? The woman's words were addressed to Lu Janua. He, you stinky woman. What my husband says is the truth. Okay? Lu Janua heatedly smiled back. What? You mean, you two are actually living under the same roof? Or legally? The woman asked in surprise. Yeah. Lu Janua returned without any hesitation, looking at Yi Ijo with a red face. Fuck yeah. You women are crazy, aren't you? I'm booking a flight right now, and you're too scary. Did this man threaten you? If so, cough twice. Yi Ijo and Lu Janua cried and laughed. Lu Janua laughed. I'll be there tonight, the woman said, and simply ended the call unilaterally. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo. Husband, tonight, you have to perform well. How? Tonight I'll sleep in your room and let her sleep in my room, and the two of us will abuse the dog together again and make her lose sleep? Yi Ijo flirted. You're daydreaming. Lu Janua's face instantly turned even redder. I mean, you look good tonight and cook a table of dishes to let her know that my husband's cooking is just better than what her senior chef in her hometown does. Her name is Zhao Runer. The two of us met at the sparring gym, and I heard that her family is into this aspect of the sport, and her father and brother are still national talents. She dresses like a man all day long. Even her hair is short, and she likes to wear suits and stuff when she's not doing anything, but she's super good looking. So don't move on when you do. She's kind of my best and only best sister, but she's been living in another city and we see very little of each other. Don't you have any other friends? Yi Ijo asked. The feelings between girls and boys are very different. Let's put it this way. A lot of friends seem to be very nice, but it's just on the surface. In reality, they have their own mind in their heart. I thought I had a lot of friends before, too, and then I realized that some of them were jealous of my good looks, and some of them were jealous that I was more capable than they were, and thought they were with me just to keep me company. This kind of unhealthy relationship, naturally, won't last long, and after discovering it, it doesn't feel interesting, and after that, they rarely make friends. Lu Janua said helplessly. No one would like to be alone if their feelings weren't impure. Understood. Tonight your husband I will perform well. Will let her taste my handiwork and give a long face. Yi Ijo assured. Guaranteed to let her eat until she can't walk. Ha ha. Well, then you'll have to work hard just to get her to make a fool of herself in front of me for once. But you're almost there. She's a female, but she's also very good at sparring, and has a hot temper, and likes to punch people at the drop of a hat. She's much more powerful than I am, and when she does beat you up, I don't think I'll be able to pull it off. The thing that kills me is that this guy is a bit protective. There was a guy pestering me before and she met him. If the guy hadn't run away so fast, he would probably have been beaten up until he was hospitalized. You hurry up and hide if it's not right. Leave the rest to me. Lu Janua said seriously. Yi Ijo, this is more or less a little bit of fear in his heart. It's said that girls can be so good in their previous relationships that people think they're in love, and that naturally they're extremely picky about who they find for each other. Even if he is picky, he is still a poly player. Yi Ijo is a bit Alexander Ah. Good. Yi Ijo nodded. There's no need for bravado at this point. Soon, they arrived at an oversized health club, where Lu Janua was a superb member with a personal trainer belonging to her. On the way, Lu Janua had already told him all of this. Lu Janua said she often stays in the office for a day. If she does not exercise properly, then her body and health and physical shape will deteriorate. It just so happens that she also enjoys all kinds of stimulating exercise, so she's been keeping up with her fitness routine. Walking into the health club, Lu Janua gave Yi Ijo his coat and belongings. Hubby, there are chairs over there. You rest there. I'm going to go for a run to wake up my body first. Aha. Yi Ijo nodded and went to the resting place. Yi Ijo has little interest in working out in this kind of place. Letting him go outdoors to climb the Alpine building is fine. Lu Janua had been running for about 10 minutes or so when a vested man, who looked very big, walked towards Lu Janua. He walked straight to Lu Janua. Nua. Haven't seen you for quite a while. Practicing today? Lu Janua returned. No more practicing. I'll go and drop out of all my classes later, and just run a little bit later. The man froze, after which he asked, What? Is it something about me that displeases you? No, it's just that I got married and didn't have any contact with other men after that. Lu Janua truthfully returned. You said you got married? The man was surprised and pursued. Really? You get married? No way. No way. Saying that, the man directly went up to pull Lu Janua. There was a snap, and suddenly the man's hand was slapped away by a hand that had been reaching elsewhere, and the man instinctively retracted his hand. What are you? Yi Ijo calmly returned. I'm Nua's husband. What? The man looked at Yi Ijo in disbelief. Lu Janua also stopped exercising and came to Yi Ijo's side, took his arm and said to the man, He is my husband. Yi Ijo. Ha! The man looked at Yi Ijo disdainfully. Nua, what are you looking at this man for? You're dressed all cheap, not to mention you don't look very good. And for one like that, I could beat him up with one hand. So don't coax me. Did you purposely find someone to piss me off? You haven't been here for so long, so you're avoiding me on purpose, aren't you? The man said to Lu Janua in a coaxing tone. Lu Janua returned with great vigor. Zhou Rong, are you taking yourself too seriously? What are you to me that I should find someone to lie to you? Did you think that I was interested in you because I asked you to be my coach? You're also too self-absorbed. Do you think that you're really a meat and potatoes? And that any woman who sees you has to jump on you? If it wasn't for your great abilities, there's no way I would have chosen you in the first place. As for the husband to wear cheap, no way. My husband is this hobby. Do not like to show off. Wear bright and shiny, so what? Inside dirty words, where even better cannot hide. My husband is different. He has all the education and quality. In my opinion, he is the best man in the world. You said you could have knocked him out with one hand? Let me remind you. You said it backwards. It's him who can knock you down with one hand. Lu Janua said as she arrogantly looked at Zhou Rong. Just him? Impossible. Really that powerful? Then come and compete with me. Dare you? Zhou Rong looked provocatively at Yi Ijo. Without waiting for Yi Ijo to react, a familiar voice came from his head. System. The system has monitored a crisis in the host. The system will reward you with the martial art of Shaolin Quan. The level jumps to Grandmaster, immediately generating skills and memories. Another reward for the host's face enhancement, immediately generating a face value. When the system tone fell, Yi Ijo clearly felt that there were countless memory fragments pouring into his mind, and at the same time, he also clearly felt a change in his body, with a sense of fluency that both his veins had been opened, and with it came his confidence. This Zhou Rong is quite powerful, look, but in front of him, it is just a younger brother. Yi Ijo one hand can easily put down the rise. Yi Ijo didn't answer. Lu Janua took over first. You let my husband compare to him? Who do you think you are? Let's compare the two of us. If you can't even beat me, you won't have the face to say anything if I drop you from the class. Yi Ijo pulled Lu Janua and protected her behind him. Daughter-in-law, it's me who should protect you. Where is the reason to let my daughter-in-law protect me? But, Lu Janua got worried. She was actually just being tough with her mouth and didn't think about letting Yi Ijo come out. Yi Ijo was just an ordinary person. Where would he be Zhou Rong's opponent? Don't worry. I told you. You'll get to know me a little bit. And right now, that's exactly when you'll get to know me. I'm not going to tell you anything on purpose, but in the event that you need me, you have to trust that I'm absolutely capable of standing in front of you and protecting you. It's a little fun for us as a couple. Stand away from me. I'll let you get to know me well today and see if I'm better or this guy is better. Lu Janua hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, husband, you have to be safe. She didn't know that Yi Ijo could still fight? She has not seen it. We through the contact of these 2 days. She found out. Yi Ijo is a person who says one thing. He said it is possible. Then it is possible. If she couldn't, she'd just do it again. Yi Ijo nodded and looked at Zhou Rong. Where to fight, here or somewhere else? Che, follow me. Zhou Rong gave Yi Ijo a disdainful look and took the lead. Lu Janua and Yi Ijo followed. And on the way, Lu Janua explained, hubby, you have to pay attention to safety. He is the most powerful here. Trust me. I'll fuck him over with one hand in a while. Definitely make him arrogant. Just wait and see. Zhou Rong brought Yi Ijo and the others to a large training ground. It looked like this place was where they usually practiced fighting. Zhou Rong came to the center, ready to fight, but it was a bit careless, obviously not putting Yi Ijo in his eyes. Yi Ijo hooked the corner of his mouth and after reminding Lu Janua to go to one side, he came to the opposite side of Zhou Rong with an attitude that looked more careless than Zhou Rong. This attitude enraged Zhou Rong, and with a vicious punch, he smashed towards Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo did not even move his hands, and with his own endurance, he dodged Zhou Rong's attacks again and again. It had to be said that this Zhou Rong did have a few abilities. In front of such an expert, being able to dodge attacks was also an ability. Suddenly, as Zhou Rong furiously slammed his fist over, and he thought that Yi Ijo would continue to dodge, Yi Ijo suddenly pulled his wrist, took a few steps back, and directly threw Zhou Rong out like a sandbag. Zhou Rong landed on the ground and still slid forward a long way due to inertia. Zhou Rong, who had been dropped and hurriedly had his internal organs shattered. This time, he didn't even have the strength to climb up. Yi Ijo came to Zhou Rong's front and slightly bent down to look at him. With this much ability, you have the nerve to provoke others that much? I thought how powerful. I thought you said you were going to knock me out with one hand. Just you. You're not qualified yet. Listen, don't pester my wife in the future, or else I won't let you off so easily the next time we cross paths. After saying that, Yi Ijo did not care about Zhou Rong who was still lying on the ground and raised his steps towards Lu Janua. Daughter-in-law, let's go. Lu Janua nodded and sighed. Hubby, you're too good too. Yi Ijo's performance was really beyond Lu Janua's expectations. For a change, I'd be content if you still complimented me like that. I'm talking about. Before the words were finished, Lu Janua already understood what he meant. You're, really, so thick-skinned. Lu Janua reddened. I'm a man too. Yi Ijo took Lu Janua's hand and placed it in the crook of his arm as the two left the training ground. When he left, he didn't even give Zhou Rong an extra look. Honey, what else do you have that I don't know that you can tell me all at once? On the way home, Lu Janua hadn't even recovered from the shock she had just experienced. Can't talk to you? I have to let you slowly get to know me. Fall in love with me little by little, so much so that you can't help yourself. Yi Ijo pretended to be mysterious and refused, not forgetting to flirt with Lu Janua. Mainly, I'm so good that I don't even know where to start. So to speak, I'm probably good at everything except for giving me babies, which you have to do. Yi Ijo said mischievously. Che, who said I'm going to give you a child? You're getting thicker and thicker now, always so colorful. Lu Janua returned with a red face. I'm only lusting after you. Yi Ijo smiled and twisted his head to look at her. How did you learn to be so bad? Slutty words come out of your mouth. You couldn't have accumulated the experience by circling around women every day, right? Do you have 2 or more cell phones? And those cell phones are used to contact those women? Lu Janua stared tightly into Yi Ijo's eyes, wanting to see if he would lie or not. Daughter-in-law, this I would be too wronged. Or we two from now on, even sleep inseparable, you can always know my movements? Yi Ijo flirted. You're doing it again. Although we're married, we've only known each other for 2 days. Lu Janua blushed. Then your sister came and saw that we two do not live together. How do you explain to her? Yi Ijo asked in a sneaky way. You want to set me up? No way. My sisters are here. I'll let you go sleep in the guest room and I'll sleep with my girlfriends. That's totally fine. Okay? Lu Janua raised her chin and said. AI. Miscalculated. Yi Ijo sighed. After a moment of silence, Yi Ijo added. This way, you put some of your clothes and stuff in my room, and I'll also put mine in your room, so that your sisters won't be able to see anything. Originally Lu Janua listened to the approval. Did not expect. Yi Ijo continued. It is best to put a little bit of carry-on clothes. And what's that? Sleep with something that will not give birth to a small baby. And open a few so your sisters won't suspect anything when they see it. People who learn sparring, I can't say anything about their other skills, but their powers of observation must be very strong, or else if they are seen through, you can't even come back if you want to round up. We also need to be as affectionate as possible. With a kiss and a hug or something. Say it again and I'll beat you up. Lu Janua blushed a bright red at his words. Good good good. I won't say it. I won't say it good, can I? Yi Ijo laughed. Drive you. I don't want to give up my life. I won't talk to you. Humph. Lu Janua couldn't say Yi Ijo, so she planned to go cold turkey. Or else this guy could talk about sleeping with her in 3 sentences. Soon, the two arrived at the airport and met Lu Janua's sister, Zhao Runer. Yi Ijo's eyes lit up when he saw her. This girl, sprightly, she had a head of short hair, looking very competent. Her features were exquisite to the extreme. Unlike the unusual visible beauty, she had little adornment on her body. Even her makeup was not put on. Her beauty was extremely natural, tall, with the aura of an international model, both hands casually placed in the pockets of his pants, as spontaneous as he wanted to be. This is Zhou Run. This is Yi Ijo. Lu Janua introduced the two. Zhao Runer and Yi Ijo took a step forward and greeted each other respectively. Zhao Runer extended her hand to Yi Ijo first. Yi Ijo also cooperated and shook her hand. But Zhao Runer held his hand and had no more intention of letting go. The strength of his hands was increasing, and at first, Yi Ijo just took it, not letting up or hitting back. Zhao Runer's hand was getting heavier and heavier before he started to increase the strength of his hand. Both had smiles on their faces and the atmosphere was weird. Yi Ijo secretly marveled. This Zhao Runer can be much more powerful than that Zhou Rong from the fitness club. If it was not for the fact that Lu Janua blew his big bull today and gave him martial arts strength, at this moment his hand would probably have been crushed by Zhao Runer. It wasn't easy to look at a petite girl who had practiced such great strength. From Zhao Runer's appearance alone, he seemed to be small-boned and fine-skinned, half looking like a practitioner. Lu Janua, as a practitioner, naturally watched the fight between the two, and after knowing Yi Ijo's strength, she had nothing to worry about and didn't have any intention of stopping it. She smiled and took 2 steps back, intending to watch the show. Had it not been for the occasion, she would have shouted for gas. After a while, Zhao Runer, who was a bit confident before, gradually became a bit less natural in her face. The white face, too, was slowly colored with a suffocating redness. Yi Ijo saw good. A force his arm struck Zhao Runer. Zhao Runer ate pain and let go. Yi Ijo, you're quite interesting. Zhao Runer's elegant voice said. My daughter-in-law said that you're a practiced fighter. You can beat people down in minutes. And at first sight, it's true. Yi Ijo smiled back. Cut. Zhao Runer didn't intend to bother with Yi Ijo anymore and walked away on Lu Janua's arm. Before Yi Ijo left, he saw Zhao Runer's suitcase and reminded. Your luggage. Are you a man? Zhou Run returned. Hubby, you pull his luggage on. Let's go back. Lu Janua turned back to him. Okay. Yi Ijo had a few moments of helplessness. His subconscious mind was only thinking about being nice to his daughter-in-law. But he didn't realize this. This daughter-in-law, as soon as her sister arrives, let him please her sister. Is it really good? Yi Ijo helplessly sighed. His wife has spoken. He can only do as he is told. Unlike when they came, Lu Janua and Zhao Runer both went to the back seat, and Yi Ijo became their two-ear exclusive driver. The two of them were whispering in the back, and Yi Ijo looked at the two of them in the rearview mirror from time to time. At first, the two only whispered. Gradually the two made a scene. The spring light is infinite, but Yi Ijo could not look. He had to drive properly. When he returned home, Yi Ijo went to the kitchen. Zhao Runer and Lu Janua both sat in the living room to continue chatting. From the living room was able to see the kitchen and could clearly see what Yi Ijo was doing. From time to time, Zhao Runer twisted her head back to look at the man who not only had a high face value, but even his cooking movements were so good looking. Your little husband is nice, Zhao Runer complimented. It has to be. Lu Janua responded triumphantly. She just had a brain fart and picked up a man halfway to get a license. How could she have thought that it would be such a big baby? Up in the hall and down in the kitchen. Yi Ijo was right. She would slowly understand him little by little later. Unexpectedly, every time she got to know him, it was full of surprises for her. Simply not two people only know 2 days. Lu Janua heart can still maintain a little reserve. Estimated not wait for Yi Ijo action. She will first pounced on him. Honestly, when did you two meet? When I saw you last month, you were still a single dog. And you're married after not seeing you for a few days. Zhao Runer asked curiously. Zhao Runer was Lu Janua's best sister, and he had nothing to hide, so he truthfully said it all. I've only known him for 2 days. Ha! Zhao Runer was dumbfounded. Was this like only knowing each other for 2 days? 2 days ago, Lu Janua told Zhao Runer the causes and consequences of meeting and marrying Yi Ijo. Zhao Runer was so surprised that she couldn't say anything for a long time. Not to mention Zhao Runer, even Lu Janua herself sometimes had a feeling of unreality. Zhao Runer looked at Lu Janua in surprise. And only after Lu Janua nodded her head for the third time did she believe it was true. She exclaimed, "That's too much theater, isn't it? You don't make movies like this." I feel the same. If it wasn't for the fact that he's right in front of me for real, I'd suspect that I'm in a dream. And if it's really a dream, I feel like it's fine to go on like this. Lu Janua muttered in a small voice. Lu Janua is used to coming and going alone. Not that she likes it, but she has never met a reliable person. Although he had only known Yiijo for 2 days. In these 2 days Yiijo had let him experience an unprecedented sense of happiness. The feeling of being cared for, protected and pampered was really quite good. "I'll ask my dad to check him out for you," Zhao Runer suggested. "Don't." Lu Janua refused without even thinking. "I was the one who approached him first. I did have a brain fart at that moment, but I can be sure that it wasn't him who deliberately approached me. He seems to have a lot of secrets, but I'm at ease with him. He's pretty good with his qualities and stuff, and he's good to me. He would clean the house, take good care of me, not come into my room without my permission, and keep me well protected. He's rich, but he still goes to deliveries every day, saying he doesn't want to mingle, and I feel like he's pretty positive. He cooks super well and makes all my favorite dishes. By the way, his hands are very good." Lu Janua told Zhao Runer about the sparring match between Yiijo and Zhou Rong. "I feel like he hits harder than even you. He has secrets but never hides them. Just waiting for me to find out. He says he wants me to get to know him a little bit and fall in love with him as a little fling for the two of us, so that I just have to be sure of one thing, that he'll do a good job of protecting me. Honestly, he feels like he's just one big mystery waiting for me to solve, and that's a good feeling. You directly say that you're in love with Brainwell. That's why you look at him how you like. I'm telling you, the most unreliable thing in this world is a man, so keep your eyes peeled," Zhao Runer said as she looked at Lu Janua worriedly. "Just say, have you ever seen a man willing to wash his daughter-in-law's feet? Ever? Besides, he's so rich, he doesn't need to please anyone. You're so beautiful. What man wouldn't want to?" Zhao Runer was unimpressed. Lu Janua helpless. "Well, but I feel that he is very do kind of person. Although he and like to flirt with me, but never forced me to do things I do not like. So far, the two of us even did not pull the hand. It's playing the gentleman." Zhou Run continued to retort. "And what about the dozen or so houses he doesn't want a dime of mine? Says they count as my allowance." Zhao Runer, "This is a typical painting of a big cake. That is his house. He wants to take it back is not just a matter of minutes? But what about when he cooks for me? Never asks me for anything. He does whatever I want him to do." Zhao Runner continued to retort. "It's impossible to be solicitous for nothing. And when I get you, I won't do these things in the future." Zhao Runner, "I feel like you're just purposely trying to get on my bad side. Why are you always raising hell with me?" Lu Janua questioned Zhao Runner with warm anger. Zhao Runner nonchalantly rolled her eyes at her. "A guy with heterosexuality but no humanity. You want sisters when you have a man?" Lu Janua looked at her aggrieved look, and the fire was extinguished before it burned up. Lu Janua continued unconvincingly. "Then you say, he's so good with his hands. I'm no match for him at all. If he wants to do anything, I don't have the power to fight at all. But he didn't do that. Why is that? We're both legal. What's he going to do? And I can't find a place to justify it?" Zhao Runer poked her in the head. "That's because you're stupid. Even if it's legal, if you don't want it, he's still committing a crime. Okay? Uncultured. It's scary." Lu Janua saw that he could not say Zhao Runer, and sighed helplessly. I can kind of see that you are a single dog, and you can't stand to see that I have a date. But don't be funny, sister. Okay? I'm not interested in men. Even less interested in smelly men. It's just that as a good sister, I can't stand to see you so in love with your brain. And as far as your nymphomania goes, if I hadn't been here, maybe you'd have let someone have you tonight. This Yiijo is pretty good. Unfortunately, she met me and intends to try to test him. Can't let you fall into the pit just like that." Lu Janua replied back. "I see that your test is fake, and trying to steal my man is real." Zhao Runer looked at her in disgust. "Lu Janua, say that again and I'll absolutely cut you off. I came all the way over here to escort you, and you're saying that I'm trying to gun for your man? Lu Janua, I suspect that your conscience has been eaten by a dog. It's true. Women in love are ruthless and unreasonable. I'm that ruthless and unreasonable. I firmly forbid you to get close to my husband. Fire and theft just girlfriends, okay? In case you guys fake it and make it real, then how bad is it?" Lu Janua said with a straight face. "If he really falters, doesn't that just validate my opinion?" Zhao Runer returned with a straight face. "That won't work either. It's unkind. Besides, he's a man and not a saint. All four of them, if they can restrain themselves that much in that area, it can only mean one thing, that it won't work in that area. Isn't it the same with this woman? How many of them can restrain themselves when it really comes to a certain moment? I can be serious with you. You're not allowed to go near him. Of course, if he takes the initiative to hook up with you, then I have nothing to say. Otherwise I'll be in a hurry with you, Lu Janua said in a threatening manner. Zhao Runer shook her head helplessly. Finished? You're finished? It seems that this Yi Ijo has completely captured your heart. Lu Janua hemmed and hawed. Che, I'm willing to. After the meal, Zhao Runner directly disregarded her image and spread out on the sofa, and Lu Janua said, Nua, this husband of yours, the dishes are really well done. I thought before that our chef's cooking was the best in the world, but I didn't realize that your little husband was even better. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the best dish I've ever eaten. This one, he's really excellent. Where did he go to learn it? So powerful? Lu Janua smugly returned. I've said that my husband's cooking is better than your family's chef's, and you still don't believe me. Believe. This time I believe. Sister, so, seeing the two of us feeling so good on the sake of your husband points me. I taste fresh on the line. Turn back to return to you? Zhao Runer said jokingly. Do your spring dream. I do wonder if I should consider sending you to a hotel or something. Staying at home is really a bit dangerous. Lu Janua made a show of hammering her and said. Excessive I even told you. I'll stay at your house tonight. At nighttime you guys move a little less. Don't disturb my rest. Zhao Runer deliberately flirted. Step aside. Lu Janua chided. She wanted to be a little bit more imposing, but in the end, she hardened her face and acted very shy. I'll test him for one more day, and when it's time for that, there's no need for you to say more. Lu Janua's face instantly became redder after saying this. Only one more day of testing? Zhao Runer gossiped and came over. One day isn't enough? Any longer and he'll be seduced by a fox like you. Lu Janua pretended to be defensive. I get it. Lu Janua, you're really a guy with heterosexuality but no capriciousness. You only have that Yi Ijo in your heart now. You don't love me anymore. It's only been 2 or 3 days since we met. And you're planning on letting people come under your covers. TSK. You're more terrifying than any love brain I've ever met. You're finished. I can already imagine my future days. As long as there's a place where you and Yi Ijo are, I can only be forced to eat dog food. I'm too miserable. I'm telling you guys, I'm the one who has to collect the electricity bill. Zhao Runer poked Lu Janua's head. You're really a woman. Then when you go back, don't come to me for a while. I have to live a good and loving life with my husband. It's really a bit redundant for you to come. Lu Janua returned. Zhao Runer made a heartache gesture. Then when will I come and wait for you to have your month? This. Lu Janua was directly blocked and did not know how to answer. Almost to bedtime. Zhao Runer, very cooperative with Lu Janua's idea of the test, said to Ijo, that, little brother-in-law, this day Nua I borrowed first. We rarely meet. To say whispers, you know. Yi Ijo nodded. Okay, daughter-in-law, her special period. It's just as well that you're here. Otherwise I have to endure how hard it is. There's no way. My wife looks too good. It's just too hard to control. After saying that, Yi Ijo went back to his room. Zhao Runer said to Lu Janua in a thieving whisper. Your little man is also too capable of blowing. Obviously not yet in hand, but also said to me that you special period. Afraid of not being able to hold back. This is not here without silver 302, but it's quite good at it. And if I didn't know about you two ahead of time, then that's a perfect score for both statements. Lu Janua arrogantly returned. That's a must. My man, can he be bad? Zhao Runer immediately begged for forgiveness. Come on. I was wrong. I shouldn't have complimented him. Once I did, you immediately drifted away. I'll leave tomorrow so that I don't have to be here every day to eat you two's dog food. The next day, Yi Ijo planned to go and take a look at his 11 buildings. Just so Zhao Runer and Lu Janua, the pair of sisters, could also have a good get-together. Yi Ijo is not a careful person, but people need personal space. This point of reason. He still understands. He's also not very controlling as a person and will treat people with respect. He is a big old man. Sticking to Lu Janua every day is very drop. Not to mention, it will also make Lu Janua breathless. Then life is not much fun. It occurred to him that apart from the memories given by the system, he didn't have any half knowledge of the 11 buildings. Even the tenants who lived there, he didn't know half of them, and it just so happened that there was nothing to do. So it was just a matter of understanding. He got on his little electric donkey and went to the site of the building. His 11 buildings, in 2 different neighborhoods, were not far away, though. He quickly came to the bottom of a neighborhood which had 4 buildings. This neighborhood was just 4 buildings, but they were all high-class apartment buildings, and there was an advertisement for rent at the entrance of the neighborhood. There were quite a few people gathered around. presumably all tenants who were planning to rent the house. Yi Zhou went up and looked at the advertisement, and after seeing the price of the rentals, he wrinkled his eyebrows. The price. Why was it different from what he remembered? It was quite a bit higher than he remembered, and when he first signed the contract, the rent, as written in the contract, wasn't this expensive. Is this a mistake by the system? Yi Zhou thought secretly. He quickly dismissed this thought. The system can't be wrong. It should be that people are too greedy. This building, he rented all to the tenant business early. This period did not come to understand. That is to say, is the tenant in full management? Then this price should also be the tenant business engaged in expensive. According to the price signed at the beginning, that tenant trader can also make a lot of money. And if you rent it at the current price, isn't it even more? It's going to make at least 3 times more than in the signed contract. The heart is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant. What a treacherous businessman. Yi Zhou's face went cold. After that, he took out his cell phone and pressed the number he remembered. The phone was quickly picked up. Boss Yi, why are you suddenly calling? I'm at the entrance of the Chaoyang district. Come here. Yi Zhou said in a cold voice. The person on the other side of the phone, the breath all of a sudden became heavy. After a while, the other side only stammered. Okay, I'll do it. Is 5 minutes enough? Yi Zhou snapped. Enough. I'll be right there. Yi Zhou directly hung up the phone and then called another 3-digit number. After that, a call was made to the itemized control department, and after checking the account, it went straight to a lawyer who drafted a complaint with the intention of suing. One tenant can earn 3 times more rent. So many tenants. This tenant businessman must not turn over his wallet? It wasn't a matter of money or not. If it was earned by regular means, then naturally he wouldn't say anything, but this was clearly against morality and heartless. And it's also using his house to circle the wagons, and he's stupid enough not to know anything about it, and he's pissed off just thinking about it. This is an economic crime. Yi Zhou will not just let it go. The house, which was given to the tenant trader a few years ago, he has never asked, and the tenant trader has never asked him what he meant, which is a complete act of deceitful enrichment. Money is everyone's favorite thing, and that's okay, but there is a way to take it. Had this not been a reward that the system had just given, it wouldn't have taken him years not to ask about it. Since the system is now given to him, it is he and the tenants who are being harmed by the tenant traders. After the police came, Yi Zhou first told the original story, and after that, took out the contract signed a few years ago. The police took a look and immediately knew the seriousness of the matter, and immediately contacted his superiors, and also contacted other relevant departments. Big economic crimes can't be managed by a small department. You have to agitate the big relevant departments. After a while, the tenant businessman had not yet come. Yi Zhou's patience ran out, and once again the phone called. The phone just rang and hung up. Yi Zhou's fire became even bigger. This bastard is also too useless to realize. He sent a text message over, telling the person that he had called the police, and that the relevant officers were already here, so that the tenant trader could try to see if it was him or the officers who were better. It hadn't been long since the text message went out when his phone rang. Yi Zhou pressed the answer button. Before speaking, the person on the other side of the phone first apologized. Yi boss, I'm wrong, I don't dare anymore. The extra money, I'll give you all the money. Okay, you don't call the police, I beg you. This thing, in fact, not I want to do so, is my great uncle dead? He initially did not know, and when I know when things have been done, my daughter-in-law and every day to find me to make trouble, I have no choice but to comply with him, but I didn't realize that he went more and more over the top afterward, and I was just about to go and take care of this, and here you are, and everything I said was true, and I was wrong, I was really wrong. You dealt with it? If I don't find out, you're going to keep being so hackneyed to my detriment and to the detriment of the tenants? No, I really know I'm wrong. I'm willing to take out the extra money. I'll give you as much as I can. Just please, don't call the police, okay? You come here right now, or if you don't, you think about the consequences. You have 5 minutes. Yi Zhou didn't want to say so much nonsense and hung up the phone directly after saying that. It didn't take long for the more senior police departments to arrive, already set up on the scene with what they needed for the operation, and as soon as the tenant traders showed up, they were immediately brought under control. Now belongs to the evidence. There is a record of checking the accounts. There is Yi Zhou's contract, and the content of the advertisement at the door. As for the witnesses, it is very good to find. Just find a tenant, can prove that the tenant businessman in the end, how much rent was collected. How can millions of dollars be involved in these years of counting, which is already a serious economic crime? The other teams arrived on the scene soon after, and after realizing what was going on, quickly began their own actions. After realizing that all these houses belonged to Yi Ijo, those staff members of the relevant departments were surprised. Yi Ijo was only in his early 20s, and to have so many assets was really impressive. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a Land Rover quickly came and drove straight toward Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo recognized with a glance from memory that this was the renter he had just called. Yi Ijo's first reaction suspected that this bastard was planning to silence him. When he was almost in front of Yi Ijo, the car stopped and a greasy man with a big belly got down from the car. Mr. Yi. The greasy man was busy coming to Yi Ijo's front with a pleasing face. At this moment, at the entrance of the neighborhood, there were only a few customers who were looking at the house and Yi Ijo himself. Everyone else that should have acted has acted up. Ryan. Officers are on their way to arrest the greasy man's accomplices. This greasy man, the owner of the rental company, is quite literally a second-hand dealer, in the same sense as Lu Janua. This neighborhood, Yi Ijo is full payment to buy down, property and so on, are the development of the boss to find in the first place. Yi Ijo directly shell out money. There is everything. Yi Ijo was originally a person who did not like trouble, so he did not change. Everything is usual. But buy it, then all the costs associated with this neighborhood have to come out of Yi Ijo. After that, he rented the building to this greasy man, then all the expenses are paid by this greasy man, and then give Yi Ijo a part of the rent, and the profit after that, is the greasy man's, rent and profit, which is based on the percentage of income, is also based on the market. This greasy man made a payment into Yi Ijo's card every 3 months and gave him another statement. Of course, Yi Ijo didn't like to worry about it at all, so he didn't bother to look at it. The house is used and managed by greasy men, but everything has to be done according to the rules. Now, the greasy man broke the rules of the game, and that's going to cost him. Yi Ijo glanced at the greasy man. Where is that great uncle of yours? He's probably at the property, or maybe, property? The greasy man said it was all his great uncle's operation, and by definition, the property was not qualified to operate that way. Of course, it's another thing if the tenant dealer allows it. It was obvious that this greasy man was trying to shirk his responsibility and perfume Yi Ijo. Presumably this was planned from the beginning. Yi Ijo is not a person with a soft heart. Since he wants to play with fire, then he has to be ready to look at taking the consequences. Yi Ijo looked faintly at the greasy man. Where did you get the illusion that I'm gullible? Is it what they always say, that people with more money are stupid? Why I haven't asked about it is out of trust in you. I'm too lazy to worry about these things and ask questions. You probably ate that up and that's why you made such a mess, right? You are very smart. I just have nothing to do today to come here to sneak around a bit. I still wondered. The contract is about to expire. How come you didn't come to contact me? It turns out that you are waiting for me here. When you've made enough money, you'll pull out. And even if I know about it, my contract is up and I can't do anything to you, right? I'll clean up the rest of the mess myself? If you're looking for me to sign a contract, there's a good chance that I'll come over after all these years, and you won't be able to deal with me when the contract doesn't expire. Will you? The greasy man's face became more and more unsightly as Yi Ijo's every word was spoken. No, Mr. Yi, no. What I said to you before is true. As for not looking for you, because I am discussing with my colleagues in the company, I want to give you some more concessions. After all, the times have changed. Prices are rising. I had planned to contact you tomorrow. We have already discussed the results. Mr. Yi, we intend to drop 5 points on the basis of the previous. The greasy man's voice was trembling when he spoke. Obviously the bottom of the air is not enough, and he is holding on strongly. 5 points? Yi Ijo laughed and said. After that, these few points. Do you still have to let these tenants out? Several times? At the end of the day, I'll make the price of this house so that no one can afford to rent it, and then you'll pack your ass and walk away? These buildings given by the system are all extremely well located, surrounded by not only all kinds of big companies for all kinds of white-collar workers, but also very good resources for lessons, and also a good choice for many families. With these comparative resource issues, even if you are a little upset about the price of housing, you can only grit your teeth. If the tenants can't stand it anymore and make trouble, the greasy man can also just dump the pot on Yi Ijo. The rent for this one tenant is quite a lot. These thousands of tenants, when added together, how much does it cost? With the 7 or 8 fees, the greasy guy is making a killing. He, on the other hand, didn't get a single cent of benefit, not to mention taking a lot of the blame. No, I didn't think about it like that. How dare I do that? The greasy man almost didn't kneel for Yi Ijo. You don't have a lot of guts. What wouldn't you dare? Yi Ijo sneered. Tell me, in these years, how much more did you earn? Yi Ijo asked. You can also tell a lie. I can find out as soon as I check. 3. Over $3 million. The greasy man stammered. Yes? Yi Ijo swept over with a sharp glance. 2. $20 million. The greasy man was shocked and trembled, and said it in a regular manner. Yi Ijo heart shocked. This bastard thing, but 3 or 4 years of time, made so much more money. That can be people's hard-earned money. This bastard 8 children do not bring soft, just from this neighborhood. Or together? Yi Ijo asked again. Yes, all the houses together, the greasy man said, bowing his head. Just $20 million? If it was a neighborhood, then 20 million would be more like it. But it was clear that it wasn't going to be, so it would have to be more. No, it's $50 million. The greasy man finished and secretly wiped his sweat. Me and that great uncle of mine combined. It should be $60 or $70 million. Yi Ijo sighed and took a deep breath. Okay, what else do you have to say? Just talk to the police properly. As for me, I've been peaceful and law-abiding, and they will give me an explanation. After that, Yi Ijo clapped his palms and several police officers scurried out, instantly subduing the greasy man. By the time the greasy man reacted and tried to escape, it was too late and he could only beg for mercy. But the law is the law, and an economic case of tens of millions of dollars can't be solved with a few pleas for mercy. In fact, the greasy man had long thought that he would be discovered by Yi Ijo one day, and he thought that if Yi Ijo found out, then he would give more money to solve the problem. However, he did not expect that Yi Ijo would be so serious with him as soon as he came up, leaving him with no room for maneuver. Mr. Yi, we have already understood the rough passage of this matter. We will continue to investigate deeply, and hope that your lawyer, at that time, can cooperate, the leader said to Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo nodded. That's for sure. I'll talk to them, as long as it's what you need, they will cooperate. You all heard what this asshole said just now. He said that he and that great uncle of his combined. It is estimated that they must have made an extra $60 to $70 million. No doubt it is more than that. You guys check it carefully. The officer nodded. Okay, Mr. Yi, don't worry. All the relevant staff are in high spirits. Such a big case. Done. That is a great merit. Promotion and salary increase. That is something to count on. And there's no small sense of accomplishment in closing a case of this magnitude. After finishing the matter, Yi Ijo sat on his own personal small electric donkey. Suddenly quiet, he saw a kind of dreaming feeling. To think that before, he was the one who had to go out in the elements for $3,000 or $4,000, and now he has the capital to let someone else take advantage of him and make $60 or $70 million? Thinking about it, he took out a cigarette and smoked it. He hasn't smoked since he met Lu Janua. It was really because he had been so busy for the past 2 days, so busy every day, that he had forgotten all about smoking. With a wife that good-looking, who has the time to think about smoking? After smoking a cigarette, Yi Ijo took out his cell phone and found his mother's number. He felt that it was time for him to let his parents know that he was now a rich man who could give them a privileged life, and that he was married to a wife like a flower. But he was a bit hesitant. He could feel that Lu Janua was already treating him very differently now. But technically, it was only the 3rd day that the two had been together. Would it be too much for the parents to take if they knew that it didn't turn out so well? Moreover, Lu Janua's side didn't talk to her parents, and he couldn't eat Lu Janua's mind. The two now, in fact, have nothing substantial to do with each other, except for those 2 little books, and their so-called husband and daughter-in-law. Although Lu Janua shouted one husband after another and they lived together, this was ambiguous at best. Even the normal love should have the hand-pulling, kissing, this kind of thing. They have not yet happened. This is not even compared to the average couple. The relationship the two of them had now was not to be described as a snap of the fingers. Hey, it seems that we have to hurry up and work hard so that we can bring her to meet her parents earlier. After muttering a couple of sentences, Yi Ijo punched a few tens of thousands of dollars into the card that he often used to pay his parents. Previously, Yi Ijo had played for 10,000 or 20,000 once every 4 or 5 months. Called back. His parents did not have to use a point. Said to give him to save up. Yi Ijo also has no opinion. In order to let his parents rest assured, he will follow what his parents said to do. This time he played a lot. He did it on purpose. The purpose was to get his parents' attention. Slowly let them know that he had money. Otherwise he was worried that it would irritate them if he said it all at once. Yi Ijo turned the account, just intending to ride away. Suddenly the cell phone rang. Listening to the ringtone, he knew that it was his mother who called. What's going on? You've called back so much money. Mother asked in shock as soon as she picked up the phone. So much money is undoubtedly a lot of money for a poor family like theirs. I stay in the hand is not much use. Just call back. This is all I saved before. I also work so long. The hand a little money is not normal, Yi Ijo said blandly. At this moment, he couldn't talk to his parents carefully. If he wanted to talk about the house, he would inevitably have to talk about Lu Janua, and his relationship with Lu Janua was not suitable to talk to his parents right now. Anyway, even if he gave his parents a lot more money, they wouldn't spend it, so it's okay to not come clean so early. He also wanted to honor his parents, but this was something that had to be done gradually. Although Yi Ijo's parents are both country people, but they are not bumpkins. If he mentions it, he must say it clearly, otherwise his parents are not so good at fooling around. Well, it's good that you can save money. The mother didn't think that much about it, a few tens of thousands of dollars. Yi Ijo could still save it if he wanted to. You're not too young. You have to know how to hold a family, right? Do you have a date outside? If you have one, bring it back to us quickly. Hearing that his mother was urging to find a date again, Yi Ijo was a little tearful. It's still the same topic that my mother has to ask about every time I call. Before, he should have had a headache. This time, though, he wouldn't, and he laughed silently. He wanted to say it too much, but in the end he held back. According to Mom and Dad's character, if they knew about Lu Janua's existence, either he would bring someone back, or else the next day Mom and Dad might just kill over to see Lu Janua. Okay, don't worry. When I have one, I'll immediately bring it back to see you, okay? Yi Ijo promised. In the new year, I will definitely bring the object back. Yi Ijo thought for a moment. To the time of the new year, there are still several months. He and Lu Janua, if there is a result, then bring back to see their parents, is not a problem. Okay, this is what you said. If you don't bring someone back for the new year, the door won't even let you in. Yikes, almost forgot about business. Something's wrong? Yi Ijo asked suspiciously as he bashfully rode his little electric donkey with quite a dashing movement. Something that could be forgotten by a mother. Then naturally it wouldn't be a big deal. Is this way? You a cousin, also said to go to work. This is the oldest not small, cannot stay at home every day. She went out alone, and the 2-wear forecast is not quite assured. Your cousin, that person you know, has not suffered much, I thought. Or let her go to your place for a while first. You can take care of her. Let her adapt to the society first. It's not a good idea to just idle around the house all day, Mother said to Yi Ijo in a consultative tone. Yi Ijo is a person who does not like trouble and likes to keep it simple. This is something that his mother knows. It is also because Yi Ijo, this person simple, will not be right and wrong. The family is so assured. Speaking of this cousin, Yi Ijo thought for a while before remembering. He went to his grandma's house. He did meet this cousin a few times, but the two of them couldn't even talk. This cousin was about 5 or 6 years his junior, and the two had little to talk about in their brief encounter. In addition to being relatives, the two had no relationship exchanges at all, and the number of times they had spoken could be counted on one hand. Mom, shouldn't she be going to high school at this moment? Yi Ijo asked in disbelief. Yeah, but she doesn't want to go to school anymore, so she stays home all the time and doesn't go to school or work. How old is she? Yi Ijo asked. 17. The mother returned. The main thing is the situation of your uncle's family. You also know what conditions they have. Must be tight to your cousin. Your cousin is a daughter. Hey. When the words were said, then Yi Ijo naturally understood. What, don't want to go to school or work? A kid that age should go to school. Hey. If he could have triggered the system earlier and had the money earlier. Okay, I know. Let her come. Yi Ijo agreed. When this cousin came, he made contact to see what she really thinks. If she is willing to go to school, then Yi Ijo will let her go to school. And if there is any skill that she wants to learn, Yi Ijo also promises. Going to work? That's definitely a no-no. What's a kid that young earning? Okay, son, thank you. The mother sighed in relief. Mom, you're out of line to say that. What, on the work or not? In fact, our secondary, the meaning of the family, is to let you manage her. She is really too much for the family to worry about. Her spending does not need to worry about you. You just manage her on the line. She's not listening to anyone in the family right now. She's always so out of tune. It's probably rebellion. You came from that age too. You should understand. Okay, I know. Don't worry. Yi Ijo answered. Okay, then I'll talk to my family and call you afterward. That's all. The mother said and was about to hang up the phone. Yi Ijo hurriedly shouted. Mom, wait. I don't even have my cousin's phone number or anything. There was not much correspondence before. So just, okay, I'll send it to you right away. After her mother finished speaking, she directly hung up the phone. and immediately afterward, sent over all the contact information of Yi Ijo's cousin. Managing the cousin, eating, drinking, spending and so on are alright. Let Yi Ijo difficult. Lu Janua, what should he do? You can't let your cousin know about Lu Janua's situation, let alone let your cousin live in Lu Janua's house. If my cousin knew, wouldn't that be the same as everyone in the family knowing? Not only Lu Janua, but even the fact that he was now so rich could not be known to his cousin. These were two things that he had to look out for. So he would have to think carefully about what he was going to say to his mother about settling his cousin when she called back. At this moment, Lu Janua and Zhao Runer were drinking coffee and chatting in a cafe. Lu Janua reluctantly asked, "Are you really not going to play for 2 more days?" "No, I don't want to stay and watch you two show your love tomorrow." Zhao Runer shook her head and said, "Dog food is too mushy." Lu Janua helplessly replied back, "You know full well that he and I haven't progressed to any point yet, and even if you stay, it won't affect us in any way, much less keep you awake at night. I'd like you two to influence me." Zhou Run teased, "What are you talking about? The two of us haven't developed to any step yet. It's still early." Lu Janua returned with a red face, "If you don't get there, you'll get there soon. You said you're so pretty, which man can have no idea about you? And people are still your legal husband. If you hold back for too long and your body breaks, what should you do?" Zhao Runer joked. Lu Janua thought carefully about his own man, or to pay attention to his health. "So what am I supposed to do here?" Lugano asked. "My God, you're not really going to submit to him, are you?" Zhao Runer asked unexpectedly. "What's wrong with that? He and I are both normal people, and we're adults, okay?" Lu Janua returned. "But this kind of thing has to happen to be self-recognized as well. Then you can't just submit to him although you two are legal. You two have only known each other for 2 or 3 days." Zhao Runer said incredulously. "You know me. I don't really like it when things aren't under my control. So honey, you have a lot of ideas. What do you think I should do?" Lu Janua pouted at Zhao Runer. Zhao Runer gave her a disgusted look. "Do you still need ideas for this? You just take it step by step is all. First pull a small hand, kiss or something. I'm telling you, as long as you take the initiative, the man will take the initiative even more than you." "But, what if he doesn't take the initiative?" Lu Janua asked in a tangled voice. It's up to you. If you want to, then take the initiative to pounce on him. If not, then forget it. As long as it's a normal man, won't need you to take the initiative to pounce on him. But you have to think it over yourself. After all, you haven't known each other for long. You have to think it over before handing yourself over. Or else don't disgust yourself when the time comes." Zhao Runer reminded. Lu Janua nodded. "No, I don't feel that he is that kind of person. Besides, we are all adults." Zhao Runer poked him in the head. "Look at your unproductive appearance. I guess when I see you again, it will really be your time to sit on the moon. Che, if you are not convinced, then you first sit for a month. It is good for me to accumulate experience." Lu Janua joked. "Okay, but I don't have a date. Can I borrow your Mr. Yi?" Step aside. At night, while Yi Ijo was still busy in the kitchen, Lu Janua came back. "But she's the only one. Daughter-in-law, why did you come back by yourself? Where are your sisters?" Lu Janua asked in disbelief. "What for? Are you interested in my sisters?" Lu Janua asked mischievously. "Nothing," Yi Ijo denied. At this time, he couldn't give an affirmative answer even if he was stupid. Unless he didn't want to get well. She said she was worried that if she stayed here all the time and ate your cooking every day to feed her mouth, she'd have to starve to death when she went back. So she left. "You weren't home when I accompanied her back to get her things. I sent her off having gone to the company." Lu Janua explained all her schedule to Yi Ijo. "Then I made a lot. Luckily I didn't put it in the pot. I'll put it in the pot tomorrow." Thinking about 3 people eating, Yi Ijo made a little too much. "Since there aren't that many people eating, I don't make too much of it. It's a waste." He was a frugal man, and although he was now rich, he had long ago gotten into the habit of not wasting anything. After dinner, Yi Ijo said to Lu Janua, "Daughter-in-law, I have to move out for a while." Lu Janua snapped her head up to look at him. "Why?" Speaking of which, she and Yi Ijo had only known each other for 3 days, but in those 3 days, she had already gotten used to Yi Ijo's presence. When Yi Ijo suddenly said that he wanted to leave, Lu Janua's heart suddenly trembled. Her first reaction was that Yi Ijo was going to leave her, no matter what the reasons were. She suddenly felt a sense of crisis. She didn't want to separate from Yi Ijo, and it was at this moment that Lu Janua suddenly realized that her subconscious had always felt that he would never leave, which is why she had such a hard time accepting it when he said he was moving out. Yi Ijo was eating with his head down and didn't see Lu Janua's expression change. As he ate, he explained, "It's because I have a Yi Ijo told Lu Janua about his mother asking him to take care of his cousin. So, I'm all set to take care of her for a while. But then, I don't think it's the right time to let her know I'm rich, or that you exist. Don't think too much about it. It's mostly my parents I'm thinking about. And if my cousin knows, that's the same as everyone in the family knowing. And in case my parents find out then, I'm worried about the trouble they'll cause you. If they know I'm rich, and so rich, they'll sit up and come over. And then they'll know about you then, too. I don't want to make this difficult for you. I'll wait until the day you willingly go with me to meet my parents and I'll tell them, when we're both ready in our hearts to spend the rest of our lives together. But don't worry, I'll see you at work when I can. And I'll be home every day to cook and wait for you to come back, Yi Ijo said patiently. He had already thought of these words before he met Lu Janua. So it is not that she does not want her. Lu Janua's heart relieved, at the same time also because of Yi Ijo's thoughtfulness and moved. Yi Ijo was right, although the two were now husband and wife. But marriage was a momentary brainstorm. Neither of them had yet determined whether the other was the person they wanted to spend the rest of their lives with. At this point, it's better not to alarm the family. A real marriage is not a matter of two people. It is a matter of two big families. Yi Ijo doesn't want his parents to worry, and Lu Janua's mind is the same. She didn't want her family to know too much until she was sure of the two's feelings. It won't be too long, my mom said, mostly because this sister of mine is too young to have much social experience. And I'll just take care of her for a while, a month or two, when she has a job and can go to work and stuff. I won't have to worry about her that much, or if she really doesn't want to stay home and wants to go back or whatever. She's still at a relatively confused age. She just poses every day, and she's still not willing to stay with her own parents, letting her go out on her own to make a name for herself. And being a girl, her family is not at ease. Yi Ijo was afraid that Lu Janua would be upset and explained patiently. Hubby, then how are you going to take good care of her? Lu Janua asked. She was unable to let go of Yi Ijo, but she wasn't that unreasonable. I'll even go delivering later, so she can see how hard life really is. And as for a place to live, just go to one of those buildings and find a random room to live in. I'm trying to show her how hard it really is for her to work and earn money. And if she can go back and continue her education, that's even better. Otherwise, with her junior high school graduation culture, life will be a problem in the future. And even starting a family will be a problem. Lu Janua picked up. Hubby, I get what you're saying. You still feel sorry for your cousin, right? But you're not doing it right. What's wrong? Yi Ijo asked in confusion. Hubby, that's your cousin. Just graduated from junior high school age. She's curious about the world right now. If you let him watch you deliver, she probably won't be able to see your hard work. And she'll still think that it's freedom for you to run around unchecked. Another thing is that adolescents, they are not so reasonable. They are in a transitional period of their life. If you don't care, you apologize to your family and your conscience. If you do care, she will not buy it. That's your sister. If she's disobedient, are you going to be mean to her? Or beat her? Neither is appropriate. And talking bitterly is even more useless. Whether it can come to you or not is still a different matter. Maybe it will get off and run away halfway. Lu Janua patiently explained. Both coming from girls, she naturally understood the mind of a child. This one won't. Someone over there will send her straight here and hand her over to me. Yi Ijo returned with certainty. What about when we get there? Do you keep an eye on her all the time? It's not realistic. First of all, it's not that you don't have that energy. And also you guys are different from men and women. It's not good to control. Lu Janua carefully analyzed. Yi Ijo thought about it, and it really was. Yeah, I didn't think about it that much at the time. And if she didn't listen to me, then I really couldn't do anything about her. Lu Janua responded. Right. In case something happens to her if she doesn't listen, then not only will you not be able to get over yourself, but you and your family won't be able to explain, especially since she's still a girl. Yi Ijo was in a difficult position. Then what should I do? I've promised my mom. If I don't care about her, it wouldn't make sense. Daughter-in-law, you're so smart and you're a girl. You should know the most about a girl's mind. What do you think I should do? Yi Ijo was silent and pinned his hopes on Lu Janua. You have to use your strength to conquer your sister. Let your sister worship you and think you are great. Then she will naturally want to become a better person. Is there any power that can be stronger than the power of an idol? Lu Janua asked Yi Ijo with a smile. The mind of a girl is, in fact, quite simple. As long as they find a reason, a direction, they can put their best foot forward. But I'm nothing great. What can I take to be her idol? Yi Ijo looked at himself. It seemed that there was nothing a bit, not half the capital that could be an idol. You have money, and a wife like a flower. Isn't that your strength? But, Yi Ijo hesitated a little. Hubby, I understand how you think, but you don't understand the mind of a girl. Do you see that your education is higher than your sister's? As a result, you are a courier. She will only think that you have no talent and studying is useless, such as you are. You are telling her all the great truths, and it will only make her feel that you are talking out of your ass. But if you're successful, it's a different story, and she'll see you with awe, and feel that way when you talk. At this point, you can put yourself in another position. If a person who can't do anything well, can only sell hard labor, that kind of person said the axiom, do you feel persuasive? But wouldn't you be more able to listen when a successful big boss talks? Lu Janua asked him back. Yi Ijo thought carefully. It was indeed right. If a person who was inferior to him and everything came to say the great reason, then he would only feel that it was not a reason. It was a fart. Kids, more or less, are a bit fond of fantasizing, a bit unable to see reality clearly, and think that they are the best. Cousin would think she was better than him if she saw him miserable, so naturally she wouldn't listen to him. While Yi Ijo was thinking, Lu Janua spoke again. You said that you didn't want your cousin to know, and that would be tantamount to everyone in the family knowing and going to think it's not a problem. You're so rich, you treat her a little better, that's all. As long as she feels that you're genuinely good to her, nothing to buy her a little something, what cosmetic pretty dresses, she'll naturally listen to you. Just tell her not to say it. At the end, Lu Janua added, I also said that my own ideas, the specific how to do, you and the completion of watching it. Anyway, your ideas I do not agree. But if she doesn't listen and affects you? Yi Ijo worried. I'm not that petty. Don't worry. Lu Janua handed him a reassuring smile. Yi Ijo can be so considerate of her feelings. Lu Janua is quite touched. She is not unreasonable. Yi Ijo will think for her. She will also think for Yi Ijo. If it was Lu Janua who went to meet Yi Ijo's parents now, she indeed did not want to. But now it's just a sister coming over. No big deal. Maybe she could even know something about Yi Ijo from this sister's mouth. When you think about it, it sounds like a good deal. Regardless of whether this sister said good things about Yi Ijo or bad things about him, Lu Janua could get some useful information and could get to know Yi Ijo better. It was really Lu Janua who hurried herself from knowing Yi Ijo. He was perfect, so perfect that she couldn't find anything to be picky about. Also because it was so perfect, Lu Janua always had the feeling that she was dreaming. The dream was so beautiful that she worried about when this dream would wake up. There is also the fact that Yi Ijo is really too good. Sometimes let her have a feeling that she is not worthy of him. If she can understand him a little more, she naturally will cherish this opportunity. Yi Ijo didn't understand Lu Janua's thoughts and was only thinking seriously about Lu Janua's words. It was quite reasonable. And, from what I could hear, Lu Janua was also very good at thinking about him. Lu Janua had a heart, and he was more than capable of failing Lu Janua. When his cousin came, he had to bribe his cousin properly, lest she told her family all about Lu Janua, and he didn't want to make Lu Janua unhappy. If he was not careful and his wife flew away, he would lose a lot of money. The next day, Yi Ijo arrived at the airport earlier than the agreed time, and only the cousin came by herself. Asked my mom to know. The family is worried about the cousin halfway to run away, so directly let her do the plane to come. Take the plane, she always will not get off in the middle of the car. When he saw his cousin, Yi Ijo recognized him at once. This was because he realized that this cousin was still the same as when she was a child, not half grown up. What impressed him even more was the makeup on her face. I don't know what kind of aesthetics. It was painted that ugly, and her nails were painted a big red, and her hair was dyed burgundy. Yi Ijo sort of understand the worries of the family. This glance is a problem, girl. The family can rest assured only strange. Yi Ijo had wanted to blacken his face and pose as a brother, but when he thought of Lu Janua's words, he gave up. Yi Ijo came to his cousin's side, pulling his suitcase to go. Yi Ijo has gone a long way, but his cousin is not yet going to follow up. Yi Ijo is speechless. This girl has no sense of humor. She doesn't even know that her luggage has been taken away by someone else. Yi Ijo was speechless and could only struggle back again, slapping her on the shoulder. Wu Xuanyu almost didn't explode when she was suddenly slapped like this, and after seeing that the person who slapped her was Yi Ijo, she calmed down. She was fine, but Yi Ijo was even more angry. Seeing her makeup from afar was scary enough. It's even more frightening now that you're so close. There was a sense of seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The little girl is obviously tiny. Why is she wearing such makeup? Don't you look good without any makeup? Brother, you scared me. Pay for it. Wu Xuanyu said. No money. Hurry up and follow. Yi Ijo dropped the sentence and pulled the suitcase away. Hey brother, wait for me. Wu Xuanyu trotted after Yi Ijo while looking around with curious eyes. Yi Ijo first took her to a restaurant and handed her the menu. What to eat? Order it. Eat first. Vegetarian dishes. I don't eat meat. Want the cheap kind. I'll treat you. Wu Xuanyu said. then lowered his head and played with his cell phone. I don't know what's playing. It's very interesting. Yi Ijo was helpless. The little girl's cell phone addiction was quite big. No wonder it was so unsettling to the family. Soon, the ordered dishes were served, and that Wu Xuanyu didn't have the slightest intention to move his chopsticks. To be precise, she didn't seem to have realized that the food had been served. Not hungry? Yi Ijo asked. Wu Xuanyu looked at the dishes on the table, put down her cell phone and started to eat. Just like her previous request, she ate all the vegetarian dishes. The meat ones didn't even look at them. The meal also ate very little. Yi Ijo felt that it was the cat that had been eating more than her. Yi Ijo looked at the dishes on the table and had no appetite at all. This was something he wasn't picky about if it were before. Then after he became a great chef himself, his tastes became picky, and it was hard for him to find meals outside that he could eat. Today, just Yi Ijo came by himself. He wanted to understand by himself first what kind of nature this cousin was, and only after that could he manage. Lu Janua suggested that Yi Ijo take this sister to go shopping first and buy more things that the little girl likes. But seeing as she eats just that little bit of food, can she physically keep up with this shopping? After the meal, Yi Ijo settled the bill and led Wu Xuanyu towards a parking lot. Seeing all the luxury cars parked around, Wu Xuanyu looked at Yi Ijo curiously. Brother, you're going to the wrong place, aren't you? This is a place where only rich people can park. So many luxury cars. It's really eye-pleasing, which in the past, I could only see on my cell phone. Wu Xuanyu sighed while looking at it. You know that these cars are all luxury cars? Yi Ijo looked at her and asked. What's so strange about this? The brand names of these cars are all on TV. Just watch more TV and you'll know. Wu Xuanyu was unimpressed. Brother, in vain you live in the big city. How come you have no insight at all? This is. Wu Xuanyu raked in. Yi Ijo did not know much about luxury cars and whatnot, and heard Wu Xuanyu say something very much like that. It's been a long time. Well, Yi Ijo's head was big from listening to her, a feeling that if he didn't organize, she could talk until the end of time. After that, Yi Ijo asked, seeing that you know so much about these cars shows that you have a big memory, but if you put this mind on your studies, you will definitely get into a very good high school. What's wrong with you? Who said I can't pass the exam? I'm just, Wu Xuanyu wanted to say, not to talk to you, and you say what's the use? Do you think I want to work for others like you? Exhausted. The money is still not a few. Then what do you want? Yi Ijo asked. You know a lot about these cars and stuff. Wu Xuanyu's movement stiffened for a moment, and after a moment of silence, she said, I can add to the mansion if I know more about these fashion things. As for what I want to do, what I think doesn't matter at all. Don't you all want me to live according to your demands? Wu Xuanyu said with dissatisfaction. This time, it was Yi Ijo's turn to froth. Lu Janua was right. This little girl, her defensiveness towards him was heavy. Looking at her like this, no matter if what he said was right or wrong, she wouldn't listen. Oops, better let the wife figure it out. Yi Ijo and Lu Janua made an appointment. The two first to get along as good friends who share a room. Yi Ijo don't always stay at home. Leave his cousin to Lu Janua to manage. Lu Janua's identity is Yi Ijo's landlord. Yi Ijo also didn't understand what Lu Janua was doing with this arrangement, but he still chose to believe Lu Janua. And as for the relationship between the two, they decided to keep it a secret for now. This is because of the consideration of Wu Xuanyu. Adolescent children, says Lu Janua, are more trusting of their friends and don't listen half-heartedly to what their relatives say. That was why the two decided not to let Wu Xuanyu know about their relationship first. Yi Ijo came in Lu Janua's car. He came to that Lamborghini, pressed the lock and then put all of Wu Xuanyu's luggage into the car. Wow, this is Lamborghini. This car is not so good, but on this configuration, how to be millions of it? Brother, you surely can't afford it on your little delivery salary. Are you renting it? Even if it's rented, it's still quite a lot of money for one day. Brother, you're bleeding money just to come and pick me up. I'm almost touched by you. However, you can't put this debt on my head. This is what you want to do. It's not me who made you do it. Wu Xuanyu said in the end, with a guarded look of fear that Yi Ijo would find her to settle the score. But I told you, I don't have any money. What do you think? This car is my landlord's. I'll borrow it. You think you're much of a big shot. Do you need me to spend so much money to rent to pick you up? Hurry up and get in the car. Let's go. Yi Ijo said. He got into the car first. Hearing that he didn't have to pay for it himself, Wu Xuanyu immediately smiled with joy. After getting into the car, Wu Xuanyu sniffed carefully and said, Brother, this landlord of yours is a woman, right? There is a perfume smell in the car. This made Yi Ijo feel surprised. You belong to the dog, right? You're right. It is indeed a female, and a rather good-looking one at that. the most beautiful beauty your brother has ever seen in his life, as you'll see in a moment. Wow, brother, you talk about this landlord so well. Do you have some special relationship when you go out? It can't be that you are being rich woman that what? Wu Xuanyu gossipingly looked at Yi Zhou and asked after him, with an appearance of having a big melon to eat. Nonsense, what is it? All day long you don't do anything serious. You just know how to play with your cell phone. No big or small. Even your brother is joking? Sit tight. I'm leaving. Yi Zhou blankly glanced at her and started the car. On the way home, Yi Zhou was waiting for the traffic light. The two people met after all roughly told Lu Janua. When Yi Zhou and Wu Sunyu returned to the home market, Lu Janua was already waiting at home. Yi Zhou carried Wu Xuanyu's luggage gold powder. Wu Xuanyu was stunned in the next second after walking into the house. There was a big beautiful woman who was walking out of the room, so beautiful that it was shocking. Even if Wu Xuanyu had a discerning eye, he was completely shocked at this moment. On the way here, Wu Xuanyu was already mentally prepared to live in his brother's messy rented room in the future. But in this house, not only is it cleaned up, but there's even a heavenly beauty. What is this? Wu Xuanyu looked dumbfounded. Yi Zhou, is this your sister? Lu Janua asked as she looked at Wu Xuanyu. Well, it's just her. A little girl who doesn't let people worry about her. Yi Zhou returned. This is my landlord, Lu Janua. Yi Zhou briefly introduced it to Wu Xuanyu. Lu Janua looked at Wu Xuanyu who was fuming. This girl was only 17? The features were good looking, not to mention the fact that they all looked like they could be fully developed big girls already, body-wise. It's just that the makeup is so poorly applied. The look, which should have been made up by myself by looking at people on the internet, is not at all pretty and a bit ghostly. At this age, it is the age of beauty, and there is no one around who knows how to make up to guide you. Then naturally you can't make up look good. With those features, if you don't wear makeup, you should be a very clean girl. Yi Zhou almost took the 3 words daughter-in-law out of his mouth and braked at the last second. Here, landlord, here are your car keys. I'll go cook first. Yi Zhou put Wu Xuanyu's luggage aside and went to the kitchen himself. Alright, you go and get busy. I'll take care of your sister. Lu Janua took the car keys, nodded, and said. Wu Xuanyu had not yet recovered from her foolishness. She stood frozen in place looking at Lu Janua. There was such a good-looking person in this world. Lu Janua was also a bit overwhelmed by her look. Mainly, her relationship with Yi Zhou was there. Being looked at by Yi Zhou's sister like this, she was a bit weak. Lu Janua quickly adjusted herself and pulled Wu Xuanyu to sit on the sofa, pushing the fruit plate on the table in front of Wu Xuanyu. Sister, take whatever you like to eat yourself. Treat this place as your own home. Don't be polite. Wu Xuanyu also came back to her senses from the shock. After she looked at Yi Zhou in the kitchen, she asked Lu Janua curiously, Pretty sister, you and my brother, isn't it a very unusual relationship? Lu Janua laughed and returned. Your brother and I are still good friends besides our shared relationship. Lu Janua picked up an orange and handed it to Wu Xuanyu. Wu Xuanyu didn't get the answer she wanted and was a little disappointed. No way. What wouldn't? Lu Janua asked. Your brother is a delivery man. Look at my condition. Will I have anything with him? Seeing that there is such a good-looking big beauty in front of himself, Wu Xuanyu half of the jealousy is not, but envy is very full. It's so good-looking. What woman wouldn't want a face like that? Although Lu Janua had said that she and her brother were just the relationship between a landlord and a good friend, Wu Xuanyu didn't believe her and always felt that the relationship between the two was not that simple. Okay. Looking at Wu Xuanyu's disappointed look, Lu Janua cried and laughed a little. However, looking at the way Wu Xuanyu didn't retort, she understood. Yi Zhou's appearance in the family is that of a delivery man, the kind that doesn't have a few dollars a month. Yi Zhou's concern is reasonable. This if let his family know that he is now so rich, is not have to receive a great stimulus cannot? Lu Janua pointed to her room and said, the one with a doll on it is my room. Next to it is your brother's. The two of us are sharing a room. Except for our personal space, all other places are shared. Wu Xuanyu heatedly laughed. Sister, you're so good looking. How dare you let me, a man, share a room with you? This is in case if it's night. What about? Lu Janua cried and laughed. Your brother is not that kind of person. He is a frank and honest gentleman. She was Yi Zhou's real wife. Although she couldn't publicize their relationship now, she didn't dare to let others misunderstand that her husband was that kind of person. Che, what kind of gentleman is he? He'll just put on a front and act like he's good in front of my grandparents and aunt and them and make everyone like him so much and trust him. Pleasing people he is indeed very good at. Other than that, forget it. Wu Xuanyu said in disgust, looking as if she couldn't look at her brother. Lu Janua was interested to hear her talk about Yi Zhou. Then why do you look so down on your brother's appearance? Just because he's a courier? Yeah, what's a big man with only delivery skills? Just know how to do some housework and please people. Other real skills? Not at all. I am worried about him. Pretty sister, do you think there will be a woman who can look at a man like my brother? After Wu Xuanyu finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lu Janua to voice her opinion. She voiced it first. I have a feeling there isn't. Unless some woman is blind, or else the oddly ugly, unmarriageable type. Who would look at him? Lu Janua laughed a little bitterly as she listened to this particular comment. It's hard to say. Plus there'll be a good-looking woman who isn't blind who has her eye on your brother? Actually, every girl has a different idea about choosing a spouse. Look at me. I started a company. I have a house. I don't have to worry about food and clothing. My idea. I just want to find a real man, like your brother, down to earth, will take care of the house, do housework. After all, I don't need to rely on anyone when it comes to material things, and if I also have a career, and the person I'm looking for also concentrates on their career, then we won't be able to take care of each other, and then the end result will be that both of us will be very busy, and even if we're together, we won't go the long haul. In my opinion, a home should be like a home, where you can divide up the work and cherish each other. Instead of two people who are so busy that they don't even have time to go home, or even can't eat a hot meal when they do go home, and the two of them complaining about each other. And that's so meaningless. Wu Xuanyu retorted disapprovingly. You're just saying that. Would you really do that? You say you run a company, so you're even more unable to look at a man who's not on top. You'd feel disgraced to take it out of the house. And the words door to door are still very true. You will certainly find a comparable strength with you, even if you do not have time to clean up the home. You have money, you can find a nanny. As for meals and so on, money, what kind of delicacies cannot be bought? It's the chicken and egg stuff at home that kills relationships the most, in my opinion anyway, and the one who's at home always gets looked down upon, pays to be ignored, and is always being told off here and there by the one who's working outside, especially the men. Before they get married, they will say something like I will earn money to support the family and will be good to you with this kind of thing, and after they have children, they let the women not go to work and take care of the house full time. But when the women do that, they'll just end up on the inside and the outside. Lu Janua suddenly didn't know how to answer. Yes, this is indeed the state of affairs for many couples, and she's seen this happen so much that she's never had much interest in marriage. If she hadn't gotten a license with Yi Ijo with brain fever, she suspected that she would not want to get married for the rest of her life. In the family now, if the difference in strength between two people is too great, it's bound to be perceived by the other one as not being motivated and not trying hard enough. Take Yi Ijo for example. If he is really just a courier, then she will only feel that he is not worthy of herself, right? If one has no skills whatsoever and is only a people pleaser, what charm does that person have? Especially for men. Many people subconsciously believe that men should be better than women. And how incompetent would a man be if he can't even compete with his own woman? So, what if the man is very capable, but likes to keep a low profile, and is also very good at taking care of his woman, and in order to take good care of the woman, he willingly puts down all the scenery, and willingly stays at home to take care of his woman? Lu Janua asked. No, it won't. Guys like that don't exist, so your hypothesis doesn't hold water. If it does, it must be that the woman is super attractive to make the guy willingly give up everything for him. Even if there is, it's temporary. Men are the most unreliable in this world. When they are fresh, and still have feelings, they may have to be willing to do anything, but a man's love, it doesn't last much longer than a fish's memory. When the freshness is gone, and they don't love, then they don't want to do it. Lu Janua couldn't refute it, because in her heart tired, she had always thought so too. Only Yi Ijo made her feel that he was different from all those men, but the relationship between the two of them could not be made public now, so she did not say that much to Wu Xuanyu. Lu Janua didn't dwell on this topic. She looked at Wu Xuanyu's makeup and asked, Sister, your makeup, who taught you? Wu Xuanyu subconsciously covered her face. It wasn't taught by someone else. I made it myself by looking at it on my phone. It's not pretty. She still knows in her own heart what level she is at. In front of a great beauty like Lu Janua, she was ashamed. It's not the time for you to wear makeup yet. You don't need to fuss with all that. At your age, natural beauty is the most beautiful. Just do your usual skincare and stuff. If you like makeup, I'll turn around and find someone to teach you how to do it? Lu Janua asked. Wu Xuanyu waved his hands repeatedly. No, I don't like it at all. So tossed. Just don't want people to think I'm still a kid. Wu Xuanyu was at a loss for words. In front of Lu Janua, she felt like she had no face at all. Like a clown. Lu Janua laughed. You were originally a child. Why do you want people to think you're an adult? If you want to be an adult, you should eat more meals. I heard your brother say that you eat especially little. Lu Janua tenderly touched the little girl's head and said, I don't want to get fat. I eat too much, and I won't look good if I gain weight. Wu Xuanyu said. Lu Janua smiled. Sure enough, girls who love beauty all look the same. That's what other people do, not your brothers. It tastes super delicious, not to mention that you're guaranteed to be in shape without any repercussions. Really? Wu Xuanyu was skeptical. That must be true. Oops. You'll know when you taste it later. After the meal, Yi Yizhou cried and laughed and looked at Wu Xuanyu. Xuanyu, your aunt said that you eat especially little. A meal a hand cup do not bring to the outside to spread. This hand is estimated to have to be very large to be able to do. Rudraksh Buddha's palm to cupping almost. The way you eat, I'm going to have to ask my great uncle for more money to live on. Wu Xuanyu looked at his bulging stomach and then looked at the CDs on the table, smiled heatedly and looked down without looking at Yi Yizhou. Lu Janua looked at these two siblings and almost didn't laugh out loud. I'm going to deliver the courier. I'll trouble you to take care of my sister. Yi Yizhou packed up the dishes and then took the delivery clothes and went out the door. This is the agreement between Yi Yizhou and Lu Janua. To take care of Wu Xuanyu, Lu Janua comes. To take care of the two of them, Yi Yizhou comes. When Yi Yizhou left, Lu Janua hurriedly said to Wu Xuanyu, Look, isn't your brother a superb cook? You've seen it with your own eyes. Wu Xuanyu subconsciously wanted to bury Yi Yizhou for a few sentences, but she really couldn't say those kind of heartless words. This brother of hers cooks very well indeed. It was the best meal she'd had since she was born. I used to know that Yi Yizhou was very good at doing housework, but I didn't expect to be able to cook so well. Now, can't you take back your preconceived notions about your brother? Don't you think he's inferior because he's a delivery man? In fact, he's very good. Take cooking for example. As long as he wants to, no matter what kind of high-class restaurant he applies for, it's definitely all meat and potatoes, and a monthly salary of hundreds of thousands of dollars is possible. Don't you think so? Lu Janua asked. In his heart, Wu Xuanyu recognized Lu Janua's statement, but didn't want to punch himself in the face so quickly. Sis, you're in the category of exaggerating. My brother's cooking is good, but it's not to the point you're talking about. You are not aware of how powerful people's kind of senior chefs are. I have never eaten, but the dishes made by those senior chefs, just looking at them makes them feel delicious. My brother's cooking skills, how can he compare with those people? It was true that the dishes Yi Yizhou made weren't that good looking, but they weren't that bad either. He's looking for flavor, not sellability. Why bother with all that useless stuff when your own family eats it? Those that sell well, he naturally understands. It's just that in his opinion, it's all a waste of time, and his cooking looks homemade. But although the selling looks very homely, the flavor is very good. No matter how good the cooking comes, it does not seem to be able to make a better dish than him. I think you're just a dead duck. You just don't want to admit that your brother is awesome. Lu Janua could see the little girl's stubbornness. That's just the way it is at this age. Very strong and facetious. Sis, if you think he's just a delivery boy, you're wrong. You're not the one who's going to deliver for that few bucks. You haven't eaten the senior chef's food. I have, and I say to you without any contradiction, as far as his cooking is concerned, if he says it's number 2, no one dares to say it's number 1. He obviously could have had a better deal, but he didn't go, and you haven't wondered why. Also, look at how well off I am. Do I need to share a room with someone else? Or, shouldn't I have looked for someone more powerful to share a room with? But I didn't. I just found him. Why is that? Wu Xuanyu's brain was confused by Lu Janua's pile of questions. She stared stupidly at Lu Janua, unable to say a word. Her perception of Yi Yizhou was something that was already deeply rooted, and she really didn't want to then overturn her previous judgment. Lu Janua wasn't a little girl now, but she was also someone who came from a little girl and could understand what Wu Xuanyu was thinking. Wanting Wu Xuanyu to change his mind about Yi Yizhou, this requires a process, and it is not possible to change Wu Xuanyu's mind with a sentence or two. Let's go. Let's go out for a walk. After eating so much, it's time to go out and digest. Let's go shopping? Lu Janua proposed. Don't. I don't want to go. Wu Xuanyu refused without even thinking about it. What's wrong? Lugano wondered. Don't all girls like shopping? Your brother said you've been living in the countryside, and I don't mean to look down on the countryside, but it's true that a lot of things that are available in the city aren't available in the countryside. And you're not curious about that at all? Wu Xuanyu said truthfully, I'm curious, but I don't have the money to buy it, so if I just go and look at it, aren't I just making myself suffer? I don't want to be stared at. After saying that, he played with his cell phone again to himself. What do you like? I'll buy it for you, just as a meet and greet gift for our first meeting, Lu Janua said. No, I really don't want to go. Wu Xuanyu refused once again. Now, Lu Janua was a bit clueless. She knew that this girl must have her own pride and didn't want to take Lu Janua's things for nothing. Then tell me, what would it take for you to be willing to accept a gift from me? Lu Janua was a bit at her wit's end. I won't accept it no matter what. Sis, I'll just come here for a few days. I'll go home in a few days. And you don't have to worry about me so much. Wu Xuanyu finished speaking and continued to lower his head and play with his cell phone, but Lu Dano hurried her mood down at once. Is there something on this girl's mind? Is there something wrong with you? Can you talk to me about it? Lu Janua asked tentatively. Wu Xuanyu shook his head and didn't say anything. I can see that you should have something on your mind. You can talk to me, maybe I can understand you, and can help you too? Lu Janua put her hand on Wu Xuanyu's shoulder. Talk to me? It's not good for you to keep it inside you so much. Just point me again how you feel, okay? Do you feel that no one really understands how you think? Everyone thinks that you don't listen, that you're rebellious, but that's actually not who you really are, right? Lu Janua had heard Yi Ijo say that her family had always viewed Wu Xuanyu this way. You know what? Your brother, in fact, at the beginning was to take you a piece of delivery. See, earn money in the end, how not easy, and then he listened to me as after. Then give up, because think that a little meaning of that. No, that's how I see it, but I don't know what your real thoughts are really like. Tell me about it? Wu Xuanyu looked up at her, a little hesitant. After Lu Janua nodded, she finally opened her mouth. Everyone at home, they all always thought that I was good for doing reasons, arranging all sorts of things for me, but no one cared about what I really wanted. Wu Xuanyu finally opened her mouth. When I was in middle school, my parents told me to go online to middle school and go work. They couldn't afford to send 2 kids to school, but obviously I got better grades, probably because I was a girl. Then, after I graduated, I didn't go to work like they wanted, so they wanted me to get married. Sis, even my marriage partner they arranged. The more Wu Xuanyu spoke, the sadder she became. Once, my mom said she'd take me to the street for a stroll, but she ended up taking me to the man's house, and if it wasn't for the sneaky escape, I doubt she was planning on leaving me in someone's house like that. I want to go to work and they're so worried about what's going on with me that they can't control me anymore. I'm really quite tired, so let them do what they want, toss them around all they want. I'm just going to suck. Lu Janua heard, heart dream violently throbbing pain. I did not expect it to be so. The family scripture is the most difficult to read. Lu Janua also know, so big children is to have a rebellious heart. She also understands Wu Xuanyu words. She listened to half of the good. After all, this is all her unilateral rhetoric. In this period of time, the child is to see everything feel bad, especially the parental discipline. It is felt that parents do everything because they do not love her. If she really didn't love her at all, I'm sure she wouldn't have let her come to me. Yi Ajo, don't you want to prove yourself? Don't you have any dreams? Don't you want to realize your dreams? What can I do? I'm just a kid. Everything I do is subject to their subterfuge. Everything I say and do is wrong. They all say I'm idling around the house every day only knowing how to eat. It's okay, I don't eat that much is all. They don't want to see me, so I'll try to keep quiet and not bother them. I don't know what else I can do. I can't really do it if I'm told to live my life according to their schedule. Hearing this, Lu Janua sort of understood 7 or 8 points. Children at this age are very arrogant and always think that they are good enough, knowledgeable and educated to go out into the world. But how can you be a parent and be comfortable with your child fooling around, when you have come from being a child and know what is best for your child? Adults are very blind and confident at this time, always thinking that they are adults and that they will never be able to defeat a child, thinking that when the child grows up, he'll understand what he's going through. But kids today are not the same as they used to be when their parents' generation were kids. Nowadays, children, living in the age of advanced information, know a lot, and in their view, their parents are ignorant. Then naturally, they will not obey their parents' discipline. After understanding, Lu Janua patted her shoulder and said, "Your male hair, I understand. You're not wrong." Wu Xuanyu said stubbornly, "I also think that I'm not wrong either. What's wrong is them all." Lugano nodded. Well, the fault is theirs. If she wanted to really help Wu Xuanyu, she had to unite with her first. Otherwise, all those big words of reasoning and persuasion are useless as much as they can be said. Anyone who advises them will feel that they don't understand them. They are convinced that they are right, and anyone who advises them, it is a denial of them, and they will not accept it. I really cannot figure out what they really think in the heart, especially my grandparents. I am more speechless. The box opened. Wu Xuanyu chattered up, thought of what to say, half a bit of concealment or not. She vented her inner dissatisfaction. In fact, she'd been feeling this way for a long time, only no one had ever heard her say it. The feeling in Wu Xuanyu's heart was that she had finally found someone who understood her today. That dissatisfaction, That unhappiness. He said it all in a rush. Lu Janua just listened without interrupting. In her tirade, Lu Janua could understand what kind of family Yi Ijo had lived under before, what his family was like. After Wu Xuanyu familiarized himself with playing with the others, it was Yi Ijo's turn. When talking about other people, Lu Janua didn't even know those people and didn't have any say in the matter. But Yi Ijo was different. Lu Janua, however, knew Yi Ijo, so she would interject from time to time. But your brother, he's better than you now. Nonsense. Where is he powerful? Wu Xuanyu retorted in disapproval. You don't believe me? When Lu Janua talked about Yi Ijo, there was no end to what she could say. Your brother's physical strength is better than you. He delivers every day. He runs fast. You can't run away from him anyway. He can climb more than 10 floors in one breath. Can you? Lu Janua asked. Wu Xuanyu thought about it. She really tried. She couldn't. It doesn't prove how good he is. He was running for a long time and practiced. If I also run for 3 years and 5 years, I'm sure I'm even better than him. He's very good at housework and cooking. Look, he cleaned up all these. Lu Janua pointed to the home that was organized in a regular manner. What's wrong with that? I can do it if I want to. Wu Xuanyu continued to retort. Lu Janua nodded. Good, then I'll trust you on this one for now. Let's test it out sometime. Lu Janua continued. Your cooking is definitely not as good as his. This is not considered an advantage. Right. A big man should go out to break through the world. Earn money to support the wife and children. Just at home as a family cook. What's the big deal? You do not say what to apply for senior chef. This kind of unsubstantiated things, I do not believe. Lu Janua nodded, not refuting. Okay, there's another one. Your brother's hands are very good. If you fight, just like you, come 40 or 50 are not enough for him to fight. This I have seen with my own eyes. Che, I'm not going to believe this nonsense of yours. Wu Xuanyu looked at Lu Janua, thought for a moment, and said, Sister, haven't you ever doubted why you saw him so capable of fighting with your own eyes? Maybe that was paid to be acted out on purpose to get close to you? Lu Janua was amused and laughed. Maisie, looks like you haven't watched much TV. Wu Xuanyu was unimpressed. I'm telling the truth. It's very possible. Okay? And what if I have a crush on your brother? Lugano said. Don't. Wu Xuanyu hurriedly shook her head. You mustn't look at him. He's your brother. What's wrong with me seeing him? Don't you want him to find someone sooner? Lu Janua asked in disbelief. Sis, you can't be fooled by his appearance. He's not motivated. He's still a poor loser. He's incapable. He's not good looking. In short, there's just not a single merit that can be worthy of you. You mustn't be captured by him in a few meals. Men pretend to be gentle before they get it. It's their means. Can't believe it. How can there be so many good men in this world? What's that saying? Those who believe in money are living well. Those who believe in love end up living like a man. That mind of a man's is never going to change. All kinds of good when it's in your face, not so much when it's behind your back. Aren't you the landlord? Then don't you have the key to his room? Let's just go in and see, won't we? Men are not individuals when they are behind someone's back. Wu Xuanyu could feel that Lu Janua's feelings for Yi Ijo seemed to be very unusual, but she always felt that a woman as outstanding as Lu Janua should not be interested in a man like Yi Ijo. In Wu Xuanyu's eyes, Yi Ijo is really too ordinary, not to mention that he doesn't have much ability, but he is also the same as those people at home, always trying to control her under the banner of what's good for her. Lu Janua is so good-looking and capable. She shouldn't be matched with a good-for-nothing man like Yi Ijo. When she thought of such a good and beautiful person like Lu Janua coming together with Yi Ijo, Wu Xuanyu had a feeling that she was creating a sin and she would not allow such a thing to happen. Wu Xuanyu's words managed to arouse Lu Janua's curiosity. But Lu Janua always felt that doing that was not very respectful. After all, Yi Ijo still respected her. It was impolite to go to Yi Ijo's room without his permission. Sis, what are you hesitating for? He won't find out. If you're really unlucky and he finds out, just say that it's me who wants to go to his room. He won't blame you. Wu Xuanyu desperately egged on from the side. Lu Janua was dumbfounded by what was said. But, what if we go and see? And your brother is not what you say he is? Lu Janua asked with forced curiosity. I'll give you my word. His room is definitely messy as a pigsty. Wu Xuanyu said with extreme confidence. He's my brother. Would I not know what he is? But what if it's not? Lu Janua was still hesitant. It won't, I promise. Otherwise, he wouldn't be my brother. Sis, haven't you heard? Men are colorful. Facing a great fairy like you every day, he can still be indifferent? Maybe the certainty of that whatever tissue paper. Lu Janua's face suddenly turned red. She was also curious. Yi Ijo was in her room. Whether there was that or not. I say sister You just stop dawdling. Quickly take out the key. Wu Shuinyu impatiently urged. Ha, sis. That's your brother. You're so black on him. Helping me. An outsider? Shouldn't you be helping your brother with all sorts of nice things? Why are you so out of line? Lu Janua asked in disbelief. He doesn't deserve you at all. So why should I help him to scourge you? It would already be a blessing for him to have an ugly woman look at him in the future. Wu Shuinyu said on the surface to bury Yi Ijo's words, but secretly said in her heart, Brother this can't be blamed on my sister there is no way. Nua sister is really too beautiful. You really can't match her. You don't scourge people. Let people see your true face earlier, or to cut off that thought. Lu Janua listened and laughed straight. She had also seen that kind of movie in Yi Ijo's phone before. So maybe this guy would really be in the room by himself, that whatnot. Sister, no, don't you giggle. Quickly get the key. Wu Shuinyu saw Lu Janua giggling and hurriedly urged. Okay, listen to you. Lu Janua finally agreed painfully. Lu Janua took out the key and opened the door to Yi Ijo's room. The door was just opened and Wu Shuinyu rushed in. Lu Janua hesitated by the door whether to enter or not. Wu Shuinyu, who was in front of her, took 2 steps and suddenly stopped, dumbfounded as if she had seen some image that she could hardly accept. Looking at Wu Shuinyu's reaction, Lu Janua's heart is also a little scared. Is it really to Wu Shuinyu said that a room of that kind of paper towels? Drizzle? What's the situation? Lu Janua asked uneasily. Lu Janua was even more afraid to go inside. In case she really saw that kind of scene, what should she do? Women, really are a complex-minded being. She was curious and afraid of actually seeing that kind of image. Shouldn't, Wu Shuinyu couldn't believe it and continued to walk inside. While walking, walked to Yi Ijo's bed, reached out and violently ripped open Yi Ijo's life. It was empty. Lu Janua heard her movement and was startled as she also hurried into the room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a clean and dry room, and there was no such thing as what Wu Shuinyu said in every corner. But doesn't he have that kind of movie saved on his phone? He's a normal man, isn't he? In the room, how could it be so clean? Could it be that, in Yi Ijo's heart, she was not as attractive as those women in the movie? Wu Shuinyu was rummaging around like he was on a treasure hunt. Even the trash cans weren't spared, but she searched for half a day. But she couldn't find any evidence at all. It shouldn't be. How could it be? Is it hard to be somewhere else? The closet? The shower? Wu Shuinyu searched both places carefully again, and the result still didn't let her have her wish. In the room, every place was neatly cleaned and tidy. Not at all like a place where a man lived. I've never seen anything so clean, let alone a man, or a woman. Sister Nua, you can't be mistaken, right? Wu Shuinyu asked, unable to figure it out. Lu Janua asked in disbelief. Am I mistaken? Yeah, my brother doesn't live here. Does he? Wu Shuinyu guessed. Not here? Where? Lu Janua was confused. That shouldn't be, not scientific. The more Wu Shuinyu searched, the more irritated he became. At this moment, Lu Janua's mood was also a bit irritated. Yi Ijo, but there are 11 buildings These buildings, although they are all rented to others, but he should not also have a real estate book? And it's not one building with one real estate license. It's one house with one real estate license. And when you add it all up, it's got to be in the thousands. Since they weren't in Yi Ijo's room, where did they go? In Yi Ijo's room, there were only his living things, not half of the things related to his property. Is it hard to keep it in the bank? Or maybe it's at Yi Ijo's house? He doesn't actually live in a rental. He has a home? Lu Janua suddenly became very uneasy. She was too worried that this dream would come quickly and wake up quickly. He had always acted real in front of her. Was that really his real side? Or was it just what she thought was real? But it didn't seem like he should have approached her on purpose from their encounter. Could it be that he was one of those untrustworthy people, and she had stumbled into his life and become his prey? Lu Janua couldn't help but ramble on. Sis, what do you feel your brother is at this moment? It shouldn't be it shouldn't be like this. Wu Shuinyu was also depressed. I get it. It's definitely because of me. He packed it all up in advance. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. I have a way. When he gets up tomorrow morning, I'll take the opportunity to break into his room. I'll definitely be able to see his true colors then. Wu Shuinyu said confidently. Let's just organize the mess. Lu Janu shook her head helplessly. Sister, why are you cleaning up here? How tiring. When he asks, you just say that I had to come to his room. What can he do to me? Wu Shuinyu looked like a broken pot. Lu Janu shook her head helplessly and cleaned up by herself. Wu Shuinyu really couldn't look away and could only follow and clean up. While cleaning up the room, Lu Janua said patiently to Wu Shuinyu, Xiao Yu, I think you are really misunderstanding your brother. I haven't seen what he was like before, but since he's lived with me, I've gotten the impression that he's a very dependable person who is very low-key and well-mannered. That's your illusion. No one understands my brother better than me. He's just a loser. I've watched him grow from such a small one to such a big one. Okay? Wu Xuanyu retorted without even thinking about it. Wu Xuanyu said so on his mouth, but his heart was bottomless. Secretly thought, brother you quickly let me catch your handle, or else, this beautiful fairy sister will look at you. You don't scourge people, okay? It's not like you're good enough for a human fairy sister anyway, so don't hook up with them. Lu Janua was amused by Wu Xuanyu's sentence of watching Yi Ijo grow up. You said you watched your brother grow up? Did you say the opposite? He's your brother. He should be the one to watch your little girl grow up, right? Wu Xuanyu immediately said, it is I watched him grow up. I understand things earlier than him. He went to school at that time is very skinny. I have always felt that such a person is not going to have a future. Do not study well. Every day you know at home to toss this toss that. Such a man can have what success? In Wu Xuanyu's opinion, Yi Ijo's unproductive place is exactly what Lu Janua finds rare and valuable. Other than that handful of cooking skills can't be practiced in a day or two, and if he wanted to, he could totally have a high level of achievement. Then again, Yi Ijo could own 11 buildings of people. There must be a reason why he's willing to make a delivery. He didn't develop anything else. Not that he couldn't, but his will wasn't there. Lu Janua thought of what Yi Ijo had said to her earlier. He said that she should feel free to imagine how powerful he really was and that he would show it whenever she needed it. It proved to be the same. Every time she had something, he was the first to step up and demonstrate a skill she hadn't heard him talk about, hadn't seen him do. Lu Janua felt as if Yi Ijo was omnipotent in her heart. Yi Ijo must be a big man who is low-key and powerful. Although he says he has many secrets, he has never had any bad intentions in front of me. Those buildings of his are most likely nothing more than a drop in the bucket of his assets, and there's probably a lot more that I don't know about. If he hadn't found out that my company was in crisis, he probably wouldn't have even remembered that he still had that 11 buildings. That must be it. I can't find a better explanation than that. Lu Janua said this to herself in her mind. Persuading herself so, the fog in her mind suddenly dissipated. Sister Nua, what are you imagining? Wu Xuanyu's hand waved in front of Lu Janua's eyes. Lu Janua came back to her senses. I thought, since we're all messed up, why don't we just wash your brother's clothes and stuff so he won't find out that we've come to rummage around? Gotta dig into his pockets. Don't wash his stuff. That would be bad. Lu Janua reminded, busying himself. Ha, Wu Xuanyu looked at Lu Janua incredulously. Sister Nua, you helped him wash his clothes? You're also lifting him up too much, aren't you? He doesn't deserve it. Wu Xuanyu was too devastated. This reality, she just couldn't accept it. What in the world should she do to stop such a good-looking girl from liking that no-good man Yi Ijo? What are you talking about? Lu Janua said helplessly. Xiao Yu, let me remind you. You'd better put away all these prejudices you have against your brother. Your brother is definitely not as simple as he seems. I haven't known him for long, but I know that he's a great guy and very motivated, and I've asked him to work for my company before, and he didn't even say yes. He said he was delivering just to experience life and still be active. He didn't want to wait to die. He didn't work for that paycheck. I'm guessing that your brother is one of those very low-key, super-duper guys. Would you believe? Wu Xuanyu returned with disbelief. Sister Nua, you are just guessing. There is no basis for this. It cannot be counted. Do you know how powerful the coach of a sparring gym is? I've seen him beat one of the most powerful coaches in a sparring gym to the point where he didn't even have the strength to fight back, and he himself was just moving his hands. I don't need to tell you about the cooking. Look at the way he keeps the house merely organized. In addition to not having much of an obsession with money, he doesn't have much of an obsession with women, and I'll be honest with you, sharing a room with your brother was my suggestion, and you can see that the two of us get along very well, can't you? If your brother is really the kind of person who has no talent, he wouldn't have the guts to live in my house, don't you think? Lu Janua tried hard to change the image in Yi Ijo's heart and Wu Xuanyu's heart. It's not. Wu Xuanyu wanted to retort, but was stopped by Lu Janua. She continued, you don't think that just because you've grown up, all your ideas are right. No one is a fool and has their own judgment. Just think, if he has no strength at all, he mustn't cower when he sees a strong woman like me? Where is the courage to live with me? Even if it's for the sake of beauty, then where did he get his base? Do you see him half as humble in front of me? Xiao Yu, although my company is not big, but compared to an ordinary courier, the gap is not a little bit. How my company is also worth tens of millions of dollars. A courier's salary is no longer high, but also cannot get on my level. If he does not have some skills, in front of me he must be how inferior. Wu Xuanyu opened his mouth. The words of retort failed to come out. Seeing that Wu Xuanyu didn't send a rebuttal, Lu Janua took advantage of the situation and continued. I can understand that your misunderstanding of your brother is deeply rooted. I still want to talk to you about something else. You probably still don't know how you were suddenly sent here to your brother, right? Wu Shuingyu shook his head. Lu Janua smiled and said, because your brother transferred tens of thousands of dollars to your aunt. Your aunt actually thought the same as you before, thinking that your brother has nothing to show for it. He's just a delivery boy. Not much money. He can bring a female back on the line. As for what looks, it doesn't matter. For those tens of thousands of dollars, your brother had to find a reason for your aunt to believe him. Probably because they saw how obedient your brother was. Your family thought of letting you come over to his side, trying to make his hard work and down-to-earthness intense for you. Your brother said these things with such ease. I did ask him if he was a superb man. He didn't say. Once, he said something to me that I've always remembered well. Wu Shuingyu immediately followed up with curiosity. What words? He said, when I need help, I must tell him and he will help me. You say, if he doesn't have the strength, where does he get the nerve to say such things? Casually buy a bunch of flowers. Eat a big meal of. He could be a swollen face. This, always impossible, right? Is this true? Wu Shuingyu looked at Lu Janua incredulously. She wasn't sure she was right anymore. If her brother was really that powerful, it would seem like he was barely worthy of Nosan. Lu Janua continued. I think that's how you see your brother. So presumably that's how everyone in your family sees your brother. And your brother said that the two of you hadn't actually even spoken to each other before. But everything you know about your brother, you should know from your family, right? To you guys, your brother is just plain and unproductive. Your brother just called your aunt for a few tens of thousands of dollars. And your aunt's call came immediately. What do you think? In case your brother is the one with hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of dollars, how would your family react? One thing I can assure you is that your brother is definitely the super rich kind. I live with your brother. I basically don't have time to care about the house. I didn't even cook at home before. Did you see what's in the kitchen? Those are all bought by him. And the dishes he made today. Those ingredients. Do you think it's something he can earn back just by delivering? So I'm guessing why he goes to deliver every day. To experience life for one thing, and for another. To try to make you all think that he's ordinary, that there's a balance between people. If he's too good, then maybe that balance will be upset. He's very attentive. In terms of the tens of thousands of dollars he's been calling in, he's been calling your aunt regularly before, and it's been quite a lot. If he was just delivering the courier, he wouldn't have tens of thousands of dollars to call your aunt back. And this time he called in so much money. It should be that he was giving the family a shot in the arm, so that the family could be mentally prepared for it, and in the future it would be more than one at a time. Sister Nua, are you really in love with my brother? Wu Shuingyu asked in surprise. I don't have. Lu Janua didn't expect Wu Shuingyu to suddenly ask this. Her face instantly reddened uncontrollably. There's a kind of catch-all in action. Wu Shuingyu sighed helplessly. It's over. This Lu Janua is really in love with her brother? Just look at her brother, how he looks. Isn't that what falling in love with someone looks like? Yi Ijo's deep-rooted image of not having much to offer in Wu Shuingyu's heart collapsed all of a sudden. Like Lu Janua, such a strong woman. That vision is not generally high. Listening to her words can be known. She observed Yi Ijo observed very carefully. Thinking about it carefully, it could only mean that Yi Ijo was really extraordinary. Sister no, what did you say you liked about my brother? I really can't figure it out. Wu Shuingyu felt like her mind was about to collapse. Although, Wu Shuingyu now also felt that her own brother was not an ordinary person. She still felt that Lu Janua was the kind of rare fairy on earth. Not something that her brother could be worthy of. Is such a wonderful fairy sister that her earthy brother? The kind of family her aunt's family could afford to have? If Lu Janua wasn't so good looking, she would have immediately called her aunt and told her about this. Auntie will be so happy. Wu Shuingyu had a feeling of dream energy. Geez, anyway, your brother is just brilliant. More brilliant than you can imagine. You'll slowly learn that back. So, sister no, are you really in love with my brother? Wu Shuanyu's nagging point was still on this matter. I probably do. Lu Janua lowered her head, not daring to look into Wu Shuinyu's eyes. Inexplicably, Lu Janua, a girl who was usually full of self-confidence, became a little bit more confident in front of Wu Shuinyu. She's really good compared to most girls, but compared to Yi Ijo, she always had the feeling that she was 100,000 miles behind. Although Yi Ijo said that she was from a rural family and was a big difference in terms of economy, but Yi Ijo casually gave her 11 buildings and said it was pocket money? And what would it have to look like if he gave her big money? I thought that I could know a little bit about Yi Ijo from Wu Shuingyu, but I didn't expect to get any useful information. Not just her, but even his family didn't know he was that successful. Now, She had lost what little confidence she had. She was good looking, she was confident in her face value, and there were women in the world who were prettier than her. At least for the time being she was insane. The only advantage she had in front of Yi Ijo was probably her good looks. This was her only bottom card, and she had already lit it up in front of Yi Ijo. But where was Yi Ijo's bottom card? She doesn't know. Her face? There will always be a day when it will be gone. But his strength has always been there. Would there come a day when she was no longer qualified to stand by his side, only to watch him go away? Lu Janua inexplicably became a little frightened. I can't accept it. I can't accept it too much. Wu Xuanyu ran around in place, finally stopping in front of Lu Janua. Sister Nua, what makes you think that what you saw of my brother is real? I mean, all these claims you're making, you're guessing. You don't have any stills. You don't have any proof. What if this is all an illusion he's molding to get you? There were many things that Lu Janua couldn't say to Wu Xuanyu for the time being, but for Yi Ijo, she trusted her judgment. I am not sure about the rest, but one thing, I am sure. Your brother is rich. Super rich. A lot of things can be faked, but a person's bottom line and temperament can't be faked, only if they really have strength. But he's just a third-rate university graduate. So what's the big deal? Wu Xuanyu muttered unconvincingly. Grades don't mean everything. There are examples of people who didn't go to college who are examples of grades, and there are also people who graduated from prestigious universities who can't even get a decent job at the end of the day. A degree is a good thing, but it can't be used to measure everything. I think your brother would have it so easy. He'd be in a financial type of business, and anyone who succeeds in that one field would be super rich and not tied down by a real job. The system has detected that the host is now alone, and the system will issue a reward for you. You will gain the strength of a bigwig in the world of economics and finance, and based on your clearing test, the system will match you with $1 billion of your own country's money, $2 billion of U.S. money, and $1 billion of unused money. At the same time, knowledge memories about finance, account numbers and everything else related to finance will be generated for you, so please check it out. Yi Ijo had just finished a delivery trip and was on his way to rebound, on a deserted road, when he suddenly heard the sound of the system. After that, there was a steady stream of various memories pouring into the mind. Yi Ijo froze for a moment. This is who Lu Janua was bragging about his greatness with again. The system gave him a reward, and it would only be after Lu Janua had blown his big bull, and it's still blowing what's there. This was a complete surprise. He had merely come out to make a delivery in order to avoid that rebellious sister, and he had never expected to receive such a reward. Everything in the system was properly arranged in such a way that he learned to speculate on his own, and after getting the rent of those 11 buildings, he put some money into speculation, after which the blood balloon got bigger and bigger. He didn't feel comfortable doing it in his own country, so in his own country, just a little bit of fun. He invested a step of money in the pretty country, and after that, the speculation in the pretty country is getting bigger and bigger. TSK. After digesting everything, Yi Ijo couldn't even help but smack his lips. They say that when there's a lot of money, it's a bunch of numbers. Now, Yi Ijo sort of really understood the meaning of this sentence. He took out his cell phone and with the memory given by the system, he opened all those software for speculation and looked at the speculation. All the previous arrangements were given by the system, which is naturally omnipotent and knows which stocks can make money. But in the future, it would be up to Yi Ijo to operate and judge for himself. But all these Yi Ijo didn't care very much, and stepped on the globe anyway. Yi Ijo was studying the stock software. In a social software, suddenly sounded a beep. Yi Ijo looked at the note. It was the baby wife. He clicked on the software, not even bothering to look into the software for the stock. Baby wife, honey, your sister knows I like you. Yi Ijo, it's me who fell in love with you and couldn't stop thinking about you. That's right. Baby wife, I'm telling the truth. I told your sister I'm in love with you. Yi Ijo, daughter-in-law, I love you too. Baby wife, hubby, your sister's perception of you has always been that you're a no good person. Yi Ijo, hey, I'm clear. Baby wife, but then, I've come up with a great way to break your sister's prejudice against you now. But I didn't tell her that you have 11 buildings. I just told her that I feel like you're a super guy and you're super rich. She's not very convinced. She's in the skeptical stage now. You do a good job of cooking a few dishes today as a pick-me-up for your sister. And you're a little bit prepared for the fact that she'll most likely ask you questions related to stock speculation. Yi Ijo, daughter-in-law, you actually just realized that I can speculate on stocks? What did you tell Xiaoyu? Baby wife, I told Xiaoyu that you're a superstar. Speculating in stocks all the way to pretty country. Yi Ijo finally understood how this reward came. The original wife was so blowing his big bull. Baby wife, your sister is still small. On the speculation is certainly do not understand. You just casually online research information. A moment to be able to cope with her on the line. You can only influence her if she recognizes you. Hubby, you suffer haha. Yi Zhou, daughter-in-law. Congratulations, you've discovered another skill. Baby wife, skills? Yi Zhou typed a few screenshots of the stock speculation software, which are proof of his stock speculation. Yi Zhou would not hide anything from Lu Janua. He had to make Lu Janua think that she was great, so that she would dare to brag hard when talking about him with others. If she was timid, then the bragging, too, would have been minor, and the reward she would have gotten would have been many notches lower. But whatever Lu Janua needs, he will give it to Lu Janua. Lu Janua is not a woman who is greedy for money, and he believes in Lu Janua's character. Lu Janua did not respond. Yi Zhou is not in a hurry. Probably Lu Janua rushed him to send over the content. Too shocking. This moment is concerned about the surprise to go right. It was only after about 5 or 6 minutes that Lu Janua's message finally sent over. Baby wife, my god. You're too good for that, aren't you? Yi Zhou, daughter-in-law. Calm down. This is just where to wear this is all a small fight. Baby wife, geez. You call that a small fight? Are you serious? That's tens of billions of dollars. And you're calling this a small hit? Yi Zhou froze for a moment, carefully calculated. Yes, he sent over all the U.S. dollars. That counts up as not tens of billions of dollars? That's a lot indeed, but it's a drop in the bucket for the system. Yi Zhou, this is indeed a small fight. If you like it, I'll turn around and transfer it all to your account and give it to you as pocket money. Do whatever you want. Yi Zhou, are you not trusting your husband? Baby wife, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that it's your money and I can't take it. And, besides, I don't need that much money. And, besides, I'm not mentally strong enough to justify getting that much money all at once. Yi Zhou thought for a moment and quite recognized Lu Janua's statement. Indeed, with all that money at once, this will be a big shock. The reason he could be so calm was because he had the system in place. Otherwise, he would have panicked if he suddenly had so much more money. Yi Zhou, okay, how else did you and my sister say about me? From Lu Janua, he knew what she and Wu Xuanyu had said, so that Yi Zhou's heart had a bottom. At least, he didn't have to worry about exposing his relationship with Lu Janua in front of Wu Xuanyu. It's not quite time to talk straight about the relationship, but it wouldn't hurt to have the occasional intimate act, with the previous build-up. As for this idea that Wu Xuanyu thought that he was not worthy of Lu Janua, Yi Zhou did not think much about it. It was only natural that Wu Xuanyu would think this way. If he didn't have the system in place, being with a beautiful woman like Lu Janua was something he wouldn't even dare to think about. The fact that Wu Xuanyu would think so meant that in her opinion, Lu Janua was excellent. And that was even more proof of how subtle the system's arrangement really was. After saying this, Lu Janua reminded Yi Zhou not to forget to buy food on his way back, after which he ended the conversation. She was using the time when she went to do laundry to send a message to Yi Zhou. If she kept talking to Yi Zhou, it would be because of Wu Xuanyu's suspicion. On Yi Zhou's side, he looked at the software for speculation again, and after studying it he set out to buy groceries. He thought about the environment in his hometown. It is very difficult to eat seafood. He bought a lot of seafood. After buying all the ingredients, Yi Zhou spent tens of thousands of dollars, mainly because seafood was too expensive. As soon as Yi Zhou returned home, the two girls curiously gathered around. Wu Xuanyu is a girl who has never eaten seafood, while Lu Janua is the one who found out that he is super rich. Although the stock market was a very unstable way to make money, it didn't affect Lu Janua's admiration for him. In Lu Janua's opinion, if Yi Zhou could put so much money in the stock market, it would mean one thing: he was much more than that. Normally, a really brainy speculator can take 1/10 of his assets and flow them in the stock market, and that's pretty much it. Only those who spend all their time dreaming of being rich will plug up all their stakes in. Yi Zhou belonged to the more sensible category. The moment she saw Yi Zhou after he came back, Lu Janua hurriedly, her heart was shocked fiercely. If she hadn't considered that Wu Xuanyu was there, she might have gone up and jumped directly into Yi Zhou's arms. Brother, how much do you charge for this? I heard that this kind of seafood is very expensive. Wu Xuanyu asked in surprise. She had never eaten seafood, but she knew more or less what to expect from someone who hugged her cell phone every day. Basically, not many people could resist seafood, but not many could afford to eat it, especially those who lived in the countryside like Wu Xuanyu. I didn't realize that I would be so blessed today. $60,000 or $70,000. Yi Zhou responded. Lu Janua had already told Wu Xuanyu that he was a very rich big brother, so that big brother had to act like a big brother. Lu Janua had said that he had to make Wu Xuanyu recognize him and worship him in order to influence him. Then he had to show his ability in front of Wu Xuanyu even more. What? So expensive? Wu Xuanyu's surprised mouth could put down an egg. 60 to 70,000. She grew up so big. She had never seen so much money. Did not expect. Yi Izhou even a meal of seafood. Bought so much money? When she heard Lu Janua say that Yi Izhou was a super rich big brother, she didn't believe it for a million years. Now it seems to be true? Yi Izhou went to the kitchen and started to get busy. When he handled the seafood, the movement was smooth and easy, and he had the feeling that he couldn't make a mistake even if he did it with his eyes closed. Wu Xuanyu was watching in disbelief from the side. I thought, you should not even have the opportunity to eat these things at home, so I thought to give you to satisfy your cravings. Weekdays will not be so eaten, to not without this condition. You even eat every day. Eat all the time. Alright. It's just that it's something you get tired of eating too much of. And it's fresher when you have a meal every now and then. Eat a little of everything. It will be better for your body. And, even if you are in a position to eat and drink well every day, then you should not waste it. Saving is a virtue. I'm fine with you eating and drinking. But one thing you have to remember is that you can't talk about these things with anyone in our family. No one. Whether you say it or not. It doesn't affect me much. If you say it, I guess my family doesn't believe it. But in case if they do, your good days are over. My great uncle and the others will surely take you back at the first opportunity. For one meal, you eat over a year's worth of their paychecks. Can they afford to feed themselves? By the way, when you first came here, I saw that you didn't eat much, but you ate quite a lot at noon. Is there a reason for this? Yi Izhou asked. Wu Xuanyu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Yi Izhou also did not pursue the meaning of the question. Continued, you later let go and eat. It is the time to grow the body. Do not eat more, and later wanna grow cannot grow, especially the size. Now do not grow taller, and later will have to grow wider. By the time you're 25, that body will look like a middle-aged mom. Wu Xuanyu quietly listened without saying anything. After Yi Izhou's image in her heart dramatically shifted, she felt that all of it became very different. She even had the feeling that she didn't recognize this brother anymore. $60,000 to $70,000 for one meal of seafood, and she's allowed to eat whatever she wants? It wasn't like talking big at all. The seafood was plainly in front of her. Such an expensive thing. If she were to buy it on her own, not to mention that she didn't have so much money in her hand, even if she did, she still couldn't afford to part with it. The gap between her and this brother is too big, isn't it? She froze and would go to the living room. Xiao Yu, at this moment, you believe it, don't you? Your brother has a lot more money than you can think of. Lu Janua said to Wu Xuanyu. You just have to listen to your brother so you can follow him and live the life you want to live. And if your brother says anything to you, it's for your own good and you have to listen. Your brother is so successful and still so low-key. You say, can his words be without reason? Lu Janua advised. Wu Xuanyu didn't say anything. She didn't want to listen to her family before. She didn't want to listen to Yi Izhou. That was all because, in her opinion, these people didn't understand her, and what they said was wrong. But not anymore. Money, many times represents the strength. Yi Izhou can be so rich, that means he is very strong. Have the strength to say words, that naturally are all the truth. Sister Nua, tell me, how much money does my brother have? Wu Xuanyu asked curiously. Lu Janua rumor head, who knows you? I only know that he is very rich, but exactly how much money, I really do not know. In short, it is super rich kind of chant. So, then in your opinion, how much money will he have? Wu Xuanyu continued to pursue the question. Lu Janua thought carefully and thought about how Yi Izhou was so calm. That meant that he actually had a lot more money than she knew. There are about 100. Lu Janua shook his head. There should be tens of billions. Wu Xuanyu was surprised. Ha, that much? Lu Janua nodded. That's for sure. Maybe even more. Keep your voice down. Don't let your brother hear you. During the meal, Yi Izhou saw that Wu Xuanyu was always looking at him, and he asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Does it taste bad, or are you not used to eating? No, 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 it's quite delicious. Wu Xuanyu hastily withdrew his own gaze and struggled with a large lobster. Yi Izhou looked at Lu Janua in puzzlement. Lu Janua thought about it, took out her cell phone and pretended to look at it, and sent a message to Yi Izhou. Yi Izhou understood and immediately picked up his cell phone. After clicking on it, he saw the message sent by Lu Janua. Tell your sister that you have an estimated tens of billions of dollars, so she doesn't get scared. Yi Izhou cried and laughed. So it is like this. No wonder this girl has been staring at him, probably because it feels unreal. If it wasn't for the system, he would have been scared silly in his place. Tens of billions of dollars. This is a huge amount of money for people like them who come from rural areas. Something they can't even think about. It would be even more unbelievable if the person with tens of billions of dollars was someone close to you. Xiao Yu, eat more, let's go out for a stroll afterward. And let your brother go buy you some clothes or something, Lu Janua said while Wu Xuanyu ate. No, I don't. Wu Xuanyu, usually such an articulate person, now turned hard into a stutter. When I was packing with Xiaoyu today, I saw that all her clothes were childishly worn by small children. Our Xiaoyu is a big girl now, and when she comes to the city, she needs to buy some decent clothes, don't you think so? Lu Janua looked at Yi Zhou and said, okay, go and buy what you see. Don't think about money, but whatever you can find and buy. Yi Zhou returned. Lu Janua cried and laughed a little. She knew that what Yi Zhou said was true, but how did it sound? So narcissistic? With tens of billions of dollars on the line, even those very wealthy tycoons don't see many of them with that kind of power. After thinking about it, Yi Zhou continued to add, after a while to go, you two look at yourselves. The girls' things, I don't understand. I don't make reference to it. I'll just be responsible for paying the bill. You two both buy. As for me, besides paying the bill, I'm the walking trolley for the two of you, carrying your stuff and escorting you two big beauties. Lu Janua was touched and cried in her heart as she listened. Yi Zhou said that he was tacky, and he really was. Yi Zhou is more realistic. A little bit of romantic sells or not, but that was what made Lu Janua feel so at ease when she was with him. Where can she find a man with money and so down to earth? So can you start by talking to us both about the range we can both spend? I mean, how much do you agree to let us spend on you? Lu Janua asked. Yi Zhou thought about it and shook his head. This is hard for me. You women buy things. I don't understand. Do you need things that are expensive? It's fine. Just buy what you see. How expensive it is. Spend as much as you want. There is no limit. But you all buy something practical too. You can't come back with something that's not even worth looking at. I don't have a bottom in my heart when you say that. Can you give a limit? Lu Janua continued to poorly ask. Yi Zhou was in a difficult situation, carefully thought about it, and finally only took out a card from his pocket. There are 3 billion in this card. You guys watch and buy it. This card, when the system gave the reward, came directly with it. This card is the proceeds of the rent, and some of his own money, and the rest of the speculation and whatnot is on another card. For each card, there is a different division of labor. Lu Janua turned out the card Yi Zhou handed over and was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. She just wanted to tease Yi Zhou or let Wu Xuanyu see part of Yi Zhou's strength, but she didn't expect that he took 3 billion out with a big wave of his hand. Wu Xuanyu, who was on the side, was already so shocked that he didn't know how to react. After a while, Lu Janua said, we're going shopping, not starting a company. With this much money, are you asking us to go and buy all the malls? Wu Xuanyu was still dumbfounded. Yi Zhou paused for a moment and nodded his head. Yeah, I've said that I don't understand girl stuff. He took that card back and handed the other card over. 300 million here. That should be about right. If it's not enough. Not waiting for Yi Zhou to finish his words, Lu Janua hurriedly interrupted. Enough is enough. This is already enough for both of us to spend. In fact, it wasn't that Yi Zhou wanted to show off himself. Really, he really didn't know much about girl stuff, and because the system was so generous, it caused him to have no concept of money now. He just sought to buy something nice and favorite since he had money now. He hadn't spent enough, but he had heard that in the world of the rich, just a small piece of jewelry or a piece of clothing could run into tens of millions of dollars. If they all bought that kind of high-end, then naturally it would take a lot of money, and he casually gave a bank card with $3 billion on it. But in fact, Yi Zhou thought a little too much. That kind of high-end luxury goods, yes there are, and indeed they are expensive, but they won't have that kind of consumption in their lives. And as far as Lu Janua's standards are concerned, a set of clothes that can go up to tens of thousands of dollars is already good enough. In her stuff, it's all name brands, but anything on $50,000 is basically non-existent. Lu Janua was naturally knowledgeable about these things, and she was taken aback when she saw Yi Zhou take out so much money. I know he's rich, but this is a little too Versailles. But at the same time there was something very touching in my heart. There is a saying that a man who spends money for you does not necessarily love you, but a man who is not willing to spend money for you must not love you. Yi Zhou was willing to take out so much money at once. That means that she still has a lot of weight in his heart. As for Wu Xuanyu, he still had the feeling of being electrocuted. Yi Zhou casually took out $3 billion for her and Lu Janua to go shopping? Lu Janua said she gave more and it turned into 300 million? It was as if the money was not money in Yi Zhou's hands. This Wu Xuanyu, who hadn't even possessed a $3,000 point since he was a child, felt horrible to the extreme. She had the feeling she was dreaming. Previously, she could not see Yi Zhou at all. but now Yi Zhou instantly became very tall in her eyes. Is this the look of the legendary rich man? This rich man, or her brother? After the meal, Yi Zhou and Lu Janua, taking Wu Xuanyu with them, went to a high-end shopping mall nearby. This mall is huge and covers a lot of ground, but all the luxuries that a girl needs, you can basically buy them here. Of course, there are some limited editions or something, so that's out of the question. If this were any other time, when Wu Xuanyu went shopping with adults, it would basically be nothing but cell phones. But right now, she didn't have the slightest intention of playing with her cell phone. Lu Jialu took her arm and said, "Let's go to the 6th floor. At the entrance to the elevator on each floor, there are Yambi signs to know which floor does what." Wu Xuanyu didn't comment, mainly because she, a poor girl, seemed to be in little position to voice her opinion. "Why go to the 6th floor?" Yi Zhou asked. Lu Janua cried and laughed. Wu Xuanyu because from the countryside, all nothing, but Yi Zhou surprisingly also cannot shop in the mall. "That's naturally to buy you some clothes." Lu Janua said. "I don't need it, I also love to wear those name brands and stuff. You two can just buy it." Yi Zhou refused. He had nothing for what he wore. Though he was rich now, he had no desire for those things at all. He did envy the fact that those with money could buy luxury cars, famous brands, and access to all kinds of high-class places. But now that he was really rich, that feeling faded all of a sudden. Now for him, as long as the people he cared about were just happy and joyful, other than those related to Lu Janua and those related to his family, he had no interest at all. Those who have money do it to bump face and appear to be a bully. That way they can talk business and pick up their sisters. But he's not a businessman, for one thing, and he's not really interested in women. So what's the point of pretending to be a poker face? With such a good-looking wife, where else could another woman get into his eyes? Unless it was sometime when Lu Janua blew him off for being great at treating women in one way or another. He would have to empty his body sooner or later even if he had the intention of indulging himself. A very important point. All the rewards he got from the system had to be used on Lu Janua's body. Otherwise, if he made Lu Janua unhappy and she blew him off a little bit, wouldn't he go back to liberation overnight? "You said it, you're here today to pay. Carry things and escort us both," Lu Janua said. Yi Zhou nodded. "That's right, so you two buy to your heart's content." Lu Janua smiled mischievously. "Then you don't care what I buy. I have something to wear. I don't need it." Yi Zhou once again refused. Yi Zhou was a person who had to have a purpose for everything he did. Food and clothing are such that he doesn't like to spend money on them. He was originally a mediocre person. Didn't pursue high quality kind of idea. He wouldn't buy anything unless he was using it. "We also have something to wear. Well, come all the way here. Let's all buy it. Buy some for you, buy some for Xiaoyu, and I'll buy it too. Xiaoyu and I will choose. You're just responsible for cooperating and paying. Don't worry about anything else," Lu Janua said without allowing them all. Yi Zhou could not do anything about Lu Janua and could only agree. Lu Janua said that she would pick it out. That was not bad. He was curious what Lu Janua would dress him up as. Soon, several people arrived at the 6th floor. 6th floor sells all men wear, but come either women or pairs of couples. Have not seen any man is their own to come. It seems that men are all pretty much of the same mind when it comes to this aspect of dress. With little pursuit, Yi Zhou let Lu Janua and Wu Xuanyu pick for him while he cooperated to try on the clothes. Soon, the clothes were bought, and Yi Zhou was ready to carry things. That's when he realized that this high-end place of consumption didn't require him to carry his own stuff. There is a special attendant who will mention the designated place downstairs and you can just pick it up yourself when you leave. No wonder things are so expensive in this place. There's a reason it's expensive. When it came time to pay, Yi Zhou just wanted to go to pay the bill. Was stopped by Lu Janua. She said nothing to let Yi Zhou pay. These clothes she gave Yi Zhou to buy. Originally, he didn't want to tell Wu Xuanyu about the relationship between the two of them, but the way Lu Janua did it, there didn't seem to be much difference from saying it. The whole time, Wu Xuanyu was in a very deluded state. Several times I've wanted to say something, and I've had no way to say it. These two, are they really just sharing a room? Is it really just a friendship? It's too good to be true, isn't it? Wasn't Lu Janua unilaterally fond of Yi Zhou? Look at the two of them. Why are they so close? It's like they've done things like this a lot. So natural. As good friends are to each other. Yi Zhou can't listen to Lu Janua that much, right? Moreover, when Yi Zhou was trying on the clothes, what was the matter with Lu Janua so sweetly organizing them for him? Wu Xuanyu suspected that she had come to be dragged here to be force-fed dog food, but she had little evidence. Wu Xuanyu hurriedly after he came. His brain had been receiving shocks, one wave more violent than the other. In her cognition, Lu Janua, such a big beauty, or a strong woman, should be high and mighty, but Lu Janua in front of Yi Zhou, How come she looked like a very well-behaved person? Before, Wu Shuingyu still felt that Yi Izhou was not worthy of Lu Janua, but the situation in front of her seemed to give her the feeling that Lu Janua was not worthy of Lu Janua. Lu Janua had been desperately trying to express herself, as if she wanted to please Yi Izhou, afraid that if she did not perform well, Yi Izhou would not like her anymore. This deviated too far from what Wu Shuingyu thought. She felt that seeing Yi Izhou and Lu Janua's interaction was so fatal to her, but she couldn't do anything about it. After getting a good deal on the 6th floor, a few people came to the 7th floor. This is the women's clothing section. And whether it's fashionable outerwear or something more private, it's got it all. Good thing. Lu Janua didn't ask Yi Izhou's opinion even when she bought Nene, not letting Wu Shuingyu suspect that she would faint on the spot. There is a place, a rest area. I have to say, this mall is still considerate. In some places where it is not convenient for men to go, men can stay here and wait. Yi Izhou just sat down. A man came over and asked Yi Izhou, "Buddy, feel good, right?" At this moment, Yi Izhou was wearing the clothes that Lu Janua had just bought for him. As for what he had worn before, it was directly thrown away by Lu Janua. The man suddenly asked this. Yi Izhou did not react to what it meant. Dude, you're overdoing it with this pretense. Who is the man who comes here who really comes to buy clothes? Don't they all come to see the girls? Jesus, man, you haven't been here before, have you? Yi Izhou returned. It hasn't come. The man looked at Yi Izhou in surprise, as if he was looking at some kind of monster. After a while, the man said, "So you haven't been here?" Yi Izhou wondered, are these people so idle that they come here just to look at beautiful women? Man, I'm telling you, women buy more of those things than you can even think of. Clothes, things, all sorts. In short, just lots and lots of them. Women are really a horrible spenders. They can hang out in there all day without getting tired. That's why there's a men's lounge area here. They go in there and they won't come out until they've spent about as much money as they have in their hands. And it's a good place to test a woman. And if it's the kind that spends without end, that kind of woman can't be wanted. The ones that can see the light of day can stay around and play for a while. This person said the head of the way, but in the view of Yi Izhou, and he did not have a bit of each department. Lu Janua is not the kind of material woman. She bought, will be needed, do not need, she will not buy as much. You can tell by seeing her closet. There aren't many sets of clothes, much less any other disorganized stuff. And, man, you can never think that come here are pairs of couples. And a lot of women who are alone all day long. More to come to this kind of ground. Maybe tender tuned to their favorite flavor. What's funny here is that some guys who aren't that powerful, or who are more stingy, will bring a woman to a place like this to test the waters. And if the woman's demands are out of the guy's budget, they'll fight and break up in a minute. Hearing this, Yi Izhou understood. The previous Yi Izhou, although living in the civilian area, had heard about how complicated the circles of these rich people were. Complexity, regardless of gender. Sometimes deliveries are made and you can meet some of the more bizarre ones and see some of the so-called rich men and women at play. Quite pointless in his opinion. Having heard and seen more, he was only attracted by Lu Janua's difference when he met her. He also, for this reason, cherished Lu Janua. How many women as beautiful as she is, and as pure as she is, can there be in this world? The man next to him seemed to have an endless supply of words. Dude, how much did you pay the woman you brought in today? Yi Izhou stretched out 3 fingers and didn't say anything. $300 million. No one would believe it if they said it, right? 30,000? The man listened and nodded. 30,000 is about right. But it's just a fresh game. What's the point of giving that kind of money? Dude, where do you work? Yi Izhou then realized what the man was doing by sparing such a big circle. Lu Janua bought clothes for Yi Izhou, quite willing to buy the best. This man beside him seems to see that the clothes on him are not cheap, so he wants to befriend him. Rich people like to buy all sorts of name brands, and here's why. Clothes, in their opinion, were a representation of their status, and the better it was, the more powerful the person was. If it's just for comfort, then no man should be spending money in a place like this. Anyone who can afford to wear designer labels is either great himself or the people behind him are great. Me, I'm just a courier, Yi Izhou said faintly. Ha, the man froze, completely not expecting Yi Izhou to give such an answer. Are you kidding me? If you can afford to wear such nice clothes, why do you need to deliver? Dude, are you kidding me? Wearing all that name brand to make a delivery? The man said with a bit of displeasure. After Yi Izhou faintly looked back at him, he took out his own cell phone and showed it to the man, after which he tapped on a customer's message, which was related to express delivery. The man saw it and was filled with disbelief. My God, you are also too much. The man carefully observed Yi Izhou again, as if in addition to a name brand, there is nothing else that can be on the table. Especially that cell phone. It's an old model, not to mention it looks like it's been used for a long time. I'm sorry, I'm not the rich man you think I am, Yi Ijo said blandly. Well, then, what do you mean? The man asked in disbelief. My daughter-in-law bought it, Yi Ijo replied. The man looked Yi Ijo up and down and asked, what is your daughter-in-law's age this year? Yi Ijo froze for a moment, after which he smiled and returned. So much older than me. Lu Janua did have to beat Yi Ijo by some. Looking at the birthday on the account, it was 3 days older than him. Excuse me. After that man gave Yi Ijo a disdainful look. He looked as if he was unwilling to say half a word more to Yi Ijo and lowered his head to play with his cell phone. Yi Ijo sees through and looks down. There is nothing to care about. At this time, Yi Ijo's cell phone rang. The environment was too noisy to hear each other clearly. Yi Ijo simply opened the speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Yi. On the other side of the phone, a girl's gentle voice came over. Hello, Yi Ijo returned. Also waiting. It's like this. We've checked all the information. That case you had before. After the funds were reconciled down, after deducting the relevant expenses, you should have received $157,550,200. How much did you actually receive on your side? The person on the other side of the phone asked. I received $107 million. Received. This side of the situation and you to verify the play. After that we will send all the information to you. You need to have the need. We can also prepare a paper for you. There's no need to give me the paper. You guys prepare it for the lawyers. They need it on their side. Yi Ijo returned. Okay, copy that. So do you have any other requests? Mr. Yi, there's nothing more to ask. When the lawyer's side is done checking and there's nothing wrong, my side will make the payment at the first opportunity. The phone call. It was the relevant staff of the previous case about Yi Ijo's house being maliciously increased by the tenant business rent. After the call ended, Yi Ijo realized that the man who had just disdained to talk to him again was looking at him with a shocked face. Man, that's too much for you, the man said lustfully. So what? It's a fake. Pay someone to act it out, rehearse it, and perform it for my subject later. The one who called you was from the Goldwater accounting studio, right? The man asked. Yi Ijo was slightly surprised. Yeah, you know them? Not only do I know that it's Goldwater accounting studio, but I also know that the one who called you is a total babe. A very famous accountant in our city. Yi Ijo originally did not like to flaunt. This is good. It is difficult to want to lay low. A few months ago, my company had a bit of a problem with the accounts, and I also asked them to help check. Of course, every company has its own power, but the accountants in Janua, they are more professional. I was in love with this beautiful girl from the first moment I saw her and chased her for a long time without success, and I heard her voice as soon as I heard it. Man, you're blowing it when you can get such a great accountant for your acting. Yi Ijo was helpless. Okay, you recognized it, but what I said is also the truth. I am indeed a courier, but it's one of my jobs. I have a bit of a house that I have been renting out, the man said with extreme certainty. No way. Just a random bit of rent for rent. Can you afford to hire someone like that? Moreover, I just heard your rent. To have hundreds of millions of dollars of rent, that means your house is not small. It's quite a lot. It's true that some of the big bosses, who have their own houses, just don't like to worry too much about it, so they get some company that specializes in that line of work to manage it. Yi Ijo smiled and did not say anything. This man has some brains, but Yi Ijo wasn't interested in showing off himself at all. What other people wanted to think about it was other people's business, and he didn't care at all. He didn't even bother to make conversation. He thought, the man wouldn't talk much more if he knew what he was doing. Unexpectedly, the man fell silent and suddenly opened his mouth again. Dude, are you Yi Ijo? You recognize me? Yi Ijo was quite surprised. He didn't have the slightest impression of this man, and the other party even called out his name? The man instantly stood up in surprise and came in front of Yi Ijo, extending his hand in a respectful manner. Yeah, nice to meet you, Mr. Yi. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yi Ijo was a little helpless. This doings, he simply did not even have eyes. But reach out and do not hit the smiling person. He cannot blackface and do not take care of people. Yi Ijo also extended his hand. Hello, excuse me, Shifi, you don't know who I am. That's fine. You haven't met me, but I know you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Haichao. I'm from Haichao Real Estate. 4 years ago, you purchased a few of my family's just completed houses. You are our family's lifesaver. For you, you may have bought the house to fulfill your own needs, but for my family, it's really a great favor that saved my life. Zhao Haichao said and gave Yi Ijo several bows. Yi Ijo scrutinized his memory and immediately thought of the scene a few years ago when he bought a property. He had a neighborhood and did buy a house from Haichao Real Estate. From memory, that neighborhood did come close to falling into the hands of the developer at the time. That is the school district housing. According to reason, it is impossible to sell, not surprising, but things just really happen. That is, because it is the school district housing. At that time, the developer has spent a lot of cost. If not sold, can imagine what will be the consequences. How smashed in their own hands. If, say, are out of their own money, that's okay, they slowly used to collect is. But how many real estate developers are out of their own money? Most of it is owned by the banks, and if it doesn't sell, then the banks, they can't pay it back. Once there is a problem with the funds, if it can't be solved in time, then the only result waiting is bankruptcy. That neighborhood, back in the day, had been up and down in value for a variety of reasons, with some people feeling like it was worthless to buy, and others feeling like it was valuable to buy. There are so many claims that it causes a lot of people to not make up their minds. Bank repayments don't wait. It is because of this, when Yi Ijo bought this house, did not pay much money. Normally, those houses, how to be on $1 billion, but because of the value of the turbulence, in the end, Yi Ijo directly to half the price to buy down. Yi Ijo was considered to have picked up a bargain. You don't have to be like this. I didn't do anything. I'm just an ordinary person, Yi Ijo said blandly, which was tantamount to admitting the fact that he did buy Zhao Haichao's house. As for Zhao Haichao, he would be so respectful to Yi Ijo. Apart from the fact that Yi Ijo had done their family a great favor, it was also because Yi Ijo was truly magnificent. Can someone who can come up with that much cash to buy a house all at once be an ordinary person? In this day and age, don't look at the fact that many people are rich and run big companies, but there are not many people who actually have cash money in their hands. Others, even existing assets, are not enough to pay off their debts. Owning property trees desire to be negative. Yi Ijo was able to take out so much money to buy Zhao Haichao's house. Moreover, he also belonged to a personal purchase. How much money did he have to have in order to have such bravado? If he was a company man, there would be nothing to say, but he was an individual, and to be able to come up with so much money at once, that could only mean one thing: this was quite rich. Therefore, after knowing Yi Ijo's identity, he immediately lowered his stance. Zhao Haichao, the son of Haichao Real Estate, after knowing Yi Ijo's identity, also understood the powerful relationship. Yi Ijo didn't look very old, but the money in his hand was more than their Zhao family could catch up with by doubling their money several times. Thinking of his previous brain-dead behavior, he made up for having to hurriedly lower his stance and behave himself. Yi Ijo suddenly thought of a problem and looked at Zhao Haichao and asked, "Your Haichao Real Estate is engaged in real estate? That should have its own construction team, right? Relax. I'm just curious and asking." Zhao Haichao quickly returned, "There is this must have. Ye can buy our super real estate house. That must be carefully examined. The quality of our house. You can put 100 hearts." Knowing that Zhao Haichao was exaggerating a bit, he still nodded his head in recognition. Haichao he didn't believe, but the system's arrangement was certainly not a problem. Then, in that case, he could also trust Haichao Real Estate. Otherwise, there are so many houses in this world, the system wouldn't have singled out Haichao Real Estate. During this period of time, Yi Ijo discovered the fact that as long as it was arranged by the system, it must be the best. This totally shows that Haichao Real Estate, when it comes to real estate, is definitely the most reliable. "Does Mr. Yi need anything?" Zhao Haichao asked. Yi Ijo said, "I want to build a villa for marriage." Zhao Haichao was a little bit of a small disappointment. Villas they could naturally repair, but for a wedding, how big could it be? Their family's real estate, that's all in the hundreds of millions of dollars kind of thing. It's just a bit underpowered. Just when Zhao Haichao was secretly disappointed, Yi Ijo opened his mouth again. "I wouldn't have had this idea if I hadn't met you. My ideal wedding house, to be repaired into a resort kind of villa, tens of billions of specifications." Yi Ijo does not have a big concept of money, but it is also clear that the wedding house of tens of billions of dollars is not so good to repair. If the roll could be repaired, it would be best, and if it couldn't be repaired, he was able to settle for the next best thing. "What?" Zhao Haichao couldn't believe his ears at all. "You're talking about tens of billions? This request is a bit difficult. If you can't do it, just try to get as close as possible." Yi Ijo returned. Zhao Haichao feels the whole person is stupid. Tens of billions of villas? He has never heard of. Directly repaired into a resort like that. That is not in the ancient kind of big family mansion a meaning? Yi Ijo, the sure repair is a villa, not a palace? Mr. Yi, you're teasing me. right? A villa of tens of billions of dollars is exaggerated to the point of being outrageous. Zhao Haichao sighed. Yi Izhou blandly returned. It is a bit exaggerated. I am just making an analogy. If you can fix it, then it would be better. If you can't fix it, then try to get closer to this specification. Anyway, I just have one request. I'm fixing to get married and all of it has to be the best. Know what I mean? Got it. Got it. Got it. Zhao Haichao nodded repeatedly. He was actually still in a state of dumbfounded disbelief. A tens of billions of dollars in a mansion, even with the best of everything, would have to be of the very, very large variety. How many brain cells had to be wasted trying to reach Yi Izhou? Yi Izhou was talking about repairing the house. That is, only including the shell and the inside decoration. Wanting to spend tens of billions of dollars, that is also a very difficult thing. I've seen bravado. Not this much bravado. What kind of building is Prime Minister Yi thinking of building? Zhao Haichao asked stiffly. He really thought it was too unbelievable, so he tried to find Yi Izhou again and again to confirm it. What if Yi Izhou was just joking with him? But Yi Izhou's appearance looked so serious. Yi Izhou returned. There is just such an idea. The specific has not thought about it. This I cannot be a person to say. I have to discuss with my wife first. Listen to her meaning. Now, how big can you apply for this kind of democratic homestead? Common sense says it won't be too big, but with money, there's nothing that can't be done. And money makes the difference. And it's a good idea to tie up the relevant connections. If it's built like a resort as you said before, it would be a bit difficult. It would involve a lot of problems, but it can all be negotiated on many fronts. As long as it's not in the middle of a busy place and conflicts with some of the city's necessary development areas, it's no problem. To be able to come up with that much money at once, that's a big shot among big shots. And all departments have to give some face to a super rich person who means a lot to a city. Just look at the two bullies for the city they are in. After a moment of silence, Zhao Haichao added, however, if you have connections, Mr. Yi, then none of that will be a problem. With these words, Yi Izhou understood. In other words, it's nothing for him to have money. He has to have connections. Okay, then I'll turn around and talk to my wife about it. Just make sure of one thing at this moment. Money is not a problem. Build it any way you want. Yi Izhou said blandly. Zhao Haichao opened his mouth and didn't say anything. It's a bravado that can't be countered. And he doesn't come equipped with an opinion. He was quite sure that Yi Izhou was a rich master. A few years ago, could take out a few $100 million to put a few buildings of their family in a single word without even blinking. This kind of boldness, it was not the average rich person could have. Yi Izhou for the wedding room. Or very careful. He did not think of buying a house. What kind of house is not? Since it's a home and there's no shortage of money, you need to fix one that you like and are comfortable living in. Money is not a problem. As long as Lu Janua likes it, he likes it, and the family sucks on it, then it's fine. Moreover, when he turned back to discuss this matter with Lu Janua, he could also show Lu Janua his sincerity with wanting her to live her life. And likewise, Yi Izhou could also see her attitude from the way she responded. This, too, is a way to enhance the bond between two people. Isn't that what women want? Security? He had no reservations in her presence, and that was certainly the greatest security of all. He always felt that Lu Janua seemed to be worried about something, but he couldn't ask if Lu Janua didn't say anything. If Lu Janua knew that he wanted to spend so much money to fix the two's wedding room, and she could design it to look like whatever she liked, so that she always had nothing to worry about. Right, Mr. Yi? I'll give you my dad's business card. After you think about it, and contact him directly. I can't make a decision on such a big matter. Zhao Haichao handed Yi Izhou a golden business card. You can tell by the business card that the owner of the card is luxurious. This kind of business card, not casually see who can give. Even the value of a business card have to be thousands. Yi Izhou took it and nodded lightly. He remembered that in the system's storage space, there was also a business card of this kind. And sure enough, the system's arrangements were all the most thoughtful, with even this in place. Before, Zhao Haichao's father had given Yi Izhou one. Probably Zhao Haichao was worried that Yi Izhou had lost the previous one a long time ago, and that's why he kept another one. Yi Izhou had already made it clear that he wanted to cooperate. The next step was a matter of time. If he could succeed in cooperating with Yi Izhou, then they, the Zhao family, would be able to make a big profit. Mr. Yi, then I won't bother you anymore. See you later. Yi Izhou nodded. See you later. Zhao Haichao looks like a playboy, but he's no puss. He would not wait until Yi Izhou's wife appeared and then have all kinds of discussions with them. Rich people like to be clean. If he did that, he was bound to upset Yi Izhou. That would be a bad thing. The reputation of Haichao real estate was very good. since Yi Ijo had already raised the idea of wanting to repair a wedding house of tens of billions of dollars. Then he had to go and contact his father at the first opportunity to be ready to deal with it. Lu Janua took Wu Xuanyu shopping for half a day, but she basically didn't buy anything for herself. Instead she kept buying for Wu Xuanyu. At first, Wu Xuanyu is still a little reluctant to let go, but no girl is able to withstand the temptation of being able to become beautiful. It's a great feeling to be able to buy a variety of your favorite things and not have to pay for them out of your own pocket. There was also Lu Janua who had been beside her to smooth out her words of relief, so she had even less power to fight. The two struggled so much that they got a little out of control. After buying clothes, buy jewelry. After buying jewelry to buy cosmetics. It was obvious that Wu Xuanyu loved beauty, but no one taught her. Lu Janua first took her to buy a lot of high-end cosmetics, intending to slowly teach her to put on makeup. Lu Janua knew that Yi Ijo didn't lack money. Then there was no need for her to save money. Wasn't money meant to be spent? He's got so much money. He won't give a damn about this. $300 million. No matter how much she and Wu Xuanyu squandered, it was impossible for them to use it all up. $300 million. It is estimated that in Yi Ijo's eyes, it is no different from $300. Lu Janua was being nice to Wu Xuanyu, and in fact, she was also showing Yi Ijo goodwill. Wu Xuanyu was Yi Ijo's sister, and if she was good to Yi Ijo's sister, wasn't she good to him? Even if the two were just cousins, they were in the end related. Lu Janua could see that Yi Ijo was a very sentimental person, even if it was a cousin. In his opinion, it was his family. Lu Janua also heard Wu Xuanyu say that in their entire extended family, the population is not very prosperous, and there are only a few relatives that can come and go, so there is no reason not to be close. On Yi Ijo's maternal grandmother's side of the family, Yi Ijo's mother had 3 siblings, 1 brother and 2 sisters, that is to say, the male of the family, but also Yi Ijo's great-uncle the great-uncle on a son and a daughter. They are naturally close? So, with this kind of relationship, even if Yi Ijo didn't give any money, Lu Janua had to buy Wu Xuanyu a few more clothes and some cosmetics or something out of her own pocket. Of course, the money spent was Yi Ijo's money, so she didn't need to be distressed even more. And making Wu Xuanyu happy was the important thing. Once you've bought your makeup, then the next step is jewelry. Women shopping, that are wasted. The two have long forgotten the time, and also forgot about Yi Ijo, who was still waiting for them. The two went to the jewelry area to choose jewelry. Wu Xuanyu in the selection of a favorite bracelet, originally full of new, but after knowing the price, she instantly woke up. How to say no more? She was really happy with her purchase earlier, and now she regretted it after suddenly waking up. Yi Ijo is rich, but that is Yi Ijo's. Yi Ijo is her brother, yes, but just a cousin, not her real brother. Yi Ijo could spoil her, but she couldn't lose her temper. Even if Yi Ijo didn't care about this amount of money, she ultimately couldn't pass the hurdle in her heart. If her parents found out about this, they wouldn't spare her. Besides, her abilities, as well as those of her parents, were not enough to support her in such a lavish lifestyle. This kind of good feeling, once it becomes a habit, it will be very hard to change. How should she maintain her vanity in the future? She didn't want it no matter what, so Lu Janua couldn't force it anymore. They had already bought more than $100,000 worth of stuff before. Lu Janua was now self-reliant. In her opinion, this was nothing. But for Wu Xuanyu, a little girl, it was indeed very stressful. So, Wu Xuanyu didn't agree to buy it, so she didn't continue to buy it. The two carried their things with the intention of going to find Yi Ijo, and on the way, Wu Xuanyu asked Lu Janua, "Sister Nua, I feel that the relationship between you and my brother seems to be very special." Lu Janua greatly returned, "I and your brother. This is not simply the relationship of shared roommates. I too are very good friends." Lu Janua kinda wanted to tell Wu Xuanyu the truth, that she and Yi Ijo were actually married, the legal kind, but she didn't have the guts to do so. She was worried in case Yi Ijo would get angry. She also had to consider Yi Ijo's situation. If Yi Ijo didn't let his parents know about him being so rich first, he probably wouldn't agree to the two of her being together. Door-to-door relationships are actually important, and two people who aren't from the same world will have a hard time coming together and rubbing elbows in life. Not to mention Yi Ijo's parents. I'm afraid her parents wouldn't agree. As parents, who didn't want their children to have a good life in the future. Her parents weren't some kind of people who disliked the poor and the rich, but they wouldn't accept a poor boy to be with her either. If the parents were involved, what if Yi Ijo's idea of being with her faltered? Lu Janua was a bit scared. The more she realized that Yi Ijo was excellent, that confidence of hers became less and less, especially after she realized that she was so dependent on Yi Ijo now. She was even more worried that she would lose her. If other women knew that Yi Ijo was that good, then there would definitely be people who would be willing to fall over her. This made Lu Janua feel quite a sense of crisis. But although Lu Janua was worried about losing Yi Ijo, she had not yet reached the point of losing herself. She can have everything today, all because she has extremely strong self-esteem. Yi Ijo is willing to send her a gift. She can accept it, but to spend Yi Ijo's money, she can't do it. She is completely able to afford her own spending. So, she basically didn't buy anything for herself today. Some small things that she bought with her own money, but she didn't want to lose Yi Ijo. That's why she was so nice to Wu Xuanyu. She hoped that by the day the two people's relationship was spoken for, this sister of Yi Ijo liked her. If Yi Ijo's parents liked her, then it would be the best, and if they didn't, then Wu Xuanyu was also able to help her. Good friend, what you're trying to say is it a pure friendship between you two? Wu Xuanyu had the word disbelief written all over his face. Sister, no. Why do I get the feeling that you and my brother are that something? Lu Janua's heart shook violently. You don't talk nonsense. There is no such thing. Her mouth was trying to be brave, but her face was honestly red. Sister, no. What do you have that I can't tell you too? Even if it isn't, it definitely will be in the future. Wu Xuanyu said cheerfully. No, not really. Your brother and I have never even held hands, let alone anything else. Lu Janua secretly thought to herself, she really hadn't pulled it off yet. The two of them had never even acted intimately as a couple should. Should I trust you? Wu Xuanyu looked at Lu Janua with a probing gaze. Lu Gano nodded. Well, it's time to believe. It can't be my brother he. Wu Xuanyu had a strange face. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Lu Janua red-faced and feigned chiding. Wu Xuanyu righteously returned. If not, my brother and you such a big beautiful woman live together every day. How he? What nonsense. The two of us didn't live together. Lu Janua's face got redder and redder. Can't be worse than a few meanings. You two are tired under one roof. This is not the point. The point is, that normal man sees so good-looking woman, can restrain it, especially also under one roof. See, eat not. Wu Xuanyu said and looked at Lu Janua in surprise. Sister Nua, what are you blushing for? Geez, sister no, you're not an innocent girl, are you? The more Wu Xuanyu said, the redder Lu Janua's face became. She was actually blushing at the words of a little girl. Shut up. If you say it again, I'll let your brother tell your parents that you bought a lot of luxury goods today, and you'll definitely be packed by your parents at that time. Lu Janua really couldn't bear Wu Xuanyu's flirting, so she pretended to be angry and threatened. Lu Janua, it's true that she had never had an intimate relationship with a boy before, let alone an intimate relationship. She had never even had a boyfriend. She was so good looking that women avoided her and men lined up to pursue her, but the more she did, the less interested she was in those men. Pursuing it for the sake of face value was too superficial, and she didn't want her love to be that casual. She does not like superficiality, surrounded by superficial men, so she simply put the focus of life or use to this pursuit of career. Over time, the man is less and less feeling. Yi Ijo was the first man she was close to and the first man who moved her heart. Those adult words, she is the more heard, but about her, she really have not heard. This suddenly all of a sudden by Wu Xuanyu so say, her face were still hang on. Okay, Sister Nua, is it okay if I don't say it anymore? Wu Xuanyu hurriedly begged for mercy, but in his heart, he was even more convinced. There must be a relationship between Lu Janua and Yi Ijo. At the very least, it wouldn't be a good friend, or a cohabitation. As to how far the two had progressed, that was unknown. Yi Ijo was so rich and so sweet. It was obvious that Lu Janua was interested in Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo, not to mention, when looking at Lu Janua, full of tenderness, said that these two people have nothing. If you beat her to death, she will not believe it. Although it was Wu Xuanyu who was just a 17-year-old girl, there were things that she still understood. This is an era of advanced information. If you haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen a pig run? Lu Janua is a strong woman, but it's obvious that feelings are a blank slate. Wu Xuanyu is a relatively outgoing girl, who is very receptive to information about many things. This comparison, the generation gap between the two is really not generally large. The two quickly found Yi Ijo, who asked, is there anything else to buy? Lu Janua looked Yi Ijo up and down, which made Yi Ijo a bit also want to buy a watch. Lu Janua looked at her wrist and then at Yi Ijo's wrist. Yi Ijo immediately understood what she meant and hurriedly returned. I don't need it. Whether you like it or not is one thing. Sometimes the look is necessary and it determines how others perceive you. Yi Ijo could only agree when he saw Lu Janua insisting. Come on, let's go watch shopping then. Lu Janua shouted at the siblings to go to the men's consumption area. Lu Janua walked in front. Yi Ijo was going to go up and walk side by side with Lu Janua, but he was pulled back by Wu Xuanyu. Yi Ijo looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? After Wu Xuanyu sat in a silencing motion, he came next to Yi Ijo and whispered to him, "Brother, what's your relationship with my sister Nua? She's a woman. It's okay for her to be reserved. What about you? Honestly, do you have any health problems? If that's what it is, you stay away from people. You can't give them that anyway. If you're so rich, why would you bother sharing a room with someone? If you didn't have some kind of health problem, you wouldn't be able to feel it if she was acting so obviously, would you? If it's not health, it's intelligence. I've thought it all out. Sister No is a girl. She's definitely sleeping with me at night. I'll go to your room after she's asleep and you go to hers." The next day, that's what you told her, that I sleepwalked and went to your room, and that you didn't have anywhere to go, so you went to her room. Yeah, that's it. The rhetoric sounds phony, but she's definitely willing to believe it. After Wu Xuanyu finished speaking, he went to find Lu Janua. Yi Ijo thought about the little girl's words and cried a little. In Yi Ijo's cognition, the younger sister is from the countryside, should belong to a more conservative type, but it is just a 17-year-old girl. Shouldn't it be very reserved? Wu Xuanyu's words really made Yi Ijo feel surprised. He wondered if he was getting old. Did kids nowadays know so much? The difference between this girl's 17 years old and his 17 years old is also too big. He is a male. 17 years old is embarrassed to look at girls squarely. It's also too different from this sister of his. Lu Janua realized that the two didn't follow, and when she turned back, she happened to see the two whispering, and she subconsciously felt that the topic of their conversation must be related to her. Lu Janua didn't control her face and blushed, not wanting to be seen by the two men to see her dissimilarity. She accelerated her pace and came to the men's consumption area in advance. She walked too fast, and because of the heart of the siblings said the topic, did not pay attention to see in the stairway, actually came to a person. The other side seems to be quite anxious. The two were so caught off guard and collided with each other. Lu Janua subconsciously reached out to grab it, and ended up grabbing the person she was mounted with. The two of them fell down the stairs together, and just when Lu Janua thought her little life was in danger, someone suddenly hugged her from behind, allowing her to avoid being thrown down the stairs. After stabilizing her, the man reached out towards the other fallen man and grabbed him, catching only the man's hair. Luckily, it also prevented the man from falling down the stairs, and Lu Janua then realized that the person she had just collided with was a woman. The woman's expression, first horrified, was instantly annoyed when she stabilized her body and saw that a lot of her hair had been yanked out. Yi Ijo didn't have the heart to care whether the man was angry or not. He hurriedly went to ask Lu Janua, daughter-in-law, "Are you okay? Where are you hurt?" "Honey, I'm not hurt, don't worry." Both said things in the heat of the moment, throwing the whole thing about having to pretend it's okay out the window. Wu Xuanyu happened to follow up, and after hearing the two of them address each other, he almost didn't make a sound of shock. Is that even what they call each other? Wu Xuanyu wondered if he had a problem with his ears. "Aw, asshole thing, how dare you fucking grab my hair, I'm going to fight you." The woman lunged towards Yi Ijo like crazy, wanting to settle the score with Yi Ijo. To a woman, her hair is her life, especially if she likes long hair. She cherishes her hair. When Yi Ijo saw the woman lunging towards him, he instinctively raised his hand to block it. The woman missed her footing and fell down the stairs again, falling under the elevator with a thud. Lu Janua subconsciously covered her eyes. That way, it hurts to look at it. It took the woman a while to recover from the fall, and with great difficulty she crawled to one side and sat down and wailed. Lu Janua was a bit overwhelmed. Yi Ijo indifferently glanced at the woman and said to Lu Janua, "Don't care, don't know what's good for you, as long as it didn't fall on you. Let's go." That woman was also asking for trouble. He had already pulled her. She had to come to Yi Ijo's trouble because of a few hairs. Lu Janua is on the stairs. The woman had to rush out. To really pursue the responsibility, it is also the woman's fault. The elevator up and down was not in the same direction. If she wanted to get off the elevator, she should go somewhere else. Just now if Yi Ijo hadn't pulled back, then she would have fallen down long ago. Still have the nerve to come to Yi Ijo's trouble? The genius was a bit uneducated. He was not someone who repaid grudges with kindness, and since the woman was uneducated, he would not be flooded with sympathy either. What he cared about was Lu Janua. As long as Lu Janua wasn't hurt, that was fine. Lu Janua's thoughts were the same as Yi Ijo's. It would have been that woman who suddenly rushed out, just as Lu Janua went up the stairs very quickly, and only then collided together. But she went up the stairs, in the right direction. The woman was not supposed to be at the stairway for that. The first thing, cannot be pursued. Then the two almost fell down. It is Yi Ijo pulled them both. That woman does not thank even if, but also want to find Yi Ijo to settle the score. It is too much. Wu Xuanyu, who had rushed over from behind, after making sure that Lu Janua was fine, came to the front of the two, looking left and right with eyes full of meaning. Ha! Yi Ijo and Lu Janua hurriedly let go of each other, and the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. Wu Xuanyu stepped forward and took the two men's hands, placing them together again. Yi Ijo looked at Wu Xuanyu with uncertainty. Lu Janua also hurriedly said, Xiao Yu, don't misunderstand. Your brother just saw me fall down, that's why. I didn't misunderstand. Wu Xuanyu returned. No. I seem to have misunderstood. I misunderstood that I was a bolt of lightning and how it split the two of you apart. So I hurriedly put the two of you together again. Wu Xuanyu said seriously. Yi Ijo and Lu Janua looked at each other, and neither of them opened their mouths to speak. Now, what can they say? Saying anything is a redundant explanation. You two can hold on tight this time. Wu Xuanyu looked at the hands that the two had put together but were too embarrassed to pull to go. Yi Ijo and Lu Janua were once again speechless. The two of them were already at a loss for words, but Wu Xuanyu didn't mean to end it and continued. It's okay, you guys play as much as you want. My single dog stamina is still good. Cough cough cough. Yi Ijo feigned a couple of coughs and pulled Lu Janua back. Have developed to this point. He wanted to hide Wu Xuanyu again is impossible. Then he naturally want to take the initiative. Otherwise Lu Janua a girl. How to take the initiative? Although it was legal with Lu Janua now, but pulling together so intimately was still the first time. Yi Ijo felt his heartbeat speed up quite a bit all of a sudden. Right. You two just treat me like air. Wu Xuanyu nodded in satisfaction and took the lead. Thinking of the two people behind him being so sweet, Wu Xuanyu really felt bad. The main reason is that the two of them are just too sweet. And this period of her life is really a time when she is longing for a relationship. Go, Yi Ijo said to Lu Janua. Since it had all been seen by Wu Xuanyu, it would be good to take the opportunity to get closer to Lu Janua. That would be an opportunity. Lu Janua's hand was suddenly held by Yi Ijo, and her heart immediately messed up the beat. She had prepared her heart for this, but when the day actually came, she still felt the impact. Is this what it feels like to be in love? The feeling of being held by Yi Ijo's hand was quite good. She stared at the two men's hands and held Yi Ijo's hand back as well. After Yi Ijo felt it, he looked at her sideways, his eyes full of tenderness. Lu Janua shyly lowered her head. They had no choice but to hide it from Wu Xuanyu. They really didn't want their family to know. Otherwise, the relationship between the two of them, when they talked to their family didn't see that they could all understand. But now it can be bright and graceful. And, Wu Xuanyu also coincidentally became a godsend for the relationship between the two. Walking, Wu Xuanyu did not move and came behind the two, taking out his cell phone to take a look at a few photos and a few videos. With such a loving image, she naturally had to stay, and in a couple of days, after ascertaining exactly how far the two of them had gotten in their relationship, she would be able to talk to her family about it. If Yi Ijo and Lu Janua had confessed at the beginning, she would have sent it straight away. Seeing as the two were evasive, she decided to figure it out before sending it. If Yi Ijo was really just a courier, then she had to report her joy to her aunt first, no matter what she said. But the situation is not the same as she thought. Now Yi Ijo is a super rich person. He did not talk to his family. There is an object, but also did not talk to his family. That must be some scruples. It was also true that she had only just arrived and was still a young girl. Her mental quality to be able to withstand the impact was still quite strong. But she hadn't slowed down until now after she had learned that Yi Ijo was so outstanding. Wouldn't the reaction be even more exaggerated if the family knew about this? Instead, she didn't even know what to say when her aunt pressed her. Since Yi Ijo wanted to hide it, if she said it, what if it made Yi Ijo unhappy? Although Wu Xuanyu was just a child and couldn't guess what Yi Ijo and Lu Janua were thinking. But by the way the two reacted, the two were definitely a pair. The two came to the door of an Earl store. Piaget, this brand, Yi Ijo is aware of. Their family watches, in terms of value, more in line with Yi Ijo's mind. When he saw it, he pulled Lu Janua into the store. The clerk saw them and immediately welcomed them. Sir, miss, do you have a favorite style? The shopkeeper's attitude was very good. It's a branded store after all. Even the service is so good. Can it be customized? Yi Ijo asked. Sir, that's possible. However, it requires the customer to personally go to the headquarters to customize it. In addition, the customized prices are all after 400,000. The clerk politely returned. Yi Ijo asked in a deep voice, do you have to go by yourself? The clerk froze for a moment. The store often had customers asking for customized models, most of which backed off after knowing the price. Not to mention going there in person. When they say they want to go there in person, they actually want to avoid unnecessary pestering from customers and delaying their time. Seeing that Yi Ijo asked for something else rather than the price, the shopkeeper suddenly realized that this was most likely a big customer. Seeing that the clerk didn't answer for half a day, Yi Ijo made another puzzled voice. The clerk sensed Yi Ijo's dissatisfaction and she instantly understood. Rich people spend money to have fun. It's impossible to like something anymore and have them baba their way to the door to customize it. The clerk looked at Lu Janua next to him again. Such a high face value. And then look at that famous brand. The clerk replied back. Sir, the two young ladies, why don't you go to our VIP lounge for a rest first? I'll have our manager come over right away. Is that okay? Any rule is dead. As long as it's a big guy with real money. It's a big client. If this order comes through, then the clerk's performance will be doubled. Aha. Yi Ijo nodded, and then took Lu Janua and Wu Xuanyu, and went to the restroom. Yi Ijo has never known that money is a good thing. As long as there is money, what to go to the headquarters in person? As long as it is determined that he is a big customer, then they will let the designer to contact Yi Ijo. If the clerk insisted that he should go to the headquarters, then Yi Ijo would leave. Going to headquarters in person for a watch, that's not something he'd do. Several people came to the lounge. The clerk was very considerate to pour tea and bring fruits to several people first, and then went out to call the manager. Within 5 minutes, however, a stylishly dressed woman arrived in the lounge, clutching a very delicate book. Sir, two beautiful ladies, I am this store manager Wang Yu. Thank you very much for your liking and support of our Earl brand. I don't know how to address you? The store manager politely went forward and greeted Yi Ijo and them. Of course, her gaze, always, was on Yi Ijo's reach. Yi Ijo was the one she should serve today. Say hello to both girls, just out of courtesy. Yi Ijo nodded and got up to shake hands with Wang Yu. Hello, Yi Ijo. Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you here. This is the most popular catalog of our Piaget watches at the moment. The styles in here are the most classic ones in our company. Of course, this is just a template. After that we can condition the design drawings according to your favorite and make the style you like. Yi Ijo didn't look and said directly. I only want one. The only one. Wang Yu, the store manager, was first stunned and then understood what Yi Ijo meant. He only accepts the one and only, meaning that none of the ones in this atlas are of interest to him. The store manager looked at Yi Ijo for a moment. Seeing that his look was so serious, she sorted out her language and said, Mr. Yi, your request, we can also do it. We can specifically let the designer design one you want. Just in terms of price. Price is not a problem. Make sure you can do it. Then you can. Yi Ijo returned. The store manager instantly felt joy in his heart. This was bumping into a big tycoon. Yes, this is certainly possible. The store manager replied back. Mr. Yi, then we need to apply to the headquarters now, so that the company can send a designer over to discuss with you face to face, so that we can better make a design that attaches to your heart, and then proceed with the production of the watch after the design drawings and concepts have met your requirements. The use of different materials in the price will be different. The different designers, there will also be differences in price. This before and after the time to add up. You are expected to need to wait nearly half a year to get your watch. You see you can accept? Yi Ijo nodded. The rest is not a problem. Time-wise, I want it to be as early as possible. Within Yi Ijo's plan, he wanted to bring Lu Janua home as soon as possible. And if he reached the point of meeting his parents, then he naturally had to meet Lu Janua's parents as well. It wasn't long until New Year's Eve, leaving him not a lot of time. Okay sir, then this may take up quite a bit of your time. The revision of the design drawings, the final draft, as well as some of the details of the production, will require a certain amount of time to discuss with you. If this is something that you don't mind, then about 4 or 5 months or so to get the watch. It is entirely possible. The store manager said with an excellent attitude. This was a big Buddha. She had to have a good attitude. Yi Ijo nodded. Yes, as long as I can get it before the year. My requirements are just a few points. The first point, uniqueness. Second, I'm going to customize it for couples. These two requirements are a must. As for the price you said, match or whatever, it's not a problem. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions and billions of dollars are fine, as long as it's within the range of reasonable charges. So please let your company's best designer come over. 10 billion? The store manager looked at Yi Ijo in surprise. She was too shocked. Customers who prefer customized models, common for a big brand like theirs, are. But it was the first time they had seen such a dirt cheap customer. It was already rare for a client to accept a price of tens of millions of dollars. But Yi Ijo even said that tens of billions of dollars was not a problem? In that case, Yi Ijo is definitely the biggest customer their company has ever had. Yi Ijo saw the store manager looking so surprised, so he asked, "Is it very difficult?" No. The difficulty is very much there, but your requirements our company is able to achieve. I will first give Mr. Yi an introduction to the charges, customized models. We will all receive a portion of the deposit in advance. This deposit is divided into several phases to be received. The first stage is the design stage. The second stage is the customization stage. With the customized model, you'll enjoy our company's lifetime care and repair. But of course, if it's considered damaged, this will depend on the situation. Yi Ijo nodded. Well, it can be. In this way, what according to the proportion of charges? Too much trouble. I directly pay a deposit of 100 million. Let your company's best designers come over. Out of the best production team. Everything with the best on the right. If it's not enough, I'll add it later. The store manager heard this and his face instantly changed again. In the first stage, the customers who can pay a deposit of millions of dollars are few and far between. So few that so far, she has never seen. But Yi Ijo even asked for $100 million? If Yi Ijo's expression didn't look so serious, she would have to suspect that this person was here to tease her. The bosses she had met were all more buttoned up than one another, more careful than one another. And the saying that no businessman is a crook was not wrong at all. But today she realized that it wasn't all that plausible, and that the big guy in front of her was just too generous. Business people, the reason why they are so buttoned up is because they all know how big the profit margins really are. Being willing to pay more is not wanting someone else to make more of your money. This Yi Ijo was really too different. You're serious? Yi Ijo nodded. Naturally, I'm serious. Coming out of the Earl's boutique, Yi Ijo glanced at the business card in his hand and handed it to Wu Xuanyu. Here you go. What for? Wu Xuanyu looked at Yi Ijo in puzzlement. This business card was given by the store manager, who said that holding this business card was equivalent to having a pass to go to a lot of places with a higher style. With this kind of card, discounts are nothing but a trifle, and its greatest effect is that it can bring in a lot of connections. The store manager also said that when the team from the headquarters came, he would also give Yi Ijo a higher level business card. Yi Ijo had little interest in buying these, but Wu Xuanyu was interested, so he gave it to Wu Xuanyu in passing. Get out of here first before you look. Yi Ijo looked at the little girl with the look of a curious baby and said. Wu Xuanyu was busy and nodded in a hurry. Oh, good. It's indeed not nice to look so much like you've picked up a treasure in front of someone's store. That, daughter-in-law, our relationship is known by that little girl. This can be. Lu Janua slightly lowered her head and didn't answer. This made Yi Ijo's heart bottomless. I'm actually more worried about you. If my family knows about it, I'm worried that you're not ready. Let's talk about this later. Tell me why you want a customized couple's watch. Lu Janua spoke up. It's also too fast and expensive? Yi Ijo first froze, then said. Why, daughter-in-law, do you not like it too much? I'm sorry I made my own decision without talking to you ahead of time. If you're the one who doesn't like it, then I'll return it now. Lu Janua put her head away and stammered. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that. I didn't say I wanted to wear a couple's watch with you either. Such an expensive watch. If I wear it and it gets bumped, how much will it hurt? Yi Ijo instantly understood Lu Janua's meaning. He didn't know nothing, he just wasn't in the mood for romance. He is from the countryside. No matter what he does, will be close to the practicality. If a little bit of no use, what roses this kind of? He is lazy to bother. He felt Lu Janua's shyness and was secretly happy for a long time. Doesn't that mean she's touched in her heart? If she really didn't want it, she'd have turned him down in a serious manner and wouldn't have been so evasive. Also smiled for a week and said, my mom told me when I was little that when my dad was with her, my dad gave her a watch that was more popular at the time, saying something about expressing single-mindedness. I'm learning from my dad. I didn't say that I'm willing to marry you. I even said before, let's get along first. If we don't want to be together, when we separate, I'll give you a breakup fee. Lu Janua said harsh words, but in her heart she was happy. My breakup fee, you can't afford to give. So breakup you don't want. Yi Ijo returned. But I'm looking at that courier, not this big tycoon in front of me. Lu Janua said with a stiff upper lip. Okay, I'll go deliver the courier tomorrow and let you take a ride behind my little electric donkey. Yi Ijo said. So what if? I said what if? I want to divorce you, Lu Janua said with her head bowed, because she was bowing her head. Yi Ijo could not see her face and could only judge her emotions from her tone. I don't believe it. I'm so good, how could you be willing to leave me? Yi Ijo said confidently. Never seen you so self-absorbed. Lu Janua said with a red face. I said the truth. I'm not what the world's most handsome man, but also will not let people feel out of hand. I'm quite lucky. Face value and ability. I have accounted for the face value you have seen. Ability. Your family, and then continue to explore the excavation. Maybe I'm better than you think. A lot of excellent. I can't say anything else, but for someone my age, the horror is that there is no one in this world who can be better than me. I'm that good, but I'm not proud of it at all. And I'm willing to stay home and do your laundry and cook for you. Say, isn't it rare to find a man as good as me? Of course, laundry and cooking are nothing. I'll wash you or provide other services if you want. Lu Janua was caught off guard by such a tease and instantly blushed again. You? What are you talking about? What with the bath and the service? That's what I said. But I see that you, daughter-in-law, are not unwilling, so I'll put this service on the agenda as soon as possible. Yi Ijo whispered in Lu Janua's ear. Lu Janua, this time, was so shy that she couldn't even speak, while Yi Ijo was complacent. He suddenly felt a hard pinch on his waist and almost didn't scream. Yi Ijo was a bit bitterly laughing. This behavior, is it something that all women in this world would do? He hadn't been with anyone, but he'd seen others who had, and that's how those women had confessed their dissatisfaction. Yi Ijo held Lu Janua's small hand and touched it compassionately. Lu Janua instantly shrank her hand back as if she was electrocuted. Yi Ijo didn't intend to let her go just like that. He came to Lu Janua's ear and whispered, in terms of skills, besides earning money, I have another skill that is also very powerful. If you want to discover it, the two of us will have to sleep together. Daughter-in-law, when are you going to verify my skills? Lu Janua still didn't make a sound, but Yi Ijo felt that his heartbeat was accelerating. Between Lu Janua's foot, suddenly stretched out, he was not ready to mentally prepare. The back of his foot was greeted by Lu Janua's hard kick. He wanted to shrink. It was too late. Yi Ijo was deflated and had a feeling of having a bitter feeling. If you want to take advantage, you have to suffer the consequences of taking advantage. The feet are suffering, but Yi Ijo's heart is beautiful. Lu Janua willing to make such a mess. It is not really angry. If it is really angry, then it is estimated to roll a blank stare directly into. There will not be this irritated behavior. It seemed that his place in Lu Janua's heart was growing. Emotional matters, you have to take your time. Otherwise, in case the married daughter-in-law scared away, then he will be empty. Therefore, he only dared to show off his mouth, and he didn't dare to be too reckless in his actions before getting Lu Janua's permission. Yi Ijo didn't continue to tease down. Otherwise he didn't dare to think that Lu Janua would make much overexcited behavior. He smiled sarcastically and asked, then my sister knows about us too. What should we do about this? She won't say anything, and if you do, it probably won't be long after you find out. And how easy it is to contact someone now. Do you think your parents would not contact you if they knew? Probably the computer would have blown up long ago. Lu Janua didn't even dare to look at Yi Ijo when she spoke. She didn't want him to see her blushing. Yi Ijo listened and nodded in recognition. Right, oh. But the strange thing is, why didn't she say anything? One is that I didn't figure out exactly how far we two had progressed. And then there's the fact that it's soft to take someone's hand. And if the family knew that you had bought her something with that much money, the family would not be able to sit still, right? She's probably afraid that you'll be upset and doesn't dare to cause trouble for you. You're a rich man now, not the unproductive brother she used to think you were. She's naturally worried about upsetting you. You'll just need to be a good brother from now on. Give a little pocket money or something. And you'll still worry that your sister won't listen to you? This. Yi Ijo hesitated. Lu Janua looked at him in disbelief. These few days together. Yi Ijo, what kind of person she is. She knows. He is not the kind of person who can't afford to give up money. Although this person is not his own sister. But in the case of Yi Ijo, who has little attachment to money, he will treat his sister as his own even if she is not his own sister. As long as he has the ability to do so. What's wrong? Yi Ijo thought about it and said, money can be given. But how do I give it appropriately? I want to raise her as my own sister, but in the end it's not my own. I can be good to her, but I can't be like my own brother. The accusations should be made. The scolding should be done. At her age, it's best when she can't withstand temptation and her judgment isn't mature enough. Give less and she might not be satisfied. Give more and I'm worried she'll learn the hard way. If she gets into the habit of spending a lot of money, she doesn't have the ability to make that much money on her own, and her family can't afford it. And even though I'm her brother, I can't support her for the rest of her life. And even if I wanted to, what would be the point of her life? Conservation. Upward mobility. This is a person living to realize the value of their life is a must. She's still different from you, even if you give her the capital to start her own business. She's a junior high school student. She doesn't see how she can grasp that it's that material. I guess it's okay for me to offer her a good life, but not money, and if she learns the hard way, Whose responsibility is that anyway? I'm not necessarily doing her any favors that way. Lu Janua thought confidently before retorting. You're right and wrong about this. You're so rich now. You super can't look at your sister and continue to live the same days as before, right? Money a person's bottom line. Rich, the standard of living will become higher. Eyesight, insights will become more and more extensive. She will slowly grow. Then she will later choose a target, or make any other decision. We'll look at the long term, which is good for her. Lu Janua didn't recognize Yi Ijo's point of view, and Yi Ijo also didn't recognize Lu Janua's point of view. Daughter-in-law, what you said before, I think all of it is reasonable. But this, I don't agree with. I do not say anything else. On the matter of finding a partner, want to enter the mansion. Either the man looked at her face, then such a man cannot be wanted. If it is to talk about feelings, then it is an individual will look for a person who can have a common language with themselves, common values, and be able to work hand in hand. Take the two of us. Would I love you so much if you only had this face, but were rotten to the core on the inside? And I, really, am just a courier. You will recognize me? An upwardly mobile person is not mediocre. And a mediocre person who hides it well is only a cover-up after all. Yi Ijo's words made Lu Janua instantly lose her rebuttal. Yi Ijo said right, just give her laundry and cooking such things, because Yi Ijo excellent, so do these things, is the icing on the cake, if his is just a courier, not to look down on the courier people, but do that kind of work, that and she is completely two worlds, outlook on life and values, together with the topic, cannot be harmonious. Two people like that don't go together. There's no mistaking the saying that things come in small packages. A person can only hang out with people who are as good as she is, or a little better, if they are really good. If the difference between the two is too great, the result goes without saying. Then why don't you talk to her and let her go to school? Lu Janua asked after some thought. I do have this idea, but it's still up to her. She's just arrived. Let her play for 2 days first, then talk to her later. But it's up to her to choose exactly what she wants. It's rare to come out. Let her take a good break. At this moment she's in just a little better mood. It's not suitable to send her to school right away. Yi Ijo said. Lu Janua nodded approvingly. Well, this is fine. So have you spoken to your great uncle yet? Didn't talk to him? It's mostly up to Xiaoyu. As long as she's willing to go to school, I can cover all of her expenses. My great uncle's family is probably a bit patriarchal. There's a son in the family, and they're only able to afford the son. If Xiaoyu doesn't want to go to school, if she's more interested in something, she can also go and specialize in one. And the expenses will likewise be counted on me. I won't allow her to be so degraded, and without a degree. It's fine if she can have real skills. Yi Ijo remembered him. If he didn't have the system's favorable treatment, he would be a courier now. He had the system in place, and many things were available to him. But Wu Xuanyu was not favored by fate, and she could only rely on her own efforts to change her life. As far as his own heart was concerned, even if he had to support her for the rest of her life, he would still be willing and able to afford it. But that kind of life was too meaningless. When people live, they must have the ability that they can live well in this world, and they must have the ability to realize their ideals. Things were pretty much done shopping and they were going to leave the mall and go home. But just when he was planning to get on the car, not far away came 10 or so people. At first glance is not good. The men and women looked like misfits, but for the way they were dressed, they didn't look like the street punks they were. Is this a deliberate attempt to pick a fight? Yi Ijo looked at those people and directly opened the door and asked, what do you want? Wu Xuanyu was a bit worried. She had never seen such a scene. Compared to Wu Xuanyu, Lu Janua was extremely calm. She wasn't worried at all. She had seen Yi Ijo's ability. Instead she was curious. What were these people doing here? You did this? One of them raised his hand and showed Yi Ijo a few hairs in his hand with an angry face, as if he wanted to eat Yi Ijo. This hair, Yi Ijo and the three of them were familiar with it. Wasn't it ripped off from the woman who collided with Lu Janua? Is this coming to settle a score with him? It's me. Yi Ijo returned indifferently, not half as worried. He can fight. What's there to be afraid of? Nearly 2 hours had passed since that happened, and it seemed that these people had been here waiting for him. It's a quick admission. After the man retrieved his hair, he put it properly into his coat pocket as if it was a treasure. Yi Ijo almost didn't die of speechlessness. After that, the man pulled out another business card and handed it to Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo doubtfully took it and looked at it. This person is a person from the entertainment company? It's got a phone number on it. A name, Sun Gue. A broker. It's a guy? If this guy didn't have a knot in his throat and a name, Yi Ijo would almost think it was a woman. At this time, Sun Gue said, my artist, Zhou Huan. Her hair was yanked out by you, not to mention that she was knocked out of her face and is in danger of being disfigured. This is something that you have to be responsible for. We've already gone to the hospital for an examination of the injuries. The approximate compensation is around $10 million. Of course, this is just approximate. If in the end she is really disfigured, you'll have to compensate my artist in the tens of thousands. This matter, don't you have to give us an explanation? Yi Ijo cried and laughed. This is to blackmail to come? You're crazy about money, aren't you? From Sun Gui's words, Yi Ijo also heard that this Jo Huan was an actress. But how come he had no impression at all? Is there such a person in the entertainment industry? Although he had little interest in chasing stars, he would still hear some of the things in the entertainment industry from time to time, and he would have heard more or less about the names of the stars. It seems that even if this is a star, it's a star with little name recognition. Hubby, this star, Jo Huan, is just a little more advanced than a two-set runner, playing the role of some maid or something. There's not a single piece that I can hold, so it looks like it's just a bumper sticker. As Lu Janua spoke, that Sun Gui became angry. What are you talking about? Yi Ijo looked over with a cold eye while taking several steps back. He mainly did not want to get too close to the scum. He's obviously a man, but he dresses like a woman. Even his voice is so girly. If you really want to be a woman, take it seriously and be respectable. What's with the misogyny? Yi Ijo felt sick at first glance. Speak human, Yi Ijo said in a cold voice. My family, Huan, is very promising. Okay, she will soon become a big star in the entertainment industry, and I will make her the brightest star. But you even ripped out her hair and hurt her face? This, if it is an ordinary person, may not be in the care of so few hairs, but this hair to my family Huan, but her life, and her face is her future. You do this, completely ruined my family Huan's bang. You must give us an explanation, otherwise I will not let you go. Sun Gui huffed. That unfeminine voice made Yi Ijo listen to it with a burst of annoyance. Sun Gui is still continuing. My family Huan needs to go for hair transplant surgery and cosmetic surgery, and must also go to the best medical institutions, find specialists, and use the best treatments, and must also go for these things as soon as possible. Before Sun Gui could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Ijo. After all this talk, don't you just want money? Sun Gui wanted to retort, but he couldn't find the words to do so. Yi Ijo seems to be right. He said so much, all he wants is money, and when the money is in place, everything will be solved. But coming from Yi Ijo's mouth, why was the meaning so strange? He wanted to say something else. Yi Ijo said impatiently, I'm busy, just say how much you want. Sun Gui looked at him with this attitude. He was angry and wanted to scold Yi Ijo, but when he was looking at Yi Ijo's attitude, so bottomless, he was a little abashed again. Hanging out in the entertainment industry, without a little bit of people watching myself, I would have long ago not known where to be squeezed by others. Sun Gui was a little bit intimidated. He wanted to ask Yi Ijo for more, but he didn't have the guts. It's even still unknown if we'll get paid for this one. Yi Ijo, this attitude is too rich. Really do not put money in the eyes to ask so, or is it a prelude to a storm? He gave Yi Ijo the account number under this jealous ambivalence. Yi Ijo directly transferred $1 billion in person. Is this enough? Okay, I'm busy. The arrival time you wait is. Yi Ijo finished and got into the car. Sun Gui was surprised by the $1 billion and couldn't say a word. Frozen watched Yi Ijo leave until Yi Ijo's car was out of shadow. Then he came back to his senses. In the car, Lu Janua asked Yi Ijo in confusion, Hubby, why did you give them so much money? Even if you have money, you can't give it to assholes like that? Wouldn't it make more sense to go do some charity or something rather than give it to an asshole like that? Lu Janua no longer avoided Wu Shuingyu beside her when she faced Yi Ijo. Since she already knew about their relationship, there was nothing for them to avoid. She had long been accustomed to calling Yi Ijo her husband, and she always felt shortcomings when she didn't call him that. Daughter-in-law, you can't think like that. Think about it. If you, all of a sudden, were given so much money, would you dare to take it? You can trust me, they'll be back for more soon, but just to apologize and make amends. My money, not only do they have to return it to me as is, they also have to give me a lot of interest. Yi Ijo said to Lu Janua blandly while driving the car. Lu Janua was first stunned, then quickly figured out the reasoning behind what Yi Ijo said. Indeed, not everyone would dare to ask for so much money. Besides, this matter is still the Jo Huan's fault in the first place, but Wu Shuingyu couldn't figure it out. She asked in disbelief, Brother, why don't they dare to ask for it? If I suddenly had $1 billion, then I'd immediately find a feng shui treasure and go live in seclusion. But one thing must be admitted. Brother, your calm moment of transferring $1 billion was really handsome. If only I could have such a handsome day. Wu Shuingyu no longer had the same kind of surprise that he had before when he just knew that Yi Izhou was a big tycoon. But he suddenly admired Yi Izhou. It was as if, in Yi Izhou's life, money had suddenly become worthless. People like them, who had to haggle over a few cents when buying food, really could not look frankly at Yi Izhou's style of casually offering $1 billion. This idea of yours is not realistic at all. In this day and age, if you suddenly have $1 billion, can you really find a place where no one else can find you? Simply put, you can't carry this money on your back, can you? Wouldn't you have to go to the bank to get it? And how can you do that to hide it from the public? There aren't many people in this world who can have $1 billion, let alone someone who just casually takes out $1 billion. One more thing, should I really compensate that Zhou Huan? This matter, which involves $1 billion, then there will inevitably be people who will look deeper into it, and that Zhou Huan still dares to take it? If she really took it, that would be really playing this life over. She's just a small supporting role. Even the company behind her is just a company worth $10 million. Dare to offend me? Although, the money was transferred by me, they don't dare to take it with peace of mind. Not to mention that her injuries aren't serious. Even if she's really disfigured, she's not worth $1 billion. And they don't dare to guarantee that I'll do something. If I bring this to light, not only her, but the companies behind her will all be finished. And they will not only have to worry about the pressure of public opinion, but they will also have to worry about whether or not they will be retaliated against by me. Like this. Brother, you're practically a schemer, Wu Shuingyu said in surprise. How could she not realize that there was such a big article inside just a small thing? As a matter of fact, this matter is not my fault. When the other party came to the door, I did not want to make a big deal out of it, but as soon as I heard what that guy meant, he even wanted millions of dollars in compensation? That's obviously trying to make a big grudge against me. And in that case, I'll have to teach him a lesson. Xiao Yu, I am also giving you a lesson. You have to remember, no matter what the situation is, don't look down on others, or else, you won't know how to die. Yi Izhou said seriously. Wu Shuingyu was speechless. This was indeed a lesson. Honey, what if they don't do what you want? What if they just take the money and run? Or what if they don't admit that they extorted you? Lu Janua asked. Daughter-in-law, you did record a video. I saw it all. Yi Izhou smiled and looked at Lu Janua. Hubby, I really can't hide anything from you. So tell me, how much are you prepared to pay to buy away the video I'm holding? Lu Janua joked. Give me your body. You can do whatever you want to me. I'll never resist. Almost. Have you two ever considered my feelings as a single person? You two keep showing love like this. It's just cruel dog abuse. I've been abused by you guys for a day and you don't even stop. Would it be too much? Excessive. Just too much. Then, Xiao Yu, why don't you hurry up and find a date too? When you're in love too, you can show love too. There's no such thing as a single dog being abused, and I really don't have any connections in that area, or else I'd have introduced you to one, and your brother might have. There's a rich man, then naturally the ones he knows are all capable men, so let him properly introduce you to a few. Lu Janua joked about Wu Shuingyu. Wu Shuingyu hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Sister Nuo, you quickly spare me. You and my brother together abused me even open to take me for fun. I'm only 17 years old. Such a beautiful age. I don't want to waste it in love this kind of thing. Okay? Wu Shuingyu was flirted with and blushed. Wu Xinyu didn't blush when talking about others, but not when it came to herself. It's okay to let her talk the talk. It's not okay to talk the talk. Lu Janua did not continue to flirt with him. After a while, Wu Shuingyu said to Yi Izhou, Brother, you put so much money, then naturally all the people around you are tycoons. You and Zhao Xikong? Yi Izhou shook his head. Not familiar. Xiao Yu, your brother is a rich generation. Is there a need for things to get acquainted with rich second generation? He should not be able to look at those rich second generation. Lu Janua picked up the conversation. This word seems to be quite reasonable. Wu Shuingyu believed, so he continued to ask, Sister Nuo. Not right, sister-in-law. Then my brother and those tycoons know don't call me that. Lu Janua did not blush at Wu Shuingyu's cry of sister-in-law. Isn't it? You have one husband and one daughter-in-law. And this doesn't allow me to call my sister-in-law. Lu Janua was worried that Wu Shuingyu would say something else that would make her blush even more, and quickly said, You stop. How do I know what tycoons your brother knows? Just ask him yourself? You would not know? Wu Shuingyu was clearly disbelieving. Your sister-in-law really didn't lie to you this time. I didn't take the initiative to talk to your sister-in-law about this. I let her discover it slowly and then fall more and more in love with me. The more mysterious a man is, the more attractive he is. Do you understand? Yi Izhou picked up. Wu Shuingyu sked. This is dog abuse at the drop of a hat. You guys are just too much. Very much so. I feel like I should have never come with you guys and given you the chance to hurt me. Well, that's 1,000 times true. Your brother really didn't tell me about this. When I met him, I thought he was just a courier. How did I know it was a big tycoon? Lu Janua smiled back, shy as she was. The sister-in-law that Wu Xuanyu called out. She still liked to hear it. Lu Janua's feelings towards Yi Zhou were very clear to herself. But in the end, she was a woman and a blank sheet of paper in terms of feelings, always unconsciously shy. Wu Xuanyu was willing to call out sister-in-law. That meant that he liked her in his heart. This made Lu Janua's heart happy. But she had been holding back and didn't show it. Yi Zhou silently expected Wu Xuanyu to gossip more in his heart, and to be able to let Lu Janua continue to blow his big bull. That way, he'd be able to pull the wool over the system's eyes. What? Wu Xuanyu was surprised and continued to ask. Sister-in-law, are you saying that you just met my brother and he's a courier? What's the situation? You big beautiful woman. How would you know with a courier? I don't mean to look down on the delivery guy, but the saying that people are like people is still very true. If he's a delivery guy, then you're obviously not in the same world as him. Xiao Yu, you're making it sound like whoever is with your brother has to be doing it for his money. Lu Janua said back. Wu Xuanyu waved his hand repeatedly. No. I don't mean this. I mean, sister-in-law is a strong woman. My brother is so rich. He still drives your car and lives in your room. That means you guys are indeed really in love. I'm just better. It's coincidence and fate that I can know your brother. Lu Janua's small face slightly reddened as she thought of the scene where she met Yi Zhou. Then how did you meet? Sister-in-law. You'd better tell me quickly. Wu Xuanyu curiously pursued. Okay. I'll tell you okay? I got to know your brother when he heroically saved me. That day, I was upset about something, so I went to the river to take a break, and I ran the edge of the creek bridge to sit and blow off some steam, and your brother thought I was going to kill myself, and the only reason he thought that was because when he went to make a delivery, he saw me go off the bridge, and then when he came back, he saw me sitting there again. I was so lost in thought that your brother crept up on me unaware and held me close. I was quite surprised and thought I'd met a lecherous man. Afterward he advised me to live well and I realized why he did that. At that time, in my eyes, your brother is a deliveryman. I thought, although I am not a little rich woman, but the days are not bad, right? And thought of those who have contacted before either for my money or for my looks. Your brother has a good heart, much better than those guys, so I started chasing after your brother. At first, I always thought of your brother as a courier, and then I realized a little bit of his strength when he learned that something had happened to my company and helped me out of the crisis. Just a little bit of you, and then slowly saw how good he was, but he said that there was a lot more to him that he was good at, and that he wouldn't intentionally avoid me, but he wouldn't take the initiative to tell me, either, so that I could take my time and find out, and that way it would be, what she wanted to say in the back. Yi Zhou had just said, trying to get her to find out a little bit and then love him more. How this is like reading a novel. Wu Xuanyu did not know what to say. She thought, Lu Janua looks so good, is a high cold beauty, but I did not expect that she took the initiative to chase Yi Zhou. This is unscientific. Shouldn't it be Yi Zhou's skinless pursuit of a beautiful woman, finally impressing her heart? TCH, even thinking about it now, I still have a trance-like feeling that it was a thought. Lu Janua said sheepishly. Wu Xuanyu honestly said, this is too unscientific. Sister-in-law, you say you look so good, and a strong woman. My brother at that time in your eyes is a courier. Long and average. You say how you just a thought. Look at him? Okay, don't say anything bad about your brother. Be careful he won't buy you your favorite things anymore, not to mention, then retaliate against you. You're done. Lu Janua laughed and said. After saying that, after a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke again. At that time, it was just a sudden thought that was put into action. Probably, this is fate. Xiao Yu, fate is really a strange thing that can't be explained. But what if my brother is really just a courier? What about you? My age is small, but there are some truths that I don't understand. 2 worlds of people, 3 views, topics, these aspects, there will be a big gap. It's easy to produce conflicts. Wu Xuanyu said seriously. Lu Janua nodded her head in recognition. Xiao Yu, you are right, that's what people are like, but since I have done that, I have to be responsible for my own behavior. It's rare to find a man I like, even if the gap between the two is a bit big. As long as your brother is an up-and-comer, I won't be picky about it that much. So I had an idea to test your brother, so I asked him to come and stay at my place. And after that, you know all about it. I was just trying to see what his character was like. Speaking of this, Lu Janua was a little embarrassed. Ha, Wu Xuanyu picked up in surprise. You just let my brother live in your house so easily? Aren't you worried about my brother being a lecher or something and doing something to you? I'm a student of sparring. I'm confident that your brother won't be a match for me. An ordinary man. I'll send him out the door with a kick, so I'm not worried about my own safety at all. I just want to see what kind of person he is. As long as it's a three-way, motivated one. Sooner or later he'll get rich and attach himself to my requirements. I gave your brother all the keys to my house at the time, but he hasn't stepped foot in my room. And the rest of the place is cleaned up, and treats me with respect, and doesn't do anything to make me not like it. I always test your brother on a whim, and every time he performs, he is unexpectedly good, and I also, more, like him. The last sentence, Lu Janua said in a very small voice, did not have the heart to look up at Yeejo. She wanted to say love, but felt it seemed too full of emotion. Who wouldn't love a man who is so good and spoils his wife so much and has such a positive outlook? Lu Janua's words made Yeejo secretly happy. How many times? He was almost withstood Lu Janua's confusion, but in the end, he held back. It's a good thing he didn't do anything out of the ordinary, or wouldn't he have lost such a beautiful wife? It seemed that he would have to control himself properly in the future, and he would have to wait until it was clear what her attitude was before he could take further action. How could Lu Janua know that those self-righteous temptations of hers made Yeejo wary again? If I find out someday, I'll probably regret my behavior today. If she wasn't so reserved, she would have owned Yeejo a long time ago. Brother, I'm really convinced about you too. This you can even pass my sister-in-law's test for you. It's too powerful. Wu Xuanyu was thinking that Lu Janua was really too beautiful, which if she were a man, she would have been unable to control herself. Yeejo smiled and said nothing. He. Later on, I felt that I was actually a bit careful. You said that your brother is so outstanding. If he wanted to, there would be no shortage of women at all, and as a result, he was still being tested by me so much, but that's what makes me feel all the more that he's the one I'm meant to find. And the fact that he doesn't mess with those unsavory women, not to mention the fact that he willingly accepts my test, proves to me that he's a worthy man. He's rich, and he doesn't panhandle. And men like that are really rare from time to time. And he's been able to stand up to me because he's a three-way man in his own right. It feels like your brother has all the qualities that a good man has. He came from an ordinary family and went to a very ordinary college. But the fact that he was able to buck the trend in his life and become a human being shows how tough he is. After having money, being a person is still so low-key, not willing to waste his time at home, so he went to deliver takeaways. In fact, that little bit of money he doesn't care, but he has been working seriously. It can be seen that he is doing things with a serious attitude. Such a person, not to be successful are not heavenly reason. This point, he is also very special. Some people become bad when they have money, or they like to womanize. But your brother doesn't, don't you think? Isn't it very valuable? Lu Janua talked about Yeejo's goodness as if she had endless words. Yeejo was quite surprised, not realizing that in Lu Janua's heart, his image was so lofty. In fact, if it wasn't for the system, he would really be that inconspicuous courier now, with no future in sight. Wu Xuanyu nodded. She was now looking at Yeejo in the same way. The longer she was in contact with Yeejo, the more she just felt that this brother of hers was powerful. Xiao Yu. When you fall in love in the future, you must not believe that seeing is believing. You must observe carefully, especially since you're so small. You can easily be confused by appearances, and people who look like human beings are not necessarily good men. What looks unremarkable doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad guy, so don't fall for the bad guys. To look at a man, it's not about whether he's handsome or not. It's about his temperament. It's about his three views, and don't look at whether he has money or not. It's about what kind of material requirements this has. In short, men who are motivated, sooner or later, they will live a personal life, but those who are rich, are not necessarily true gentlemen. Some rich second generation, are just playboys, just like to rely on their own money, playing with other people's feelings. If you're looking for someone who's motivated and just not that successful right now, then once you get past your brother and think he's someone worth committing your life to, then your brother will definitely help him. Money is far less important to Lai than you. You see, he's not even in the mood to show off, Lu Janua said. Lu Janua would say so much to Wu Xuanyu because she was worried that Wu Xuanyu had just come to the big city and couldn't withstand the temptation to do something she would regret. Therefore, she uses her own experience to tell Wu Xuanyu what kind of men are worth trusting sincerely and what kind of men are false. Your sister-in-law, this is from a woman's point of view. I'm a man. I'll say a few words as well. Sister, remember it well. At this time, Yeejo also spoke. Well, brother, you say. Wu Xuanyu nodded seriously. This is a change in the past. Wu Xuanyu must not be willing to listen to Yeejo nagging, but now it is different. She worshipped Yi Ijo as a brother worshipped. Such an excellent man. There is a capital to be worshipped. Yi Ijo continued. I'll only say what I think. Whether you want to listen or not is your business. I think, to see if a man is worth committing his life to. In addition to all that your sister-in-law has explained, there is another very important look to see if he has you in his heart. Let me give you an example. There are two men, both pursuing you. One is just trying to be fresh. Most of the time he only cares about himself and coaxes you perfunctorily, while the other one puts you first in everything. I think you should know how to choose without me having to say anything more, right? Wu Xuanyu thought for a moment and returned. Then the first one naturally can't be wanted, but if it's appropriate to have your own space, it's okay, right? Yi Ijo shook his head disapprovingly. You're wrong. If a man really loves you, you're all he has. He doesn't need any personal space. What's a woman's greatest happiness? Wu Xuanyu looked puzzled. I think it is a man who can hold his own and have bragging rights at all times. If a man is only busy with his own business, with him as the main focus, it only means that he loves himself more. And a man like that is not worth trusting. A man who is genuinely there for you is one who puts your needs, your feelings first at all times, and is available whenever you need him, while others, such as when you're sick, or in a bad mood, and he's busy with his own things, or simply finds you annoying and doesn't want to take care of you. Which one is more attractive, do you think? There's a catchphrase that has a lot of truth to it. Flowery words, just words. The kind of man who loves only himself is better suited to a woman who loves only herself. And, to put it bluntly, a woman who loves money and is vain. Actually, a lot of what men think, and what women think, is the opposite. Men, they will only want what they need. Like buying things, they will only buy if they need it. Women are different. Maybe they just think it looks good so they buy it. And some even think it's nice to be able to look at it even if they can't afford it. Some women are just so smart that they're willing to find the ones who love them and not the ones they love. Because men are only attracted to the ones they like. But it's not okay to be all good and not progressive and not have your own pursuits. Hearing this, Wu Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, Brother, what you say seems to be the case, but a man should be busy with his career, shouldn't he? And isn't there a saying that goes like this? Every successful man has a woman who supports him, and a man who chooses to run for his career has to endure loneliness. Yi Ijo returned. I have said, you want to listen or not? As you like. I just tell you my thoughts. People have their own judgment, different choices, different destinies. But one thing that's important to you at the moment is that you have to have capital. Yi Ijo thought for a moment and continued. A woman's capital. Not just looks. Good looking. There will be an old day. Not a good looking day. The external beauty. A long time so easy to look tired. A person's charm is intrinsic. It is cultivation. It is ability. And a girl's greatest strength is to have the courage and the courage to leave. No matter what. Wu Xuanyu heard Yi Ijo's meaning and retorted. In this day and age, as long as a healthy person is able to concentrate on their work, no matter what they do, they will not starve to death. Wu Xuanyu was originally rebellious. She didn't accept anyone to guide her. So when Yi Ijo spoke about her, she instinctively had a rebellious mentality. That's true. The world is so big. And the gap between people is so big. People who earn millions and hundreds of millions of dollars a year can live. And people who used to earn $2,000 a month can live. And even a few $100s can live. But people also have gaps because their own abilities are different. Their pursuits are different. And their thinking is different. Why allow yourself to live a wretched life when you can live a glorious one? Like what we were talking about earlier about finding a date. If you don't have much ability, then what kind of person would you find around you, who basically doesn't have much ability either? That's something you can figure out, right? Besides, the road ahead is all unknown. Whether the person you find in the future is good or bad, who knows? The last thing in this world is scum. What will you do if you get married and you can't make it through the day? Do you have the courage and capital to leave? If you don't have children, then it's fine. What if you do? Are you capable of supporting yourself? Are you capable of supporting a child? If you have the ability to meet a good man, that's naturally the best. If you meet a scummy man, you can also walk away anytime, anywhere. Personal ability. That's your biggest bottom line. I have hands and can work. Why can't I live? Wu Xuanyu retorted. Yi Ijo smiled bashfully and said, Good. Then you give me your cell phone for safekeeping. And you don't use it during this period of time. Why? Wu Xuanyu hurriedly covered her cell phone tightly. You see, once you get out of your original standard of living and step out of your comfort zone, you panic. Yi Ijo laughed. But, Wu Xuanyu had a feeling of being unable to retort. In fact, she knew that Yi Ijo was right. But she just didn't want to admit it. When you think about it, that's indeed what it is. She wasn't very old, but she'd seen her share of marital tragedies, and many women lived a miserable life without the ability to leave. I admit, you're right. But what? It's a simple example. Now that you've come to the big city and seen how prosperous it is, would you still want to go back home to live? For example, these things you bought today, you really like them, don't you? If I didn't buy them for you, would you be able to afford them? You are powerless to refute it, right? Yi Zhou continued to give an example and said, think about it in a different way. If you have the ability, and I say this to you, you can immediately refute me, and the things you like, you can completely buy them yourself. I'm a brother. I don't mean you any harm, but still, there's no shortage of scumbags in this world. Don't think you're just 17. It's too soon to talk about this. Time will pass so quickly that by the time you want to miss it and regret it, it'll be too late. I'll only remind you, but I won't limit you. You have your freedom. You're by my side. I have no problem at all in supporting you. I can't be poor if you're any more profligate, but I'm just your cousin, and your own brother can't keep supporting you, can he? When you're older, you have to be independent, and I can support you from time to time, but I won't keep raising you like a piece of trash. Come on, honey, what are you talking about? Xiao Yu, why don't I take you up to my company tomorrow? Go and visit my company, and you can give me a hand as well. Lu Janua proposed. She was worried that Yi Zhou had said too much at once, and Wu Xuanyu could not accept it, but instead inspired her to rebel. Yi Zhou nodded. This proposal is good. Go out and take a walk. Take a break. Don't play with your cell phone at home all day long. It's not much fun. It's okay to go and experience the work with your sister-in-law. Look at the working environment of her company's employees and so on. I just came out of society when I went to the end of the tray. There is something. My feelings are very deep. The end of the tray will have to go into the kitchen every day. The summer is particularly hot. Our manager is very dashing. Take a lot of wages than us not to mention, but also every day to take away from the office. Want to come out of the check on it to sneak around a little bit. It's too dashing. I was just out of the community. Very naive. I spit with my colleagues and said, look at the manager is too dashing. Take the money every day in the office blowing the air conditioning. Just when the manager came, heard what I said, he handed me the file in his hand. Said, this job to you, can you do it? I looked at it, confused. Naturally I couldn't read it. All sorts of numbers, all sorts of code words, and I would have been caught saying bad things about him, and was so vain that I said I wouldn't. He went up and patted his forehead shoulder a few times and said, you won't be right. Look at me dashing around the office every day. I also need to work, but mine is brain power. Yours is physical power. Let you enjoy it. Don't see you have the ability to enjoy it, but you can't read a document. And you'll be able to deal with the other complicated things? The job you're doing now. You could do it well, if you weren't stupid, and let you do my job. You wouldn't. After that, the manager didn't give me a hard time and left, but after I heard what he said, I was depressed. Indeed, he was right. I was incapable of doing his job. That's the difference between me and him. The disparity of ability also determines the disparity of treatment. I said that example because you wanted to remind you that you have to be good enough if you want to stand tall, and you're still young enough to have plenty of time to think. After saying this, Yi Zhou sighed faintly. This is indeed all what he experienced. At that time especially heartbreaking. It's just that he woke up a little late and has missed the springboard where he could jump the best. He wants to make a better life through his own efforts, but his ability to do so is a big limitation. In the opinion of Yi Zhou's parents, he just needs to get down to work and save some money to be able to get married and have children. Lu Janua listened with great interest. She even imagined that Yi Zhou had changed his fate after being woken up by that manager and from then on resolved to be a progressive and hard-working person. Wu Xuanyu's heart was also complicated after hearing these words from Yi Zhou. She replied back, yes, I'll go to her company tomorrow with my sister-in-law. Aha, okay. Yi Zhou and Lu Janua spoke in unison. Evening. Lu Janua's home has just one bedroom. And Yi Zhou is a man. So naturally the washing up has to be a priority for the girl. He finally got out of the shower and was going to go to his bedroom when his bedroom door wouldn't open, and the door automatically locks back, just as Yi Zhou was planning to knock on Lu Janua's room door and ask her for the key. Wu Xuanyu's voice came from his bedroom. Brother, I have to do some serious thinking about life, so I'll sleep in your house, and you and my sister-in-law will go sleep in the same room. What? Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. Saying that this girl did not do it on purpose. He did not believe it. He subconsciously looked at Lu Janua's bedroom. The door to the room was closed. Even if the door was open, he couldn't just go to her room, could he? So he looked at the couch again. Wu Xuanyu was a girl, and in this situation, he couldn't get angry and kick people out, could he? the little girl did not open the door, and it was not good for him to agitate Lu Janua. The weather, it seemed, wasn't too cold, so he decisively made his way to the couch and lay down. Yi Ijo's sleep was always good. He fell asleep in no time. In a daze, he felt something touching his face, soft and tender, making him itchy. He opened his eyes in a daze to see a long-haired woman right in front of him, and he jerked awake with a start. Awake! He smelled a familiar odor and his heart settled. Turns out, it's Lu Janua, daughter-in-law. Why are you out? Go and rest quickly, Yi Ijo tenderly said. If this was in the past, he probably would have flirted with Lu Janua about the possibility of letting him into the room. But after hearing what Lu Janua said during the day, he didn't have the guts to do so. Is it possible that this is also a test? Husband, go to my room to sleep. I've laid the quilt for you. Don't blame Xiaoyu, she doesn't know that we too. Lu Janua pulled Yi Ijo's hand. From the soft light scattered in through the window, Yi Ijo could only roughly discern the direction of what was going on, but could not see Lu Janua's face. No. After a while, Lu Janua spoke. What's wrong? You believe in me. I don't believe in myself. I was quite good at fixing my strength. But in the face of such a beautiful wife, what if I fall asleep and get under your covers in a daze and scare you? I said I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Yi Ijo said. After a while, Lu Janua whispered. Hubby, I trust you, but I don't believe me. Yi Ijo returned. Husband, you, try off. I won't lock the door. You come, by yourself in a while. Finished in a small voice, Lu Janua got up and left. After Lu Janua left, Yi Ijo's sleepiness was swept away, and it could even be said that the nerves were excited to the extreme. Is Lugano doing this as a test? If it's a test, can he withstand it? She said, let her try it. If he didn't go, it didn't seem right. Would she think he was a problem? If you go, again, to go or not to go? Yi Ijo was in a dilemma. It's too much to get tangled up in. Lu Janua returned to her room and got under the covers. After a blush, she controlled her breathing and quietly heard the movement outside. The more she did, the more nervous she became inside. Lu Janua's heart was also complicated right now. When Yi Ijo went to take a shower, Wu Xuanyu said something to her. Wu Xuanyu said that since Yi Ijo has money and nothing has changed, there is one thing that hasn't changed. He won't be very proactive in getting close to anyone, but he doesn't come close. Not that he doesn't desire it. Since Lu Janua is sincerely loved, Yi Ijo Minen take the initiative. Not to say directly pounced, but also at least the appropriate hook. If he expected Yi Ijo to take the initiative, it was possible that he would have to wait until the end of time. After that, Wu Xuanyu said that she would sleep in Yi Ijo's room tonight to see how Yi Ijo would react. She said confidently that Yi Ijo would not kick her out or take the initiative to enter Lu Janua's room. If Yi Ijo was really like this, then Wu Xuanyu had won. If not, then Lu Janua had won. The bet Wu Xuanyu proposed was that if she won, then Lu Janua would have to find a way to let Yi Ijo stay in her room, at least while she was here. And if Lu Janua won, then she would listen to Lu Janua in everything from now on. Probably because it was about Yi Ijo, Lu Janua came to be interested. The result was obvious. It was Wu Xuanyu who won. Wu Xuanyu said that she was young and didn't know much about relationships, but she could also see that Yi Ijo and Lu Janua were not yet together in a real way. She's just embarrassed. She could also see that Lu Janua was looking forward to the two of them going further, so she had come just in time to fulfill the two. And today is the perfect opportunity. Lu Janua's home has many rooms, but there is no quilt or anything. Wait for tomorrow. Maybe Yi Ijo will go to buy a few quilts or something back. She cannot occupy every room. At this moment, Lu Janua's mood was very complicated. She did expect the two to develop further, but at the same time, she was scared and nervous. She had no previous experience with this at all, and the thought that two people might that something made her heart thump endlessly. Now that she had taken the initiative and left the door to her room open, the tension in her heart was even heavier. Will he not come? Thinking this way, the tension in Lu Janua's heart was slightly better, but she inexplicably felt lost again. And what if he comes? Where does she go from here? If it was true, as he said, that he couldn't control himself, did she just give herself away? Lu Janua's brain was a mess, and her breathing was out of rhythm. Yi Ijo in the living room, thinking about it, sat up violently. He looked at the door of Lu Janua's room fixedly. She literally left the door open and the light in the room was still on. Yi Ijo thought, she has taken the initiative to invite. If he does not go, Lu Janua will suspect that she is not charming enough, or he is not able to do that. But it didn't seem right to take control and drill her under the covers. So, he could only try to keep himself in check. And that program had to be kept in check. Lu Janua, who had a lot of thoughts in her head, blanked out when she heard Yi Ijo's footsteps. Although it was said that Yi Ijo had also entered her room several times before, tidied up her room, and helped her wash her feet, those times did not have the same significance as this time. This late at night, and she was lying in her pajamas, which is not the same thing at all. Hearing Yi Ijo's footsteps getting closer and closer, she nervously pulled the quilt over and wrapped herself solidly. Yi Ijo saw Lu Janua this reaction, suddenly felt funny. He also thought that just he was so nervous, did not expect her to be more nervous. After Yi Ijo looked at her, he laid down on the floor bed she made for him. After that, the room became incredibly quiet again, so quiet that you could hear both people breathing. The two were clearly separated by a distance, but it felt as if they were very, very close together. After hearing Yi Ijo lying down, Lu Janua had a moment of relief. After that, the tension that had hardly dropped slowly crept up again. The sound of his breathing, too close, Lu Janua secretly thought. She should have just slept a little farther away. At this moment she wanted to move, but she was worried that her movement had attracted Yi Ijo's attention. Lu Janua's heart was torn to death. Yi Ijo was initially lying flat on the ground, and after lying there for a while, he quietly turned around. Lu Janua hid herself under the quilt. He could see nothing but the quilt driven by her breathing. This girl, so nervous? He was nervous at first, but after lying down for a while, he wasn't so nervous. Seeing Lu Janua's adorable appearance made him feel funny, but he didn't dare to actually laugh out loud. Yi Ijo just looked at Lu Janua's direction. He was a normal man, and the distance between the two was so in. He began to unconsciously brainstorm some images. After a while, he saw that Lu Janua was actually shivering. Moreover, the shivering became more and more powerful, which made Yi Ijo suddenly worried. It's understandable that she's momentarily nervous, but this is a health hazard if her mental state is constantly high. He slowly got up and adjusted in favor of it, placing his hand slowly on Lu Janua's quilt before slowly pulling it down. Lu Janua suddenly stopped. She suddenly didn't move. Yi Ijo got nervous all of a sudden. When he completely let Lu Janua reveal her face from the quilt, would she explode all of a sudden? Will it hit him? Or just get emotional and kick him out the door? Anyhow, he couldn't let Lu Janua continue to be nervous anymore. Or else if something happened, it would be too late for him to regret it. Gradually, Lu Janua was even revealed. Her little face flushed like a red apple. Her eyelashes lightly trembled. Her lips were all full of temptation in this moment. A certain impulse in Yi Ijo's soul was hooked all of a sudden. But he was just thinking about it. His self-control ability was still fine. If he really wanted to do something, he could definitely succeed at this moment. But Yi Ijo does not heard Lu Janua. He cannot afford to give up. He could have taken his time, waited until she could accept him. He wanted to cherish Lu Janua. Every aspect had to be for her. Naturally he would not make her sad for his own momentary desires. Daughter-in-law. Yi Ijo softly called out. Lu Janua's eyelashes moved a few times without making a sound. Daughter-in-law, don't be nervous. This will hurt your body. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. Yi Ijo had a gentle tone to coax. Lu Janua opened her eyes and hesitantly looked at Yi Ijo. Her eyes were full of tension. Both of them had gotten this far, and she truly loved him, and it was late in the game to get anywhere. But she was just nervous. What are you doing? Quickly. Sleep. Lu Janua stammered and whispered. Sleep. Sleep? Yi Ijo froze for a moment and spoke out with some sort of surprise. How? Do you? Ignore you. Lu Janua blushed with shame, but the nervousness soothed a lot. Yi Ijo saw that she was better and he wasn't that worried. Lu Janua was even more shy now, so she wanted to get up and clean up Yi Ijo. You can't be that. The two of us have only known each other for 3 or 4 days. Lu Janua didn't even dare to look at Yi Ijo's eyes when she said this. What is that? Yi Ijo deliberately flirted. Daughter-in-law. I don't understand. You talk to me. There is no way. I'm too stupid. I really don't understand what you are saying. If you can say it more clearly, or if you can demonstrate it, then that would be better. Yi Ijo continued to flirt. The words just fell. Suddenly his head was hit by something, followed by a variety of splits. The ones that hit him were soft pillows, which didn't hurt, but also really made him a bit unable to resist. Yi Ijo is helpless. This wants to take advantage of the verbal. You have to bear the consequences. With this, Lu Janua's nervousness was completely gone. Yi Ijo didn't resist and let Lu Janua smash her like this. At first, Lu Janua just smashed and paid no attention to anything, and when she slowly calmed down a bit, she found that Yi Ijo had no intention of dodging at all, and let her destroy her like a wooden man. She suddenly stopped with a thump in her heart, seeing Yi Ijo's smiling face and helplessly looking at her. Lu Janua was dumbfounded. After a moment of foolishness, she suddenly smiled. Lu Janua laughed and asked. You? Why don't you even block it? I've been stoned by you, daughter-in-law. I need artificial respiration first aid. Help, daughter-in-law. Yi Ijo pitifully said to Lu Janua. Not pretty to look at, but pretty to think about. Dizzy, ha, I'll help you call first aid, right? Lu Janua pretended to be disgusted back. You can but I want you to hold my hand tightly. Yi Ijo interlocked his hand, also Lu Janua's 10 fingers. Lu Janua nonchalantly shrugged it off. Step aside. Nasty. Yi Ijo suddenly leaned forward a bit. Frightened, Lu Janua hastily pulled the quilt to cover herself tightly, and also backed up several times. You. She couldn't speak properly in her panic. Daughter-in-law, I want to discuss this with you. Lu Janua was a bit helpless when he saw Lu Janua's guarded look. If he really wanted to do something, this little girl could run away? What? You mustn't mess up. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo with evasive eyes. That cute and charming reaction made Yi Ijo's fire, which he had managed to suppress, have the urge to burn again. He tried to control himself, not daring to come halfway close to Lu Janua again. Otherwise, he was really worried that he would not be able to control himself. Daughter-in-law, when you went shopping with Xiaoyu today, I bumped into the realtor I bought the house from before, and I suddenly had an idea. Daughter-in-law, have you ever felt that this place we are living in now is a bit small? Yi Ijo asked tentatively. Lu Janua shook her head. No, I feel good. Too big. It will feel empty. The house is empty. The heart will also feel empty. But you see, after Xiaoyu came, it looks a bit crowded here. If we have a big family in the future, won't it be even smaller? We can't just arrange for our parents to go to a hotel when they arrive, can we? It's not a matter of money. Since we're family, we have to live at home to be close. But you see, we have a guest at home right now, and it's not convenient for all of us to live there. We have to keep this house. It's the base of your love and mine. Lu Janua lowered her head and muttered in a small voice. I didn't say that I want to be with you for the rest of my life. Daughter-in-law, if you keep talking against your conscience, I'll come looking for you. Yi Ijo moved his body and deliberately moved a little closer to Lu Janua. Don't you dare. Unexpectedly, has been very shy Lu Janua, suddenly hard up. Yi Ijo swallowed his throat. Absolutely, he really did not dare. He also wanted to dare. But if this really dared, the rift between him and Lu Janua would never be repaired. Daughter-in-law, I mean, let's not buy the wedding house. The house we bought, more or less, will feel a bit lacking. Since we don't lack money, let's fix the wedding house ourselves. What kind of want to repair what kind of home? I want you to live comfortably. That is the most important. So, you have time to think about. Put your ideas are recorded. Then we find a designer to make a design draft, and then find someone to repair. It's best to fix it before the year. Don't you think so? Yi Ijo asked. So, what does that have to do with me? Lu Janua bowed her head back. Yi Ijo laughed. If Lu Janua really felt it was okay, he would have been impatient long ago, much less dare to look at him. Is this shyness? That must be related to you. That is our wedding room. How can it have nothing to do with you? Since you are the hostess, that worry is also should be. Or else, back to the two of us after the banquet. You do not like how to do? Who said anything about marrying you? Lu Janua's little face flushed red. Yi Ijo couldn't help but cry and laugh when he looked at this cute look of hers. Fine. Whatever you say. So do me a favor and help me out, okay? When I get married and live in the wedding room, my object will definitely like it. Mainly because you are so beautiful. The style and stuff you come up with is naturally attached to the girl's aesthetics. My wife will definitely like it. Yi Ijo said with a smile. What person are you planning to marry? Lu Janua asked casually. She subconsciously moved a few points closer to Yi Ijo. She was not far away from Yi Ijo, and when she did so, the two of them became even closer. The exasperated look, in Yi Ijo's opinion, was how to look cute. Lu Janua had always been a high-strung model outside, but he had seen her cute in private several times. This is not good to say, and you don't want to marry me. Then I can't, Yi Ijo wanted to say, with a few points of aggression. These words made Lu Janua unable to refute. She wanted to retort, but didn't know how to do so she could only do it, and her mouth unconsciously pouted slightly. Say, who the hell is it? Lu Janua questioned. Yi Ijo almost did not hold back his laughter. It looks like a good fierce look, like an angry white rabbit, can not hurt people. Speaking of which, you also know, that girl is called Lu Janua, much prettier than you. I dream of marrying her. If you don't marry me then forget it. I'll find her. Yi Ijo said seriously, as if it was really like that. It's not like she promised to marry you. What's it to you if she answers or not? Yi Zhou was watching her eat her words when suddenly the little girl pounced on him, and before Yi Zhou could understand what was going on, his shoulder was bitten by her. Looking at his shoulder that had been bitten out with an indentation, Yi Zhou helplessly sighed secretly. This is what happens to skin. Daughter-in-law, she's milky and fierce. I'm being bullied again. Yi Zhou looked at Lu Janua with aggression. This tooth won't be poisoned, right? I have to take artificial respiration in case if I'm poisoned. Lu Janua suddenly bit Yi Zhou. It was just a sudden idea to bite, and when she saw that his shoulder was bitten out of the indentation, she was suddenly very heartbroken. But she hadn't been heartbroken for long before he got mouthy again. Lu Janua was angry and amused. Line. Then I reluctantly help you to be a reference. But it's just a reference. After all, it's not like I want to marry you. Lu Janua took the initiative to show weakness and said, this woman, she's too much of a mouthful, isn't she? But he likes it. Okay, whatever you say, daughter-in-law. Do you have any ideas? Lugano asked. Yi Zhou thought about it and returned. Your idea is my idea. You can fix it however you want. Money is not a problem. Money isn't an issue. So there has to be a limit, right? What price do you fix? Lu Janua continued to ask without dying. It was really kind of ambiguous. She didn't even know how to think about the specific details. Just whatever you want. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, tens of billions are all completely fine. No matter how much. As long as you can still think of it. Anything. Yi Zhou returned. Lu Janua rolled her eyes. Hubby, the cow is blown to death by you. At that price you said, you'd have no problem repairing a palace? Are you sure you're using it for a wedding house? Yeah, as long as my daughter-in-law likes it, as long as I can buy the land, I can do it. What can't my daughter-in-law want? You're too thick-skinned, taking advantage of me every day and full of lies. You have to ask me, and you don't believe me when I tell you. Daughter-in-law, I'm so aggravated. Okay, so let's put it this way. There's no problem with the amount of money. You can just fix a resort kind of thing. The size of this, you're on your own. The layout inside and all that. Like, how many houses do you want to build? How many floors? Do you want a garden? Or anything else? Just follow your ideas. You record all the looks you like. Then let the designer draw the drawings. When we have the drawings, we too will discuss it, and change what needs to be changed. Do you think it's okay? Yi Zhou patiently asked. This attitude made Lu Janua's heartbeat faster again. She couldn't control her heartbeat at the thought of marrying Yi Zhou. It's nothing to do with me. I'm just giving you a reference. Yi Zhou couldn't help but smile again. Well, you're right about nothing. Thank you for worrying about me and my wife's wedding room. If you keep this up, I'll kick you out. I'm sleepy, Lu Janua said with shame and annoyance. Sleep. My daughter-in-law smells so good under the covers. Step aside. You'll be sleeping on the floor from tomorrow. Yi Zhou hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't, daughter-in-law. The ground is too cold. Holding you to sleep in order to sleep. Lu Janua's low voice then yelled. Get lost. If you don't shut up, directly sweep you out of the door. If Yi Zhou said any more, would her face still be able to cool down? The next day, Yi Zhou made breakfast for Lu Janua early in the morning, and Lu Janua took Wu Shuingyu to the company. Yi Zhou numbly went back to sleep, and was chatting happily with Zhou Gong. The cell phone rang. He grabbed his phone in annoyance and saw that it was a number he didn't recognize, and instantly wanted to greet his entire family properly. Yi Zhou has a very serious waking up. He is very stable in his work and rest. Last night, because of the mess with Lu Janua too late, did not sleep well. This moment when the waking up is strong. He hung up without bringing hesitation. Not a moment later, the phone rang once again. After looking at it, it was still the same number that had just been given. Yi Zhou's fire burned to the hilt. He picked it up impatiently, and if there was nothing wrong with the other man, he would have greeted his entire family properly. The person on the other side of the phone waited for a while without hearing any movement coming from Yi Zhou's side, so he took the initiative to open his mouth. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Yi Zhou Yi? I am. What's wrong with you? Yi Zhou said impatiently. The person on the other side of the phone answered after a good one here. I'll introduce myself. I'm Zhou Yunlong. Zhou Huan is my daughter, and I'm also a shareholder of Justin Media. Zhou Huan. He naturally remembers. He was given a whole $1 billion in compensation. Although the money can come back again, but before it comes back, he is not so bad as to forget the person. Don't think the compensation money is enough? Yi Zhou asked. Zhou Yunlong did not know how to take Yi Zhou's words after a while. After a while, Zhou Yunlong opened his mouth. Mr. Yi, I'll get right to the point. What do you mean about my daughter's daughter? What? Are you still angry? By the way, Since he's a shareholder of Justin, he's no slouch. In that case, Mr. Joe does feel that I gave less, right? Yi Joe said in a cold voice. With these words, Mr. Yi doesn't want to reconcile, does he? Joe Yunlong said. Mr. Chow is here to reconcile? I didn't seem to. Yi Joe sneered. On the other side of the phone, Joe Yunlong was silent again. After a while, Joe Yunlong said again, my daughter's agent said, my daughter's injury. It's not very serious. The compensation of 1 billion is too much. I will have someone send the money back to Mr. Yi. Please Mr. Yi, take back your money. Is my money something that you want to go away and can send back whenever you want? Even if I keep it in the bank, there must be some interest, right? Mr. Yi, please still have something to say, Joe Yunlong said in a depressed manner. Mr. Joe, before it happened, my wife took the elevator to the upper floor of the mall. The elevator going up in the mall and the elevator going down are in different places. How did your daughter bump into my wife? She almost knocked my wife down the stairs, and I was the one who pulled my wife back just in time. Or else something would have happened, and you could have been responsible? Your daughter almost fell down the stairs too, and I was the one who pulled her back, and indeed yanked your daughter's hair out. But which is more important, the fall or the hair? I don't need to tell you that, do I? It's not even if your daughter doesn't know how to be thankful. She lunged at me like a madman and she fell down the stairs when I casually blocked her. Mr. Joe, being a parent is heartbroken for their own child. It's unjustifiable, but one must be reasonable. Originally this matter would have ended here. Your daughter's agent still wants to fine me for compensation? If Mr. Joe feels that I should indeed compensate your daughter, then just take it at ease. Yi Joe said blandly. Joe Huan on the other side of the phone sucked in a mouthful of cool air. If the daughter really bumped this big tycoon's wife, then the consequences, only afraid of. Mr. Yi, do you think this is okay? In addition to your 1 billion, I'll offer another million as an apology to you on behalf of my unintelligent daughter. $1 million? Mr. Joe, are you here to be funny? $1 million? What do you think is in the eyes? Yi Joe softly voiced out. There's no way around it. He's got the money, and that's the biggest bottom line. Then what does Mr. Yi mean? Joe Yunlong said as he held back his anger. 100 million. Your daughter's agent opened his mouth with hundreds of millions at that time, so it's just 100 million. If you have a problem with it, you can also not give it. Yi Joe said blandly. 100 million? The market value of the entire Justin Media is not enough to be 10 million only. This 100 million, for Joe Yunlong is an astronomical figure. Mr. Yi, even if you're rich, you can't bully people like this. I'm a bully? My wife wasn't hurt, but she's a little shaken up, so shouldn't I settle the score with you? Then you mean there's no way to reconcile? Joe Yunlong said in exasperation. Mr. Joe, words do not say much. The next contact, not this price. Double it. To give you a reminder, you have time. You can be a little Justin's story situation. It would be a shame if this stock market was in bad shape. In case if it crashed, don't you think? Joe Yunlong was silent for a while before he opened his mouth again. Thanks for the reminder. Mr. Yi, our Justin's prospects are good. We don't need you to worry about it. Yi Joe didn't say anything and directly hung up the phone. Earlier, I talked to Wu Shuingyu about how to come back after the $1 billion went out. Now that Joe Yunlong didn't want to give interest painfully, then he would have to take certain means. Calling the police or something is so pointless. After all, Lu Janua hadn't suffered any injuries, and at most, Joe Yunlong would be asked to return his $1 billion, which wasn't even much of a blow to Joe Yunlong. Yi Joe had already thought about how to deal with it. Since the people behind Joe Huan were so uneducated, he would use his ability to speculate on stocks. However, Joe Huan's father was a shareholder of Justin, which was quite out of Yi Joe's expectation. It was kind of nice, too, so he wouldn't have to worry about hurting innocent people. He googled information about Joe Yunlong and he was indeed a shareholder of Justin, holding 20% of the shares. Justin Media's market capitalization is only $10 million, but it's mixed with the entertainment industry, so it can't be underestimated. 20 shares. It seems that Joe Yunlong in Justin is a person below, in case above. No wonder the fire is so big. Okay. Then let's try how great my ability is. Yi Joe laughed. Ding! The system has monitored that the host intends to avenge Lu Janua. The system will reward you with all the black information of Justin Media. The information is already in your computer. You can view it through your computer. The sound of the system stopped. Yi Joe looked at the computer. And surprisingly, there was an additional folder. Justin Media Black Material. System, this means that I'm actually my daughter-in-law's toolman, is it? Yi Ijo said helplessly. No response from the system. Yi Ijo originally intended to take a small revenge on Zhou Yunlong in the stock market. He just need to make a move. He will be able to screw Justin. It's pretty time-consuming, but the results never disappoint. Although the system did not directly give him experience, but before he got those about the stock market to earn money, and so on, he has a memory. He 2 days with the memory, figuring out some doorway. Now that he had Jia Xian's black material, then he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble and could just screw Jia Xian easily. After Yi Ijo studied the stock market, he withdrew all that he had in the foreign stock market. He has a lot of money, but it's a drop in the bucket internationally, so even if he pulls out, it won't cause any ripples. After that, he researched a bit more and put all the money into an account he had opened in his home country. After that, he looked at Justin's black material and started to put in a little bit of black material. Yi Ijo didn't have the resources in this area, and if he put it himself, as long as Justin used some means, he could suppress it, so he didn't intend to play all the cards in his hand at once. Playing cards, that's naturally fun to play slowly. It is said that the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Yi Ijo checked who Justin's biggest competitor was over the years, and only after checking did he realize that Justin was a younger brother, and that there was a bigger company on his head. In other words, Justin is at best a subsidiary. It's not bad to have gotten your career to this point over the years. Yi Ijo suddenly had a solution. Since he wanted to play, he should play a big game. He first blew up some of Justin's dark information, and later gave the relevant authorities whatever tax evasion was going on. As Yi Ijo thought, Justin's first reaction was to press public opinion. But just as their suppression was just about to fall into place, suddenly the relevant investigation department came. All of Justin's previous behavior would have been for nothing. After Jia Xian was investigated, all sorts of bad black information was blown out again, catching Jia Xian off guard. While Justin was busy, Yi Ijo went down from the stock market. Yi Ijo began to cash in on Justin's stock market, and Justin's top boss was the first to send money to the rescue. Indeed, if it's just a matter of ordinary turmoil, and being investigated, then naturally it can be saved. Without Yi Ijo's involvement, then Justin's prospects were still relatively promising. But with Yi Ijo's involvement, it was different. And while they were busy dealing with the relevant investigative departments and the black material on the internet in question, Yi Ijo's side laid hands on the stock market. However, in a day's time, Justin Media's parent company had released several $1 billion to save Justin, and the situation had really stabilized. That's when even more violent blackmail from Justin was revealed. But in 2 hours' time, Justin Media's stock dropped to the lowest point of the lowest point of the. Yi Ijo stopped and withdrew all the liquid stock. He looked at the balance in his account, although it was earned by some lucky guys, but he himself also earned a lot, with almost $10 billion. Most of this money was in Justin's parent company, as well as Justin's own. In the domestic stock market, there is a rule that up and down stops. Once the limit has been reached, no more speculation will take place on that day. It's all about defending the interests of certain people. Yi Ijo was idle, and the next time, it was up to Zhou Yunlong. Assuming Zhou Yunlong could figure out what was going on and call over to fix this problem, then everything would be fine. Otherwise, then all that awaits Justin is death. All those black materials that Yi Ijo had in his hands were enough to kill Justin. Of course, he wouldn't have gone as far as he did if the other party hadn't been ungrateful. He does not like to trample on others for nothing. The surname of Zhou is not worth the heartache. But Justin is not the surname of Zhou alone. Underneath there are a lot of people's rice bowls, as well as dreams. If he really messed up Justin, then he himself will feel meaningless, not to mention that it may also cause the relevant departments. Yi Ijo just want to live a low-profile life. Look at those big bosses and stars go out. Wherever you go you have to bring a few bodyguards. Will be subjected to a lot of people? Yi Ijo just think about it and feel tired. He just wanted to live the life of an ordinary couple with Lu Janua. At this moment, Justin Media's stock has dropped. The relevant departments of the investigation also carried out almost. Justin's shareholders finally have a mouth to catch their breath. Although it was a loss of a lot of money, Justin herself was not weak, and with a strong backer, it was not so fast that she could not support herself. At this moment, all the shareholders had gathered in the conference room to discuss how to solve Justin's problems, and where exactly had gone wrong that this time Justin had such a crisis. Suddenly so many things happened. A total chain of events. Definitely not occasional. So who did they offend? Justin soon found out who was behind it. One of their counterparts. The other family was sincere and admitted their behavior straight away. Next, Justin and the opposite company conducted a variety of negotiations. Dare to do so, but our peers, is more mutual understanding, and Justin can develop to today. The other party is also the opposite. How can a little black material did not grasp? If they hadn't escalated their conflict with each other to an unresolvable point, they wouldn't have done such damaging things to each other. This time, it vilified Jason severely. After concluding the negotiations with the opposite family, all the shareholders looked at the second largest shareholder, Zhou Yunlong. Zhou Yunlong to this day also probably understands something, just the bones are still more or less with a bit of arrogance, not willing to admit it. Good you Zhou Yunlong, I didn't realize that Jason's disaster was all brought about by you. Zhou Yunlong, you must give us a statement. Zhou Yunlong, how much the company has lost this time, do you know? The hire company is angry now. Are you sure the consequences are something you can afford? I'll see what you tell all of you. For a while, everyone's spearheads only pointed at Zhou Yunlong, but it was the people from the hire company who hadn't held him accountable at this moment. Zhou Yunlong's even, black to the extreme, in has been extremely stoic. He was too surprised that Yi Izhou was so strong at such a young age, and his strikes were really ruthless, making them lose so much money in one direct hit. Zhou Yunlong, what is this Yi Izhou? That's right, Zhou Yunlong. Who is the other party and how did you offend him? You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Honestly, normally, Zhou Yunlong's status was higher than theirs, and no one dared to talk to Zhou Yunlong like that. But now, almost all of the shareholders were accusing Zhou Yunlong. As for Zhou Yunlong's status, it had long since ceased to exist in their hearts, and this black sheep had become the object of everyone's criticism. Everyone wanted to know who Yi Izhou was and how he could have such strong means. This Yi Izhou, I've investigated him before. Just a very ordinary person. He was lucky. A few years ago, when the houses of Haichao real estate could not be sold, he picked up a bargain and bought the Excitement School District house. There are several other houses. Now these houses are in rental status. To be frank, it's just a small chartered man. The value of those houses, it's just more than $1 billion. He doesn't have a lot of money on hand. Just over $1 billion in the stock market. He's a would-be stock player. He said to me to pay attention to our Jessen stock. I didn't take it to heart. I do think he is just that much money. Even if it's all released, it won't have an impact on us. Although this company of ours hasn't developed yet, but our real strength, it's needless to say, he's not a rival. Where was the thought that something like this could happen? Everyone was silent after hearing Zhou Yunlong's words. After a while, the president spoke. What are the results of the investigation about the stock market? Whose pockets did the money that was eaten up go into? As a matter of common sense, the person who makes the biggest profit is naturally the one who started it all. If that's the case, then it proves that the other side came prepared. It's not like there aren't the kind that come out on a whim and do weird things, but the kind that are, they get checked out pretty quickly, and they can get the situation under control pretty quickly. It's a guy named Yi Izhou, a retailer, someone said. The moment these words were uttered, it caused those present to fall silent once again, and Zhou Yunlong's face, in an instant, became difficult to see again. Zhou Yunlong, the meaning of the hire company. You first go and apologize to Yi Izhou, the president said. I'm not going, Zhou Yunlong said angrily, but it's just a brat with so little ability. What's there to be afraid of? With some more effort, this matter can be resolved, and the company's crisis will naturally be lifted by then. It's true that this moment is a bit tricky, but it's not as if you're going to concede so quickly. People's forgetfulness is great. It won't be long before everyone forgets about it. You're letting the equals go to the higher level company. Are you trying to squeeze me out? Zhou Yunlong didn't care about those small shareholders, directly targeting the president. The president, not the one who holds the most shares, is sent from the parent company side. The one that holds the most shares, that's naturally the parent company. The president said blandly, you don't take the higher company as a fool. They hold much more evidence in their hands that you can imagine. That Yi Izhou's ability is not as simple as you think. What he has in his hands is enough to make us just an overthrow. Are you sure the consequences are something you can afford? Zhou Yunlong is the person who holds the most shares in the company, and naturally he is not as simple as he seems. In this circle, not many people would show their true strength in front of everyone, and Zhou Yunlong was no exception. In addition to being a shareholder of Jessen, Zhou Yunlong was also an investor, making all sorts of investments, just not famous. It's all very impressive to get to the point of being famous. In the end, it's all about money, and as long as Zhou Yunlong can afford to pay out, nothing is a problem. Zhou Yunlong fell silent and said, if he can do it, can't we do it? The president sneered and said, indeed, the information that the hire company found out is just like what you said. Yi Izhou is nothing but an ordinary chartered man, and the stock market has $1 billion of liquidity, and there is no more. But this no is the most frightening. If this is all he is capable of, he can't even shake us. And how can he strike us to this point now? Whether he has any power behind him, we don't know. He doesn't open a company, and he doesn't engage in investment. But one thing is mind-boggling. He has tens of billions of dollars of stock market money in the country. What is the concept of this? No need for me and you to be more, is it? As long as he is willing to, he smashed upwards. We are finished. Do you think that the parent company will give up their lives to accompany us to play? Wise men. They maximize their gains and minimize their losses. Otherwise it's a bottomless pit. And you want to lose is your own life and the lives of your family and the future of all of us? Tens of billions? How did he have so much money? Zhou Yunlong was astonished. To have that kind of money in the stock market, how scary does that person have to be? A big man playing the stock market is not going to invest all his fortune in the stock market. Can have tens of billions of dollars of stock market gold? That means that this person must have at least hundreds of billions of dollars of assets. This number is really horrible to the extreme. It's no wonder that the parent company would just ask him to go ahead and admit his mistake, without giving any chance for a detour at all. What we have found out is that he has been playing stocks abroad to earn. It has reached the international level. The rest is beyond our ability to find out. Imagine how strong he is. By now, do you still think he's just an ordinary person? The hire company asked you to apologize because they want to keep the damage to a minimum. Otherwise, if things do go further, the reasoning of abandoning the car to save the day is something I don't think you'll say much about. This matter, in the end, is your daughter's fault. If your daughter's agent does not go to the back to find things, then this matter is also even finished. But you guys are hard to cause such a big fire to come. Zhou Yunlong carefully calculated the powerful relationship in his mind and convinced himself, a big brother, that powerful was really not something he could afford to offend. So it was no wonder that when he called the other party for the first time, the other party's bottom line was so strong. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. Alright, I'll call now. Zhou Yunlong was extremely reluctant in his heart, but he also had to bow down to reality. He made the call out, and also put it on speakerphone at everyone's request. Mr. Zhou, I was thinking that you probably forgot about me a long time ago. On the other side of the phone, Yi Zhou said in a salty manner. Mr. Yi, things were done wrong by me. Your conditions, I promise. You let Jiasun go. Can you? Zhou Yunlong asked stoically. Agree to my conditions? Mr. Zhou, for all this crap, it didn't keep me busy. Yi Zhou's meaning was obvious. His conditions were no longer the same as before. 500 million. Mr. Yi, 500 million, do you think it's okay? Zhou Yunlong said in a hurry. How could he not have expected that he would cost himself so much just to show off? Yi Zhou on the other side of the phone laughed. 500 million? In Mr. Zhou's eyes, only 500 million is needed to solve this matter? You are forgetting my previous words, right? Previously, Yi Zhou had said that he would triple the amount next time, but now it seemed that he meant that he was no longer satisfied with twice as much. Zhou Yunlong was so angry that he almost didn't spit blood on the spot, but since he didn't die of anger, things still had to be resolved, and he continued. 1 billion. Mr. Yi, you have a great deal of generosity. Please raise your hand. Then you'll put together a December monthly bonus, and business will flourish after you live in General Zhou. I also wish Mr. Yi great luck. Zhou Yunlong finished with a clear conscience and was about to hang up when Yi Zhou opened his mouth again faintly. Mr. Zhou, I'm curious to ask, are you and your parent company on good terms? Zhou Yunlong's heart, for a moment, rose to his throat, then said, I am in a meeting. Oh, that being said, I'll just drop in and tell you that I've got something in my hand that you probably don't want to see too much of, or else I'll destroy it for you? That's right. How does this one have to pay for some labor? Yi Zhou blandly said. What are Mr. Ye's conditions? Zhou Yunlong asked while looking at the president. Yi Zhou had already made it this far, and no one knew what would be the situation with the meeting if he struck again next. As you can imagine, the destructive power must be strong. Didn't Mr. Zhou wish me great luck just now? Let's make it 36 billion then. That's a number I do feel is very auspicious. What? Old Zhou promised to remind him that he must be dealt with and not leave any loose ends. The president said, more than 3 billion. It is not a small number, but compared with the prospects of Jiasun, the lesser is obvious. In terms of Jiasun's current development, as long as the development of 2 or 3 years, the market value can be doubled dozens of times. This is something that, if handled correctly, could also propel Jiasun a big step forward. This $36 billion certainly makes people meet pain, but now there is no other better way. Further stalemate, the consequences after the more serious. If Jiasun is played out, then everything is played out. Strictly speaking, they really couldn't pick Yi Zhou's fault. This matter, from the beginning, was not his initiative. They also saw that Yi Ijo didn't really want to drive them to extinction. If pushed any further, probably the next time would be $10 billion. And then, the demise of Jiasun. The parent company had also been very optimistic about Jiasun, and if Jiasun was destroyed, then the future of everyone present would be over. Yi Ijo heard the president's words and blandly replied back, "Don't worry, I'm a man of integrity. Since I took the money, I'll handle it cleanly. In addition, this person, preaching integrity also care about integrity. People do not offend me. I naturally will not do anything, or else, even without these things in hand, but also still have the ability to accompany the people who have a heart to play a game again." After the words fell, Yi Ijo also hung up the phone. Throughout the conference hall, it was so quiet that you could hear the breathing of the people around you. Yi Ijo was right. Even if he didn't have those black materials, it would be easy for him to deal with Jiasun. Just look at Yi Ijo's previous operation. To put it bluntly, as long as you have money, a lot of things are not difficult. "Lao Zhou, is it on the company's account?" the president asked. Zhou Yunlong understands that this is everyone trying to get him to take the blame. Other than that, this money, it has to come out of him. But the $1,200 million before, plus the $3,600 million after that, that's not a small amount of money. I'll put up half. Let's go from the company's account. This way the account is more understandable. If the other party doesn't do what they said they would do, then we'll be able to have a say. Zhou Yunlong said back. The latter words were half literal and half him trying to cover up some facts. But the president wasn't letting him off the hook. "Half, Lao Zhou. This is something that can be said to be entirely because of you personally," the president said. Zhou Yunlong was furious. If this money all let him out, then his family background is not all empty? Seeing that Zhou Yunlong was about to lose his temper, everyone looked at Zhou Yunlong with unfriendly gazes. This matter, if it is not the Zhou family to engage in moths, it can be said that, completely will not be out of this kind of thing. So, Zhou Yunlong is fully responsible. This compensation for Yi Ijo's money, letting Zhou Yunlong pay for it, was already considered benevolent. In this case, Jiasun and the parent company combined have lost tens of billions of dollars. Zhou Yunlong was reluctant, but he had to agree. Right now, Yi Ijo hadn't laid his hands on them yet, so they could still have a chance to salvage the situation. After this incident, if it was handled well, it could still advance Jiasun's development, which was the reason why everyone did not bother with Zhou Yunlong. If Zhou Yunlong still didn't listen to advice and was bent on having his own way, then in the end, it would definitely be Zhou Yunlong who would have to take all the blame, and he would definitely become a lost dog. But Jiasun and Jiasun's parent company would also lose a lot of money. At that time, even if Yi Ijo would not drive Zhou Yunlong to extinction, Jiasun's parent company, as well as the one sitting here, would not let Zhou Yunlong go. He will lose not only his money, but also his family's prospects, and will drag his family into an inhuman life as well. It's hard for a man to accept defeat when he's used to living comfortably, and he has to bow down. On the other hand, Yi Ijo happily sang a little song after receiving Jiasun's transfer. It's a great day. Strictly speaking, this is the first bucket of gold he earned, and all that money directly, to say the least, was earned by him, but in fact it was all given by the system. Without the system, he's nothing. It's kind of what he's worked so hard to earn, and it's true that he's been busy these past 2 days, but it's also thanks to the system's help. Happy, Yi Ijo asked Lu Janua's bank card number. The reason is, need to trust her to help half a thing, transferred 11 billion over. As for the errand she was asked to run, it was to ask her to send some pocket money to his daughter-in-law. $11 billion, it almost didn't scare Lu Janua's soul away. She found no one's place and hurriedly called Yi Ijo back. Yi Ijo's side just picked up. Her side said sharply, "Husband, why did you give me so much money?" Yi Ijo is super rich, she knows, but that is all Yi Ijo's, and she does not have half a penny relationship. That 11 buildings, he just said, is to give her pocket money, he is so said, but she is not able to take it with peace of mind. She was going to give it to him at some point when she had income, but I didn't expect him to transfer $11 billion over in this instant. That's $11 billion. If it was 100,000 million, then she wouldn't even be that shocked. $1,100 million for pocket money. That's crazy, isn't it? She could accept the gifts given by Yi Ijo, but the money, she was a strong woman, completely able to support herself and did not need to depend on Yi Ijo. Daughter-in-law, it's been said that I asked you to help give my wife's pocket money. It's not for you, Yi Ijo continued to say as he did last night. That can't be. You're being catty, right? I am trying to please me and climb into the bed. Lu Janua said this stuttering. After finishing, She herself has blushed beyond recognition. Husband, I can tell you, it's useless for you to do so. I'm not a woman who loves money. A bit of favor myself. I'm just going to babble up to you. Let me obey you. That's resolutely impossible. When Xiao Yu leaves, I'll definitely let you roll back to your house neatly. Don't want to rely on my house and not leave. This being said, we two have known each other for only 6 or 7 days. So don't overthink it, okay? Yi Ijo was inexplicably a little depressed when he heard this. He was just trying to give her pocket money. Of course, it would be better if it could be that. I didn't think this little girl could be that vigilant, but when he thought about it in another way, he felt like he had exploded with luck. He is $11 billion. Lu Janua are indifferent. Then others are even more unlikely to use money to impress Lu Janua. His wife is so pure. Lu Janua said that the short time of acquaintance, that are not a problem. He slowly weighed is. Watching such a wonderful girl in front of him day after day and he couldn't do anything about it was indeed torturous. But there was something else about it. It is said that what you cannot get is the best. Yi Ijo will not get it and do not cherish it, but cannot get it. It is even more looking forward to it. This feeling is also very wonderful. Daughter-in-law, you're thinking too much. How could your husband do that kind of thing? I've said it's just pocket money for you. You don't need to think much about anything else, let alone think about returning it to me. I won't want it. Yi Ijo laughed back. Why did you give me so much money for a good reason? I'm not short of money to spend. Lu Janua said back seriously. Do you remember that woman you collided with at the mall the other day and I gave the other woman $1 billion? Then surely you won't forget. This money is related to those money? Lu Janua's curiosity was aroused. At that time Yi Ijo had said that his money, the other party would not easily dare to accept it. Didn't you tell you? They don't dare to take the money, not to mention that they have to pay back some interest back. Which is not back. Zhou Huan is from Jiasun Media. Coincidentally, her old man is a shareholder of Jiasun. He guy was too arrogant. Called me condescending. So I taught them a small lesson. So they gave a lot of money. This is only a part of it. You were in shock then as well. This $1,100 million. It's their compensation to you. What? You're saying they gave this to you, and that it's only part of it? Yi Ijo lightly back. Yes. My Yi Ijo's daughter-in-law. That is very precious. She hit you even want to come to blackmail me? I let them compensate you. And then did something else. Almost let them directly bankruptcy. More to give a little compensation. It's a good thing you're okay, or they'd have lost everything. My Yi Ijo's daughter-in-law. No one can move except me. This sentence, Yi Ijo said with a bit of dominance. The next second, it was countered by Lu Janua. So you can move me? Yi Ijo heatedly laughed and said, in the middle of the night, you can move. The rest of the time, I'm sure to spoil every day. You're overthinking it. The time you're talking about doesn't exist. Knowing that Yi Ijo couldn't see it, Lu Janua still raised her chin arrogantly. It seemed that as long as it was related to Yi Ijo, she couldn't be proud and would be teased by Yi Ijo into the appearance of a little girl in minutes. Then can't we both go up to the house and make a vow to be brothers for the rest of our lives? Yi Ijo laughed. I'm not talking to you anymore. Psycho. Every time she talked about this aspect, Lu Janua could not find words to retort by Yi Ijo. In short, this money is what you deserve. I have a small heart. $100 million represents my single-minded heart for you. I still hope that my wife will like it. Yi Ijo said with a smile. A sentence that again made Lu Janua on the other side of the phone blush. She didn't say anything, and after about a minute of silence, she opened her mouth in a very small voice. So, then how were they willing to compensate you so much? Exactly how did you do it? Lu Janua felt quite unbelievable. Yi Ijo said that the 1100 million, just a part of it. She was just bumped. And even if she did fall then and get a serious injury or something, it wasn't worth $11 billion. This matter but also please daughter-in-law you slowly listen to me to say. Yi Ijo deliberately took a bit of accent. He put the thing after, roughly, and Lu Janua said a bit. Of course, how those black materials were obtained. These things, he naturally could not say. He said that when he went through, he acted very strong, and only in this way could his image in Lu Janua's heart become tall, and only if he made Lu Janua feel that she was very powerful, would he blow his big bull? Speaking of which, Lu Janua hadn't even bragged about it all these years, and he hadn't been able to pull wool over the system's eyes. It was something that felt unrealistic to brag about every day, but for several days in a row, Lu Janua didn't have any system, which made him feel a bit of a loss. The wool of the system, that is naturally not gripping for nothing. This time, it was an opportunity for him to make a good point about how he dealt with Jiasun, so as to provoke Lu Janua's readiness to want to blow his load. In that case, husband, you're too powerful. aren't you? After Lu Janua heard about what happened, she was even more adoring of Yi Ijo, who was already adoring her. That's billions of dollars. Just like that? This was the first time she had seen this way of making money, and she was feeling quite sore. Someone needs to teach them a lesson when they are so arrogant. That's a must. No daughter-in-law, you're just too pretty to look at. But only your husband would give you $11 billion of pocket money. Yi Ijo said rather proudly. This money is you by virtue of your own ability to get? I immediately give you to transfer to your card. I but was just hit. No injuries, no pain. Zhou Huan was yanked off a handful of hair. This is true. If it is not your ability to be strong, then the other side will not compensate so much. Strictly speaking, this matter, really, and I have nothing to do with it. Lu Janua said seriously. It's $1 billion. She's panicking with it, okay? Daughter-in-law, you're wrong. How can you say this has nothing to do with you? Yi Ijo said seriously. Lugano froze for a moment. Daughter-in-law, think about it. What kind of relationship do we have? We are legal, okay? I'm seeking justice for you, which is unjustifiable no matter where you put it. You are right. I am capable of making them spit out their money. They deserve to bleed. The topic of conversation between men, apart from their careers, that's women. When men get together they compare their daughters-in-law. When women get together, they compare too, to see whose man is more capable. Isn't it a happy thing that your man has this? It is true that I have the ability. People are willing to pay. But in the end, this money is to compensate you for various losses? Of course, people for this matter. Yuck, 1,200 million. I only gave you 1,100 million. The reason I have said to you, representing one-pointed love. This Yi Ichiban said. When Lu Janua was moved, Yi Ijo continued. Therefore, this money, you must accept, unless you do not have a little position in your heart. Want to draw a line with me, or else it is in the face of me. Pro brothers do not bring so clear accounts. Yi Ijo had said so. Lu Janua really couldn't find a reason to refuse, especially his line about how, if you don't accept it, you're cutting him off and don't have him in your heart. Although she couldn't admit it with her mouth, she couldn't let Yi Ijo misunderstand in her behavior either. She mainly didn't want to hurt Yi Ijo's heart. At the high-speed train station, Yi Ijo and Lu Janua, pulling Wu Xuanyu's luggage, want to send her home by car. Wu Xuanyu said that she had, in the past 2 days, figured it out. She wanted to be a human being and planned to go back to continue her schooling. Her family didn't support her, so she borrowed money from Lu Janua. She knew that as long as she was willing, Yi Ijo would definitely give her money, but she didn't want it. People have self-respect. Since Wu Xuanyu had said so, then Yi Ijo would also respect her thoughts. Lu Janua saw Yi Ijo staring tightly at Wu Xuanyu, who had already walked into the station, and asked, unwilling to give up? Yi Ijo shook his head and turned back to look at Lu Janua in tears. She is going to pursue her own dreams. What do I have to be upset about? I am feeling too pathetic. She is gone. I will lose my good days. The good old days? Can't understand. Lu Janua said with a confused face. Daughter-in-law, are you implying that I don't need to hit the ground running with these words? Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua with a smile. Lu Janua froze for a moment before reacting to what Yi Ijo's words meant. He gave Yi Ijo a glance. Yi Ijo did not notice. The hand has reached behind Yi Ijo. And then Yi Ijo continued to cheeky. Lu Jiano down the hand, dreaming of you. Do not say the ground. You go back to pack up your things back to your house. Ah, daughter-in-law, I hurt. Yi Ijo miserably screamed. Lu Janua hand strength really relaxed a lot. Daughter-in-law. No, I accompany you. You will not lose sleep? Ah, how can that be? I only lose sleep when you're around. Okay, look at my insomnia. My skin has gotten worse. Lu Janua returned with a stiff upper lip. Do you have insomnia? Obviously these 2 days have slept quite well. Every day full of energy. Even the skin is much better. Yi Ijo said. But also Cheryl looked towards Lu Janua's face. You pervert. You don't stay up every day just to look at me. Do you? Honestly, have you been thinking about bad things? Lu Janua unceremoniously gave Yi Ijo a kick. Naturally, Yi Ijo wouldn't have the patience to kick him so painfully. I'm doing my husband's duty. Shouldn't I be concerned about how my daughter-in-law is sleeping? Yi Ijo returned with a straight face. A lecture is a lecture. No use explaining. Tell me, did you do anything else bad while I was asleep? Bad things? Daughter-in-law. What kind of bad things? Can you give me examples? You asshole. Lu Janua huffed and turned away, no longer bothering with him. Yi Ijo cried and laughed to catch up, pulled Lu Janua's hand. Lu Janua at first still a little struggle. After that can only go with Yi Ijo. The two people interlocked fingers to leave the station. Lu Janua looked away and said, Xiaoyu has already left. What are you showing off for? That's naturally a show for these people passing by. It's not made for Lu Janua. What opinion do you express? Yi Zhou's tone was careless. Why are you doing it for others to see? Lu Janua asked in disbelief. Yi Zhou returned. In order to make other women envious and other men jealous. At the same time, they can also know that this beautiful woman is the one who has a master. A thought occurred to me. I can't stay by your side all the time. How am I supposed to swear my sovereignty if I'm not there? Otherwise, how about I give you a few red marks on your neck? That way, others will know what's going on at a glance. But the red marks will disappear over time. So I'll just have to do it every day. Yi Zhou said it with a seriousness. Lu Janua, who was next to her, had long blushed so red that she couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. You're too perverted, aren't you? It's not necessary to swear sovereignty, right? It's fine to buy a ring or something. Lu Janua said shyly. Ha, daughter-in-law, are you implying that I'm proposing to you? Yi Zhou asked in surprise. Lu Janua was furious and had a feeling of powerlessness that she couldn't do anything with Yi Zhou. If you don't buy it, I'll buy it myself. I feel like I'm just too lonely on this hand. Lu Janua huffed to shake off Yi Zhou's hand. Naturally, he wouldn't let her get away with it. Don't. You're the one with a husband. How could a husband let his wife go ring shopping by herself? Yi Zhou did understand Lu Janua's meaning. He just wanted to tease her. The proposal and the red seal were teasing her. But they were all going to happen sooner or later. And now was not the time. Since Lu Janua had said that he would let him buy a ring, it would be better for him to directly buy a wedding ring. As long as Lu Janua could accept it, it meant that she was one step closer to her goal. Engagement rings and wedding ones can be separated and generalized as wedding rings. In Yi Zhou's opinion, as long as Lu Janua was willing to accept the ring, then the two of them would basically have the nail in the coffin. I said the ring, and I didn't say it was going to be that anything about it. You people. Lu Janua actually just suddenly thought of it, casually mentioned. Pressure did not think of the two people's lifelong affairs. Where did you think? Yi Zhou's so good at highlighting. Of course it's related. I think the most missing thing is the ring. Well, it's a deal. I'll buy the first to buy a ring. Yi Zhou said, about to take Lu Janua to the jewelry store. I'm not going. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Okay? I'm going. Don't pull me. Don't touch my car. Won't you take a cab back yourself? You have so much money. What are you stingy for? Hurry up and buy a luxury car. Don't ride in my car in the future. I don't welcome you. Yi Zhou smiled back. I can afford a car, but I don't like it when I don't have your smell in my car. This place is full of your smell. I like to sit. Again. You let go of me. Not allowed to get into my car. You hurry up numb home. Take your things to roll back to your nest. Or else. Lu Janua threatened. But obviously, Yi Zhou was not threatened by him. Negative. How do you want to Otherwise, I'll take your key back. No. I'll just change the locks. A big tycoon like you. There are plenty of women who are willing to live with you. Go to another house. Lu Janua said. Yi Zhou immediately loosened his hand. There are thousands of women in the world. I only love one flower. I'd better roll back to my house. You go home early. Yi Zhou resigned himself to get off the car. After seeing Lu Janua leave, he moved to a brand selling jewelry. He chose to go with the natural or customized approach. But he hadn't spoken to Lu Janua in advance. And with something like a ring, if he went back to discussing it, then he really should have been swept off his feet. For one thing, if he gave Lu Janua a ring, it would be the same as trying to ask for a chance to develop further with Lu Janua. Girls are more concerned about small details, and she probably wouldn't blame him if he didn't remember Lu Janua's size or anything. But if he had known, Lu Janua would have been touched to the core. If he wasn't moved, then there was only one reason why Lu Janua didn't like him. This is definitely not the case. He can feel Lu Janua's heart for him. It's just that girls are more reserved. This, he could understand. 3 days later, Yi Zhou received a call from the count's side, saying that the count's headquarters had sent a team over. Yi Zhou talked to Lu Janua and directly organized a bus to pick up people at the airport. They both went in person as well. On the way, Lu Janua asked Yi Zhou, "Hubby, do you know foreign languages?" Yi Zhou slightly froze. He really won't. When he went to school, he didn't learn well. These years don't use it. Even more don't remember anything. His foreign language skills are probably about the same as a child's. He was just about to go back to Lu Janua and say that he wouldn't. But he didn't expect Lu Janua to open his mouth first. I almost forgot. My husband plays the stock market so well. Would he not know a foreign language? That has to be possible. And it has to be the awesome kind. Yi Zhou smiled bashfully and said nothing. waiting with all his heart for the system to reward him with bragging rights. Lugano's blowing his big bull will come true. For whatever reason, Yi Ijo is an idiot when it comes to this aspect of foreign languages. But he waited for half a day, but didn't wait for the system's reward. What's the situation? He was puzzled for a while before he suddenly remembered. It seemed that except for the time at Lu Janua's health club, which was a reward given right then and there, all the other rewards were given by the system when he was alone. So, arriving at the airport, the first thing Yi Ijo did was to go to the restroom. As expected, the system's voice rang in Yi Ijo's head when he was alone. Ding! The system has monitored that quality is now alone, and is now giving you a reward. Congratulations to the host for getting the skills to speak and write 35 foreign languages. This is a customized reward based on the current position of each international country in the stock market. In order, memory and skill generation in progress. The rewards this time are more extensive. Generating skills and memories will take some time. Would like the host to wait patiently? As the system's words fell, all sorts of memories poured into Yi Ijo's head in a steady stream. It's all about various knowledge of the languages of various countries. With this, he felt his strong voice and so on, followed by various changes. The languages of many countries require a variety of articulation skills, and when you learn them for a long time, your vocal cords and whatnot will change, and that all takes years and years to develop. This system was quite preachy, even though he was the one who got it halfway. What with the memories, the skills, and even the arrangement of the body being so reasonable. Otherwise, he'd have the memories and skills to just blast out his hometown accent, and that would still work? The languages of those countries that the system will be, that are used more often. The ones that are not used, the system does not give them. With these language skills, Yi Ijo didn't have to worry about the language barrier at all no matter which country he went to. This time, receiving the rewards given by the system, Yi Ijo used more than an hour. It was good that they came earlier. Otherwise when he went back, he probably had to let Lu Janua pick up those people by himself. After Yi Ijo found Lu Janua said a bit helplessly, "Hubby, you wouldn't be that secret, would you?" Yi Ijo first froze, then returned. "What are you thinking? It's that there are too many people. I waited for a while. So otherwise, it's that deficiency? Or the prostate?" Lu Janua continued to ask again. Yi Ijo was amused by Lu Janua. What was this woman thinking? Is this concern for his health? This kind of topic, all of which were more private. If she wasn't worried about her body from the bottom of her heart, then she shouldn't have said anything about it. This problem, go home and I'll let you, my wife, personally check to see if I'm vain. Okay? Yi Ijo came to Lu Janua's ear and whispered. You. Lu Janua's face instantly turned red. This man is also too bad. 3 words cannot leave flirting her. Daughter-in-law, why are you so worried? Yi Ijo asked again. Who's worried? You've misunderstood. Lu Janua averted her face, no longer paying attention to him. Ha ha, it's good that you're not worried. Yi Ijo saw the good in it and didn't continue to tease her. Seeing Lu Janua keep staring at the airport exit and looking around, her 2 hands intertwined at a loss for words, Yi Ijo went forward and took her shoulders. Daughter-in-law, you don't need to be nervous, they are working for us. By definition, it's nothing even if we don't come to pick them up. No matter how powerful the other party is, we pay money. They do things, this is our bottom line. This is still our own country. They do not have any capital that can be arrogant in front of us. I'm paying for it. Anytime I get upset and tell them to rearrange the team, they'll all have to be reassigned. And if they're not happy about it, we're perfectly capable of switching brands. And you don't have to worry about that when it comes to the language. They'll come with translators. If they can't even prepare for that, then we don't need a team like them. Anyway, just know one thing. You're their gold master and their rice bowl. Aha, okay, I know. Lu Janua nodded. That nervous feeling was indeed much better. Hubby, I'm not very good at foreign languages, so I'm sure it's even a problem to communicate. Lu Janua still had a little bit of concern in her heart. Then speak our country's words. This is also a manifestation of aura. Yi Ijo patted her dangling shoulder. We are now a big country. We have a high status in the international arena. We come to pick up people. This is politeness. Using our country's language. This is experiencing our power. There are some countries that have a lack of power and have to do something to curry favor with others. But we don't need to. We are now a civilized country. They will only lower their stance when they see us. No, we are not vegetarians either. For example, when our leaders go abroad, they all know foreign languages, but they never use them. Why is that? Because they don't need to lower themselves. They want to talk to our leaders. They can learn our language or they can bring an interpreter. It's preserving the dignity of our country and it's patriotic. We are not that high status, but we have money. Now they are paid by us. They come to meet the clients. If even communication is a problem, isn't that too much of a failure? The problem of language communication is something they should worry about, not us. If they have so much as upset us, we can replace them in a minute. And in the watch industry, there are plenty of brands that are better than them, and they are willing to go through all that preparation. But, if this really spreads, in case they really don't want this order anymore, won't we lose face? Lu Janua was still a bit uneasy. This was the first time she had experienced this kind of occasion, and she didn't have any experience or confidence at all. Although she was a strong woman with a career of her own, it was a million miles away from such heights. Then let's wait and see. If it's necessary, then how about acquiring a brand? Then naturally someone will be willing to do it. Money this thing, sometimes it's really good, Yi Ijo said confidently. He secretly poked and prodded and thought. He just wanted to take out the bad anger for Lu Janua before. He didn't expect the system to give him just in media's black face directly. If he was looked down upon by other countries, the system wouldn't let it go, would it? Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo in surprise, her eyes shocked, admiring, worshipping, mixed with various emotions. Daughter-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to kiss me? If so, go ahead. I'll take it. Yi Ijo laughed. In the next second, the flesh around Yi Ijo's waist fell into Lu Janua's hands again. Lu Janua said with a blushing face, can't you put away your behavior of being flirty at the drop of a hat? Always saying those colorful words. Never seen you so shameless. Yi Ijo was unimpressed. I have to pretend to be a gentleman when I talk to my daughter-in-law. I'm too tired, right? If not, then I guess I'll have to take something like Di Huang pills. Or maybe I'll be 70 years old. Someone said so. Saying something like a newlywed aunt is a dog in the way, and a married aunt is the driftwood that saves your life. Daughter-in-law, I don't think I should let you down. Do you want to try? Yi Ijo deliberately moved towards Lu Janua. You, Lu Janua gasped and reddened her face, and treated the flesh around Yi Ijo's waist well again. Daughter-in-law, why is your face so hot? Yi Ijo endured the pain in his waist and said, You, I won't talk to you. Lu Janua thought, if it wasn't at the airport, she ironically had to clean up Yi Ijo a bit. Daughter-in-law, I mean, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Don't know mean. Are you thinking wrong? Yi Ijo said in a pretense of innocence. Yi Ijo, say that again. Lu Janua exasperatedly glared at Yi Ijo. Seeing that she was so angry that she called her name, Yi Ijo did not play too much. That, I'm wrong, daughter-in-law, don't be angry. The townspeople will soon come. Let's adjust our state. We don't have to act too friendly to them, but the most basic manners are still necessary. Got it. Lu Janua daintily bowed her head, answered, didn't bother with Yi Ijo anymore, and quickly adjusted herself. Not a moment later, the Earl's team did come, and it was similar to the previous docking. There were 10 people, of which there were 2 designers, a man and a woman. There are 4 designer assistants. Yi Ijo does not care how many people came, but it is just a matter of more labor costs. He cares about the things that are made. At the first moment of meeting, the 2 injectors came to Yi Ijo and politely greeted Yi Ijo and Lu Janua. They spoke in the language of the 5-star state. The rest of the people did not speak. Some of them curiously looked around. Probably for the first time, they did not bring any interpreters, because both designs knew the language of the 5-star country. They had no problem at all communicating with Yi Ijo. Indeed, to be the designer of such a big brand, naturally you have to have something. If you can't even master the language of a big country like 5-star country, it's more or less unreasonable. After that, Yi Ijo led everyone to the bus. So many people, he could not go to rent a school bus to pick up. After that, they came to the hotel that had been booked before. Yi Ijo is not the kind of cheap person. The booking is a superior hotel. The 2 designs opened the best room in the hotel. Yi Ijo is a customer and a 5-star countryman. They receive foreigners, so Yi Ijo they seem from some levels. He represents the 5-star country. Naturally, he cannot lose face. He had an obligation to show the people of other countries the atmosphere and temperament of the people of the 5-star nation. After settling down the townspeople, Yi Ijo didn't let them start working immediately, but let them go to see the scenery of the 5-star country first, eat if they want to, drink if they want to, and have fun, and then start working 3 days later. Yi Ijo directly handed over millions of room money in the hotel, and spoke to the people in the hotel to meet the requirements of these people as much as possible. Meeting such a big shot as Yi Ijo, the hotel personnel naturally wanted to receive these people well. After settling these people, Yi Ijo took Lu Janua back home. Sun Bo was hospitalized for a long time after being assaulted at Lu Janua's company. About half a month of hospitalization. He was seriously injured, but not the kind of injury is very serious kind of injury. Are all kinds of traumatic injuries? those who do not hit too hard, but hit him almost no intact place on the body. Plus he was in favor of some physical ailments also in the hospitalization were checked out. That's why he stayed in the hospital for so long. These days in the hospital, Sun Bo greeted Yi Ijo's entire family. How could he not believe that Lu Janua had married Yi Ijo? To be exact, he did not believe in his heart that Lu Janua had married anyone. So the first thing he did after he was discharged from the hospital was to go to Lu Janua's company to look for her. And not surprisingly, the company's employees still said she wasn't there. With the previous lesson, he didn't dare to break in again, and had no choice but to wait outside the company. His family is a little bit of money, but there is no money to the point where he can do whatever he wants. Yi Ijo they hand-pinched the evidence of his harassment. He just want to retaliate, but also have to think about the consequences. It's a rule of law society now, not a time when you can do whatever you want. After waiting for a while, he couldn't wait for Lu Janua to appear. He simply went directly to Lu Janua. He had liked Lu Janua for so long that it wasn't surprising at all that he knew where Lu Janua's family lived. He has not been to Lu Jiano's home to find her. Is he look at Lu Jiano's side? There has never been any man to say the face value and strength. He is still about the same, and there is no kind of crisis. Then again, it was also because he didn't want Lu Janua to annoy him too much and directly tear his face. He wanted to use time to move Lu Janua. But where did he expect to end up with the news that she had married someone else? He was furious when he thought of Yi Ijo treating him that way, and when he thought of all the things Yi Ijo said about Lu Janua's husband, the legal couple. He felt like spitting blood. Sun Bo wanted to kill Yi Ijo. Sun Bo couldn't believe it was true. He even doubted that Lu Janua could have hired someone to put on a show in order to test if he really liked her. He really hoped that this conjecture of his was the truth. If that was true, then Lu Janua was probably jealous of the fact that he was always with other girls, so she did this to force him to make a choice. He was also with those women because he wanted to make her jealous, but every time he brought a woman to hang around in front of Lu Janua, he never saw her care half as much. Also because Lu Janua didn't seem to care. He wouldn't mind having fun with those women. That man doesn't find a woman to have fun with? Isn't that normal? But after playing around, when he really realized that he had lost Lu Janua, he felt bad about the whole thing. He quickly arrived at the villa area of Lu Janua's house and came to the downstairs of Lu Janua's house. Sun Bo circled around her house several times and finally found a place where he could hear voices in the house, under the back window of the house. It just so happens that there is also no fence to hide the fence and the house is one. At this time, in Lu Janua's house, Yi Ijo was preparing for Lu Janua's dinner, so from time to time, he would make a little noise. Lu Janua, on the other hand, was tidying up the house, and living like this gave Lu Janua a sense of home. After hearing someone at Lu Janua's house, Sun Bo thought that Lu Janua was really at home, so he rang the doorbell. Lu Janua and Yi Ijo both heard the sound of the doorbell, and both of them looked at each other suspiciously. Yi Ijo had just moved here not long ago, so it was impossible for him, who didn't have many friends, to have anyone come here to look for him. Lu Janua was even less likely, also a friendless person. Neither had much of a social life, and the two were surprisingly similar in that regard. Yi Ijo was unavailable, so it was Lu Janua who went to open the door. Seeing that the person who rang the doorbell was Sun Bo, Lu Janua subconsciously tried to close the door. Sun Bo looked at Lu Janua with a smile and saw that Lu Janua was wearing a housecoat with her hair tied casually behind her back, which made Sun's eyes light up. Lu Janua, in his opinion, has never been high and cold, so rich in the atmosphere of life. Lu Janua, he is still the first time to see. There is still the aroma of food in the house, which makes Sun Bo happy. A goddess like this, who can get out of the house and into the kitchen, is simply the perfect candidate for marriage. Seeing Lu Janua about to close the door, he quickly reached out and blocked it. Nua, you actually know how to cook? How nice. I went to your company to look for you today, but I waited for you for a long time but I didn't see you. So I came here, and your cooking smells pretty good. Can I? Sun Bo and Lu Janua are college classmates. He liked Lu Janua for 6 whole years. He also only recently figured out that Lu Janua has not agreed, because he does not like him around, will always have other women. And the reason for staying single is that it's been waiting for him. Today, he even came to Lu Janua's house, and in a while, if he had the guts to do something with Lu Janua, then he and Lu Janua could be together from now on. He could see that Lu Janua was still relatively conservative in this aspect of men and women, and if the two people really had a little something, then he would be Lu Janua's first choice for marriage. Sun Bo, why did you come to the house? Lu Janua questioned angrily. I came to find you. Nua, I really love you. I always know where your home is. I didn't come to find you, just because I don't want to let you. Sun Bo wanted to say all those words that he thought were very moving, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Janua. Enough! Lu Janua was furious to the extreme. Sun Bo, you are too despicable. You even knew where my home was early in the morning. I'll tell you again. I'm already married. There's no possibility with you. To be exact, even if I wasn't married, I wouldn't like you. So just die. My husband has already prepared dinner. We should have dinner. So hurry up. I also haven. What? You said your husband? The smile on Sun Bo's face froze. Yeah. What's the problem? My husband and I are about to eat. Sorry I didn't prepare yours. Lu Janua said indifferently. You wouldn't. You must be lying. You wouldn't. Nah, no. Is it true that you don't have a little place for me in your heart? I understand. You don't like me being with those women, right? Don't worry. I won't be with them in the future. I'll make a clean break with them, okay? And don't blame me. You've never been willing to be with me. I'm a man, and I have needs to know. I swear, as long as you're willing to be with me, I'll make a clean break with all those people. And you're the only one I love the most. Those women, they all came to me on their own. I never took the initiative to chase them. You are the only one in my heart. You really are the woman I love the most in my life. Get lost. Lu Janua was furious and directly raised her foot and kicked it. She was actually a person who didn't lose her temper easily, but this Sun Bo was really good at challenging her patience. It was really that this guy took himself too seriously. His cheek was so thick that it was outrageous. She couldn't stand it any longer, and she used quite a bit of force in this kick out. Sun Bo wailed in pain, missing the door handle by that much. Lu Janua at home, wearing slippers, if it is high heels or sneakers or something, this foot Sun Bo is impossible to bear. Sun Bo ate the pain is true, but also quite happy, by Lu Janua so kicked. Originally she guarded the door of the room to prevent him from entering. By his subconscious pull, also pulled open the door in the process. When he was in school, Sun Bo knew that Lu Janua was not the kind of girl who was delicate. She was already learning sparring when she was in school. After that, he also participated in some casual competitions, and placed in all of them, knowing that Lu Janua could fight. So when he came, he was ready to maneuver with Lu Janua, and to put it bluntly, ready to be beaten. But in this situation now, even if he was beaten, he couldn't back down. After taking a hard kick from Lu Janua, he continued to press forward, wanting to enter Lu Janua's home. If you can't get in the door, then everything is bullshit. Lu Janua was so frightened that she instinctively took a step back, and the anger in her eyes intensified. She lifted her leg, intending to give Sun Bo some more eyeballs to look at. This man was just too shameless to come to the door. She was just about to make a move when suddenly her shoulders were held by Yi Izhou behind her. She looked at Yi Izhou and saw that Yi Izhou nodded to her. She obediently stood to the side. Yi Izhou early found Sun Bo came. He did not show up. Is trying to let Lu Janua themselves to solve. Sun Bo after all is Lu Janua's old classmate. But I did not expect that this Sun Bo is so shameless. But also in the feelings of this aspect of entanglement Lu Janua. Even if you say those shameless things, how dare you try to break into the house? He'd be less of a man if he didn't show up. Just broke into Lu Janua's home. Sun Bo was overjoyed in his heart, thinking that he had a chance to get Lu Janua, and he was just about to pull the door of the room closed in a smooth manner, when he suddenly saw Yi Izhou, and his movements immediately froze, and his smile also froze on his face. Yi Izhou was actually at Lu Janua's house? He doubted that his was dreaming and shook his head in disbelief before looking at Yi Izhou again. He only saw Yi Izhou looking at him with an angry face. How could it be? How could it be? It won't be. Sun Bo muttered with difficulty in believing and looked at Yi Izhou. Isn't Yi Izhou the actor Lu Janua found? Why did he show up at Lu Janua's house? It was not strange at all to meet in the company, but this was at home, and moreover, Yi Izhou's body was still wearing home clothes just like Lu Janua's. It was still so late, and if the two were really employers, how could they be at Lu Janua's house? Sun Bo wanted to find a reason to convince himself, but he couldn't think of a good reason even after he thought about it. How come you won't? Yi Izhou said coldly and took a step towards Sun Bo. I told you before, don't be pestering my daughter-in-law, or I'll teach you a lesson if I see you once. It seems like you're treating my words as if they're falling on deaf ears. You showed up here because you're already prepared to bear my wrath, right? I told you long ago, Lu Janua and I are already married. She's my wife now. You're so repeatedly pestering me. Is it because you think we can't do anything to you? What are you doing barging in here like this? You haven't seen our marriage license, so you haven't been willing to believe it, have you? Yi Izhou looked at Lu Janua. When he looked at Lu Janua, his gaze was gentle, completely different from the icy gaze when he faced Sun Bo. Daughter-in-law, show the marriage license to this Sun student. If this is still not willing to believe, then don't blame me for not being polite. Yi Izhou is said. Goodbye Sunbo will pack him again. And now look at the guy so persistent. He suddenly felt that there is no point in fighting. It is better to let him face the reality directly. See the legal documents. He will always believe it, right? If there was any more disbelief, then it wasn't too late for him to fight again. Okay, hubby. Lu Janua nodded and went back to her room. Lu Janua also did not expect that this Sunbo can be entangled to such a point, but also feel good about themselves that Lu Janua's heart is there in his heart. And I do not know where the illusion comes from. It is true that fighting does not solve the problem, and it is too much to mess with people's minds to be pestered like this every day. This is not to blame Yi Ijo so angry. She built her own. All the gas exploded. Showed Sunbo the marriage certificate. If he is still not dead, do not wait for Yi Ijo to say anything. She herself have to beat up first. She, Lu Janua, was not someone who could be pestered just because she wanted to. She didn't take it lightly, but if she had to, she just beat him to death and clean him up once and for all for fear. At this moment, Sunbo was looking at Yi Ijo with a gaze as if he wanted to eat someone. His face darkened to the extreme. Even with Lu Janua, has always been his one-sided like. Lu Janua never gave him any response, but are so many years, in his heart, he has long taken Lu Janua as his woman. Did not expect to kill a halfway Yi Ijo. He had always convinced himself that it was impossible for Lu Janua to marry another man, even though he had once seen Lu Janua and Yi Ijo appear at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Janua quickly brought the documents over. Yi Ijo opened the document in front of Sunbo, and it clearly stated the relationship between the two people. Now, Sunbo can't say anything, can he? In Sunbo Muna's face, Yi Ijo collected his documents and handed them to Lu Janua. Sunbo was surprised and angry to the core. Lu Janua, you bitch. Sunbo was so angry that he cursed at Lu Janua, and angrily rushed towards her. A lot of people are just so classless, hateful and trippy out of love. At this moment, Sunbo's heart had one thought. Since he couldn't get Lu Janua, he wouldn't let Yi Ijo get it either. Seeing Sunbo like this, Yi Ijo's anger instantly burned to its peak. He raised his head and dropped a punch. This was a martial art given to him by the system. It could be said that it was easy for him to punch Sunbo. Even that coach before Lu Janua was not Yi Ijo's opponent. And Sunbo, a weakling, was even less so. He wouldn't have a problem beating 100 Sunbo by himself. Ah, Sunbo's face. Hard to take a punch. The person is like a paper-sitting kite like flying out. Fell heavily in Lu Janua home outside the gate. Sunbo was dropped and felt that all his organs were going to be shattered. And the pain was such that he had a desire to die directly in the past. Yi Ijo had only used a single point of force. If he had really dealt a death blow, it wouldn't have been a problem to directly take Sunbo's life. However, his intention was only to teach Sunbo a lesson, and he didn't want to kill anyone. Sunbo, on the ground, took a full 2 minutes before he felt like he could barely breathe. Ah, followed by a wail, covering the pain and rolling around on the ground one by one. After about 5 minutes, he was finally able to get up from the ground, and after standing firmly on his feet, he roared with anger again and rushed towards Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo lifted his leg and directly sent him out the door. Yi Ijo still wanted to go forward, but was pulled back by Lu Janua. Husband, it's almost time. If we fight again, someone should die. Yi Ijo nodded. This guy was just a rail tiger, charging up without a head. Yi Ijo's fire that was not easy to extinguish a little bit was instantly ignited again, and he still had the anger of wanting to get this guy killed. When Lu Janua said that, he instantly calmed down. Yi Ijo looked at Sunbo who was in pain outside the door and didn't even have the strength to stand up. He took out his cell phone to shoot the video and took a step towards Sunbo. Sunbo, you listen to me well. Lu Janua has married me. Is my legal wife? The marriage certificate you have also seen. This is the last time I am warning you. If you dare to pester my wife again, then I will not only beat you up, but will also let you go to eat noodles for free. Your family is no more capable, but also impossible to protect you. Listen carefully. In the future, the next time you pester me, even if I don't beat you to death, I will definitely give you a half mutilation. Even if you don't submit, I have a video here as proof. You can't do anything to me. Daughter-in-law, let's go back. After saying that, Yi Ijo pulled Lu Janua back home. Hubby, why did you think of making a video? Lu Janua asked in disbelief. You can't be too defensive. That guy just isn't a normal person. Who knows if he'll continue to pester me. I'm kind of leaving evidence, so he can't blame me if he continues to mess around. A man who can't even protect his own wife. Then this will be the man's biggest failure. With this video, if he dares to pester you again, I'll even beat him up so badly that he'll be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Lu Janua was shocked to hear. Hubby, you can't be impulsive. Hitting people is against the law. If the situation is serious, there may be a possibility, so you mustn't be impulsive. Just now when Yi Zhou wanted to hit Sun Bo again, the killing intent in his eyes. Up to now Lu Janua was still a little anxious. She knew Yi Zhou for so long, or the first time to see him so angry. So, at that time, this is the evidence. Your company is not still monitoring it. Plus this, it is enough to prove that he repeatedly pestered you. At that time, even if it is a lawsuit, he won't win. Every day, pestering my wife, which anyone who knows, will not sympathize with him. By then the worst consequence is nothing but losing money. It's fine. Your husband has plenty of money. By then his reputation will definitely be messed up. So can he still have a future? Even if he doesn't have a brain. Does his family not have a brain? His old man can become a rich generation. That shows that there is still a little bit of ability. If even this cannot think of, then they really deserve it. In this way, want to pester my wife again? There will be endless suffering. He will not be so cheap that he likes to take a beating. But my wife, in the future, when my husband is not around, you have to be careful. This kind of nervousness, maybe there will still be something. What will happen to him? Fine, I'll do as you say. Go make dinner. Your wife is starving. Okay, wife, wait for me. Outside the gate, Sun Bo curled up on the ground. It took 10 minutes before he finally had the strength to sit up against the wall. He pulled out the cigarette in his pocket with great difficulty and smoked it vigorously. His whole body was shivering. Firstly, because of the sharp pain in his body. And secondly, it was too angry. When he thought of the scene he had just seen, he unconsciously brainstormed the intimate images of Lu Janua and Yi Zhou when they were together. The more he brainstormed, the more he crumbled. He couldn't accept this reality, never dreaming of such a day. He could even see that one day he would become a joke in the eyes of his classmates. It was a known fact that he liked Lu Janua, and he had bragged many times in front of his classmates and friends that Lu Janua would be his. But now, Lu Janua was with another man. Wasn't this a raw slap in his face? Thinking about it, Sun Bo also had a hallucination. He saw his classmates, friends are around him, a strong ridicule. He desperately covered his ears, do not want to hear, do not want to see, but the sound of those who ridicule the face, lingering. Bitch, Lu Janua, you bitch. Sun Bo cursed viciously, his voice getting louder and breaking down. After breaking down for a moment, he suddenly remembered something very important, and the gloom he had just felt was swept away at once. He did know where Lu Janua's mother lived, and her mother had a pretty good impression of him. Lu Janua's mother would not allow Lu Janua to marry herself off so casually, especially marrying a man of unknown origin like Yi Zhou. Thinking about it, Sun Bo instantly came to energy. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and staggered towards his car after climbing up from the ground with difficulty. He endured the pain in his body and drove for almost 2 hours to find the place where Lu Janua's mother lived, a very general villa area. The pain in his body was almost eased, and after parking his car, he knocked on the door of Lu Janua's mother's house. This villa was average, but to be able to afford a villa, Lu Janua himself bought a separate villa, so it was evident that Lu Janua's family was still in good condition. Moreover, Lu Janua can have everything nowadays. She relies on not the support of the family, it is through her own efforts to bring. It was slowly getting darker by now. It didn't take more than a few moments of fighting for an elegant woman to walk out, probably in her mid-30s. Lu Janua could be said to be a younger version of this woman, yet she wasn't that old-looking, and didn't look like Lu Janua's mother, but rather like two sisters. Aside from the difference in their rhythms, both can be described as rare beauties. Lu Janua was still the president, completely inheriting her mother's strengths, and in many ways, even more flavorful than her mother. It's Mr. Son, why are you coming over so late? I'm sorry, I'm by myself at home, so I won't open the door for you this late. Lu Janua's mother said to Sun Bo through the door of the villa. Auntie, I can understand. It's also late. Now Sun Bo was very understanding and returned. Auntie, I came to find you. I want to ask you, do you know Nua's recent situation? Lu Janua's mother, Sherry Wu, nervously asked. What's wrong with Nua? Sun Bo quickly returned. Nothing, auntie, don't worry. That is, I came to find you because Nua she brought a man to live in her current villa. Sun Bo did not say too much, to the point can be, so as to let Lu Janua's mother have space for imagination. Daughters are the treasure in the heart of the mother. He did not believe that Lu Janua's mother heard that Lu Janua brought a man home. She can still do nothing. Unsurprisingly, Sherry Wu listened and instantly became worried to the core. No, my daughter wouldn't do such a thing, Sherry Wu said in disbelief. Sun Bo was first stunned, but he quickly responded and continued. Auntie, you misunderstand. I am not denigrating Nua. I am just saying that she seems to have talked about an object. But, my heart for Nua. You know, The main thing is that the object that she looked for is really, I don't feel too confident. Sunbo was on point, as he had been before. Saying this, Wu Shueli's face looked slightly better as he looked at Sunbo and said, my daughter's own affairs. She can make her own decisions. I'm not asking. Auntie, your thoughts I understand. What I want to say to you, I am sincere to Nua. It's getting late. Then I will leave first. Sunbo politely finished and left. What he was trying to achieve should be pretty much the same. He didn't believe that Sherry Wu could be as calm as she acted. What mother wouldn't worry about her daughter suffering? From Sherry Wu's reaction, it seems that Lu Janua and Yi Ijo together certainly did not talk to Sherry Wu. Sherry Wu already knew about this matter. It is impossible not to ask. Presumably, there will be a surprise visit to see what's going on with the daughter. As far as Yi Ijo was concerned, it was impossible for Sherry Wu's mother to look at her. After Sunbo left, Sherry Wu could no longer remain calm. Sunbo's words were too much of a surprise to Sherry Wu. In Sherry Wu's heart, her daughter had always been a very self-respecting and self-loving, and lived a sober life. How could she suddenly bring a man back? In her opinion, it was difficult for her daughter to even find a date, let alone bring someone home. And, according to her daughter's character, she wouldn't have failed to mention it to her if she had really found a date, and they had nothing to talk about between mother and daughter. It was very difficult for Sherry Wu to raise and educate her daughter. Lu Janua's father, formerly poor origin, is dependent on Shirley Wu, step by step, the career up. She in order to be able to and Lu Janua's father together, but also broke with the family. She was a strong woman, and her husband relied on her strength and ability to gradually surpass her. But she didn't realize that, after all, she was the one who paid the wrong way. Even though she's independent, pretty, and understanding, she still hasn't stopped Lu Janua's father from changing his mind. She knew that what she lost was just freshness. Lu Janua's father had another woman. That woman was not as good as Sherry Wu in everything, but there was one thing that Sherry Wu could not compare to, and that was that woman could give Lu Janua's father freshness. The relationship between the two, because of this, came to the point of incompatibility. Lu Janua's father decides to take the company's money and go live somewhere else so he can be with the woman he loves. But I didn't expect an accident on the way, and those properties that had been transferred ended up back in Shirley Wu's hands. Over the years, she's been preoccupied with raising her daughter. When the two were divorcing, Lu Janua was already almost 10 years old, and could remember everything, probably because of the influence of his parents' feelings. Lu Janua was never involved in the feelings, and his heart was focused on his career. And Shirley Wu, after enduring that man's betrayal, has looked away and turned her heart to Buddhism, with only her daughter to worry about in this life. Her daughter was very competitive, and the relationship between the two was not good to say the least. They never lived on their own, except for some necessary correspondence. And when her daughter was 16, she went to live in school. When her daughter went to high school, she realized that her daughter had gone out to work on her own to earn money, and she had taken care of her own expenses, and even her living expenses and tuition fees were not coming to her for money. Before, the two were able to connect somewhat because of the money, but now, they don't even have the only reason to connect. She actually gave Lu Janua quite a bit of living expenses, just so she could have enough capital to support her to pursue what she wanted to pursue. But then she realized that her daughter did not spend her money at all. Her own studies and all expenses need to spend a lot of money. Wu surely do not even know where her daughter's those money came from. What the hell does she do to make that kind of money? After that, her daughter graduated. As for what kind of work she did, she didn't know. Her daughter would give her money every extreme, and it was quite a lot. At this time, Sherry Wu realized that she thought she loved her daughter and gave her so much money, but her daughter was getting farther and farther away from her. All because she was so preoccupied with confining herself because of her daughter's father's betrayal that she forgot to care for her daughter. She doesn't even realize how her daughter is growing up step by step. She is such a failure as a mother. But by this time Lu Janua has already stepped into the society, grown into a big girl, did not need her when she was a child, grew up even more, do not need her. It was a relief to see her daughter so independent, and she was glad that she hadn't lost her bright future because she had let her go. But he had even learned sparring, which was really a bit out of Sherry Wu's expectation. Except for that face, it's a live wire. Under her efforts, the relationship between the two was eased. Lu Janua's heart is still very kind. She is a dereliction of duty as a mother, but her daughter has not accused her of half a point. After the relationship is repaired, Wu Shirley's only wish is that her daughter will have a good home. She also explicitly and implicitly urged a few times, but her daughter did not want to find a date at all. She also doesn't even have a gender male friend around her. And Sherry Wu is worried that Lu Janua will lose faith in marriage because of her father. After much prodding, my daughter went so far as to just buy a house out there and live in it. Lu Janua said is that her work is busy, buy a house to live outside a little more convenient. But Wu surely heart understand, because her daughter does not want to go home. When you think about it, the days when my daughter lived at home over the years were really few and far between. The house that Lu Janua bought, she had been there and stayed only one night. She realized that the relationship between her and her daughter wasn't all that repaired, and it was rare that her daughter could even superficially cope with her for a bit. After that, she would intervene in her daughter's life from time to time, but never again. Even on New Year's Day, her daughter would not come back to see her voluntarily. She didn't get involved in her daughter's past, and there really wasn't much to say, except that she hoped her daughter would have a good home. At this moment, he heard someone say that his daughter had actually talked to someone, and even brought it back to the house, which made Wu Shuili's mood complex to the extreme. It's no surprise that her daughter didn't tell her. She was surprised that her daughter was even talking about dating. Daughter in the school there are many people to pursue. This point Wu Shuli is aware of, but her daughter's attitude has always been cold. She many times wondered if her daughter will be so single for life. Like all mothers, while she was happy, she was also worried, wondering if the person her daughter had found was worthy of her daughter's lifelong commitment. She thought about it for a while, but she still wanted to see what was going on. The news was so shocking to her that she wanted to go and see what kind of person that boy was. Was he good to her daughter? Could she be trusted? As for that Sun Bo's words, she wouldn't care too much. Who her daughter liked was her freedom. She wouldn't ask, nor was she qualified to ask. Really relieved, she quickly went back to the house to change her clothes and drove away from the house. Sun Bo didn't leave, but kept waiting not far away, wanting to see what kind of behavior Lu Janua's mother would have. As expected, he was not disappointed. Lu Janua's mother left the house at this time. Where would she go? That would naturally be to look for Lu Janua. With Lu Janua's mother's involvement, how could the Yi Ijo kid still be with Lu Janua? No way. Thinking about this, Sun Bo's mood was so good that he felt that the injuries on his body didn't hurt as much. He didn't follow. Otherwise Lu Janua would have known that he was the one who told the secret, which would affect his continued pursuit of Lu Janua afterwards. As long as Lu Janua's mother could stop Lu Janua and Yi Ijo from being together, he would have a chance. Lugano's house. After the meal, after tidying up the kitchen, Yi Ijo hid a basin of hot water to wash Lu Janua's feet, and while washing, he looked at Lu Janua with pitiful eyes. Lu Janua's gaze, however, was always on the TV. Half noticing Yi Ijo's pity, Yi Ijo really couldn't take it, so he coughed dryly. Lu Janua tried to stifle her laughter. Come on, let me hear your reasoning. Let's see what sensible reason you can make up. Yi Ijo immediately began to play, daughter-in-law. It's going to rain tonight, and it's estimated that there will be thunder. I'm afraid of scaring you, and the rain will also lower the temperature. So if I'm not there and you get frozen, I'll be heartbroken. Yi Ijo had a thoughtful look. So, daughter-in-law, let me stay in your house for one night? Lu Janua almost laughed out loud, but she tried to hold it in. The previous standby was that you forgot to clean up the bed. Then it was something about you recognizing the bed. You would lose sleep, and the next day you had something very important to do. And tonight you were so concerned about me coming here. So what about tomorrow? Have you thought about what the reason for tomorrow will be yet? Hey, daughter-in-law, you have to believe me. What I say is true. Yi Ijo smiled cheekily. He didn't believe that Lu Janua could be so cruel. The trick of spoiling, I didn't expect to use it so well. He used to think that pampering was for women, but he didn't realize that he was so comfortable using it. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. I won't believe you. Her mouth was a no, but Lu Janua's heart was already soft. She thought to herself, if Yi Ijo could coax her like this for a week, she might. At that moment, the room's doorbell was suddenly rung. The two looked at each other suspiciously. Yi Ijo sighed, wiped his hands up and said, daughter-in-law, you continue to soak. I opened the door to go. There's always an uninvited guest today, and I don't know who this is again. After opening the door, Yi Ijo subconsciously voiced out, daughter-in-law? As the words fell, he realized something was wrong. Wasn't his wife washing her feet? How could she appear outside the door? Except for that face, wearing unfamiliar clothes and whatnot. The light outside the door wasn't too good, and with the two people looking so much alike, Yi Ijo misrecognized them. But he quickly figured out what was going on. Although the person outside the door resembled Lu Janua so much that it could be said that he had the same face, he looked much older than Lu Janua. Is this Sister Lugano? Yi Ijo did not ask Lu Janua's family, nor have I seen her family. Lu Janua herself did not take the initiative to mention. Although the two had exchanged cell phones, Yi Ijo was too relieved with Lu Janua, so he casually scanned it without even looking at it carefully. He thought that when Lu Janua was willing, he would naturally let him have access to her family. Hubby, who is it? Lu Janua heard Yijo call out to her and asked in confusion. She had her back to the door and wasn't at all sure what was going on outside. She twisted her head to look, but she didn't notice her mother's arrival. Sherry Wu was blocked by Yijo's body. Sherry Wu, who was outside the door, was so shocked that she didn't know how to react. I thought that the one who came to open the door would be his own daughter, but I didn't expect that the one who came would be a Morsung man who opened his mouth and called out for his daughter-in-law. Before she could return to her senses, her daughter opened her mouth again and called out for her husband, and Sherry Wu instantly had the shock of being struck by lightning. Looking at the man's reaction and the sound of her daughter calling out for her husband, she realized that it was because she and her daughter looked so much alike that the man had mistaken her. So what's with this husband and daughter-in-law thing? Is this what young people shout about when they fall in love these days? Also, why is this man still here at this late hour? And he's still wearing loungewear. Can it be that he lives here? They're both living together already? Shirley Wu's heart fluttered as she thought about it. Yijo only thought that Sherry Wu was Lu Janua's sister, and when her sister came, it was natural to treat her well. He immediately got out of the way with a good attitude and said enthusiastically, "Sister is here. Quickly please come in. I am Nua's old. I am Nua's boyfriend. Yijo, you quickly come in and sit down." With a face so similar, he didn't even need to confirm it with Lu Janua. Naturally it was his own sister, right? "Honey, what sister? Where did I get a sister?" Puzzled, Lu Janua turned in a wider arc to look at the door. This time, Yijo got out of the way and she clearly saw who was by the door. "Mom, you came." Lu Janua looked at the visitor in surprise. Yijo's heart instantly lifted in his throat. This is his mother-in-law? This is too much, right? So young, and Lu Janua almost a face. He thought it was Lu Janua's sister this kind of, but did not expect to be his mother-in-law. I have to wonder how young this mother-in-law is. But hell, he wasn't ready for such a hasty meeting. "Mom, why are you over so late? Is something wrong?" Lu Janua asked. Yijo came back to his senses and had an idea. He quickly said, "Mom, no, Auntie, you sit down first. I'm washing Nua's feet. You sit here first and wait." After Yijo finished speaking and greeted Sherry Wu and sat down, he naturally came to Lu Janua's front and continued to wash her feet. Lu Janua's little face instantly red to the root of her neck. She has been used to Yijo treating her so well these days, but in front of her old mother, her face is still more or less a bit untenable. To hell with it. How did things develop like this? How did Mom suddenly come over? Should come so late? Coincidentally, Yijo is still washing her feet. Even if she washes her feet, she's already seen her mom coming, and this man continues to wash her feet. What is he trying to do? Lu Janua had the urge to kick Yijo off. How could she explain that her mother had caught her in the act? This marriage thing, she herself think about it feel a little ridiculous. And mother and straight talk about it. Mother to accept it? If not straight up, what should she say? Lu Janua was desperately trying to think of something to say. Sherry Wu was shocked enough just now. And now, seeing this Yijo was even washing her daughter's feet? It looks like this happens all the time. She had come over suddenly without talking to Lu Janua in advance. This couldn't have been done on purpose. She also clearly saw the red on her daughter's face. A very shy look, which was enough to show that in her daughter's heart, she had already fallen deeply in love with this man. Otherwise, with that daughter's strong and high-strung look, she wouldn't casually let a man wash her feet. Sherry Wu inexplicably had a bit of a sour nose. Her daughter had grown up, and every time her daughter grew up, she found out about it as an afterthought. "You guys should do what you want. I just came over to see Nua. Seeing that you guys are quite good, I'm also fine, so I'll walk back. You guys have a good time." Wu Shueli finished saying that she was going to leave. If it is to see her own daughter suffered, then she naturally want to protect her daughter. But look at her daughter seems to be living a good life. Yijo is also very good to her look. Then she is not good to interfere with anything again. She didn't intend to interfere too much with Lu Janua's talk about her date. Daughter's happiness is the only thing Wu surely remembers. Now see her daughter find a partner. She is also happy in her heart. Regardless of what kind of this Yijo is, how is his origin? As long as he can be good to Lu Janua likes it. There were things that she would know if she looked into them privately, and on the surface, she wasn't going to interfere too much or she'd be sure to make her daughter angry. Hearing Sherry Wu say that she wanted to leave, Lu Janua hadn't reacted much yet, but Yijo was anxious first. Yijo looked like he was washing Lu Janua's feet, but he had always had an idea of his mother-in-law, and as soon as he heard his mother-in-law say that she wanted to leave, that was not good. Listening to his mother-in-law's words, she should not be planning to interfere in his and Lu Janua's affairs, which was quite good. But what's the deal with him letting his mother-in-law go just like that at this time of night? Yi Izhou hurriedly got up and dried his hands before blocking Wu Shuili's steps to leave, and said somewhat at a loss for words, "Auntie, you've come here, how can you leave without even sitting down? You'll stay tonight." "I'm sorry, I'm not very good with words. Anyway, it's just that, if you don't have something very important, you don't have to leave and stay here for the night. No more. You and Nua get along well. Don't hurt her. As long as I can see you two happy, I'll be happy," Sherry Wu said back. Her relationship with her daughter was just too frosty, and although it wasn't to the point of being incompatible, she didn't dare to take it any further, lest it make the already bad relationship between the two of them even worse. If that had been said by Lu Janua, maybe she would have stayed. She also wanted to get to know Yi Izhou and wanted to see what kind of person her daughter was looking for. But the premise of this understanding was that Lu Janua would not resent it. Lu Janua didn't open her mouth. That clearly meant she didn't have that intention. So why would she do something that would make her daughter unhappy? As Wu Shuili spoke, she took the opportunity to look at Yi Izhou, wanting to memorize Yi Izhou's appearance. This is the first person her daughter talked to. Maybe, in the future, it will be the person who will live with her daughter for the rest of her life. Yi Izhou looks quite good. The visual estimate should be a little taller than Lu Janua. It looks like a solid child. Wu Shirley looked at the home. In the clean-up properly, her daughter, although did not live together, but she still more or less understand a little bit, do housework such things, not Lu Jiano in the line of business. That means, this home is Yi Izhou clean up, quite a nice chap, and the main thing is that my daughter likes it, which is great. When Sherry Wu came, she was quite worried. In her heart, men are unreliable. She did not expect Yi Izhou to give her such a good impression. After saying that, Sherry Wu wanted to bypass Yi Izhou and leave Lu Janua's house. At this time, Lu Janua walked over and blocked Wu Shuili's path, moving her hand that had nowhere to rest, saying, "Mom, Izhou has asked you to stay, so don't go." Did that mean that Lu Janua had let her stay because Yi Izhou had asked? Lu Janua did think so. She didn't want Yi Izhou to see that their mother and daughter didn't get along. She was strong and didn't want to show her bad side to Yi Izhou. "Yeah, Auntie, just don't go." Yi Izhou was quite nervous and didn't notice the strange atmosphere between Lu Janua and her mother. Sherry Wu's heart was sour. It wasn't her daughter's fault, but she still couldn't control her sadness. A woman is too big to be a woman. She was like this back then, but her single-mindedness to run towards it did not have a good result. Seeing her daughter in this manner, she really worried that her daughter would lose herself like she did back then. But there's nothing anyone else can do about feelings. I just hope my daughter can live a sober life and not be like she was back then. Now that her daughter had spoken, she couldn't afford to insist on leaving. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good when Yi Izhou found out the state of their mother and daughter. So Shirley Wu agreed. Since she came to the sofa and sat down, Sherry Wu sat on one sofa by herself and Lu Janua sat on the other. Yi Izhou naturally sat next to Lu Janua. Neither mother nor daughter spoke first, which made Yi Izhou feel a little strange. The atmosphere was also too strange. Yi Izhou didn't understand the relationship between mother and daughter, thinking that it was probably because of him that the atmosphere was so weird. He thought about it and took the initiative to open his mouth. "Auntie, my name is Yi Izhou. Nua is a little bit older than me." You're younger than Nua? Sherry Wu was a bit surprised. Yeah. Yi Izhou was a bit confused. Seeing his mother-in-law this kind of thing, he also experienced for the first time. Not much experience. Seeing his mother-in-law this reaction, he was a bit at a loss. "You know my daughter is older than you and you're still with her?" Sherry Wu tried her best to suppress her emotions, but she still looked a little agitated. "Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Isn't it common for women to outshine men? I don't mind. Nua doesn't mind either." Yi Izhou replied seriously. When he got married, he saw Lu Janua's birthday on the marriage license, a little older than him. In addition to his age, he half felt that Lu Janua had much maturity, at least in front of him. It was a cute little girl. As for the high and cold in front of outsiders, it was all pretending for others to see. Only in front of Yi Izhou, Lu Janua's appearance was the most real. There's a lot of that, but a woman's age, sometimes it's a very real problem. Women are supposed to age faster than men, not to mention he's older than you, both of you. Before Sherry Wu could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Janua. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Sherry Wu stopped her mouth in a hurry. Yi Izhou still didn't feel that there was anything wrong. He was just thinking about what he had to do to make his mother-in-law satisfied with him, and he was so nervous that he was a little overwhelmed. Listening to Wu Shuili's words, Yi Izhou seriously returned. "It's not that women age faster than men. Those who age fast are taking on too much. A truly favored woman will always live like a princess. Auntie, I dare not say anything else, but one thing I dare to promise you. as long as I am still alive, I will always put Janua first, and won't let her suffer. Then naturally she won't have to admit too much, and the years won't leave their marks on her so soon. As soon as Yi Zhou opened his mouth, Lu Janua was silent, which made Wu Shueli feel even more like a woman is not a woman. Lu Janua does not make a comment, and Sherry Wu takes the opportunity to ask a few more questions and learn more about Yi Zhou. With what do you assure me? Yi Zhou seriously returned. At home, I do all the cooking. She likes the dishes I make. As you can see, when she's tired, I'll soak her feet or something. When she goes to work, I'll clean up the house. Anyway, taking care of her, I'm doing all the work. As for her, she can do whatever she wants. She can go out and work whenever she wants. She can go out and have fun whenever she wants. And I'll put her first now, and I'll always put her first. She doesn't have to worry about things in life or about money. I am her first love. She is also my first love. Both of us before the storm and each other. Neither of us have any emotional experience. There is no past that can be counted on. We both cherish each other. So we will be very daughter-in-law together. About me, I'm from the countryside. I can eat hard and understand the pain of life. And one more thing, my temper is still quite good. I'm with Janua. I will never take the initiative to make her angry. Even if she's angry, no matter when, I will coax. That's all I can promise you. I'll do what I say I'm going to do. I'm sure you don't believe me when I say I'll always be good to her. That's a question that can only be left to time, and time will see to it. So I'll say all this to you only once, and I'll say it again when we get married, and then I won't say it again after that, and there's no point in saying it any more than I have to, and I'll prove it to you by my actions. Lu Janua heard, heart moved to a mess. She is convinced that Lu Janua and Yi Zhou together this period of time, Yi Zhou as long as set out, he will certainly do. During this time together, he basically did everything around the house, and he did it quite well. He didn't complain about life, or about him half the time. It had only been a few days, and Lu Janua had already gotten used to being taken care of by him. Sherry Wu looked at Lu Janua's complexion, only to see her daughter's face of happiness, which showed how well Yi Zhou took care of Lu Janua on weekdays. But there was one thing that she was also very aware of. Her daughter was so beautiful. When Shirley Wu was young, she was beautiful, and her daughter looks even more beautiful than she does. When she was young, Lu Janua's father was also very good to her, so good that she didn't hesitate to break with her family to be with Lu Janua's father. But what was the final result in return? Was betrayal. But she can't stop her daughter from finding her own happiness or from trusting any man just because she is unfortunate. Just like what Yi Zhou said, what he said is not believable. Only time can witness everything, and she can't jump to conclusions too early. On one point, she was certain that right now, Lu Janua and Yi Zhou were together and they were happy. Sherry Wu fell silent and said, other than that, you're right. I can't believe you when you promise, except that time will tell. My daughter has her own company. This point you know, right? She can't say how rich she is, but it's pretty much the same. There is one thing I have to tell you. My daughter can have everything today. It's all because of her own ability to bring. You're a man. So don't you at least have to be able to support your own woman? You said the countryside is here. What kind of work do you honor? I delivered the courier. Yi Zhou said as such. Wu Shueli heard. The face instantly changed. She is not looked down on delivery, but a delivery, and her daughter is completely two people. This daughter is being filled with some kind of ecstasy, right? Even with such a man together? Lu Janua heard. The heart also secretly speechless. Delivery of express delivery. Which is afraid of her mom is not angry. Strictly speaking though, there didn't seem to be any problem. Yi Zhou's regular occupation for ages was a courier. As for the rest, it couldn't be considered a proper job. But that income, in one day, was enough for her to earn for a year. Wu Shueli looked at Yi Zhou. Several times she wanted to say something. It is obvious that she is not satisfied with Yi Zhou's ability, but she said it and worried that her daughter would be angry. As far as Yi Zhou's appearance was concerned, it didn't seem like he was lying on purpose. Lying couldn't be said so naturally. You're just a delivery boy. You say? Do you, then, have any other endeavors? It's said that a lowly husband and wife have a lot of sorrows. You said that you will be good to my daughter. What will you take to be good to her? It might be a bit abrupt for me to ask this, but all mothers hope that their daughters can have a good life. So please answer me truthfully. Sherry Wu asked. Mom, what are you doing? Lu Janua hurriedly spoke out to stop her mother. Yi Zhou's money. She couldn't spend it all in several lifetimes, and she was also curious about Yi Zhou, but it was always a bad feeling to be asked so much, and she didn't want to make Yi Zhou feel uncomfortable. When Yi Zhou wanted to say it, he naturally said it, and when two people live their lives, there are things that are still purely good. It's definitely no problem to feed Janua. This is nothing to say. Please don't laugh at Auntie. When I was in school, I won the lottery, and I happened to see a couple of houses that were cheaper. So I bought them, and I didn't like to manage them myself, so I rented them out, and I suffered a lot of rents over the years, and I didn't have much else to do on my own, so I went to make deliveries to pass the time. To say the least, I am a person with little pursuit, money this kind of thing, enough to spend on the line, for fighting career and what not have much passion. I just feel that every day at home to Nua cooking, washing clothes and what is still more interesting. This point Wu surely has nothing to say. Everyone's pursuit of different. Some people are born with a career. Some people like to enjoy the warmth of the family in the family. Lu Janua is a career-oriented woman. Yi Ijo this point is the complete opposite of Lu Janua, is also considered complimentary. And after that, have you been living on just the rent from these houses? Hearing Yi Ijo say that he has a few houses, Wu Shui's heart of that concern is gone. Not too poor to love the rich, he should at least have the ability to solve the subsistence. She's even a bit like what everyone says. When a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she sees, the better she looks. Yi Ijo comes from a rural family. This point is the same as Lu Janua's father. So Yi Ijo's origin pokes at Sherry Wu's sensitive point. Listening to Yi Ijo afterwards, it made Sherry Wu feel much more reliable than Lu Janua's father. Her requirements for her son-in-law are not very high, with the ability to protect the most basic life can be. If Yi Ijo is a very rich man or something, she is rather more worried about her daughter is not sincere. I didn't think too much about buying a house at that time, and I was young, so I didn't think too much about it. After that the houses in that area went up a lot, and I tossed them around a little bit, and after that I had the 11 houses that I'm now managing for Nano, and at that time I was young, and I was more courageous, and I got a little lucky. As things stand now, it seems that if there are no natural or man-made disasters, then we shouldn't have to worry about food and drink in the future. After that, I heard that the stock is very earning money. It happens to have a little money in hand. I went to toss again. I did not think I was lucky, but also a little bit of talent, but also earned a lot of money. When it comes to the cause, these are not considered to be my work. In addition to the delivery of courier is my real work. I don't have much of a heart for pursuing a career either. In my opinion, a family of two with one career-minded person is enough. And Nano likes to work and be independent. So it's perfectly fine for me to stay at home to take care of the house and look after her so she can let go of her hands and do what she likes. If one day she is tired and comes back home, there will be a hot meal waiting for her. She wants to go out for a walk. As far as my ability is concerned, I can also take her out for a trip or something. All in all, I am more respectful of her wishes. I won't confine her. And no matter what she wants to do, I will support it. I'll be her solid support. Money, things, whatever she likes, whatever I have, I can give it to her. The more Sherry Wu listened, the more she liked Yi Ijo, and Lu Janua was touched by what she heard. Yi Ijo gives people the feeling of being very down-to-earth, and the words are also said really, without all those sky-high rhetoric, but let people feel more credible, especially Lu Janua. Her feelings are even more understandable, these days, and Yi Ijo together. Yi Ijo, how sweet, she is aware of it, that is not pretend, but natural. Of course, this was all because Yi Ijo had the financial strength, otherwise it was useless to say anything. I heard you two, calling each other husband and daughter-in-law, right? You guys have been living together? Sherry Wu asked tentatively. The previous topic. Shirley Wu moderately stop. Ask a pretty much on the line. Chase the root of the question. It is excessive. Aha, Nua and I are staying together in one room. Yi Ijo nodded. The words just fell. The flesh on his waist was grabbed by Lu Janua. She laid her hands on Yi Ijo's waist while explaining to Wu Shuili. Mom, there is no such thing. He is talking nonsense. Shouting his husband is what I shouted. The two of us are not what you think. 2 days ago it was one of his sisters who came over. Came in a hurry. There was no place to sleep, so he let him hit the floor in my room. I too didn't have that. You psycho. What did you just say? Nonsense, are you? The more Lu Janua explained, the more she felt blushing. Lu Janua came over with a warning look. Yi Ijo nodded his head in a hurry. Yes. I'm in the same room as Nua, but I hit the ground running. It's true. Daughter-in-law, you accept mercy. Pain. When Yi Ijo finished, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Lu Janua dumbfounded. This guy so say, into her threat to get the explanation. A little persuasive not to say, but also more and more black. After Lu Janua finally let go of his hand, Yi Ijo said in an aggrieved manner, Daughter-in-law, you always shout at me in the middle of the night, always waking me up, and as a result, when I got up and looked, you were actually shouting at me in my dreams. I'm so pathetic. I wake up several times a night with you yelling at me and just watch you sleep and stay up until morning. Lu Janua was furious. Why are you always talking nonsense? Where did I talk in my sleep? You go aside. Lu Janua is almost anxious to die. She desperately want to say in front of the mother clear two people now situation. The result of this guy is only the world in chaos as if. Sherry Wu looked at the mixed feelings in her heart. Lu Janua and Yi Ijo's current appearance. Like the appearance of her father and Lu Janua back then. She just hoped that it would end well for her daughter. Sherry Wu had emotions in her heart and wanted to be alone and quiet. So she said, if you two want to make a scene, go back inside and make a scene. I'm going to bed. Yi Ijo hurriedly asked Lu Janua, daughter-in-law. Let our mom. No. Let your mom sleep in my room? Lu Janua subconsciously looked at Yi Ijo's room. And Wu Shueli immediately understood the meaning of this. So, the room that Lu Janua looked at was Yi Ijo's. Naturally, she couldn't sleep in her son-in-law's room. She got up and headed for Lu Janua's room. You two sleep in that room. I'll sleep in this room tonight. Okay, girl? Sherry Wu looked at Lu Janua. Lu Janua opened her mouth. The words of refusal did not know how to say. Her relationship with her mother. So that she did not have the habit of sleeping in the same room with her mother. But this is in the end her mother. The two people, in addition to not close, but also not to the point of incompatibility. Yi Ijo looked at the mother and daughter and secretly sighed in his heart. If mother-in-law sleeps in his room, then he can still have a chance. To watch mother-in-law goes to his Lu Janua's room. Then Lu Janua naturally want to sleep with her mother in the same room. It seemed that he would have to be alone tonight. Lu Janua didn't say anything, and after Sherry Wu looked at her, she went straight into her room. Lu Janua's mind. Wu Shueli this over. Naturally understand. Do not refuse. That is the default. In the end is a girl. There are words, embarrassed to say very bluntly. Just as Sherry Wu was about to close the door, Lu Janua hurriedly blocked the door. Mom, wait a moment. What's wrong? You're so unhappy that I'm staying in your room? Wu Shueli asked in a pretense of anger. In fact, she could see that her daughter was being shy. No, Mom, there are no quilts on Ijo's side. They're all in my room, so let me go in and get them. Lu Janua wanted to go around Sherry Wu to enter the house, but was mercilessly stopped. You young people, suffer from the cold. I can't. I'm old. I'm most afraid of the cold. You take the quilt away. Are you trying to freeze your mom to death? Besides, with Ijo here, you can't freeze. Boy fire is strong. Wu Shueli returned. Lu Janua was a bit tearful. She kind of understood her old mother's hint. This was for her to sleep with Yi Ijo? Is this a real mom? What kind of mom pushes her daughter into a man's room? Mom, what are you doing? Lu Janua's face was red to the base of her neck. I really can't understand what this old mother of hers is thinking. Other people's mothers are worried about their daughters casually sleeping with men. She is good. First meeting, so create opportunities for her son-in-law. Joe, you can take care of Nua. If she freezes and catches a cold, I'll take you to task. Wu Shueli explained another sentence to Yi Ijo, after which she ruthlessly closed the door. When Yi Ijo heard it, he almost didn't shout out in excitement. This mother-in-law is also too powerful, right? This is definitely the best mother-in-law in the world. Bar none. Lu Janua stared blankly at the door that was closed by her mom, her heart beating so fast that she couldn't suppress it. After a while, she suddenly made a violent turn and ran into the door of Yi Ijo's room, hiding herself in the room. Yi Ijo flabbergasted at Lu Janua's adorable appearance and almost didn't laugh out loud. He also followed, but Lu Janua hurriedly tried to close the door when he was about to enter the house. Yi Ijo naturally would not let her have her way and blocked the door before her. What are you doing? You go sleep on the couch. Lu Janua said in a small voice in pretense of fierceness. I'm not going. The sofa is too cold. I want to tighten my room to sleep. Yi Ijo hardened. No way. Lu Janua balked. You're being unreasonable. This room is mine. Yi Ijo did not budge at all. But this house is mine. Lu Janua's breath knotted. She was so ashamed and annoyed that she felt like she couldn't even breathe that well. But this room is mine. Yi Ijo's attitude remained the same. A look of death. You, I don't care. You can't come in anyway. Lu Janua really couldn't say anything about Yi Ijo and could only play a trick. If you don't let in, I'll talk to our mom. I'll say that you mistreated me and didn't let me into the room. Mom can just explain. Let me never let you freeze. Otherwise tomorrow is to find me to ask for the crime. So I firmly can't give in. Yi Ijo said with a straight face. You shut up. You shut up. Lu Janua's face turned red with shame and her fists slammed uncontrollably at Yi Ijo. She did not use force. For Yi Ijo, it was like scratching an itch. Her punches, he accepted them all with a full smile. After fooling around for a while, After Lu Janua's little emotions were almost cathartic, Yi Ijo suddenly grabbed her wrist, and she quieted down in an instant, looking at Yi Ijo with two eyes that were a little panicked. At this time, Yi Ijo's body slowly leaned towards Lu Janua. Lu Janua's heart panicked even more. Her heartbeat went out of rhythm, and she unconsciously started to brainstorm some kind of image. No, 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 can't be like this. We two but just can't know each other. Lu Janua is really too nervous. So nervous that he can't even speak well. In fact, when she knew that there was Yi Ijo in her heart, she was already making this kind of preparation in her heart, and she did not expect that, when it really came to this moment, she would suddenly be so afraid. Tears tired Lu Janua's heart spinning, hand error overwhelmed, but she didn't know how to stop Yi Ijo from going further. Yi Ijo suddenly reached out and wrapped his hand around her shoulders, bringing her towards his arms, and Lu Janua's mind went blank. At this time, Yi Ijo whispered in her ear, "Daughter-in-law, what are you nervous about? I just want to hug you, nothing else." Yi Ijo cried and laughed. It's not that he didn't want to take a step closer. It's just that he didn't want to hurt Lu Janua when he saw that she was so nervous and scared, because of the mother-in-law's divine assistance. He and Lu Janua's relationship is a little closer. This is a happy thing. At the moment, the two people's hearts are very close to each other's. He can even clearly perceive the sound of her heartbeat. Lu Janua's body tensed to the extreme, but she didn't do any struggle. Just let Yi Ijo hold her. After a while, Lu Janua slowly slowed down and reached around Yi Ijo's waist, burying her face tightly into Yi Ijo's arms. In Lu Janua's room, Sherry Wu closed the door but was half asleep. She did it, right? This Yi Ijo always give her a feeling of solidity, not so much of a flowery mind. She is a person who has been there. Naturally she can see that the relationship between the two has not yet developed to that point, and it is even more clear what kind of person her daughter is. For Lu Janua, her feelings are a blank sheet of paper. It is probably very difficult to take the initiative, and that Yi Ijo, a look of everything is obedient to the daughter. Wu surely could see that her daughter's heart was in Yi Ijo, so she deliberately pushed the envelope a little bit, only hoping that, this time, her daughter would not look at the wrong person. The house in his name, said to Lu Janua management to Lu Janua management. She took advantage of the time when Yi Ijo went to pour the foot washing water, but also asked Lu Jiano. Lu Jiano personally told her that the house Yi Ijo still wanted to transfer in her name. It was her unwillingness, and also gave her a look at the 1100 million previously given by Yi Ijo to Lu Jiano, saying that it was pocket money. What kind of rich son-in-law is this? It's true that men get worse when they have money, and it's true that you have to be on your guard, but it's rare that a man with money is still so nice. She felt that this Yi Ijo would definitely be more reliable than Lu Janua's father. If you don't really care about Lu Janua, why give this money to Lu Janua when you can do anything with it? Lu Janua is indeed pretty, but pretty can't be a meal. He has money. What kind of woman does he want? There is no need to pay so much on a woman. Then again, Yi Ijo is from the countryside. Just like he said himself, he can suffer and understand the bitterness of life. Grassroots origin, rich, and still able to retain this simplicity, which is also one of the reasons why Shirley Wu would recognize him. As long as her daughter could live a happy life, in her life, she had no regrets. Yi Ijo's room. You stay away. What are you doing sticking to me? Lu Janua whispered in accusation. Daughter-in-law, don't accuse me so wrongly. Look at me. I'm about to fall under the bed. Are you trying to murder your own husband? Yi Ijo returned with an aggrieved voice. Lu Janua didn't say anything and consciously moved to the other side. Yi Ijo was worried that she would fall, so he held her tightly. After a while, Lu Janua asked in a low voice, "Hubby, you, don't shake. What are you doing?" Yi Ijo returned. I'm a little excited." Lu Janua's face instantly rolled. She didn't dare to answer. Otherwise she didn't know what tiger and wolf words Yi Ijo would have waiting for her. Daughter-in-law, I'm really too excited, so I'm shaking. What about you? Are you also the same as me? Yi Ijo asked in a small voice. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Janua stubbornly said back. But I have. Daughter-in-law, what do you say? Yi Ijo flirted. Lu Janua suddenly didn't know how to chat. Sure enough, no matter what she said, he had all kinds of words that made her blush waiting for her. After a while, Yi Ijo slightly moved his body and moved closer to Lu Janua, who immediately said, "Don't you move. I can tell you. Be quiet. Don't let me sweep you out of the door as soon as my mom leaves tomorrow." Daughter-in-law, are you worried about what I will do to you? Yi Ijo asked with a pretense of doubt. In the next second, Lu Janua turned around, and then in the next second, the meat around Yi Ijo's waist fell into Lu Janua's hands. Daughter-in-law, Am I not asking for advice in vain? Don't do this to me. I asked so carefully because I want to know what I can do and what I can't do. If you don't tell me, you can't blame me. Yi Ijo looked like I don't know anything. Lu Janua knew that he was doing it on purpose, but there was nothing he could do about it. Just don't move around all the time. Just do it now. Nothing else. Lu Janua thought for a while and returned, but the words came out of her mouth, and she didn't feel the slightest bit of relief. But, after falling asleep, I cannot guarantee, my mom said I will still sleepwalk when I was a child. In case if I am. Yi Ijo returned. Lu Janua couldn't say anything to him, and could only rely on her stubbornness of not admitting defeat. I don't care that much about you. As long as you dare to do wrong, I'll sweep you out of the house tomorrow. Daughter-in-law, you can't be so unreasonable. I'm just being unreasonable. What are you going to do about it? Yi Ijo was speechless, and after a moment of silence, he continued. Then if it's you sleepwalking, you can't blame me. You're talking nonsense. I'm not going to sleepwalk. Lu Janua immediately said back. Fine. You won't sleepwalk or burrow into my arms. You haven't sleepwalked me in those previous days. I'll see what you'll do tonight. Yi Ijo helplessly said back. You this person. You. I'm ignoring you. Lu Janua was furious and at the same time blushed a bright red. The days Yi Ijo was in her room, she didn't know what was going on. She either drilled Yi Ijo's quilt or Yi Ijo's embrace, and every time she woke up, she blushed herself. Yi Ijo sighed with a fake helplessness. Daughter-in-law, your husband is a normal man, facing such a flowery wife every day. If he doesn't have any idea, is that still normal? If I have no idea at all, you won't be happy, right? Lu Janua was silent for a while before she spoke in a small voice. Husband, I need time. It won't be long. Yi Ijo patted her and softly soothed her. Daughter-in-law, why? I'm teasing you. Don't be so nervous. For you, I have a lot of patience. Anyway, you are mine sooner or later. In fact, it's not your fault. You also said, we have only known each other for a short time. We both have previous feelings, and they are all blank. So, it's normal to need time. Only those who don't take their feelings seriously treat that kind of thing casually too. I can understand yours, so I'm not forcing you to be what you want to be. There are things that need to happen naturally so that you can make a good memory. Yi Ijo is so said. Also think so. Two people genuinely love each other. Do not necessarily have to sleep together soon. Sleep together two people is not necessarily love each other. He truly wanted to be with Lu Janua forever, so he had all the patience in the world. He usually just teases Lu Janua. It was true that he was a man, and it was impossible for him to not have any thoughts at all when faced with such a beautiful wife of his. But he wouldn't force Lu Janua when she wasn't mentally prepared. It's a fast-paced era, and it's true that there are couples that get together and develop at a fast pace, but that's other people, not them. Lu Janua hadn't had any relationship experience before, so it was normal that she would be nervous. After all, if it does go somewhere, it's about wanting to be together for the rest of your life, and there's a lot of uncertainty in that. There is a saying that hearts are in the wrong place. No one knows what anyone is thinking, except Yi Ijo himself. Who dares to guarantee his heart? Especially Lu Janua is still a girl, do not have enough security. It is understandable. Day after day, time is long. She saw his true heart. One day, she will sincerely accept him. Lu Janua nodded, and neither of them spoke again, just quietly embracing each other. After a while, Lu Janua spoke up. Hubby, the scenery in the fall is not bad, and neither of us are busy. Why don't we go on a trip? I kind of like to go around before when I had nothing to do, but I just graduated and my career was just starting out, and I was too busy to go very far away. And for the past 2 years it's been even more of a year to even get out. It's just as well, with work out of the way for a while, and with you, and with company, why don't we have a traveling fee, to see other landscapes and experience the customs of other places? Yi Ijo agreed without any hesitation. Okay, turn around and get the watch done, then get the wedding house ready, and when it's almost done we'll go on a trip and have it all done by the time we get back. You can go anywhere you want, we'll go and see all the sights you want to see. He had had this thought before, and before he had the chance to talk to Lu Janua about it, she brought it up first. Yi Ijo kinda got up for the trip between the two. These days of having a wife to cuddle and sleep with at home and a stepford wife to go out with are simply divine days. Daughter-in-law, go to sleep. Don't let our mom misunderstand if we get up late tomorrow. Yi Ijo said. It's my mom, okay, don't admit it. Lu Janua's mouth was stubborn, but the smile at the corner of her mouth hooked up early. Besides, if she did that, why should she care if she gets the wrong idea? I think she's only happy if it's true. Otherwise she can't hog my room and not let me take the quilt. Speaking of this, Lu Janua is a little bit aggrieved. Where there is such a mom, this moment to calm down. Yi Ajo also carefully think about what happened tonight. Always feel that there is something wrong, but cannot say where it is wrong. Daughter-in-law, is it true that you don't have a very good relationship with our mom? I think our mom is a nice person. Seeing Yi Ajo shouting with a mouthful of our mother, Lu Janua could do nothing about it. You are shouting smoothly. If you have the patience, will you shout like this in front of her tomorrow? Yi Ajo returned, dare to dare. But that's not right. Really shouting mom. That have to wait until you go to your home under the employment of the time. This is to you, but also our mother's respect. Casually shouted out. More or less a little bad. Daughter-in-law, why do I get the feeling that you're imploring me to hurry up and go to your house to place the offer? But you can't be in a hurry. You have to wait until the time is right to go. Don't be in a hurry. You give me some time for me to get ready, and then go to our mom to place the offer, so that our mom will agree to marry you to me. Lu Janua couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy's cheeks were really getting thicker by the day. Lu Janua was silent before slowly speaking. There is no contradiction between me and my mom. I just really don't understand her. I can't get used to her weakness, but I can't accuse anything. Ha, Yi Ajo was puzzled. Why is this? It goes back to when I was very young, and I didn't hate her at all, let alone hate her. It's just that I was with her. As you can see, my mom is very beautiful. I also inherited her advantages to a large extent. The saying that red face is a curse is not wrong at all. I have suffered a lot since I was a child because of my long face. I have been bullied by my classmates, but my mom won't even listen to me. Even if I come home covered in bruises, she won't even find out. She will only recite the Buddha Sutra every day. My dad cheated on me back in the day with someone who wasn't as good looking as my mom, and she never understood why my dad would cheat on her. A beautiful and wife who gave my dad everything. To cheat on a woman like that, it's really all because she only has herself in her heart. She doesn't ask questions about my dad or me. She feels like giving my dad everything, taking care of my dad, and trusting my dad in particular. She feels like that's love, and love it's really not. Between people is the need to communicate, need to work together to support, not the home to hire a nanny, take care of their own life, nothing else. Even my father does not come home at night. She will not ask a why. She's too boring, too overly trusting of my dad, who may be a philanderer, but it's also due to her overindulgence, and I can't say it's all her fault, but it is, in a way, half her fault. Then, after my dad cheated on me, she blamed my dad for everything, and all she does all day is chant and read the scriptures, and she doesn't reflect on herself half the time. If she would have lived her own life earlier, put herself first, communicated with my dad, and had the control that a couple should have, it wouldn't have gone as far as it did. You probably won't even believe it when I tell you, but after that, I didn't even know when I went to school, when I got out of school, when I got off of school, when I got off of school, when I got off of school. My mom didn't even know, and she was just drowning in her world. I can't say she was wrong, but the way she lived was something I didn't approve of, and I knew that there was no way I could rely on my mom. So I started learning to rely on myself, to work on my own to earn money to support myself, and to go learn sparring to protect myself. Daughter-in-law, don't worry, I won't do anything to apologize to you. We can't judge anything about our parents. They probably all have their own hardships. Yi Ajo comforted. I believe the hell out of you. Lu Janua rolled her eyes. I stopped relying on her completely when I was in college. I started my own business and lived on my own. I have little interest in relationships, and in my opinion, relationships between men and women are the most unreliable of all, especially when those flowery words are the last thing you should listen to. The only thing I can believe in is my own ability. Although she doesn't care about me, but the money she gives is quite a lot. I don't spend her money in college, and then I earned my own money, and I even took the money to pay her back. I actually want to be angry with her. I want to be angry with her to wake her up, so that she can understand that the only thing that can be relied on in the world is herself. But I didn't expect her to see me like that, but instead she became more disheveled than ever. Every day there is no vitality at all. Obviously does not look that old, but lives not as energetic as an old lady of 60 or 70. I really can't stand to see it. And after that, I have less dealings with her. The next day, Yi Ajo, whose biological clock was always accurate, woke up early. The picture he was expecting of Lu Janua hiding in his arms and the two of them being extremely close did not turn out as he had hoped, and he sighed with some regret. One of the three urgencies of waking up early. Yi Ajo readily left the warm comforter with Lu Janua. When he came to the living room, his mother-in-law, Shirley Wu, had already gotten up, dressed neatly, half of the appearance of just waking up. This should not be a night without sleep, right? The body was dressed in a scramble. Even the hair looked the way it had come yesterday, and the face was clear and wearisome. Surprised, Yi Ijo hurriedly greeted him. Sherry Wu hastily made a separate out-loud dongzi to remind Yi Ijo. Auntie, Nano hasn't woken up yet. What are you doing this? Yi Ijo saw that Wu Shueli looked like she wanted to leave. He asked in confusion. I'm leaving. Don't talk to her. Let her sleep well. Ijo, this girl of mine, she has a stronger nature. You usually take it easy. Seeing you two get along so well, I'm quite relieved. Wu Shueli finished and exhaled as if how big her wish was finally accomplished. Yi Ijo in the last night had already heard Lu Janua talk about her family, and at this moment, he naturally understood why Sherry Wu would do this. Sherry Wu wanted to quietly leave before Lu Janua had gotten up, but Yi Ijo naturally would not allow it. He'd realized what was going on, so he had to do something about it or he'd be sorry for his own conscience. Auntie, let's find a place to talk, Yi Ijo said as he pointed towards the door. Sherry Wu answered and followed Yi Ijo to the door. After Yi Ijo closed the door, he directly opened the door to Wu Shueli and said, Auntie, between you and Nua, you don't really need to be like this. Your matters, Nua said it all to me last night. AI, things are already like this. Seeing that you guys are doing well, there's nothing else I want to think about. Sherry Wu sighed. Nua is a good child. It's just that I'm not a good mother. I neglected her too much. I didn't care much for her since she was a child, and by the time I realized it, she was all grown up and independent, and there's no way to ever make up for what I owe her. Sherry Wu had a look of remorse on her face. Auntie, you misunderstand Nano. She told me herself yesterday that she never blamed you or hated you. It was always you who blamed yourself. Nua actually just want you can see her, realize that people should rely on themselves, rather than all-day decadence. She earned money, come to pay you back, but also want to be angry with you, so that you wake up, and then alienate you, really because she cannot take you to do anything, and do not want to see you all day or muddled. Sherry Wu looked at Yi Ijo incredulously. This is what Nua said? Yi Ijo nodded. Well, are she and I said, she thinks, you and her things, and cannot all be counted as her father's fault. If you can be a little more attentive, a little more control, do not think of the foolish letter, and will not go to which step, and then again, if you could be a little more independent and live a little more sober, you wouldn't be in this decadence for decades after her father betrayed you. It's not that she didn't try to talk to you about your heart, but you were already so firmly set in your mind that you couldn't listen to her no matter what she said. And then, she wasn't willing to say much more, and she was already quite a proud girl, and wouldn't have been around to advise you in a bitter way. Yi Ijo's words deeply poked Sherry Wu's tears. When she thought about it, Lugano had actually done that, tried to talk to her many times, but each time she was so adamant that she was right that she wouldn't listen to Lugano at all. She didn't realize until this moment that her daughter had done so much for her, but she hadn't even realized it and had misunderstood her. My fault. It's all my fault. I was the one who failed to realize her good intentions, Sherry Wu said with tears in her eyes. It is said that the onlooker is clear. Her daughter said so much and did so much before. She didn't put it in her heart. And today, when she was reminded by Yi Ijo, she came to her senses. Misunderstandings happen, but I think, everyone has their own way of living. She's independent and strong, but she shouldn't make you live like her too. You have your own life. But one thing, I still approve of her. You shouldn't live so decadent all the time. Life is but a matter of a few decades. If all keep living in the haze of the past, what is the point of living for this person? Auntie, what I'm going to say next, you may not like to hear, but I still want to say. In fact, you should try to go into the crowd. Don't close yourself all day long. Go and find a job. Go to work, pass the time, or, don't you like to recite Buddhist scriptures? Go with those who have faith to exchanges. Go to the temple to see. The heart is naturally broad. Those unworthy things will also slowly all put down. Yi Ijo said that people had actually come to the parking lot, and Sherry Wu also followed him to the parking lot. Ijo, are you going out? Sherry Wu asked curiously. Yi Ijo hemmed and hawed and said, yes, I'm going to buy some dishes and cook for Nua. Auntie, if you're okay, let's both go together? It just so happens that what kind of dishes you like to eat. Tell me, when Nua gets up in a while, I'll just be able to make a good meal. Sherry Wu looked at Yi Ijo in surprise. You still really know how to cook? Last night, Yi Ijo as there said will be at home to take care of Lu Janua, but the man said this kind of words. Credibility is really not high. Today Yi Ijo naturally came to the parking lot. I did not expect to go out to buy food. Well, Auntie, it's just right that you also taste my handiwork today. Say it out and you don't think I'm narcissistic. The food I make can be much better than the ones made by those restaurants outside, Yi Ijo said confidently. As he spoke, he had gotten on his little electric donkey. It's much easier to go out with a small electric donkey without having to worry about traffic jams or anything. You have this car, Sherry Wu said, a little unable to believe her eyes. This car is mine. Go out is not very far then. I like to ride the tram. Convenient. Also do not have to wait for traffic lights and so on. Go to buy groceries and so on is even more convenient. If you drive a big car, parking have to take their time to find a place. By the way, you were a courier before? Sherry Wu remembered what he said about his job last night. Yeah, that's why I suggested to Auntie that you go into the crowd, whether it's to go out to work or otherwise, and when you're overwhelmed by the crowd, you'll instantly feel small, and when people are small, their sorrows are also small. Otherwise, you'll just keep on living, keep on regretting. You regret the past now, and in a few years, you'll regret the present, and if you really can't, it's good to go out for a trip or something, if you wish, Auntie, and if you don't have enough money or anything, I've got it all, as long as you get yourself back, which I'm sure Nano would love to see. I also told you, I do not lack of money, there is nothing career, but I also do not want to stay at home every day, that's too empty. People are easy to think nonsense when they are idle, so I went to the courier. A delivery is 2 years. Auntie, if you're not used to riding the trolley, then wait for me here. I'll go back and get the keys to Nano's car. I'm used to it, I just forgot to get them when I left the house. Yi Ijo said and was about to fold back, but was stopped by Sherry Wu. She hesitated and said, just this one, it feels as if it's just as good. Sherry Wu used to be from a good family. Riding this kind of small trolley, she had never really experienced. Yi Ijo words, let her have a kind of stupid impulse to try. She got into the back seat of Yi Ijo's tram. Let's go. Yi Ijo smiled cheerfully and rode away, and the two of them arrived at the food court in no time. Bought quite a few things to take home. In the kitchen, Sherry Wu said, let me help you. Yi Ijo and almost blurted out words to the mouth, and he quickly changed his words. I can do it myself. Do it yourself instead of smooth some. You go sit and watch some TV. Are you worried that I don't know how to cook? Don't look down on me. I used to be a good cook. Otherwise how did Nua grow so big? Sherry Wu was in a much better mood after some conversation with Yi Ijo. I didn't expect that after living so many years in confusion, I would be enlightened by a conversation with Yi Ijo. The knot is gone. Her daughter has found her happiness again. Wu surely now has only one wish, to see Yi Ijo and Lu Janua walk into the marriage hall earlier, and let her hold her grandchildren earlier. As for Yi Ijo's side of the family, Sherry Wu didn't ask much and didn't worry. Yi Ijo are so good. His parents must also be reasonable. Auntie, you really don't need to help me. Otherwise, if you are bored, you can just watch from the side, and it's also just the right time to see if I can take care of Nua, so that you can also rest assured that you'll marry your daughter to me, isn't it? Yi Ijo joked. After getting along with the grocery shopping, he realized that Sherry Wu was a very reasonable person, and when he spoke, he was a little unserious with his jokes. With one sentence, she coaxed Sherry Wu to laugh. Fine, then I'll just happen to take a look. Yi Ijo confidently and happily got down to start cooking. In Wu Shirley's expectations, Yi Ijo can cook is already good enough. For Yi Ijo's cooking skills, did not hold much hope, but I didn't expect that Yi Ijo's action of cooking, the process of frying, and the aroma of the meal made, little by little, refreshed Yi Ijo's cognition. This kid really did not lie on this line of action. It is already those outside the restaurant chef cannot be compared. Fried out of the dish is even better. She suddenly had a kind of hungry feeling. This kid, no wonder he's so in her daughter's good graces. This is so capable. In hindsight, those words he spoke could really be no bragging rights at all. Yi Ijo was cooking with the intention of showing himself off in front of Sherry Wu. Lu Janua just so a mother. Before and then do not communicate. That is also before. The mother is always the closest person in this world. As long as you can get the mother-in-law's approval, that he and Lu Janua's happiness will be more than one point of protection. Shirley Wu was shocked and asked, Joe, did you study to be a chef? The way you're washing the vegetables, the way you're chopping the vegetables, all of this looks very professional. Yi Ijo shook his head and returned. No, this is really not. I have not learned. The cook is usually like to do their own cooking and so on, are doing their own food, but when it comes to cooking, I am confident to say, can be better than my fried food is good. Even if it is a professional chef, the world cannot find a few to come. These words, Yi Ijo also said before going to buy food. She didn't take it to heart at that time, but now she heard that it was said only less, not more. After that, Yi Ijo made several more dishes, and 1 more minute of watching was 1 more minute of surprise for Sherry Wu. A lot of things, a lot of techniques, that she hadn't even heard of, didn't say she'd seen, before Lu Janua's father betrayed her. She was considered a relatively qualified wife, and she liked to drum up some food in the kitchen when she was not doing anything, and her cooking skills could be compared to those of a professional chef. But compared to Yi-jo, it was clear that there was no comparison at all. Food was something she hadn't actually pursued in human terms in over a decade, but now that she saw these meals made by Yi-jo, she actually had an unprecedented craving for food. It looks and smells delicious and I'm eager to hurry up and taste what it really tastes like. Sherry Woo looked at Yi-jo. Really how to look at. This son-in-law, perfect and impeccable. This son-in-law. A moment after her daughter woke up, she can have a good talk with her daughter. She has to firmly grasp Yi-jo, otherwise such a good son-in-law. Run away and never find again. After the meal, Sherry Woo was already satisfied with Yi-jo, but now she was even more satisfied. This was mainly because the son-in-law had behaved too well at the dinner table, and really had completely taken Lu Janua's stance as a treasure in his hand. After the meal, she then asked to go home, and Lu Janua and Yi-jo together sent her off. Since she had recognized Yi-jo and her daughter together, she should let go and let them young people go about their own lives by themselves, and it was inappropriate for her, an old woman, to be a light bulb on the side. The two have been licensed. Both did not mention is very tacit understanding. Once this matter is brought up, it is bound to be asked after. So if the process of getting the license is told, will it not scare the mother-in-law? After sending off his mother-in-law, Yi-jo naturally pulled Lu Janua's hand home, and Lu Janua also naturally doubled up and hugged Yi-jo's arm. This change made Yi-jo's heart happy. It seems that his wife's defense against him has lowered a lot more. These days together, Yi-jo also saw that Lu Janua was very defensive, which was probably related to her previous family changes, making her have a crisis of confidence in men. This is what Yi-jo figured out after learning about Lu Janua's family changes. Luckily he didn't force her and protected her pride. This kind of defense from the bone, want to remove, is very difficult, need a little bit to shatter. Fortunately he did not make a mistake before, did not scare Lu Janua. If the system is not so cared for, how could he marry such a good wife as Lu Janua? Such a good girl, he does not hold in his hand, are sorry for his conscience. Lu Janua is really a very special girl, very independent and strong, but also very insecure, very self-respecting and self-loving, and because of that, that's why he was so anxious about Lu Janua. Things that were easily obtained probably wouldn't be so cherished, and if Lu Janua was a casual girl, then he wouldn't necessarily be that moved by Lu Janua. This destiny was not easy to come by, and the good thing was, they were both careful to take care of it, and both cherished each other. Behind them, in a car not far away, a man's malevolent gaze watched the intimate two. This is the same Sun Bo who went to Sherry Woo yesterday. He had thought that Lu Janua's mother would not look at someone like Yi-jo, and when he went back, he even found a few girls to accompany him, so that he could vent the pent-up anger that he had received during the daytime at Lu Janua's house, where Yi-jo was. Tired all night, he woke up late the next day, and the first thing he did when he woke up, he instantly remembered Lu Janua, and wondered how things had developed after Sherry Woo came to Lu Janua. He had planned to come over early this morning, and he kind of regretted that he had indulged so much last night, which was why he had come so late. He had thought quite beautifully. In his opinion, Lu Janua's mother must not be able to look at Yi-jo like that. If she saw Yi-jo and Lu Janua living together, then she would definitely be furious and make the two people divorce. After that, Lu Janua's mother, in order to be reassured, will definitely let Lu Janua hurry to find a reliable one to get married, and at that time, his opportunity will come. He had thought pretty well, and that things were bound to go the way he had expected. However, he did not expect that he rushed out in the morning and saw that Yi-jo and Lu Janua's mother went out together, and Lu Janua's mother even rode in Yi-jo's small tram. After that, after the two of them went back home together, when they came out again, it was already 2 hours later. When they came out, Sherry Woo's face was full of smiles, and the eyes that looked at Yi-jo were so good, as if they were very satisfied with Yi-jo. Sun Bo's mind instantly collapsed when he saw this scene. This was just too far from what he expected. He could never believe that what he saw was real, but after he drank water and rubbed his eyes several times, the image he saw in front of him remained unchanged. Moreover, before Sherry Woo left, she even personally took Lu Janua's hand and put it into Yi-jo's hand. Sun Bo's heart instantly hated so much. Why? Why did things turn out this way? Sun Bo hated to kill Yi-jo at this moment. He wanted to directly drive over and crash Yi-jo, but this idea can only be thought about in his heart. Killing people and breaking the law. He really didn't have the guts to do it. He wanted to give Yi-jo a good thrashing, but he was no match for Yi-jo. Sun Bo's heart was in turmoil and he didn't know how to vent his anger. After a while, Sun Bo suddenly thought of a way to vent his hatred. He hurriedly opened the recorder in his own car and cropped the image of Yi Ijo and Lu Janua being intimate together, and after carefully looking at it several times to make sure there was nothing wrong, he sent the video to the class group in the university. It was accompanied by this text: "Classmates, look at our schoolgirl. Now she has degenerated to such a place, with a poor boy delivering courier. I couldn't believe it was true when I saw it. Lu Janua used to be in school. It's not too much to say that she's everyone's dream girl, right? The people chasing her are lined up, and she's all so disdainful of them, and she still thinks that she's more noble. Have you all gotten a shock? Anyone in that class of ours can pull out a random person who is better than this delivery guy, but Lu Janua would rather be with a guy like that than give anyone else a chance." After Sunbo sent the video and this paragraph to the group, the anger in his heart could be considered a little more comfortable. He sneered and laughed, looking at his phone waiting to see everyone's reaction. Sunbo knew that Lu Janua never reads group messages. "I heard that she has blocked it a long time ago, unless someone but aspects to contact her and tell her about it. Otherwise, according to her nature, she will not find out soon. That would give the matter plenty of time to fester." By the time Lu Janua found things out, things had pretty much already developed, and it was probably hard for her to explain herself if she wanted to. Sunbo is trying to get public opinion to pressure Lu Jia, and it's still public pressure from female students. At that time in school, Lu Janua is the boyfriend adoration. Female students jealous of the object. People long beautiful even if grades are also particularly good, but also particularly high cold, which makes a lot of female students jealous to the point of madness. What Lu Janua was adopted by a tycoon. Pregnant rumors of this kind in the school days did not stop. If this matter got out again, it would definitely cause a lot of pressure on Lu Janua. Even if Lu Janua knew that he was the one who broke these videos, it didn't matter. He was telling the truth. He just wanted to tell Lu Janua a truth. Lu Janua, she shouldn't trample on herself that much. Being with a lowly man would be looked down upon by the whole world. After the message was sent, Sunbo's attention never left the group. In this group, usually basically no one speaks, but after Sunbo's message was sent out, the group immediately came alive. Tang Jun replied to Sunbo, "You're sick, right? I don't remember wrongly. You Sunbo is Lu Janua's biggest lickspittle, right? Yuan Guan, really? That's great. Abi asterisk tch like her only deserves to be with that kind of lowly man. Wei Jun, Sunbo, don't you damn well try to hack my goddess. This definitely won't be true. There are many people with similar backgrounds. It proves nothing. Wu Yuchi, Lu Janua, that kind of woman. I really do not know what you see on her. School that time when the tycoon was adopted. For others, pregnant abortion. You still think she is a baby. Are blind, right?" The group said anything and everything, and the swipes were exceptionally fast, but in a matter of minutes, the messages were already 99 plus. It seemed that when it came to Lu Janua, everyone had endless topics to talk about. Seeing that his classmates either scolded Lu Janua or continued to lick Lu Janua, this development, while very attached to the effect he expected, he put down his cell phone in a good mood and hummed a little tune. People's words can be feared, especially Lu Janua. This kind of beauty is the most concerned about their own reputation. He believed that Lu Janua and a courier together with this matter will soon make everyone know. By then, Lu Janua was pressured and wanted to think about the future with that Yi Ijo. Any smart woman would definitely choose to end the relationship. At that time, he would step in and say something good, and under the pressure of the rumor share, there was no worry that Lu Janua would not grab him as a lifesaver. Sunbo's possessiveness towards Lu Janua had reached an extremely terrifying point. Even if he knew that Lu Janua was already married to Yi Ijo, he was still unwilling to give up Lu Janua. The woman he had loved for so many years had to be his. Yi Ijo and Lu Janua returned home. Yi Ijo thoughtfully said to Lu Janua, "Daughter-in-law, go rest for a while. I guess you didn't sleep well last night." The little woman had been so nervous all night, it was a wonder she could sleep well. These words, to Lu Janua's ears, always felt strange. She silently, stubbornly returned, "I slept quite well. I'm refreshed now. I don't need to catch up on sleep." Yi Ijo suddenly came over and whispered, "Then in that case, daughter-in-law, you are enjoying sleeping with your husband me? Good. I understand. In the future, both of us are together. Who is that? My bed is too small. Or wife, your room is comfortable and fragrant." Yi Ijo said, but also seriously planned, "In the future, our two territory is your room. If there are guests come, sleep in my house." Lu Janua's little face swished red, and her heartbeat unconsciously sped up a lot. Lu Janua secretly cursed herself for being unproductive while secretly happy. Yi Ijo's cheek is really getting thicker and thicker, always teasing her at the drop of a hat. Every time Yi Ijo could easily make her blush. Obviously she had heard this kind of words many times, but she still didn't have any power to resist. Then you're not allowed to exceed the boundaries, Lu Janua whispered. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Good lord, what did she just say? She was clearly going to say no, but how did it turn out that she wouldn't let him cross the line? And didn't that mean she was agreeing to him being in the same room as herself? No, I mean, Lu Janua wanted to hurry to save it, but Yi Ijo's side was directly happy and humming a little song and left. If the two of them slept together like this every day, wouldn't they have to go off sooner or later? I'm going to work. Lu Janua hurriedly made an excuse and prepared to leave. But in the end, she didn't take 2 steps before Yi Ijo hugged her waist from her body. Her mind went blank again for a moment. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. What's the deal with suddenly coming back and hugging her when he wasn't even gone already? Besides, didn't she just try to salvage the situation? How come the momentum is so weak? She had sort of discovered that one thing really does make a difference in this world, and Yi Ijo was her nemesis. Lu Janua was angry and annoyed. She wanted to quickly adjust herself to save face, but her heart just didn't listen to the call. I'll hold for a while. Yi Ijo hugged her without letting go of his hands and played tricks. You let go of me. Lu Janua was so anxious that she felt a fine sweat on her forehead. You don't need to get to and from work on time. Go back later. Let me hug for a while first. Yi Ijo said. Daughter-in-law. Or let's go back to sleep for a while. Women will age very quickly with lack of sleep. Don't turn into an ugly monster by then. You're ugly. You're the ugliest ugly in the world. Lu Janua returned with warm anger. But why did she feel like a pampered kitten? Lu Janua's mind crumbled a bit. Her words had just dropped when her cell phone rang. After a few rings, the phone kept ringing like a bee, with a sense that it wouldn't stop until it ran out of power. She pulled out her cell phone to see that it was a message from her college class group. Get out of the way. I'll take a look. Lu Janua took the opportunity to break away from Yi Ijo's embrace. In college class groups, basically no one talks. Why is it suddenly so busy today? After opening it, Lu Janua realized that everyone was ate her, and everyone's topics, basically, carried her name. What's going on here? Daughter-in-law. What's going on here? Yi Ijo was close enough to see Lu Janua's cell phone as well. The two of them just looked at the chat logs, and after seeing what happened in it, Lu Janua's face darkened to the extreme. Your group of classmates, why are they all so stupid? After being paced by Sun Bo, they come out to talk nonsense. Are they all that idle? Those boys' sour words, they look so jealous of me. Yi Ijo, on the contrary, had no other reaction other than seeing those girls scold Lu Janua, which kind of upset him. Of course, just because he didn't react much didn't mean he didn't care in his heart. This Sun Bo, really disgusting, not at all like a man, would do such disgusting things? Lu Janua was so angry that she just about threw her cell phone out. Yi Ijo picked up Lu Janua's cell phone and didn't let her continue reading. Daughter-in-law, have you thought about how to handle this? This is all empty talk. You casually explain 2 sentences. Is no one will believe? No one will listen. They're so jealous of me. I can't just give them all away one by one like I'm cleaning up Sunbo. It's not realistic. Words are more and more spread more and more. Those people have already believed in the set they passed on. This is good. Lu Janua came out to explain. Is not going to be bought. You come. Lu Janua pulled Yi Ijo and headed for her room. This operation made Yi Ijo confused. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Let them talk if they like. What does my life have to do with them? I don't care. Lu Janua said on her lips that she didn't care, but it was clear that her face was exasperated. Lu Janua pulled Yi Ijo towards the house while saying in an atmospheric manner, I've seen shameless ones, but I've never seen Sun Bo so shameless. Hubby, that guy is really too much to beat up. Next time I see him, if you don't beat him up, I'll have to beat him up first. Yi Ijo faintly responded. But in his heart for Sun Bo has been bored to the extreme. Such a man. No wonder Lu Janua cannot see. Childish and hateful. Lu Janua and he said the origin of the two people. It turned out, from just when the university, Sun Bo is chasing Lu Janua, but Lu Janua never responded to him. Sun Bo and other women relationship ambiguous. While pursuing Lu Janua didn't like him in the first place, and when he did this, it made Lu Janua hate him even more. After graduation, Sun Bo still likes to pester her about things, and she's annoyed, but the guy is also fairly peaceful, and she just ignores him. But I didn't expect the guy to become so unbelievable now that he knew she was married. In fact, those gossips, Lu Janua has long been used to hearing. She does not care, also lazy to care, but now it's different. She is now married to Yi Ijo. She herself doesn't care, but she doesn't want Yi Ijo to misunderstand. She doesn't want to let those gossips affect Yi Ijo's judgment. After having Yi Ijo, she suddenly cared about her image in Yi Ijo's heart. Lu Janua was supposed to be a strong woman. She would never look at the kind of male child who relied on her family. But Sun Bo never understood this. This bastard, have done such a bastard thing, but still want to be clear. Out of the sneer every now and then 2 sentences. On his behavior, directly sent him in to eat some free meals should be. This is slander. Defamation of honor crime. Yi Zhou had been curious about how Lu Janua would fight back, but she didn't expect that she would take out the marriage certificate of the 2 people, and then pulling Yi Zhou. She opened her cell phone to take a picture of the 2 people and the marriage certificate together. Then Lu Janua released him, and pushed, "You can get out of the way." Yi Zhou cried and laughed. "Daughter-in-law, you are too much. You want to throw me aside after using me. I cooperated so well. Shouldn't you kiss me as a reward or something?" Lu Janua's face, which had just been exasperated, instantly made a 180-degree turn from angry to blushing when Yi Zhou said so. Suddenly, she came to Yi Zhou's front and gave him a slapdash-like nod on his lips, after which she fled. Yi Zhou froze for a moment, subconsciously reached out and touched his mouth. He was kissed by Lu Janua, and she initiated it? Yi Zhou suddenly smiled in a good mood. She took the initiative. That means that the 2 people's progress has advanced some more. This is too rare. Before the intimacy of the 2 people is to pull a hand, hug a little, just hugging and sleeping. Lu Janua is nervous. Lu Janua can take the initiative to kiss him so much. Yi Zhou is quite surprised. Yi Zhou thought to himself, is he also the chase up to do something? Kiss back? But before Yi Zhou could act, the sound of Lu Janua going out came from outside the door. Rescue. This little woman also escaped too quickly, not giving him a chance at all. But Yi Zhou was also not comfortable letting her go out by herself just like that. So he took out his cell phone and sent a voice message to Lu Janua. "Daughter-in-law, calm down, don't panic, and drive real slow." Lu Janua returned 3 words, "Got it." With Lu Janua's reply, Yi Zhou was much more relieved. Lu Janua rushed out of the house. A brain rushed to his car. No, until the door will be tightly shut raw on. To determine that Yi Zhou did not follow up, she only then rest assured down. After seeing Yi Zhou's message, she calmed down for a moment and slowly raised her hand to touch her lips, unconsciously laughing out loud. She did it honestly, without actually thinking about it that much, and it was only after it was all done that she realized what she had done. After that, her first reaction was to flee. In retrospect, it was a pretty good feeling. As it turns out, the feeling of kissing someone you love. After she cleaned up her mood, she found the photo she just took and looked at Yi Zhou on the photo and said, "You bastard. I'm such a beauty pulling you to take a photo. That's how much of an honor it is for you. You can at least give a smile. So serious. Is serious to whom? I want to shoot to show love, okay?" Mouth is so spit, but Lu Janua how to feel. The more you look at Yi Zhou, the more you feel smooth, even if he has a face of hanging ears. Serious, but also does not affect in the slightest that she used to show love. Moreover, a face of seriousness, let a person feel so secure. After looking at it for a while, Lu Janua suddenly put down her cell phone and hurriedly patted her chest. "Lu Janua, you're also too untalented, aren't you? But it's just a photo, and it's an expressionless face. Where do you see that he's good-looking and secure? The face is a face paralyzer." It was hard to wake up and bury Yi Zhou for a couple of sentences, but as a result, his voice was unconsciously small as he spoke. Afterward, she opened the class group and posted the picture she had just taken. "I'm already married." Those words of Sun Bo's are totally slanderous. Don't believe him. You guys take a close look at the video he posted. It's shot in the background. Why don't you shoot the front? Because it's a sneak peek. Is it fun for a grown man to come into my neighborhood and engage in surreptitious photography? By the way, he also said it was an occasional shot, right? That's too occasional, isn't it? So coincidentally it arrived at my home downstairs. I think that where I live. It shouldn't be so incidental for Mr. Sun. What are you trying to do so early in the morning? By the way, since Sun has posted such a video, then I have something else to tell you all. Whether Sun is an occasional shooter or not. Yesterday, Sun stumbled into my house and pestered me, and was beaten up by my husband. So I hope that someone will be a human being and not show up near my house and pester me again. Or else the next time won't be as simple as an easy beating. After Lu Janua's photo and these words were sent out, the group, which had been unusually lively before, instantly quieted down. Obviously, it was really Lu Janua's words that were too out of everyone's expectation. After that, Lu Janua came back with an even more amazing maneuver as she sent out password-read envelopes. I wish Lu Janua and Yi Zhou a happy marriage and eternal happiness. The amount of the red packet is not small. The people in the group received a burst of happiness, and all those previous comments were brushed away by the words of the password-read packet, and the screen was full of words of blessing Yi Zhou and Lu Janua. After that, Lu Janua sent several red envelopes, and the amount of each red envelope was very large, and all of them came with words of blessing for Yi Ijo and Lu Janua. Such words of blessing. Tired of hair, Lu Janua then stopped. Just stopped. Suddenly there was a speech in the group, making Lu Janua directly laugh out loud. Someone ate Sun Bo said. Sun Bo, you even gave your blessing to Lu Janua and Yi Ijo too? Under everyone's question mark, someone sent out a screenshot out. It was a screenshot of Sun Bo claiming Lu Janua's red packet. He claimed the red packet. Then naturally he also sent out the password. It's nothing for other people to receive red envelopes and send out passwords, but everyone in the group knows that Sun Bo is always like Lu Janua. And just now, when he said that Lu Janua was with a poor loser, it was also Sun Bo who messed it up. So it seems like it's not quite right for him to come and receive red envelopes at this time too. How could Lu Janua let go of this opportunity and said, "Thank you for your blessing, Mr. Sun." She accompanied it with a smiling emoji. What would Yi Ijo's reaction be if he saw this scene? Probably laughing and squirting just as much as she is. This is simply a face-slapping scene. I'm sure. The expression on Sun Bo's face right now must be wonderful. After Lu Janua's sentence came out, many students sent a big soldier emoji, others sent exclamation points, and some sent ellipses. There were a few more naughty ones that just posted the words haha. At this moment, Sun Bo on the other side of the phone was so angry that he couldn't wait to throw the phone out directly. He had thought that the Lu family wouldn't look at their cell phones and wouldn't find out about this wave of his operation, but he didn't expect that he would be discovered by Lu Janua so promptly, and he even came out to make such a clarification. The clarification was even with the sneering at him. He could have played dead, but this woman, she even started launching some kind of lipstick bonus again, ordering the red envelopes. He reacted completely subconsciously, and by the time he reacted to what he had done, the red envelopes had already been claimed, and the passwords about those blessings had been sent out. This state of affairs, completely not in accordance with the direction of his expected development, thought Lu Janua will be in the way of everyone's pressure, and Yi Ijo delimitation, and then come to seize him this life-saving straw. He had just been regretting his stupid behavior of ordering red envelopes, secretly thinking that so many people were receiving them, and as long as he didn't say anything, maybe people wouldn't notice him. But he didn't expect that someone who didn't mind too much would post a screenshot of him receiving a red envelope at this time. Sun Bo was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Lu Janua didn't just send out a few red envelopes. Do they need to curry favor with Lu Janua and make things so difficult for him? At this time, a classmate ate Lu Janua asked, "Janua, are you really married to this man?" Lu Janua returned, "Yeah, married. My husband is indeed a courier. However, he is not just a courier. Otherwise I would not have looked at him. He is just more low-key. He's actually very good, so good that you can't even imagine the kind. He went to make a delivery. He just felt too bored to stay at home and went to find something to do to pass the time." At this time, a male student exclaimed, "Sure enough, the goddess is the woman I can never get. But, let me be honest, I feel that the goddess is just in love with her brain. That's why she looks at that guy so well. In my opinion, it's really ordinary to the point of not being ordinary anymore." Another female classmate said, "Janua, although I received your red packet and sincerely wish you well, it doesn't hold me back to be honest. I also think that guy is average and not good enough for you. It's normal to have a bad picture on the marriage license, but look at that picture you just posted. His looks are just okay. If he's with another woman, there's nothing to say, but with you, it's a different story. You're a recognized goddess." A student started the conversation, and other students chimed in with their opinions. "Yeah, you're obviously bragging. No skill is no skill. What's all this talk about keeping a low profile? How many powerful people in this world keep a low profile? That's right, men are all good at saving face. If he's really good, there wouldn't even be a word about keeping a low profile. Some of the penniless ones still like to pretend all sorts of things, not to mention the rich ones. Students, I say to you, in fact, men's love of beauty is not in the least worse than women, but all a little bit of strength will be a good drumming up their own wearer to dress up and whatnot. The kind of low-key man is not but rarely seen. Come on, where is the low-profile man? This is reality, not a novel. Besides, the novel kind of low-profile big brother can be tens of billions, hundreds of billions of assets. The main thing is that that kind of man must have been brilliant long ago. Do not need to deliberately show off. Yeah, like Ma Ba. For example, he just out going out in his slippers and it doesn't make anyone feel shabby. Seeing that the picture suddenly changed, Sun Bo's just depressed mood got a little better and hurriedly grabbed the opportunity to come out and speak. "Sun Bo, I just subconsciously clicked the red packet just for that called Yi Ijo. I just want to say, really loser to cannot be loser. What powerful big brother. What low profile. Such words to say out also have to have letter A, which Big Brother doesn't go out with a specialized chauffeur, tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars, and lives in a mansion that doesn't have hundreds of millions of dollars. He is a Big Brother. He can live in Lu Janua's house and drive Lu Janua's car to go out. He also has nothing to do but run to make deliveries. Have you guys ever seen this kind of low-profile Big Brother? Telling jokes isn't the way to tell them. A real big shot. Even if he doesn't show off, he won't go to deliver any courier to experience life. What do you all think? After saying this, Sun Bo surprisingly launched a red packet as well. However, it is not the password that is sent, but the red envelopes that spell luck. Is to make everyone feel that he Zhou Qingxiang to receive red envelopes is really just a subconscious behavior. Just a little bit of red envelope money. He does not care. He wouldn't go so far as to punch himself in the face over those few tiny red envelopes, much less bless Lu Janua for being with another man. Everyone was already suspicious of Yi Ezhou's identity, and now that Sun Bo was so conciliatory, everyone began to talk heatedly again. Even though he had taken Lu Janua's red packet, taking the red packet and recognizing Lu Janua's man were two different things. Especially those girls who were already jealous of Lu Janua's good fortune, and those male classmates who were in love with her, all eyed Lu Janua, hoping that she would explain to everyone. Everyone in the group ate half a day. Lu Janua did not take care of. At this time, she is driving to the company. Yi Ezhou has been 1,000 instructions. Must be careful amount of driving. So, after she posted the words mocking Sun Bo, she put away her phone, and she didn't see what everyone said in the group. It was only after she had arrived at the office that she turned on her cell phone and walked towards the office while looking at the messages from the group. And she walked into the office just in time to finish reading the messages from the group. In the past, Lu Janua wouldn't even take care of this. It's her life. She does what she wants with it. Does she need to explain it to anyone? But when she saw that everyone was saying that Yi Ezhou was bad, her heart to protect her husband went up. She was too speechless. These people said that Yi Ezhou was not worthy of her. In fact, in her opinion, she was still a bit unworthy of Yi Ezhou. Yi Ezhou is really too good, and also treats her exceptionally well. She never dreamed that she would meet a man who treats her so well in her life. He is so rich, but also so low profile, obviously willing to pour him a whole lot of women, but he willingly stayed by her side, everything in detail to take care of her. Said that she is a treasure in the heart of the hand, not exaggerated at all. She thought she was picky about people, especially men, but Yi Ezhou was so perfect that she couldn't pick out a single flaw. Although he was always very naughty and liked to flirt with her. In fact, Lu Janua liked her in that way. He wanted to explain for Yi Ezhou, but just casually, no one believed her. Then, she thought of the contract he signed with Yi Ezhou, and she purposely avoided the important, confidential ones, took a few pictures, and sent them to the group. Then said, "Where do you guys get your confidence from burying my husband so much? Let me show you. I can't tell you the rest of the news, but see the front on this. And the number of houses and the number of houses on these? In these several houses, casually take out a set, which set has to be worth a few $100 million. These houses are rented out. The annual income is also hundreds of millions of dollars. By the way, I'll give you the highlights of this collection of rent. My husband don't want a penny, saying that it's all my pocket money. Everyone is also out of the society to fight for several years. There are a few names of assets. Can be compared to my husband? Have time to bury my husband here. Not as good as to grow their own. Serious work. To the end of the month of the truth, more than $200 of full attendance. Lu Janua these words, said without mercy, directly with the facts, so that other people want to doubt cannot find a reason. The group all of a sudden quiet down. For a full 5 minutes, no one said another word, but Lu Janua didn't mean to end it yet and asked, "Why isn't everyone talking? Why do you all look down on my husband so much? To put it bluntly, it's my business to say what I want to do with my life. And does anyone need to say anything about it? So what if my husband is a courier? He doesn't need half of your charity. We live our lives and it won't be in your way. So why do you care so much? Saying that my husband is average looking, I would like to ask, is my husband's face value comparable to any of you? Or whose husband can compare enough? My husband just likes to experience life by making deliveries. What's wrong with that? That's still better than just being a keyboard warrior all day long and gossiping about other people's lives, right? There are still female classmates. I really can't understand. What are the qualifications here to sour me? Is your boyfriend or husband richer than my husband? Or more thoughtful than my husband? More handsome than my husband? My husband is not only rich, he also treats me exceptionally well. He is a very good cook. My good sister has come to my house. She thinks that my husband's cooking is better than that of the chef who was paid tens of thousands of dollars a month at her house. He's also very good at taking care of me. He does all the chores around the house and washes my feet when I'm tired. Would your boyfriends? Do your boyfriends? Do your husbands? Have you ever enjoyed such treatment? How can you have the nerve to criticize my husband here? Lu Janua sent such a dislike back in one breath, but still not a single person came out to speak. It was probably because everyone didn't expect Lu Janua to dislike her so sharply, and they didn't even expect Lu Janua to dislike anyone. Now, they all still graduated 2 years ago. Everyone indeed also struggled for 2 years. Some people are indeed mixed up a little bit, but some people can only be compromised to life. Those like Sunbo at least have a rich father to rely on. Others are not so lucky. In fact, there aren't even a few who are better than Lu Janua, and who was really qualified to come and accuse Yijo. It was just that they had all just chatted too intensely, and also because Lu Janua wasn't a fan of the gossip in the first place. Back in the old school days, there were people who said anything about Lu Janua, but she never responded, and people got a little carried away. Being disliked by Lu Janua so much, he now didn't even have the face to come out and say anything again. There are also male students because they like Lu Janua in the truth of school. But Lu Janua is too good and too high and cold. After all, they cannot get the woman, and now see Lu Janua married. They want to come out to say a few words. Then naturally, you have to say something bad to make your own heart feel good. From the point of view of Yi Ijo's dress, the temperament is good, but the dress is average. Plus what Sunbo said before, Yi Ijo not only drove Lu Jiano's car, but also lived in Lu Jiano's home. Having the opportunity to bury Yi Ijo, they naturally would not let it go. Where did it occur to me that Lu Janua's husband was a big shot who owned several buildings, and there are plenty of them, not to mention the building, who haven't even got the first wealth of the house together yet. Lu Janua today was stimulated not small, to other people okay, especially to Sunbo. She really cannot be angry, just wanted to ate Sunbo. Sarcastic 2 sentences of him, just this is good Sunbo out. Sunbo said, it was just silent for so long, so it's just a trip to picture, right? Lu Janua was already dissatisfied with Sunbo, and now, her fire was instantly ignited. Straight away, she pulled out her other cell phone and took a video of her usual cell phone. In the video, she said wrong, Sun students do not need to be so self-centered. You think who are you? Think the picture is my P is it? I have a video here. The sound and time can prove that this is not my fake. This is my husband money 2 days to me to transfer. Said it is to give me pocket money. After posting this video, Lu Janua added Sunbo and asked, what about you? What kind of thing are you? To put it nicely, you're a male son. To put it bluntly, you're a rice worm. No skill at all. By the way, you give those warblers of yours a few $1,000s of pocket money every month. That's all from your family. Every bit of it is earned by yourself, right? Do you have anything to show for it other than relying on your family? Sunbo returned. Nua, in your heart, is this how you see me? How much I like you? Everyone is aware of it. I've been chasing you hard for 6 years. I've liked you for 6 years, and this is how you break my heart? Lu Janua sent a disgusted emoji. Sunbo, I remember I've rejected you countless times, right? You like me? Your liking is to denigrate me so much in the group? You like me and I'm supposed to respond to you? On what basis? Are you richer than me? Or can you fight better than me? What qualifies you to like me? Did I ask you to like me? Aren't you and Zhao Qin pretty good together? You're talking to the wrong person with these deep words, aren't you? That's when someone ate can Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin. Come out and look at your family Sunbo. It can't be that you guys have already finished, right? Zhao Qin came out to speak, and as soon as she came out, she ate Lu Janua, you bitch. Zhao Qin came out and scolded Lu Janua. The others were a little bit unable to look at it. Lu Janua mentioned Zhao Qin, but Zhao Qin and Sunbo were together. This is a fact. Lu Janua didn't say anything bad. She came up and scolded people. However, not waiting for others to react. Sunbo first came with a wave of divine operation. Directly ate Zhao Qin scolded. Zhao Qin, you're the bitchy woman. You don't talk okay? You and I are just regular friends. After that, Sunbo also ate Lu Janua explained. That time it was me who happened to pass by and piggybacked on her for a while. She and I are not in the kind of relationship you said. Nua, what I have always liked is you. Only you. Even if you have married someone else now, I still like you. So, will you give me a chance? You stay with me. I'll work hard and get better. And as long as you can come back to me, I'll do whatever you want me to do. But if you're not there, my heart suffers thinking about you all the time. And I'm not in the mood to do anything. I can't even find a reason to live without you. Lu Janua returned another disgusted expression, after which she said back, Sunbo, have you thought carefully about what you've done? And then look at the video I sent. Where did you get the face to say these words to me? What else would you do besides shamelessly pestering? Should I be with you after all the years you've liked me? In that case, Do I have to go find someone I grew up with in kindergarten and get married? Does time mean everything? Everyone else's time has been spent growing up. Have you changed anything other than being more shameless? It's good enough that I didn't hit you, and you expect me to stay with you? I've gathered you so many times and you're still pestering me. Don't you have any self-respect? Sun Bo didn't say anything. For what reason? No one knew. On the contrary, Zhao Qin. In this as well again Lu Janua. $1,100 million of pocket money? Is this from the man you met before? Zhao Qin asked. Lu Janua, it's him, the one I met at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Exactly. It's not exactly the pocket money my husband gave me. It's that one day, my husband and I went shopping and I was bumped by a woman. Originally my husband was going to let it go like that, but that woman even wanted to blackmail me. And then my husband cleaned up after them, and they paid out quite a bit of money. At first, the other party only wanted to pay $1 million, but then it paid out 12 crores. And my husband said he transferred 11 crores to show that he was devoted to me, and that my husband had transferred this money to me without my knowledge. You guys can think carefully. How capable must he be to make the other party compensate so much money, and to transfer that money to me without hesitation, and say it's just pocket money? How much must it be if it's not pocket money? So, I have to ask, who has the face to bury my husband here? Is it Sun Bo, the gnawing cockney, or Zhao Qin, or those who haven't even got the down payment for the house together yet? Lu Janua didn't mean to look down on anyone. It was these people themselves who came to the door for her to scold them, so it wasn't her fault. Lu Janua's words were like knives, ruthlessly piercing into many people's hearts. Indeed, regardless of whether this money was really compensated by others, or that Yi Ijo took it out himself, those who could have so much money, then naturally they were all big shots among big shots, or at least those of them, who were estimated to be unable to reach the heights in their entire lives. But it's just being bumped into. Lu Janua can talk here now, so that means nothing happened. And this can make people pay more than $1 billion in compensation? Even a body made of gold isn't this valuable, right? Then again, just like Lu Janua himself said, casually taking out more than $1 billion and calling it pocket money. What if it's not pocket money? Then how much must be given? That's too scary. The group instantly went quiet again. Even Zhao Qin and Sun Bo stopped making a sound. The video taken by Lu Janua is a record of the transfer of money and a short chat between the two people. Lu Janua not only kept the information all the time, but also purposely took screenshots and saved them. In the video, it was possible to see how Lu Janua turned out those messages, and this was enough to prove the authenticity of that video. Lu Janua saw that everyone was silent, so she continued. Is everyone quiet? Do you still not believe me? Do you still think I'm faking this? Why don't you all tell me what kind of people you are? And why do you want me to come out and explain it to you? And how can you guys compare to my husband? Especially Sun Bo, a rich second generation who gnaws on the old man. To put it bluntly, a negative second generation. What's so awesome about it? If you don't have your parents, you are nothing. Just like you. Really wait for your family's property to your hands of the truth. It is not easy to say whether you can hold on to it. What are you so proud of? And where did you get the confidence that I will look at? The one who really accompanies me not on my Lu Janua is not my husband, but you Sun Bo. Sun Bo finally appeared, and he said back, Nah no, I don't believe what you're saying is true. It can't be true. That's $1 billion, and you're saying it's pocket money for Lu Janua? This is really too flat beyond Sun Bo's cognition. What kind of tycoon can casually give some pocket money? Are hundreds of millions of give? Regardless of where this money Yi Ijo came from, this was enough to prove how strong Yi Ijo was. Sun Bo really couldn't accept this reality. He had always thought that Yi Ijo was a soft eater. Lu Janua didn't even bother to answer and directly sent a no right emoji over. Sun Bo continued, I won't believe it. If he's really that rich, why would he live in your house? Moreover, he often goes out in your car. Lu Janua, if it is not you have no brain, live in my house. It proves that he has no money. Live there. That's our business. We two live. Do not need a big house. I like to feel at home. That is my house. I like to live. He accommodated me. Live over? What is the problem? Sun Bo, what about the car? How do you explain that? If he's that rich, he can't even afford a car? Lu Janua returned. My husband went out originally did not like to drive. Only when he went out with me he would drive my car. He went out on his own. He likes to ride the tram. He likes a simple life. My husband is different from you. Everything he has he got by his own ability. He doesn't pursue any face. He only seeks practicality. Only the ones that are related to me. He will pursue quality those. That kind of spirit you naturally don't understand. After all, you can't do anything but take the money your parents give you to eat, drink and play. Don't think my husband is stingy. He's much more generous to me. than you are to those confidants of yours. For example, pocket money, don't you think? Sun Bo ignored Lu Janua's mockery as he instead taunted Lu Janua. You're saying he earned the money with his own abilities? Are you sure you're not here to be funny? How old is he? And he can make so much money. If it's really all on his own, then he's too capable, isn't he? Even the most talented people are still figuring things out when they're his age. If he's more powerful than the two Mas, how can he be more powerful than the two Mas? Janua, if you say that he makes money faster than those two, it's okay, but I'm afraid that the way to get money is a bit contrary to the law. You'd better keep your eyes peeled. Don't go to visit the prison before you can enjoy his blessings by then. Jano, if you can't see it, why don't I help you report it to the authorities? After speaking, Sun Bo sent a smug emoji. Lu Janua was directly laughed at by the anger. Seen shameless. Have not seen you so shameless. You do not have to do unto others. My husband earns clean money. Do you think anyone is you? Heart so nasty? Sun Bo, you're really going to laugh me to death. Is that what everyone else thinks too? You all didn't say it, but that's what you think in your heart, right? Okay, then I'll tell you well. My husband's success is something that no one can imitate. When my husband went to school, he went to a third-rate university. Total, what can he do? Just a little bit. He was lucky. He won a jackpot, and at that time he happened to come across a few more suitable houses, and he bought them, but he was too lazy to manage them himself, so he rented them out to someone else to manage them, and he got a lot of rent every year, and after that, he bought some more houses, and that's how my husband got the ones he has. After that, he got in touch with stock speculation, playing at home and abroad, and made a lot of money, and that's just a little bit of it. What can anyone replicate that? Playing stocks is not a matter of luck. You also have to have talent. I don't know exactly how much money he has, but I've seen him have a flow of more than $20 billion in the stock market. Of course, if you guys aren't convinced, you can say that it's my husband's luck that's too good to be true. There's nothing wrong with saying that, but who made the luck not yours? Also, who's lucky enough to be good all the time, without some real skill? Who can play in a certain industry all the time just by being lucky? Not to mention the stock market where the water is so deep. Who can imitate such a path? Can't even catch up, let alone surpass. Don't imitate a road that ends before it begins. Lu Janua finished his words, but the group was still silent. The men, in their minds, were basically thinking that their goddess had really become someone else's, and that someone else's awesomeness was something they would never be able to match. The female classmates, on the other hand, were so jealous that they went crazy. Such an excellent and so pampered man was someone else's. They probably never had the chance to meet him in their lives. So what else could they do but envy and jealousy? Lu Janua is not only a strong woman herself, but also the wife of a super rich man in the future. The kind that is held in the heart of a rich man. Money, face, will also be spoiled. Such a fairy man. I'm afraid the world can only find Lu Janua's husband so one. Jealousy, it's just so jealous. But there was one person whose heart was filled with mockery, and that person was naturally Sun Bo. Jano, you really are so good at making up stories that are so real that I almost believe them. And I really want to laugh when you tell this joke. A San Lu University out, is a courier, can win a lottery or something I can still reluctantly believe? But you said that he is very play stocks. Who are you fooling? But also more than 20 billion. You are here to coax the ghost, right? Do you really think we are fools? Tens of billions, do you know what that concept is? I've never heard of anyone who can be so rich in my life. Just that Yi Zhou. So old, he can have it? Really? If he's a stock genius, like you said, that means the mind should be smart. Then he wouldn't have to go to a third-rate college. Do you think that we don't understand stocks? So you can just brag? If there really is such a powerful person. We haven't seen such a figure as Yi Zhou in the stock market sector in the past 2 years. Zhao Qin, that's right. She's just treating everyone like a fool. Lu Janua, use your brain even if you're making up stories. What kind of godly man are you trying to make out of that useless husband of yours? That video of yours? It doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I think you knew this day would come and made it well in advance, right? Even without today's incident, you would have found another time to show this video to everyone, wouldn't you? In order not to become a joke. After all, you used to know in your own heart how high and mighty you were, and you didn't want people to think you'd married a loser. You're just trying to tell everyone that you, Lu Janua, are not only excellent yourself, but the man you married is also excellent and is living a better life than everyone else, so that you can maintain your pathetic self-esteem. It's just like the time when you were in school. You want people to think you're high and mighty. You hang on to those gents every day so that they can't get you, and you go and hang out in front of them every day, when in reality you know better than anyone else how crummy your private life is. Where else would you get the money to start a company? Zhao Qin, all kinds of accusations one after another sent to the group. Lu Janua looked speechless dead. She also kind of understood that some people's psychology was so twisted. No matter what she said, these people wouldn't believe it. If she had 100 explanations, then the other side would have 1,000 suspicions waiting for her. She really wanted to just ignore it, but she didn't want everyone to misunderstand Yi Ijo so much. Her man was so excellent. Why should she let others bury him so much? Zhao Qin's mind. Lu Janua also understands, no matter it is the face value, or personal ability, or personal charm, Zhao Qin can't compare to her. It's normal to be jealous of her. What else could Zhao Qin do but find a sense of balance in Lu Janua's body in such a way? See Lu Janua not speak. Zhao Qin come to force. Lu Janua, you continue to say you such as how to prove that your waste of husband bar is really waste? I see you have nothing to say. Do you? I have to say. You have a great sense of humor when it comes to jokes. Lu Janua was once again exasperated and laughed. Zhao Qin's continued provocation stirring her good nature. She returned, Zhao Qin, you don't have to be so sour. Do you believe me? My husband can make you lose your job in minutes. Zhao Qin replied back, I'm sorry, I don't have a job. Can you change it to something more interesting, and make me lose my job? Who do you think your husband is? The master of the world? If he gives me a hard time, I can't live. Can I? Lu Janua, right, how did I forget? You've been following Sun Bo. Today's matter, all is Sun Bo jumped up. It seems, Sun Bo's skin is really thick. How many times to beat are not long memory. Originally my husband are lazy and your general knowledge, but you are really to make. You make continue. Careful my husband let you really become real and true negative second generation. Sun Bo returned. Don't. I'm scared. Let me go. Sun Bo also posted a picture of a shivering man, and anyone could see that he was always here to taunt. Sun Bo is also really stupid. He also contacted Yi Ijo contacted several times. He but with a little brain to think, can also think Yi Ijo is not so simple. It's also probably the arrogance that comes with growing up. Zhao Qin's words made him even more confident that Yi Ijo was a poor loser. Lu Janua returned. Then wait and see. Putting away her cell phone, the fire in Lu Janua's heart was still burning. How was she going to go talk to Yi Ijo about this? In her opinion, Yi Ijo was fully capable of dealing with Sun Bo his old man. Lu Janua is not understand Sun Bo. His identity of the second generation of rich people, she all learned from the mouth of others. Can raise that kind of son? In Lu Janua view, Sun Bo his old man will not be a powerful character. The real magnates are very concerned about the cultivation of the next generation, although they will also eat and drink, but they will definitely not be like Sun Bo, who is like a 250% every day. Yi Ijo just casually shot. That is estimated to be enough for Sun Bo's family to bear, but she felt that she was giving Yi Ijo trouble. At this moment, Yi Ijo was cleaning at home when a system tone suddenly sounded in his head. Monitoring that the host is alone at this time. The system will issue a reward for you. You will be rewarded by the system with 70% of the shares of the C Yuan Group, the largest controlling shareholder of the group, and the system is generating memories and related documents etc. For you. Yi Ijo froze for a moment. What kind of reward is this? Is Lu Janua blowing his load again? But what big bluff did Lu Janua blow that could get him such a reward? At that moment, the system's voice came back into his head. A warm reminder that Lu Janua blows is that you can bankrupt Sun Bo's family and make Sun Bo a true negative second generation. So, this time, the system's reward is the shares of the Sun Bo family's largest partner company. Yi Ijo instantly understood. If it is the biggest partner of Sun Bo's company, that one is not happy. If it goes to target their family, Sun Bo's company can still have a way to live? But why didn't Lugano mention it to her? He quickly figured out that Lu Janua was an independent girl whose least favorite thing to do was to trouble others, and probably didn't mention it because he was worried that it would get him into trouble. On the other hand, Lu Janua was struggling with how to talk to Yi Ijo about this matter, and the matter of going home and complaining when something happens. She has never done it in her long life. It's always been a matter of working things out for yourself. At this time, Yi Ijo's phone call came over, and she immediately pushed the phone away from her heart. But Yi Ijo called, and if she didn't answer, he should be worried again. So, Lu Janua hurriedly adjusted herself and picked up the phone with what she thought was a relatively calm attitude. Husband, why are you suddenly calling me? Daughter-in-law, I'm a bit lonely being alone, Yi Ijo said in passing. So do you need any help ordering special services? I've heard that those girls can do anything and are very skilled. Lu Janua also followed Yi Ijo's example and said in a serious manner. I've heard that they're also very good at calling out for their husbands. Their husbands? And how soulful that sound can be. Yes, this husband is shouting very soulful. I like it. Yi Ijo seriously said back. I ignore you. Hang up. Lu Janua failed to curry favor, and was ashamed and annoyed. She was finding out that this Yi Jo was really her nemesis. As long as she opened her mouth, the one who lost would definitely be her. Lu Janua's high spirits were brought from her bones, and no matter what people she faced, her attitude was arrogant. But her high spirits, it seems that here in Yi Jo, it is not useful at all. After being with Yi Jo, she is getting more and more small woman. No, 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 daughter-in-law. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was just thinking about you. Before Lu Janua could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Janua. Get to the point, or I'll really ignore you. Hey, is really a little lonely, so thought of that classmate of yours, Sun Bo. The more I think about it, the more I feel angry. I'm a man. You say he's so pestered my wife every day. If I don't do anything, is it too unmanly? Although I said your husband I can beat, but this is a society of law. I want to grow old with my daughter-in-law you, but I don't want to go to that place to eat for free early, so I thought of a good way. A man's biggest base is to have money. Although I don't know this Sun Bo's family background, but at a glance it's a pustule. The family background won't be much rich. His proud capital are all given by his family. I plan to extinguish his proud capital. Dare to pester my daughter-in-law, then you have to clean up a bit. Otherwise every day to make my daughter-in-law unhappy. Physical harm cannot make him remember. Then come to a bit of punishment. Daughter-in-law, tell me, what does this Sun Bo's family do? What's his father's name? What kind of business does he do that can make him so proud? Yi Jo asked. In fact, all of this Yi Jo already knew from the system, and the reason why he was so for Lu Janua was to make things seem reasonable. Moreover, it is obvious that Lu Janua will be so blowing his big bull, is in the heart of the gas, but the independent nature and let her embarrassed and Yi Jo talk about it. He did so, is also a Lu Janua a step down. As for why Lu Janua blew his big bull, it was naturally related to the message he received from the class group before he left the house in the morning. It was definitely because Sun Bo had pissed off Lu Janua in the group that she blew off that kind of bull. Then it must be Sun Bo's fault. There is no reasoning when a man defends his woman. And there is no reasoning with an asshole like Sun Bo. Lu Janua, this person, never is the kind of like to provoke right and wrong. If not to provoke her anxious, she is able to ignore. Will not easily and others conflict. Yi Jo understood Lu Janua, but he didn't understand Lu Janua's heart for him very well. According to Lu Janua's nature, this kind of thing, she would have ignored it, because she had experienced a lot of gossip when she was in school. Hearing Yi Jo say this, Lu Janua secretly thought, this is the tacit understanding of two people who love each other? Coincidence? Too coincidental. Yi Jo even thought of the same thing with her. Thinking of this, Lu Janua's heart rate instantly accelerated again. There was an inexplicable sentiment spreading infinitely in her heart, and the stability on her face was rising uncontrollably. Daughter-in-law, why don't you say anything? It can't be that you can't let me deal with that Sun Bo. Is it hard to believe that there is some kind of friendship between you and him? Yi Jo deliberately asked. In the next second, Lu Janua directly flared up. It's more like you have a love affair with him. Daughter-in-law, if I have any love affair with that Sun Bo, then what will you do? Yi Jo returned. Lu Janua immediately replied back. Then go be good with him. Go numbly. I don't care. Daughter-in-law, how come you seem to know a lot about it and don't object to this kind of feelings at all? Honestly, do you often read this type of novel? You have to be honest with me. Don't let's see how I'll clean you up at night. Yi Jo deliberately said in a questioning tone. Lu Janua didn't know how to take Yi Jo's words for a while. Obviously she was in her office. No one could see her, and Yi Jo on the other side of the phone wouldn't see her reaction. But she still looked around sheepishly. Only after that did she react to the fact that Yi Jo was deliberately provoking her. This stinking man is also too crazy. She has nothing to read a novel. What's wrong? After she made an effort to adjust her state, she calmly returned. You just say what exactly are you flirting with, right? It's if you want to bring a woman back. I don't have a problem with it. As long as it's a truth I'm not at home. As long as it doesn't come into my room, I don't care. Yi Jo replied back. Daughter-in-law, you really understand me. I was thinking of bringing a woman home and then what's that? Lu Janua instantly wouldn't chat again. While she was still struggling with how to get back to Yi Jo, he opened his mouth again. A woman named Lu Janua. Lu Janua almost didn't choke to death. I won't talk to you anymore. Goodbye. Yi Jo returned. Daughter-in-law, did you just care about being jealous as soon as you heard me say that I was going to bring another woman home? Didn't I tell you earlier? I asked you what the situation at Sun Bo's house was like. Lu Janua had the feeling of wanting to strangle herself to death. This was something that Yi Jo had indeed said a long time ago, and as a result, she accidentally got sidetracked by Yi Jo and forgot about it. Speaking of which, Isn't it still Yi Ijo's fault? Humph. It's all your fault. I don't know what's going on with Sun Bo's family. I just heard from others that his family is very rich and he's a cockney. So there are often many girls willing to fall over him. Yi Ijo originally did not intend to be able to ask what to come, is to go through a process. That Sun Bo, at first glance, is pretending to be something special, but nothing. His own bragging about his ability, most likely is also not credible. Okay, then I'll go back and check it out. Marrying a good-looking daughter-in-law. You have to put more effort into protecting it properly. Hey, I'm too worried. Yi Ijo sighed. Sure enough, one sentence pissed Lu Janua off again. Who told you to marry me? Who said you? Why do you have to be right? I'm talking about my daughter-in-law Lu Janua. Okay, what you mean by this? It can't be that you want to marry me, right? Yi Ijo returned. Scram. Lu Janua was directly exasperated and rolled her eyes, but she couldn't do anything about Yi Ijo. In fact, she could have hung up the phone directly a long time ago. What could Yi Ijo do with her? But she was still a bit reluctant to talk and hang up. That's what women are. Living contradictions. Today Yi Ijo teased Lu Janua. It can be said that Lu Janua's patience has been worn to the limit. He is worried that if he continues to tease, this little woman will really blow up. This coaxing thing, he really will not. Fine. I'm wrong, daughter-in-law. I won't talk about you. Don't be angry, daughter-in-law. I still have one last question. If I'm going to clean up Sun Bo, do you wish to show mercy? Lu Janua returned. What does this have to do with me? I have things to do. I won't talk to you. As the words fell, Lu Janua was busy hanging up Yi Ijo's phone. Yi Ijo on the other side of the phone, looking at the phone that was hung up, directly and happily hummed a little song. Ha ha, this is done. Now, no matter what he did to Sun Bo, he wouldn't arouse Lu Janua's suspicion. Also very good to maintain the wife's self-esteem. Otherwise, if she took the initiative and he opened his mouth to mention, I do not know when to wait to go, more do not know this little woman privately to be entangled into what kind of situation. Daughter-in-law, if you want to brag, you can do so. Anyway, your husband and I will take care of the aftermath for you. This time Lu Janua bragged. From the last time he bragged, don't know how long has passed. If only she could brag every day, and one more than the other. That would be good. Yi Ijo felt irritated just thinking about it. After thinking about it, Yi Ijo said to himself, this Sun Bo's family, but it's just tens of millions of assets. That being said, the money in their hands, hold up a few million. Where is the capital to be arrogant? To deal with them, I don't even need to use much effort, as long as I find his family's biggest competitor. And the other side of the small cooperation is also hopeful. Then the result waiting for the Sun family. It can only be nothing. But how was this reward so wrong? It wasn't like Lu Janua had specifically blown what he had, and the system gave such a generous reward. So after all, he's still a toolman? He was Lu Janua's toolman? The system was really quite good to him. But why did it have the feeling of being biased towards Lu Janua in every way? System, come and talk to me properly. What is this situation? Am I the host or is my daughter-in-law the host? Why do I feel that you are actually her? Is it because you're worried that she can't get married? So you've made such a mess? Yi Ijo asked. The system didn't answer, as if it hadn't even heard it. Yi Ijo sighed helplessly. Hey, well, even if I'm my daughter-in-law's toolman, I'm quite satisfied with this arrangement. Anyway, what's mine is my daughter-in-law's, and my daughter-in-law is mine. The system was really good to him too. Everything he had today was given by the system. There was nothing he wasn't satisfied with. Yi Ijo took out his cell phone and with the memory just given by the system, he pressed a number and called it. Good day, Mr. Yi, is there anything you need to order? On the other side of the phone, a man asked respectfully. According to the memory given by the system, this C Yuan Group, a snack food manufacturer, occupied a high position in the market. Now this business system, our pyramid type, layer by layer down, the middleman directly earned the difference. A few dollars to the hands of the customer. It becomes dozens of hundreds. This C Yuan almost monopolized about 70% to 80% of the entire snack food market. The reason why it's not a complete monopoly is because there are still some small self-employed people, small companies and whatnot. As strong as they were, they had to be a bit humanitarian and not give others no quarter at all. Sun Bo's family is engaged in a chain of hypermarkets. Is the entity, the development is quite good, and several still good snack food suppliers have cooperation. The industry involved is not prone to problems if the place is chosen well and operated properly. But their family seems to be a very rich look. In fact, the money is goods backlog on the earn money to go into the goods money again in the goods, and so on and so forth. On the contrary, it is not a problem to maintain a glorious daily life. If the family can work together, this industry wants to earn money is also very easy. But there is a son Bo, this kind of child at home. It seems to be in the weekdays did not let the parents worry about the kind of raising his son without teaching is a father's fault. And since son Bo doesn't behave properly now, he can't blame anyone else. Want to deal with the son family, are not how to do it. As long as you want to find a way to cut off the other side of the supply of goods, by drag on a 10 days and a half months, then the son family is in jeopardy. Banks are nose-to-tail places, and if anyone's business has the slightest problem, they're immediately on their doorstep to collect debts. A lot of people who run companies these days basically don't own their own money. They have money owed to the bank. When the time comes to make such a mess, then the son family will definitely be burnt out. At this moment, the person Yi Ijo called over was none other than the executive president of Siyuan Group. Yi Ijo said, "There is a cooperator called Ija Supermarket. Go and do something so that they can have nothing in a week." Mr. Yi, how? The executive president seemed to be in some difficulty. This supermarket is related to you? Yi Ijo asked. No, Mr. Yi, we have been working with this supermarket quite well. Suddenly making trips will not be a little. The bad words, the other party naturally didn't have the guts to say to Yi Ijo, but Yi Ijo had already heard what he meant. What? My words aren't good and the decisions I make still have to be agreed upon by any of you? Yi Ijo inquired in a bland tone. No, Mr. Yi, I'll go make arrangements. The other party immediately returned. Yi Ijo was the largest shareholder of the company. One person's shares added up to several times more than the shares of their other shareholders combined. Yi Ijo's words, naturally, did not need the consent of anyone else. Go arrange it right away. Yi Ijo returned. Yes, Mr. Yi. After the end of the call, Yi Ijo was lazy to bother about other things. Just now the executive president of the company said that he probably felt that he did not speak martial arts. What Wu De is not Wu De. This is an era of the weak and the strong. If it is not Sun Bo always out of so many moths, then he will not do such a thing to the Sun family. Since Yi Ijo had the ability to deal with them, why not? Is it so hard to keep Sun Bo to come out and disgust himself from time to time, so that he can endlessly pester Lu Janua? But if Sun Bo could speak some martial virtues and have a little bit of awareness, things would not have developed to this point today. The truth that the mall is like a battlefield has to be understood by everyone who is in business. And that makes it all the more important for me and my family to date themselves and their behavior properly. The Sun family, if they could take some time to properly educate their children, then they wouldn't have let Sun Bo develop into the unreasonable person he is now. The Sun family is eating its own. Soon it was time to meet with Piaget's designer to discuss design details. He hadn't been in contact with the Count's people for the past few days, and hadn't had them in his life. Anyway, the cost was out of his pocket. Whether these people were going to enjoy it or something else, that was out of his hands. Yi Ijo's least favorite thing to do is to meddle in other people's business. He did what he should do. As a five-star countryman, he politely treated his guests, and the rest, he didn't want to ask too much. After borrowing a small conference room at the hotel, Yi Ijo and Lu Janua came to the hotel and had some discussions with the Count's people. The atmosphere has been quite good. Lu Janua and Yi Ijo mentioned their own requirements. The designer also said their ideas and Yi Ijo them. Next to an assistant to Yi Ijo and Lu Janua's requirements are written down. They didn't just take notes, they even brought along all sorts of instruments that needed to be measured. This, on the contrary, seemed to be very respectful of the customer, but in Yi Ijo's opinion, it was really not useful. At first, the atmosphere was really good, but suddenly, Yi Ijo heard one of the small assistants spit out a sentence in a foreign language in a low voice. This is really not a lot of requests. Do you really think you're amazing for being able to order up a watch? Yi Ijo's brows were suddenly furrowed. The other party spoke in a very small voice and in their authentic local language, which is not an international language, but it just so happened that Yi Ijo just understood what they were saying. Young people, sometimes dissatisfied with their own work, like all kinds of unfriendly spit. Yi Ijo, although he heard, but did not say anything, Yi Ijo and Lu Janua continued to communicate with the designer. This watch, the reason why Yi Ijo said that he did not care about the money, he was intentional. He wanted to take it as a token of love sent to Lu Janua. The kind that could be kept for a lifetime. So he wanted every bit of it to be perfect so that it made sense to keep it. Yi Ijo is more attentive to things that have a commemorative significance. If it's a luxury item bought casually, then he's not in the mood for that kind of obsession. In Lu Janua's heart, the same idea. This is the first formal gift Yi Ijo gave her. She wants to be with Yi Ijo for the rest of her life. Then this is what she wants to keep for the rest of her life. And she wants to try to achieve perfection as much as possible. So there will be more questions asked and more demands made. Not a moment later, the young man who had just spat started to spit again. These demands are really brought up without end. But just a poor man from a 5-star country. What kind of tycoon do you think you are? Wait until a moment to say the price. I guess it is necessary to change all kinds of materials. Change the design. Just all kinds of people are the most annoying. A little bit of self-awareness is not. But also asked for so much. Our company sent a professional designer. Okay? Probably thinking that Yi Ijo and Lu Janua couldn't understand. So his voice wasn't very loud. But it was enough for those present to hear. That little assistant had been working in a very serious manner. And if Yi Ijo hadn't been able to understand the meaning of his words, then he really wouldn't have suspected his attitude at all. Lu Janua couldn't understand. So he didn't care at all. But Yi Ijo did. And his face was a bit ugly. And he didn't continue to make demands, but instead looked coldly at the young man who had just spat. This young man was spouting off so recklessly, and the others didn't have any intention of stopping him, so it seemed like this kind of thing happened all the time. Presumably, they all think the customer can't understand them, so they don't act. Mr. Sia. Yi Ijo indifferently looked at the main also-ran designer that the Earl had sent over this time. Mr. Yi, you continue. We will definitely do our best to fill your request. Sia Degree said extremely well. Yi Ijo looked at the others. Except for that young man's spiteful words, everyone's attitude was very good looking. This made Yi Ijo's heart even more unhappy. Too good at disguise. Mr. Sia, I think this cooperation ends here. Yi Ijo said indifferently. Mr. Yi, what's going on? Sia asked in shock. The others were also shocked to look at Yi Ijo, completely not expecting Yi Ijo to suddenly come to such a scene. Yi Ijo was speaking in Chinese, and those who had a bad face, obviously, understood Yi Ijo's words. I said that the cooperation ends here, and all the deposits paid before are refunded to me, as well as all the expenses you spent on staying at the hotel these days. By the way, the treaty you showed me before said above that if it was your unilateral problem that led to the failure of the cooperation, or various other reasons that made the customer dissatisfied, then you need to pay 10 times the deposit for breach of contract. Right, then pay it all together. I paid $100 million for the deposit, so I'll trouble you to pay the $10 billion in default to my account as soon as possible. What? How come? What's going on here? Everyone was dumbfounded. The one who was in charge of the several people in charge. Inner bursts of panic. They are all people who have seen a big scene, but never experienced this kind of inexplicable scene, completely out of their accident anticipation. Naturally, they also don't know how to deal with it. The other ones who couldn't understand Yi Ijo's speech, seeing the others so flustered, they followed suit and panicked without reason. Mr. Yi, what's going on? Can you tell that you suddenly want to terminate this cooperation? Lead designer Sia asked. Obviously everything was fine just now, but why did Yi Ijo suddenly change the picture? Yi Ijo had paid $100 million deposit in advance for them to be sent by the company, so Sia completely figured out what caused this result. Can it be that this Yi Ijo was just too rich and deliberately tricked them for fun? But he just said that it was their designer's reason that caused the termination of the cooperation, but he clearly didn't make any mistakes. Panic to panic. They panicked because they did not want to lose such a large order, but they were not worried about Yi Ijo deliberately making things difficult. In addition to their accompanying all kinds of instruments needed, they also brought monitoring equipment. The whole process of this meeting were recorded. If Yi Ijo deliberately make things difficult, that recorded those videos is the evidence. Lu Janua was also puzzled and didn't understand why Yi Ijo was suddenly like this, but she believed in Yi Ijo, and she was completely fine with what he said. Yi Ijo sneered and looked at the young man who had just spat, indifferently saying, "This is really not a normal request. Do you really think you're amazing for being able to set up a watch?" That young man's face instantly changed drastically, and the others were shocked, completely not expecting that Yi Ijo had understood that person's tirade. Without waiting for the others to say anything, Yi Ijo said the young man's second spiel again. These demands are really brought up without end. Just a poor guy from a 5-star country. Thinking he's some kind of tycoon? Wait until a while to say the price. I guess it is necessary to change all kinds of materials. Change the design. Just all kinds of people are the most annoying. A little bit of self-awareness is not. But also asked for so much. Our company sent but a professional designer. Okay? Now, even the main designer, Sia, was not calm. After saying that, Yi Ijo sneered and looked at Sia, surprised. Isn't it, that I can understand these words, even if they are local words of your country? Is this your service? It's okay to treat your customers with such an attitude because you don't think they understand? First of all, what happened today makes me have to wonder about the quality of your staff. And secondly, even if I can't understand it, you guys can always understand it, right? And what does it say about you guys that you're just going to let the random spewing from underneath It shows that this kind of thing happens all the time, and you have been indulging them in doing whatever they want, and that even if you didn't say it, you have an unshirkable responsibility. You look down on me, 5-star nation? You think I can't afford to pay for you? If you take other people's money, you have to work for other people, so it's not right for us to make some requests. Is it? Is this the service of your count? Sia was asked by Yi-Ijo, unable to say a word of explanation, and his hands were in cold sweat. Such a thing does happen all the time. They often go to some other countries to make customized models, because of the reason that the countries do not speak the same language. The people underneath do spit it out from time to time, and they don't care to do that. Where did I think that I would flip the car here in Yi-Ijo today? If this matter goes out, they lost Yi-Ijo. This order is nothing. This will directly destroy the count's reputation. Then this result is not something they can afford as a team. Sia hurriedly explained. Mr. Yi, we're very sorry to make you feel so unpleasant, but misunderstood. He didn't mean it like that. Also, there is a reason why we didn't stop it. You are our customer. God. And as you said, we assumed that you couldn't understand. So it was exactly respectful of you that we didn't stop it in front of you when we developed this staff member was behaving in this way. But after this, we will definitely pursue the matter. Please believe me, Mr. Yi. Yi-Ijo could hear that this Sia was trying to stir up the water and muddle through this. Yi-Ijo is not a person who loves to find random things, nor is he so good at fooling around. If it is something else, then forget it. Yi-Ijo indifferently said. What? Are you thinking that I didn't translate correctly? Mr. Sia, do you believe it? I can understand more than you in those words of yours. Every word in our 5-star country's meaning. I can not only listen and speak, I can also write. The level of the average, but think it is to be higher than yours. If you think that I understand the problem, then we did not record. There is a video? Can you guys post the video online? Or can we get together and find someone who is more authoritative in language studies to translate it? Let's see if my understanding is wrong or not. The people present, but anyone who could understand Yi-Ijo's speech, knew that Yi-Ijo was the one who had the upper hand, and if Sia said anything more, it would be nothing more than strong words. Those words, not that there was much hate in them, not really, but what is the occasion? So I don't need to say anything more, do I? Mr. Sia, I don't think the man who just spoke is the only one who thinks like that, and I have every suspicion that quite a few of you will be thinking like him, so I don't think your actions are enough to match who you are today. Since I'm putting up the money, it's only natural that I wouldn't put what I need in the hands of a team that has a problem with me, and I'd even suspect that you wouldn't put your heart and soul into serving me. Sia hurriedly explained. No, Mr. Yi, you don't have to worry, we definitely won't have such thoughts. Since we're here on behalf of the Earl today, we won't have the kind of thoughts or actions that would ruin the Earl's reputation. Our staff did spit on him, which was due to his lack of ability and being too young, and we will definitely deal with this issue seriously, and it will definitely not happen again in the future. What happened today was kind of a wake-up call for us, and we will be more attentive to our work and provide better service to our customers. Sia tried hard to get Yi-Ijo's understanding and turn the matter over. The one who had just spat also realized what stupid thing he had done, and was now lowering his head guiltily, not daring to say a word. This is a business of hundreds of millions of dollars, and he's just a little assistant, so if he screws up, the consequences are not something he can afford. Mr. Sia, that's not what I need when you talk like that. I have to make sure that when I pay my money, I can get quality service. I can get a piece of equal value. And the reason why I asked you guys to come in is because I'm going to customize a watch that has a special meaning to me. If you can't give me a good account of this incident today, so that I can make sure of your service, your work ethic, then I'm sorry, I can't continue to work with you anymore. This is not my problem, but your problem. Not only affects my mood, but also delayed all of us. The subsequent compensation issue, we follow the contract signed before to go. Also, which one of you who just looked down on people? Here's a reminder for you, don't look at any country or anyone else with your narrow-minded eyes. If you were really capable, you wouldn't just be a tiny assistant. A person who is incapable of anything is not qualified to say anything about anyone, or a country, whose strength is far superior to yours. We, the 5-star kingdom, have always dealt with friends from civilization and various countries. We are low-key and introverted, but not incapable as you think. Aren't you? Right now, serving me? I am from the 5-star nation. Yi-Ijo sneered at the man. The meaning of accident is clear. Yi-Ijo and him, from different countries, at this time, represents the face of his own country. Yi-Ijo, as a 5-star countryman, can afford hundreds of millions of dollars to ask him to serve, and he can only serve Yi-Ijo for the sake of payment. That's what separates people from each other. It wasn't that Yi Ijo was harsh. He really wasn't qualified to say anything in front of Yi Ijo. Mr. Yi, if you have any comments, feel free to mention them. I will do my best to make it happen. I guarantee with my personal personality that this is more than about Azurl. It will have a very big impact on me personally. And Mr. Yi will be able to understand what this means to a designer. So please trust me. Sia said sincerely to Yi Ijo. He did just want to try his best to round things off. Otherwise, this single lost. He really do not know how to go back to the company to explain. But also on his personal future has a very far-reaching impact. Furthermore, designers, all of them, cherish their designs, and he wouldn't want such a debacle in his life. Now that Yi Ijo had said so, it was a game, and Sia's hanging heart was loosened. In fact, on the exchange with Yi Ijo just now, he felt quite benefited. Yi Ijo's idea is very novel, very trigger for his inspiration. He can't wait for the end of the meeting to draw a few design drawings out day and night. If he could work with Yi Ijo successfully, making money was one aspect, and for his career, it would also paint a strong picture. He could understand that Yi Ijo would be so angry. Something like this, if it was someone else, he would probably be even more angry. In the face of Sia's assurance, Yi Ijo returned blandly. Doing business is about honesty and also about doing things with a head and a tail. Since you have said so, I will give you one last chance. I'll start by making my attitude clear. I'm not much of a game player. I don't like to have nothing to frolic with. I think that's something you understand, Mr. Sia, and you don't want you to come on this trip to have fun. Sia nodded. That's right, Mr. Yi. Okay, then I'll make my request. I want you to bring out your best, whether it's production, or design, or any part of the process, the people involved, the production materials, etc. Every aspect I want to use the best. And it's the only one. It's better to be able to do it for 1 or 2 decades without anyone being able to surpass it. Money is not a problem, but if I find out that you guys have any close, or second best behavior, then at that time, it won't be as simple as terminating the cooperation. The aspect of money, you guys don't have to worry about it at all. And I don't need you to give me any concessions, just let go and do it. Yi Ijo finished and looked at Sia with an inquiring gaze. Speaking of which, Sia looked a little better than before as well. Yi Ijo had already made it clear that he would give them another chance. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, I think I need to go make a phone call, Sia said in a respectful manner. Yi Ijo nodded. No problem, after you. Yi Ijo understood that his words had reached this point, and when Sia said that he wanted to make a phone call, that meant that he had listened to his words, and needed to ask for instructions from the people at the headquarters, and this cooperation, they needed to pay more attention to it. The case is taken and successful. It will be a great achievement for them, both for the person and the company, and vice versa. The negative effects are the same. Sia is just a designer. It's normal that she can't make the call. Soon, Sia called back and solemnly promised Yi Ijo in person. This cooperation, amicably concluded. After that, Yi Ijo signed the contract with West Asia and left directly with Lu Janua. And when he left, he didn't even say a formal goodbye. Yi Ijo also refunded all those money that he had paid before after he and Lu Janua came to the lobby. It was just a couple of not-so-gentle words, but the last thing they should have done was say it on an occasion like that. And he wasn't being petty, but this couldn't be dismissed. Sia had already given him no assurances, and he wasn't worried that Sia's people would mess up. But of course, if Sia wanted to use the Count's reputation or his personal future as a bet to vent his frustration, that would be fine. Yi Ijo was not a vegetarian. If he suffered a loss, he naturally wanted to get it back. In the car, Lu Janua curiously asked, "Hubby, I've been dying to ask you just now, do you really understand their language?" Yi Ijo drove while returning. "Yeah, don't believe your husband? No, I just feel too surprised. This kind of thing should be commonplace. I didn't expect it to be bumped into by you. I suspect that you just learned those spiteful words, so you understood what that person said." Lu Janua said back, "People pregnant women will become stupid. You are not pregnant. How can you be so stupid?" Yi Ijo looked back at her. "This is not pregnant or like this. If pregnant, that is still good?" "You, say that again?" Lu Janua huffed and looked at Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo is very clear how to provoke Lu Jiano. Sure enough, a sentence on Lu Jiano's fire ignited. He also said with a no one, "Daughter-in-law, you do not move. Otherwise, we have not even the wedding night it, on the Yellow Springs Road to go to the companion. I'm driving right now." Good. You can endure. You wait for me." Lu Janua was furious, but she couldn't do anything about Yi Ijo. This point of reasoning she still had, but she had already made a mental note to him. "Daughter-in-law, don't be like this. I didn't mean to talk about you." "Then you say, How can I just learn to spit out words? Your husband, I'm a very positive outlook. Okay? So tell me, was I right when I said you were a bit stupid? Lu Janua said in a serious manner. That said, Lu Janua really had no way to refute it. Not to mention that Yi Ijo was not the kind of person who didn't learn to spit on people's words on purpose. Even if he did, he wouldn't just happen to learn what that person said today. Moreover, Yi Ijo's nature was so light. This kind of thing really wouldn't happen to Yi Ijo. After a moment of silence, Lu Janua continued. Then how did you learn their words? And what's more, what that person said wasn't even words for international exchange. Yi Ijo turned back and threw Lu Janua a smug look. Yeah, another skill happened by my daughter-in-law. Although my grades are not good, but in fact I'm more interested in the languages of various countries, so I learned a little bit of everything. There's no way. Who let your husband is such a smart person? Lu Janua was directly shown by Yi Ijo. She snapped. Can you speak properly? Okay, daughter-in-law, don't I engage in stocks? I was already interested in the languages of various countries, and then because I was playing stocks, I learned them properly so that I could use them when speculating on stocks, and I probably learned about 40 or 50 of them. 40 or 50? Lu Janua's first reaction was disgust. Che, you really think you're some kind of genius? You're too good at bragging. I don't believe it. 40 or 50 kinds. Some people can do more than 10 kinds is already remarkable. This 40 or 50 kinds, that can still be a normal person? This is something that no one would believe when they say it. Yi Ijo smiled bitterly and covered his heart. Hey, it's too hard for me. My daughter-in-law doesn't even have this much confidence in me. I said it so sincerely, but she didn't even believe me. Lu Janua directly rolled her eyes. This guy has too much drama, right? Yi Ijo continued. If you turn back the opportunity, you will slowly see your husband's power. At this moment, even if I use those languages to talk to you, you won't believe it if you can't understand it. I'm not much of a natural at learning school classes, but I'm really pretty good at languages. These words provoked Lu Janua's competitive spirit. She directly opened her mouth and said a paragraph of foreign language she knew. Where did she think that Yi Ijo, back to the smooth and tone of voice and so on, said it much better than her? If it wasn't for the fact that he had the face of a five-star nation, Lu Jia Brewing would have been close to suspecting that he was a foreigner. Lu Janua do not believe, and said a mouthful of awkward language of other countries. She, although hood this foreign language mastery is not very good, but also more or less learned a little, simple or can barely understand. Yi Ijo, like before, picked up very smoothly, and after he finished, he even helped Lu Janua to correct the intonation and grammatical errors. Lu Janua was now not disbelieving, but shocked. What this guy just said can be true, but she still felt that it was too incredible for a person to know 40 to 50 languages. And Yi Ijo was still so young. Even if he was more talented, he would have to take time to learn it, right? It's good enough for others to learn one kind a year. According to his words, then wouldn't he be able to learn more than 10 kinds a year? If that's true, what kind of divine linguistic genius would he have to be? Honey, are you sure you went to a third-rate university? Lu Janua asked incredulously. Yi Ijo nodded. You can't measure me by my education. For example, I didn't study cooking, but I cook very well. Although I went to a third-rate university, it doesn't affect me to learn the languages of various countries. In short, your husband is already a genius who can't have a genius to describe him. Yi Ijo's words were confident, but now Lu Janua really can't spit it out. Yi Ijo is right. He is really a gifted player. He didn't learn to cook, but he cooks well, and he is also very gifted in speculation. And this time, she discovered a new skill of his, which is language. Whether it would be 40 or 50, this Lu Jiano did not know. But he could speak well in so many languages that she could barely understand. In Lu Jiano's opinion, it was already very remarkable. So, are you still a human being, little husband? Lu Janua joked. Yi Ijo looked back at her and smiled. Lu Janua was just joking. Yi Ijo smiled like this, making her suddenly have a very dangerous feeling. Sure enough, the next second, Yi Ijo's words of tiger and wolf came. Tonight, I'll let you check to see if I am or not. Lu Janua's little face was red. But in a rare moment, she actually thought of a move to hit back at her. Hubby, there's a supermarket up ahead. Stop for a moment. I'll go and buy a knife. It'll be good for tonight's inspection. Daughter-in-law, what do you want? Yi Ijo asked. I think husband, you probably don't want to be a human being too much, so I'll help you out. It's quite good to be a eunuch, and in the future you'll be saddled at the side of this palace. Lu Janua said in a serious manner. Yi Ijo made a horrified expression. Daughter-in-law. Don't be like this. Lu Janua was amused and laughed. Lu Janua found that the more she got along with Yi Ijo, the more she liked Yi Ijo. If she could still find so little superiority in front of Yi Ijo, it was probably the education. The second thing was her face. Her face, she was still confident. Everywhere else, she felt that she was actually the one who had climbed high above Yi Ijo. Previously only thought that Yi Ijo was very rich. After that also found that he was very capable of fighting, cooking skills comparable to a chef. And now found another item. His language ability is so strong. Learning a foreign language, better than she, a graduate of a prestigious university, to learn. Lu Janua was curious to know how many more mysteries were left in him. How much more excellent he was that she didn't know. She suddenly felt that Yi Ijo's comment about letting her slowly discover his abilities was quite interesting. Just as Yi Ijo said, every time she discovered his new skills, she would be even more fascinated by him. And now Lu Janua, full of expectations for the future, didn't know how many more surprises Yi Ijo had waiting for her. She was also too lucky to pick up such a wonderful husband halfway through her life. Daughter-in-law, I have something to tell you. Didn't I tell you before that I plan to clean up Sunbo? Just that kid. You just beat him to death. He probably won't grow a memory. There is a saying that the son does not teach. It is the father's fault. I intend to start from his father. I have a company that just happens to be cooperating with son's family, and the cooperation is quite deep. And recently his family's supermarket is in the process of a new chain of supermarkets. I intend to start from this aspect. If it were normal, I would have had to deal with him. I guess it would have taken a lot of effort. Well, now is the critical juncture of their family's business. There is no room for the slightest mistake. If this Sunbo could have some brains, they would have come to me the first time after the accident. Daughter-in-law, do you think I need to take in mercy if they really come to my door? Yi Ijo asked. A lesson was definitely needed. But he also had to respect Lu Janua's opinion. Don't drive them to extinction. Leave them a small way to live. Lu Janua said back. Yi Ijo nodded. Okay, listen to my daughter-in-law. Yi Ijo secretly sighed. Fortunately his daughter-in-law is not the kind of people who are overflowing with the heart of the Virgin. Otherwise this matter is really a little difficult to deal with. If he does not give a good lesson to the Sun family, the Sun family will certainly not grow a long memory. Not only will the Sunbo not change, but also likely to use only the strength to find trouble for him. If he forced himself to deal with it, he would inevitably be distracted with Lu Janua. And since Lu Janua didn't have a saintly mother's heart, things would look much better. Wait, husband, you said you have a company? Lu Janua asked in surprise as she remembered what Yi Ijo said as an afterthought. Well, there is one. Yi Ijo returned. Which company? It's just a modest company. The name is quite famous, called Si Yuan Group, doing snack food supply, right in our city. I acquired it last year. I absolutely hold it. Yi Ijo explained. Surprisingly it's that company. Have you been planning to clean up the Sun family for a long time? Lu Janua asked in surprise. This just was still surprised that Yi Ijo could speak so many languages. Now a company came out. Lu Janua had a feeling that she couldn't digest it. Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua with an aggrieved look. Daughter-in-law, you have wronged me again. I acquired this company at that time. I don't know who you are. My heart aches. I have to kiss to be good. As his words fell, the flesh on his waist fell into Lu Janua's hands again, but probably because she didn't end up abusing her pro-husband considering he was opening his mouth. If you say another stupid word about me, I will divorce you. Lu Janua huffed. Fine, fine. I won't say it, well, can't I? Yi Ijo hurriedly admitted his mistake. Words like divorce and breakup can be mentioned by women, but not by men. He can't mention it anyway. Sunbo is old man, but it is a lot smarter than Yi Ijo imagined. He Lu Janua back home truth. See, the Sun family father and son too are waiting anxiously outside the villa of Lu Janua. It looks like it should have been a long wait. Daughter-in-law, look, the Sun family father and son are here. Yi Ijo said to Lu Janua. I thought how powerful it was. So that's all I can do. Finding it so quickly. But it's much smarter than that Zhou Yunlong. Lu Janua also looked at the Sun family father and son too. In fact, she and Yi Ijo have never seen Sun Bo's father. But looking at the age difference between the two, and then look at Sun Bo's well-behaved appearance, it is not difficult to guess the relationship between the two. Should have waited for a long time, Yi Ijo said. Otherwise, that father and son wouldn't have come straight over after seeing both of their cars. However, I see Sun Bo's reluctant appearance. He should have been brought by his old man. Hey, at a glance, he is a rebellious fool. If he is half as smart as his old man, he wouldn't have come this far today. Yi Ijo finished and took the lead to get out of the car. Let's see what's going on first. If it's not too much, don't rush to the end. It's not easy for anyone to live. Lu Janua said to Yi Ijo while getting out of the car. Sun Bo, that's stupid. Even to go to the begging, Lu Janua will not pity him half. but Sun Bo's father struggled for several lifetimes of career, because the son ruined, really a little poor. After the two of them got off the bus, the Sun family's father and son also came in front of them, and the old man directly forced Sun Bo to kneel down without saying anything. I can see that Sun Bo is reluctant, but also had to be for the sincerity of the old man's arrangements. Sun Bo looked at Yi Izhou and Lu Janua. Startling, Lu Janua and Yi Izhou frowned in discomfort. Between Sun Bo's pale face and bloodshot eyes, it looks like the kind that hasn't rested for a long time. The previous Sun Bo, although it was said that his character made people dislike him, but his appearance still looked very good. Very clean eyes, handsome appearance, although it was not Lu Janua's favorite type, but at least it was still clean. This Sun Bo in front of me, the entire appearance of a dead fish. His face was still swollen from the beating, a pig's face, looked like it hadn't been cleaned up at home. Sun Bo's father, on the other hand, was dressed to look good, with clean habits and a well-managed figure, without the baldness and bloat that a common businessman would have. Didn't look too good though, didn't look like he'd had a lot to worry about in the last few days. There was also the wave of maneuvers he just made Sun Bo kneel down, and he looked like a practitioner. Sun Bo always looked at both Lu Janua and Yi Izhou with a vicious gaze. However, they were directly ignored by Yi Izhou. Sun Bo's father came to Yi Izhou's face. "Hello, I'm Sun Bo's father. I came with my son today to apologize to you two. It's because I taught my son poorly, letting my son disturb you two's purity without knowing his place. I brought him here today. You can punish him however you want." Punishment? Before Yi Izhou and the others could say anything, Sun Bo's father had already admitted his mistake first, which was an approach that a smart person would have done. Instead of begging for forgiveness, or being biased in favor of his son, there wasn't a single word in his words that begged for forgiveness, but the plea was clearly expressed. In fact, these 2 days see you on group side, did not do anything? Is that they are not in the supply of the Sun family? But also implied the other suppliers, not to the Sun family supply only. Their family is Dry supermarket, but Dry is not a small supermarket. Once the shortage of goods, that will directly affect all the operations of his family business. That loss can be imagined. Think edge of the executive president of the Sun family is a bit of acceptance of mercy. Otherwise the Sun family father and son will not come to apologize to Yi Izhou until now. This executive president, in the memory given by the system, Yi Izhou had seen a few times. This person is more me too. He thinks he is right. He will not be absolutely obedient. Sun Bo offended Yi Izhou. Also really good piece of coincidence. Just the peak season. He just offended Yi Izhou. This is the season when a break in stock will bring a fatal blow. Originally, in this kind of business, as long as there are no two big formidable enemies, there will not be such a problem. The first moment something went wrong, he turned his attention to his competitors, but realizing it wasn't even the ones he was up against, he rushed down to find out what was going on. His family's business is in the expansion period. Of course, all this money is not his own, are borrowed from the bank. At this time, if the bank knows that his family has a problem, then certainly will be the first time to urge his family to pay back the money. At that time, his Sun family will be finished. After checking for a day, he realized that the incident was related to his son because his son had offended Yi Izhou, Sun Bo's father, who understands the way of business. At this time, no matter what is right or wrong, his strength is not as good as others. That is his fault. So his first reaction is not to protect his son. This son of his, ever since he was a child, has never been a saving grace, thinking that a little bit of money in the family is a big deal. Before that, he was busy with his own career, and his son was just like showing off and being more playful, and he didn't make any mess. So he basically said a few words verbally. Where did I think that this time my son would mess with such a big Buddha? At first, Sun Bo was not admitting his mistake. Then after hearing the name Yi Izhou again, Sun Bo, a child who was always well behaved in front of his father, showed his anger for the first time. Afterward, after talking to my son, I learned what happened. Sun Bo's words are adding oil and vinegar to say, but he is able to hear and understand. This thing inside, Sun Bo is completely wishful thinking. The girl for him at all mean nothing. Multiple entanglements. That's Sun Bo's fault. Lu Janua never responded to him either, and he couldn't even find half a fault in the girl's family. Although it was his son, he also felt inwardly that it was impossible for a girl as independent as Lu Janua to look at his pusillanimous son. He had no choice but to try to enlighten his son as much as he could, and in order to make his son come to his senses, he even beat his son severely until his son promised that he would not pester Lu Janua anymore, and that he would not go toe-to-toe with Yi Izhou anymore. Whether he was rationalizing the facts or surviving out of reality, he had to do this. Otherwise, if he couldn't get Lu Janua and Yi Izhou's understanding, their Sun family would be completely finished. But some education down, although the son is promised, but he realized that the son is not sincere to admit fault. If this matter is not resolved once and for all, then this son will certainly bring devastating disasters to the family. Son Bo was cleaned up at home for 2 days, but the stubbornness in his bones still didn't ease up at all, and at first he was able to pretend to be soft, and finally confronted him directly. He fretted in his heart, but time waits for no one. There was no other way. He could only force Son Bo to bring to Yi-jo to recognize his mistake first, and lift the immediate crisis first. He came over early, but he knew that Yi-jo and Lu Janua were not at home. In addition to coming to the house to look for them, he did not know where else to look for Yi-jo and Lu Janua. There was no way. They could only wait here, and waiting for a morning. Time passed by the minute, and his heart became more and more anxious. Finally at noon, he saw Lu Janua and Yi-jo's car. Right now, he was so focused on apologizing to Yi-jo and Lu Janua that he completely missed his son's reaction. Seeing this, Yi-jo is more or less a little bit unable to bear it. Struggle for a lifetime. Quite not easy. As a man, this is not a little pride, but in order to reality, had to bow down. If not because of the raising of such a son, and why should I be subjected to such aggravation? Son Bo, as long as you can guarantee that you won't pester my wife from today onwards, and even if you accidentally meet her, you'll go around, I'll stop and let your family go. Yi-jo spoke indifferently. If it was Son Bo's father who was also the same as Jo Hwan's father, then he definitely would not be merciful. But reaching out was not a good idea, and he ultimately could not be that cold-blooded. Son Bo's fondness for Lu Janua was quite perverse, but he had also been beaten up by Yi-jo several times, and now that his father had stepped in, he thought that he would definitely discipline his son properly in the future. Yi-jo wanted to go back to rest with Lu Janua now. Hearing Yi-jo say this, Son Bo's father heaved a sigh of relief and was waiting for his son to give Yi-jo a guarantee, but after waiting for a while, he didn't see any movement from Son Bo, and he realized that at this time, Son Bo was staring viciously at Yi-jo. Son Bo's father's heart, which had just been relieved, was instantly raised to his throat again. Is this asshole kid getting himself killed? He had another worry-a-jung to Son Bo's face, but Son Bo still did not have any intention to change his posture. The gaze that he looked at Yi-jo, full of hatred, as if he couldn't wait to eat Yi-jo. Son Bo's father almost didn't get so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. You bastard. You guarantee, do you want to kill our son family? Do you want me and your mom's life's work to go down the drain because of you? Seeing Son Bo's father slapping Son Bo in the face, Yi-jo was depressed. He had already conceded so much. This Son Bo was truly insensitive. If Lu Janua was interested in him, then there was nothing more to say. Lu Janua had never liked him, and her liking for him, Lu Janua, was a little too perverted. Yi-jo really couldn't look at it anymore, and he spoke out to stop it. Alright, I won't make it difficult for you guys. If he doesn't guarantee it, then it's up to you. I don't want your son to come back to pester my wife. No matter what method you use, as long as you can do it, I won't make it difficult for you anymore. Yi-jo said. Son Bo's father thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, really thank you so much. Son Bo didn't care about his father. He just stood up, turned around and stumbled away. Seeing that his father was once again enraged, fearing that he had angered Yi-jo, he apologized again and again. Thank you, Mr. Yi, my son doesn't know any better. Please forgive me more. I will definitely not let them appear in front of you again. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Yi-jo again and hurriedly caught up with Son Bo and reached out to help him. But Son Bo didn't appreciate it at all, and directly pushed his father away, stumbling away by himself. His father had no choice but to catch up in a hurry, although he was angry in his heart, but in the end he was his own son. This scene made Yi-jo look at his heart. He will not pursue the matter, completely because of pity for Son Bo's father, but Son Bo was not really admit fault, which is a hidden danger in the end. Yi-jo was too lazy to look at it again and pulled Lu Janua to leave. They had just turned around when suddenly the sound of a really violent car tire scraping violently against the ground came to mind behind them. Yi-jo subconsciously looked back and saw that it was the car that Son Bo had just gone up to, which meant that the car was started by Son Bo. Such a violent way of starting made Yi-jo instantly feel the crisis. He was able to see the disobedience in Son Bo's heart, but he didn't think that he would even try to do something to kill someone. Although Yi-jo got the system's reward and has a certain martial arts foundation, but this kind of life and death rush, he is not 100% sure. His first reaction is to pull Lu Janua to avoid, but unexpectedly, Lu Janua also reacted. His first reaction was to protect her, and her first reaction was to protect him. Because of this, neither one brought the other out of the way in time. Son Bo obviously came with the mindset of getting Yi-jo and the others killed directly. Crazy to the extreme. Yi-jo dodged not very timely. Son Bo's car directly crashed through his side. although it only grazed the edge, but the powerful impact still directly brought over Yi Zhou. His leg smashed against a nearby step, and a sharp pain shot through him. Lu Janua quickly helped him up. Sun Bo's car rushed out, probably because it was too fast, and directly hit several cars on the side of the road. But he didn't have the slightest intention to stop. He killed his eyes, made a U-turn, and intended to charge toward Yi Zhou and them again. Lu Janua helped Yi Zhou to quickly duck to safety, wanting to try to get away from where the car could travel. But the situation obviously did not give them that much time to escape. Just as Yi Zhou was planning to push Lu Janua's truth away first, suddenly a person rushed towards the car. "Stop! You stop!" It was the voice of Sun Bo's father. Yi Zhou couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly endured the severe pain and pushed Lu Janua to a safe place. Not far behind them, there was a violent crash, and when Yi Zhou and Lu Janua turned back again, Sun Bo's car had crashed into a place where several cars were heard. Sun Bo seemed to be trying to struggle, but he was already injured and no longer had good dominion over his limbs, and the car had been scrapped beyond repair, so he couldn't even start it. "Honey, are you okay? How are you doing, daughter-in-law?" Both of them subconsciously went to check on each other, and then after seeing that the other was fine, they both sighed in relief at the same time. It was only after that the two of them looked at the place where Sun Bo's car had hit them. Upon seeing the situation, both of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Sun Bo had actually knocked his father out. "Husband, let's quickly call the phone. Call the police, all first aid, all call. Don't get killed," Lu Janua said while pulling out her cell phone. "Daughter-in-law, stay away. I'll go over and see what's going on." Yi Zhou signaled Lu Janua to go to a safe place while he carefully walked towards Sun Bo's direction. It was still unknown what the situation was, and what if Sun Bo did it again and hurt Lu Janua? The conscience of the people again let Yi Zhou cannot help not to ask. He had just taken 2 steps when he barely stumbled and planted himself on the ground, and it was then that he realized how badly his foot seemed to be hurt. Lift the trouser leg only to find that the leg injury broke a hole. Blood flowed. Judging from the pain, it should be a fracture, but even so, he didn't feel comfortable with Lu Janua checking out the situation. "Hubby, is Nua okay?" Lu Janua saw his injuries and asked with heartache, both eyes filled with tears and almost about to cry. Yi Zhou shook his head. "I'm fine. You call here. Don't come close. I'll go over to see what's going on." Yi Zhou had a martial arts base to protect his body. Even if he was badly injured, he still had no problem barely walking. Closer to see. Sun Bo's car was hit unshaped. His car is not far away. His father lying on the ground, blood flow, should be injured in the head. Look at the degree of bleeding, probably not live. As for Sun Bo, after the car was deformed, he was also hit hard. His head drooped at the window without glass, blood dripping down. Life and death are uncertain. Yi Zhou sucked a mouthful of cool air. Never seen such a heartless person. Their own crazy even if, but also a direct impulse. His old father also sent to Hades. What's the use of raising such a son? It is not enough to die. Otherwise, such a person stays, pestering Lu Janua every day. Maybe one will do something heartless. If both father and son end up giving an account, then Sun Bo's mother will be the only one left in the family who can catch what happens next. The family business, the bank calls, plus all these wrecked vehicles, and so on. Raising a child, really talking about luck, is also a technical work. Raising a Sun Bo like this, I really do not know how to say. Yi Zhou took a deep breath and reached out to turn off Sun Bo's car before giving Lu Janua a word about the situation and letting Lu Janua make an emergency call. As for trying to rescue or anything else, Yi Zhou would not hurt anyone without reason, nor would he be so motherly as to save someone like Sun Bo. If the person who fainted in this car today was Sun Bo's father, maybe he could still be kind. Lu Janua called the ambulance not long before the ambulance came. Yi Zhou was injured. He and Lu Janua also followed the ambulance to the hospital. Afterwards, with the relevant staff to make a statement or something, this matter, although they are related to, but happens such a thing, and they have nothing to do, the relevant staff naturally will not make things difficult for them. Daughter-in-law, why do you keep wanting to cry and cry? Is it because Sun Bo died? Are you sad? Yi Zhou asked, pretending to be angry. You die aside. Lu Janua subconsciously wanted to take care of the meat on Yi Zhou's waist, thinking that he was now. Yi Zhou noticed her movements and subconsciously deleted. Daughter-in-law, I'm injured now. Are you trying to take advantage of the fact that I have no power of resistance and want to eat me? If that's really the case, I'm willing. Yi Zhou, Lu Janua's hand, was already pinching Yi Zhou's flesh, but she still didn't have the patience to do it. Daughter-in-law, I have us. If you dare to bully me, I will tell our mom. Yi Zhou looked at Lu Janua with a straight face. Lu Janua was so angry that her breathing was unsteady. But Yi Ijo was injured, so where could she really lay her hands on him? You bastard. You wait for me, daughter-in-law. You can't really be because of Sunbo. If it's true, you tell me directly. Don't worry, I won't be jealous because of a dead man. Yi Ijo shook Lu Janua's arm and said in a pretense of generosity. In the next second, Yi Ijo directly hurt out a pig squeal and looked at Lu Janua pitifully. Daughter-in-law, I'm wrong. I'll never skin again. I'm really wrong. Seeing Yi Ijo admitting her mistake with such a good attitude, Lu Janua then let go of her. It's all because you deserve it. You deliberately provoked me. Lu Janua had wanted to clean him up for a long time, and had been holding back because he was injured. But where did she think that this guy was really good at messing with her? No, she'd finally done it, and he'd admit he was wrong. Daughter-in-law, I just teased you a little bit. Where did I think that you were so unteasing? Hey, Yi Ijo sighed helplessly. Okay, I'll give you a rub. Okay, who made you so bitches-skinned? Why do you think you're messing with me for nothing? Lu Janua complained helplessly while rubbing Yi Ijo. At this time, Yi Ijo sat up and seriously looked at Lu Janua and said, Daughter-in-law, you are heartbroken in your heart. I know, just now the doctor have said, although it is a fracture, but it will be fine if you recuperate, because your husband's body is good. You don't need to be so heartbroken for me. I tease you, is to let you relax to come? Otherwise look at you a wanna cry dare not cry look. I will be heartbroken. Where thought? Daughter-in-law you will be so hard on me. Hey, I'm too poor. He. So this is a serious nonsense. I have seen it. Lu Janua cried and laughed, especially Yi Ijo's pitiful look, as if he had been wronged by the heavens. Lu Janua had always felt that ostentatious men were the most unpleasant, but Yi Ijo's ostentatious appearance, how she felt quite smooth. If you hadn't suddenly returned to stand in front of me at that time, I wouldn't have even been injured. Yi Ijo continued to say mournfully. It sounded like words of complaint, but Lu Janua couldn't hear half an accusation. Hubby, I didn't mean it. You just did it on purpose. You are worried that I can't avoid it. So you deliberately came to protect me, aren't you? You've learned sparring quite well here, and your reaction speed is also very fast. If it were any other woman, it's estimated that she would directly be scared to tears. I didn't expect that in that kind of critical situation. The first thing you thought of was not that you yourself had to hide away, but that you had to protect me. At that time, Yi Ijo understood this, and in his heart, he was really touched. At that moment, Yi Ijo Sub was determined to spend a lifetime with Lu Janua's idea, which has nothing to do with the system, nothing else. No, you don't have to make a fool of yourself. I'm so good-looking and capable, and there are plenty of good days waiting for me. Why should I think twice about a man like you? Lu Janua said back. Yi Ijo raised his hand and cupped Lu Janua's chin, making Lu Janua and him look at each other. Daughter-in-law, are you telling the truth? How come it kinda looks so fake? Lu Janua slapped his hand away. What are you doing? This is still in the hospital. Then wife, when I go back I'll be giving myself to you. You can do whatever you want with me. Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua with a flowery face. Yi Ijo forgot about the pain after the scar, and forgot that he had just been taught a lesson by Lu Janua. I don't want you. What do I need you for? Nothing useful. Lu Janua rebuffed. There are many things I can do. Only daughter-in-law you can't think of. There is nothing I can't do. As long as you are willing, I am willing to serve you. Yi Ijo returned. Lu Janua then realized what she had just done. No matter what she said, as long as there was an opening, Yi Ijo would definitely be able to think of a way to tease her. Why are you this person like this again? Lu Janua's face instantly turned red, but she realized that every time she only suffered, letting Yi Ijo take advantage of her mouth. But she couldn't do anything about him. At night, Yi Ijo stared at the ceiling and launched himself into a daze. He had a broken bone and needed to stay in bed to recuperate, so he couldn't move around, and there was only one thing left to do, laze around. His fracture wasn't serious, but he needed to stay in the hospital for a few days to see how it went, and if it was nothing, he could go back to recuperating. Although Yi Ijo had received preferential treatment from the system and had martial arts on his side, he was actually a mere mortal in addition to being more capable of fighting, and when he was injured, he naturally had to recuperate. He stayed in the VIP ward. The room was in a very good environment, except for that one hospital bed and some medical treatment together next to it. The rest of the place, it was like a luxury hotel. Even the accompanying beds for the family members were available. At this moment, Lu Janua was dealing with the company's documents. She didn't feel relieved that Yi Ijo was alone in the hospital, so she let the company's people send all the documents that needed to be dealt with to the hospital. Yi Ijo told her that she could actually find an escort, but Lu Janua just didn't agree and had to accompany her personally. Lu Janua was tired of being busy, so she got up and moved her muscles, and her eyes naturally looked at Yi Ijo. Seeing that Yi Ijo was staring at the ceiling, being dumbfounded. Thinking about something? Lu Janua asked curiously. I am thinking about me and my daughter-in-law. In the depths of a night, I too. Yi Ijo's words have not finished. Lu Jiano's hand lifted to Yi Ijo's front, made a ringing neat movement. Yi Ijo immediately obediently closed his mouth. Poof. Lu Janua raised her bottom arrogantly. Honestly, what's on your mind? Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua's threatening face and could only put away his thoughts of trying to tease Lu Janua and said truthfully, actually, I was thinking about Sun Bo's family. What do you want this for? Lugano asked in disbelief. Yi Ijo hood in words, let Lu Janua heart twisted. It was in the hospital, and after what Sun Bo's family had gone through like that, she inexplicably felt uncomfortable in her heart. Yi Ijo didn't notice Lu Janua's expression. He continued, I thought about it. In fact, it's his father's responsibility that their family would become like this. Then they wouldn't have lost their lives. Sun Bo this person. In fact, in addition to do you lick the dog on this matter, a little paranoid, the other are okay, although more like to show off their wealth, but in fact, this is all the embodiment of insecurity. After a long time, it is easy to forget their own heart. Children have to be taught from an early age, and it's clear that his father did very little to discipline him on a regular basis, and then when something went wrong, he went to that extreme, and it was all because it was really pushed to the breaking point. In the end, he thought he could stop Sun Bo by using that way. To put it bluntly, it was that he thought His Majesty could deter Sun Bo, and it was obvious that Sun Bo was a rather rebellious person, the kind of person who eats softness but not hardness, and it was his father who liked to suppress him. His father is actually a smart man, but the only thing that doesn't go through the motions when it comes to raising a child. Lu Janua listened in a headlong daze. Hubby, are you regretting treating the Sun family that way? Yi Ijo shook his head. No, I have nothing to regret. If I don't lay my hands on them, then I guess the tragedy is not their families but both of ours. You have seen Sun Bo's appearance. Such an extreme person. If he keeps on pestering you, who knows what kind of heartlessness he will do in the back. I am just thinking, if we have our own children in the future, how to properly educate. Excessive indulgence will make the child cannot establish a correct outlook on life. Too much supervision of the child, but also will make the child too much pressure. So it is not necessarily a good thing. I also don't know exactly what kind of circumstances made Sun Bo so persistent in this matter of yours. One thought can result in two extremes, and we really need to reflect on how we can grow our own children well. You can't be too spoiled or too harsh. Each child's acceptance level is still different. It can be seen that Sun Bo is a child who is spoiled to the extreme at home, but is also free range, and you are also a free range child. But your and his three views are completely different. This being a parent, it can be really bad. Maybe a wrong approach leads to the tragedy of the child. Nua, how do you think we should educate our own child in the future, so that he can take the right path? Seeing how serious Yi Ijo was, Lu Janua was a bit speechless. Are you too idle? What are you doing thinking about these shadowless things for nothing? Or else, you even think about your life when you're old, don't you? Think about a lonely end? Yi Ijo heatedly smiled and looked at Lu Janua. This don't worry. There is a daughter-in-law you and me will not end up alone. My ability is very good. Let you give birth to a soccer team is no problem. I can also afford to raise, so as long as you are willing to do so, I am fully cooperative. I can already picture that image. When you're old and toothless, surrounded by our dutiful children, giving you a good laugh. Toothless all old lady. Ha ha. In the next second, Yi Ijo screamed out in pain. Ah, daughter-in-law, you murder your own husband. The meat on his waist is being pinched by Lu Janua in the heart of his hand. Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua with a face of grief. He has not said two words. Daughter-in-law how to move her hand again? But isn't it legendary pain and pleasure? Although he was often cleaned up by Lu Janua, Yi Ijo never just settled down for a while, and when he turned back, he forgot the pain of being cleaned up again, and what he should tease continued to tease. Getting up, Lu Janua's hands were not very heavy, but they were heavier than once. Lu Janua would have been a perennial fitness girl. The power of the hand will be much heavier than others, and then underhand so heavy, which makes Yi Ijo really a little overwhelmed. I don't have any teeth, do I? Lu Janua asked in a threatening tone. Women care the most about their looks. Yi Ijo even said her old side. This is simply death. No. Daughter-in-law, you heard wrong. You will always be 18 years old. Will always look as beautiful as a flower. Just now those words are all husband blindly. He. Yi Ijo hurry to please, and then make it go on. Lu Jiano will not be able to put he is a very good man. but he is a very good man. Although he was threatened, Yi Ijo suddenly put over such a rainbow fart, hearing Lu Janua redden her face. This man's mouth, when it's sweet, it can snore people to death, and when it's cheap, it's very punching, so Lu Janua can't do anything about him. Obviously all are tired of dead people's words, but in Yi Ijo said, Lu Janua felt unusually good, along with Yi Ijo's words, then asked, then what? Yi Ijo opened his mouth. When the daughter-in-law turns around, her beauty can scare a cow to death. Ah, daughter-in-law. I slipped my tongue. It was a slip of the tongue. This time, Lu Janua let go of his waist. Directly on his arm came a deep bone kiss. Not a moment later, his hand had a complete row of teeth marks. Let your mouth so cheap. Lu Janua, satisfied with his work, turned to go to the companion bed, lay down his hand, directly gave Yi Ijo a back. Yi Ijo cried and laughed, looked down behind his hand, and even brought it to the tip of his nose to smell it. Ah, son of a bitch, what are you doing? Lu Janua and Yi Ijo did not pay attention to the time, has quietly turned around, with the quilt will be their own mo blindfolded, carefully from the gap to watch Yi Ijo's every move. See Yi Ijo will just she bit the place to get the nose there to smell a little bit. Lu Janua directly exploded. Yi Ijo quickly put his hand down. No, daughter-in-law. Lu Janua huffed and got out of bed, brought wet tissue paper, pulled Yi Ijo's hand, and wiped the teeth marks she had just made over and over again. It wasn't until she rubbed Yi Ijo's arm red that she finally stopped. Daughter-in-law, I was just thinking about whether or not to call the doctor. Yi Ijo whispered. Lu Janua was puzzled. What are you looking for a doctor for? Lu Janua, who was originally a little worried about whether Yi Ijo was uncomfortable somewhere, once again blew up after hearing what he said. Yi Ijo returned. I just want to ask the doctor. Do I want to take a rabies vaccine or something? In the next second, on Yi Ijo's other arm, there was another row of teeth marks. There is a saying that if you don't make it, you won't die. And this is probably what Yi Ijo said. Yi Ijo looked at his hand mournfully and said in an aggrieved manner, daughter-in-law, you've changed. You weren't like this before. The old you, gentle, beautiful, capable, good everywhere. The fire that Lu Janua had just finished venting, burned up again, meaning that the previous her was more perfect, and now she was not? And then, Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo with fire and brimstone. She had even thought about how to clean up Yi Ijo. And then, Yi Ijo wanted to speak, a look of not daring to tell the truth. This makes Lu Janua's heart even more crazy. Speak dumb, you don't dare to speak? Yi Ijo heatedly laughed and opened his mouth with a pleasing face. And then, you are still so beautiful now, so gentle, wherever and wherever is good. All the beautiful words used on you. I feel that I won't be able to interpret your beauty yet. To be able to marry a daughter-in-law like you is a blessing that I, Yi Ijo, have cultivated for several lifetimes. No, dozens of lifetimes, hundreds of lifetimes, thousands of lifetimes. The fire in Lu Janua's heart was instantly doused, and after freezing for a few seconds, the speed of her heartbeat went haywire. She was all ready to clean up Yi Ijo. She did not expect Yi Ijo would suddenly come to such an outburst, which was completely out of her expectation, and the sweet gamble was not within her knowledge. Che, do you have this nonsense at your fingertips? Thousands of lifetimes. How can someone like you deserve thousands of lifetimes? Lu Janua was sweet in her heart, but there was no way she could admit it on her lips. She was touched and at the same time, she didn't forget to bury Yi Ijo. Daughter-in-law, I said all the truth. You do not know. I meant for you, enough to wait for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years finally in this life, let you fall in love with me. I intend to never separate from you in the future, and every reincarnation in the future. I want to find you, and you to stay together for a long time. Yi Ijo took Lu Janua's hand and looked at her with deep affection. Lu Janua shook off his hand. Let go. How can you say such unpleasant words? I can't even listen to it anymore. Who wants to be with you every reincarnation? Yi Ijo hurriedly asked. Then let's stay together for one life before we talk about it? Lu Janua was a bit unable to resist Yi Ijo's sugar-coated bombs and almost gave in. I'm ignoring you. Lu Janua wanted to say something to refuse, but she somehow managed to have the words reach her mouth and become these petulant words. Daughter-in-law, you see that I have expressed my loyalty so much. In this late night, shouldn't the two of us do something? Just like, kiss a that or? Yi Ijo asked. Lu Janua instantly blew up. Yi Ijo was really too good at it, able to move her to tears in minutes. And when she wasn't properly moved, he would easily blow her up with a single sentence. Okay, then dear husband, you take your time to kiss, I'll leave you alone. Good night. Lu Janua forced herself not to get angry this time, but smiled and finished with Yi Ijo and went back to her companion bed. Yi Ijo was confused. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to kiss us, so what? Isn't that dear husband? Lu Janua returned in a serious manner. Yi Ijo cried and laughed, but also a little bit of a small accident. Did not expect this little woman this time to learn smart. All know how to pick up his stubble. Yi Ijo knew that Lu Janua was deliberately playing dumb, but his own daughter-in-law, he had to spoil. Wait, when the time comes, I will make you beg for mercy. Yi Ijo secretly thought in a bad way. Yi Ijo, this hospitalization stayed for a week. After all, it is a fracture. Recovery to be slower. The doctor was not really recommending discharge, but neither he nor Lu Janua liked hospitals, so when they saw what was going on, they planned to go home and recuperate. It's always easier to be at home. It's just a few more trips to the hospital. And Sun Bo's matter also so ended. Yi Ijo did not go to ask Sun Bo's mother, did not let the company continue to put pressure on the Sun family, but did not say that just let them go. Without Yi Ijo's command, the company will not continue to deal with the Sun family in the mess left behind before, but also have to Sun Bo's mother to clean up by herself. All adults have to pay for their actions. He wouldn't be so saintly as to feel guilty about something because Sun Bo and his father died. Everything has a cause and effect. The Sun family itself has a bunch of problems. Today, even if it is not Yi Ijo, sooner or later there will be someone who will go to teach the Sun family a lesson because of Sun Bo, and the ending will not necessarily be better than this time. After all, Sun Bo's nature was there. At this time, Lu Janua was carefully treating Yi Ijo's wound and changing the medicine. Yi Ijo, who did not make a mistake, began to have an idle mouth again. He looked at Lu Janua so attentive, and didn't hold back from opening his mouth and flirting again. Daughter-in-law, I've been looked at and touched by you for nothing every day since I was injured. Shouldn't you be responsible for me? Ah, Yi Ijo just finished. Lu Janua suddenly slapped on Yi Ijo's leg, although it was just a light slap, but the slap was a wound, making Yi Ijo directly hurt so much that he couldn't say anything. After a while, after slowing down, he continued, Daughter-in-law, don't be so violent, okay? You are murdering your own husband, you know? Lu Janua reached out. In the sofa he just wrapped, gently touched, I just want to try to see if there is elasticity. And, you don't be so uneducated. The doctor said, you have to be more active. Promote blood circulation is better faster. This patting is also a way to live blood. Yi Ijo returned. Daughter-in-law, the doctor said to move around more. He didn't say for you to beat me up more. You're obviously intentionally trying to hurt me. I get it. You're crushing on me to get better. Because you love me so much that you're afraid I'll run away when my legs are better. So you want me to never be able to stand up so I won't leave you. Daughter-in-law, even if you love me more, you can't do this to me. Lu Janua directly rolled her eyes. I've seen shameless. I've never seen you so shameless. You're so able to talk. Why don't you go to heaven? Lu Janua had now become immune to this open-mouthed deadly flirting of Yi Ijo. Daughter-in-law, I don't want to go to heaven. I just want to be shoulder to shoulder with you. When are you going to be Mrs. Yi? Shoulder to shoulder with me? Yi Ijo asked half jokingly and half seriously. If he didn't take into account Lu Janua's little woman's mind, he could not wait to bring Lu Janua home to meet his parents now, and then directly hold a big banquet to tell the world about the two of them. I have to take my time to consider this. What if you're just a horny guy who sees my beauty and isn't true to me? Lu Janua returned carelessly. Daughter-in-law, don't be so tough. After what happened with Sun Bo, I do see that you love me to the bone. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to protect me even in spite of your own danger. Right? I have to thank Sun Bo for this. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be able to see the side of you that loves me so much. Yi Ijo took Lu Janua's hand and just touched it lovingly. But the deep love is only 3 seconds. But don't. Lu Janua disgustedly shrugged off. Don't put gold on your face. How come I didn't realize you were such a greasy man before? If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have gotten a license with you. Yi Ijo half-heartedly put Lu Janua's dislike on his mind. Continued. Daughter-in-law. Really? I was moved from that moment of that day until now. You said, you didn't care about your own safety at that time. You wanted to protect me. And me, my first reaction was also to protect you. How many lovers in the world can do this kind of you for you relationship? It is said that husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly separately when great difficulties come. People are selfish. In life and death, all they think about is themselves. This kind of can put the other half in the first place. It is really few and far between. Look, we both understand each other's hearts so well. Or else, let's both further understand each other again? Yi Ijo asked with intention. Since he had Lu Janua, he had little interest in his own handiwork, and was full of Lu Janua, ready to serve at any time. Now that the two were sleeping together, he was able to restrain himself during the day, but at night, holding such a beautiful daughter-in-law and not being able to be in anything. It was just torture for him. However, he had to take into account Lu Janua's young mind. Yi Ijo deliberately flirted with Lu Janua, but it was just to vent his impulses. Before, Yi Ijo had been able to clearly feel that he was in Lu Janua's heart, but he did not expect that in Lu Janua's heart, his position was already beyond life and death. Knowing what Lu Janua had been through, he could understand that Lu Janua was insecure, so he had been careful to take care of it. He often flirted with Lu Janua this way, but also to let Lu Janua slowly let down the defenses in her heart, and was able to accept him earlier. Alright, then let's get to know each other better. Lu Janua nodded. Yi Ijo just wanted to rejoice. Lu Janua's next words made him instantly cry and laugh. Honey, do you remember how old you were when you wet the bed? Lu Janua asked seriously. Yi Ijo, who was already ready to tease Lu Janua, was instantly unable to be chatted up by Lu Janua. He fell silent and returned. Daughter-in-law, a husband and wife must be sincere with each other. Before I tell you, don't you have to tell me first? If you're too embarrassed to say, I'll ask our mom. She'll definitely know. You know, right now our mom is very satisfied with me as a son-in-law. I want to get to know you a little bit more. She naturally won't refuse. Lu Janua was helpless. Was this man a dog? No matter what she said, he always had a backstroke waiting for her that she wouldn't expect. Lu Janua's hand landed on his leg injury again and Yi Ijo gave an exaggerated cry. After that, Yi Ijo sighed helplessly. Hey, Lugano continued. Come on, hubby, let's continue to learn. How many exes have you had? Let me ask it another way. How many virtuous women have you victimized before? Yi Ijo did not intend to answer, although he had not talked about a date, but he had seen others talk about a date. This is a giveaway. Yi Ijo asked instead of answering. Daughter-in-law, people say that women are rich if they change. Are you? As a result, it was still a giveaway. And just after Yi Ijo's question, Lu Janua's hand lifted and was about to land on his wound. Yi Ijo hurriedly caught her hand with a bitter pleading expression. Lu Janua jerked her hand away. Less slander. I'm a good clean girl, okay? Lu Janua secretly disliked Lu Janua. Couldn't something good come out of his mouth? You have the face to talk about me? I still don't know how many good girls you've wrecked. If I hadn't gotten a license, I would have kicked you out a long time ago. Lu Janua arrogantly raised her chin. Disliking to disliking. In fact, in Lu Janua's heart, Yi Ijo is still perfect. So to say that about Yi Ijo, it is completely intentional to try to make things difficult for him. If he was really such an unreliable man in her heart, then Lu Janua wouldn't even look at him, let alone fall in love with him. Daughter-in-law, this means I'm a very tasty my flavor is very good. Do you want to taste it? Free, no charge. Come on daughter-in-law. Yi Ijo said and opened his arms waiting to greet Lu Janua. Seeing Lu Janua's lack of response, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Lu Janua looked more or less reluctant, but eventually moved closer to his arms. Women will be a little embarrassed. This Yi Ijo still understand. Lu Janua approached Yi Ijo's arms and instantly turned into a docile kitten, not moving a muscle. Yi Ijo patiently stroked her head and soothed her. At first, the picture was quite cozy, but gradually it changed, and the atmosphere unconsciously became ambiguous. This made Lu Janua even quieter. There was a voice in her heart that wanted her to run away, but her body was as if she had no bones. She just went limp in Yi Ijo's arms. Yi Ijo at first just wanted the two to be able to get a little closer. Lu Janua is a rare cooperation. At first, he felt pretty good, but gradually he felt less good. It was getting late, and that urge in his bones was slowly coming back. That, daughter-in-law. Yi Ijo spoke tentatively. Lu Janua uttered in confusion. Daughter-in-law, I seem to be a bit on fire. Do you want to help put out the fire, okay? Yi Ijo asked in a small voice. You're on fire? Lu Janua was confused. Yi Ijo cried and laughed, not expecting that his wife, who was usually so shrewd, was suddenly silly at this moment. The silly book is cute and funny. Yi Ijo is really feeling on fire. Just can't help but say so. See, Lu Janua's stupid reaction does not come over. He kind of don't know how to say on. In case of triggering Lu Janua's sensitive little nerve. By then he don't know how to coax Lu Janua. It's okay. I just said it casually. Let's continue watching TV. Yi Ijo helplessly said back. At this moment, the plot staged on the TV was just at the right place to look good. Lu Janua's attention was instantly attracted by the TV, and did not take Yi Ijo's words to heart. Yi Ijo regretted and felt relaxed at the same time. Feeling the fire in his soul, he helplessly said in his heart, oh penis, hold on a little longer. Soon, I'll work harder, and try to get my wife to lower the fire for you sooner. It was getting late and there were no lights on in the living room. which was dark except for the light emanating from the television. Lu Janua didn't take a while, but fell asleep in Yi Ijo's arms. Yi Ijo cried and laughed. Although he was injured, he picked up Lu Janua with ease and gently carried her back to her room. This night, Yi Ijo didn't sleep for a few hours again. He, who had always been a good sleeper, had often suffered from insomnia ever since he had shared a room with Lu Janua. The next day, he woke up, directly seeking numbness, got up and left Lu Janua's room without looking back. Not even the courage to look back. Now that Lu Janua is not so defensive towards him, when he sleeps at night, he is not too peaceful and often makes Yi Ijo almost not have a nosebleed. Getting up and tidying himself up, he went out to buy groceries as usual. The coolness of the morning made him feel instantly more comfortable. After the meal, Lu Janua was just about to go out when her cell phone suddenly rang. That's the beep. Lu Janua and Yi Ijo, two people, are not much of a crossroads of people, usually contact only so many people, and most of them have something directly call, will not send a message, probably because of the previous time when Sun Bo messed up in the group. It made Yi Ijo wary in his heart, and he subconsciously worried the moment Lu Janua's cell phone rang. What kind of a person makes another mistake? Lu Janua opened his cell phone to read the message, and Yi Ijo was a little careful and vain to come over. Just look if you want to. Do you need to sneak around? Lu Janua directly passed her cell phone in front of him. Then I'll be polite. Yi Ijo smiled and came in a little further. The relationship between the two, day by day more and more intimate. Lu Janua also did not have the same kind of resistance before. This kind of small physical contact has been in the range of her acceptance. The two now look as sweet as they can be. Lu Janua opened her cell phone and the message was from the class group. After Zhao Qin eyed Lu Janua, she asked, Lu Janua, where did Sun Bo go? How come I can't contact him? I can't find him anywhere? After Lu Janua saw this message, she hurriedly looked at Yi Ijo next to her, just as Yi Ijo was also looking at her. The two were very close, and her suddenly twisting her face in such a way almost caused their lips to touch, just a little bit away from each other. In the next second, Lu Janua directly reddened and forgot to react. Yi Ijo secretly sad. This distance, how is it just a little bit worse? At this time, it was not good for him to take the initiative to go further. After a while, Lu Janua violently turned her head and asked in a pretense of composure, Hubby, we won't, will we? Just return an unclear. Yi Ijo said to Lu Janua while secretly regretting. Lu Janua obediently nodded. Good, but the message sent was, what's it to me if you can't find him? Yi Ijo cried and laughed. Daughter-in-law this? How to sound so heavy gunpowder flavor? After returning the message, Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo's hand on her shoulder. Quickly take your hoof away. This baby is going to work. Daughter-in-law, you're the boss. It's okay to go a little later. Even if you don't go for the whole day. It's still okay, just let me hold you for a little longer. Yi Ijo hugged Lu Janua tightly while pampering her. You won't even let me cuddle when I go to bed. You even split the covers with me. You don't even know how sad I am. Daughter-in-law, when are you going to let me turn around and we'll make a little person together? Building a villain? Can you not dream in broad daylight? Lu Janua gave him a disgusted look and got up to leave. At that moment, the voice from the Res sounded again. Yi Ijo took the opportunity to pull her back and hug her again. Daughter-in-law, you read the message first, just so I can also hug her for a while longer. Step aside. Lu Janua's tone was disgusted, but she still let him hold her as she turned on her cell phone. In the group, Zhao Qin again ate Lu Janua. How is it nothing to do with you? He suddenly can't find anyone. It's something to do with you. Before in the group, you also put out a vicious word saying that you want your husband to make him become a negative second generation. Say, is it that you guys have done something to him? Lu Janua, your heart is also too hard. Sun Bo in the end, where did he offend you? You even to this he's so vicious. You better tell me where he is, or I will immediately call the police. Do you believe? Other students came out to join in the fun. Classmate A said, this early in the morning on the bar. What's the situation? Can't it be that Sun Bo really had an accident? I thought that matter would be over after talking about it, but it turned out that Sun Bo suddenly couldn't find anyone? Classmate C said, I thought you guys went to solve the problem privately. That's why the group has been so quiet these days. How could Sun Bo not be found for good reason? He is the one whose cell phone is never turned off. Classmate D.I. Zhao Qin, could it be that people Sun Bo doesn't want to see you? He said in the group before that he has nothing to do with you. And again, he might have put you on the blacklist, so you can't contact him. Anyone else who has Sun Bo's phone number, call to see what's going on. Zhao Qin, impossible. I changed several cell phones, all of them prompted to turn off. I even went to look for him in the places he often went to, and there was no news from him. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo, but this time, she deliberately shrunk her head back, pulling away from Yi Ijo. Hubby, How am I going to get back? Yi Ijo secretly sighed. Really? The opportunity lost will not come back. Look at his wife. All know how to circumvent the unexpected intimacy of the two people. Yi Ijo returned. If not, there is a possibility that the woman will really not call the police, which is nothing. After all, Sun Bo will have an accident. It is all his own fault. If he did not want to kill us, it would not have happened that way. It's just that, when the time comes, if Sun Bo's matter is known by all those classmates of yours, they will inevitably add fuel to the rumor. And by that time, daughter-in-law, your image in the hearts of your classmates may be very bad. They don't care what caused it. They will only think that Sun Bo's death is related to you. There is or will think that Sun Bo just your husband forced to die. Then, they will not only stay away from you, but will also spread all kinds of bad things about you. Lu Janua full of unconcerned back. It's fine. Anyway, I do not want to interact with them. This group I stay or not stay does not matter. I have not said anything from the time I entered this group. Are this time Sun Bo in the group rumors? I just spoke for the first time. I'll just tell her the truth. Yi Ijo was a bit helpless. Just now you didn't listen to me. You're not going to listen to me now? Here, give me the phone. Stop saying that full of flames. Daughter-in-law, you can have nothing to do with them, but you don't have to make them think that you're not good anywhere. People talk, right? That Sun Bo was a crazy person before. Who knows what kind of ghost this Zhao Qin could be? Even if you don't want to have anything to do with your classmates, you might meet them at some point, on some occasion, and sometimes rumors can be very damaging. And you don't have to be seen as if you were seeing how horrible you are or how big of an enemy you are. Yi Ijo took Lu Janua's cell phone, and she didn't object. Yi Ijo returned. I am Lu Janua, her husband. About Sun Bo, I truthfully tell everyone, he is dead, but it has nothing to do with me. And my wife, it is his own personal driving to kill himself. After Yi Ijo's message was sent out, the classmate groups all exploded. Oh my god, Sun Bo is dead? No way. Not only did Sun Bo die, he ran himself over? My god, what's going on today? Hearing news like this so early in the morning. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhao Qin aided Lu Janua's. You said you're Lu Janua's husband? The man you met at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Yi Ijo directly sent a voiceover. Yes, it's me. My name is Yi Ijo. I'm Lu Janua's husband. In the next second, Zhao Qin directly ate Lu Janua's and scolded. You son of a bitch. Before Lu Janua said in the group that she would let you turn Sun Bo into a negative second generation. That's already considered excessive. You even said again today that Sun Bo ran himself over and killed himself. And, without us knowing it, it was also known by you and Lu Janua. Is there such a coincidence in this world? I'm not going to believe you. Save what you have to say for the police station. I'm calling the police right now. Seeing Zhao Qin's reply, Lu Janua hurriedly tried to explain to Yi Ijo. Honey, I said that in the group because... Yi Ijo smiled at her. Daughter-in-law, you don't need to explain. I believe you. I see Sun Bo are angry. You were defamed by Sun Bo and them. That must be even more angry. I said the other day that I want to clean up Sun Bo. It seems that the two of us really do have a tacit understanding. We really are a couple. You don't have to worry with me. You don't have to explain to me whatever it is. I trust you. Always. This Zhao Qin is dead set on not letting go. Why is that? Does she really love that Sun Bo? Or does she have some other purpose? Yi Ijo finished and replied Zhao Qin in the group. Zhao Qin is it? I've seen you on my wife and I went to get a license. You were sitting in Sun Bo's co-pilot at that time. So, you're so indignant now because you really love Sun Bo miserably? Even if you loved him miserably, that's between the two of you. It has nothing to do with anyone else at all. He'll die. He ran himself over with his car. We just happened to see it. It's not like you can't call the police if you want to, but I've got to warn you. You think the police wouldn't know about something this big? By this time, things would have been settled long ago. It seems that you don't have a good relationship with Sun Bo either. Otherwise you wouldn't even know where his house is. But you wouldn't be here to ask someone where he's going if you've gone to his house to look for him. By this time, others are probably in the ground. Have a say. He pestered my wife every day, denigrating my wife in the group. I know all about it. I do intend to let him become a negative second generation, and have already done it. Waiting for their family will only be bankruptcy. You have something to do, rushing at me, and my wife is not half related to it. Don't just know how to pester my wife every day. You dare to bully my wife again. I'm sorry to you. It's not easy to be destined to be a classmate. Also are already adult people. All have to be responsible for their own words and deeds, and there is no need to make a mess in the future to see each other. Are like enemies? As for my wife has never actively provoked you, right? Why do you guys make things difficult for him? Today, I'm putting my words here. In the future, if anyone dares to bully my wife, I will definitely make him pay. Yi Ijo's words were sent out to play for a while, but no one of voice. Probably didn't even expect that Yi Ijo would suddenly pop up and say something so protective of his wife. After a while, Zhao Qin replied back, "Damn, do you really think you're good? A stinking courier. Who do you think you are? You said you happened to see Sun Bo in an accident. I think you and Lu Janua shamelessly did that kind of intimate, disgusting thing in front of him to make him so irritated. How dare you say that you'll let him become a negative second generation? People's supermarkets are running fine. Who do you think you are to make people lose everything with a single word? If you're good, you can even get me killed." When he saw Zhao Qin's reply, Yi Ijo only felt that this woman was a fool. But that's how stupid people's brains are wired. It's just so self-serving. Sun's supermarket is indeed still open. So what's so unusual about that? His family is a brick-and-mortar supermarket with a strong foundation. So how can he declare bankruptcy in a day or two? Sun Bo and his father is dead. But the Sun family is not no one. The bank debt collection will not go to do no humane thing at this juncture, is estimated to be still in the wait and see. Sun Bo's father can make his family's industry today, showing that his mother is not a simple little woman. With Sun Bo's mother, the supermarket normal business is normal. Yi Ijo returned. And you do not talk much. The Sun family will go bankrupt. You have plenty of time to verify. Are so old, who can no longer afford, and will not casually get a person killed. The legal system, only the law-abiding will live longer. Then again, you take yourself too seriously. You don't deserve what I do to you yet, and I feel like it's a waste to talk to you much. You would be so strong, probably all because you borrowed Sun Bo's power. Now that Sun Bo is dead, whose power do you want to borrow in the future? Since Sun Bo is gone, you should still think about your way out earlier. In case you are lucky, you can still hook up with another rich second generation or something. After a moment of silence, Yi Ijo added, "Please don't date my wife in the future. It's very annoying, you know?" After saying this, Yi Ijo returned the cell phone to Lu Janua. Lu Janua said, "Hubby, this Zhao Qin is really relying on Sun Bo's power. She said before that she didn't work, that's why she dared to be so provocative. Without Sun Bo in the future, she will have no backing, and when she establishes the fact that Sun Bo is dead, there's no telling what she'll do." Yi Ijo returned, "Daughter-in-law, don't worry, this kind of woman, at a glance, is looking at Sun Bo's money. When she is sure of the news that Sun Bo is dead, she should go to another man at the first opportunity. Otherwise how should she live in the future? However, prevention is not an option. Daughter-in-law, you have to pay attention to safety when you go out. There's no guarantee that this woman won't go crazy. If something happens, you must contact me at the first time. I'll take care of it, okay?" Yi Ijo carefully explained. "Don't feel like you are making trouble for me. You are my wife. It is right for me to guard you. Guarding you poorly is the only way I will feel useless and won't feel like you are trouble." Previously, she had put down harsh words that she wanted Sun Bo to be a negative second generation. If Yi Ijo didn't know from the system, she wouldn't have been honest with him. Lu Janua nodded. Okay, I know. I'll be careful, and I'll contact you if anything happens. I have to go to work." Lu Janua grabbed her cell phone and headed out the door. Until she got to the car, her heart was still bumping around. She did worry that she was always getting Yi Ijo into trouble and was afraid that he would get tired of her. The words of Yi Ijo just now moved her to the core. After Lu Janua left, Yi Ijo took out his cell phone and called the executive president of Yuan Group. "What's going on with the IKEA supermarket?" Yi Ijo asked. "I have stopped the supply from their house as you instructed me to do, and several other suppliers, which I hinted at, have also stopped their supply." "Then how come it's been so many days and it hasn't collapsed yet?" Yi Ijo asked. The other side of the phone replied, "Supermarkets like them will have stock, so the closure will not be very fast, at least 10 days and half a month. During this time, they will certainly be the first to go to find other sources of goods. If the goods from elsewhere, and in such an emergency, the other side will certainly sit on the ground, that the cost will increase a lot. By the way, I heard that the owner of IKEA and his son were both killed in a car accident together. See, the family business is taken care of by the boss's wife. And I've heard that there's been a lot going on in their house lately, and with so much competition in this day and age, many of their peers are trying to bring down IKEA at this time, so that they no longer have the means to survive, so that other families can have a chance to move up the ladder. I heard that the bank side is also ready to call in the money behind. Even if we do nothing, IKEA can at most do to last another half a month or so. Well, then let them slowly go out of business." Yi Ijo finished returning and hung up the phone. The executive president is right. This kind of entity industry, want to let them close down. Not a day or two can do things. After all, people are the bottom, but then the deep bottom cannot resist the internal and external problems. Without a source of goods, and being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, the world's least short of people who fall into the well. Those people will not sympathize with the Sun family just died. They want to take advantage of this opportunity to screw the Sun family. The mall is like a standing room only, not so much rendism. After that, Yi Ejo and the home carefully cleaned up a bit. Originally every day unkempt him and Lu Janua together, as if suddenly have a cleanliness fetish. Nothing like to clean up the home clean. Afterward, he tiredly lay down on the sofa to rest, and the reenactment between him and Lu Janua suddenly replayed itself in his mind. When he experienced it, he seemed to be able to barely tolerate it, and this sudden thought of it gave him a feeling of hunger and thirst. Yi Ejo sighed helplessly. In continuing this, I won't be suffocated to death? Obviously it's just a little bit short of. Yi Ejo thought of the words that he had asked Lu Janua to help put out the fire last night. Lu Janua looked as if she really didn't understand, but he had the feeling that the little woman was doing it on purpose. The two of them were now a lot closer, but Yi Ejo always felt a little slow, and most of all, it seemed like he had waited torturously. How many days had passed since then? And he and Lu Janua were still at the stage of physical contact, not even a kiss on the mouth. He wanted too much to skip these processes directly to whichever step he wanted, but he was worried that Lu Janua's heart capacity was limited, and if he scared Lu Janua directly, the cow would not be worth the loss. If that were true, the process for those two would probably have to be pushed back again for a long time. What do I have to do to get my daughter-in-law to take the initiative to give me a small kiss? Yi Ejo fell into deep thought. I have to think of a way. Before, with Wu Shuanyu and mother-in-law as the two godly assists, allowing me to successfully get into my daughter-in-law's bed, it seems that I have to resort more to using external forces in order to make my daughter-in-law and I develop even further. But where am I going to find this power? There doesn't seem to be any way to use any other power for this step. Does there? I can't have my mother-in-law directly force her to kiss me, right? Ha, right. There's still mother-in-law who can help. Yi Ejo suddenly thought of a good idea. While the mother-in-law cannot directly force the two to be intimate, she can push forward to advance them. Mother-in-law is the only family member of my daughter-in-law left. Why don't I go to the place where my daughter-in-law used to live to have a look? I can know more about my daughter-in-law, and I can also get closer and closer to my mother-in-law. And if I take care of my mother-in-law, that's half of the success. Maybe we can come up with something good. Not sure? Yi Ejo think one out is one out. This idea, as soon as it pops up, he immediately put into action. Go out. Ride on his own small electric donkey. Send a message to the mother-in-law to ask for the address. Set off to the mother-in-law's house. On the way there, Yi Ejo only bought some fruits, vegetables and other things. He already knew from Lu Janua's mouth. Mother-in-law is not a person who lacks money. Those useless supplements and so on, he did not buy. It is better to cook a meal for mother-in-law to be more practical. The truth that he arrived, his mother-in-law, Shirley Wu, was already waiting for him outside the door. Seeing Yi Ejo directly riding a small electric donkey and carrying some fruits and vegetables, Wu Shueli joked, Yi Ejo, you just brought these things to see me? Is it really good? There was not much contact with Yi Ejo, but Wu Shueli already had a certain understanding of this son-in-law and knew that he was a real person with an easygoing nature, which is why she joked with him like this. Yi Ejo heatedly laughed. Auntie, I'm just fine to come and play, not counting formally meeting mother-in-law. Nua went to work. I'm fine, so I came over. I didn't bring any gifts. I only bought some fruits and vegetables. Why don't I cook for you at the noon session later? Wouldn't that make you forgive me for not bringing a gift to see you? Yi Ejo was relaxed when he got along with his mother-in-law. After saying that, Yi Ejo opened the refrigerator of Wu Shueli's house in a self-satisfied manner and put all the fruits and vegetables that he bought into the refrigerator. Sherry Wu was instantly happy when she heard Yi Ejo say that she would stay for lunch and would also cook herself. One was that since Yi Ejo was going to stay, she would have enough time to get to know Yi Ejo. Secondly, she could taste her son-in-law's cooking again. Before at her daughter's house, she had eaten Yi Ejo's cooking, and she had been reminiscing until now. She had never eaten such delicious food in her life, and if she wasn't afraid of disturbing her son-in-law and daughter and affecting the mother-daughter relationship that had been so hard to repair, she would have hated to go to her son-in-law's house every day to rub her nose in the food. Good. Then stay and don't leave at noon. Come auntie to give you a hand. Sherry Wu rushed forward to help. It's fine, auntie, you rest. I'll do it. Yi Ejo rebuffed. It's fine, I'm idle. Sherry Wu said back. Seeing his mother-in-law insist on helping, Yi Ejo also no longer say anything. This is an important moment to make a good relationship with his mother-in-law. His mother-in-law is willing to help. That is naturally the best. After Yi Ejo put some of the ones he couldn't use at noon in the refrigerator, He took the ones he needed at noon to the kitchen. It's also almost noon, so let's get down to cooking first. Sherry Wu hurriedly stopped it. Tell me first, why did you come back? Is something wrong? If you don't say so. Auntie here is always a little apprehensive, and I'm not in the mood to eat when you cook out. Yi Izhou bashfully returned. I'm fine It's just that Nua is not at home. I'm fine at home, so I came. But Wu Shueli simply do not believe. Okay, you less fool me. At least is also dozens of years of people. Can be your kid casually a few words to fool? If you wanted to come, you could have come with Nua. Why did you choose to come when she was at work? Tell me, what is it about? Sherry Wu had the attitude of seeing through everything. He. Yi Izhou heatedly laughed and returned. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from you. Auntie, I came because I wanted to. Sherry Wu took the things in his hand and put them on the stovetop, pulling him back to the living room. Come on, let's sit down and talk slowly. Yi Izhou said truthfully. Auntie, I actually came here because I want to understand Nua. She and I didn't know each other very often, but the two of us have had a pretty good relationship since we've been together. Nothing contradictory. A feeling of being friends at first sight. Sherry Wu looked at Yi Izhou in surprise. You're not here to ask me for Nua's account. Planning to get married, are you? Yi Izhou instantly won't chat. He really didn't have this idea. A throat untimely action. Was choking. Kept coughing up. Ichiju, what's wrong? Caught a cold? Wu Shirley hurriedly asked with concern. Yi Izhou waved his hands repeatedly. No. I just. Yi Izhou words have not finished. Wu Shueli has not listened to the patients. Okay. You do not have to explain to me. You young people just like to wriggle. What is the matter? Painfully say is not good. I don't have a problem with you and Nano being together. I'll support whatever you guys want to do, as long as you two discuss it. Isn't it just a matter of asking for an account book? That is, you'd better talk to Nua about this matter. Her account has long been separate and not with me. Yi Izhou did not expect that this was how Sherry Wu viewed his arrival, but Sherry Wu's words made him secretly happy. I know that the mother-in-law is satisfied with him, but I did not expect to be so satisfied. Even directly take the account to receive a license for such a thing. All support. Since the words have been said to this point, then Yi Izhou went along with it. Auntie, Nua and I, in fact, have already received a license. Since his mother-in-law didn't even object, he would just start giving an account, and maybe it would even advance his and Lu Janua's emotional development. Yi Izhou's words directly shocked Wu Shueli. After a while, she slowed down and asked in surprise, you said that you and Nua already got a license? Yi Izhou nodded. Well, I'll take it. Shirley Wu repeated in shock. Line you too. Yi Izhou couldn't figure out what this attitude of Sherry Wu's represented, and it wasn't good to speak out rashly. The two of you have even learned to make the first move. Tell me, how long have the two of you had your license? It took a while for Sherry Wu to slowly digest Yi Izhou's words before she asked again. Almost January, when you went over before, it was the first time I saw you. Nua didn't say anything, so I didn't say anything. Yi Izhou said truthfully. Sherry Wu returned. So now Nua didn't talk to me either. Why did you think of talking to me? Don't bullshit me about this. Just tell me, why did you suddenly come here? Don't say any bullshit about coming to see me. Yi Izhou cried and laughed. How can this mother-in-law be so shrewd? Nothing can be hidden from her. When Yi Izhou was trying to think of how to answer, Sherry Wu opened her mouth again. What do you think is wrong with you? A big man. Swallowing? Can it be that Nua is pregnant? Yi Izhou was caught off guard and choked on himself, coughing violently again. If Lu Janua was really pregnant, then it would be great and he wouldn't have to worry so much. Not pregnant? Hey, people of your generation want to live a two-person world, want to run a career, and don't want to have a child to hold them back. But Nua's age isn't small, and it's not good for a woman's health if she has a child too late, and it's also life-threatening if she's too old. So yeah, you two need to hurry up. You know what I mean? Sherry Wu said in a serious tone. Auntie, Yi Izhou froze. Was mother-in-law implying that he should organize a wedding with Lu Janua earlier and then complete the big task of making a baby? That's not implied. That's straight up explicit. Yi Izhou heart cheered. This mother-in-law can be too sensible. So good to talk to the mother-in-law. I am afraid that in this world, there is only one. Yi Izhou stammered. Auntie, I don't want to drag it out. And I also want to let Nua give birth to a child earlier. It's just that. Wu Shueli anxious eyes dede, you say you how this is always stammering. Before seeing you, you are not quite calm? What's wrong today? Yi Izhou gritted his teeth. Me and Nua right now, are also just sleeping in a bed. Nothing else yet. After saying that, Yi Izhou sighed in relief. Sherry Wu was surprised. What Yi Ijo meant. She understood. It was just that she was really surprised. She stared at Yi Ijo carefully, then tentatively asked, Jo, are you not in good health? I mean, what about? Yi Ijo hurriedly denied. No, auntie, don't worry. I'm in good health. I knew last time that there was nothing between the two of you, so I created an opportunity for the two of you. But how? Do you do it? Wu surely looked at Yi Ijo in disbelief. It's Nano who doesn't look good? There's nothing physically wrong with you at your young age? Is it hard to believe that you don't like girls, like guys? In the face of these inexplicable suspicions from Sherry Wu, Yi Ijo could only hurriedly deny it. No, none of it. Auntie, Nano is the best looking girl I've ever seen and I love her very much. I'm very normally oriented and have only ever loved a girl like Nano. It's because she is very important in my heart, so I respect her and take care of her carefully. Auntie, can you understand what I mean? Yi Ijo looked at Sherry Wu and asked. Sherry Wu fell into deep thought, glancing at Yi Ijo from time to time. Yi Ijo felt Alexander. Seeing his mother-in-law this kind of thing, he really has little experience, and his mother-in-law said these words. He is still more or less a little embarrassed. Sherry Wu was silent for a while before she opened her mouth again. Are you saying that both of you are already legally married? But between the two of you, you're still clean? If it's not your problem, then it's Nano's problem. Is she the one who won't have anything to do with you? Yi Ijo nodded and hurriedly shook his head again. It's not that she's not willing, it's that she. In that case, Nuono and I are already sleeping together. But before our two, we are still clean. My two feelings are also very good, but the intimacy of my two is only limited to pulling hands and whatnot. To say this is not afraid of your joke, I have not even kissed her until now. Once I showed intimacy once, she would be especially nervous and scared. I thought, it's probably related to your family. So I thought about it. I wanted to start with her family, to unravel her mind. So here I am. I'm saying this, Auntie, can you understand what I mean? The words had been said to this point, and Sherry Wu had heard them. She asked, and how should I help you? Yi Ijo waved his hand. I'm not trying to get you to help me. I just want to learn more about Nua's past so that I can unlock the defenses in her heart. Auntie, Nano has been with you since she was a little girl, right? Living in this house too, right? I want to come and see the environment she lived in, to see if I can learn more about her from the marks she left behind. It would be nice if you did. And if not, I can learn about her past from you so I can find out why she's so insecure. Sherry Wu was so moved that she reddened her eyes. Jo, thank you. You are really too attentive. Nua can be with you. It is really her blessing. I am relieved that she can be with you. Sherry Wu is also a woman. She also belongs to the more sensitive kind. Because of the failure of her own marriage, let her look at what kind of men. All with prejudice. But to Yi Ijo, she really couldn't be picky at all. Yi Ijo to Lu Janua, really too much heart. Heart so much that she is a mother-in-law to see all touched. Yi Ijo is a man. In other aspects, to Lu Janua care so considerate even if, is in that kind of thing, but also to Lu Janua can be careful to such a point. Wu Shueli look at this son-in-law, really is more and more see the eye. Nono was always with me, but after middle school, she went to live in school and rarely lived here, and after high school, she was even more invisible, and after graduation, she bought a house and lived out there straight away. I was so lost in my own thoughts every day at that point that I had no idea how to get along with her. Her room, I haven't touched it. All her things are there. Come, I'll take you to her room. Wu Shueli said. She was going to take Yi Ijo to Lu Janua's boudoir. Yi Ijo hurriedly returned. Auntie, it's not too early. Let's eat first. After eating, I'll go and look again. I have to look carefully and get a good understanding of Nua's previous appearance. Aha, good. Yi Ijo had said so. So naturally, Sherry Wu was fine with it, as long as it was good for his daughter. Then Yi Ijo was right to say anything. After the meal, Yi Ijo went to Lu Janua's room. Wu Shueli sensibly did not go to disturb. There is no use for her to go. After all, she has no understanding of how Lu Janua came over all those years. If she does not have the sense to stay in Lu Janua's room, on the contrary, it will make Yi Ijo unable to let go. Lu Janua's room. And Yi Ijo imagined a big difference. As soon as you enter the door, the eyes are all fans. Dolls everywhere. All kinds of dolls. Everywhere is a girl's powder, which shows that Lu Janua at that time, not so much mind, or a simple, happy little girl. She also had a photo album on her desk, on which she collected photos of a male star. So it turned out that Lu Janua had also chased after stars. Yi Ijo looked at it while brainstorming Lu Janua's previous appearance. She had two desks, a dresser and a desk, which was large and had various genera of chickens on it. and a computer with a large screen that looked a little dated. In her elementary school days, those who could afford such a good computer were rich. When Yi Ijo was as old as she was still watching a black and white television set. After that, Yi Ijo flipped through some of the books on Lu Janua's desk, wanting to see the traces she had left behind, preferably with mood records or something. However, he had miscalculated. There was nothing in those books of hers about her moods. Instead, I found another album. This one, documenting Lu Janua's growth, starting from the time she was a baby, to the time she wore diapers in the back, to the time she changed her teeth. It's my daughter-in-law, right? Even as a child she was so good-looking and cute, Yi Ijo said while looking at it. Yi Ijo suddenly had an idea to record all of this. As soon as this idea popped up, he immediately put it into action, taking out his cell phone to take a shot at Lu Janua's photo album. After that, he looked around the room again carefully. This was a rare opportunity. He didn't want to miss any detail about Lu Janua. Finally, Yi Ijo found a very thick book in Lu Janua's nightstand. If he hadn't been watching closely, he probably would have missed it. He opened his to see. Really is Lu Janua's day. If it is not in order to understand more about Lu Janua, Yi Ijo is not interested in reading the diary. Such a thing. The beginning of the day is filled with childish words and a lovely record of a little girl's little mood. This would have been before her family had a change of heart. Yi Ijo felt that some records of her heavy heart should appear later, revealing scars. Naturally he was not interested. When he turned back to Lu Janua to unravel his heart, he had to use these cute little moods in front of him to tease Lu Janua properly. Unsurprisingly to Yi Ijo, after seeing half of it, the diary began to appear about the change in her family, some of the things that happened at home, and the change in her mood. Lu Janua's mood gradually changed from that of a cute little girl to sadness, pain, and torment. In her diary, she also likes to paste all kinds of stickers. At first, her stickers are some cute stickers, the back of the record of the mood of the bad. Even the stickers have changed the style. Yi Ijo took this look and saw the night, and finished the mood of this book recorded by Lu Janua. The diary was finished, but Yi Ijo's mood could not be calmed for a long time. His wife, who wasn't born a mature, independent, high-strung girl, she was also once naive, cute and lively. It was the change in her family that made her lose her sweet and lively self day by day. He also probably understood why Lu Janua was so insecure. However, he couldn't be 100% sure. He could only find a suitable opportunity and try again, hoping that Lu Janua would open her heart to him. Putting down the diary and twisting his head to look out the window, Yi Ijo realized that it was almost dark. He hurriedly looked at his cell phone, worrying that Lu Janua would be anxious if he couldn't find him at home. Unexpectedly, Lu Janua hadn't contacted him, not even a single message. Yi Ijo hurriedly went downstairs, and after making a good meal for his mother-in-law, he left without even eating dinner, rode on his small electric donkey, and rushed home to find his wife. It was dark when he arrived home and the house was pitch black. Yi Ijo entered the door and turned on the light only to find that Lu Janua had already returned, but did not turn on the light, wearing the same set of clothes she wore when she went out. Yi Ijo's heart inexplicably panicked. Lu Janua did not like the constraints of work clothes, so she was used to wearing home clothes as soon as she returned home. Yi Ijo's movement to enter the door was not small, but Lu Janua did not even return his head, not the slightest intention to take care of him. Yi Ijo secretly poked and prodded, thinking, could it be that she knew about him going to his mother-in-law and going to her room? Is this anger? Women, all of them will be more concerned about their own privacy. If she really knows, it is normal to be angry, but he couldn't help it. If he hadn't been trying to get to know her better, he wouldn't have secretly hidden it from her and gone to her room to see it. After Yi Ijo organized his mind, he sighed and said, hey, I came back so late, but my daughter-in-law didn't even give me a phone call, and I didn't even look at me when I came in the door. I'm still the same as a loner. It's too pathetic. Lu Janua was still sitting there motionless, without any intention of taking care of Yi Ijo. Now, Yi Ijo's heart panicked even more. He came to Lu Jia's front, squatted in front of her, staring at her face, wanting to see exactly why she was so angry. Lu Janua still did not have any reaction. Yi Ijo more and more at a loss for words. He got up and sat beside Lu Janua, reached out and tried to pull her into his arms, but his hand only just touched her, and was slapped away by her. Yi Ijo deliberately made a very painful reaction, rubbing his hand pitifully while asking, daughter-in-law, are you angry that I came back too late and didn't cook for you? If that's the reason, you really should be angry. It's true that I did something wrong, but anger hurts the body. Daughter-in-law, don't be angry. I'll immediately go and cook for you and make up for it, okay? Yi Ijo pleasingly said to Lu Janua. Women can't stand to be coaxed like that. It's all in the novels. Is there anything a meal can't fix? He then worried that Lu Janua would be angry. So on his way back, he bought a lot of Lu Janua's favorite food. Just as Yi Zhou was about to get up, Lu Janua opened her mouth. Yi Zhou, you went to my mom's place? Yi Zhou's heart sighed. Hey, so, she really knows. No wonder she is so angry. Daughter-in-law. Yi Zhou wanted to explain, but for the time being, he hadn't thought of a good reason to explain. You returned my room? Lugano asked again. Yi Zhou was at a loss for words like a child who had done something wrong. He is usually a little leather. That is, he knows. Lu Janua will not really angry. If Lu Janua really angry, he instantly have no way. He's really not good at things like coaxing his wife. Looking at Lu Janua like this, his heart was in his throat. If Lu Janua was so angry that she directly got up and punched him, it would have been better. At least the emotions were vented and she wouldn't be angry. But this cold-to-the-core attitude she was using was deadly. Yi Zhou read Lu Janua's diary, which was considered stepping on Lu Janua's thunder point. Needless to say, this must be what mother-in-law said to Lu Janua, probably to tell Lu Janua how much he was attached to her. Mother-in-law, this is really... Yi Zhou didn't know what to say. After Lu Janua asked, the two of them were just silent, and she didn't get angry, just coldly waiting for Yi Zhou's answer. This was another giveaway, and it was clear that what Lu Janua wanted to hear was his explanation, but no matter how he explained it, it was bound to make Lu Janua angry. After a moment of silence, he hemmed and hawed, Daughter-in-law, it's so late. You must be starving. I'll go cook. You wait. Yi Zhou's tone was pretending to be relaxed, but he was nervous in his heart. He had been carefully watching Lu Janua's reaction, afraid that if he was not careful, she would blow up. So, you should have seen my diary, right? At that moment, Lu Janua opened her mouth once again. Her tone was light, so light that Yi Zhou could not hear any emotions. It is said that calmness is the sign before the storm. The more calm she is, the more indifferent she is, the more panicked Yi Zhou's heart is. He suddenly regretted his actions a little. He had stepped into her privacy without her consent, and that was indeed unforgivable. For whatever reason, from the tone of her voice, it seemed she already knew everything. Get away from, Lugano added. When she said the word leave, Yi Zhou subconsciously thought of the word marriage. Lu Janua wouldn't want to divorce him, right? It was also this moment that Yi Zhou truly felt his panic, the kind of panic that was about to be lost. Just at this moment, Yi Zhou clearly felt her care for Lu Janua. It had nothing to do with the system's rewards or her looks. She had long ago, at an unknown time, taken root in his heart. The reason he hadn't realized it so clearly before was because he never had to worry about Lu Janua leaving him. But today, when he saw Lu Janua so angry, he had a strong sense of crisis. He was worried that Lu Janua would divorce him and leave him. He didn't want to lose Lu Janua, the woman who'd taken over his life. Yi Zhou fiercely reached out and covered Lu Janua's mouth to prevent her from saying that word out. No, I know it's wrong, but words like that, you don't say, okay? There are words that, when spoken, hurt, and even though the scars will slowly fade, having them all won't go away. And this time, I'm just going to pretend you never said it, but there must never be a next time, okay? Lu Janua pulled away his hand. Yi Zhou, I have thought clearly, I too leave. No, I'm not allowed to. Yi Zhou interrupted excitedly without waiting for her to speak. Lu Janua looked up at him and didn't say another word. Assuming you've really thought this through, how come you've done nothing but wait quietly for me to come back? If you'd really thought it through, in your temper, you'd have thrown everything to do with me out the door long ago, and if you'd really thought it through, you probably wouldn't have even given me a chance to come in, or at most called me. My daughter-in-law is a very smart girl gang now. Independent, brave, will work hard for everything she wants, calm, cool, whatever decision she makes, she will think it through carefully. The fact that you've done nothing but wait for me to come back means you're not so sure you want to part with me either. Right, daughter-in-law? Lu Janua exhaled and said, during this period of time, you are also considered to be attentive. So I'll leave you a little bit of decency. Your own personal go pack up things to go. Tomorrow morning we will go to do the divorce. Really? Really? Ironically? Well, ironically. Good. Yi Zhou got up and came up, exhaled, took 2 steps back, and turned to go. Lu Janua closed her eyes, as if she was holding back something. Suddenly, Yi Zhou took 2 steps and folded back. Lu Janua did not expect Yi Zhou to suddenly go and return. She only just heard the footsteps. Her mouth was kissed by Yi Zhou. Her brain went into overdrive for a moment. Ah, daughter-in-law, you want to murder your own husband. Yi Zhou screamed miserably. In the next second, Lu Janua whooshed up and rushed into her room like a frightened bunny, closing the door with a bang. Yi Zhou raised his hand to touch his lips and felt a smear of blood. This daughter-in-law's mouth is really not merciful at all. The gloom in Yi Zhou's heart was dispersed in a flash. So happy that he couldn't wait to hum a little song directly. If he didn't estimate Lu Janua in the room, he would have really done so. If I had done this earlier, I wouldn't have had to worry just now. In that case, my regret just now was a bit redundant. If I hadn't gone to my mother-in-law's house, she wouldn't have been so angry. And if she wasn't angry, if I had done this, I'm sure that it would have just scared her silly. This is good. This later still dare and mention divorce? Mention it and I'll lay my hands on it once. I just don't believe it. Want to divorce? No way. How could I let go? To death I can't let go. Yi Zhou muttered in a low voice for a while and went to the kitchen in a good mood. A daughter-in-law still needs to be pampered. You can't starve your daughter-in-law, can you? Lu Janua rushed into the room and then leaned against the door to cover her heart beating so hard that she lost the ability to even think. She panicked for a few moments before her heart slowly stabilized and she fussed with the door before she flicked the light switch and slowly made her way to the bed. Sitting down limply on it, she touched her lips with one hand and covered the spot where her heart had been with a complicated mind. Bastard man. I should have just given him a mouthful. How dare you count on me? The reason why Lu Janua was not at all defensive was because making the decision to separate from Yi Zhou was also quite difficult for her. The moment she heard Yi Zhou's promise, Lu Janua felt her heart hurt and ache, which was why she closed her eyes and went to adjust herself. But I didn't realize that this asshole man was counting on her, stealing her kiss. It wasn't that she couldn't feel Yi Zhou's kindness to her, but stepping into her privacy like this without her consent. Lu Janua was really too angry. She was really angry and had already thought about separating from Yi Zhou. But this guy was so unconventional. How dare he steal a kiss from her? This guy's got a lot of nerve, doesn't he? Besides, why did she hide just now? Even if he got his way, her heart was still beating so fast. What was she shy about? With this one, won't he have to go to heaven from now on? What can we do about this? Lu Janua was out of ideas for a while. Lu Janua's heart was in turmoil. There was a sense of helplessness. Shouldn't she be angry? Should she be determined to separate from him? She wanted to be angry. But now, her fire, inexplicably, had dissipated a lot, and most of what was left was panic and overwhelm. Lu Janua then almost lost directly to Yi Zhou, and in the end it was with that little bit of sanity that she rushed into the room. According to her past nature, she should have been sensible and not indulged, but Yi Zhou's kiss, as if it had some kind of magic, pulled her down. How could she be so addicted for a man? And also that Yi Zhou such a bastard man who would pry into her privacy. Just as Lu Janua was distracted, there was a knock on the door of her room. This sudden movement caused Lu Janua's heart to shake violently and she almost didn't scream. Outside the door, Yi Zhou tried to open the door before realizing that the door was unlocked by Lu Janua. What are you doing? Don't bother me. Lu Janua clearly wanted to say vicious words, but when the words reached her mouth, how did they become soft? At this moment, Lu Janua couldn't wait to slap herself. Daughter-in-law, it's time to eat. Open the door, Yi Zhou said in a gentle tone. The gentler his voice was, the bigger Lu Janua's fire grew. Get out neatly. I don't want to see you. Daughter-in-law, then you open the door. Let me get my luggage. My luggage are in your room. Yi Zhou's tone, still so careless. Lu Janua didn't believe that he really went back to get his luggage and leave. Don't you dream. I won't open the door. Lu Janua roared back in anger. After thinking about it, Lu Janua added, how much are those bags of yours worth? I'll just compensate you for it. I'll transfer the money to you and you'll go buy new ones again. I'm not going to open the door for you. No, my things are too expensive. You can't afford to pay for them. Open the door for me, Yi Zhou said in a serious manner. To fool around. Don't you have a few raggedy clothes? Is there anything I can't afford to pay for? Lu Janua huffed back, instantly feeling hardened again. Just now in the living room, when she was so abashed, this kind of brought back the lost face. No, you really can't afford to pay for it. You still open the door and let me take it, Yi Zhou once again said seriously. Lu Janua's fire, which had just dissipated, sprang back up all of a sudden. Tell me, what is it that I can't afford to pay for? My precious daughter-in-law is inside. My daughter-in-law is the most beautiful, the best looking, the gentlest, unique in this world. You can't afford to buy it with any amount of money, and I can't sell it. So open the door. I'll take my daughter-in-law with me, and I'll leave right away. Yi Zhou said it seriously, as if it was really like that. There's no your precious daughter-in-law here, you son of a bitch. Lu Janua was about to be pissed off by this man. She really wanted to go out and beat Yi Zhou, but she couldn't beat Yi Zhou, and if she went out, she still didn't know what kind of hurtful things that stinky man would do. If you say there isn't one, Then there isn't one? Yi Ijo retorted. Who are you? Why are you in my daughter-in-law's room? My daughter-in-law's name is Lu Janua. This is her room. Are you hiding my daughter-in-law somewhere? You better obediently give my daughter-in-law back to me, or else. Yi Ijo's tone was full of threat. Lu Janua was seriously listening to Yi Ijo's nonsense, but as a result, Yi Ijo stopped talking halfway, which made Lu Janua's heart flutter. Stinky man, sure is a stinky man. What else do you want? Lu Janua returned defiantly. Or I'll. The next second, the door to the room suddenly clicked open. Yi Ijo waved a hairpin in his hand. Otherwise, I would have come in myself. Lu Janua was dumbfounded. How did she not realize before that Yi Ijo even had the skill of being a thief? She'd already unlocked the door and this guy could still get in? Seeing Yi Ijo come in, Lu Janua's heart was in her throat, neither sitting nor standing. It's not like he wanted to lose his momentum and still didn't dare to go head-to-head with Yi Ijo. She pretended to be calm, but the words that came out of her mouth were still stuttering. You stay away from me, or I'll do it. Yi Ijo naturally will not be intimidated by her fighting. She is not his opponent. Of course, Yi Ijo would not be able to move her hands. With his strength, it would be a piece of cake to easily neutralize Lu Janua's moves. Yi Ijo smiled and stepped forward. Before Lu Janua could resist, he had already grabbed her hand. In that instant, Lu Janua shivered as if she had been electrocuted. She wanted to break free, but she couldn't muster any strength at all. Yi Ijo slowly approached Lu Janua. Lu Janua struggled, but could not shake Yi Ijo at all. Seeing Yi Ijo's face getting closer and closer, she panicked and turned her head away. Just when Yi Ijo's face was about to be pressed together with hers, Lu Janua closed her eyes in panic, and her whole body shivered like a frightened white rabbit. Yi Ijo suddenly raised his head and scraped her nose. Daughter-in-law, eat and go. If you are starving and thin I will be heartbroken. I'm not going. Lu Janua stubbornly refused. If you don't leave, then I can carry you out. You're not hungry. My daughter-in-law is still hungry. Yi Ijo said that he was going to do it. You helpless. I don't eat. Lu Janua saw Yi Ijo didn't do anything to her, just slightly relieved. Hearing Yi Ijo said he wanted to hug her, her heart instantly lifted again. Her mouth was saying refusal, but her feet obediently followed Yi Ijo. I'm not your daughter-in-law, so don't get close to me. I didn't say you're my daughter-in-law. You're making a fool of yourself. I'm saying this to my daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law's soul lives in your body, Yi Ijo said in a serious manner. Lu Janua was speechless. Yi Ijo, this is to play helpless brush to the end. She's always had a firm stance on what she's decided and has never run out of ideas. But facing Yi Ijo, this asshole, made her feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Obviously, before Yi Ijo appeared, she was determined to separate from Yi Ijo, but as a result, by Yi Ijo, those thoughts of hers had long ago collapsed to nowhere. Amidst Yi Ijo's mischief, she finally finished her meal. After packing up the dishes, Yi Ijo, as usual, brought a basin of hot water, intending to wash Lu Janua's feet. He would have liked to offer something else, but unfortunately, his daughter-in-law wouldn't let him. Originally after this mealtime, Lu Janua's mood has calmed down a lot. She just planned to properly sort out her thoughts, and then showdown with Yi Ijo. Absolutely not continue with Yi Ijo. As a result, when she saw Yi Ijo bring a basin of hot water, her mood instantly became complicated again. At this moment, shouldn't she refuse Yi Ijo's service and then numbly go back to her room, not allowing Yi Ijo to enter her room again? Or else it would appear that she has no determination at all. If she accepted Yi Ijo's service, it seemed like it would be a bit excessive for her to want to firmly separate again. Obviously today it was Yi Ijo who broke the taboo and disrespected her, and as a result, not only did she not succeed in breaking up, but she was also stolen kissed by this bastard Yi Ijo, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was losing money. Obviously, she wanted to go straight away, but there was a thought in her head that didn't want her to escape, and with just that one shallow thought, she actually sat there and waited for Yi Ijo to come to her, missing the best time to escape. Just like this, in contradiction, she allowed Yi Ijo to wash and pinch her feet. Lu Janua work all day, the most tired is the feet. Yi Ijo's technique and not generally good. This in the past, for her, the most enjoyable is to return home, can Yi Ijo do fragrant meal, and Yi Ijo to wash her feet. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Ijo did something that provoked to her bottom line today, Yi Ijo was really a perfect man in her heart. Seeing that she was conquered, Lu Janua again felt a pang of remorse in her heart. She was also too useless. She was so angry, but she was subdued by Yi Ijo in a few moves. Was she so weak in front of Yi Ijo? Throughout the entire process, Yi Ijo didn't say anything, just quietly doing his own thing, and didn't even look at Lu Janua. At this moment, Lu Janua's heart was already not so angry, and if he did anything more, it would be a bit of overexertion. Lu Janua didn't leave. Let him wash her feet. This result is already very good. And then make Lu Janua angry. Tonight again wanna coax. It is probably not so easy. Lu Janua is a girl and is more interested in her face. Today's incident was originally his fault. And if he wanted Lu Janua to completely dissipate his anger, he still had to take his time. After washing Lu Janua's feet, Yi Ijo went to work on something else and didn't say anything more to Lu Janua. Lu Janua should have returned to her own room, but she actually looked directly at Yi Ijo and launched into a daze. Wherever Yi Ijo went to be busy, her eyes moved. All of these things would have been things she had gotten used to long ago and wouldn't have been too much, but after today's events, Lu Janua found that her gaze always unconsciously stayed on Yi Ijo's body, paying attention to his behavior. There is a kind of, she is re-examining him, considering whether to continue to go on with him. The more she considered it, the more her resolve faltered. I've never had any relationship experience, but I've lived for years now, and I've more or less seen reality. Yi Ijo was the best man she had ever seen, bar none. Watching and thinking, she suddenly felt that she had made a bit of a fuss, felt that she had made a bit of a mistake, and the more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. Even though Yi Ijo had stepped on her privacy, Yi Ijo's intention was good, to be with her better, to guard her better. If Yi Ijo really separated from her because of this outburst of hers, what would her future be like? Will you miss having him around countless times? Or will you be open to life and not care that he's gone? Thinking about it, she couldn't do it and leave without a care in the world. Soon after Yi Ijo finished his work, he didn't talk to Lu Janua, but went to his room. Since his cousin left, he had always stayed with Lu Janua, and except for the night his mother-in-law came, after he and Lu Janua had stayed in this room, he had never returned to his room. This time, inexplicably a little sentimental he was actually driven back to his room. What do you mean? Suddenly, Lu Janua behind her voiced out, with obvious anger still in her tone. Yi Ijo froze for a moment and looked at Lu Janua in confusion. What did she want? It couldn't be that Lu Janua still had no intention of letting him go even after he had done this, could it? Yi Ijo secretly pinched the sweat. Coaxing a woman to be happy, this can really be a technical work. Too abrasive. I was thinking, this weather isn't cold anymore. Daughter-in-law, you probably don't want me to continue to warm your bed. So Yi Ijo explained. In the next second, Lu Janua blurted out, who said that? Yi Ijo froze, suddenly had a feeling of being at a loss. So, at this moment where should he go from here? What are you waiting for? Quickly go to warm the quilt. You want to freeze me to death at night, is not it? Lu Janua roared angrily. When Yi Ijo heard this, he cheered. Okay, daughter-in-law, I'll go now. Lu Janua said so, then it meant that the matter during the day had turned over. However, if he wanted Lu Janua's anger to completely dissipate, he still had to make more efforts. Girls are always more honorable. Yi Ijo went back to Lu Janua's room, but Lu Janua sat on the sofa for a long time. She regretted it again. What had she just done? That stinky man wants to sleep in another room. So what? Why did she call him back to her room? Wouldn't that be the same as telling her that she'd let the daytime incident go? In that case, it also looks like she's too nice to be coaxed, doesn't it? Lu Janua secretly cheered herself up. No, Lu Janua, you can't be like this. You can't be conquered by a man so quickly. Aren't you very independent? Aren't you very independent? Aren't you always very firm? If you don't let a man hold you down like this, how will you be able to stand up for yourself in the future? No, you should just decisively sweep him off his feet and tell her that your inhibitions are not his to violate whenever he wants to. What's a man? Can't you live without this stinking man? How come you've become such a loser now? Lu Janua struggled for half a day. Suddenly an idea popped up. She wanted to go back to her room, missing Yi Ijo's warm embrace. As a result, the brain instantly turned blank, and the body because honestly got up and went back to his room. In the middle of the night, Yi Ijo felt a little difficult to breathe, and he woke up. To his surprise, he found that Lu Janua was right in front of him, half lying on top of him, the same comforter every day. It wasn't as if the two hadn't been intimate. She'd often sneaked into his arms, but this was the first time she'd unlocked the position of lying so directly on top of him. Yi Ijo looked at himself. He was sleeping peacefully in the position that belonged to him. In that case, this was Lu Janua's own initiative to come closer, so he would not be polite. He was just about to reach out and hug her, when, following the faint light, he saw her eyelashes flutter. Yi Ijo immediately understood. So, she did not fall asleep. It was unexpected for him that she approached so actively. After a moment of happiness, Yi Ijo's heart was flooded with tangles again. What did she mean by this? Does she really want to be close to him? Or is it another test? So what should he do now? Should he keep the status quo? Or is it time to take it a step further? After thinking about it, Yi Ijo still decided to let this opportunity go and planned to leave quietly. Finally, Yi Ijo gently put Lu Janua down, and after leaving the bedroom, Yi Ijo heaved a sigh of relief. After Yi Ijo left, Lu Janua opened her eyes and sighed helplessly, staring at the door that was closed by Yi Ijo and sighed helplessly. Is this man in his right mind? I'm like this and he's still so gentlemanly? Lu Janua actually woke up right after. In the past, she often had nightmares. After having Yi Ijo, she seemed to sleep a lot better. Later, she looked at Yi Ijo and thought a lot. She suddenly felt that, in fact, the development of the two people has reached a certain level, and it is not impossible to give yourself to him. So, she boldly went closer, not expecting Yi Ijo, the wooden fish head, to just walk away. After being depressed, she thought carefully again and suddenly understood Yi Ijo again. She liked to make so much. I guess Yi Ijo was worried that if she accidentally messed with her, she should blow up again. Counting, since the two were together, Yi Ijo never forced her, and only last night, probably because she was really pushed by her, so he stole a kiss from her. Can't, let me initiate it first. Can I? I'm a girl. Don't men always initiate that kind of thing? If I take the initiative, what's going on? Thinking this way, Lu Janua's face instantly rolled up, and as far as Yi Ijo's performance was concerned, it seemed that if Lu Janua didn't take the initiative, the two of them probably wouldn't have gotten to that point even after another 2 months. Humph. Stinky man, since you're so insensitive, you'll be like this all the time. Humph. Let you look at it every day and not be able to eat it. Who am I? I'm a high and cold beauty Lu Janua. How can I take the initiative to throw myself at you? I can only let you come after me. I don't want to fall back on you. Just casually satisfy you. Maybe you'll get tired of me in a few days and won't cherish it. Ha! It would be nice for her to give him a little bit of a proper good look. Like a kiss or something. Just such a thought. Lu Janua and quickly regretted. How could she have such a terrible idea? She must be determined not to fall back. But isn't kissing a little fun between couples? A person who gives unilaterally will get tired after a long time. After these inexplicable and marvelous thoughts surged into Lu Janua's mind, they were out of control. Outside suddenly came the sound of closing the door. This as Yi Ijo went out to buy food. This movement led Lu Janua back to God. She also hurriedly put away those strange ideas. Get up and freshen up. Yi Ijo quickly bought the dishes back, and according to the previous practice, made all the dishes that Lu Janua loves to eat. Lu Janua's attitude, nonchalant, although he couldn't say that he was close to Yi Ijo, he was not as detached as he was last night. This was good enough for Yi Ijo. Lu Janua didn't rehash old scores and was deliberately so close to him in the morning. Whether she was angry or not I don't know, at least the divorce is in the past. After the meal, Lu Janua went to work as usual and did not mention the matter of letting Yi Ijo leave. She ended up with Yi Ijo directly humming a little song. Yi Ijo would go to the place where Lu Janua had lived as a child. The purpose was to see what the knot in her heart was, but he didn't expect that he didn't find the reason. But instead, he directly pissed Lu Janua off. But that's how it happened. And it's a good thing that the two have taken their relationship even further. Lu Janua made such a move, and in turn, crossed all the hurdles that Yi Ijo had been trying to cross. Some people are happy and some people are sad. Yi Ijo's side is happy, but another person is not happy. Zhao Qin, who is with Sun Bo, does have her eye on Sun Bo's money. Whether Sun Bo really loved her or not, as long as she was with Sun Bo, she wouldn't have to worry about her food and drink. Otherwise, regarding Sun Bo's fierce pursuit of Lu Janua, she couldn't tolerate it if she liked Sun Bo even a little bit. Even when Sun Bo was in the group and made it clear that it had nothing to do with her, she didn't react too much because she knew that it was impossible for Sun Bo to really leave her. For her, it was good to be clothed and fed, and it didn't matter what she loved or didn't love. But I didn't expect that Sun Bo would really die and, moreover, didn't give her a penny. Sun Bo said that as long as he was with him and coaxed her to be happy, he would give her an allowance every month. And in the past few months, Sun Bo had been busy with other things, and the money had never been given to her. She was upset, so she came to Sun Bo's house. The address of Sun Bo's house, she still got it from other classmates. Sun Bo never took her home, not to mention going home, even though she was with Sun Bo almost every day. But Sun Bo's world, she seems to rarely step foot. Arriving at Sun Bo's house, from a distance, she felt a gush of uncomfortable feelings in her heart. Soon after she rang the doorbell, someone opened the door for her, and it was opened by a middle-aged woman who looked haggard. That color, at first glance, is excessive grief? This woman should be Sun Bo's mother. Auntie, I'm a friend of Sun Bo's. I heard about him. So, I wanted to come and take a look. Zhao Qin said to Sun Bo's mother. Okay, you come in first. Sun Bo's mother nodded her head and led Zhao Qin into the house. Sun Bo's mother, who was hit hard, pointed to the last photo of Sun Bo and his father before going to the sofa alone and sitting down, apparently not wanting to say anything more to Zhao Qin. Looking at her, it was as if she didn't even have the strength to speak that way. Zhao Qin didn't dare to look at Sun Bo's effigy at all, but after pretending to pay her respects, she came and sat down beside the woman. Auntie, I know something about Sun Bo, but I don't know if you want to hear it. Whether this woman was sad or not, she didn't care. What she cared about, she was going to make that bitch Lu Janua pay. Zhao Qin blamed Lu Janua for Sun Bo's death. If she hadn't hooked Sun Bo's soul, none of this would have happened today. Everything she had was ruined by Lu Janua, and in addition to her hatred for Lu Janua, she was also jealous of Lu Janua. When he was in school, there were so many people who loved Lu Janua, and even Sun Bo loved Lu Janua to the bone. Now her son Bo is dead, but what about Lu Janua? She even found a man who treats her so well. What gives her the right to live so well? What gives her all the spotlight? Zhao Qin hated. She was too hard on Lu Janua. She wanted to take revenge on Lu Janua, but on her own, she was not capable of being able to take revenge on Lu Janua. Now Lu Janua has a man to back her up, not to mention, just Lu Janua himself is a master of learning sparring. She wants to take revenge on Lu Janua. That is simply impossible. So then she thought of Sun Bo's mother. There is no hate that is more erosive to the heart than the hate that breaks up one's family. If Sun Bo's mother knew that Sun Bo's death, as well as the Sun family's crisis, was because of Lu Janua, there was no way she would do nothing and just let Lu Janua off the hook. Something to do with Bo? What? Hearing Zhao Qin talk about Sun Bo's mother reacted. Seeing Sun Bo's mother staring tightly at herself, Zhao Qin's heart, as if she had been hit by a stone, was stuffy, with a feeling of not being able to catch her breath. The eyes of Sun Bo's mother were just too horrible, haggard, with a strong sense of unwillingness, a feeling as if she wanted to eat people up. Grim. Auntie, do you know? Sun Bo has had a favorite girl since college. That girl is high and cold, independent, and also looks especially beautiful, is the school flower of our witch class. Sun Bo has been pursuing her, but she has always been indifferent to Sun Bo. Even after graduation, Sun Bo didn't give up his pursuit of that girl. Even the car accident was related to that girl. That girl kept hanging on to him, giving him hope, but then she didn't agree to be with him, and in the meantime, married another man, and that man beat up Sun Bo and hospitalized him for a long time. Speaking here, Sun Bo's mother's gaze gradually took on color, but that look was one of shock and endless hatred. Seeing that she had achieved the effect she wanted, Zhao Qin spoke even more vigorously. We set up a class group, and some time ago, Sun Bo was in the group, and continued to pester the girl, making his feelings known to the girl. But that girl's attitude towards Sun Bo is very bad. This is probably because the man she's looking for now is very powerful. She can't see Sun Bo anymore. She won't even let Sun Bo be the spare tire, and said a lot of excessive words. That woman said to Sun Bo that her husband will make Sun Bo become a negative second generation. After that, I couldn't contact Sun Bo for several days, and when I thought of that girl's words before, I got worried and asked her in the group, but I didn't expect that the man she was looking for jumped out to defend her, saying that Sun Bo was gone and that the Sun family would be bankrupt. I always feel that Sun Bo's death is not that simple, but I'm not sure what's going on. After Zhao Qin's words, the hatred in Sun Bo's mother's eyes increased. After that, Zhao Qin left without even saying a word. It was really Sun Bo's mother's eyes that were so intimidating that she didn't want to stay a minute longer. After Zhao Qin left, tears flowed down Sun Bo's mother's face. Surprisingly, it's like this. She is Sun Bo's mother. After her son's accident, she was the first to understand what happened. Have seen the live video of her son and her husband's death. The police gave her the story that Sun Bo had always been entangled with that woman, but the girl had never said she liked him, and had never even looked at him squarely. But Sun Bo had gotten so crazy about that girl that he ended up loving her so much that he went crazy and tried to kill the woman and her husband, and that's why it happened. In the video, it was indeed his son who lost control of the situation, which led to the tragedy that followed. With the video evidence, she had nothing to say but swallow all her grief into herself. To like a girl and do something so out of control was a failure on her part as a mother, and she couldn't be bothered to pursue anything. But now she was hearing a different version of the story. It's true that it was her son who lost control and killed someone, and as a result, it cost both father and son their lives. That's true, but that woman, how could she play with her son's feelings like that? After her husband and son's accident, the family's business also suffered a heavy blow. She originally thought that it was those peers who saw that their family had no top pillar, so they came to fall on the well to come. Now it seems that things are not so simple. Sun Bo's mother, a sensible person. Her son likes people. They do not like him. It is not the fault of other girls. In the aftermath of the accident, the police said that the woman would not hold their family responsible, and she had marveled at the girl's kindness. I've always been grateful to you guys, but as a result, you caused my family's tragedy, made me lose my family, lose everything. How could you? How could you do that? Think you can hurt people so recklessly just because you're somewhat capable? So what if you're even more powerful? I won't let you guys go. I will definitely make you pay. Sun Bo's mother wiped her tears, her eyes filled with determination and hatred. At this moment, that already eerie feeling of the room was even more so. Yi Ijo cleaned up the house as usual after Lu Janua left and then went to the jewelry store. The ring he had specifically ordered earlier was to be given to Lu Janua, firstly to make her happy, and secondly to tell everyone that Lu Janua was already the one with a master. It can't be helped. His wife is just too beautiful. Everywhere he goes people miss her. He can't help but be a little more heartfelt. The timing couldn't be better to give it to Lu Janua at this time. If Lu Janua accepted it, it would mean that the relationship between the two could go back to what it was before. After getting the ring, Yi Ijo suddenly wanted to buy a car. He was not short of money now, so just buy a good one. He didn't care about the car. It was just a means of transportation left and right. But now the relationship between the two have reached this point. The two later go out to have fun, or into the relatives and friends. He also opened Lu Giano's car, which has inevitably let others talk about it, that he is Lu Giano raised a little white boy. Before Lu Janua's classmates, he had used him to drive Lu Janua's car, this thing to stab Lu Janua. He could not afford to have his wife in the future because of the car thing to suffer half a bit of aggrievement. Yi Ijo was tangled where to buy a car when he suddenly saw an advertisement sheet, which happened to advertise a car dealership. This car line, before Yi Ijo heard, but the previous is a poor boy. Press simply not qualified to have that kind of car. Naturally cannot. With a destination in mind, he took a direct cab ride straight to the dealership. When he came to the car dealership, he saw that the car dealership was holding a car show. And Yi Ijo had a dazzling feeling that all kinds of luxury cars were very good. It seemed to make him much taller when he stood so close to such an occasion. This place, all rich people come. Yi Ijo was still the first time to come. A little at a loss. Men like cars. Yi Ijo also like. Just before the ability is limited. Can only look at the video? Look at the picture addiction. Did not expect. One day he can also have. Yi Ijo looked around the station and after determining that area belonged to that level of consumption, he went directly to the luxury vehicle area. In this world, rich people are not generally much. The luxury car area is crowded with people. Yi Ijo came a little late. The front is already overcrowded. He spent a lot of effort to come from the crowd outside the crowd to the crowd. Saw a variety of, before can only be seen on TV luxury car. There were even luxury cars that he had never even seen. Basically everyone was taking pictures. Yi Ijo looked itchy and also took out his cell phone to take pictures. However, his purpose wasn't quite the same as the others, who were probably there to enjoy it, or something else, whereas his purpose was to send it to Lu Janua to read, and wanted to ask Lu Janua's opinion. He does like luxury cars, but he is not very obsessive. So in contrast, in his heart, Lu Janua likes will be more important. He wanted to pick Lu Janua to like it, and he also wanted to promote the reconciliation of the two people's relationship through this interaction. Is going to take pictures of the truth. Yi Ijo see their own broken cell phone. Even a picture cannot be taken clearly, so went to buy a new one. After taking pictures, the first time to Lu Janua sent over. Daughter-in-law, take a look at these cars. Which one looks good? Yi Ijo sent out. Has been staring at the phone to see the top. See the top. Several times showed the other party is entering the word, but none of the message back. He was a bit anxious. What was Lu Janua's situation? Why didn't you reply to him when you clearly saw it? Just when Yi Ijo couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to send Lu Janua another message of truth. Lu Janua's message was sent over. This one can be more atmospheric. Drive Out also has a brand name. This car environment is also good. It is easier to do things. The air is good. Will not easily get sick. Yi Ijo looked at a rash. What do things conveniently? Will not this sick? How can you get sick driving a car? Is it that much of a stretch? Not a moment later, Lu Janua sent a photo over. Admittedly the same photo that Yi Ijo sent over. The model in the photo, wearing a cooler. Yi Ijo was amused. This is the photo he sent over, yes. But when he sent it, he didn't even notice that there was a model on it. Not to mention the fact that the person was still dressed so cool. This a male. Are not these? Lu Janua a female. How I so poisonous. The first reaction is not to look at the car, but to look at the woman? Who's the man? him or Lu Janua? Yi Ijo returned. Daughter-in-law. I let you look at the car. I didn't let you look at anything else. I don't even look. Lu Janua returned, is to look at the car. Buy a used car. Do not always have to buy the appearance of similar. Yi Ijo sent a crying emoji. Daughter-in-law. I'm talking about the car shell of that car. These models are going to stand next to that car. I'm going to take pictures. That can't be helped. I can only shoot even the people in the car. Can't let the people drive. And I'll shoot it again. Right? Daughter-in-law. Isn't it only men who like to look at beautiful women? Why are you still? When it comes to the two of us, how come it's always the other way around? I like to look at cars. You like to look at women. And you pick that kind of women to look at. What's the situation? Daughter-in-law. You're the best looking beauty I've ever seen. So all those other ones don't catch my eye. And if you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have even noticed that I actually just wanted to buy a car. Nothing more. These cars are all I looked at the scene. Think it's okay. Want you to give me advice. In the future to take you out also have faces not it. You like which one just feel free to pick. Do not have to think about the problem of money. Your husband does not lack of money. Although I said I didn't look. But then again, it's still because your husband I wasn't careful and made you jealous. So as compensation, I'll buy you whatever car you like. And if you like me for all of it, I'll buy you all of it to take home. Lu Janua returned. Buying a car and giving it to a beautiful woman. Isn't that good? Don't you want it? Yi Ijo returned. I only want you. My innocence has always been reserved for you. Daughter-in-law. Lu Janua sent a fiery emoji over. Yi Ijo was dumbfounded. This can be angry? Daughter-in-law. I'm wrong, but, can you tell me? Where did I upset you? It is said that a woman's heart is a needle at the bottom of the sea. This is not wrong at all. Many times, Yi Ijo could not keep up with the speed of Lu Janua's changing face. He hadn't been in a relationship in all these years. It was just too tiring to watch other people fall in love and guess. However, I don't know why, when Lu Janua made it, Yi Ijo didn't feel annoyed at all, but instead felt it was cute. Lu Janua returned. Your innocence to me, then not innocence can be given to others? All can only be mine. Yi Ijo froze as he looked at the domineering words on the screen. Is this really something that his daughter-in-law who can get red in the face after a couple of flirtations could say? Daughter-in-law? After Yi Ijo sent these 3 words over, the next second, on the screen, the message that Lu Janua had just sent was instantly pulled back. Seeing that Lu Janua withdrew the message, Yi Ijo secretly regretted. Hey, should have thought of the screenshot. However, although the screenshot did not succeed, this does not affect Yi Ijo happy in the slightest. Although it is not said in person, can be said so on the internet. This is a great progress. The internet are so said. The reality cannot be far away. Yi Ijo sent a message to tease. Daughter-in-law, what did you say? Speak up. I didn't hear you. Lu Janua directly the word rollover. Yi Ijo laughed even more happily. Just now probably Lu Janua sent me. Not daughter-in-law you sent. Daughter-in-law. You quickly look. Which one you like? I will buy it back later. Lugano returned. This car will do. The one with the shell. Yi Ijo looked at it. It was a white Lamborghini. The appearance was beautiful and the interior environment was more spacious, practical and also good-looking. Daughter-in-law, you like Lamborghini? Yi Ijo asked. Lu Janua sent a laughing emoji. I like the pink one. Are you buying it? Pink? Yi Ijo didn't remember him having a pink one for Lu Janua. He looked over the pictures he had just sent over carefully, and in one of those pictures he had sent, one of the fans' cars did appear. Yi Ijo immediately returned. Buy. Lu Janua returned. No. I just said. Men driving. You naturally want to choose a atmospheric. Just that Lamborghini is very good. Good looking. Space is also big. Suitable for home. If a relative or friends come, can also do it. Of course, if you other sports car, then you go pick it yourself well. I don't care about you. I heard that you men drive sports cars. All to get girls. In fact, as long as it is a sports car, what kind of car you want to buy can be. Anyway, you don't have bad money. Casually drive out can make a lot of girls like. Yi Ijo, I also think that Lamborghini is good. With so much space, it's also convenient to be inside. And your movement won't be too restricted. Lu Janua recognized back. Yeah. Yi Ijo sent an emoji with peach hearts in his eyes over. I feel the same way. There's plenty of space. And if we want to do that, we won't be too restricted. Daughter-in-law, do you like to be on top or on the bottom? Lu Janua returned. Get lost. Stinking man. 3 words without leaving those messy things. Humph. Yi Ijo sent a pitiful expression over. Daughter-in-law, I don't want to hurry up and make a person with you. Our mom is urging for the birth of a child, saying that you are not young. Turn back to the older age to build a person. It is more dangerous. Let us seize the time. Let's choose a day. Just today? Yi Ijo's message departed to go. The screen after a while, even being entered did not appear. Yi Ijo see good to end. Also do not dare to force Lu Janua too tight, or if the little woman again to make angry, then it will be difficult to do. Instead of continuing to tease Lu Janua, he put away his phone and went to buy a car. Lu Janua said Lamborghini is good, so he bought Lamborghini. Lu Janua likes it, he likes it too. It's quite good. After that, paying over $5 million, he just picked up the car. It is said that a penny. This is not wrong at all. Yi Ijo got on the hand to open a little. That feeling is not generally good. He even had an urge to go back and buy all his favorite cars and drive one a day. Men like cars, probably for the same reason women like lipstick. Yi Ijo lifted the car, did not go home, but went directly to Lu Janua's company. The new car, naturally, to go to call on his wife a piece of feel the feeling. Boss, you're here. As soon as Yi Ijo appeared, the receptionist warmly greeted Yi Ijo. Red packets, that is a good thing. Last time Yi Ijo gave so many red packets to the people of Lu Janua's company. His image in the heart of Yi workers, that is as high as it can be. The boss suddenly appeared. So naturally, he had to be warmly entertained. The receptionist greeted Yi Ijo, and the other employees looked towards Yi Ijo, each looking at Yi Ijo with a face of admiration. Yi Ijo knew that this was all due to the previous red packet. He couldn't see bringing a red packet every time he came, but the boss's face had to be preserved. Yi Ijo saw a few more unfamiliar faces in the company, and asked the receptionist to realize that the company had just recruited new employees. Yi Ijo instantly had a good idea to buy people's hearts. Everyone, it's not easy to work hard. In a while, I'll pay for it. You guys go to a get-together after work, when it's a welcome to the new employees. I won't go with your boss's wife. You won't have a good time if I go. Go wherever you want, don't be polite with me. Wow, the boss is powerful and dominant. I wish the boss and the boss's wife 100 years of happiness. 3 years holding too. Yi Ijo responded. Okay, thanks for the blessings. Everyone get busy. I'll go find the boss's wife. Yi Ijo went to Lu Janua's office and pushed the door straight in. The soundproofing of Lu Janua's office wasn't very good, and with that much commotion in the hall, Lu Janua had heard it long ago. When Yi Ijo entered the door, he saw the image of a domineering female president. You're spoiling the staff. Will they still listen to me? Lu Janua accused. Yi Ijo didn't care and directly walked up. Lu Janua immediately shrank back with a wary body. You stay away from me. Am I not the boss? You're the boss's wife. Their rightful boss. They naturally have to listen to you. I'm doing all this to make your employees like you more. Like you to listen to you. I don't show up easily. And when I do, I'm still stingy. So won't the staff talk about you in private? Daughter-in-law. The car you said. I mentioned it. So I purposely came to pick you up, just so you can feel the feeling. This car is okay. Otherwise, let's go now. Yi Ijo asked curtly. Lu Janua looked behind him. What about the used car? Did you mention it too? Yi Ijo cried and laughed. Go, I'll take you to have a good look. Yi Ijo. Lu Janua was exasperated and called Yi Ijo's name, raised his hand and wanted to beat him up, but I don't know what to think. But in the end, he didn't beat him up again, and instead huffed and puffed and walked away from the person. Yi Ijo was busy to follow, and when passing the front desk, Yi Ijo added the front desk, so that the money was given out when they went to the gathering. Yi Ijo also did this so that Lu Janua could manage her employees well. Money he does not care, but in this case cannot be too generous. Since said the gathering, then spend how much to give how much. Give less. Unlike the words, give more. It will be like Lu Janua said, the leaf workers spoiled. In case there is nothing to think of fishing for extra money, then it is not good. After Yi Ijo and Lu Janua left, the company instantly exploded, and the employees all gathered excitedly to discuss the situation. Hey, look everyone, the boss and the boss's wife. What's going on here? The boss's wife is huffing and puffing, and the boss looks like he's in a good mood again. No, that's too weird. Could it be that the boss let us go to the potluck and the boss's wife is upset? No, our boss's wife is not like that. I mean, will the boss's wife think that our boss is too generous, making us all the boss's people, and she's jealous and unhappy? Does it matter? That's too much at stake. When the boss really does become the boss and the boss's wife's retired to the background. Right? Oh, it's not impossible. After all, our boss's wife is a strong woman. She naturally doesn't want this kind of thing to happen. Lu Janua came to the company's main entrance and saw Yi Ijo's newly bought car at a glance. Where was the used car? There was only a first-hand car sitting around somewhere and she realized what she had done. When did her IQ become so low? How could Ji Jo bring a model back? A person with a brain would not do such a thing. She was deliberately saying angry words at that time, and as a result, when Yi Jo picked up on her words, she even rushed out with a brain. Now that I think about it, this was a stupid behavior on her part, wasn't it? Lu Janua was going to be angry with herself. This IQ of hers, when did it become so low? It was all because of Yi Jo. This asshole man. She was so angry with him that she couldn't even think normally. Where's your used car? Bring it here so I can take a good look at it. Maybe I can even help you out? Although she had realized what she had done, she wouldn't allow herself to just wimp out, so she planned to be unreasonable to the end. She circled around Yi Jo's car and even opened the door to look for it. Money! Yi Jo suddenly voiced. Lu Janua instinctively turned to look at Yi Jo. Money? Where did you get the money? As soon as her words fell, she heard a sound of taking pictures, and saw that in Yi Jo's hand. He was taking pictures with a new cell phone. Not waiting for Lu Janua to ask, Yi Jo had already opened his mouth first. There are no used cars, but there is a car model. Here it is. It's a first hand. Lu Janua froze, then realized what Yi Jo meant, and immediately became furious. You bastard man. See if I don't strangle you. Yi Jo knew what she was like when she was angry and had already prepared his heart. When Lu Janua rushed over, he first dodged and then held Lu Janua in his arms. Lu Janua wanted to struggle, but Yi Zhoping didn't give her a chance at all. The two struggled for a while. Lu Janua slowly stopped, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. Then, the two got closer and closer, and affection slowly spread between them. Finally, Yi Jo was not retaliated against and held a beautiful woman. The mood was so good that Yi Jo felt that, in this instant, even the oxygen in the air was much more abundant. In the depths of his love, Yi Jo kissed Lu Janua. Lu Janua also in the arms of Yi Jo slowly sink. This moment, as if the two souls are tightly intermingled, forgetting time, forgetting space, eyes and heart, only the existence of each other. It wasn't until Lu Janua felt like she was about to run out of oxygen and she had a slight struggle that Yi Jo let go of her. After separating from each other, Lu Janua hurriedly lowered her head, red-faced, embarrassed to look at Yi Jo. Suddenly, a red delicate box was handed to Lu Janua, and she jerked her head up to look at Yi Jo. What is this? This kind of box, basically, contained a ring without a doubt. But it was because she realized what it contained that her heartbeat, which had only just eased, instantly sped up again. Sure enough, under her gaze, Yi Jo slowly opened the box, and inside was a white gold ring. Whether it was the material or the style, it was all Lu Janua's favorite. Simple, atmospheric, with a diamond set on top, sparkling in the sunlight, bright in the sunlight, but also in Lu Janua's heart. There is no girl who doesn't like diamonds. It represents more than just a piece of jewelry. It's a relationship. Girls love this kind of jewelry. That's because it's a testimony of affection. Yi Jo took out the ring and directly put it on Lu Janua's 10 fingers. Lu Janua was dumbfounded. How can you wear a ring like that? Yi Jo had a puzzled look on his face. Isn't that how rings are worn? I see people wear it like this. As long as you wear a ring, it means that you say that you are the one who has a master, and other men won't come to harass you. This is a small gift for you, and when we have our wedding, I'll give you another one. A special ring for the wedding. Lu Janua then understood Yi Jo's intention. When she saw the box, she thought that Yi Jo would get down on one knee and have a romantic proposal. She was a little speechless at this man's brain circuit. The two had just that what? He didn't propose at this time, but even said something about it being a small gift? In the past, Lu Janua didn't understand what it meant to be a straight man, and she now kind of understands it. It was simply not too straight, which made Lu Janua speechless and amused. Other times, he seems to be very smart. How come he becomes such a fool when he comes to her? In fact, Yi Jo also wanted to propose, but he was afraid that Lu Janua would think that he was getting ahead of himself. He had been wondering how to give this ring to Lu Janua so that she would accept it, and it just so happened that the two of them had developed their feelings, so he took it out. It was a pretty good atmosphere, but it turned out to be straight up pissed off by him, and that's not a good idea. Just now Lu Janua can be so cooperative and kiss him. This is already a great gift to Yi Jo. Other than that, he dared not expect too much. Rather, it's an ambition, but it can't be rushed. Like it or not? Yi Jo asked. It's okay, it speaks for itself. Lu Janua returned in a salty manner. Yi Jo could see her mouth was not in the right place and cried and laughed. He smiled and said, just say the right thing, and in the future, with this ring binding me, I'll be able to feel more secure. Come on, daughter-in-law, get in the car and feel our new car. You, stinky man. Lu Janua remembered what they had discussed earlier. the large space in the car, suitable for doing that and whatnot words. Her face reddened to the point of dripping blood, but the person still obediently got into the car. I'm talking about yes, feeling our new car. Daughter-in-law, where did you think of? Yi Ijo asked with a confused face. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Lu Janua kicked over nonchalantly. Daughter-in-law, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. Spare me. Yi Ijo was admitting his mistake on his mouth, but in his heart, he was thinking about how the two should develop next and what he should do to look so natural. The two of them set off for home in their new car. On the way, Lu Janua's gaze was always on top of that ring, touching it every now and then as if it was some rare treasure. Yi Ijo but smiled. Not that it is just talking about it? Sure enough, women are all mouths. He got it again. Back home, Yi Ijo cooked, ate, cleaned up and served Lu Janua as usual. Everything was so natural, but when it came to lying down, it suddenly became unnatural. Everything. Lu Janua always had a bunch of flirty talk, but always respected Lu Janua and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. But it was different now. The two had been so close during the day, and at night it seemed as if what was there should come naturally. But Lu Janua can't pass the hurdle of his own heart, and Yi Ijo is also carefully guarding the sensitivity of Lu Janua's heart, wanting to go further but not daring to do so. The two of them each had their own thoughts, and they both lost sleep. By 11 o'clock at night, neither was asleep. Yi Ijo was quietly paying attention to Lu Janua's movements, and Lu Janua was doing the same. Finally, Yi Ijo couldn't bear it anymore and sat up with a whoosh. Lu Janua next to him subconsciously grabbed the quilt and looked at him warily. You, what do you want? Don't you take it off, do you hear me? I told you not to. Yi Ijo returned as he took it off. It's a bit hot tonight, I'm sweating. No, not allowed to heat. You quickly put on. Ah, you're a psychopath. Not allowed to take off. Lu Janua panicked, while chiding Yi Ijo, while not daring to look at his body. This man is really not shameful. Just so plainly take off to her to see. Face all don't want? But Yi Ijo acted as if he couldn't hear her. It was so cold and she still needed to be covered. And he said it was hot? She believes the hell out of him. After Yi Ijo finished taking off his shirt, he directly turned around and hugged Lu Janua and said, Daughter-in-law, go to sleep. Lu Janua's entire body froze the moment she was hugged by him. You, me, she said, too nervous to speak. Lu Janua really wanted to clean up this man, but she knew that she was not Yi Ijo's opponent. In case this man was anxious and did something beastly to her, then what could be done? This man, last night was stealing kisses from her, and today kissed her in the company, and took off his clothes at night. This is getting more and more daring. This too tomorrow, is not directly even pants or not wearing? Lu Janua moved more than once to sweep Yi Ijo off his feet, and if he couldn't be that capable of fighting, she'd really do that. You like to sleep naked, don't you? Fine. Then bear. She'd like to see how capable this man is. After lying down, Lu Janua had thought that she could fall asleep quickly, but she realized that there was really no way for her to ignore Yi Ijo's presence. Lu Janua couldn't stand the close contact with him, so she broke away from his embrace, and also pulled away the quilt covering him. Yi Ijo smiled and did not dwell on it further. Is the little woman shy again? Yi Ijo's heart was happy. He had taken off like this. She was not going to keep him cold all the time, right? But not a moment later, Yi Ijo could not be happy. It was too cold. He went on like this. His strong body would have to be frozen cold. Hey, this one seems to be overplaying its hand a bit. Is this going to be a ride? He was debating if he had to get up and put his clothes back on. But wouldn't that be a waste of effort? After thinking about it, Yi Ijo had an idea in his heart. The two of them are already so close. It is okay to be a little more intimate, right? At this point in time, it's only right for a man to be cheeky. You can't leave it to a woman to be cheeky, can you? He didn't mind, but Lu Janua wasn't the kind of woman who would take the initiative to be cheeky. Yi Ijo reached out and pulled Lu Janua's life, and the little woman immediately grabbed the quilt with a death grip like a startled bird. Yi Ijo, what are you doing? Don't move my quilt. It's so cool, isn't it just what you want? Lu Janua was trying her best to resist, but where was she Yi Ijo's opponent? Yi Ijo got under the covers in no time. I'm quite cool, but it's too cold today. I'm worried that you're freezing, so I have to come and warm the blanket for my daughter-in-law. Yi Ijo said in a serious manner. I don't need it, so hurry up and go wherever you need to go. In the end, it was Lu Janua who lost the battle. The next day, as soon as she woke up, Lu Janua was furious. Are you crazy? Wandering around without clothes? Do you want to be a hooligan? Yi Ijo did not think. What are you afraid of? Anyway, you are my daughter-in-law, and I don't mind being seen naked by you. If you think it's unfair, the big deal is that you don't wear it either. Hooligan. Stinking hooligan, you are a complete and utter hooligan. Lu Janua was really out of words and couldn't even find fresh words to curse. That's what you say? Then I'm really being a hooligan. With Lu Janua's push, she fell into Yi Zhou's hands again, and Lu Janua wanted to cry. However, Yi Zhou still took it for what it was worth, worrying about going too far and really scaring the little woman who had accepted him so easily again. This relationship thing is the last thing you can rush. Take your time, and one day, it will have the effect he wants. Sun Bo's mother, after hearing that from Zhao Qin, began to investigate the truth about the deaths of her son Sun Bo and her husband. After investigating, she checked Yi Zhou. However, the check was on Yi Zhou, who was related to the Si Yuan group. She wanted to go find Yi Zhou. She thought, at this time, Yi Zhou should be sitting in the president's office of Si Yuan group. She arrived at the company, but didn't go directly to him. Her identity was there, and it was assumed that Yi Zhou wouldn't see her. She could only think of one stupid way, and that was to wait. Yi Zhou always but 24 hours to eat and drink in the company, always have to come out. So, as long as she has the patience to wait, she can definitely wait for Yi Zhou. She was a woman, but she had already lost her husband and son, and while it was painful to wait for someone, such pain was nothing to her. On this day, after sending Lu Janua to work, Yi Zhou happened to plan to visit the company. Those rented out houses before made Yi Zhou wary. With a company this big, he wasn't comfortable not checking it out for himself. If there are assholes in this company and he doesn't find them in time, it will become a big hidden danger. The previous thing about those houses of his was out of a lesson, and it's been so many days since it was resolved. It's good to visit the company and find out if there's a problem and fix it sooner rather than later. Yi Zhou had decided to come on the spur of the moment, and he hadn't talked to anyone about his whereabouts. Otherwise, the effect of a private visit would not be achieved. After parking his car, he strides toward the front door of the company. At the side of the company, a line of people were busy loading up, which didn't seem like much of a problem. Looking at the building in front of him, which was actually his own company, Yi Zhou's heart was simply not too happy. He didn't know how to run a company, but that wasn't the point. As far as he could remember, there was supposed to be an executive president of this company, and all he had to do was be a shill and wait for the money. The other shareholders, too, were of this mindset of Yi Zhou. Those shareholders in the hands are not many shares. The company has any major decisions, it is not their turn to manage. So one by one are all hands off, just waiting for the end of the year when the share of money, the company's stock market and stuff. It's pretty smooth too. From Yi Zhou memory, it is so said, Si Yuan Group shareholders, all because of the annual share of money is too small, so they all want to throw the shares. It is just Yi Zhou took over, a breath to buy all of them shares, so it became the company's largest shareholder. But why Yi Zhou moved to buy these shares? This system did not say. Presumably, this system would reward him with such a company with the sole purpose of screwing over the Sun family supermarket, and everything else few was the point. Came to the company's gate out. Suddenly inside hurriedly came out a woman. Towards Yi Zhou pounced. If this were a man, it would probably be thrown out by Yi Zhou's backhand. But seeing that it was a woman, Yi Zhou didn't do that. When Yi Zhou saw this woman, she had a haggard face, but when she faced him, she had a face of hatred, as if Yi Zhou had some deep hatred with her. But in Yi Zhou's memory, he didn't remember recognizing this woman, and he had always been very light in nature and hadn't feuded with anyone. The woman tried to grab Yi Zhou, but Yi Zhou's hands were more agile, and every time, Yi Zhou dodged. The woman had been pestering for nearly 5 minutes, and only after she really couldn't catch Yi Zhou, did she finally stop, and stood opposite Yi Zhou in physical exhaustion. That woman was already emaciated, and to be able to hold on for so long, she was probably relying on her hatred for Yi Zhou to support her. Who is this woman? How can the company allow someone like that? It's a threat to the safety of the company's employees. Seeing that the other party looked like they hated him, Yi Zhou intended to ask, "Auntie, what are you doing? What are you pestering me for? I don't really know you? Do you have some kind of entanglement with the Si Yuan group?" The woman's complexion was very poor. She should have not rested well for a long time, and she was also a bit malnourished, probably having endured some major blow. Seeing that the woman hated him so much, the only reason Yi Zhou could think of was that there was some kind of entanglement between this woman and the Si Yuan group. He could find no other explanation than that. The woman asked him, "Are you Yi Zhou?" Yi Zhou nodded doubtfully. "It's me, but I don't recognize you." "You are Yi Zhou." "That's right. It doesn't matter if you recognize me or not. It's fine for me to recognize you. I can finally find you." After confirming Yi Zhou's identity, the hatred in that woman's eyes became even more intense. Yi Zhou was even more confused. "Auntie, what are you? I'm Sun Bo's mom. My name is Lu Hui. The woman introduced herself. Yi Zhou was shocked and finally understood why this woman's attitude was so strange just now. Yi Zhou, let's talk? Lu Hui opened her mouth. Yi Zhou always felt that this woman was scary, and he looked Lv Hui up and down again. He also kind of understood why this woman was so haggard. Suddenly losing her husband and son was a very heavy blow to her, and there was no other color in her gaze but hatred. It's as if all hope has been lost for everything in the world. Also, with her husband and son gone, where was her hope of living? Yi Zhou was a bit speechless. This woman hated him so much. She must have attributed Sun Bo's death to him. The hatred in her eyes was exactly the same as when Sun Bo tried to run him over with his car. For a woman, husband and child, that is equivalent to life. Lu Hui suddenly came to him, and also with such a strong hatred to come, that means that today this thing is not going to be very easy to solve. He came to see Yuan, decided to come on the spur of the moment, and didn't talk to anyone about it. As soon as he appeared, Lu Hui rushed out, seemingly having been waiting for him to appear. Yi Zhou was thinking about the intricate relationship and did not respond to Lu Hui at the first time, so Lu Hui asked again. Yi Zhou, let's talk about it? Okay, follow me. Yi Zhou nodded. This kind of problem, there was no avoiding it. He had to be thankful that Lu Hui was looking for him and not Lu Janua. Yi Zhou brought Lv Hui to his car, and Lv Hui didn't have much of an opinion. The main thing is to go somewhere else. Yi Zhou is not at ease. Who knows if this one has left any backstabbing waiting for him. Coming to the car, Lu Hui was in the passenger side and calmly opened her mouth. Yi Zhou, do you understand what it feels like to lose everything? The words were spoken calmly, but it made Yi Zhou feel a piercing chill. Yi Zhou directly asked, what do you want? As he walked to and from the car, he wondered in the back of his mind if he should explain himself, give the woman a reason why, but then he thought about it and it seemed redundant. Lv Hui had determined that the deaths of her husband and son were related to Yi Zhou, so the charge was deeply rooted in Lv Hui's heart. If it's something else, you can still be reasonable. How can you be reasonable when people have lost their husbands and children? Persuading people to come clean? That kind of thing. Yi Zhou couldn't do it. It was unrealistic. So, he only needed to know what Lu Hui was up to. Lu Hui was silent and opened her mouth leisurely. Let me tell you a story. In the old days, a girl, near a military zone, opened a supermarket. There was a man who would always come to the supermarket every now and then to buy things. And this man was very special. He wouldn't buy things and then leave, but he would stay in the supermarket and sit for a while. He didn't do anything. He just looked at the girl from a distance. Later, the girl realized that the original man was fond of her, and over time, the two slowly spoke, and the man confessed his love for the girl group. The man had very few words, but the girl was of an idle nature, and there was always something to say, always making the man laugh, and the two of them got together. Because of the man's status, they can't see each other often. The girl wants to marry the man, but the man doesn't agree. Because of his status, he can stay at home too little time, can't bear to let the girl endure loneliness alone. He says, that will only wear away the love between two people. If they wait until he's discharged and the two are still deeply in love with each other, they'll get married. The girl took this to heart, and afterward never spoke of marriage again. And at last, after 6 years of waiting, the two were mended. The two have been in love for all these years. Both parents know about it. And the girl's parents were so happy with the son-in-law that they gave the family supermarket to the young couple. Both are hard-working. The business is doing well, and then began to expand. Step by step, the business expanded. A chance opportunity. The girl knows. It turns out that the man is a better future. But in order to be able to be with her, the boy gave up. Knowing this, the girl fell even more deeply in love with the man. And soon they had children of their own and the family business was doing well. The family has always lived happily. The man is very industrious. And after being married for 1 or 2 decades, he has not uttered a single heavy word to his wife, and has not made her do any heavy work at all. Soon the child grew up and graduated from college. Probably because this child was raised in a greenhouse all his life. So there was not much talent, but as long as he was healthy, the couple was satisfied. Looking at the son's age slowly older, to the age of marriage, but the son is very playful, no matter how much the couple urged. Even a girlfriend did not bring back. The two couples thought, since the child playful, then let him play, until a certain age. Find an ordinary girl to get married can be. They work a little harder now and fight a little more for their son so that when the two couples are gone later, their son's life will still be secure. But to my surprise, one day, suddenly a big bad news came to their family. The man and the son died, leaving only a lonely woman. Saying this, Lv Hui's gaze full of sadness looked at Yi Zhou. Do you know how that female entrant felt when she lost everything? Yi Ijo shook his head. I don't understand. In this world, one's own feelings, only one knows. Other people's feelings, I naturally won't understand. Lu Hui continued. The woman, after being notified, saw the video of the scene of the incident and also learned through the mouth of the police that it turned out to be his son who liked a girl. But the other girl didn't like him and the girl was already married. And the woman's son was so enraged that he wanted to run over the girl and her husband with his car. The woman's husband was at the scene and didn't want his son to do something so radical and tried to stop it. But he didn't want to be run over by his son, who had already lost his mind, and his son died. The woman continued. In fact, the woman and her husband are both very reasonable, but I didn't expect fate to play such a trick on people. The woman didn't blame anyone. After all, it's all because her son was too paranoid to cause a big trouble. The woman even thought that the girl her son liked, and the girl's husband, were good people who didn't hold her accountable. Until suddenly, one day, a man came to the house, and the man and the woman said that the death of that father and son was not an accident. Yi Ijo wrinkled his eyebrows and probably understood what the woman meant. It was nothing more than the belief that the death of Sunbo and his father was the responsibility of Yi Ijo and their two couples, which is why Lu Hui came here to block him. Who is that person? Yi Ijo asked. Lu Hui's story was certainly heartwarming, but that was only for her family. And Yi Ijo was not the kind of person who had a motherly heart and would not let his judgment be swayed by just a few words. As far as Sunbo's approach is concerned, it seems that even if he doesn't have problems now, he will die sooner or later from his own self-righteousness and bigotry. And Sunbo's father, like Lu Hui, loves his child not so much, not by providing him with a good material life, which is love. It's no one else's fault that the kid isn't a genius. Yi Ijo also understood that the reason why Lu Hui told the story of their family was not to make Yi Ijo sympathize or feel guilty. It was just to tell Yi Ijo how much she was suffering and how much she hated Yi Ijo. In Lu Hui's heart, she had already convicted Yi Ijo. I don't know, but she said she was my son's friend. A girl. LV Hui faintly returned. Hearing this, Yi Ijo was already basically certain that the person was Zhao Qin without a doubt. No one but Zhao Qin would do something so brain-dead. So, what exactly do you want? Yi Ijo asked. Lu Hui couldn't have just come to tell him a story as simple as that. She must have come with a purpose, especially with the hatred in her eyes, which couldn't be fooled. My husband and son. Just so unclear death. I have nothing left. Who let me lose everything? I will also let that person lose everything. However, I want that person to be a clear loss. Don't be the same as me. Unclear and have nothing left. Lu Hui said in a light tone. These words made Yi Ijo suck in a breath of cold air. So Lu Hui had said so much to come and tell him that she would deal with the people he cared about. LV Hui smiled and opened the door to get out of the car. Yi Ijo subconsciously wanted to stop it, but his hand reached halfway and he retracted it. He couldn't just get people killed. And if he couldn't, what was the point of keeping them around? Seeing LV Hui leave just like that, Yi Ijo was in distress. Suddenly, he thought of the system. System, come out. Something is looking for you. Ding. Report host. The system has detected that Lu Hui has murderous intent towards Lu Janua and is already preparing to commit the crime. The success rate is 100%. The system is now urgently starting a special program. Host, you wait for a moment. Yi Ijo was relieved. He was just sick and desperate. He didn't expect the system to be so powerful and to come in handy like this. With the help of the system, then he wouldn't have to worry about Lu Janua's safety. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to deal with this woman when she was mad. Dark arrows are hard to prevent. After a while, the system's voice rang out. Ding! A warm reminder. Now I ask you, the host, to leave here first. Yi Ijo was not sure what the system's intention was to make him leave. However, the system was much more powerful than him. So naturally, he had to listen to the system. He's got a system that can't screw him over. Yi Ijo's car, in no time, overtook Lu Hui, who slowly walked on the road like a soulless puppet. Seeing this scene, Yi Ijo inexplicably felt heartbroken. The system had already made a move. Then it was estimated that Lu Hui didn't have long to live, and he was a little bit reluctant to do so after all. So, Yi Ijo stopped by her side, dropped the car park and said to LV Hui, Sunbo's mom, LV Hui, right? Since you've said so much to me, then I also have a few words to say to you. Everything is a slap in the face. You can think about it differently, and you've also said that your husband has deep feelings for you, and I'm sure that you must love your husband very much as well. So let me ask, would you give up your husband because another woman loves him? I don't need to tell you the answer. You say your husband is honorable, and you're honorable, so what you want to do now? Is it honorable? The video of your husband and son's accident. You have seen it. Your husband went to block your son's car. There is always a reason. He does not want your son to continue to be in the wrong. Your son, but if you can take a little bit of consideration for his father, things would not have developed to this point today. From the way your husband is acting, it seems that he doesn't want your son to hurt innocent people. And of course, it's up to you what you want to do. Except, let me remind you, you'd better think long and hard about what you're about to do, and whether it's what your husband wants or not. The reason I'm talking to you so much is that I feel that your husband has protected me and my wife with his life, so to speak. And besides, there's a word for that. It's called being sensible. And it's not just once or twice that your son has pestered my wife. He's been taught quite a few lessons, and yet he's still dead set in his ways. And that's why what's behind this is happening. Raising but not teaching is the fault of parents. You and your husband. Is there really no responsibility at all? I have suppressed your family's supermarket, and this is all because your son doesn't know the sky and wants to use his power to bully others. And I'm just fighting back. I'm just going to show him that without the family's aura, what does he count for? My wife even told me not to go too far. Just teach the lesson to the point of not letting your family go over the edge. Which is why your family's supermarket has survived this long. But there's no way around it. Your son is just that folksy, and he's eating his own. After saying that, Yi Ijo also didn't care what Lu Hui's reaction was, and directly drove away from the person. Ding! Please ask the host to drive the car 50 meters ahead and find a random kiosk to buy cigarettes and lighters. Yi Ijo's car just drove away not long ago. The system's voice suddenly rang. This is? Yi Ijo, according to the inn, bought cigarettes back to the car. The system added, please host smoking while driving. Yi Ijo was puzzled, but well did as the system said. He hadn't smoked much since he got together with Lu Janua, and after a long time, he had almost forgotten this thing that he could smoke. As it happens, I'm in a bit of a bad mood today, so I'll have a smoke to burn off the emotions. As his cigarette was almost finished, the system's voice sounded again. Now, please ask the host to throw the cigarette butt out, and afterward drive away and you can do whatever you want. Yi Ijo got more and more confused. What is the system doing? The system showed up today. It couldn't be just to play the game of losing the girl with him, could it? Puzzled, he stopped the car and looked over to where he had just thrown his cigarette butt. That cigarette was never extinguished because it hadn't been finished. At this time, Yi Ijo saw Lu Hui. He wasn't very close to Lu Hui's place, but her haggard figure still made Yi Ijo recognize Lu Hui at a glance. Could it be that something will happen to Lu Hui? Yi Ijo sucked in a breath of cool air. Lu Hui had been walking slowly and leisurely forward. Her appearance still looked dull. Suddenly, as she walked to the place where Yi Ijo had just thrown the cigarette butt, she stumbled a little and almost didn't fall down. After that, she simply sat right down on the floor. Yi Ijo was a bit puzzled, and he continued to read on, wanting to see what was going on. He looked for a while, only to see Lu Hui has been sitting on the side of the road. Also do not care about the smoke and dust raised by the vehicles coming and going. Has been covering her feet rubbing. She slowly stopped, looking to the main road. The vehicles coming and going, do not know what to think. LV Hui had never shed a single tear these days, even though she said she had lost her son and her husband, and that everything in the house was about to be lost. She was so desperate that all even tears could not be shed. These days she can survive, all by remembering once her husband's account, recalling the memories of the family. Support. She also often dreamed of her husband said to her, must live well, cannot think about it. In fact, she had lost count of how many times she had thought about leaving with her husband, and her son. LV Hui's relatives, all of them are gone. Her husband and son are her only relatives, but now, even they are gone. LV Hui really can't find a reason to live. These days, she didn't just end herself, but she lived every day like a walking corpse. She just now, has been in a daze. Messy thinking. Think about what Yi Ijo said, and think about what that girl said. Think about their family's past. A distraction. Was next to the side do not know where to come a cigarette burn, but also almost a stagger fall. Her feet hurt. She simply sat directly on the ground and rubbed her feet. Rubbing and rubbing, all those sadnesses in her heart. Aggression suddenly came up, out of control. She had been suppressing it all these days, and once these tears were Jedi, she couldn't suppress them anymore. She needed to vent so badly. Because of her crying, more and more people around her gathered around. Even Yi Ijo, who was standing far away, heard it. Yi Ijo more and more do not understand. The system this arrangement in the end is thinking of what to do. Lu Hui had been crying, and there were onlookers, as well as passers-by, who took a hasty look and left. Lu Hui cried for a long time until her throat was hoarse from crying, and only then did her cries slowly diminish. Yi Ijo listened to her despair, her collapse, that voice, it was heartbreaking to hear. Lu Hui's voice trailed off, but her crying didn't stop. At this time, there was a car, stopped by Lu Hui's side. There was a man in a suit walked down from the car. The temperament was the same as Sun Bo's father, although the person is in middle age, but the body is well managed. It looks like it should be fitness all year round. Yi Izhou was confused. Who was this man? What is the relationship with Lu Hui? Time then passed for more than 20 minutes, and at this moment, Lu Hui was probably tired of crying and didn't cry anymore, only sobbing one by one. Ding! The special procedure has been executed. Lu Hui's killing intent has dissipated and she will not commit any further international acts. Ha! Yi Izhou was confused. Warm reminder to the host. In the future Lu Hui will let go of the past and live a good life. That's it? Yi Izhou is full of question marks. A cigarette has lifted the crisis? This is too amazing, right? On LV Hui's side, that man waited for LV Hui to finally stop being bitter, wiped LV Hui's tears, and after that, he didn't know what he said to LV Hui, and helped LV Hui into his car. After Yi Izhou took a few deep breaths, he called the executive president of Siyuan Group. From today onwards, give Ijia Supermarket to continue to supply normally, and at cost price, without earning their profits. In addition, their family's goods, no matter when and under what circumstances, should be provided on a priority basis. This, Mr. Yi, the executive president was a bit hesitant. Yi Izhou continued, arrange it down. This arrangement, continue until I am not the largest shareholding boss of Siyuan, otherwise it can never be changed. Yes, Mr. Yi. After the call ended, Yi Izhou lit another cigarette, looking out of the car to come and go my vehicle. He thought a lot. It was surprisingly satisfying to have it end this way, and he was satisfied with it. For Sun Bo, he did not sympathize at all. His thoughts were the same as before, never changed. People like Sun Bo, if Yi Izhou did not lay hands on his family, then Sun Bo would keep pestering Lu Janua. Sun Bo, this person is really too radical, and Yi Izhou cannot always be in Lu Janua's side. Time is long. Who does not know Sun Bo can also do what heartless things too? Even if he was by Lu Janua's side at all times, there was no guarantee that he could protect Lu Janua's well-being every time. And Sun Bo's father, Sun Bo is his son. He is not wrong to bear such consequences. The reason why Sun Bo has today, a large part of the reason is that the couple two children too much spoiled, but the main still lies in Sun Bo's father. The son is big. That naturally is the father to discipline. From Sun Bo's father's approach seems to be, he should rarely in his son to make friends. The most pitiful person is Lu Hui, but it's fate and there's no way around it. Being such a mess, Yi Izhou also lost the idea of going to the company to take a look at it again. So go some other day. He stubbed out his cigarette and started the car to go home. After arriving home, Yi Izhou hitched a ride, changed into home clothes, and lay on the sofa. After that, as usual, he started cooking when Lu Janua was about to leave for work, and after the meal, he served Lu Janua, and when he washed Lu Janua's feet, he told Lu Janua about what happened today. Lu Janua listened and sighed deeply. In fact, no one wants such a tragedy to happen, but it's not our fault that things have developed to this point. Hubby, I feel pretty good that Sun Bo's mother can face life again. How she is, that's her business. That's the man she chose and the son she gave birth to, and there's no excuse for her to take those consequences. And I'm talking to you about all this. I actually want to say to you, daughter-in-law, that someone who's incapable of doing anything is only going to have their destiny played with by someone else. Luckily, I can still be somewhat capable of protecting you and guarding our little family. Yi Izhou said. Lu Janua couldn't help but roll her eyes. There you go again. That's what you want to say, right? Nothing to do but like to put gold on your own face. You're the only one who's so self-absorbed. Daughter-in-law, I'm telling the big truth, okay? Your husband is giving you a guarantee, trying to tell you things, no matter what kind of things you meet. There is a husband to protect you, so you can do whatever you want to do, without having any regard. Yi Izhou said back. He said this because he believed Lu Janua's character would not stir up trouble at will, and she was the type of person who would not stir up trouble if others did not take the initiative to provoke her. Yi Izhou thought for a moment. It has been a long time since he got the reward from the system, although he said that he seems to have no shortage of anything now, but he always felt that there was a shortcoming when he couldn't glean the wool of the system. Life is so boring. There's nothing to do but milk the system and reap the benefits. A while ago, it was Lu Janua who had been busy taking care of the injured Yi Izhou and didn't have time to show off his excellent husband, which was understandable. But now that he's almost healed, he's just a little too idle. Che, you asshole, what do you think I am? Am I the kind of vase that has no brain and only gets into trouble? Lu Janua questioned unhappily. Now, Yi Izhou didn't know how to answer. Lu Janua's words reminded Yi Izhou of that Zhao Qin, daughter-in-law, Zhao Qin. This person, You say, what should we do? Yi Zhou asked. Although Zhao Qin did not directly retaliate against him, but the woman's behavior almost brought them a crisis. This act of revenge did not reach. After that, do not know what will come out. If you don't give her a wink, you'll probably keep pestering her. Zhao Qin. Lu Janua thought about it and said, that woman is a person who can only rely on men? A little bit of their own skills or not. I think she cannot set off what the wind and waves. Fear not. Fear not. We already know. This time it is she who is behind this. If we don't remind her, she still thinks she is so powerful. If she does something to hurt you, it will not be good. I said before that the Sun family supermarket would close down. But after today's incident, I've already told the company's people that I won't crack down on the Sun family anymore. So the Sun family's closure can be avoided. And in that case, she'll probably think that the words we said in the group before were just big talk. And she might be more than a little bit pleased with herself. I am indifferent. Out of sight. Out of mind. But she is your classmate. And your classmates all know each other. In case she disgusts you in the group from time to time, then how much it will aggravate my daughter-in-law. Yi Zhou already had a certain understanding of Lu Janua after he had been to her childhood room, and the sensitivity in her heart was a little heavier than he had imagined. Since he was ready to protect her forever, he had to look out for her in every way. She's so high-strung and independent. It's not really what she wants. She wants friends too, to be warmed and protected. It's just that she's never had anyone around her who understood her. Those who didn't know thought how unseen and high-strung she was, but in fact she was eager to make good relations with the people around her. At Lu Janua's age when she needed care the most, something like that happened at home, causing her to have to learn to protect herself, and it looks like she's trying to tell her mother that people can only rely on themselves. In fact, for her, it was a hopeless situation. Why would she work so hard to armor herself if she could be protected? Lu Janua has been aggrieved. It seems, she does not care, but in fact, those sadness have been squeezed in her heart. If she can slowly digest, that is naturally good. Just afraid of when she squeezed too much, cannot digest, they will collapse. Before that, he wasn't in her life. You forget it. Since he had him now, he had to protect her very well. He wanted to give all he had to give her warmth, and only then could the two of them love each other for a long time. So, this matter can't just be left alone. Didn't they like to make demons in the group before? Then let's be in the group now and teach Zhao Qin a good lesson. Daughter-in-law, give me your cell phone. Yi Zhou had a way to deal with Zhao Qin in his heart. I hope that you are surrounded by people who bless you and see the good in you, instead of being all jealous and bad-mouthing you. No need. Lu Janua directly refused. Yi Zhou said forcefully, daughter-in-law, I'm not discussing with you. I'm informing you that I have to do this matter. Give me your cell phone. Why? I don't give. Lu Janua struggled for a moment, but still refused. Because I'm your husband. I need to check your cell phone and check in. Yi Zhou said seriously. No, it's not necessary. Husband, it's really not necessary. Lu Janua tightly covered her cell phone. Yi Zhou saw that the discussion did not work, suddenly got up, hands propped up on the sofa on the side of Lu Janua, a little bit closer towards Lu Janua. You, what do you want? Lu Janua asked in panic, and her body leaned towards her back a little bit, until her body was already leaning against the sofa, unable to dodge anymore. She, who was so strong just now, instantly turned into a little wimp, and hurriedly covered her mouth tightly. Here, can't I just give it to you? Yi Zhou laughed bitterly. This is the day to steal a kiss. Caused a psychological shadow? Wouldn't it be over if you gave it to me earlier? Yi Zhou finally reached his goal and took his cell phone away from Lu Janua a bit. He was quite eager to do something about it, but now he didn't have to cherish every opportunity so much. The two of them, already close enough to do what he wanted while lying under one blanket, could still get it done. For now, let's settle the matter of Zhao Qin first. Yi Zhou found that it was fun to tease Lu Janua appropriately. It looked like a tigress, but in reality, it was made of paper, and she wimped out after he teased her a little bit. However, he also enjoyed it. If every time he wanted to do something to her, she rushed up and fell back on him, it would be a meaningless life, and he didn't see how he could keep his passion for Lu Janua high. Teasing Lu Janua like this wasn't a bad way to have a little fun between husband and wife. After Yi Zhou got the cell phone, he started to act. He directly found the class group and ate Zhao Qin. I'm Lu Janua's husband. Are you there? The other students immediately jumped in. What's this for? So excessive. To show love so blatantly. A student asked. Did you show your love? I didn't see it. The classmate who said that he was showing love made an explanation. How many men can casually go through their wives' cell phones? Nuanua's husband can casually take Nuanua's cell phone. What does that mean? What is this if not dog food? Isn't this excessive? The other students conformed. That's right. That's outrageous. How does that make single dogs like us live? I'll go home and go on a blind date right away. I'll be the next one to show my love. Not a moment later, Zhao Qin also came out, and directly etched Lu Janua, asking, "What are you looking for my mom for?" Lu Janua, I solemnly warn you here. Be quiet. Do not engage in those moths behind the scenes. You go to Sun Bo's mother for what? What did you do to Sun Bo's mom? I know exactly what you did. Now that Sun Bo and his father are gone, the matter is over. My daughter-in-law is kind-hearted and told me not to do anything to you, so I'm giving you one last chance. Don't be a demon again or you'll only be in a cocoon. I won't suppress the Sun family supermarket again. If Sun Bo's mom didn't want to close the supermarket, then their supermarket will continue to operate normally. You don't have to think that I'm not that capable of how to do it, and create any misunderstanding for you. If you're going to be that stupid, you're incorrigible. You can attach yourself to anyone you like. It has nothing to do with us at all. But that's no reason for you to be jealous and hate my wife. You'd better go about your life in peace and don't dare to do anything to your wife again. LOL. Yi Zhou said here and didn't continue further. As long as that Zhao Qin wasn't retarded, she would be able to understand his words. If she understands, and is still a civil disobedience, then he can't be blamed. There were ways he wanted to deal with Zhao Qin. Yi Zhou words finished. The other students were quiet under out. Even Zhao Qin did not make a sound. Yi Zhou waited for a while, saw that no one spoke, and knew that these words of his had played a role. Otherwise, as far as that crazy bitch Zhao Qin was concerned, she wouldn't be so peaceful if she had just a little bit of confidence. Yi Zhou also ate Zhao Qin. There is no need to pretend to be invisible. What happened before? You are here to formally apologize to my wife, and it will be over. In the future, you can choose to be peaceful, or you can choose to continue to know no better than to make a look. I don't mind to teach you a little bit how to be a man and do things. There was a strong sense of irony in that statement. Yi Zhou was trying to tell Zhao Qin that even if she was silent, it didn't mean that he would do nothing. Otherwise that Zhao Qin would only think that he was a paper tiger and would continue to come and disgust him and Lu Janua. He himself didn't care. It was fun to tease the dog if nothing else, but Lu Janua's mind was sensitive, and he didn't want Zhao Qin to stab Lu Janua with those cynical words. In fact, apologizing or not, Yi Zhou simply does not care. He wants to two words Zhao Qin see as his strong, will not feel that he is a soft persimmon. Having Zhao Qin admit her fault in the group was no different from directly punching her in the face, so that Zhao Qin could learn from her mistakes. After a while, Zhao Qin spoke. Yi Zhou, right? What are you so proud of? You think you're so great? If you want me to admit my fault, go ahead and dream. I don't have a job. What else can you do to me? Just take my life? If anything happens to me, then what you said today is the evidence of your crime. If I'm not good, you don't want to be good. Is that all you can do to threaten people? Yi Zhou was a bit speechless when he saw Zhao Qin's reply. This Zhao Qin, when it comes down to it, doesn't have much of a brain. Her brain circuits just aren't the same as other people's. It's a dead giveaway. Yi Zhou just finished sighing. Suddenly someone sent to Lu Janua. Yi Zhou exited the group chat and saw that it was actually Zhao Qin who sent a private message. Yi Zhou opened the chat box. Zhao Qin said, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. I apologize to you. You let me go, okay? You're also a big man. Don't keep grabbing me. If you keep saying that, in the future, I won't be able to behave in front of my classmates. Moreover, it's not good for Lu Janua to see this, right? If you keep giving me a hard time as a woman, when Lu Janua sees it, what will she think of you? It'll feel like you're bullying a woman and can't stand up to her. And you don't want that, do you? After Yi Zhou read it, he smiled helplessly and showed Zhao Qin's words to Lu Janua, daughter-in-law. I want to know, in your heart, what kind of your husband is like? Lu Janua thought seriously for a moment and reached out her hand to count on her fingers. Hooligans, assholes, psychopaths. Yi Zhou cried and laughed. What did you say? I can't hear you. Can you speak louder? Lu Janua cooperated and amplified her voice. Hooligan, asshole, psychopath, shameless. Yi Zhou nodded and handed her cell phone to Lu Janua to see. Lu Janua then realized that those words she just said were actually recorded by Yi Zhou. Lu Janua understood. The first time to grab the phone, while grabbing and shouting, you give me deleted. Deleted. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Why are you so active? Yi Zhou naturally wouldn't give it to Lu Janua, and the two of them made a scene. Beautiful women have baggage. Lu Janua is the same. She does not want to be so weird side. Was Yi Zhou proclaimed out? Pressed to notice Yi Zhou's flirtation. The painting style slowly became longer. Lu Janua directly rode on Lu Janua's body to grab the phone. Yi Zhou, You son of a bitch, what do you want? Lu Janua was dying of anxiety, but Yi Zhou, the culprit, was laughing like nothing was wrong. Lu Janua was angry. Her fists directly smashed as much as they could towards Yi Zhou. Of course, she wouldn't really lay a hard hand. Yi Zhou ducked while saying, "Daughter-in-law, you don't have to worry. Zhao Qin will affect your image if she hears it. She will only be more envious and jealous of you. After all, that kind of gold-worshipping girl won't be able to experience what is called love. The fact that you would say that to me means that the two of us are truly in love. And she's probably saying nothing but good things about Sun Bo. And a dog licker has to be a dog licker, right?" Yi Zhou looked at the posture of the two people, then spoke meaningfully, "Daughter-in-law, if you light a fire again, I'll be impolite. It's hard to endure." Lu Janua froze before she understood what he meant by lighting a fire, and quickly picked herself up and moved away from Yi Zhou. Her small face reddened beyond recognition, and she didn't even dare to look at Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou was disappointed for a while, sighed, and said, "Hey, this body of mine, I was almost tossed by you. Step aside and give me my cell phone." Lu Janua gave him a blank look. As soon as her words fell, her cell phone beeped and Yi Zhou opened it. "I'll read what Zhao Qin said first and give it to you afterward." Zhao Qin returned. "You guys are great. Great. I'm convinced. Okay? I won't target Lu Janua anymore. I'll take a detour when she's around. That's always fine, right?" Yi Zhou returned. "Do you think I am a woman with no measure like you? Just be quiet in the future and don't mess with my wife. You'd better keep your words and don't mess with my wife." "Well, that's all there is to say." Yi Zhou finished sending the message and handed the phone to Lu Janua. Lu Janua saw the chat records of the two, looked at Yi Zhou speechlessly, got up and walked away. "Daughter-in-law, what do you mean by this?" Yi Zhou asked in confusion. "Go back to your room." Yi Zhou, you stay in your room tonight," Lu Janua said without looking back. "Strongly disagree. Daughter-in-law, I'm a gummy candy. I'll stick to you all the time. He. Yi Zhou smiled with a sneaky smile and quickly chased towards Lu Janua, although Lu Janua was fast, but where she was Yi Zhou's opponent. In the end, before closing the door, was Yi Zhou got his way. The next day, Yi Zhou woke up in the morning in a good mood and continued to prepare breakfast for Lu Janua. After breakfast, happily sent Lu Janua out the door to go to work. Then he went to his mother-in-law's house. He didn't have to bring a gift, but the ingredients had to be on hand, and he had even bought what he needed to bring to his mother-in-law's house when he went out to buy groceries in the morning. When he left his mother-in-law's house last time, she kept saying that she wanted him to come back when he was free, not just saying nice words, but truly hoping that Yi Zhou could visit her more often. Mother-in-law Wu surely has only one daughter, Lu Janua, then Yi Zhou is the same as her child. She naturally hopes that Yi Zhou can go back to visit more often when she has time. Yi Zhou also enjoys it, and the family can only be harmonious when the mother-in-law is happy. Wu surely has also long since accepted this son-in-law. Such an excellent son-in-law. She naturally wants to treat her son-in-law a little better, so that the young couple can also live in peace. She already owed Lu Janua a lot, and if it was because of her that the relationship between the two of them was affected again, then Sherry Wu would definitely not be able to forgive herself. She didn't have a son herself and happened to treat Yi Zhou as a son. As for Yi Zhou, the reason why he thought of going to his mother-in-law, besides wanting to make a good relationship with his mother-in-law, he also thought of going to talk to his mother-in-law about the process of their relationship. Lu Janua was so sensitive. Wu surely has always been very concerned. Nothing will send a message to ask him. Ri said, not as clear as face-to-face. Yi Zhou also wanted to talk to his mother-in-law again about taking Lu Janua out for a trip. Before Lu Janua had said that she loved traveling, but because of her work, many places she wanted to go were not able to go. The two of them had been living this female-dominated and male-dominated life for quite some time now, and needed a proper bit of freshness that would make Lu Janua happy, and also promote the development of the two people's relationship. Zhou, is this car newly bought by you? Sherry Wu asked in surprise when she saw the new car Yi Zhou bought. Yi Zhou took down the things in the car while answering his mother-in-law. Yes, it's new. It's a more spacious environment in this car. It's more convenient to carry people. I want to take Nua out to play. This car is more spacious than her car. It's more convenient. You guys are going on a trip? Sherry Wu asked in surprise. Well, Nua said that she has a lot of places she wants to go, and I've always kept that in mind. Yi Zhou returned. Naturally, Sherry Wu could see it, but her daughter she knew, and she asked with a bit of worry, will Nua agree to go with you? It should be put. She and I have advanced a lot more in our relationship development now. Yi Zhou smoothly told his mother-in-law everything he wanted to say. Yeah, tell me about it quickly. Sherry Wu asked in surprise. That day I went back. From you, Yi Ijo put that day to go back and Lu Janua quarreled, all the way to the later development of the two people, and Wu Shueli said a little. He hit some of the more bashful ones, and Sherry Wu was the one who had come through, and didn't have to be too careful if she did. The two of them were talking as they walked towards Sherry Wu's house. It was like a mom and her son were going home together. A very cozy picture. After arriving at home, Yi Ijo was not at all raw, and directly got into the kitchen. With Yi Ijo as the chef, Wu Shirley couldn't help much, so she watched from the side, chatting while watching Yi Ijo cook. The topic of conversation between the two was all about Lu Janua, and from Wu Shueli's mouth, Yi Ijo also knew some of Lu Janua's experiences as a child. When she was almost done talking, Sherry Wu suddenly asked, Joe, your parents know about you and Nua Nua, don't they? Yi Ijo's movements paused for a moment. He smiled and said, not yet, Auntie, this matter is so complicated. I haven't talked to my parents yet. How? Sherry Wu was surprised. Yi Ijo hurriedly said, Auntie, don't be so excited. It's not what you think. Listen to me slowly and say it to you. Sherry Wu's attitude slightly eased that much, staring tightly at Yi Ijo and asked, tell me quickly, what's wrong with you? Yi Ijo said truthfully, Auntie, I told you before, my family is from the countryside. My parents still think that I am just delivering couriers in the city, and I don't know about the rest. Just 2 days ago, I have a cousin who came for 2 days, and I know that little bit. For my parents, they would be satisfied if I could make a good delivery, save some money, and get married and have a child. During Yi Ijo's explanation, Sherry Wu's face eased a little, and when Yi Ijo finished, Sherry Wu directly did not hold back her laughter. That's interesting too. But what parent in the world wouldn't want their child to excel? How can you be scared when you should be happy that your child is doing well? Looking at Wu Shueli's reaction, Yi Ijo knew that she probably did not believe it too much, smiled and said, Auntie, I say really all true. This thing has to be slow. When my parents slowly accept everything I have now, I will definitely take Nua Nua home at the first time. In my parents' eyes, I'm just a no good. How much must they panic when I bring Nua Nua back? It's not like you don't know how good looking Nua Nua is. No matter how much I say, my parents won't believe that I'm that lucky to have a fairy-like wife like Nua Nua. There's another reason. It's because of Nua Nua. Her heart is more sensitive. You also know that, if I bring her to meet my parents now, she will definitely have a big burden on her heart. After my parents meet her, it's a problem if they don't believe it. It's a problem if they believe it, and if they believe it, they'll probably push for the marriage. It's really that Nua Nua is too good looking. Such a good daughter-in-law. Who doesn't want to marry home early? Don't let Nua Nua's heart be pressurized at that time, and avoiding the marriage. That's not good. Auntie, what do you think? When Yi Ijo spoke, he kept an eye on Wu Shueli's reaction. He was worried that Wu Shueli would not believe his explanation. Wu Shueli nodded, or you think well, Nua Nua this girl will be like this. It's all because I am not good. You want to take her out for a trip. Take her out, go out to take a break and look at the outside world is good. She can open her heart to you earlier, so that I can rest assured. When the time comes, you guys get married. Nua Nua's age really isn't small anymore. Being able to see her get married early and have a child, that's my biggest wish. As long as you two are good, I don't have any problem with it. Yi Ijo was secretly delighted. Okay, I understand. Auntie, don't worry. As long as she agrees, I'll immediately come to propose to you and marry her in style. I won't let her suffer half a bit of aggression. Okay, then I'll be waiting for you. Sherry Wu said happily. I sincerely hope that this day will come very early. That is, when we have a child, we will bring you here every day, so don't get tired of it. Yi Ijo said half-jokingly. What kind of words are these? I can't wait to have grandchildren to hold right now. It's also just the right time to find something to do. If I can do something for Nua Nua, then I naturally can't wait to do it. She is my whole motivation to live. Sherry Wu sighed. Yi Ijo shook his head disapprovingly. Auntie, you are but only living for Nua Nua. You also have to live a good life for you. To do something you like to do. Always talking about me. What about yourself? Surrounding Nua Nua all day? Sherry Wu looked at Yi Ijo inquisitively. Yi Ijo heatedly smiled back. Surrounding Nua Nua is what makes me the happiest right now. I'm in a love period. I have to enjoy this happiness. At night, just when the two were at an impasse over whether to share a blanket or let Yi Ijo cover a blanket alone, Lu Janua's video alert tone sounded. The two stopped. Lu Janua picked up her cell phone and looked at it, saying, Hubby, it's Zhao Runner calling with a video. Answer it or not. Zhao Runner? Yi Ijo naturally remembers. Is Lu Janua's best sister. Looks gentle and soft. In fact, is a practitioner. Has a gentle face, but the bones of a man's soul living. Especially her and Lu Janua's appearance of getting along with each other made Yi Ijo still remember vividly until now. Also because that was Lu Janua's only best sister. How could Yi Ijo forget? Yi Ijo said as he got up, "I'll go to the living room." Between girls, there was girl talk, and it didn't seem good for him, a big man, to be listening in. This bit of personal space, Yi Ijo was able to give Lu Janua. Then again, if Zhao Runer finds out he's living with Lu Janua, naturally, he couldn't wait for the world to know. But he guessed that Lu Janua would be uncomfortable. And compared to Lu Janua's happiness, his happiness had to be a row back. If he accidentally pissed off Lu Janua again, how many brain cells would he have to die before he could coax Lu Janua into doing so? No need. You stay, Lu Janua said in a low voice. A few simple words made Yi Ijo's heart blossom. Really? That's naturally true. Rune and I are very, very good sisters. Other than being sisters, there's no other relationship. This reaction of yours? It's too much of that, isn't it? Lu Janua rolled her eyes at him. Yi Ijo cried and laughed. He didn't think that way, okay? Yi Ijo returned. Okay, then, you too. I'll stay quietly, without speaking or showing my face. Okay? Lu Janua pressed the answer button, and a burst of wheel sounds immediately came out of the cell phone, as if it was at the scene of some car play. Yi Ijo did not show his face, but with one side of his face he could see what was on Lu Janua's cell phone screen, and indeed there were a lot of cars, and Zhao Runer's face also appeared on the screen, dressed in a racing suit. It was rather dark, so it was hard to see the cars, as long as all sorts of headlights were scurrying about in a good way. Stinky woman, what are you doing you? Zhao Runer's voice came over. Stinky treasure, are you playing with the car? Lu Janua asked, seemingly used to Zhao Runer being in such an occasion. Right, stinky woman, but I'm just watching the others play. If I go, those people will have to back out. Zhao Runer said arrogantly. Then why did you call me a video? Lugano asked. Zhao Runer immediately charged. Stinking woman, you're too much. Why do you think I'm calling you for the video? Remember carefully, since I left from your place, have you contacted me? You've got a heterosexual without a human being. Ha? Zhao Runer looked like she was on fire. But of course, she wasn't really angry. Zhao Runner, who had just finished fuming, glanced at the camera, and her face immediately made a 180-degree turn. Yeah, Janua, you've already chosen the quilt? You're alone in your room. Are you lonely? Lonely? Who are you talking about being alone? Lu Janua said breathlessly. Zhao Runer immediately came to her feet. What do you mean? Not being alone in the house means that your little husband has already that? Hey, what kind of strange thoughts do you have in your head all day? Do you? You're in the middle of the night, not going home. What are you fooling around outside? Lu Janua didn't have the heart to tell her that Yi Ijo was in the room. If she really wanted to talk to Zhao Runer, she didn't know how she would flirt with her. She wasn't going to do something that she couldn't think of. Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm getting sleepy. I'll call you tomorrow. I'm going to sleep first. Lu Janua said to Zhao Runer with starry eyes. Zhao Runer's gaze was tightly fixed on Lu Janua on the screen as she leisurely said, Stinking woman, you've changed your mind. Lu Janua asked breathlessly, how did I change my mind? If not, why are you hanging up the phone in such a hurry? Say, are you hiding something from me? Zhao Runer asked with a strong air. Where's that little husband of yours? Lu Janua instantly ran out of words. She wouldn't say anything with her eyes open, but she couldn't say it directly to Zhao Runer either. Yi Ijo was right next to her. She suddenly regretted having just stopped Yi Ijo from leaving. She was actually worried that Yi Ijo would be twisted in her heart and feel that she had everything behind his back, and she also thought that it was so late that Zhao Runer wouldn't be able to say anything fatal. Where did it occur to me that today? Zhao Runer acted as if she had done it on purpose, either saying that she was alone in the house or asking where her little husband had gone. Zhao Runer saw Lu Janua stammered half a day did not speak, but even more energetic, put his face to the screen, as if he wanted to see from the screen what clues to come like. Lu Janua immediately got weak. Well, I really need to sleep. Good night. Lu Janua was just about to hang up the video, but the result was too vain. His hands were so busy that he didn't hold the cell phone steady, so that Yi Ijo next to him shook in the video. Zhao Runer on the other side of the video opened her mouth to stop it. Lu Janua, try hanging up. If you dare to hang up, believe it or not I'll kill you at your house right now? Yikes. What are you doing? It's so late. Can't you be gentle? What if you scare the baby? Lu Janua said in mock shock. Zhao Runer immediately asked. Stinking woman. I saw a man next to you, not even wearing clothes. Who is it? You teacher explain. No, you're bleary-eyed. Lu Janua became more and more vain. Hey, that handsome guy, come out and show your face. Don't hide. I've just seen you. If you're not a man then there's no need to come out. Please ignore my words. Zhao Runer shouted through the air. This word, insulting, can be too strong. What do you mean by not a man? This is about the dignity of a man. Yi Ezhou cannot endure. Yi Ezhou took Lu Janua's cell phone and greeted Zhao Runer. About this point of whether I'm a man or not, my daughter-in-law will verify it, so I don't need to prove it to you. Zhou Run raised a hand to cover her mouth in surprise as she stared at the screen, blinking and blinking again. Looking at it carefully, her face was taking up the entire screen of her cell phone, and it was kinda beautiful. You, aren't you that little husband of the smelly woman? You and her are even still together? Not only do you live in her room, but you even sleep in her bed? Zhao Runner had an expression like she had discovered a new continent, as surprised as she could be. What's that look on your face? She and I are legal. Can't we sleep in her bed? Yi Ezhou smiled and said, it's not like I'm worried about being discovered by others. You, Zhao Runer said several words in a row, then said incredulously, this is not scientific. Shouldn't you have ended it with the stinking woman a long time ago? What are you saying? I can cook. I'm handsome. I'm so rich. And I'm so good to my daughter-in-law. Where can I find a good man like me? How could she be willing to part with me? Yi Ezhou fiercely praised himself without blushing or jumping. Aren't you supposed to be blessed as a sister? How can you think of us ending it? It can't be that you have some strange idea about my daughter-in-law, can it? That he and Lugano should have ended a long time ago? What kind of talk is that? These two are gonna be together for a long time. Okay? Blah blah blah. What are you talking about? Your name is Yi Ezhou, if I remember correctly. Zhao Runer was silent, and after taking her cell phone and changing to a relatively quiet place, she said, that's not the point. Even if you didn't end it with that stinky woman, that's still developing too fast. I'm her good sister. I know her much more than you do. And, as you men are the least understanding of women, it's here out of my expectation that you could sleep in her room so quickly. And it's rare enough, in my mind, for you to have stayed in your room. Just tell me the truth. What did you do to my Nano to make her so special to you? The last time I saw you, I felt that something was wrong. She would suddenly get married without warning. This is too unbelievable. It's not something she would do at all. And this moment as well, the speed at which the two of you are developing this, is completely beyond my knowledge. At this point, Yi Ezhou must admit that if it were not for the divine assistance of his cousin and mother-in-law, most likely, he would really only be able to live in his original room now. Lu Janua looked easygoing, but in reality, she was very defensive. And it wasn't easy to get into her heart. It's also probably really karmic that the system is so well organized. Yi Ezhou was an impatient person, but it was an accident with Lu Janua. He seemed to be able to bring out all his good temper when facing Lu Janua. Lu Janua seemed to be an exception to him as well. With other men, she was 100% defensive, and only loosened up when facing him. What's wrong with this? Fate is here. There is no way. If you can't understand, you hurry to also find a person to talk about love. You will understand that fate in the end is a much more wonderful thing. Without personal experience, you want to break the head also can't find the answer. There are many relationships between men and women that you, a single that what, can't understand. Yi Ezhou joked. This Zhao Runer, even in front of his wife, made him sound so bad. How could he allow that? He was required to maintain a good image in front of his wife. Okay? Yi Ezhou. You shameless. How dare you call my mother a single dog? Are you a man at all okay? Zhao Runer was furious and angrily pointed at the screen. It was fortunate that this was in the cell phone. If it was in real life, Yi Ezhou would have to suspect that this woman would take a knife and come after him. Yi Ezhou returned carelessly. Hey, have said to you, I'm male or not, my daughter-in-law will verify. You are so worried. Or look at a good think about how to get rid of a single. I wish you can experience the wonder of love karma earlier. Well, you talk to your daughter-in-law. I have to first give in my daughter-in-law to warm the quilt to go. Yi Ezhou finished and handed the cell phone to Lu Janua. Lu Janua gave her a look. Yi Ezhou shook her head helplessly and got up to go to the living room. I didn't realize that I wouldn't be able to escape being thrown out in the end. Lu Janua also didn't expect that things would turn out like this. It didn't seem like a big deal, but it was very blushing. Okay? Hearing the sound of Yi Ezhou closing the door, Lu Janua held her breath and listened carefully. And only after hearing Yi Ezhou's footsteps far away did Lu Janua quietly open her mouth. Run air. What kind of words did you just say? You suspected someone of not being a man in front of a man. This is very insulting to men. Okay? Lu Janua whispered to Zhao Runner. Zhao Runner shook her head helplessly and gave Lu Janua an expression of a girl who doesn't stay in the middle of the world. Sure enough, you're just a guy who has heterosexuality but no humanity. And now that you have a husband, you've forgotten about me as a sister. Okay? Is there something wrong with you calling me on the video or not? If there's something, let's talk about it. You won't have the leisure to come to me for a chat. Speaking of which, you're more manly than a man at this point, with no romantic cells at all. Lu Janua said with quite a bit of a spiteful attitude. Don't be in a hurry. He. Zhao Runer laughed. That smile, it gave Lu Janua a very lewd feeling. What was this about Zhao Runer? If Zhao Runer is so abnormal, there must be a demon. You shouldn't be. Lu Janua revealed an incredulous expression. Zhao Runer hurriedly put away the strange look she just had. What should it be? Thinking too much. Lu Janua threw her a blank stare. Overthinking? Then what kind of expression did you have just now? It looked so lewd. The two started burying each other again with your words. How am I lewd? Lu Janua, where did you get the illusion? Look at you with a man. Your mind has changed for the worse. Smelly woman, hurry up and talk to me. With a man. What is it like? Zhao Runer asked curiously. What flavor? There's no flavor. Lu Janua's face reddened at Zhao Runer's question. Ho. Lu Janua, look at your lack of talent. Why are you blushing? I suspect you're abusing the dog. One look at you that way. That is, and your man has deeply communicated. We are the best sisters. You do not talk to me. In the end, what is the taste of? Zhao Runner looked like she wouldn't give up until she asked the answer she wanted. You're overthinking it. You're really overthinking it. The two of us haven't progressed to the point you're thinking of. Although it was through the screen, Lu Janua was still too vain to look Zhao Runer in the eyes. Zhao Runer returned. I believe you, damn it. Just now that man is lying on your bed. And still not even wearing any clothes. You say there is nothing. I believe you? Tell me about it. Did he last? You're so good looking. He won't end before he starts. Right? Zhao Runer's skin, compared to Lu Janua, to a lot of thick, rare opportunity to properly bury their little sister. How would she let go of this opportunity? What are you talking about? Lu Janua was so shocked that she just barely managed to jump up from the bed, her face directly reddening to the root of her neck. However, Zhao Runer did not want to let her off the hook. Don't pretend. Honestly, we are good sisters. Your little husband is not there. If you don't talk to me, I'll be insomnia tonight. If insomnia is long black circles, if I become ugly, then how can I do? Stop talking, or I'll hang up. At this time, Lu Janua's voice was even trembling. Zhao Runer threatened. Lu Janua, try hanging one. If you dare to hang one, I'll just kill you tomorrow and ask that little husband of yours personally. Lu Janua's mind was almost broken by Zhao Runer's question. Zhao Runer, are you still a woman? Why are you so shameless? If you want to know, just go find a man and try it out. Men and women aren't all the same thing anyway. Isn't experiencing it in person a clearer feeling than hearing it? Zhao Runer shook her head. I'm not looking for it. I've heard that so many people are seconds. Many of them are over before they start. And some of them are over just before they start. And they don't let people talk about it. And talking about it hurts their pride. They can't do it on their own. And they still have to let other people coax them. So it's better not to embarrass yourself. TSK. Zhao Runner, you're simply. Lu Janua was a bit helpless, not knowing where Zhao Runer got this theory from. A set of theories. Honey, can we get to the point? Say, you called me the video. What is it for? Lu Janua wanted to hurry up and end this deadly topic. But while she wants it to end, Zhao Run is persistent. Don't be anxious. First answer the question I asked you. Or else book a ticket to come over now. Didn't we agree that something good is to be shared together? I didn't ask you to share your man with me. It's just that you're letting share your feelings. You're surprisingly reluctant. Hey, we're sisters. You've got to teach me more, right? Aya, what do you mean by blushing all the time? Don't you move and blush in front of me, okay? I don't have that. What credit? Don't eat your set. Feel honestly explain, otherwise I won't let you go today. This kind of topic, Lu Janua really do not know how to open, was asked by Zhao Runer anxious eyes. She pretended to be angry back. Aya, you ask so much why? What taste? I do not understand. But there is one thing I can tell you. My husband is not the kind of person you just. He can satisfy me. So that you are satisfied with it? Zhao Runer, I can tell you. No more questions, or we'll be friends. Lu Janua and Yi Izhou. Although it has not developed to the step that Zhao Runer thought, but in Lu Janua's heart, Yi Izhou were ever good. Of course that aspect will not be bad. She said that she and Yi Izhou still had nothing. And Zhao Runer didn't believe her. And Zhao Runer still looked as if she wouldn't stop until she heard the answer she wanted to hear today. So she couldn't say that her man couldn't do it. Zhao Runer laughed and flirted with Lu Janua. Lu Janua guessed not. Hate to directly find a hole in the ground to drill in. Why did she just want to pick up Zhao Runer's video? Directly pretend to be dead is not good? Zhao Runer finally didn't continue to dwell on it. I'm looking for you. I want to ask you to go out to play. After living most of my life, I haven't gone out to take a good walk and see the great mountains and rivers of the motherland. However, as far as your current appearance of having an opposite sex but no humanity is concerned, I'm going to fizzle out with this idea. Zhao Runer sighed. I'd better forget about doing something like making a light panel. In case if you two are inhuman enough to find me to collect the electricity bill, my family's wealth is not enough to give you out of the backwards. Lu Janua hemmed and hawed. Was it that exaggerated? Ding! The system detected that the host line is composed alone. The system will issue a reward for you. Yi Zhou was lying on the sofa, waiting for Lu Janua's side to finish and call him back to his room. But as a result, Lu Janua didn't wait, but waited for the system's voice. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system's reward of a threefold increase in the ability to act privately. After the system's voice fell, Yi Zhou clearly felt a change in his body. That desire in his bones increased all at once, with a tormenting feeling that he couldn't give vent to. Yi Zhou laughed when he understood what was going on. I didn't expect that the topic of conversation between their sisters would come to this kind of thing. And it seemed that Lu Janua was more than satisfied with him, and her expectations were quite high. I'm so curious about how my daughter-in-law brags, and how she looks when she brags. It must be wonderful. Curious, just so curious. Yi Zhou's body was already of a relatively healthy kind, and now, his fighting strength had increased by that much, which was awesome. It's every man's dream to be a man and be able to do this. It seemed that he had to hurry up and get his daughter-in-law to accept him earlier, or else he would be too sorry for the big bull his wife had blown on him. While Yi Zhou was happy on this side, in the room, the sisters' words were finally finished. Zhao Runer waved her hand at Lu Janua and said, "You remember to prepare a pregnancy test kit. I'm still waiting to be a godmother." "Right. All young people, take it easy. Don't in case you have a little baby. You still don't know moderation and hurt the little baby." Lu Janua was speechless. "Zhao Runer, you're almost there. You single guy. How come you don't know how to be shy at all when you say these things?" "Okay, not talking to you anymore, bye." Zhao Runer nodded her head. "Well, Lu Janua, you really have changed your heart. You are in a hurry to go and sleep with your man. You don't want to say more than one word to me. I can't satisfy you anymore. I choose to let go of you. It's better to let that little husband of yours satisfy you." "You, Zhao Runer, I'm just sleepy. Simply sleepy, okay? How can you not leave that kind of thing in 3 sentences, are you?" Lu Janua finished, nimbly pressed the little red button. If she continued, there was no telling what words of tiger and wolf Zhao Runer would say, and she was already blushing enough. After the end of the video, Lu Janua nimbly threw the phone to the side. Her heartbeat was so fast that it felt like it could burst out of her chest at any time. Obviously in her heart, she was ashamed to death, but she actually unconsciously began. If she really and Yi Zhou that what is the taste of? He shouldn't be the kind of man that Zhou Run said was over before he started. Or just before he started, right? This curiosity made Lu Janua blush even more. She slapped her face. "What are you thinking? What am I doing? This is. Even if he is that kind of man. So what? This is not a lot of men will have the situation. I want to be with him forever. It's not because of this. No. How could I have had the idea of being with him forever? He's always hanging on to those flirty words, so he shouldn't be the kind of man Zhou Run is talking about, right?" These thoughts kept alternating in Lu Janua's heart. She hurriedly patted her face again. "Lu Janua, don't think nonsense. Hurry up and go to sleep. That bastard is not here today, so I can finally sleep peacefully." Lu Janua covered herself up tightly and closed her eyes in preparation for sleep, but she couldn't sleep when she was clearly sleepy. Yi Zhou on the sofa, naturally, was ignorant of Lu Janua's thoughts. He thought to himself that it must be rare for these two sisters to have time to talk and have endless things to say, but time slowly passed so long. Yi Zhou on Lu Janua's trust began to waver, and then sisterly love. Should not chat for so long. It's been over an hour. As far as Zhao Runer's chatterbox is concerned, it's possible to talk until tomorrow, but Lu Janua won't. She's always been a very disciplined person, and after she got together with Yi Zhou, she would sleep a little bit later because of various reasons, but she definitely won't talk to Zhao Runer for a long time. So, Yi Zhou lightly came to the bedroom door, wanting to hear what was moving in the room. As it turned out, nothing moved. It was so close. If these two sisters were still chatting, it was impossible that there was no sound at all. So, Yi Zhou quietly pushed open a crack in the door. The lights in the room were on, but there was no sound whatsoever. So the chat is over? How long has it been over? This Yi Zhou really couldn't judge, so he simply stood in the doorway and didn't move, secretly observing. But after waiting for a while, He didn't see Lu Janua have the idea of getting up to call him into the house. He immediately understood what Lu Janua meant. Little man, I can't believe you're not coming to yell at me to go back to my room? If it was in the past, Yi Ijo would have been torn to death as to whether to go in, or not to go in. But now, he wasn't even worried. All this time, Lu Janua was very dependent on him. As long as he wasn't there, Lu Janua had a hard time falling asleep. Habit was a terrible thing, and he wanted to see how much Lu Janua could endure. In the past, he was the one who wanted to go to Lu Janua's room with a deadpan grin. But now, he wanted Lu Janua to beg him to go to her room. Moreover, Yi Ijo had absolute certainty. Yi Ijo turned around and went back to his room, and deliberately made the sound of closing the door a little loud, especially in this quiet night. That sound was as clear as it could be. Lu Janua hadn't been asleep in the first place, and naturally heard the commotion. She sat money out with a whoosh, stared at the door to her room and huffed. This shameless, think it's intentional. Shut it off so loud. Who do you want to hear it? Humph, is trying to hint me, let me call you back? Don't dream of it. I won't take the initiative to call you back. I'll have to make you anxious, make you come begging me to let you in, not letting you just be alone in your room, letting you just know how to bully me every day. At this point, I guess it's just waiting outside the door so I can give you a leg up and a bunch of fluff, right? Don't worry, I'm not going to give you that chance. After muttering in a small voice, she laid back down again, closing her eyes and preparing to sleep, feeling fine at first, but slowly she realized that her mind was getting clearer, not to mention that it was full of that shameless man, and in the room next to her, the shameless man she'd been talking about, huffing and puffing, unburdened. The next day, Yi Ijo woke up early as usual, went to buy food, and cooked. He had served the meal on the table, but Lu Janua hadn't even half a mind to get up. Yi Ijo came to Lu Janua's room to see what happened. Lu Janua in the morning, always get up on time. Basically he is still cooking when she has already gotten up, in the freshening up of their own. What's going on here today? Daughter-in-law, get up quickly. Yi Ijo knocked on the door. In the room, there was no movement at all. Yi Ijo knocked patiently again. Daughter-in-law, get up. The sun is almost on your butt. Suddenly, the door of the room was pulled open with a jerk. Lu Janua suddenly appeared in front of Yi Ijo, who was startled for a moment, only to see Lu Janua's tired face, although she had already put on makeup, but she couldn't stop her dark circles and her eyes looked tired. This look, and the look when her mother-in-law came here a few days ago, was not much different. Yi Ijo froze for a moment and thought with hindsight, this little woman couldn't have lost sleep because he wasn't there last night, right? He just thought so. Suddenly, Lu Janua came forward and pulled his arm, and directly bit it. Before Yi Ijo could react, there were already more rows of teeth marks on his arm. Lu Janua this time is really ruthless enough. Yi Ijo to eat this moment, but also feel the end of the bowl are strained. However, Yi Ijo didn't even have a word of reproach. There was no way. His own wife. Naturally he had to spoil himself. He didn't dare to ask more. God knows that if he said that one sentence wrongly, it would touch Lu Janua's sensitive nerves, and he might not know how to clean him up. Lu Janua had been eating with her head down, her heart indescribably complicated. Last night, because this man was not in the room, she had surprisingly severe insomnia, and it was only in the latter part of the night that she had gotten so much as a tiny bit of sleep. Therefore, in the morning when she heard Yi Ijo knocking on the door, she had a belly full of fire in her heart, and all of a sudden she spilled out towards Yi Ijo. His arm was bitten by her, but the man didn't even grunt a single word, not even a word of accusation, not even an unhappy expression. Lu Janua slowly felt guilty as she calmed down. Last night, she was the one who didn't let Yi Ijo come back. To say the least, it wasn't Yi Ijo's fault that she had insomnia, and it wasn't Yi Ijo who caused it. It was she herself who imposed this sin on Yi Ijo. Although the heart is guilty, but bowed his head to admit fault such a thing, Lu Janua cannot make out. She simply kept her head down to eat, not even look at Yi Ijo a glance. After the meal, Yi Ijo went to clean up the dishes as usual, brushing the pots and washing the dishes. Lu Janua had been silently paying attention to him, and his mind always unconsciously drifted after him. A moment later, he would worry about whether it would hurt if his hands touched the water, and a moment later, he would worry about whether his hands would be infected. Lu Janua was getting all tangled up in herself. After packing up, Yi Ijo sent Lu Janua to the company, driving the car that Yi Ijo bought. From Yi Ijo bought the car. Every day as Yi Ijo sent her to work, her own car, she touched did not touch again. In the car, Lu Janua pretended to look in the mirror for a while and replenished her makeup for a while, just to force herself not to look at Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo saw through her small mind at a glance. Lu Janua has never had the habit of putting on makeup in the car. and has never gone out beautifully after putting it on at home. On this journey, neither of them said a word. After Lu Janua got off the car, Yi Ejo intended to hit the road back home. For the matter of feelings, Yi Ejo also has little experience, but there is a truth that he still understands. When you can't guess a woman's mind, or when you're not sure that you can't make her happy, don't talk. Otherwise, anything you say is wrong. Therefore, Yi Ejo had always chosen to remain silent. By the time Lu Janua couldn't help but want to talk to him, he also had the upper hand, so he wouldn't have to worry about making Lu Janua blow up again. As long as she was willing to open her mouth to speak, then no matter what her attitude was like, it showed that her heart wasn't that angry anymore, and the anger on the surface was just to save face. Women are a very strange species, angry and happy, both of which men can't guess. Don't you have anything to say to me? Just as Yi Ejo was about to start the car, Lu Janua went and returned and suddenly asked, "I want to kiss goodbye." Yi Ejo returned. Scram! In the next second, Lu Janua roared with anger and walked away from the person again. Although the aura was strong, that speed was really a bit sorry for her angry Baba's look. Too slow. Daughter-in-law, I was wrong. Yi Ejo smiled and said to her back. At this time, it would be wisest to leave him alone and just admit that he was wrong. You dare to yell at me? Lu Janua turned back. If anything, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and then pretending to be deep, she asked with a dark face, "How are you wrong?" "Who knows?" Yi Ejo returned helplessly. Lu Janua's mouthful of anger, which she had managed to ease, suddenly rose again. "Then what mistake did you admit?" Lu Janua questioned. "If my daughter-in-law is upset, then it's my fault, so I'll admit it." Yi Ejo returned in a serious manner. "Put." Lu Janua didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Seeing Lu Janua smile, Yi Ejo was finally relieved. "Daughter-in-law, you finally smiled. You look the most beautiful when you smile." Yi Ejo hurriedly patted the rainbow fart. "I didn't laugh." Lu Janua hastily put away her smile. She hurriedly posed, after which, she seriously said to Yi Ejo, "Go back and reflect on where you went wrong. Answer me when I get off work. If it upsets me, you'll live in your house forever after." Yi Ejo hurriedly responded, "Okay, daughter-in-law." Husband obeys. Lu Janua arrogantly looked at Yi Ejo and turned to walk away, but she hadn't gone 2 steps before she once again went and returned. This made Yi Ejo's heart, which had just slackened, instantly lift up again. What does she want now? Lu Janua waved at Yi Ejo, signaling him to come over. Yi Ejo's heart is cold. This aunt wants to murder her own husband? But he doesn't dare disobey his wife's orders. He obediently patted over. Lu Janua put her hand, lifted it to Yi Ejo's face, and said to him, "Shameless, you look carefully, old lady is in love." "In love no?" Yi Ejo was head over heels in a fog, just nodded his head in Muna, not daring to speak casually. Lu Janua reached out and cupped Yi Ejo's face. Yi Ejo hurriedly admitted his mistake. "Daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law, be gentle. I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Spare me, but, I really don't know where I'm wrong. Can you tell me?" Lu Janua snorted coldly and let go of him. The anger on her face increased. Yi Ejo was confused. After looking for a while, Lu Janua sighed breathlessly and said to Yi Ejo, "You are my man now. What position of your own is not clear. This is the price you pay for your failure to fulfill your mission last night." After saying that, Lu Janua rushed into the company with great speed. "Hey, daughter-in-law, I didn't accomplish anything last night. You'd rather make it clear. Yi Ejo couldn't help but laugh when he saw how fast she escaped. Yi Ejo muttered, "Not completing the mission? What mission? Hey, I have so many missions. Which one is it? Which one does she care about the most? Hey, women's mind can be really hard to guess. Do not want to, at night obediently cuddle his wife to sleep. Not everything is solved? Don't say. Although this daughter-in-law looks fierce, but that look is really too cute." Yi Ejo returned home humming a little song in an excellent mood. Lu Janua, after quickly going to her office, first unlocked the door and then slapped her face vigorously one by one, forcing her to calm down. She would even say that kind of shameless words to Yi Ejo. "Humph. I told you not to come to my room. I told you to go back to your room by yourself. If you have the ability to stay in your room all the time and don't come back, I'll take a good look at it tonight. If you don't come back, I'll make it impossible for you to come back for the rest of your life." It took Lu Janua a full 10 minutes to adjust herself and start working. After arriving home, Yi Ejo cleaned up the house. There was nothing to do, and he suddenly felt a little empty and lonely. No need to worry about money anymore, and there's nothing meaningful to do. No freshness in life at all. It's pretty boring. Can't still go delivering to pass the time, can we? It seemed that he hadn't gone to make a delivery for quite a long time. What with experiencing life? In fact, when he used to go to make a delivery. It was all about making a living, and now that he didn't need it anymore, he didn't want to go. Otherwise, take the car out for a walk. But there didn't seem to be much point in going out. Friends, he didn't need. Confidants, he didn't seem to need. There is really nothing to do. Yeejo can only stay at home to watch TV and play games. By noon, Yeejo was just about to get up to cook when he had just gotten up when he heard the doorbell. Yeejo was puzzled and opened the door. And outside the door was Zhao Runer, who had a video with Lu Janua last night. What brings you here? My daughter-in-law went to work. Did you call her? Yeejo asked. You people, what do you mean? Zhao Runer asked, a little depressed when she saw that Yeejo didn't have the slightest intention of letting her in. Yeejo said truthfully, don't misunderstand. I mean, if you're looking for my daughter-in-law, she's gone to work. You can go to the company to look for her. She's not at home. Zhao Runer will not understand his defense. Hey, you first understand the situation, okay? This house is that stinking woman bought, and you have nothing to do with me. You make it seem as if I cannot come back 1,000 steps. I at least is your daughter-in-law girlfriend's. You blocked to prevent me from going in is what do you mean? I'm sorry, I was planning to go out. I didn't think it through. So please come in. You're at home. I've gone out to buy food and cook. Yeejo blandly made way for Zhao Runer to come in. After Zhao Runer entered the door, Yeejo left the door without saying a word. And throughout the process, he didn't even look at Zhao Runer. Zhao Runer had a ball of fire in her chest that instantly bubbled up. And what killed her was that she had a fire and no place to spread it. What is this little husband Lu Janua doing? My face value is obviously quite high and my body is so good. Why do I need to be neglected so much? Moreover, what kind of attitude did he have just now? As if magnificent man had offended him. Obviously not. If I did not offend him, at least treat me a little bit more polite. The reason the guest is a guest do not understand? Look at that look on his face. It's almost like he's taking a broom and kicking people out. When has my old lady ever been treated like this? Zhao Runer roared with anger and swung 2 punches at the place where Yeejo disappeared. In fact, Yeejo was not unwelcome. If she knew what Yeejo really thought, she would probably be furious. Lu Janua is not in. Then Yeejo naturally want to keep a distance from him. A popular saying among girls says, fire prevention and theft prevention of girlfriends. Although Lu Janua is not a petty person, but he does not want to do anything that anyone Lu Janua is not happy. In addition to not wanting to get too close to Zhao Runer and make Lu Janua unhappy, Yeejo had also somewhat misunderstood her situation with Lu Janua. He had thought that Lu Janua had dark circles under her eyes this morning because she had lost sleep last night when he wasn't there. But the moment he saw Zhao Runer, he had one more thought. Was it possible that the two sisters had gotten upset? Looking at Zhao Runer's appearance, it was uninvited. And Lu Janua shouldn't have known that Zhao Runer was coming. Is it possible that it is the two sisters who have had a bad time? And Zhao Runer is coming to the door with money to forgive? This matter between women and women. He'd better not get involved in it. Let them solve it by themselves, lest he draw fire. Then the miserable one would be him. After leaving the house, Yeejo sent to Lu Janua and told Lu Janua about Zhao Runer's visit to the house, while he went out to buy food. In fact, the dishes he had already bought in the morning. He was not doing anything right now, and did not want to be alone with Zhao Runer, so he found a random reason to come out. Lu Janua quickly replied to Yeejo, saying that she asked Yeejo to make the meal, and that she would be back for lunch at noon. Daughter-in-law have said will come back to eat. That of Zhao Runer is naturally not go. He then bought more vegetables back. Zhao Runer was sitting in the living room watching TV. Yeejo just smiled faintly, even if it was a greeting. After that, he carried the dishes into the kitchen. By the time the meal was done, Lu Janua was almost back. Yeejo didn't have too much enthusiasm for Zhao Runer. This was already his biggest concession. If it wasn't for Lu Janua saying that he would come back for lunch at noon, he wouldn't have brought it home at noon. After Yeejo went to the kitchen to get busy, Zhao Runer twisted her head in the direction of the kitchen and got up to go to Lu Janua's room. After pushing the door open, she saw Lu Janua sitting at her desk. She had actually known that Zhao Runer was coming for a long time, and she had already returned from the company when she knew that Zhao Runer was coming. At this moment, the two girlfriends were talking quietly, the two of them talking for a while and looking in the direction of the kitchen. Not a moment later, Zhao Runer got up and left Lu Janua's room, going straight to the kitchen. Lu Janua, on the other hand, was watching the situation in the kitchen through the doorway. Yeejo did hear Zhao Runer's footsteps, but he didn't look at her. This sudden cry of brother made him shiver. He continued his hand movements and said with a detached attitude, "You don't need to call me that, just call me directly by my name. You and my daughter-in-law are good sisters, but we don't have much to do with each other. So if you have something to do, Just call me directly by my name. You go out first, don't delay me from cooking. My daughter-in-law has to come back in a while, and I have to make all her favorite dishes before she arrives home. Zhao Runer wanted to be a little more intimate, but in the end, she was greeted by Yi Izhou's detached eyes. She couldn't afford to stay any longer with her thick skin. She turned her head to look in the direction of Lu Janua's door, showing a helpless expression, and was just about to walk away when Lu Janua hurriedly made a pacifying gesture. Lu Janua smiled and waited for a good show. Zhao Runer had no choice but to harden her heart and stay again. She reached out and touched Yi Izhou's hand that was washing vegetables. Brother Zhou, let me help you. She held Yi Izhou's hand and had no intention of letting go, and her voice was glutinous and seductive. Zhao Runer was already warm and soft-looking, and with this attitude coupled with her gentle tone, which man could resist? But Yi Izhou was an exception. He still didn't even give Zhao Runer an extra look and directly drew his hand back. It's not spring at this moment either. It's not suitable for thinking about spring. You'd better go to the living room and wait. If you keep this up, I'm going to kick you right out. And then you don't think I won't show you mercy. I don't understand your mind. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the only woman I like in this world is my daughter-in-law, and I won't think twice about anyone but her. Yi Izhou did not know that this was a pit that Lu Janua and Zhao Runer had teamed up to dig for him. Probably because of the money. People have become confident. He feels that he is quite good. Just think that Zhao Runer is looking at him and want to hook up with him. I've heard that a lot of girls just love to steal their best friend's dates and a lot of them are successful. No one is exempt from this. And it's still a big beauty like Zhao Runer, but he already has Lu Janua. Not to mention that he doesn't have any ideas in his heart. Even if he does, he can't show it anymore. Otherwise, it would be a loss if it affected his relationship with Lu Janua. It was pretty hard for him and Lu Janua to develop their relationship to this point. Aside from having a more sensitive mind, Lu Janua was really a perfect woman. So what didn't he know? Yi Izhou guessed that Zhao Runer either really looked at him, or because she was unhappy with Lu Janua, she wanted to hook up with him and use it to achieve the purpose of hurting Lu Janua. Yi Izhou is still the same idea as before. If it is something unhappy between their sisters, they will solve it by themselves. He will not say much. It wasn't for him, a big man, to get in between the sisters. However, what Zhao Runer did today, Yi Izhou had to find an opportunity to talk to Lu Janua. It is said that one should not be afraid of others. He had to give his daughter-in-law a reminder to do so. Zhao Runer was once again frustrated at the hands of Yi Izhou. She really wanted to give up, but when she turned back, Lu Janua was still losing her mind. She continued to play. Zhao Runer was speechless and could only continue to cheekily approach Yi Izhou for the sake of her bosom friend. Zhao Runer came to Yi Izhou's body and suddenly hugged him. Boat brother, things have been done to this point. This is already a clear seduction. Yi Izhou, even more stupid, also understand. Yi Izhou was speechless and couldn't wait to throw Zhao Runer out directly. However, thinking that this was Lu Janua's best sister, he still suppressed the urge to throw Zhao Runer out of the room, and he violently opened Zhao Runer's hand, took a few steps to the side, and looked at Zhao Runer with a warm and angry attitude after he pulled away from her for a distance. But Zhao Runer continued to make secret glances at Yi Izhou as if she couldn't notice. Yi Izhou was dying of speechlessness, forcibly holding back his anger. He said, Zhao Runer, are you done? You are indeed a beautiful woman. You want to have a face and a body, but not all men buy it. I don't have any feelings for you at all. If you weren't my daughter-in-law's best friend, I would have just thrown you out of the house. Do you believe me? I'll warn you one last time. Go wait in the living room and don't come back to the kitchen. If you really don't listen to me, then don't blame me for not being polite. Zhao Runer half did not put Yi Izhou's words in her heart, and continued to press forward 2 steps closer. Boat brother, why are you so fierce? I actually see your first face like you. Just before Zhao Runer could finish her words, Yi Izhou exploded. He stepped forward with a tackle, clamping down on Zhao Runer's shoulder, and with another hand going to control Zhao Runer's counterattacking hand, he forced Yi Izhou to turn around, pushing Zhao Runer out of the kitchen unceremoniously. Almost line. Advise your self-respect and self-love a little. I cannot not hit the habit of women. Do not make a mess. Back to your face cannot get through. Tube, you are not very able to fight. Is not a status background. I fire. According to the fight. If you take one more step forward, I'll throw you out immediately. After Yi Izhou finished, he heard a little movement in the living room. He looked up and saw Lu Janua was holding her hands in front of her chest, standing not far from the kitchen, which happened to be the dead center of Yi Izhou's line of sight. If he hadn't heard the commotion and taken 2 steps forward, he wouldn't have been able to see Lu Janua's person at all. Yi Izhou's heart panicked and hurriedly went forward to pull Lu Janua's hand. Daughter-in-law, don't misunderstand. He didn't know how much Lu Janua had seen and heard. If he knew everything from the beginning to the end, then it was okay. If he only saw such a small fragment, it was hard not to misunderstand. Don't get me wrong, don't misunderstand what? Lu Janua asked expressionlessly. Her face expression, like Yi Zhou, is even more panic. She is either furious, or believe him, then Yi Zhou can still judge how much she really knows. Lu Janua this way, let his heart is not at all bottom. She knows what's going on and keeps pestering me here. Daughter-in-law, I promise, I don't have the slightest idea about her. Yi Zhou hurriedly explained. Daughter-in-law, in my heart, you are the only one I love. Other women, I won't even look at them more than once. Lu Janua still didn't have any reaction. Still looking at Yi Zhou so indifferently, Yi Zhou's heart was getting panicked. This was even more difficult for him than beating him up. Zhao Runer, on the other hand, angrily said to Lu Janua, your husband is too much, even taking advantage of me. As soon as Zhao Runer's words fell, Yi Zhou swept over with a cold glare. Don't say anything, are you impatient to live? Zhao Runer was shocked and closed her mouth. Lu Janua also completely did not expect Yi Zhou would be this reaction. Directly put scared silly. The house was instantly quiet. So quiet that there was not a single unwanted murmur. After a while, Zhao Runer was on fire after she slowed down. Seeing Lu Janua and Yi Zhou pulling together, lovingly, she was even more enraged and directly yelled at Lu Janua. You stinking woman. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, would I be so mean by your man? In all my years of living, I've never been treated so aggressively, and you have the nerve to watch from the sidelines? Yi Zhou looked at Lu Janua in puzzlement. At this time, Lu Janua had also slowed down, looking at Zhao Runer's pitiful, and Yi Zhou's dumbfounded face. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had already endured it for a long time, and this time she laughed and laughed so hard that her stomach hurt, but she still couldn't hold it back, and she could only rely on Yi Zhou to be able to barely stand still. Yi Zhou then realized that this was actually a hole that the two sisters had dug for him. His confidence, it turned out, was all redundant. What Zhao Runner looks at him? Just a woman like Zhao Runner can easily look at someone else? Even if it is on the lookout, it is not so low to hook up. Yi Zhou's heart is doubtful, but Zhao Runer's is indeed hooking up with him. In addition to the suspicion that Zhao Runer is really on the lookout for him, or want to destroy his and Lu Janua's feelings, Yi Zhou can't think of any other possibilities. Hey, he wasn't really stupid, yet he was still set up by the two sisters. Lu Janua laughed for a long while before stopping, and said to Zhao Runer, I didn't ask you to hug my man directly either. You wanted to be so open yourself. You can't blame me for that. Besides, you also said that no matter if my man gets angry and scolds you, or if he just goes straight for it, you don't carry any fear, and you'll be so confident because you're confident that you think you're capable of fighting. As a result, I didn't realize that you were overpowered by my man before you even got your hands on him, so you're that angry because you're frustrated, aren't you? Actually, that's not even my man's real strength. If you weren't my BFF, you'd probably be thrown out by my man when you've only just started hooking up. Inhumanity, really inhuman. I made a bad friend. Lu Janua, I declare that I want to cut ties with you. When Zhao Runer saw Lu Janua's gloating look, she was so angry that she just about killed these two people with her eyes. It was clearly Lu Janua who was the one doing the demonizing, and she ended up making a mess both inside and out, and lost face as her super capable female warrior. It's a miscalculation. It's a real miscalculation. Zhao Runer said this with fire. That thought, Lu Janua even held Yi Zhou's arm and tenderly shouted, Husband. Lu Janua's voice carried a gentleness that had never been seen before. Aha! Yi Zhou nodded faintly and did not speak. Wasn't Lu Janua quite deep just now? Now that the wind and water have turned, it's his turn to be deep and profound. Lu Janua heatedly laughed and pouted his little mouth about to kiss Yi Zhou. Hey, you two are done. I'm still here and you're just so showy. Can you be kind? Showing love even if it's not enough, but also abusing dogs. I've seen you guys like this. Zhao Runer protested. Lu Janua righteously returned. Just abuse you how? Capable. You do not become a dog is not good? Come on, hubby, I'll kiss you. Lu Janua was ready to continue what she hadn't accomplished before. Lu Janua wasn't such a jovial person, and she was able to behave to such an extent that her heartbeat was probably accelerated several times its usual speed. Yi Zhou was in a fog. What was Lu Janua trying to do? Even if it was to make him happy, Lu Janua wouldn't be so loose. However, not to understand, he will not let go of this rare opportunity to be close to his wife. And, Lu Janua even ate his own girlfriends to play with him like this. It is always not too much for him to ask for some benefits back, right? Yi Zhou twisted his head, cupped Lu Janua's face and kissed it. The moment Yi Zhou kissed her, Lu Janua was dumbfounded. It was as if he had been tried for a fixation. frozen in place. Even his eyes had forgotten to roll. How did things come to this? The development she thought was that Yi Ijo would look a little shy in front of Zhao Runer, and she could just take the opportunity to rip off Yi Ijo's mask and make Yi Ijo turn the tables on the fact that she had teamed up with Zhao Runer to dig a hole for him. Where did she think that Yi Ijo would kiss her so actively? Zhao Runer was so seductive when she hooked up with Yi Ijo, although it was something that she and Zhao Runer had agreed on long ago, but when she saw Zhao Runer doing that, she inexplicably felt jealous in her heart. She did that. Firstly, she didn't want Yi Ijo to pretend to be angry again, but she also wanted to find a little presence that could dissipate that jealousy in her heart. Even she herself did not expect that she would be so proactive towards Yi Ijo. What's even more unexpected is that she's being kissed in front of her best friend, and she's the one who initiated his advances. Wow, so shy ah, Zhao Runer exclaimed out in shock, with a look of watching a good show, staring closely at Yi Ijo and Lu Janua. Lu Janua, who had slowed down, couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground. Where can I put my face? There are people here. Who gave him the guts to be so bold? If no one was around, this would be fine, but now Zhao Runer is still here, and she keeps staring. Why is this stinking woman's skin so thick? Doesn't she know what it means to be impolite? Lu Janua's mind, in this instant, flashed through countless ideas, but she just didn't think of a method that would allow her to save face. Yi Ijo's thoughts were the opposite of Lu Janua's, and he was beautiful in his heart. How dare his daughter-in-law dig a hole for him with her girlfriends? Mustn't she make it up to him? As the kiss ended, he turned his head to look at Zhao Runer next to him, who still didn't have any intention of leaving, and he said a little breathlessly, "Have you lost the ability to move your feet and can't walk? You have the nerve to keep looking at such a picture. Is there any woman left?" Zhao Runer snorted coldly and roared in anger, pointing at Yi Ijo and cursing, "You bastard! Who let you guys do this kind of thing in front of me? You guys still don't let people watch when you do it? If you guys don't want to be seen, why don't you just go to your room and hide yourselves? You two like it live. Blame me? If you can't, it's okay for you two to inform me in advance, without saying anything at all. Don't you just want me to be an audience for you?" Zhao Runer was quite depressed. Lu Janua asked her to test Yi Ijo, and ended up flat out letting Yi Ijo hurt her pride. Being rejected was nothing. The worst thing was that she was not a match for Yi Ijo. This blow and insult could be too strong. It hadn't even slowed down yet, and then the two of them did it again. "Come as you are, and you have the nerve to accuse her of looking? Zhao Runer, what are you doing?" Lu Janua growled back in exasperation. "What's so fierce? I'm not deaf and can't hear you. What are you pretending for? You're in your 20s. You're an adult now, aren't you? Still so childish, laughable or not?" Zhao Runer disliked back. Lu Janua pushed Yi Ijo. "Husband, let go. I'm going to coax that smelly woman, or else she should cry in a while." "Who is the stinking woman talking about? You're the one who has to cry. You man is not abnormal ah. Old lady want face value has face value. Want figure has figure. All aspects of the conditions are very good. He can be indifferent? Even if you're indifferent, you're so unsympathetic. You're just a stone in the outhouse. Smelly and hard. So, is your man really Wendy's normal man? It can't be a fake man, right? Was it originally not working? Or is it already not working?" Zhao Runer's words were spoken tongue-in-cheek, with no regard for the fact that Yi Ijo, the person in question, was right in front of her, nor did she have any regard for her own gentle and soft appearance. Yi Ijo listened and was speechless for a while. This woman can be a very strange species. Men do not call on them. They suspect that men cannot. If the man is interested in them, they say that the man is a hooligan. Really difficult to serve. In addition to this strange point of view, Zhao Runer's approach was also very speechless to Yi Ijo. Was this really something a manless woman could say? Where's the semblance of a woman in this? Except for the appearance of a woman, living and breathing. Since Zhao Runer and Lu Janua's relationship didn't have any problems, it was natural that Yi Ijo's attitude towards Zhao Runer couldn't be too bad. Yi Ijo explained, "Mainly, I only have my daughter-in-law in my heart. Her good looks are one aspect. I also love people like her. Other women may have good looks, but none of them are her. So I'm not interested. If I like another woman because she has a good appearance, can that kind of relationship be real? It's also too shallow. So today, not only you, no matter it's any woman, I won't give a good face. So, you two don't joke with me like this anymore. As you can see, I'm not very good at pitying people." Yi Ijo laughed bitterly. Lu Janua was touched by what she heard for a while, but Zhao Runer didn't buy it, and disgustedly said fiercely to Yi Ijo, "Humph, you even hit a woman. You don't look like a man at all." Yi Ijo blandly returned, "I told you before, I don't have the habit of not hitting a woman, no matter if it's a man or a woman. Touching my bottom line, I won't be polite. As far as the things you did to me, if it wasn't for the fact that you're my daughter-in-law's good sister, I would have thrown you out long ago. Whether you are a man or a woman, you have to respect yourself or you don't deserve the respect of others. Today's matter, since you guys negotiated in advance, then this matter is considered in the past. But something like this, I don't want it to happen a second time. Yi Zhou said this to Zhao Runer, and it was also considered to be said to Lu Janua. As soon as Yi Zhou's words left his mouth, Zhao Runer exploded again. Who doesn't respect and love themselves? Who are you saying doesn't respect and love themselves? I'm sacrificing myself that much in order for this stinking woman to see if you're a man worth trusting. Okay? After scolding Yi Zhou, Zhao Runer opened the war to Lu Janua. Stinking woman. Wasn't it you who said that we should be of one mind, to teach this asshole a good lesson? As a result, what are you trying to do by rushing me to a live broadcast like this? Excessive. Just too much. Bastard man. Why are you looking at me like that? This matter doesn't have much to do with me. Okay? It's your daughter-in-law who wants to do this. Don't look at me with that strange look. If it weren't for her limited abilities, Zhou Run would have had to storm off. Zhao Runer's angry roar contrasted sharply with Lu Janua's calm to the point of exasperation. Yi Zhou returned in a salty manner. My daughter-in-law took the initiative. Would I believe your bullshit? This must have been your suggestion. Didn't my daughter-in-law say that she didn't think you'd be that open, and that you'd be that active with me up there? So you're kind of getting what you deserve. So what's there to be aggrieved about? Right, daughter-in-law? Having said that, Yi Zhou later twisted his head and asked Lu Janua's opinion. Lu Janua nodded cooperatively. Yes, that's right. She wanted to be that proactive on her own. It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Runer to be these two people angry fried. God that. I make careless friends. I really make careless friends. It turns out that this is really have the opposite sex without human nature. Extinction. This is more extinction. Otherwise I am sorry for my own. Zhao Runer looked at Lu Janua with a look of lost hope. Stinking woman. You even changed just like that. I was wrong about you. That independent and high-cool Lu Janua can't come back anymore. Now you're just a living licking dog. Where is the man good enough to make you so attached to him? You say you this face value, this condition. Want what kind of man cannot find? You find him? There is nothing good about you. Not to mention, you are also full of stinky problems. Where is your IQ? Where is your judgment? Zhao Runer tortured Lu Janua's soul. Yi Zhou indifferently shrugged his shoulders and returned. Then if I, a man with little merit and a stinky problem, cooks, do you not like to eat it either? As you know, I cook all the rice in my house. I think you shouldn't eat it. Then we won't keep you. Go slowly. Yi Zhou looked at the position of the door, and the meaning of giving an expulsion order was as clear as it could be. Zhao Runer subconsciously looked at the location of the door and raised her hand several times. Thinking about her little strength, she put it down again. You guys let me go and I'll go off. Then wouldn't I be disgraced? If you have the ability, you two just hug and never separate. Let me take a good look at how much you guys are like glue. Let me take a good look at how much you guys are in love. And how much you can be in love to the extent that you're so alienated and inhumane. Zhao Runer directly clasped her hands in front of her chest and leaned against the edge of the kitchen door, her gaze tightly fixed on the two. With that stance, it really felt like Yi Zhou and Lu Janua kept hugging each other so she could keep watching. Yi Zhou is a man. Naturally will not care about these. But Lu Janua was originally a thin-skinned lord. Just to be so active has been rare. And then by Zhao Runer so look. Her face simply cannot hang. Lu Janua wimped out. And Yi Zhou could only let go of her, and this little farce came to an end. I'll go cook. You two chat. Yi Zhou went to the kitchen. After the meal, Zhao Runer proposed to go out for a walk. Lu Janua heard it and happily answered with her mouth full, and Yi Zhou could only agree. The two sisters so left Yi Zhou at home. Yi Zhou is not worried. Anyway, two are from time to time practicing. General hooligans cannot take two people how. After the two left, Yi Zhou continued to do his chores. And after the chores were done, he was bored again. Girls go out, that are no concept of time. The two are afraid that they will not come back until dinner time. Yi Zhou is ready to take a nap first. Of course, he went to Lu Janua's room. He went back to his own room. Still less empty and lonely. Lu Janua's room was different, with her smell in it. Yi Zhou was in a sleepy daze when his cell phone rang. Yi Zhou opened his cell phone in a daze to see that it was his old mom who made the video call. At this time, Yi Zhou's mother is sitting under the big tree in front of the house, and you can still hear the rustling of the leaves from the video. Mom, why did you suddenly remember to call me a video? Yi Zhou asked. Is this resting under a big tree? Mom isn't one of those people who often I'll call you when I miss you. Well, Zhou, now this weather is particularly hot. You have to pay attention to safety when you go out to work. Understand? Mother explained. Well, Mom, I know. And so do you and my dad. Don't work when it's hot. Where is that work as important as your body? The conversation between the two was more domestic. Mom, are you calling me for something? Yi Ijo asked after him. It's like this. Your great-uncle called me and said that your sister is planning to go on to school. What's going on? Nothing's going on. She wants to go on with her studies. Isn't that a good thing? Is she being disobedient again? Yi Ijo asked. No. Is that your brother-in-law said? Your sister is to go to your place after 2 days. Come back to say, to go on to school. Go home to read every day. At first, the family all think she is just a whim. Also let her fool around. But a half-month passed. She was still very serious about reading. And occasionally she would go out. But the activities were all related to reading. So your grandma and the others realized that Xiaoyu was really planning to go to school properly. So they called your great-uncle. Your great-uncle's family's situation. You also know. They can't afford to let Xiaoyu go to school. They want her to get a job in a good place. And then they argued a lot. Xiaoyu said that school is her business. Others can't control her. And she doesn't need anyone to spend a penny for her. I heard what your great-uncle said. And I just thought, I'll call you to see if you're paying for Xiaoyu's money? When Yi Ijo heard this, he could understand what was going on. His little sister's money is to ask Lu Janua borrowed. He would like to give, but the sister's self-esteem is strong. Resolutely do not want his money. She even asked Lu Janua to borrow money. The two are talking about the conditions. The specific conditions. Yi Ijo did not ask. The two girls did not say. However, at this time, Yi Ijo could only take the blame himself first. He could not say that it was from his girlfriend. Yi Ijo returned. It's good that she wants to study. The money is given by me. She didn't mess around. She can study wherever she wants. She discussed it with me privately. We are to keep it a secret from each other. So about the money words, you guys don't worry and don't ask too much, just do it. Let my great-uncle and the two of them also leave Xiaoyu alone so much. It's hard to believe that. When Xiaoyu doesn't even spend their money to go to school, they'll continue to force Xiaoyu to work or get married? If that's really the case, it's too much. You guys have to talk to my great-uncle too. You can't let my sister's life be ruined like that. What? You gave all the money? When Yi Ijo's mother heard this, she was anxious. You said that you gave all the money to Xiaoyu? Why are you so confused, are you? You are not young. It's time to get married. You gave all the money to Xiaoyu. What will you take to start a family? Your great-uncle. This is not also a helpless move? The conditions of the family is that Xiaoyu go to school, that go casually find a technical school, can learn how to make a living. They also have no problem. This suddenly want to go to college. This calculation. There are more than 10 years of time. Your cousin's grades are also quite good. Your great-uncle. They only have the ability to let a child study. I know you sympathize with your sister. And we also sympathize with your sister. But this is all someone else's family's business. So let's not meddle so much if we can't afford it. Yi Ijo heard, for a moment unexpectedly could not think of good words to explain to his mom. Mom, this idea is right. Save the emergency is not poor. If he is still the same poor boy before, he sympathized with his sister again. He is not able to manage. But now it was different. The last thing he needed now was money. As long as his sister was willing, what kind of college she wanted to go to, as long as she had the ability to get in, he was capable of helping. Yi Ijo had already thought about it. As long as his cousin is willing, he is fully responsible for all the expenses can be. As long as she is competitive enough, then everything is worth it. Mom this only cares about her own family and lives a sober life, which is rare. Yi Ijo was silent and said, Mom, I want to talk to you about something. What's up, you bastard boy? Did you cause something outside? Yi Ijo's mom immediately became anxious when she heard that he had something going on. Yi Ijo cried and laughed. Mom, you don't believe your son that much. I doubt if I'm my own son. I've grown up so much. I don't remember you praising me a bit. No matter what I say, your first reaction is that I've caused trouble again. Hey, this is not our family. Simply cannot withstand the wind and waves. Mom is also hoping that you can be careful in every way. Less trouble. You are well. Mom can rest assured. This is a parent. Do not ask the child can be more successful, as long as it can be healthy and safe. Hey, they say that do not raise children do not know the parent's grace. When you have a child, you will understand. Yi Ijo naturally understands the mother's mind. He is not really angry to say so with his mother. Is a little helpless. In exchange for the previous him, the mother said so there is nothing wrong with him. He is indeed not much of a success. Money is something that everyone likes, especially them rural people, who work hard every day for just a little bit of money. There is no way that they are not capable of earning a lot of money. There's a real sense of doing your best to stay alive. but also because of poverty, they have become short-sighted, do not see the long term, and do not have the spirit of adventure, live all day carefully, just worried that there will be some natural or man-made disasters will befall them. For example, in the past, in the mother's opinion, Yi Ijo, as long as she could get married, it was fine with her to find what kind of one. I don't care if the girl's parents are good-looking or not, as long as she can have a baby. No more. It is estimated that it is a second marriage, and both of Yi Ijo's parents are not picky. In the old country this phenomenon is not unheard of. Some families really cannot marry a daughter-in-law, then casually find a demented marriage is also common. The purpose is only one. I hope that the son of their family can leave a descendant. Yi Ijo was a filial child, and in the past, when his mother said these words, he did not have much of an opinion. It's not up to you anyway, so there's no need to make a fuss about it. Accepting your parents' arrangement. In other words, accepting your fate. There is no way that your parents will do that. But now he was not short of money, and when he heard his parents say that again, he felt his heart go straight to the bottom. Yi Ijo continued, "Mom, don't worry. I just want to tell you that your son doesn't lack money. As for how much I don't lack money, I can't tell you, mainly because I'm worried that you might not be able to believe it very well, and if you do believe it, you'll probably be shocked. In short, Xiaoyu, no matter what kind of college she wants to go to, as long as she has the ability to rely on the money I can get, you don't have to worry. This money I'm not giving it to her for nothing. We are having a discussion, and it won't be all given to her at once. I'm just to a certain extent is rushing to act as a parent to her. Only when she needs money, I'll give it to her. In the future, Xiaoyu did not have the ability, even if have the ability, she is to return to me amount. I now have the ability. She is my sister. I help a little bit is supposed to. Money is certainly a very important thing, but more to a certain extent. Do not need to look at the importance of this world in addition to the money. There is also affection, but also very important. Don't worry about Xiaoyu's schooling, neither you nor my great-uncle's family. She just needs to be good at school and leave everything else to me. She doesn't even have to go to college. Even if she wants to study abroad and get a doctorate, it's all completely fine. Joe, what are you talking about? Are you still awake? You think studying abroad is a problem? You don't think of the problem too simply. A child has to finish high school, college, and then something else. Tuition, miscellaneous fees, and living expenses add up. That's a lot of money to wake up. There's still a lot of money to be spent on the family. And you talk so easily. Don't you know what you're capable of on your own? You've been out to work for a few years now, and you've only saved up those tens of thousands of dollars. Don't be so impulsive that you think you're great. This kind of thing can't look down on too many things. You can still manage it all, can't you? You don't want to end up making your sister's schooling useless, and you yourself can't even get a daughter-in-law. Then what do you want me and your father to do? You're too much of a fool, you. Yi Ijo, a little helpless. Mom will have this kind of mind. He is to understand. The idea of poverty is already engraved in their bones, so Yi Ijo cannot say with the family that he is now rich. His family's condition, compared to the surrounding collage, was not the worst, but in terms of distance from the big city, their family's income for a year was likely to be a month's expenses for a particular family of people in the big city. Yi Ijo's mother is the kind of person who lives a more transparent life, so she will not be able to beat her own face because she sympathizes with her great-uncle's family. She had spent her life looking out for her family. For Yi Ijo, this is a change in the past. Yi Ijo is completely agree with the mother's approach. People only first manage themselves well, before they have the ability to manage others. Their family used to be good enough to mind their own business. This was if it was before. He wouldn't have cared about his sister Wu Xiuyu. Mom's saving was perfectly fine, but the headache was that he now didn't know what he was going to tell his mother about him being so rich. What if I scare my mother? Mainly because mom cares too much about money. And suddenly having that much more money coming in is going to be a panic. The most important thing to avoid when you're older is great joy and sorrow. Yi Ijo agonized for a while and suddenly had a good idea. He asked his mom, "Mom, in your opinion, how much money does our family have to have in order for you to stop worrying about these problems? Like, for example, the marriage thing, how much money do I have to need to get married?" Marriage money? Mom thought for a while, and then huffed. Now the bride price is 2 or 300,000. Even if a 300,000. Just this bride price money. Our family cannot come out, but I do not know how much money you have to borrow. In addition to the money for the bride price, and the money for the banquet, you also have to buy some kind of jewelry. Nowadays, girls get married and ask for some kind of 3 golds and 5 medals. That's all very money burning. Also, after that you have to repair the house. You can't get married and still live in this shabby house you're in now. If you're willing, other girls don't have to be willing. If you can, mom certainly wants you to find a better girl. Not just anyone. Your father and I ran the numbers on this the other day, and we can't do it without $500,000 or $700,000. After that is after the marriage. From the beginning of your daughter-in-law's pregnancy, you have to all kinds of nutrition, all kinds of checkups, the child is born. After the birth, spending money all over the place, in how to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. This doesn't count, but once you do, you can't get it without more than $1 million. Your father and I are worried to death. When Iijo's mother said this, even her tone was filled with endless sorrow. So son, mom is not do not know your mood. You are poor, your sister, want to help her, but our family does not have the ability. Your own life has not yet understood, where that ability to care about other people's business. Otherwise, that is also my nisa, I cannot heartache? Hearing his mom say this, Iijo finally understood why his mother was so worried when she heard that he wanted his sister to go to school. To train a college student costs millions of dollars, to say the least. Iijo directly found his mother's card number and transferred $1.5 million. Now that Iijo is so rich, he is directly and automatically upgraded to a VIP customer of the bank, and he can transfer money at will. Whatever he transfers will be there within 5 minutes. Soon, Iijo mom received the bank's reminder text message, still chattering about a never-ending she, suddenly staring at the phone stayed. After a while, she stammered, Son, what are you? Mom, didn't you say $1 million or so would be enough? I'm transferring it to you. Mom tried to say something several times, too surprised to know what to say. Son, where did you get so much money? Did you, son, that kind of illegal things, we cannot do we pour a little bit does not matter. Iijo's old mom was silent for about 2 minutes before she opened her mouth. Her tone of voice was tinged with panic. This is more than $1 million. She has never seen so much money in her life. So when she saw this money, the first reaction of her mother was that Iijo had done something he shouldn't have done and earned unclean money. Mom, don't worry. Iijo wanted to hurry to appease his old mom, but he just opened his mouth. The mom took over with more excitement. Don't worry, all out of such a big thing. You still let me don't worry? Son, mom is wrong. Mom should not force you so tight. You listen to mom. That kind of thing but cannot do Iijo's mom was worried and cried as she spoke. Iijo was helpless, while heartbroken mom, at the same time thankful that he did not have a brain before, and the family said, if all said, maybe they were scared into what kind of situation. This is only more than $1 million. Directly to the mother cried in fear. If the mother knows their own home there are more than 10 buildings, he still has tens of billions of money. That is not directly out of the big deal? Some people's thoughts, accumulated over the years, are deeply rooted, and it's not so easy to change them. Like, for example, the previous wushuing you, and like, the current mom. Mom, you first calm down a little bit. These money, is I earned through the proper way? Now the bank is a regulation. As long as it is a large amount of money transfer, will be checked. If it is not clean money, I try directly just so to you to transfer? Not only transfers, but even deposits, as long as they're for big clients, will be checked. In order to keep the crooks from transferring money through the bank, so you don't have to worry about that at all. Okay? Iijo so said. Mom's attitude is slightly eased a little, but still did not completely dispel mom's doubts. You said you earned it, so how did if you earn it? Mom asked. Iijo didn't answer. Instead he asked, Mom, in your opinion, is this 1 million so exaggerated? But it's just over $1 million. Is that such a big reaction from you? Mom replied, this is more than $1 million. Your mom has lived to such a great age. She has never seen so much money, nor has she heard of anyone's family having that much money. The richest of our family, just a few of your aunts and grandmothers are richer, but you can't just come up with that much money at the drop of a hat. You say, more or less, it's over $1 million, or $1 million in cash money. Since it was all said and done, Iijo planned to say a little more so that his family could accept the fact that he was rich sooner. Mom, this amount of money, you may think it's a lot, but what I'm trying to tell you is that your son has a lot more money than that, and this $1 million is the equivalent of $1, and $1 million, think about how much it should be, exactly how much money I have. I won't tell you first, I'm afraid that you won't be able to accept it for a while. In short, you won't have to care about Xiaoyu from now on, and you don't have to worry about our family not having any money. You and my dad will spend as much as you want at home, and do whatever you want. In fact, I was already very rich when I was in school, but I didn't tell you guys about it. I went to deliver. I just wanted to go out and experience life and pass the time, not to make money. Iijo's mom froze again. More than $1 million, only equivalent to $1? Is this her son talking nonsense? Or is her ear out of joint? Yi Ijo didn't say it so clearly because he was afraid that his mother wouldn't be able to digest it all at once. Other than that, in the future, Yi Ijo will slowly say it a little bit, so that the mother should be more acceptable. After that, under the pressure of his mom, Yi Ijo roughly said where his money came from. Mom heard, shocked constantly. You even went to school that moment, learned to buy a lottery ticket, but also speculation. Buy a house? After that and all sorts of blindfolding. It became rich? Then how do you not talk to the family? Yi Ijo explained, Mom, didn't I like playing games at that time? I a lot of money are used to play games. Moreover, I was rich at that time. Is rich, is not stable. The courage is also small. Afraid that you and my father worry, and then hammer me. Then I'm not a big loss. So I did not say with you. And then the time is getting longer and longer. And I am getting richer and richer. And I don't know even more how to say with you. Yi Ijo's mom had a stomach full of questions, but she surprisingly didn't know how to ask and where to ask from. The money was earned cleanly, but it was earned in a way that was still risky. She had always hoped that her son would save all his salary properly and could save up enough for his wife's capital earlier, but she did not realize that her son had gone to deliver the goods just to experience life and pass the time. It was so beyond her knowledge that she felt foolish for a moment. She wondered if she hadn't woken up, but it was clear that the time on her cell phone was ticking and everything was so real. She pinched her thigh and awed at the pain, which made her clearly sure she wasn't dreaming. So, Mom, you don't have to worry at this moment that I'll impoverish myself by letting Xiaoyu go to school, right? Yi Ijo continued. He had to hurry to find a topic to bring his mother back to her senses. Mom froze, wiped her tears, and took a few more deep breaths before asking, We'll talk about this in a while. You tell Mom first. You said you're rich, so how much is it? Yi Ijo didn't answer straight away, but deliberately asked, Mom, is our family home very short of money? Then I just did not you give you transferred? That money you guys just spend it. You used to keep it for me, my bride price and so on. Don't worry. It's not that the family is short of money. Besides, your money, your father and I can't just spend it. Mom said back. Look at Mom is still so frugal. Yi Ijo a little helpless, but this is also expected. Want to change Mom and Dad's thinking, have to take their time. Mom, I've just told you all. That more than $1 million in my place. That's just $1 in your eyes. Just go ahead and boldly think about how rich your son really is. The reason why I didn't tell you is because I'm worried about scaring you. In that case, if you don't believe me, ask Xiaoyu if she hasn't come to my place. She is aware of my situation. Mom, like this, if you don't believe me, I'll give you another $1 million. Do you think it's okay? You go ahead and spend it. Do whatever you want. Tell me if you don't have any more. I'll just give it to you. See, when I don't have any money to call you again, that's when I'm broke. However, what I want to say to you is that this kind of situation will not happen in these years. Yi Ijo did his best to prompt his mom, just hoping that she would be bold and all use her imagination. Forget it, I do not ask is, but your money I and your father will not move. Since you now have money, then seize the time to find a daughter-in-law. Really cannot. Mom trust people to give you a blind date. You turn back to come back to Jane's family, no one is. You're in your 20s. If you mix it up again, you'll be in your 30s. You don't want to get married. And Mom still hopes she can hold her grandchildren sooner. This is something you have to be on top of. If we could get married this year, that would be the best. And have a banquet in the new year. And all the people who went out to work at that time would be back. So it would be more lively. Mom is not obsessing about how much money Yi Ijo really has. But after knowing that Yi Ijo has money, she started to urge for marriage again. The reason I didn't push so hard before was because my family didn't have any money. And even if I found someone, I didn't have the money to do anything for a while. You also don't go to deliver any courier first in the future. Just go to find a date at ease. No matter whether you are a blind date, or what. Anyway, you promised me before. You will bring a date back in the New Year's Eve. If you don't bring it back, look at me to break your legs. Yi Ijo had a moment that he really wanted to say to his mom that he was already married, but thought about it and held back. If the mother knows, it is estimated that will kill the night to the city. When Lu Janua a little bit of heart is not prepared, the little woman will not directly escape or not good. Okay, I promised you, so I will definitely bring it back. Just wait in peace. Yi Ijo replied back repeatedly. Bring you back a rather beautiful daughter-in-law and make you happy. Do not want to, Mom, but as Sirius said, you can bring back on good looks and so on. Mom did not ask. You'd better not look for the kind of good-looking, said the red face of the water. Good-looking women cannot keep home. Yi Ijo surprisingly could not find the words to retort. The words of his old mother, although for him, does not apply. But in the countryside, this is indeed the reality. Anyone with a little bit of good looks and a little bit of ability can't keep poor. Yi Zhou also didn't talk to his family about Lu Janua because he could understand this kind of thinking of his parents. If mom and dad know their side of the suspicion, directly kill to the city, Lu Janua and a more sensitive woman. And, according to her high character, she cannot accept this suspicion. Both sides needed time to slowly come to terms and calm down, and the matter would have to be pushed back. After the parents' pattern slowly opens up, and Lu Janua's sensitivity dissipates day by day, the two sides are meeting. Then even if there is a little friction, it should be able to quickly rub it in. After that, he chatted with his mom for a while before Yi Zhou hung up the video. Yi Zhou suddenly smiled as he thought about it. Well, now the family knows about his money, so his life goals have collapsed another big step forward. Happily, because of Xiao Yu's matter, he had given so much money to his family, and although it was said that his parents would not touch the money, he had at least let them know that he was a rich man. In the future, his parents would slowly accept his strength, and when his parents fully accepted it, whether they wanted to continue to stay in their hometown or come to live in the city, it would be much more convenient for Yi Zhou to be filial to them. And mom so chat. The sleepiness of Yi Zhou are chatting away. He cannot sleep. Simply come to the living room to watch TV. Yi Zhou also thought that the two girls went out and how they had to play until dark to come back. But the result was that the two came back in the afternoon, and Yi Zhou just planned to make dinner. The two girls were covered in sweat, and he hurriedly put hot water on Lu Janua. Zhao Runer was reluctant and questioned Yi Zhou. Hey, what do you mean? It's only your daughter-in-law's and not mine, right? I am at least a guest. Have you entertained your guests like this? Yi Zhou looked at her faintly and said, I only serve my daughter-in-law alone. You can do it yourself or let my daughter-in-law help you. In any case, I don't help. After saying that, Yi Zhou directly walked away from the person. Even if the misunderstanding is lifted, she still has to keep her distance from other women, and in front of her wife, she has to do so even more so. A woman's eyes, there is no room for sand. Seeing this, Lu Janua smiled smugly at Zhao Runer. The meaning of showing off as clear as it needed to be. It seemed that it was really a very wise choice for her to be with Yi Zhou. She can't see her man's eyes have other women. Just in the morning, see Zhao Runer hugging Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou didn't even take a proper look at Zhao Runer. She felt like she had drunk a big bottle of vinegar. If she saw Yi Zhou being nice to another woman again, then she wouldn't go crazy? Zhao Runer could only go and clean herself up. After which, a few people came to sit on the sofa and watch TV. Zhao Runer looked at Yi Zhou. Is how to feel bad. After looking at Yi Zhou several times, she shouted to Yi Zhou, love. That who? Trouble calling my name. Yi Zhou indifferently returned. Okay. Yi Zhou. Okay? I heard Nua say that you don't just spend money, right? You're just pretending, right? Zhao Runer asked. Yi Zhou looked at her. Spend money? My daughter-in-law you two went out for such a half day. How much did you spend? What do you mean? Can't give it up? Zhao Runer asked sourly. You directly say. How much was spent? Yi Zhou pursued. It's only a few $1,000,000. Are you unable to part with it? Zhao Runer stared tightly at Yi Zhou, as if she was afraid of missing something and couldn't discover Yi Zhou's disguise. A few $1,000,000, and the two of them come back empty-handed? Who are you kidding? Yi Zhou laughed and said, spending money is not an easy thing. You two went out for half a day, only to spend a few million. I am giving my daughter-in-law $1 billion. On you two this spending speed. When can I finish spending? When you finish spending. I don't know how much money I've earned. Earning money can be much easier than spending money. So hard work, I cannot be interested at all. Besides, the man will earn money is not just good. Spend money on things, let you. It seems, you sisters are not very good but only spent a few million. Feel that I do not give up the trouble a bit of a pattern. Okay, you want to be sarcastic. Trouble also first understand the situation otherwise you are lifting a stone to stone their own feet. Zhao Runer was once again frustrated in Yi Zhou's hands. So angry that she almost didn't storm out. You bastard man. You're too much you. What do you mean by letting a woman spend the money? What did you just say? We can't spend money? We can't spend money faster than you can earn money? I'm really. Zhao Runer was shivering with anger. There was nothing she could do with Yi Zhou. She could only growl in anger and say to Lu Janua, stinking woman, look at this man of yours. There is something ironically wrong with his brain. Yeah, sorry, I don't seem to be very good at spending money, but it's true that my husband is very good at earning money. After saying that, Lu Janua even nodded her head furiously. Zhao Runer gas not. Want to retort and powerless to retort. Line I you too. This again drive feed on the dog food. You are too much, right? I didn't want to, but Lu Janua said carelessly. Before, I did stand on your side no matter what the situation was, but it's not the same now. I'm the one who has a husband. I naturally have to stand on my husband's side. And if you don't even have that insight, it's just too much of that. Zhao Runer was so infuriated that she couldn't even breathe. She roared with anger and said, Yi Zhou, you still have nothing with this stinky woman, right? You don't have an unseemly disease, do you? If you really do, you should stop pretending to be affectionate all the time and delaying our Novo's sexually happy life. You need to get checked out, and let go when it's time to let go. Zhao Runer still want to continue to say, was Lu Janua pounced over to cover the mouth of the, she was listening to the blush. This stinking woman is still a hate cannot be directly ashamed of her posture. Yi Zhou smiled, looked at Lu Janua and said, daughter-in-law, or for the sake of your husband's innocence and reputation, let's both verify the verification here. Lu Janua threw a cold stare and said angrily, Yi Zhou, do you want to die? She let go of Zhao Runer and aggressively pounced towards Yi Zhou. Let's see how I'm going to clean you up. Zhao Runer hurriedly voiced out, hey, what are you two doing? Really intend to have a live broadcast? In fact, you can go back to the room. My ear is very good. I can hear the movement. You do not need to give me a live broadcast. I'm afraid to grow needle eyes. Lu Janua stopped in a hurry. She kind of wanted to freak out. She turned her head to try to clean up Zhao Runer again. She just went back and forth and messed with Zhao Runer and Yi Zhou. The sound of laughter kept coming out from the villa. After that, Yi Zhou stopped and looked at the two girls making a scene. And in his heart, he was secretly calculating whether there was any way to make Zhao Runer leave, or it was okay to live in a hotel outside. Otherwise, with such a light bulb around, how else could he drink Lu Janua to live a two-person life? He had shown so much love with Lu Janua, and this Zhao Runer still didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. Indeed, she didn't have much eyesight. He couldn't just say, let people go. At least it is Lu Janua's best sister. And the visitor is a guest. A small mess is okay. Really openly drive people. Then it is too much. Okay, you hurry up and stop. I'm all sweaty. I'm going to go wash first. Otherwise, let's do it together. Zhao Runer asked Lu Janua. Lu Janua immediately refused. I'm not going to join you. Zhao Runer immediately smiled thievishly. I get it. You have to be busy to verify if your man is physically healthy, right? You guys don't worry. My bathing speed is super slow. I can't get out without a child or two. You two should verify it how you want. Zhao Runer, are you done? Can you shut up? Saying that, Lu Janua pounced on Zhao Runer again. Zhao Runer hurriedly a begging posture. Hey, what are you doing? You don't move your hands on me, okay? Your man there. I know you want to wash with him a piece. Don't want to and I. Then you straight off. Just rinse it can be. Or you two first go on the line. You two can wash for as long as you want. Even until dawn is fine with me. Lu Janua directly rode on Zhao Runer's body. Zhao Runer, you've gone too far. I'll tickle you to death so you can talk about me. In the end, Zhao Runer was driven to the bathroom by Lu Janua. There was only one bathroom in the house. So naturally, ladies were given priority. And after Zhao Runer washed up, it was Lu Janua. Yi Zhou continued to sit on the sofa and watch TV. Zhao Runer also came to the sofa in her pajamas. She had just taken a bath and rubbed her body lotion. Her body smelled good, coupled with her pretty appearance. Seductive. But when she passed in front of Yi Zhou, he didn't even raise his eyelids. After Zhao Runer sat down, she said with dissatisfaction, I say you're a big man. How come you're so petty? It's also too much of a disgrace for you men. Yi Zhou glanced at her lightly. How am I being petty? Zhao Runer said, I'm not just hooking up with you, that is still your daughter-in-law authorized. You are also too vindictive. Actually look like how unhappy to see me. If it is not impossible to wipe the face, you are not all directly drive people? That was also for that stinking woman's sake. I was afraid that she would find an unreliable man, wasn't it? Obviously the one who suffered was me. And you're still angry? You are also too unreasonable, right? Moreover, that's still that stinking woman letting do it. Otherwise my heart wouldn't do that. You should be angry with her too. A look like seeing me is like just seeing an enemy. What kind of reasoning is this? Zhao Runer said this in a very aggrieved manner. Of course, Yi Zhou would not believe that she was truly aggrieved. A womanizer who would condescend over such a trivial matter? It's impossible. You think that you are right if you help your best friend. And my daughter-in-law also thinks that it's okay for her to want to try and test my sincerity. So I'm wrong? Yi Zhou asked rhetorically. You really are. Good. Then you explain. How is it not your fault? Zhao Runer asked. You are at least a big man. Although not so much that it makes you very generous. But you don't need to be more petty than even women. Right? Look at your petty look. Women are not as petty as you. You still think you are right? Yi Zhou bashfully returned. I'm not petty. I don't have any opinion about you. I just think I should stay away from you. Not only you. I already have Nua. I'll stay away from all women. If I'm cheeky with you and have nothing to joke about, how can my daughter-in-law be embarrassed? What woman wants to see her man get along with another woman? I think the way I'm treating you right now is the right thing to do, and how you and she are going to get along is your business. I can't get involved. You and my daughter-in-law are sisters and friends. That's you guys. I'm just not a stranger to you, at best, but not well acquainted, and won't be well acquainted in the future, and I can't even be an ordinary friend. I don't believe in such nonsense as there is pure friendship between a man and a woman, and even if there is, can my daughter-in-law believe it? Anything that makes her unhappy, I won't do, especially something like approaching another person of the opposite sex. Is it hard for my daughter-in-law to expect me to be as good to her as I am to you? That's impossible. There's no room for sand in anyone's eyes when it comes to feelings. After hearing Yi Ijo's explanation, Zhao Runer was so surprised that she didn't say anything for a while. Surprisingly, she felt that what this man said was quite right. She was also a woman, and she also wanted to have that kind of clean relationship. If it was said that her own man cared for other women as well, then no matter how big her belly was, there was no way to tolerate it. It's the kind of detail that a lot of men don't notice, or a lot of men don't want to do. For the sake of a woman, cut off contact with all the opposite sex. This practice, seemingly simple, can do the man. She has only seen Yi Ijo so one. This man was also too meticulous. No wonder that fussy woman Lu Janua could be so devoted to him. Lu Janua was originally very beautiful. Think about her a lot of men. Of course, most think about her face, but I did not expect she can find such a careful and sincerely love her man. This luck is also too good. Yi Ijo looked over and saw Zhao Runer contemplating something and didn't see her speak. In order to avoid misunderstanding, he went on to explain. If there are any special circumstances, for example, a life and death situation, then carrying you on my back, or holding you, I will do it. Whether you are my daughter-in-law's bosom friend or not, I will do that. But now, you're already my daughter-in-law's best friend, so there's no way for me to be friends with you. Otherwise, the relationship will only get messier and messier, and end up with a lot of misunderstandings, and if it crosses the line, it's even more wrong, and it affects the feeling between your best friends, and it'll also affect my relationship with her. Zhao Runer originally felt that what Yi Ijo said was quite reasonable. Suddenly when she heard Yi Ijo say something about crossing the line, she instantly caught fire again. What do you mean? Are you thinking that you're so likable that I'll fall in love with you? Yi Ijo confidently said back, who can say this? Do you think you are more determined than my daughter-in-law? What kind of person is my daughter-in-law? You also understand, right? Just like her, I can take her down. Since you are her best sister, you should know her. She is the kind of person who won't be moved and entrust herself out casually, but no matter how hard she is to handle, I've got her dead to me. Don't you think I'm likable? Whether you believe it or not is your business, but I can guarantee that as long as people who know me in some way will think that I'm a wonderful, incomparable man, there aren't many girls who won't be moved after getting to know me, and if there are, it only means that that woman is not in her right mind. You bastard man, you're quite good at putting gold on your face. Zhao Runer laughed. Yi Ijo froze for a moment. Feeling that something was wrong there, he sat up straight and looked at Zhao Runer with a probing face. Zhao Runer froze for a moment at Yi Ijo's look and asked, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Looking at me makes me panic, thinking that you want to plot against me. Yi Ijo said breathlessly, it's not true that I want to plot against you. It's true that I want to throw you out. It's really because your existence is too disturbing to my sweet life with my daughter-in-law. Yi Ijo thought for a moment and continued, you and Nua are really rare good sisters. When my daughter-in-law is angry, she will also call me by my first name or call me an asshole. Man, is it that you women all have the same attitude towards men? Geez, that's the usual line. Don't you get that? You don't just think because of that I really have something in mind for you and you can take me. Yi Ijo handed her a blank stare. Where did you get the confidence? Yi Ijo continued to lazily lie on the sofa again and blandly said, my daughter-in-law said to me that you are her only good friend, because your kind of very pretty-looking girls can easily make those not-so-pretty-looking girls climb and be jealous. And you too. The same are very beautiful, and have the same hobbies and interests, and all other aspects of the conditions are similar. So you are considered to be a more balanced relationship between you, if not too high on the face value of the girl as a friend, even if you will not have to look down on people's minds, but people will be very sensitive. All kinds of suspicion, misunderstanding, can only declare the end. In that respect, men don't. We don't mind what kind of people we're friends with because men don't climb as much with each other. You and my daughter-in-law, you're rare and good friend. I hope this friendship of hers will always be there and won't be spoiled by my presence, right? She will be very sad if she loses even her only friend. Zhao Runer pursued. Then do you mind if she has friends of the opposite sex? Wouldn't you also get angry if she got too close to another man? I trust my daughter-in-law. If she was interested in another man, she would have been with someone else long before she met me. I trust her to keep her distance from the opposite sex. I don't have to hold her to my standards. She's supposed to be a very sensible woman who can put herself in her place. Zhao Runer immediately looked for the loopholes in Yi Izhou's words and drilled the bull's eye. Then you don't contact the opposite sex. Is this because you think she won't believe you? To put it bluntly, you don't have confidence in her. Yi Izhou was helpless. Dealing with his daughter-in-law as his best friend was much more exhausting than dealing with his daughter-in-law. This Zhao Runer, he dug a hole for him whenever he seized the opportunity. This point of brain, Yi Izhou still has. It is not enough to fall into the pit of Zhao Runer. It's not that I don't trust my daughter-in-law. I'm just avoiding the occurrence of all possibilities of misunderstandings that might occur. For example, if I had a friend who was quite handsome and had all sorts of conditions, and who also don't stick to the girl, my daughter-in-law would definitely stay far away from my friend as well in order to take into account my feelings. It's not about believing or not believing. It's about not caring. Fine. You're right about everything. I can't say anything about you. Okay? Zhao Runner was directly defeated. Annoyed and picked up a plate of grapes on the table and ate it without any image. Where's the womanly look in you? At least pay attention to your image. Even though I'm not interested in you. Yi Izhou gave her a disgusted look. Zhao Runer was unimpressed. I don't have much ladylike baggage. So what image do I pay attention to? Why embarrass myself? Yi Izhou approved nodded. This is said to be reasonable. To please anyone is not as good as to please themselves to have meaning. Right. Ask you a thing. My daughter-in-law last night seems to be not very happy. Get up today directly on top of a big black eye. She has how to have and you say because of what? Yi Izhou had thought at first that it was Lu Janua who had gotten upset with her best sister. But now it seemed that he had thought too much. Zhao Runer looked at Yi Izhou with a strange gaze. And after looking at her for a while, she didn't want to withdraw her gaze, which made Yi Izhou's heart a little hairy. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't even know that there are a few days a month when a woman is not in the best of moods? It just so happens that you two have also been together for a month, right? Your daughter-in-law seems to be one of those days when Xianyoucha would come to see her, so it's normal to be a little grumpy at this time. After Zhao Runer finished speaking, she herself felt that it made sense, so she nodded. Yi Izhou was silent for a while, nodded and shook his head again. It shouldn't be a bit of temper I can understand. That's not so bad as to lose sleep, right? Zhao Runer was directly amused until she burst into laughter. Ha! What? Yi Izhou was a bit depressed. What's wrong with this? I'm a man. I don't know about this kind of It's nothing, right? Zhao Runner laughed even more freely. Are you stupid? Can't you use your brain? You were under the same blanket with her every day, and suddenly left her behind last night. How could she still sleep? She told me. She wanted to wait for you to go back on your own accord. So she deliberately didn't call you. But she waited for half a day without waiting. And she even heard you go next door. Just go. The door closing sound is still so loud. She also thought that you might be a setup for her. I guess as soon as she opens the door, she will be able to see you waiting outside of her room. She just intentionally does not fall for your tricks. She is going to keep spending time with you. Where thought? You even went directly to the next door huffing and puffing to sleep. So, she lost sleep. So, this morning when she saw you, she was angry. Seriously, you such a man is also absolute. This if I find a man like you, shall not be my last name do not know? You're a big man. If you don't take the initiative, you're still waiting for women to stick it to you? Don't you know that fairies are all very proud of themselves? You're a man. Take the initiative when it's time to take the initiative. Be shameless when it's time to be shameless. And admit your faults numbly when it's too much. If you were to go in, she would at most squirm with you for a couple of moments. But as a result, you were good and directly gave people the cold side to go. Your emotional quotient is really too worrisome. I really don't understand what that stinking woman Lu Janua is looking at you. When Yi Izhou heard this, his heart was helpless to the extreme. I didn't realize that the real reason Lu Janua was angry was this? So I get it. Then I will be a bit shameless in the future. Just pester her. I'm a man. Thinking that I have to let the woman a bit more through this matter, but also learned a bit of experience. In the future, I will know how to get along with her. Yi Izhou nodded and returned. At night, Zhao Runer went to Yi Izhou's room while Yi Izhou went to Lu Janua's room. Yi Izhou's initial proposal was for Lu Janua and Zhao Runer to share a room so that it would be easier for the sisters to talk. However, the two girls had a tacit understanding and said that Zhao Runer would go to Yi Izhou's room. Although it was not explicitly stated, Yi Izhou already understood their arrangement when he saw Lu Janua's shy expression. He naturally had no problem with it. He couldn't wait to sleep with his fragrant daughter-in-law in his arms at night. This was all because Lu Janua didn't know the conversation between Zhao Runer and Yi Yizhou. Otherwise she wouldn't have said anything to arrange for Yi Yizhou to share a room with her. In fact, Lu Janua was a little frightened in her heart. It was really Yi Yizhou who was too mute. Several times she had already taken the initiative to hint, but this man was still indifferent. This was also the reason why she deliberately arranged it this way. She had already shown it so obviously. Yi Yizhou wouldn't still be that dull, right? Thinking of this, Lu Janua's heart was both expectant and worried, and when she thought of the two people who were about to develop to that point, she was still a little scared in her heart. Zhao Runer is a bystander. Read the thoughts and the hearts of these two people. She can't wait to have a good show tonight. Sleeping in Yi Yizhou's room is nothing. Anyway, the sheets and covers are replaced with new ones. Much like Zhao Runer expected, the next room soon put on a good show. The room soundproofing just wasn't very good, and while she couldn't hear what they were saying, she could plainly tell that the two were making a scene. "Honey, are you hot today?" Lu Janua asked. Yi Yizhou froze and shook his head. "It's not hot." He had been on guard, lest he accidentally stepped on Lu Janua's thunder, and as a result, he didn't even know how he died. "I feel like you're quite hot. Look at you sweating." Lu Janua raised her hand and touched Yi Yizhou's forehead. "Take it off." "I don't." Yi Yizhou felt his little heart trembling. As a result, Lu Janua was still angry, and she said with a stern face, "The door is over there." Bye. Yi Yizhou was dumbfounded. He still provoked Lu Janua. Zhao Runer said, "Now Lu Janua is the time when the relatives are patronizing. He does not dare to mess with it." Yi Yizhou bravely said, "Daughter-in-law, it's time to sleep. I feel that you're really quite hot. Hubby, take it off." Lu Janua continued again. She'd shown so much understanding, and if this asshole man didn't get it, she was really going to go crazy. However, Yi Yizhou was in a fog for a day. He didn't understand and didn't have the guts to ask. "Look, you are sweating. Take it off." Lu Janua saw that Yi Yizhou was still indifferent, so she continued. At this time, she was already on the verge of going berserk, almost using all of her good temper to be able to speak to Yi Yizhou so calmly. Lu Janua anxious. Yi Yizhou heart is equally anxious, completely confused about what is going on, where in the end he provoked Lu Janua. "She is so abnormal tonight." "Yi Yizhou, you let me say it again. You try?" Lu Janua was on fire, directly pulling Yi Yizhou's collar and threatening with a roar of anger. Whatever the hell she was up to, his daughter-in-law was already so angry. He had to hurry up and take off his clothes quickly and neatly. After his upper body was empty, Lu Janua's gaze went to Yi Yizhou's pants, which caused Yi Yizhou's heart to rise to his throat. What's going on with Lu Janua today? When the wife is in power, then naturally what the wife says goes. Yi Yizhou did as he was told one by one, and when he finished taking off, he saw that Lu Janua had already laid down with her back to him. After a while, he got up and picked up the air conditioner remote control, and after setting the temperature to the lowest, he put the quilt over Yi Yizhou's body. Sleep. Yi Yizhou was still dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. Lu Janua was fine and had already closed her eyes and rested. This night, Yi Yizhou was not able to sleep properly, and even slept cautiously. He really can't figure out what Lu Janua means in the end. To say that she took the initiative, it seems unlikely. If he really did something to her, maybe this little woman can come to a cry. He can't afford it. To say that she didn't mean it, but she acted as if she was quite active, so he just dwelled on it all night. The next day, he got up as usual and went grocery shopping. Lu Janua, on the other hand, went to Zhao Runer's room next door and told Zhao Runer about last night's events. "Really? You're not lying to me, are you? This is too unbelievable, isn't it?" Lu Janua returned with a mournful expression. "Indeed, if a normal man, he has already stripped naked, can he still hold back? Or else, you're better off with a long short than a short leg. We can't let you live this kind of famous life for the rest of your life, right?" Zhao Runer said worriedly. "I don't want to be separated from him, even if he can't that. I want to be with him forever." Lu Janua said back. Zhao Runer anxious eyes. This how to do? As a woman, do a lifetime of that what? No, you would like. I'm still not willing to do it. I resolutely cannot let my sister to live this kind of life. This kind of man is good again, but also the most is to be a confidant, even do the most basic function of the man all know. This is really, in a while, when he comes back we'll talk to him straight away. Zhao Runer said seriously. Lu Janua hurriedly rebuffed. No, you should stay out of what's going on between the two of us. What if he's just already used to it? I mean, he's used to sleeping with me every day. That's why he doesn't have that urge? You know what? When I was asking him to take it off, he seemed pretty scared of me. Probably didn't get the point. I'll try again later. Zhao Runner looked at her helplessly. Okay, but you have to know. There are things that should be cut off. You have to cut off painfully. If you hesitate, it's not good for you. Although, he has a lot of advantages. He can cook, he can clean up the house, and he's so rich, and he's still so sweet to you. This kind of man is really one in a million. But if you can't that, it's definitely not okay. And a man like that is a definite no-no. Stinky woman. I'll be honest with you. If you're with a man who can't do that, it's good everywhere. But after a long time, you'll feel empty inside. Zhao Runer seriously advised. I will think clearly. This matter can absolutely not talk about it in front of him. After all, it's quite difficult to talk about it. I will probe and probe again. But you can't. Lu Janua gave Zhao Runer a warning little look. Zhao Runer nodded her head repeatedly. Good. Really convinced you. I will definitely not go poking around. I was supposed to leave today. Look at you. You probably don't even want me to eat here for breakfast. You can control your temper. You mustn't make any noise. Got it? The two of them are like this. How can she continue to stay? She's in. It's too much of a distraction for the two of them to talk about something big. In fact, as far as her temperament is concerned, it was last night that she wanted to leave. Only that her best friend had a rare man, and she wanted to watch the fun before she stayed. But I didn't expect such a result. Hell, she was the one who suggested Lu Janua to go that far. Mainly, she was so hooked up with Yi Ejo, but Yi Ejo didn't react at all, making her have to doubt whether Yi Ejo was not interested in her, or in this aspect. He just couldn't do it. Although Lu Janua was bashful in her heart, she also wanted to know whether Yi Ejo was good or bad, and after Zhao Runer offered to try, she agreed. That's what happened last night. Zhao Runer said she wanted to leave. Lu Janua didn't keep her. She was worried that with Zhao Runer's character, when Yi Ejo came back, she would just show her cards. Yi Ejo buy food later. Did not see the shadow of Zhao Runer at home. Lu Janua did not take the initiative to talk about it. Yi Ejo just thought that she was still lazy. Until the meal. Lu Janua only said, this is very much in line with Yi Ejo's mind. He is hoping that Lu Janua can have her friends, but living in the house is too much of a hindrance. Too much of an impact on his lovemaking with Lu Janua. Lu Janua, because of the heart of Yi Ejo in the end, is not a man of the matter. When eating, has been lowered head to eat, usually eat very actively, today also eat very careless. Yi Ejo asked suspiciously, daughter-in-law, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Yi Ejo heard from Zhao Runer that Lu Janua's relatives came in the past 2 days, so the cooking was lighter, but it shouldn't affect the taste. Even if he makes it light, that flavor can rival a chef's. Ruling out the fact that it wasn't the meals that were unappetizing, it was the special times. It's not uncomfortable. Hubby, I have something I want to ask you about. Lu Janua hesitated and stammered out. This matter, she had to ask clearly, but this topic was too difficult to talk about. She was mainly worried that Yi Ejo would not be able to accept it. Okay, daughter-in-law, you ask. As long as I know, I will tell you. Yi Ejo nodded and returned. Hubby, do you have a problem with Zhao Runer? Lu Janua asked. Opinions? No. What's wrong? Yi Ejo was puzzled. Look, Rune, her face, body, and all other aspects of her condition are first class except that she is not too gentle. But how can you be indifferent when she seduces you? I have no feelings for her. Yi Ejo returned truthfully. Zhao Runer was indeed all kinds of conditions, very charming and eye-catching, but in the aspect of men and women, Yi Ejo really had no idea about her. The main reason is that he won't think about other women when he already has Lu Janua. Lu Janua stared tightly at Yi Ejo's eyes. After a moment of silence, she said, Hubby, don't stop telling the truth just because you're afraid that I'll be jealous. I just don't get it. If you're a man, how can you have no feelings at all for a beautiful woman? Even if your heart is loyal, shouldn't your body be honest too? Yi Ejo instantly understood Lu Janua's meaning. Depressed mood, immediately big curiosity to, daughter-in-law, that you want to hear the truth. Or, what does it look like if you don't mean it? Lu Janua asked with a bit of trepidation. To answer without being sincere is to really have no feelings. Yi Ejo returned. Lu Janua's heart was suddenly sour, but she didn't show it. In that case, being sincere means that you have feelings for Runner? Why do I feel that this is what is not sincere? If you had feelings for her, you wouldn't have directly thrown someone out of the kitchen so violently, right? Sincerely, that means your husband is only interested in you as a woman. Yi Ejo moved a few points closer to Lu Janua, a pair of eyes filled with deep love, knowing that Yi Ejo was deliberately teasing her, but Lu Janua still felt her heartbeat speed up a lot at once. There you go again. Can't you just answer me directly? Hurry up and be honest. Lu Janua pretended to be serious and said. Yi Ejo saw that his daughter-in-law was about to get angry. He hurriedly put away his immodesty and said back, sincerely that is. I can control my heart as well as my body. This point of self-control I still have. I'm very loyal to my daughter-in-law. You controllable? Lu Janua threw him a disgusted look. If this kind of thing could be controlled, then there wouldn't be so many assholes in this world who see color. Yi Zhou hemmed and hawed and said, "So, daughter-in-law, do you suspect that I can't? Then I'll let you verify it, right? Step aside." Lu Janua could never carry Yi Zhou's teasing. He could make her blush with one easy sentence. After a bout of shyness, Lu Janua nestled into Yi Zhou's arms, and the person became restless. She was actually a rather thin-skinned person, but after thinking that this matter concerned her lifelong happiness, she forced herself to be brave. Anyway, she was a relative period. With her understanding of Yi Zhou would not do that kind of beastly thing to her at this time. The methods of testing were given to her by Zhao Runer before she left. Obviously, when she heard it, it was quite simple, but Lu Janua completed it with great difficulty, and afterward, her face reddened to the root of her neck, and her violently heartbeat heart could not be calmed for a long time. After she was validated, she felt like a frightened bunny and fled. I'll go to the restroom first. Lu Janua ran into the restroom with a red face. Yi Zhou was first stunned and quickly understood. It turns out that his daughter-in-law is verifying whether he is good or not. Got it. Looks like winter is going to be over and my spring is coming. Lu Janua came to the restroom, quickly annoyed trivialized the door, covered her heart, and after her mood calmed down a little, her gaze looked to the hand that had just completed the probing task. She clearly felt the change in his body. With that reminiscence, her heart, which had just calmed down, was beating fast again, shy and happy. Turns out, her man is pretty manly. Bastard man. Even really can control. Never seen such a powerful man. Then in that case, I don't have to worry about the woman you're interested in seeing? Lu Janua looked at the hand and muttered in a small voice. After muttering, she gave a small, hefty laugh. The worry in her mind dissipated, and she felt like her whole body was floating. After trying to calm herself down, Lu Janua pretended to be shocked and went out, grabbing her things to go out. I'm going to the office. This is obviously something that is done every day, but today Lu Janua is doing it in an unusually torturous way. And during the whole process, she didn't even have the courage to look at Yi Zhou. A fine sweat broke out on her hands after she finally left the house. When she came to the car, she directly hummed a little song in a good mood and told Zhao Runer about it. She didn't want Zhao Runer to worry about her. Most of all, she didn't want Zhao Runer to misunderstand her man. After Zhao Runer received the message, she immediately replied, saying that she didn't believe that what Lu Janua said was true. Lu Janua anxiously told Zhao Runer the whole process, and only then did Zhao Runer reluctantly believe it. After that, the two girlfriends got into a heated argument about whether men can control themselves in that area or not. It was so intense that if an outsider were to see it, they would have to blush. If it was face to face, then it might even be a little bit embarrassing, because it's on the internet. It's a lot bolder. In the end, it directly led to Lu Janua, who obviously went out very early and was never late for work. Being late for work for the first time, Lu Janua's mood was as good as it could be. After Yi Zhou understood Lu Janua's intentions, he was in a good mood when he thought about the future of the two people, and Yi Zhou's parents in his hometown. After slowly digesting the son's very rich this matter, the mood is also good. Not. There was only one person, and that was Yi Zhou's cousin, Wu Xuanyu, who was not happy. From the parents, no, she wants to go to school. Behind the supporter is Yi Zhou. Parents every day to her after the only topic is to let her give up. Do not spend her cousin's money. Really want to go to school. Then she casually go to find a technical school on it. Said what Yi Zhou's money is that he kept to become a family in the future? Let Wu Xuanyu really cannot just agree with them, go to marry a good. Wu Xuanyu was getting pissed off and couldn't stand this from his parents. Wu Xuanyu used to, indeed, also think that Yi Zhou is a person who needs to slowly save money to get a wife. But now, she knows that Yi Zhou will marry 10 more wives, and he doesn't need to slowly save money. Not to mention that she was the only one who went to school. Even if there were 100 more cousins who wanted to go to school, that would be no problem as long as Yi Zhou was willing to step in and help. Besides, Yi Zhou already had such a beautiful girlfriend. Did he need anything else? If she hadn't had an agreement with her heavenly cousin-in-law when she left, she would have spoken to her parents about it. She and Lu Janua discussed it. Lu Janua lent her money on the condition that she should study hard and not tell her family about Lu Janua and Yi Zhou. If she said that and Lu Janua didn't get the money for her, then she would lose a lot of money. Hey, it's so annoying. Don't I just want to go to school properly? Why is it so difficult? Can I still calm down and go to school with peace of mind when I'm disturbed so much every day? Wu Xuanyu was worried to death. After thinking for a long time, she sent it to Yi Zhou. Now in addition to looking for Yiijo, she really cannot think of any other good way. She did not have any contact information of Yiijo before, and it was the last time she went to Yiijo's place that she added Yiijo's on the day she left. I didn't add it before, mainly because, although the two were brother and sister, the age difference was too big, and usually there was not much interaction, only between their parents, so they didn't have each other's contact information. Unexpectedly, later the two had contact. Surprisingly, between the change of Wu Xuanyu's life, Yiijo thought carefully after receiving the message sent by Wu Xuanyu. Previously, when he was videoing with his mom, Yiijo had already learned that Wu Xuanyu was going to school, and thought that his great-uncle's family would surely oppose it. But he was only a cousin in the end. Things could only go so far, and if people didn't contact him, he couldn't be bothered. Since Wu Xuanyu has contacted him now, and Wu Xuanyu wants to go to school, and he has the ability to support this, he has to start and finish, and must go and take care of this matter. Before in Mom's video, Mom, after knowing that Yiijo was very rich, did not say anything more, probably means that the mother will not interfere in this matter again. One of the only reasons she didn't agree before was that her family didn't have the money. Without that concern, then she naturally had no more reason to object. Yiijo replied, "My great-uncle and their opposition is all because they feel that I'm still the courier in their eyes. With no prospects, you looked at me the same way before. As long as I let them know that I'm not short of money right now, they naturally won't care so much, and it's not like they need to pay for it anyway." Wu Xuanyu returned, "I've already told them, but they don't believe anything I say. They all think I made up the story. They won't even give you a call. That means obviously they don't believe what I say. It's the kind of thing where there's not even a little bit of skepticism. Otherwise they would have called to talk to you. It's like they look at me. They think I'm a girl and no good. So I'm just no good. No matter what I say, it doesn't work. I really don't know what to say. I've wanted to show them the picture you gave my sister-in-law several times, so they can see if what I'm saying is true or not. You say, if you don't have money, can you afford to store at a luxury store? If you don't have money, then you're not good enough for your sister-in-law to look at you?" Other news, Yiijo is a sweep. In seeing Wu Xuanyu said that several times want to show the photos of him and Lu Janua to the family. Yiijo heart thumped. At present, he and Lu Janua is a critical period. Lu Janua has already verified that he is not a man. Then the next, it should come to the most critical step. Maybe if he was working hard, he would soon be able to have fun making a baby with Lu Janua. At this time, if Wu Xuanyu told his family all about him and Lu Janua, it would be a bad thing. This little girl, what does this mean? How dare she threaten him with a photo? You took pictures of me and your sister-in-law? How come I didn't know? Yiijo asked anxiously. The moment you two took me shopping, I secretly filmed it from behind. Wu Xuanyu answered truthfully. Yiijo hurriedly explained. Xiao Yu, those videos, you can't show them to your family. My mom, or your grandparents? No one, absolutely not. Yiijo is too worried. If the family knows, then it must be bad. The reason why I didn't let Wu Xuanyu delete it, that's because it's pointless to do so. The photo is in Wu Xuanyu's hands. Whether she can do what she said, no one can guarantee. I won't show it to my family without your consent. This was something that Wu Xuanyu understood in her heart. If she showed it to her family, wouldn't that offend Yiijo and her sister-in-law? Now Yiijo and Lu Janua were her bread and butter. Whether she could go to college or not, she was counting on these two. She was not going to ruin her future just because of her impulse. You let me think about you. Wu Xuanyu returned. Aha! With Yiijo's words, Wu Xuanyu was relieved. Yiijo carefully thought about it. His parents are good to say. Slowly enlightenment is it? But the great-uncle's family, what he has to do to let the great-uncle just know that he is very rich? It's a problem if my great-uncle's family doesn't believe it anymore. And it's a problem if they do. Yiijo's parents, even if they knew, it must be very low-key and would not be proclaimed everywhere. But the great-uncle's family, if they knew, what they would do, that was unknown. It is said that people are afraid of me being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. He doesn't want to be a celebrity. He just wants to live a small life in the asset division peacefully. So, things are kinda complicated here. Sooner or later, his business was going to be with his family, but he had to think of a way to tell them in a way that would be acceptable to all of them, and that wouldn't cause a problem in his and his family's lives. Things hadn't happened yet. Yiijo could basically think of what the family would be like after his great-uncle's family knew that he was very rich. Great-auntie would have absolutely sneered at great-uncle. Looks like it's time to go reason with my great-uncle's family. Sighing helplessly, Yiijo found his great-uncle's number and called it. The phone was quickly picked up, and on the other side of the phone came the voice of my great-uncle. Joe, great-uncle, do you have time now? There's something I want to talk to you about. Well, There's time, if there's something you want to say. Yi Ejo's great-uncle returned. The attitude of his great-uncle was more or less indifferent, and Yi Ejo did not take it to heart. That, and his nature was very much with his great-uncle. He's the kind of guy who doesn't really like bullshit, and he's not in the habit of talking about things when they're not there. Although his great-uncle wasn't a warm person on the surface, he wouldn't say no if someone approached him and he could help. Much better than people who talk a good game but don't do anything right. Yi Ejo directly opened the door and said, "Big uncle, about Xiaoyu. It was me who promised to let her go to school. Didn't she come to me a few days ago? I talked to her. She has her own dreams. You can't forcefully interfere in her life. She wants to go up, let her go up. I know you are worried about the money. You don't have to worry about that. I will give it to Xiaoyu. She promised to pay me back in the future. Even if she can't afford to pay me back, then this is something we'll negotiate ourselves. It has nothing to do with you, great uncle. I don't do anything to my sister, much less look for you guys, great uncle, to ask for money." After sighing, great uncle refused. Joe, we appreciate your thoughts, but your money, Xiaoyu can't have it. You're also old enough to be of marriageable age. Don't be like your great uncle. You're almost 30 years old before you can finally get married. That's because I got married late. Look at your younger siblings who haven't even grown up yet. Your great uncle is already old. It's not that your great uncle doesn't know what's right. It's good to have a dream, but in a family like ours, where are the qualifications to pursue any dream? When you become a parent, you'll be able to understand great uncle's mind. It's not that I don't want your sister to do what she wants to do, but the reality is in front of our eyes, and it won't be possible if we don't obey it. Yi Ejo could not find a rebuttal to his great uncle's words. It is true that the family is not well off, and between a son and a daughter, if one must choose one, then most people will choose the son. In rural terms, daughters are married off sooner or later, and this favoritism, in the light of rural realities, seems unjustifiable, except for the unfairness to girls. In the end, it's all the fault of being poor. People are poor. The great uncle's family took into account the fact that Yi Ejo had reached the age of marriage, for one thing. Secondly, probably also taking into account the reaction of Yi Ejo's parents who knew about this matter. If it was really because of Wu Xuanyu that caused Yi Ejo to get married, then the great uncle's family would definitely feel that it was their fault. He was also worried that Yi Ejo's parents would blame his great uncle's family. No one will not want to help their own family, but in front of the reality, and had to bow down. Their era of brothers and sisters can contribute to the effort is already love each other. Contribute money is not a few, like Yi Ejo, this kind of money out of so much money, it is even more so. Big uncle, are you worried about my parents' side? I've already talked to my mom about this. She doesn't have a problem with it. Don't worry about the marriage. When it's New Year's Eve, I'll definitely bring my girlfriend back. Just prepare your nephew's daughter-in-law's meet and greet gift at that time. On my side of the family, the person who makes the decisions is my mom, which you know, she doesn't even have any opinions, and the person who pays the money is me. It's not like it's the family's money, so just put your heart in your stomach and that's it. Don't worry about Xiaoyu's matter. When Yi Ejo spoke, his bottom was as strong as it needed to be. Money really is a good thing, and the reason why people don't have a bottom line is all because they are too poor. From having the system, Yi Ejo's life was as if he was hanging on. His temperament had improved a lot. Sometimes money is a great passport, and with it, many things he could not even think of before, he can now think of. Not only can you think about it, but you can do it easily. After being silent for a while, great uncle asked, Joe, are you really making a lot of money here? From the tone of his great uncle, Yi Ejo still heard a very strong flavor of suspicion. This couldn't be blamed on great uncle. If it wasn't for the system, it would have been too hard for him to change his fate. It would have been almost tantamount to impossible. Yi Ejo didn't answer directly. He said, Great uncle, it is difficult for people to change their fate, but it is not impossible. Life is all about half hard work and half luck. As it happens, your nephew's luck chilled out pretty good. Okay, so I get it. I'll go talk to your aunt and uncle about it later. Yi Ejo returned, eldest uncle. Is there any need to discuss this? I have already told you. This matter is between me and Xiaoyu. We have already negotiated. If she works, she will pay me back. If her luck is not good, she didn't have a good future, and can't pay me back, then this matter will be settled. And it has nothing to do with you. I won't look for money from you. It's good that she has a dream. It's just as well that I, as an older brother, have the ability to help my own sister and give her a chance to change her destiny. Xiaoyu, this child, is a child with an idea. I believe that she will not let us down. So, you guys also give Xiaoyu a chance that can change her destiny. Do you really want your daughter, who got married early, To live an inhuman life? Look at those who got married early. How many of them are living a good life? Xiao Yu. The reason why she's so rebellious. That's all because she's upset. This time when she goes back. You guys should have seen how she's changed. Even though I didn't ask. I think that she's definitely going to have a big change. The reason why she's going to be so raw with you guys. That's all because you guys have never really gotten to know her. You guys should stop interfering in her life by force. Or else she won't serve you guys in the end. If the relationship between you guys stiffens to a certain level, it will be irreversible. If it reaches the limit of what she can bear, and makes her hate you guys, great uncle, do you think that would really be worth it? You guys don't always use for her good as an excuse to force her to accept your arrangement. She was originally brought up by my grandma and grandpa, and there's not much love between her and you guys, and this one-time opportunity will be a big chance in her life for her. If she loses it, I think, according to her character, she will really hate you guys. The love affair between you two is probably at an end. Great uncle, you know a lot of truths, so I won't say so much. Just take your time and think about it. That's all? Good. Great uncle responded sullenly, after which the two ended the call. After it was over, Yi Ijo found Wu Xuanyu's and sent her a message. On your father's side, I've already said goodbye to him. He should give it a good thought. Don't think about it so much. My great uncle in their place. Just leave it to me. You'll just study well at home. And when the school year starts you'll go to the junior high school. Study for 1 year properly, and then sit for the middle school exams. I don't want to, but Wu Xuanyu confidently returned. Brother, you still say that I look down on you. Obviously you also look down on me. I can't be as bad as you think. When I took my midterm exams, in fact, I know all those questions. I casually wrote a few multiple choice questions at that time. It's better to do that on purpose. With no grades, there's no way back, than to have the grades come out, get in, and not be able to go, right? Because, of the 2 children in the family, only one has a chance to go to school, and needless to say, that chance must be my brother's, and it has nothing to do with me at all. So why should I make it so hard for myself? I've already contacted my homeroom teacher from when I was in school, and when the time comes, I'll go straight to the first half of my junior year, and then I'll take the midterm exams. I've been out of school for a year, but what I've learned, I still remember. As long as these 6 months, they don't always come and affect my mood, I'll study and review and I'll be able to get into a good high school. Wu Xuanyu's words made Ji Ijo feel bad in his heart. At the same time, it's a blessing. Having the system changed not only his life, but also the lives of their whole family. And if it wasn't for the system, he wouldn't be here today. In the past, where was he qualified to support others in pursuing their dreams? He hadn't even lived his own life to understand. Yi Ijo was silent for a while and transferred $10,000 to Wu Xuanyu. Brother, what are you giving money for? Wu Xuanyu asked after sending a surprised emoji. You study seriously. Brother give you an apology. But, this is a condition. Otherwise this money you cannot receive. The condition is, all your expenses, are in your sister-in-law there to take? You will have to use the money you earn later to pay back. From the family to take, or through other ways to get, are not counted. If you take the midterm exam, take the exam on which you, the same school's top 3, I'll give you 100,000 reward. If you're in the university exam, the exam on the top 3, that reward 1 million. If you can directly get on the first prize, that directly to you out of 10 million. This money, you can be used to start your own business. Do you believe that you can do it? Can. Wu Xuanyu returned. It was an affirmative answer without so much as a superfluous explanation. And that was what Yi Ijo wanted to see. After the chat ended, Yi Ijo laughed and muttered. So that's what the ancients meant when they said that one person can get a chicken and a dog. Being able to change his sister's life and make her future brighter. Yi Ijo was happy from the bottom of his heart. Evening. When it was time to go to bed, Yi Ijo did not wait for Lu Janua to give the order. So he was very sensible and stripped himself. Lu Janua blushed like a red apple but didn't use various methods to stop Yi Ijo as usual. Isn't this the meaning of acquiescence? Thus, Yi Ijo became bolder. Both of them have developed to hear the most mouth. Lu Janua will not let him eat at the last minute, right? Even if she didn't backtrack anymore, he couldn't let her get away with it. Yi Ijo boldly began to tease. Lu Janua have been so implied that he slightly, if he is still the same as before, cannot wait for Lu Janua to take the initiative to pounce on him, right? This kind of thing, all men take the initiative. If he forced a woman to take the initiative, wouldn't it be too humiliating for his man? Thinking of all the things between the two before, Yi Ijo moved to tease Lu Janua. Yi Ijo asked Lu Janua in a low voice, "Daughter-in-law, are you hot?" "It's not hot," Lu Janua returned. "I feel like you're hot," Yi Ijo said in a serious manner. Originally. At first, Lu Janua hadn't thought much about it, and after Yi Ijo said this sentence, she immediately understood what it meant. Last night, this was how she treated Yi Ijo. She didn't expect this guy to be so vindictive that he would use the same tricks she had used against her today. Lu Janua's heart rate, with the clarity of this realization, quickly accelerated. Daughter-in-law, I think you're really hot. You give me. Before Yi Ijo finished his words, Lu Janua threw an icy look. Yi Ijo immediately wimped out and changed his words to say, daughter-in-law, you're wearing too much thickness. This will affect your sleep. You didn't sleep well last night. If you can't get a good night's sleep tonight, don't dare to get ugly. It will also affect your health. If you don't have a good rest, you can't work well. You'll be in a bad mood. I'm the boss. Okay? I don't even work. Lu Janua shot back. But this is really not very convincing. Lu Janua is a complete workaholic. And Yi Ijo, this is not much pursuit. The contrast is too sharp. By the way, your sister told me that your relatives came to see you, right? You're covering up too tightly, aren't you? Yi Izo's words just fell. His mouth was tightly covered by Lu Janua. Red-faced, said, she even these have said with you? Yi Ijo peeled off her hand and held it tightly, then whispered in Lu Janua's ear. Isn't this her way toward me caring more about you so that we can live happily ever after? So, is this you disliking me? Lu Janua questioned. Yi Ijo hurriedly denied. Nothing, how could I think that? You are the most fragrant wife in the world. Mainly, now the day is too hot. I am worried that you are too hot, which is also very bad for health. So, daughter-in-law. The implication in Yi Ijo's words is as clear as it needs to be. Lu Janua red-faced and stubbornly shot back. You said 2 days ago that you were afraid that I would be cold. And I am cold today. Yi Ijo was so choked that he couldn't even find the words to say back to her for a while. After a moment of silence, Yi Ijo only continued again. The first 2 days were indeed very cold, but today is very hot. Look at you sweating. It's going to grow prickly heat on such a hot day. If it really grows, then tell me, won't it be hard for you? You're a beautiful woman who is seen by everyone, so you can't hide in a deserted place every day to scratch your itch, can you? Lu Janua had already tried to shield Yi Ijo as much as possible, but Yi Ijo's words still entered her ears without a single word, and the thing that killed her was that she even unconsciously had a picture. Right, it's still you, husband, who is thoughtful. Suddenly, Lu Janua unexpectedly responded to Yi Ijo with approval. This sudden transformation made Yi Ijo a little bit puzzled. So, Lu Janua is preparing to do what he did last night. First, is he blessed with eyes? Finally get to hold his daughter-in-law's body? Yi Ijo was happy to the extreme in his heart. Is it that kind of childish picture after holding the eye? He was ready to give himself up whenever his daughter-in-law needed him. After Lu Janua finished speaking, she got up and went to the closet, picking at it for a while, not knowing what she was looking for. After searching for a while, she found out a bag. What was inside? Yi Ijo did not know, and then took the bag to hide and left the bedroom. Daughter-in-law, where are you going? Yi Ijo asked. Wait for me to come back. Lu Janua returned and directly disappeared out the door. Now, this gave Yi Ijo unlimited space for imagination again. She took off with it. What's that? It can't be something more erotic, can it? I didn't realize that my daughter-in-law would be so good at it. Yi Ijo began to brainstorm certain images of Lu Janua after he left, even coming back and making an appearance. After about 3 to 5 minutes, Lu Janua came back. Unexpectedly, there was no such thing as what Yi Ijo had imagined. A picture that would make one's nose bleed. Lu Janua was wearing a very thin small short sleeve and a pair of gym shorts that kept her important parts tightly covered. She looked at Yi Ijo with a thick smile and asked, Husband, is it beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful. Although he didn't get to see what he had imagined, it didn't affect Yi Ijo's happy mood at all. Before Lu Janua, in front of Yi Ijo, are complete to wrap themselves up, although at home like to wear home clothes. Can wear are also regular? The block should not be blocked. Are blocking the kind of. It was the first time that Yi Ijo had seen Lu Janua's body so visually, and it was even better than he had imagined. This kind of dress, in fact, in the street is very common, but Yi Ijo surprisingly feel that other women so wear. He is not surprised what Lu Janua so wear. Simply good to see the extreme. It was already very rare that he would appear in front of Yi Ijo with such a gesture. It seemed that his good intentions were going to be dashed. It's true. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You still have to take your time. Hubby, go to sleep. Lu Janua quickly burrowed into the quilt and covered herself tightly with the quilt. And, at a fast speed, as if one step later, Yi Ijo might eat her. Good. After the two lay down. At first it was okay, as Yi Ijo slowly approached. In the moment Yi Ijo's body was attached to her, Lu Janua was so shocked that she turned back fiercely. What are you doing? Don't do anything bad. Daughter-in-law. I'm just worried that you're freezing. Yi Ejo opened his eyes and spoke blindly. Speaking of which, this was still the most intimate contact between the two. Before that he had also slept holding Lu Janua, but it was all through his clothes. The moment he had just touched Lu Janua's skin, Yi Ejo's heart also thumped uncontrollably. I'm not cold. Stay away from me. Lu Janua struggled to get away from Yi Ejo. Yi Ejo naturally would not give her a chance and directly hugged her. Daughter-in-law, I'll warm the comforter for you. You're too cold. If you're going to be like this, I'm going to go get dressed. Lu Janua was furious. Yi Ejo finally did not move, and the two of them stayed in their existing positions, not really leaning very close to each other. Yi Ejo is intentionally not moving. Lu Janua is not dare to move. Who knows if she moves a little, this guy will make what kind of pro time to come. After 4 or 5 minutes, Lu Janua was really stiff and moved, and sure enough, Yi Ejo took the opportunity to stick over again. You, what do you want? Give me a hug. I'll give you a hug. Well, that sound made Yi Ejo's soul almost lost. The next day, Yi Ejo got up early and was in a good mood, and even went out humming a little tune. The fact that Lu Janua could dress like that and still allow him to stick so close meant that he was one step closer to his goal. Keep up the good work. Yi Ejo gave himself encouragement. Lu Janua, as usual, waited until he was almost ready to cook before getting up. The two of them ate breakfast like nothing. Lu Janua went to the company. Last night was not mentioned by anyone. Lu Janua is embarrassed to mention. Yi Ejo is unable to mention. He will not make a death to flirt with Lu Janua at this time. That will not be conducive to the development afterwards. After Lu Janua left, Yi Ejo fell into a deep thought. Originally thought that he could have something with Lu Janua last night, but the result was just a little bit worse. How should he try? Going out on a trip would probably be a good way to go. When people are happy, then anything is possible. When you go out on a trip, the two of you will be able to spend time together all the time, and there will be more opportunities that way. It looks like traveling will have to be on the agenda soon, but it's not just a walk in the park. Before the matter of those rental buildings, and that middleman, has not been resolved, although the evidence and so on, have been collected, but although not willing to take responsibility, that Yi Ejo naturally will not be polite, can only be through the court's involvement, to solve this matter. When all of this is settled, it's almost time to arrange to go on a trip at that point. Then hurry up and get to know your daughter-in-law a little bit more in the meantime, and try to shatter all her defenses earlier, so that when you go on a trip, you can be as fast as you want to be. Think about it. Yi Ejo's heart is already beautiful. At that moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, and he picked it up to see what he was thinking. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Ejo Yi? The other party asked. Yi Ejo returned. I am. Mr. Yi, regarding the case you're suing, the court side has arranged for it to be held just tomorrow morning. Will you be present on your side? The other party asked. I won't be attending. Fully entrusted to you. The requirements I have also spoken to you. I think, just with your ability, you won't let me down. Yi Ejo said blandly. This point Mr. Yi, you can rest assured. Your case is a sure win. The defendant is already inside. Although he can ask for a lawyer, are actually all unnecessary struggle. Nothing meaningful. I do not believe that things are already like this. They can still have a chance to turn the tables. Good. You guys just watch and deal with it. Do you have anything else? Yi Ejo asked. He was so insistent on hitting the company. For one thing, because he wanted to recover his benefits because the other party hadn't paid him enough of what he was supposed to, and in that way, he was also able to defend the interests of his clients, who were compensated for what they were supposed to be compensated for. In this way, it could also win the hearts of the customers, so that it would be much easier for Lu Janua to manage them in the future when he took over those buildings. There is indeed something. This is not within the scope of the lawsuit, but it is related to this lawsuit. We can't handle it. We can only handle it from your side. The other party said to Yi Ejo. Tell me. Yi Ejo Weiwei frowned. It's the tenants. This matter is now well known. Those tenants also know about their malicious rent collection, and are now asking for a refund of their excess rent. But they don't know you. They haven't even met you, let alone know where to look for you, so they can only look for us to pass it on. At first, there weren't many people, and then more and more people went looking for them, and they went looking for the middleman, but he himself had already gone in, and his family was hiding somewhere. And the tenants couldn't find anyone at all, and the matter dragged on and on. At first, because we are still in the process of collecting political achievements, so this matter I have not told you, the tenants' side has been pacified, and now it has come to the stage of the court. This matter has to be dealt with. Mr. Yi, How do you see it dealt with? By the way, there is another MS. Lu, in the past few days, her people found us and said that she is the tenant merchant of your buildings, and has the right to manage and use the rent, and we've seen the contract. Is there no problem in this matter? The other party asked. Of course Yi Ijo knew who this MS. Lu was. The contract is fine. Did you handle it on your end? It should be that Lu Janua went to take over the houses to go, so he knows that there is now a problem of disputes in those houses. But she didn't say a word about it to Yi Ijo. She was really stubborn. She wouldn't volunteer anything about work as long as he didn't ask. What that MS Lu means is that she intends to take over the house directly, even the company, but the person who entrusted us to deal with the dispute was you, and we didn't receive your notice, so naturally we couldn't hand it over. And this has been dragging on until now. Yi Ijo asked. Then why didn't you contact me? These people who handled the dispute didn't say anything. Lu Janua didn't say anything, and he was directly in the dark. It was the lady Lu's idea. She said she would go in touch with you, so we didn't ask. Yi Ijo understood. So it was like that. Okay, I'll take care of it. By the way, you said that those tenants came to your place. Did they leave any contact information? Yi Ijo asked. There's a registration done. I'll send it to you in a minute. The other party said back. Don't send it. They don't know who I am, and they don't necessarily believe me when I contact them. After all, none of them know who I am. Yi Ijo thought about it and said, in this case, please go and notify. Tomorrow let all the tenants gather at the square in the neighborhood. After arranging the time, you notify me. I will show up on time to deal with this matter. The other side of the phone hurriedly replied back. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll go ahead and just make the arrangements. Yi Ijo answered with satisfaction. Well, you only need to notify in place. The tenants matter. I'll go and solve it. You guys can rest assured that the lawsuit will be fine. Yes, Mr. Yi, don't worry. We will definitely fight the lawsuit properly. The other party quickly returned the message. The tenants are scheduled to go to the collection at 9 o'clock. Yi Ijo also quickly got the notice. Lu Janua returned home, first sniffing out of habit. In the past, at this time, when she entered the door, there would be a fragrant meal waiting for her. But today it was cold. The house didn't smell like food anymore. Not even the lights were on. It was dark. What's husband doing? Lu Janua had gotten used to Yi Ijo's presence, and suddenly coming home without seeing him made Lu Janua's heart panic. She turned on the light, and only then realized that Yi Ijo was at home, and was playing with his cell phone on the sofa, and Lu Janua's hanging heart, all of a sudden, fell down. Turns out he didn't just suddenly disappear. Lu Janua changed her slippers and walked to Yi Ijo's side, holding his arm and asked, Hubby, didn't you cook today? Why does it look cold and quiet? Yi Ijo twisted his head to look at Lu Janua, and then continued to look down at the lack of his cell phone. Lu Janua looked like a monk. What's going on? She had been held in the heart of Yi Ijo since she got together with him, and suddenly being so cold to her made Lu Janua panic in her heart. She held Yi Ijo's hand after pulling his arm in a petulant manner and shaking it. Yi Ijo just let her pull his hand, and after he glanced down at their hands, he played with his cell phone with one hand. As far as Yi Ijo's self-control was concerned, it wasn't a difficult task to easily control his impulses towards Lu Janua. Lu Janua brought his face to Yi Ijo's face and looked at it, touching his face and checking it up and down. Yi Ijo also did not mean to be angry with her, just so let her do what she wanted to do. There is just one thing, he just do not take care of her. Lu Janua were to withstand Yi Ijo this deadly cold violence. She was panicked. Yi Ijo this is angry? But she clearly hadn't messed with him either. After a few hesitations, Lu Janua asked again, Honey, what are you doing? Yi Ijo still did not say a word. This time, did not even look at her. His attention was always on top of the phone. To say that Yi Ijo was addicted to the game and didn't want to take care of her, Lu Janua didn't believe it. Through this period of time, she still had a certain understanding of Yi Ijo, who was not at all interested in the game. Playing games at this moment is nothing more than trying to find something to do. After Lu Janua took Yi Ijo's phone away, she directly rode on his legs so that he couldn't be ignoring himself. This time, Yi Ijo really didn't ignore her at all. He suddenly raised his head and looked straight at her, which in turn made Lu Janua's heart inexplicably panicked. Is this man so difficult to coax when he plays with his temper? Husband? Lu Janua shouted in another petulant tone. Yi Ijo directly withdrew his gaze back. Without his cell phone, he simply went with his eyes closed. It didn't feel like he was intentionally angry with Lu Janua, as if in his opinion, Lu Janua was air, and he couldn't see her existence at all. Hubby, what are you doing? Lu Janua was on the verge of crying. Yi Ijo finally is having want to react. What do you want to do? Give me my cell phone, don't delay me to play the game. Yi Ijo this response. It is better not to respond to you. This cold sentence. So that Lu Janua almost did not drop tears. The fact that he was so cold meant that he was just angry. But Lu Janua thought carefully and just couldn't remember where exactly she had offended Yi Ijo. I've heard that it's irrational for women to get angry. So how come this man is also angry for no apparent reason? Hubby, what are you doing? Why are you upset? Lu Janua asked aggressively. I'm not upset. I just want to play the game for a while. You don't delay me from playing the game. Yi Ijo returned indifferently again. Yi Ijo said indifferent words on his mouth, but did not make Lu Janua's movements. She rode on her lap and did whatever she wanted. Yi Ijo indulged her. On the relationship between the two now, Lu Janua actually felt in her heart. She is already in the bottom of the heart really accepting Yi Ijo as a husband and wife of this matter. If Yi Ijo was a little more active, then she had no problem with doing anything. The reason why the two of them hadn't developed to that point yet was simply because Yi Ijo wasn't active enough. She had thought that Yi Ijo would pick her up from work today. But no. She didn't think much of it at the time. Yi Ijo wouldn't pick her up from work every day, and would only go when she had time. Not picking up from work. That cooks a sizzling meal and waits. That's for sure. But as it turned out, there was nothing, and he was still so cold to her. This if it was in the past, Yi Ijo used such an attitude towards her, then no matter what the reason was, she would just get angry and give Yi Ijo a sweep. But now in Lu Janua's heart, she has loved Yi Ijo miserably, and has even prepared her heart to give herself to Yi Ijo. At this time, Yi Ijo came this way to her. Lu Janua's heart panicked to the extreme. Her greatest fear was that, while she was deeply in love, he would suddenly stop being in love. If that was true, she didn't even know how to end the relationship for her. Really don't know how to coax Yi Ijo. Lu Janua drummed up the courage, cupped Yi Ijo's face and kissed it. Hubby, are you done yet? A kiss ended. Lu Janua asked Yi Ijo with a red face. Yi Ijo returned. No. Lu Janua was furious. When she just kissed him, he didn't refuse anymore. Just this and still said it wasn't good. Before, she was quite flustered. But now, she kind of understood. Yi Ijo this is deliberately waiting for her to coax. After thinking about it, Lu Janua gritted her teeth. Humph. I believe you. She began an operation that took all her courage. How about this? This is not good either. You might be able to get better if you work a little harder. Yi Ijo attitude. Still light. Effort? What do you mean? Lugano asked. For example, if you help lower the fire in my penis, I might be able to get better. Yi Ijo returned. Lu Janua said in a serious manner. You wait for me. I go to get a pair of scissors. A knife down to solve the problem. In the future there will be no more fire time. Knowing that Yi Ijo was waiting end to end for her to coax, Lu Janua's heart didn't panic. Lu Janua's bold maneuver made Yi Ijo really a bit unable to control himself. He directly rolled over in a rollover and turned the tables. Do you know why your husband is upset? Lu Janua shook her head in confusion. I don't understand. Husband, do you have those days every month too? His serious look made Yi Ijo almost didn't laugh outright, but in the end he held back. What do you think? I'm just waiting for you to say yes, right? Lugano returned. In that case, you don't realize what you did wrong at all. Well, then let's spend today like this and see who can consume who. And don't eat the meal. Yi Ijo huffed. Then consume it. If you don't eat it, I happen to not be hungry today. Lu Janua said with a stiff upper lip. Yi Ijo was helpless. His hands began to be restless. Are you really trying not to understand where you did wrong? Lu Janua nodded seriously. Yes, I just can't figure it out. If you're going to say it, say it. If you're not going to say it, pull back. 4. Yi Ijo continued the movement of his hands. You really can't figure it out? Lu Janua's stubbornness was also brought up. Not being able to figure it out is not being able to figure it out. Lu Janua was Yi Ijo ruffled face Areta through, but is not willing to give in. A look in Yi Ijo die in the end of the meaning. There is no way. Yi Ijo can only increase the intensity of the forced questioning. Lu Janua even breathing has been uneven, just short of direct surrender, but still did not have the meaning of half a point to soften. Lu Janua, are you really trying to understand why I'm upset? Lu Janua shook her head, already unable to even speak. Yi Ijo sighed helplessly. In the end, it was him who failed. Did I ever tell you that if you need something, you talk to your husband and your husband comes and takes care of it for you? But what about you? When you need something, you fight it on your own. My several houses, the tenant's side of the problem, but you never mention it to me. You do not believe that I have the ability to solve it? Don't think I have the ability to cover for you? You're too much. Lu Janua, you're already someone with a husband. You can stop being so strong and independent, okay? Your husband's shoulder is what you can lean on. Understand? Lu Janua finally understood. So he was angry because of this? So what? Hubby, I'm interrupting. I have a husband, yes, but a famous one. Yi Ijo's words that hadn't been finished were just stuck in his throat. He's been talking a lot, but that's not what his wife wants. She didn't listen to his words at all. Instead she cared. She and he were a married couple in name only? Yi Ijo felt that his wife was hinting at him. Afterward, Yi Ijo said with a ferocious air, "Good, then I'll let us become a famous and real couple today." Lu Janua handed her a provocative gaze. "Not tonight. My relatives are still around." "Are you sure you really want to do that while my relatives are still around?" Yi Ijo instantly had a feeling of being dumbfounded. No wonder she dared to provoke him so much today. So she had emboldened capital. He lost to her again. Yi Ijo thought about it and was really angry. So he said, "It doesn't matter. You can let your hands first. Practice, practice, practice. When your relatives are gone, it's convenient for you to be on duty," Yi Ijo said meaningfully. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo in surprise, and then hurriedly averted her gaze. "I'm still hungry. I'm not in the mood. My hands are soft. It doesn't take strength." Daughter-in-law, what do you mean by this? In this way, Yi Ijo immediately faced a happy face, eyes full of affection to Lu Janua. "Don't smile so oozing. Hurry up and cook." Lu Janua pushed him, which urged, "You this today inexplicably get angry, just like a jerk. Those who do not know also think that you men also have so many days every month. Women have so many days a month, and none of them are as being perverted as you are. Good eye you." Yi Ijo huffed and snapped at Lu Janua again. "I was almost led astray by you? Tell me, why didn't you tell me about the house? What are you going to do? That house. Now exactly what is the situation? I do not even know. A house has so many customers. What kind of people inside? Which tenant businessman in the end to recruit? What kind of administrator? I am not clear. How do you want to deal with it? It doesn't even matter if things aren't handled well. What would you have me do if something happened to you?" The behavior of that tenant trader before is one and the same as robbing money. And many tenants, who are already living a hard life and are being messed with like this, are likely to do something irrational on impulse. It's true that you're a master of sparring, and you have some ability to cope. But what if you can't cope? Because of the previous tenant dealer, all these tenants themselves have animosity towards the tenant dealer, and they are likely to transfer their animosity towards the tenant dealer to you. So what should you do? I can't believe you put yourself in such a dangerous situation. I don't think you even think of me as your husband. Yi Ijo has now learned, before the tenant business, took advantage of those houses due in the lot. Because there is a school district. Many families do not have so much money to buy a house, or not with the school district. In order to be able to facilitate the children to go to school, they can only rent a house. Renters take advantage of this in their hearts for the sake of their children and raise the rent like crazy, along with a few other miscellaneous fees. It's a lot, but it's all still within the reach of these tenants, who are thinking of putting up with it and waiting until their kids are done with school, and then leaving right away. Now, Yi Ijo directly sued the tenant merchants, that overcharging, but also was blown out. Those tenants know that they were overpaid. Naturally, they are not willing. In the eyes of these tenants, the person who is messing around here, that naturally won't be the tenant trader, but him, the owner of the house, whose money doesn't come from the wind, knowing that their money has been hacked, and they all know how to do the math. Each tenant, a few hundred a month. What about the hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of tenants? That was an astronomical amount of money, and every now and then, it was a time when people were very united. And it was understandable that they were united in wanting to settle the score with Yi Ijo and get back the money that belonged to them. The scary thing is that these tenants are filled with anxious, fiery people who are not easy to placate. If a fight breaks out, it's possible for it to get into any kind of trouble. Lu Janua obviously already knew that there was this matter. She didn't come to talk to Yi Ijo. Instead she planned to solve it by herself. It would not be very easy to solve such a big matter if she didn't appear in person. And if she did, with that face of hers, so good-looking, combined with this incident, it would be easy for people to get angry and think that she was the one behind the curtain. Looking good and not doing anything about it will directly escalate the anger. And, very often, a woman's aura is just not as strong as a man's aura. And a woman standing there can easily give people a very bullying feeling. That was why Yi Ijo was so angry when he learned that Lu Janua was planning to handle this matter by himself. He would not allow her to put herself in danger. Lu Janua then realized why Yi Ijo was so abnormal today. She muttered in a small voice, I can handle it. She didn't think much about it at that time. One is used to solve all the things by herself. Secondly, she didn't want to trouble Yi Ijo. He has already given her the house. It would be too much for her to look for him if she had anything else to do. She hadn't felt that there was anything wrong with this, but suddenly by Yi Ijo so said, "Oh, she instantly also felt justified. At the same time, the heart was warm. The feeling of having dependence, of being spoiled, of being protected by others, turned out to be so good. Yi Jo pinched Lu Janua's small face. You said you can handle it? Here, tell me, what are you going to do about it? If you're right, I'll apologize and you can punish me all you want. If you're wrong, you'll see how I'm going to clean you up today. Lu Janua handed her a blank stare. This is a very good thing to do. First of all, I will first talk to those tenants. I'm already verifying the rent, and I also want to find the relevant departments to intervene. And then I will talk to everyone about the bad behavior of that tenant businessman before. That tenant dealer, even if he's overcharging for rent, he's still on the books. And in this case, they basically make 2, or more, books, one of which is their own, and one of which they use for you, or for routine inspections. When the time comes to reconcile the accounts and give them how much you overcharged them, won't that be enough? You just dealt with it? Yi Jo asked. Lu Janua nodded. Yeah, what else is there to do with it? When I first married you, I knew that something had happened to your company, and you were on the phone at the time to some of the property owners, saying all the right things, and none of them wanted to give you the house, and they tried to ask you out to dinner, but you refused them all. In fact, you understand what's going on in your heart, don't you? The price you stated was already reasonable at that time, but why didn't they give it to you? Yi Jo asked. Lu Janua returned. I know, they are all people who want to figure me out. I won't fall for all their tricks. I know I'm good looking, so at work, it's often the case that I look like this, and I've long since gotten used to it. Lu Janua poked her in the head. Do you think that only those people have bad people in them? Then, do you think there will be people like that in these tenants? Lu Janua returned with a bit of disbelief. No, they're all. She wanted to say she wouldn't, but for some reason she didn't feel that strong. Why don't you say anything? Yi Jo saw through her concerns. Lu Janua thought about it, but still stubbornly returned. They just want their money back. There's nothing wrong with that. I've inquired about it all. You've been letting people reconcile the account books and stuff too. So I guess, you're surely going to give them that money, right? I didn't tell you that. And that's because that's what I intend to do. So when the time comes to reconcile the books and give them the money they should have been given, won't that do it? Where did I handle it wrong? Lu Janua originally felt that there was absolutely no problem, but by Yi Jo's words, she was a bit self-doubting. You really, Yi Jo in good gas, but also cannot take Lu Janua. How? You are not small one. How to? Yi Jo, I can warn you, don't say your age and we can still talk properly. Yi Jo, who was still furious just now, immediately conceded. Okay, I won't say no. You say you are at least a company boss? This kind of thing, you should know better. You know those people want to call you out for dinner, and you miss your people. You don't worry that inside these tenants, there will also be someone who will see you in the light of the day. Or something else? This bad guy, he doesn't differentiate between the rich and the poor. You can't afford to be defensive. If you run into that kind of psychopath, you'll be in deep shit. Also, you and I are both people who have experienced poverty. Although you don't lack money, but you didn't spend your mom's money at that time. You worked hard to earn your own money. The feeling of not having enough money to spend. You have experienced it, right? Many of these tenants are living at the bottom of the ladder. Money is very important to them. And during this time, after they knew they were being screwed out of their money, they must have been thinking about it every day. And their emotions have been in a state of having no place to vent. According to the norm, they may build a group, discussing strategies in the group, venting their emotions to each other. Or they may get together often, discussing how to get their money back. The thing about bad emotions, it's contagious. Some people may not have any bad thoughts, and when they are talked about by other people, they have them, and there is a possibility that the more they talk about it the more they get angry, and they just wait for the time to come, and then they explode all at once out. You're so good looking. When the time comes, after they see you, they'll probably think you're a snake charmer, plus whatever they see in you. Messed up people together. Are you sure you can really handle it? Lu Janua listened to Yi Jo's analysis and immediately understood and knew Yi Jo's concerns. If it really came down to it, she really would not know how to handle it. Yi Jo continued. There are treacherous merchants within this merchant, and within the civilians, there will be people who want to get something for nothing. So if they want to compensate and get more from me, and then someone takes the lead and rushes up, what's going to happen? Don't talk about the legal society. In that situation, distant water can't quench the thirst of the near. It's better if I'm the one on the spot. What are you going to do if you're the one who's there? Even if it won't cost you your life, it's always possible to leave you naked in public, right? Lu Janua nodded her head in a reasonable manner. Indeed, she hadn't thought about it that much. She thought that it would be fine as long as she returned the overcharged money, ignoring how complicated this society was. Bad people are everywhere, and the lack of human hearts is everywhere. Got it? Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua. Lu Janua Muna nodded. Yi Ijo continued, if it wasn't for this, I wouldn't be so angry today. There are things that are not for you women to deal with, especially women like you who are so good looking. Maybe, the same thing that men deal with easily, immediately changes when it comes to you women. If I hadn't gotten on the phone with the lawyers because of the lawsuit people and said you'd gone to them and tried to pick up the slack, I wouldn't have known until now that you'd even known about it. Wife, let me tell you, in this world, the most scary thing is the human heart, so the defense is not enough. Before doing something, the first thing to consider is your own safety. Lu Janua nodded obediently and took the initiative to hug Yi Ijo. I know, husband, I won't do it again. Yi Ijo saw her so good, the anger in his heart instantly subsided. But he still did not want to let her off so easily. It's useless to be petulant. I'm furious. I can't wait to give you a good beating, so you can lower the fire to your dick? Lu Janua asked with incomparable seriousness. Yi Ijo's body stiffened and directly broke. Yi Ijo forced a shocked account. That thing? I will solve it. You just leave it alone. When I deal with it, you're going to take over. Remember, things like this, in the future, can't have it again. I want to remember something. Daughter-in-law. You are really as simple as you want to be, like when we two were just married. You let me live in so easily. In your words, you think you a master of sparring. If I were a bad guy, you are perfectly capable of handling it. As a result, as you can see, your little strength. Nothing matters in front of me. What should you do in case I'm really a bad guy? You're sure to be done by me that night. Thinking further into the horror. As strong as you are, that's still a waking state. What are you going to do if people come to the dark side? Lu Janua hugged him and directly kissed him. Hubby, why are you talking so much? If you keep talking, your daughter-in-law is going to be starved to death. If Yi Ijo continued to talk, Lu Janua would lose her face. Being told this by Yi Ijo, she realized how simply she had thought about the problem. Yi Ijo also knew that she was trying to save face, and it was obvious from her expression that she had listened in. Fine, I'll go make you dinner. Yi Ijo just got up and was pulled back by Lu Janua. Wait a minute, you tell me first. How do you plan to solve it? Yi Ijo returned. This matter, don't worry about it. I'll solve it. Just wait at ease and hand over my problem-free house. How can I not worry? If you don't worry about me, can I worry about you? You have to talk to me. If you don't, I'll follow you every day, no matter what you'll face. Lu Janua said with a firm attitude. Yi Ijo was helpless, and Lu Janua handed over. These dangerous factors have been considered. Then things are good. I have greeted the bank side. They will send a card directly to send cash over at that time. This kind of situation, that naturally is to see the money directly. The heart is the most solid. There's also the issue of security. I've negotiated with the Ekosha side as well, and out of concern for security, they'll be sending a few people over to assist at the scene, as well as, I've also gotten a bodyguard company to hire several bodyguards for close protection. Then if, Lu Janua was still a bit uneasy. So many ifs then. It's a bank money truck and you're worried that someone will rob the money? With the cash, their hearts will be set. Not because of the fear of not getting money, just make trouble. The scene has the relevant personnel in. Even if there are people who want to make trouble, they have to weigh well, if the trouble will bring what kind of consequences. Plus I myself have some strength, and the bodyguards are there. Basically there won't be any problems, even if there is an accident. There are so many people in front of me blocking it. I can't afford to mess with it. I can always afford to avoid it. Things are scheduled for tomorrow, aren't they? I'm going to be with you. Otherwise I won't feel at ease. Lu Janua said with a firm attitude. Yi Ijo originally did not want to agree, but after careful thought, Lu Janua is not a vase, and he can say that this arrangement is foolproof. So he agreed. After the two of them talked it over, Yi Ijo was no longer angry, and the two of them were a little closer than before. After Yi Ijo went to the kitchen to cook, Lu Janua was bored alone in the living room and ran to the kitchen as well, either stealing a kiss from time to time or hugging Yi Ijo from behind when he wasn't that busy. All kinds of greasy. Yi Ijo also temperamentally spoiled her. It felt like being in hot love with a young boy and girl in Fingrue, as sweet as it could be. After Yi Ijo made a good meal, Lu Janua would also steal a little mouth when Yi Ijo did not pay attention. Yi Ijo saw through it and did not say anything. He actually kinda enjoyed this kind of time. Lu Janua didn't look like a high and cold beauty half the time, but rather like a cute little girl. He knew that being able to make Lu Janua show such a cute side in front of him meant that this little woman had already accepted him completely in her heart. The more she showed her true colors, the more it showed that she was getting away from him. That's probably love at its best. She likes to mess around and he spoils. If it wasn't for Lu Janua's relatives coming, it was estimated that they could have finished the big job of making a man. Now when he sleeps at night, Yi Ijo is considering her relatives patronizing her. And he is as honest as he wants to be, but it is Lu Janua who is not honest at all. And he will kiss him and hug him every now and then, and move around in his arms. If it wasn't for his good stamina, he didn't even know how many times she would have set him on fire. The next day, Yi Ijo brought Lu Janua to the place where he had an appointment with those tenants after the time was almost up, an open square in the rental community. By the time they arrived, the tenants had largely arrived and the plaza was packed. The money truck arrived at the scene, and upon seeing it, the crowd instantly quieted down. After Yi Ijo appeared, everyone's gazes went to Yi Ijo. Previously, none of these tenants knew that the original house was owned by a much larger owner, and if it weren't for the fact that the previous tenant negotiator was sued, they just wouldn't have known about it until now. They signed the contract with the tenant dealer, knowing nothing about Yi Ijo, the owner of the house. After seeing the way Yi Ijo appeared in such an exaggerated manner, he got it. So, this is the big boss of the house. Interspersed with these renter merchants were anchors who went straight to live broadcasting. These buildings of Yi Ijo, all of which are school district houses, are not the kind of houses that are built for rent and are very small. Rather, it is a standard household type. In other words, those who can live here are somewhat financially strong, not the lowest class of society. Of course, there are those who have pretty much poured out everything they have to live here. After Yi Ijo appeared, there were also countless bodyguards that followed him, surrounding Yi Ijo and Lu Janua in the center. As the two made their way to the middle of the plaza, there were cries of alarm from the scene. Yi Ijo, there is nothing to say. In fact, it is just to appear younger. A little handsome, nothing special. Lu Janua will be very eye-catching. Women are beautiful baggage. Know that the scene is a lot of people, so she is very attentive to dress up their own. At this moment to be more beautiful and more beautiful. She was already good-looking, and with careful grooming, she attracted everyone's attention as soon as she appeared on the stage. Not to mention the men, even the women, at this moment, were so stunned by Lu Janua that they couldn't move their eyes. She was wearing a white dress today, fairy-like. Lu Janua held Yi Ijo's arm and walked with Yi Ijo to the crowd with a high and cool demeanor. At this moment, the two of them had the air of a president traveling with an aura. When passing by the money truck, Yi Ijo and the person in charge said a word. After that, someone moved chairs and stools. Yi Ijo and Lu Janua sat in the closing, picked up the microphone prepared by the staff in advance. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Ijo, your real homeowner. These subhouses, all of them, they're mine. The reason I'm talking to you guys like this is because I'm here today to solve your problems. I know all of your claims, and I've come here with sincerity, so I hope we can all settle things peacefully. And regarding the issue of the rent you paid before, I'll refund all of the overcharged rent to everyone. In a few moments, the person whose name I call will come up and take the bill you are holding, and I will have 2 copies of the bill here. And I will make a check on the spot and give you a refund on the spot. Also, this one beside me is my lover, and after today's matter is settled, she will take over these houses, which means you will be the rent administrators from now on. I can promise you here that this time, it will never happen again. And besides, if any of the tenants want to leave, we can return the rent on site today without docking you a penny. I'll have someone check out the rooms you're renting. If it's a normal case of life depreciation, that's all fine. Not disgusting vandalism is fine. If it's malicious vandalism, then just pay for it as it is. Regarding that rental manager directly, there is a big, unshirkable responsibility on my part. It's all because I wasn't too on top of things. I haven't asked about this house since it was rented to the previous manager. And if I could have been more on top of things, I wouldn't have found out about it until now. Yi Ijo was telling the truth, but his words didn't have much credibility when he said them. Who has so many houses that they wouldn't ask? This word, in Lu Janua here, also quite helpless. If not she understand Yi Ijo this person. For this kind of thing really will not this on the heart. She will not believe. These words made the scene instantly agitated. At first, they thought that the previous manager was the owner of the house, and after realizing that it wasn't going to be, they thought that the one who would come out to settle the matter would be the same one who was the infinite merchant. But I didn't expect that the one who came would be the one behind these, the biggest boss, the owner of these houses. What's more, I didn't expect. There will be a big beautiful woman and they come together. There are bodyguards, personnel protection, but also directly find the money truck, to directly solve the problem at the scene, which is full of Big Brother style. This is so shocking. The appearance of the doings was already shocking, and Yi Ijo's words made people even more agitated. These houses of his, no matter the location or otherwise, are all first class. With these houses, it's a mountain of gold. But what did he just say? That he's never asked about it. In all these years? If it were any of them tenants who had such a few houses, they wouldn't have to sit and guard them every day? To be able to say such words, in everyone's opinion, there was only one possibility, and that was, this big brother who was now standing on the stage was really too rich, so rich that he was so rich that he wouldn't put billions of dollars in his heart. You know, these houses are now worth $2 to $3 billion anyhow. Seeing everyone's reaction, Yi Ijo also realized that his words would most likely be misunderstood by these, so he went on to explain, I'm saying this to you guys, it's not that I'm trying to avoid responsibility. I just wanted to say that it's all because I wasn't on top of it that I found out about something like this that caused you financial loss. One more thing, I'm going to raise the rent 60% from what it was. The moment Yi Ijo's words left his mouth, the people at the scene directly dried up, and if it wasn't for the maintenance of order at the scene, there might have been people directly rushing onto the stage to beat up people. Although they cannot go on stage to beat up people, but it does not affect their cursing under the stage. Under the bottom of the cursing Yi Ijo anything, to be as unpleasant as possible. Lu Janua was a bit dumbfounded. What was Yi Ijo doing? He didn't talk to her about the rent increase before. Facing Lu Janua's puzzled gaze, he just looked at her and smiled faintly. He just sat there quietly, listening to the people at the bottom curse him. It took about 10 minutes for people to stabilize a little. Only then did Yi Ijo pick up the microphone again and slowly opened his mouth. You guys just scolded me as if it was very enjoyable. But what can you do if you scold me again? I'm not missing a piece of meat. It's you guys who don't listen carefully to what I'm saying. Listening to the wind is the rain. And you guys started to scold me even before I finished my words. I'm here today to solve a problem. And you guys misunderstand me so much that you can fix it? On the scene, someone immediately started cursing again. What do you mean by that? Just because you're rich? Just a rich second generation. What's so great about you? Yi Ijo returned. I must correct you guys a little bit. I am not a rich second generation. I am just a rich generation. I will, in the future, be the father of the rich second generation. You will be so excited because of the hatred of the rich? You guys don't have to. I've gotten everything I have today and that's all on my own merit. That's all beside the point. I still say that I came here today with sincerity. To solve your problems? And what I said about the rent increase is true. However, what I said is on top of the contract I originally signed. Not on top of the rent increase that the middleman has given you over the years. Guess, you guys don't know how much the rent was above the contract I signed with the middleman initially. Right, when you reconcile the accounts later, you will know. It's been a few years already. It's only natural for me to increase the rent. If there are those who don't want to renew the rent, you guys just cancel the contract directly. And as long as there is no any man-made and malicious damages to anything inside the room, I'll return the deposit to you guys. I can't tell you all about the exact rent, because, not every room has the same rent. What I can tell you is that most of the rent you pay is nearly twice as much or more than twice what I originally set. After Yi Ijo's words, everyone fell silent. If that is really the case, then with a 60% increase, their rent has actually fallen a lot more than it is now. The main thing is that all the extra they paid before will still be refunded to them. So it makes sense to put it that way. It's been a couple of years since then, so there's no excuse for doubling it, let alone 60%. This place is a school district, surrounded by great resources for lessons, and isn't the reason they all come here so they can send their kids to school? Not to mention the basic increase in the original, but even now, before this came out, didn't they bite the bullet and give it even though they knew the cost was high? If this big boss hadn't realized the problem, they'd still be in the dark. Or if this big boss will make a mistake and not tell the truth about the fact that they were overcharged for rent before, won't they just have to bite the bullet and pay the money? If this big boss wants to block information, it should be easy. In that case, the big boss is considered more conscientious. As for Yi Ijo, he is not a saint. Things have to be resolved. But what should be how it should be? He can return the previous money. It is already good. Anything like no rent, or less rent, he will not do. It would be silly to actually do that. It's not like he's a charity. Seeing the following people are silent, Yi Ijo continued, you all have no opinion? Then in that case, it is understood about my price increase. Put it this way, this house is mine. I want to increase the price. This is no problem. Of course, would like to continue to rent. This is your freedom. Increase the rent. Rise from next month. This month is still in accordance with the standard of the contract that I signed at the beginning. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. First of all, starting from the first floor of building 1, and so on, the other tenants can go back to deal with their own things first, and keep themselves on schedule. Just come over when it's almost time, and please bring your contracts and ID cards with you. The bills were reconciled. The refunds started to take place. And after checking the identities and the bills, the rent that needed to be refunded to the tenants was refunded directly on the spot with the help of the bank's people. Yi Ijo refunded the money, all according to the whole number. There is no zero. Those that didn't have a problem with it took the money on the spot and signed away. The tenants were also satisfied with Yi Ijo's whole retreat. It's just a refund of the overcharge. But it's a lot of money for some people who have lived there for years. Some people are worried that there is something fishy. Yi Ijo directly arranged for someone to solve the problem for them, so that there is no one at the scene to pester them. And the problem is solved quickly. Lu Janua and Yi Ijo also stayed to help. Yi Ijo reconciled the accounts on one side and Lu Janua refunded the money on the other. Suddenly, Lu Janua screamed, "Ah! What are you doing?" Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua. In front of her, a man dressed in a very disciplined manner, wearing glasses, very gentlemanly. It's not common to see someone dressed like that on an occasion like this. When Yi Ijo looked over, the man subconsciously took a step back, an obvious sign of weakness. "Daughter-in-law, what's going on?" Yi Ijo asked, and his tone was instantly cold. "This man is unruly. When he just took the money, he pulled my hand and didn't let go, and even touched it twice." Lu Janua huffed. The man hurriedly explained, No, I didn't mean to." Yi Ijo in this instant the heart to kill all have. Lu Janua is not a pretentious person. If a slight touch, she will not be so angry. From Lu Janua's description, it seemed that it was this guy who was too licentious. You can also tell by the way he just got weak in the heart, just being a thief. How dare you take advantage of his wife? You've got a lot of nerve, don't you? In such an occasion, Yi Ijo was not in a good position to directly lash out, but he would not let his daughter-in-law be bullied because of this. Yi Ijo pointed to the money on the table. "Take it. This is the money that should be returned to you." The man hesitated and just wanted to reach for the money, but was stopped by Yi Ijo. "Sign first." The man had already been looked at by Yi Ijo and his heart was fuzzy. Staying one more minute at this moment would be torture for him. Originally thought that it was just a matter of taking advantage of the situation, and would not be much of a problem. Where would I have thought that this guy was so serious? The man stiffly signed the papers and asked, May I take my money and go?" Yi Ijo coldly returned, "You can leave, but you can't take the money. In addition, please move out of my house immediately." The man looked at Yi Ijo in shock. Why? Yi Ijo sneered. "Why do you think? Originally, it would have been fine for your cabinet to take the money in a disciplined manner. But you yourself are restless. Who can you blame for that? Do you think that I look like the kind of person who would take a dumb loss? Then you can't let me move out. You can let me move out. You must return the money to me." The man roared in anger and said to Yi Ijo, but more or less he was still a little afraid of Yi Ijo, and backed up several steps in a row when he was clamoring with Yi Ijo. "That's right. According to common sense, I should return your money even if I let you move out, but I don't want to return it now, just because you misbehaved with my lover. This is the price." Yi Ijo returned indifferently. "You are too." The man wanted to get angry and find Yi Ijo to argue, but he didn't have that much guts. But Yi Ijo directly tore apart his disguise. "What? Not convinced? Want to fight? Whether you want to fight, or whatever, I'll accompany you. If you're not convinced, you can sue me. Then you can't withhold so much money from me." The man said unconvincingly, I just touched my hand. Is your wife's hand so that valuable?" These words made Yi Ijo even more furious. "Just touching it? Ha! You take yourself too seriously. My wife's hand is also something you can touch? Since you did it, you have to pay the price. Just because you're not worth anything doesn't mean others aren't either. Know the difference between dirt and gold? Don't take your value to measure others." Still the same words. "You can sue me if you don't like it, or if you want to fight. I'm all for it." Yi Ijo's aura was fully open, a kingly demeanor, so that the man on the opposite side of the table froze and dared to be angry. People respect each other. I respect others. Others have to respect me. If they can't, then they have to pay accordingly by my standards. You can't get a handful of lust to compensate for losing someone's gold. Alright, you'd better hurry back to pack up and move. Don't waste my time here. If you want to sue me, come anytime. I can still provide you with evidence. What you've done is clearly captured by our cameras. You'd better not challenge my bottom line again. If you want, I'll fight you all the way. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. As long as you can afford it, I'll make you live a life that you can see the head of at a glance. Would you like to try? The man instantly wimped out. He was the one who was at a disadvantage first. If the other party really pursued the matter, the consequences were not something he could afford. He could have just waited for the money in a regular manner. He was the one who was cheap and didn't have control of his hands, and it was no one else's fault. Can I go now?" The man conceded. Yi Ijo waved his hand. Yes, just today. Move out. Go for 2 to help him move out. When Yi Ijo said the word help, it meant supervise, and if it doesn't work, just throw it out. Yi Ijo was not a living Buddha, and he would not do anything to repay a grudge with a virtue. If not for this occasion, he probably would have crushed one of the other's hands, but it was just a matter of compensating for the medical expenses. In any case, he also had to give this breath. With that out of the way, the people in the back settled down a lot and things got done quickly, but by 3 or 4 p.m., things were done. For lunch, they ate straight out of takeout. On the way back, just as the car drove away, Yi Ijo said to Lu Janua, daughter-in-law, I'm sorry that my husband wasn't able to give you a good outlet today. Lu Janua froze for a moment before realizing that Yi Ijo was talking about the morning. You've done a good job. And if you haven't taken it out for me, then is it hard to believe that you had to cripple someone to do it? Yi Ijo said, it's still true. If it wasn't for this occasion today, I would really do that. Just not today. If I did that, it would bring about very serious consequences. Lu Janua smiled back, it's okay. In fact, that's nothing. He paid that price already. Can this everywhere? Then this excessive large number of people can't meet every time to beat people half to death. Before him, there were already so many people looking at me colorfully. He probably thought that if I didn't say anything about other people, he could be a little bolder, and I wouldn't say anything, and he probably never dreamed that he would pay so much for his actions. And the amount of money that he was supposed to have taken today was nearly $100,000. $100,000 is nothing to us, but it's a lot for people like them. People like this, if they are tolerated, then they are expected to do anything. In case if they do something very extreme, then what? It doesn't matter to himself, but the people he hurts, it will be a nightmare for the rest of his life. People like him deserve to be cleaned up. Yi Ijo nodded with approval. Yes, this kind of person should indeed be cleaned up, or to learn a long lesson. Otherwise, he still thinks that the world is all his. After this matter was finished, Lu Janua suddenly remembered. Yi Ijo said about the rent increase at that time. So she asked, right, husband, why did you say about the rent increase at that time? I'm not worried that those people will be angry and do something irrational. Yi Ijo laughed. Daughter-in-law, don't you think that I just got carried away because I was having too much fun talking? Lu Janua smiled and shook her head. Not at all. Husband, you are not that kind of person. Whatever you do, you can be exceptionally sensible. I thought for a long time, but I couldn't figure out what your real reason is. You quickly talked to your wife about it. I am especially curious. This is all capricious. These people have fire in their hearts. Even if I brought the bodyguards and those people, that is just a temporary suppression of their fire. I intentionally said in the meeting, I want to increase the rent. One of the reasons is to want to ignite their anger once again. This people's emotions is the need to vent. You saw how much they were swearing at me at the time, and I waited until they had all their fire pretty much out of their system before I went on talking. The other reason is that when the rent was raised in the first place, so that they put out the fire, and they accepted the practice at that time, that would have been great. If it was, and when the refund has been settled, and then we go back to raising the rent, then no one will have to explain so much to them then. Do you think, once again, they will think that this is your doing, and think that you're a conscienceless middleman? So, it was made clear at the time that this was not to be left to chance. They called me names and said that I was a rich man, a rich kid, and because I was young, it was normal that they would think that, and I disproved them on the spot, and in general, it came and went. And it just about dissipated their fire. There is another thing, that is the matter of refunding money. You can see, we refunded money at that time. Basically everyone was refunded a few dozens of dollars more. The money is not much, but it is also regarded as a favor. They were favored by us. That is naturally the party that deserves to be in the wrong. The last thing, is that the person I kicked out? I did that, is to tell everyone, we are not so good to bully peaceful people, then naturally everything is good. If there is restlessness, then naturally have to pay the price. In this way, even if there are individual stupidity, but also will be peaceful down. Mastery of human nature, really is a technical job, or not let them put the fire in their hearts to send out. The fire in their hearts will always be suppressed. Maybe when, and make a fuss, then it is you who take over the house. I'm not there. To that moment there is no more bodyguards and so on. How do you deal with them? Lu Janua listened in a daze. After Yi Ijo finished, Lu Janua couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Hubby, you're also too good. This you can think of. It's not bad. Wife, you're overpraising. Yi Ijo laughed gleefully. After returning home, both of them were quite tired, so they embraced each other and went to take a nap for 2 hours. With the incident during the day, Lu Janua was even closer to Yi Ijo. Even when he was taking a nap, he hugged Lu Janua and was not willing to let go of his hand. The two have to be so in love. After dinner, Yi Ijo had thought that it should have come to an important moment in the lives of the two couples. Unexpectedly, Lu Janua said he wanted to go out for a walk. Speaking of which, the two hadn't been out together since they got married. In addition to picking up Lu Janua from the company, and accompanying Lu Janua to the gym, the activities that the two of them go out together are during the day. What with activities like going out for a walk? Something that should be in the cards for two couples in love. It wasn't in the cards for them. Not to mention the walks, the dates, the movies, all of it never happened. Daughter-in-law, I suddenly realized that I'm also too sorry to you. You said that we've been together for quite a long time. Except for that one time when I took Xiaoyu to buy clothes, and today during the day, I basically didn't go out with you to go on a date or anything. The two of us live basically the same, uneventful day every day, and it's kind of pointless to live like this for too long. Lu Janua froze slightly and returned. I still feel that I'm sorry for you. You're not short of money and can't afford to support me, and I'm always going out to work, leaving you alone at home, going away for a day, not even coming into the house until the evening, and when I go home, I still have to have you to take care of me. Oh, when did we become so taciturn? Forget it, it's not even a thing. Both of us don't feel guilty. How much it affects our mood. Yi Ijo took Lu Janua's hand and said, in fact, there is no need for the two of us to be the same as other couples. As long as we are comfortable in our own lives, it's fine, don't you think? Lu Janua nodded approvingly. Aha, I thought about it, and it seems like from the moment we met, other couples were together in a different way. Like, people had to fall in love, date, and go through all kinds of things to make it work, and between the two of us, it was just one step. After that, it's more like living your own life. You work your job, and I'm at home, doing chores, cooking, kind of like an old married couple. This kind of life seems to be harmonious, but I always feel that something is lacking. We are not 70 or 80 years old. We can't live our whole life in such a way, right? Lu Janua heard this and also felt that it made quite a bit of sense, so she nodded. Yeah, I feel the same way. Lu Janua feel a little bit small helpless. Yes, they obviously have not experienced anything. The two are in love blank. To their place, directly live the life of an old married couple. Originally she still feel nothing. By Yi Ijo so say, she has a kind of a little lost feeling. Come on, daughter-in-law, let's both go out for a walk so that others will be jealous of us. Yi Ijo pulled Lu Janua's hand and the two of them went out the door. Lu Janua was amused by Yi Ijo's seriousness. Hubby, you're also too narcissistic. Where's your face? Aren't you going to take it? Did I narcissize myself? Did I? You have to give me a reason today. If you don't let me see how I'll clean you up. Yi Ijo said in a fierce manner. You want to clean me up? Lu Janua threatened Yi Ijo with a face like you were eating bear heart and leopard gall. But also Yi Ijo was half afraid. Yeah, I'm your husband. I want to clean you up just like I want to. By virtue of being my daughter-in-law. My forever daughter-in-law. The kind you can't even escape if you want to. So I'll clean you up if I want to. How about? You might as well guess how I'll clean you up. Lu Janua and Yi Ijo had been together for a long time, and had long known how thick this cheek of his was, so she wouldn't be easily fooled. Humph. You're just a helpless. She wasn't really going to guess, or else she didn't know what kind of tiger words the man had waiting for her. Just a helpless person like you. Going out with you. I feel ashamed. You even said that you let others be properly jealous of you. Hey, what kind of luck am I, finding such a shameless man? Lu Janua pretended to be helpless inside. Yi Ijo seriously replied back. That must be jealous. Such a beautiful woman. Who would not be jealous of me when looking at it? After all, whose wife can look so beautiful? Don't you think so? Lu Janua had already prepared to argue with Yi Ijo properly, but the result was that this guy's sentence made her break her defense. She shyly hammered Yi Ijo's chest. I'm not talking about this, okay? I'm talking about the aspect of feelings. Don't say that people are jealous of me. It's already good if they don't sympathize with me. Yi Ijo nodded approvingly. Indeed, I should sympathize. Such a beautiful girl. Grew me a husband like this. At this time, it was necessary to give way to women in everything. So Yi Ijo didn't mind self-hacking a bit. Yi Ijo turned back to Lu Janua and looked her up and down with a strange expression. This look made Lu Janua's heart a little hairy. You, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Are you holding something bad in your heart again? Tell me honestly, don't look at me like this. You make me feel hairy in my heart. This makes me feel insecure. In the next second, Yi Ijo laughed out. It's okay, I just feel that my wife is too cute. Do you think that those men who adore you would have to be shocked if they saw this scene of yours? What they thought was a high-flying beauty turned out to be such a lovely girl. And those women who were jealous of you, who had thought you were different from them, you just stood out so much because you were so high-flying. As a result, I didn't realize that you are as mortal as they are, but you are just better than them, everywhere and anywhere. Do you think they would still have the courage to live if they knew about it? Lu Janua was speechless and hurriedly told Yi Ijo to shut up. You're fine. Are you praising me or are you jinxing me? Stop it. I'm going to be regurgitated by your words. Okay, then I'll put it another way. It turns out, my husband is a cutie pie, the extra cute kind, Yi Ijo said. Lu Janua was even more speechless. Hubby, you'd better not say anything, just shut up. Yi Ijo laughed loudly. Daughter-in-law, is it possible that you still have an unknown side? For example, the colorful side. Lu Janua covered Yi Ijo's mouth. Yi Ijo, I told you not to say it. If you say it again, believe it or not, I will directly take the stinky socks and cover your mouth. Yi Ijo didn't have the intention to let her go and continued. In that case, it's by me, daughter-in-law. The more I get to know you, the more I realize that you really are a very colorful woman. Beneath your high-flying exterior lives a... Before Yi Ijo finished his words, Lu Janua stopped, clenched both hands into fists, and looked at Yi Ijo with fierce eyes. Yi Ijo hurriedly closed his mouth. At this time, to continue talking would be a death wish. Although he was a good fighter, he was never anything but a bully in front of his wife. Lu Janua's fist waved in front of him. Continue why not say, live what Come on, go on, I'm listening. Yi Ijo closed his mouth tightly and shook his head, unable to say any more. Stop at the right moment. That's what a smart man should do. After thinking for a while, Yi Ijo slowly spoke. Under the high and cold face is a lovely soul, an incomparably kind girl. In short, it's just good everywhere. Lu Janua rolled her eyes at him. This man's mouth, all deceitful ghosts, made her want to be angry, but she was too embarrassed to do so. This man is really too bad. See the wind and make the rudder, said Yi Ijo. Such a man, she cannot just let him so muddle through. That looks like she is very good to bully like. Don't think you don't know what you want to do. You just dislike me, don't you? Yi Ijo, didn't you want to clean me up before? You're telling me how you want to clean me up. I still want to clean you up. Or else, let's have a contest. Yi Ijo stubbornly raised his face. If you want to clean me up you can come. I am a man. Will I be afraid of you? As long as it's not lusting after me, I can accept it. If I can't carry it off, then count me out. I'm not a man. Lu Janua had thought about it. To properly clean up this man, even the momentum has been set. But the result is that Yi Ijo suddenly so serious look. Instantly again Lu Janua amused. If you're not a man, what are you? Hardly a woman? Still wanting me to lust after you? Are you dreaming of another day? Lu Janua said back breathlessly. If I admit defeat, I am an animal. Yi Ijo returned with incomparable seriousness. Screw you. I think you're just a mouthful. There's not a single neutral word that comes out of your mouth. Lu Janua said in disgust. Who knows? On the next side, Yi Ijo directly talked about the guarantee. What I say must be true. If it is false, I allow you to cut me off for 3 seconds. For a moment, Lu Janua couldn't find the words to refute Yi Ijo. The two just stared at each other. Suddenly, Yi Ijo said, okay, 3 seconds are over. Go, daughter-in-law. Let's go. What 3 seconds to end? Stop right there. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Lu Janua pretended to be angry and said. Yi Ijo looked back at her and nodded seriously. Okay, daughter-in-law, please speak. A serious attitude. But the words that came out, not so serious, as long as you're not lusting after me here. Lusting after me anywhere. I can accept it. And one more thing, don't let me leave you. Everything else is negotiable. Exasperated, Lu Janua rolled her eyes. Yi Ijo, I'm going to draw a circle enough for you and curse you as a 3-second brother. How could it be? Daughter-in-law, you have to believe in your vision. Your husband is definitely able to satisfy you. If you don't believe me, I can accept the verification at any time. Don't worry, I am definitely not going to let you be a widow. Yi Ijo returned. Lu Janua was dumbfounded. So she was going halfway around the world and got herself in again? What the hell is in his head? This dog man? When he opens his mouth all day, he can't say anything good. And he can't get away from his manhood in 3 words. She used to feel like a great person. When it came to fighting and arguing, she never lost. In college, the argument contest, she even won first place. How come when it came to Yi Ijo, she had a feeling of powerlessness like her fist hitting cotton? You're good. You're good. Lu Janua was so exasperated that she didn't know what she was going to do. Looking at Lu Janua's exasperated appearance, Yi Ijo inexplicably felt panicked in his heart, directly twisted his head towards Lu Janua, stretched out his arm and said, To bite or to pinch? You do it. Lu Janua was dumbfounded. Ha! Yi Ijo said pitifully. Daughter-in-law, come on. I can bear it. Don't torture my heart. This waiting feeling, it's quite painful. Left and right are going to be cleaned up. I'm already very active. Lu Janua then realized what he meant. This man had heard that she was going to clean him up. So he thought, she either bit or pinched? This man is too much, isn't he, to speculate about her like that? Lu Janua could be angry, but when she was angry, she suddenly laughed again. It is no wonder that Yi Ijo will think of her so much. When she is angry and can't take Yi Ijo, she will pinch him and really can't bite him. If not for this reaction of Yi Ijo today, she didn't even realize that she often did that. Yi Ijo, this is a psychological shadow? This man was also tolerant enough of her. No matter how unreasonable she was, he didn't get angry. Instead, he always changed his ways to make her happy. The heart is not angry, but the face is still necessary. Cannot cheapen this dog, man. Che, I don't want to bite you. You stink. I'm afraid of insulting my teeth. I'm punishing you for carrying me downstairs today. If you bully me again, I'll let you come back and carry me upstairs on your back. And if you bully me again, I'll let you carry me downstairs on your back every day in the future. Carry me upstairs on your back. Humph. Do you think I'll let you go if you take the initiative to play nice? Come on. Be good. Squat down. Lu Janua pointed in front of her, signaling Yi Ijo to squat down. Okay, daughter-in-law. I'm coming. This punishment I quite like. Every day can come. Yi Ijo happily squatted down. It seems, he can be justified in the future naughty. Not just every day back daughter-in-law. Well, he is happy. But soon, Yi Ijo knew the power of this punishment, and it took him a lot of effort to carry Lu Janua downstairs. Lu Janua looked skinny, but the fact that she was so tall dictated that her weight wouldn't be too light. And to top it off, she kept messing around on his back. Seeing Yi Ijo struggle so much, Lu Janua smiled triumphantly and asked, hubby, am I heavy? Yi Ijo gritted his teeth and smiled. Ha ha. A woman's age and weight are not something to be taken lightly, and you can't just wait for the storm to hit. Lu Janua went on to ask, hubby, I feel like you're a little weak in the legs and the lumbar muscles are weak. Yi Ijo nodded and returned, well, it's a bit. Lu Janua smiled and said, dear hubby, the 6-flavored earth pill. You deserve it. Yi Ijo was stupid. Isn't that a cure for kidneys? This little woman, how dare she say his kidneys are bad? He's a strong man. Does he need to eat that stuff? Yi Ijo sighed helplessly and said, daughter-in-law, don't they say that a beautiful woman is one that the wind can blow over? Lu Janua was still immersed in her joy of having put Yi Ijo in a position of power, and didn't notice that Yi Ijo was digging a hole. There is that kind of dainty woman, but not many. Most of the women are very powerful. For example, in fighting, we women won't lose to you men. Yi Ijo nodded his head in recognition. I also feel that a woman being ruthless can be much more ruthless than a man, and it is definitely beyond the reach of our men. Lu Janua froze for a moment, suddenly felt we're wrong. What do you mean by this? I have a feeling that you are digging a hole for me. Say, you are not holding something bad in your heart again? Yi Ijo hurriedly denied. No thing, how could I have that kind of idea? Daughter-in-law, your position in my heart is a first class. I love you too late, and how could I hold bad in my heart? I don't believe it. Lu Janua wasn't going to believe his bullshit. How bad is this man? Would she not know? She always fell into the hole he dug without a second thought and wanted to cry. Yi Ijo returned, really? What I said can still be false. Is it hard for you to think that I don't love you? Am I not good to you? Daughter-in-law, you touch your own conscience and say, is your husband treating you well? If Yi Ijo didn't add the latter sentence, then Lu Janua would have justified her return. He added a conscience on the contrary. Lu Janua suddenly couldn't speak with a clear conscience. To be honest, Yi Ijo had treated her really well. She'd seen a lot of couples that were sweet for no more than a week. That started out really well, but then got better and better. And then the original form came out. Yi Ijo is not the same. She from and Yi Ijo together. Yi Ijo is so good to her. To today, Yi Ijo is still the same good to her. The two together also a month. Yi Ijo seems to change not at all. After a while, Lu Janua suddenly realized a problem. She had been set up by Yi Ijo again. Don't you dare try to change the subject. Tell me, what did you mean by that just now? Are you disgusted that I'm heavy? Are you not holding something bad in your heart again? Yi Ijo put Lu Janua down and said, daughter-in-law, how could it be? I really didn't. You have to believe me, okay? Daughter-in-law, let's go. If we don't go, it will be dark in a while. Yi Ijo looked up at the sky and urged. Lu Janua clasped both hands and said coldly, you must speak. or else I won't go with you. Yi Ijo smiled and said back, then let's not go. Let's both go home and sleep. It's nothing to go home and sleep. Yi Ijo added the words we too. Lu Janua instantly understood what this man was thinking. Yi Ijo, see if I don't strangle you. Lu Janua roared with anger and reached out to serve Yi Ijo's waist. Yi Ijo's heart trembled and hurriedly avoided. Daughter-in-law, then I can say. I said, you are not allowed to be angry. You must promise me, otherwise I will not say. Lu Janua nodded. Well, if you say so, I won't be angry. Yi Ijo pursued. Is it really not angry? Lu Janua nodded. Well, not angry. Really not angry. Yi Ijo made a deep breath. Good, then I can say, daughter-in-law, you are quite fat. Feel, how to be 123. Lu Janua coldly looked at Yi Ijo and didn't say anything. Yi Ijo realized that this was the prelude before the storm, so he hurriedly scattered his head and ran. Lu Janua quickly chased after her, cursing as she did so. Good for you, you dare to dislike me. Let's see how I'll clean you up. Yi Ijo returned. At this time, the pigs raised in the old country do not see heavier than you. Do you think you are fat? Ah, Yi Ijo, you wait for me. You wait for me. Lu Janua was about to be pissed off by Yi Ijo, but she couldn't run away from Yi Ijo, and she was so angry that she couldn't wait to kill someone directly with her mind. Daughter-in-law, didn't you just say that you're not angry? Don't you chase after it. Yi Ijo turned back to Lu Janua. Humph, Yi Ijo, I can't get around you. Don't let me catch you or I will definitely not let you go. Lu Janua had long forgotten her assurance to the clouds. Ha ha, daughter-in-law, can you say the same thing when you go home in a while and we sleep? Yi Ijo, I won't let you go. Yi Ijo not only didn't restrain himself, but continued to provoke Lu Janua. This made Lu Janua, who was already angry, even angrier. Running too fast, she almost didn't fall. Luckily Yi Ijo wasn't far from her and pulled her in time. Lu Janua couldn't care about herself. She hurriedly pulled Yi Ijo and tried to beat him up. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't take Yi Ijo. Every time she dodged. While Lu Janua was working hard, Yi Ijo suddenly asked, daughter-in-law, do we look like a young couple in love? These words instantly silenced Lu Janua. Daughter-in-law, I feel that this is what it looks like to be in love. We are also in love now. Ha ha, you are my favorite daughter-in-law. What other small couples have? I also want to give you. Can't let you lack a lot of things just because our start is different from others. Yi Ijo said seriously. The fire in Lu Janua's heart disappeared without a trace, and asked in a small voice, we, in love? Yi Ijo replied affirmatively. That's a must. We have to have a good relationship in the future. Lu Janua laughed and threw away Yi Ijo, walking forward on her own. Yi Ijo had a head of fog, hurriedly caught up with Lu Janua and asked, daughter-in-law, why are you suddenly ignoring me? Still angry? Lu Janua turned back and coldly glanced at Yi Ijo. Just you. You also want to talk to this girl? What are you thinking? Yi Ijo was dumbfounded. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Lu Janua returned with disgust. Wasn't it you who said you were in love? Then don't you have to start all over again? Isn't it always the man who takes the initiative to fall in love? Doesn't it start with the pursuit? So, what's wrong with this mayo of mine? Yi Ijo cried and laughed. Daughter-in-law, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Seconds into the scene. Awesome. Lu Janua continued indifferently. What a lot of nonsense. What kind of person is this that? Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo's expression to be as disgusted as possible. Yi Ijo was helpless. Was he that bad? However, since his daughter-in-law had suggested it, he naturally had to go along with it, and since he was starting all over again, he would have to begin his deadly pursuit. It's just that with this attitude of his daughter-in-law, would it be too difficult to woo her? With this cold attitude, he was crushing it and didn't stand a chance. Okay, daughter-in-law, can we discuss? Start from the middle. This from the beginning. It's too difficult. You're a favorite fairy. If you don't like me, what to do? I have to chase until the monkey years and months? For example, you now let me pull your little hand. Let's go together. Okay? Yi Ijo said with a pleasing attitude. Lu Janua gave him a cold look. You can't hold hands. After that, it was back on its own. Yi Ijo sighed helplessly. He was always lassoing Lu Janua, and this time it was too bad, directly lassoing himself in. It's a lot to try to woo a high-flying beauty. Seeing how cold she was, trying to impress with true love was impossible. It seemed that he would have to think of an idea, and he couldn't go by the book. Yi Ijo quickly followed Lu Janua, thinking of ideas as he walked. Lu Janua did this, obviously wanting to deliberately make things difficult for Yi Ijo, and wanting to experience the feeling of being pursued. It's no wonder that she had the idea that the two of them would just get a license on the first day they met, eliminating a lot of steps and going straight to living as a couple. They're not at a certain stage yet, but this is so much less work for them than other couples. It was also his own mouth. Just said something to make up for Lu Janua's words. This is good. His daughter-in-law took it seriously. He can only harden his heart. After thinking clearly about Lu Janua's purpose, Yi Ijo also played his role seriously. Just in time. He also tried how long it would take him to make Lu Janua break. This was nothing more than role-playing. Lu Janua had him in her heart, so it shouldn't be difficult. Yi Ijo cleared his throat and walked away quickly, and in passing Lu Janua's truth, he just faintly looked back at Lu Janua. What daughter-in-law this kind of thing? Naturally, can no longer shout, otherwise how can it be a stranger? With a face like Lu Janua's, a man would have to marvel when he saw it. So Yi Ijo made a face that was amazed by Lu Janua. Lu Janua was immediately reluctant, disgusted. What are you doing? Properly a lewd man. This is not trying to pursue me. Obviously is the embryo of color. Okay? Yi Ijo did not think, daughter-in-law. You say you are so beautiful, that man who sees you, will not be fascinated by you? I am a normal reaction. Okay? How else would you have me actively pursue you? Don't you think? Lu Janua didn't buy it. So much nonsense then. Start over. Lu Janua continued to walk forward in a high and cold manner. Yi Ijo cried and laughed, first organized his emotions, then continued to catch up with Lu Janua. When passing Lu Janua, only looked at her faintly, and then walked away in waves. Lu Janua was reluctant again. What are you doing? What kind of look did you just give me? Just casually glancing at me and leaving? Am I that bad? Am I that bad that I can't get into your eyes? Yi Ijo sighed helplessly. Daughter-in-law, then you say it. What should be my reaction? Fascinated by you is not okay. Casually look at you is not okay. You are not aware that I actually want to hurry up and leave, and then go to secretly steal. Fascinated by you, and then try to find ways to get closer to you. Daughter-in-law, you can't keep ruining my ideas. Lu Janua huffed back. How can you blame me for this? Obviously it's your problem. You just start chasing away directly, isn't it? When pursuing girls, aren't all men shameless? Just play your shameless nature properly. The corner of Yi Ijo's mouth twitched. Why did he feel that his daughter-in-law was cursing? Okay. One more time. Yi Ijo nodded helplessly and made a pleased gesture for Lu Janua to continue walking forward. He didn't look half as upset. It is rare that Lu Janua is now so active to mess with him, and will also have intimate contact with him from time to time. She just wants to mess with Yi Ijo. He naturally wants to spoil. Yi Ijo never lacked patience when dealing with Lu Janua. Yi Ijo smiled and continued to catch up with Lu Janua. And as he passed by Lu Janua's side once again, he glanced at Lu Janua, and after a slight freeze, he blocked Lu Janua's way. Lu Janua gave him a disgusted look and walked around the road. Hey girl, how do you know how to just throw things around? Yi Ijo shouted. Lu Janua looked back, nervous. How did you lose your heart? Yi Ijo continued again. Lu Janua almost couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, but luckily at the last minute, she held it in. This guy, he deserved a beating. But she was the one who brought it up by re-pursuing her, and she had to be on her end to do it. She just gave Yi Ijo a disgusted look and continued to walk forward in a high and cool manner. Come on. Your heart was picked up by me to come and give it back to you. Oops. It's over. She ran into my body and fused with my heart. Yi Ijo said with a few regretful tones. Lu Janua died speechless. Shameless. The ones with face are all still single dogs. The shameless ones are already paired up. I'm waiting for you to be paired up with me. And you have to be shameless when it comes to treating the girl you like. In fact, I'm quite good. Beautiful girl, do you want to consider dating me to see? I happen to be missing a you girlfriend. I like the girl. Is you like this? I just saw you. I secretly swear, I will only single-mindedly like you. There will be no second thoughts. I want to be with you for 3 lifetimes and experience countless seasons of scenery in 5. Before Yi Ijo could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Janua. Don't play smart here. I'm not interested in you. Beauty, what I said is all from the heart. I'm already so proactive. If you can also be proactive and give me a chances, not only will we have a story, we'll also have a baby. Yi Ijo said playfully. Che, who wants to have a baby with you? If you keep messing around, I'm going to punch someone. Lu Janua said impatiently. It's okay, I have thick skin. As long as you're willing to give a chance, you can do whatever you want. So, beautiful girl, can you leave a contact before you do it? Yi Ijo was bound to play his shamelessness to the extreme. Lu Janua returned with disgust. What makes you think we should have a story before? What's your monthly salary? Do you have a car or a house? Can you afford my daily expenses? You don't want me to follow you and eat the chaff, do you? Yi Ijo said with a smile. I didn't expect it to be a landlady. I'm really lucky to have a third life. Miss, where are you going? It's dark. It's not safe for you to walk around like this. Otherwise, why don't I join you? Lu Janua squinted at him. I'm sorry, I don't call myself Missy. Yi Ijo hurriedly asked. Then I don't know what is your name. Beautiful woman? This was just letting the Lu family abuse experience the feeling of being pursued. Lu Janua would never really hit him with his hands. Even if she did make a move, he wasn't afraid. He still had the ability to defend himself without harming her. Lu Janua is also deliberately end. If the two people really do not know, it is estimated that now Lu Janua have already made a move. For Lu Janua's ability, although he has not seen, but still believe, against him is not dealt with. But to treat the general small rascal, that is just a matter of moving the muscles. Why should I tell you? Get out of the way. And then pester me, I may have to call the police. Lu Janua will not be stupid enough to really fight with Yi Ijo. If she is Yi Ijo's opponent, it is definitely going to be a fight. It is a fool to have a bargain and not take advantage of it. But don't be embarrassed when you know you're not an opponent. Yi Ijo still continued to stalk her. Beauty, there is no one in this place. Even if you call the police, it's too late. As soon as Yi Ijo said this, Lu Janua was reluctant again and protested. Hubby, you shouldn't be reacting this way. I'm going to call the police. Why don't you hurry up and leave and find another opportunity to get close to me? Yi Ijo retorted. That's what you think. I won't do that. Even if you want to call the police, how can I give you that kind of chance? Have you forgotten? Your husband is a very good fighter. Your cell phone is probably already taken away by me before you even take it out. Daughter-in-law, you're too naive. You can't think of everyone else as cowards. You're too cute and innocent to be cute. Lu Janua froze as Yi Ijo called her simple again. She was very unconvinced, but it seemed like it was really that way, and she seemed to be really overthinking it. Yi Ijo was so powerful, she really couldn't do anything with him. So, Lu Janua retorted. Wrong. If I had met a hooligan like you, I would have done it a long time ago. Don't forget, I learned sparring. Yi Ijo nodded. Yes, you will indeed react in this way. Unfortunately, your luck is not so good today. You met a me who can fight even better than you. Then the battle of wits between us will be over. It's time to move on to the next stage. Lu Janua asked dully. What's the next stage? That goes without saying? Since I'm better than you, it must be that after a fight, you become my defeated. And since I'm a smelly hooligan, the next thing to do, naturally, is to bring you to a place where no one is around and do that. He. Yi Ijo heatedly smiled, and after meeting Lu Janua's black face, he hurriedly stopped smiling again. You, Yi Ijo, you rascal. I'm letting you pursue me, not letting you be a rascal. You, Lu Janua couldn't say Yi Ijo, and directly played a rascal. Daughter-in-law, you're being unreasonable. It was clearly you who said that I should be shameless, and now you're calling me a hooligan. Yi Ijo accused. I am just not reasonable anymore. How do you want to drop it? You have to be a hooligan. A hooligan who is not too good at fighting. Just say you do it or not. Lu Janua threatened. Yi Ijo nodded helplessly. Do. Daughter-in-law, what you say. Lu Janua was then satisfied. Good. Then continue. You say, I'm going to call the police now. Do you think I should leave? Lu Janua asked. This caused Yi Ijo to make a mistake. And for a while, he actually didn't know how to answer. Lu Janua generously patted Yi Ijo's shoulder. It's okay. I'll give you time to slowly consider. Yi Ijo cried and laughed and asked. Daughter-in-law, just tell me, is this the last time that you always interfere with my ideas? Otherwise, I can't even play. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo's difficult look and reluctantly said. Well, last time. What you said is true. Yi Ijo asked after him in disbelief. Lu Janua nodded seriously. Really the last time. Yi Ijo was not convinced, but at the moment he could only choose to believe. What was more important than his wife's happiness? Naturally, what his wife says is what she says, and he's in no position to refute it. Cough. Yi Ijo was still adjusting his state. Lu Janua impatiently urged. Hurry up. Say, how do you plan to continue? Although, I am a stinky hooligan who is not very good at fighting, but then, I didn't know that you were so capable of fighting. So, when you said that you were going to call the police, I was sure that I still had to continue to pester you. And after that, you probably couldn't help but take a direct action against me. And so I was beaten up by you. Yi Ijo's words have not yet spoken. Once again was Lu Janua shouted to stop. No, you can't do this idea. How to show it in a while. We are the real situation. Okay, but not let your mouth to describe. Yi Ijo returned. You can't really call the police, can you? Lu Janua proudly returned. That naturally will not. I'm so able to fight. That must be their own directly beat you ah. Yi Ijo laughed. No matter how you act, I'm still your dear husband. Even if you really do it, you won't hurt me. You won't really beat me to death. Otherwise, you'll have to take care of me for the rest of my life. Che, who said you are my dear husband, but also take care of you for a lifetime? I will definitely throw you to the nursing home at that time. I'm a little fairy, okay? If I want to molest me, then I definitely have to pay the price. I will not be merciful and soft. First beat up. Yi Ijo was Lu Janua that unreasonable look amused. Daughter-in-law. We are talking about a real thing happened to see okay? Like daughter-in-law you so kind people. Even if you met a real hooligan, but also will not directly to the death of the people to beat. At most is a small lesson, right? Then so scene. Don't take it too seriously. Then set it up so that you're just a little lesson and after that it's. Lu Janua once again interrupted Yi Ijo's vision. What are you thinking about? I won't give you a small lesson. I will definitely beat you to the point where you don't know your last name, and then even roll away. And that's the end of the story between us. Yi Ijo retorted. That definitely can't My purpose is for to be pursuing you. The rogue is just a status setting, but in the end we definitely have to be together. Otherwise how can it be a pursuit? You are so good looking, even if the rogue see it, that is to be moved. Even if you are killed by you cannot let go. So, between us, because of the stalker has a story. Lu Janua disdainfully both returned. There won't be a story. If you want to continue to stalk me, then I will absolutely really call the police on you. And after you are taken away, the story between us will be over. Yi Ijo shook his head. It's not over. Even if you call the police, you have to go together I will tell the police. I actually just like you, want to pursue you, so I was beaten up by you. After that, at most, I will be warned and will be let go. I will continue to pursue you. You can't call the police every day and beat me up every day. It went on, and we slowly became familiar with each other. And you were eventually impressed by my sincerity, and we had a story to tell. Lu Janua really can't but Yi Ijo, huffing and puffing in anger. Yi Ijo, you're a scoundrel, and you're too good at taking the bull by the horns. How can this be regarded as me being a scoundrel? Then I also said that you were a scoundrel. You had to set me up as a rogue. Wouldn't you have set me up as a high-flying handsome? And we fell in love with each other and liked each other? I created a series of romance to pursue you, and in the end we got together? Yi Ijo helplessly spread his hands. Look, what a perfect story this is. Then I'll do this. Give you a fake name and a fake phone number, and then after you leave, our story will be over. Lu Janua still said unconvincingly. Fake name, number, that will be revealed sooner or later. You have to know that what you just said is a shameless hooligan. I will stalk you to the end and wait for you downstairs in your house every day. Yi Ijo returned. Lu Janua was anxious. Several times she wanted to hit Yi Ijo, but she held back. You're shameless. Yi Ijo nodded. Yeah, I am shameless. Wasn't it you who said, let me pursue you shamelessly? Lu Janua blinked. Hey, didn't I say that I wanted you to pursue me? How did it turn into letting you be a hooligan? Yi Ijo shrugged. Then this has to be asked of you. This can all be arranged by you. So, daughter-in-law, is it in your bones that you just like hooligans? How could I? It's obviously you who are unreasonable. You led me astray. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Lu Janua said heartily. This pursuit of girls, the first thing is not to be shameless, the second thing is. Yi Ijo words have not finished. Silent, walked away. This directly evoked Lu Janua's curiosity, and hurriedly chased after him and asked, and secondly, what are you doing? Deliberately evoking my curiosity, isn't it? Yi Ijo looked back at her and continued to walk forward again without any intention of talking to Lu Janua. This made Lu Janua even more anxious. You'd better say it. What's the next step? Yi Ijo this time did not even stop, directly treating Lu Janua as heir. Lu Janua ran up and blocked his way, hugging Yi Ijo as he tried to go around. Say it. If you are not going to say it, I won't let you go. Yi Ijo scraped her nose and said, next is shamelessness. Then again, still shamelessness. In short, shamelessness is right. This answer. Lu Janua was speechless and threw him away. I thought it was some kind of magic trick. Just don't be shameless. It's useless. Okay? What kind of crap theory you have? No practicality at all. According to you, that Sunbo is also quite shameless. He's been chasing me for so many years, and I'm only getting more and more disgusted with him. Not touched at all. His thick skin is useless. Does not mean that my thick skin is useless. You see, I am so good. if I shamelessly pursue you, certainly will be successful. You see, I have not already got your heart? So yeah, it's a wonderful trick, and it has to vary from person to person. Lu Janua returned with disgust. In the end, you're just narcissistic. You really know how to put gold on your face. Who said you're excellent? And who said you've got my heart? Who are you? Do I know you? I see you are not talking about excellence. Don't you just want to say that you are rich? With money, it's possible that someone will fall in love, but it's definitely not true love. Just like Zhao Qin and Sun Bo. She acts like she loves Sun Bo, but anyone with a brain knows that she loves Sun Bo's money. So what you're saying about excellence doesn't exist. Yi Izhou said. That's not the same. I'm talking about the kind of pursuit that I sincerely like. Not this kind of for the sake of profit, to make friends with the prophet. The prophet is exhausted. You will not be unaware of the truth. To say that excellence is rich, then I and Sun Bo are rich. Why do you like me do not like him, right? You're not messing around. Lu Janua always felt that this Yi Izhou was her nemesis. No matter what she said, Yi Izhou had a bunch of crooked reasons waiting for her. Lu Janua originally felt that she was quite a smart person, but when it came to Yi Izhou, why did she feel that her IQ was not working well? But feelings were feelings, and she was determined not to admit defeat. What's different about this? No matter if it's really like, or fake like, I see that you men don't have a good thing. For not more than that, lesser things, so, didn't feel any different. Lu Janua said very disdainfully. Daughter-in-law, you can't say that. That men and women are less than men. Isn't that the same as people eating? Can you say that the ultimate purpose of life is to eat? Can't it? Yi Izhou waved his hand helplessly. Daughter-in-law, leave such a profound question to emotional experts. Let's not waste our brain cells here. Lu Janua froze, then reached out and grabbed Yi Izhou's face, arms, and all. Yi Izhou was confused. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? I just want to see if you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, because I feel quite similar. Lu Janua said seriously. Yi Izhou was amused by Lu Janua's serious look. What are you laughing at? You're not allowed to laugh. You're a son of a bitch, always forcing your way. It's just too much. The more Lu Janua thought about it, the more angry she got, and haphazardly she grabbed at Yi Izhou's body. Suddenly, her hand accidentally touched Yi Izhou's face, which made her instantly awake. Husband, I was wrong. She hurriedly checked and apologized after seeing that Yi Izhou's face was not scratched by her. Yi Izhou asked, why did you apologize? Lu Janua was like a child who had done something wrong and stammered. My temper is a bit bad. It's me who was unreasonable, and I almost hurt your face just now. It's obviously just for fun. I shouldn't have been so serious. Lu Janua's unreasonable appearance. Yi Izhou also felt quite cute, which suddenly admitted his mistake, but also gave him a whole will not. Yi Izhou pulled her hand to pacify. There is no need to apologize. Your husband's skin is thick. It cannot be hurt. Even if it is hurt, it does not matter. Hitting is kissing and scolding is love. It shows that you love me too much. Yi Izhou's words had just finished, when suddenly the sound of a quarrel came, and both of them silently looked towards the place of the quarrel. As far as their eyes could see, there were two adults with a child, two adults quarreling, and a little 4 or 5-year-old girl beside them, frightened and crying, not daring to cry loudly enough. The age of the two men. They didn't look too old, looking at them, as they were of the poor and needy kind. Those two adults. Lu Janua didn't have much feeling, but when she saw that little girl, Lu Janua's heart was flooded with acid. Daughter-in-law, are you okay? Yi Izhou sensed Lu Janua's change in mood. That little girl was unfortunate, and Lu Janua, as a child, was also unfortunate, and Lu Janua should have been touched and sympathized with the little girl. Lu Janua muttered in a small voice, hubby, do you think we will live like this one day? Yi Izhou sighed helplessly. This woman's mood, is like the changeable weather, changing at the drop of a hat. This no-show is worth her grief. But girls are more sensitive. Yi Izhou did not feel much surprise. Yi Izhou took Lu Janua's hand and held it tightly in his hand. He didn't say anything. At this time, his silent companionship was fine. Whatever he said at this moment was not believable to Lu Janua's ears. The future, that was all a shadowless thing. She was so insecure a person. She wouldn't believe that there would be a bright future just because of Yi Izhou's words. Lu Janua looked down at Yi Izhou's hand that was tightly clasped with hers and took 2 deep breaths before her emotions eased quite a bit. Only then did Yi Izhou speak. In this world, there are thousands of kinds of people. People's destinies are also. Not all of them are so lucky that they can live the days they want and meet the people of their dreams. Other people's days, we can't control. We can only manage ourselves. Everyday fights are normal. Like the saying goes, between teeth and teeth, there are still fights, let alone between two people. Don't you think that child is pitiful? She may be pitiful, but in this world, there are people who are even more pitiful. Don't you have a saying that goes like this? There are people who have fought tooth and nail just to survive alone. There are encounters that we don't get to choose. And there are futures that we can change. And you changed yours? As for what you said between us, I think that there should not be this day. Yi Jo finished and smiled gently at her. Lu Janua heard this and took another deep breath, which made her feel better. Yes, in this world, there are thousands of people and thousands of destinies. Yi Jo's simple few words made her heart feel a lot more comfortable, and she fought with Yi Jo again. What if you don't have any money at any time, and we both become poor? Or, what if one day, you don't love me anymore, or I don't love you anymore? Although, your current performance is good, but there is a saying also said, the hearts of the people. Who knows if you are not pretending? You see, many couples are like this. When in love, the man cannot be too good to the woman. Some fall in love for a period of time and change, some married and changed, and some have changed after the child. You men, and often say that we women worship gold, materialistic. Have not heard of such a saying? Figure money women, all live well. Figure love women, all lose a mess. Women and men are so miserable compared to each other. Men, even if they become old men, as long as they have money, there are little girls who fall on their backs. But when a woman reaches a certain age, she's old, and if she doesn't choose the right person, it's a tragedy for the rest of her life. Yi Jo cried and laughed, and did not know where all these concerns of Lu Janua came from. There was no logic, and she could still say it in such a way. That's because those men weren't as lucky as me to meet a daughter-in-law as beautiful as you are. And with a daughter-in-law as beautiful as you are, any messed up thoughts are gone. Lu Janua handed him a blank stare. Even if you're pretty, there will be a day when you become a yellow face. That means men don't love that fairy enough. Not me. I'll love you forever. So if I have to grow old, it's me who will grow old first. Yi Jo returned. But, I'm not a fairy. I don't have the ability to live forever. Lu Janua continued. Yi Jo was helpless. This daughter-in-law was on a collision course with him. No matter what she said, she would refute her. The question of age was not something he had any semblance of. He couldn't make her 18 years old every year. Of course, if one day Lu Janua could blow a bull that his wife would never age, it might still come true. Daughter-in-law, you are thinking too long-term. If you keep thinking like this, you will be really old. Well, you are still a little girl, not even a woman. Don't be anxious about what is old or not. Let's go to the movies. Go to a real movie theater. That's more like a date. Yi Jo didn't want to continue the topic of her age. If she continued, she shall not blow up. Lu Janua directly refused. I don't want to go. The movie isn't good. It's not as fun as me catching up on TV shows with my phone. Yi Jo asked good-naturedly. Daughter-in-law, do you know why those couples in love like to go to the movie theater for a date? It's quite possible that they're also disliked, but they'll go anyway. Lu Janua shook her head. I'm curious too. That movie theater is not interesting at all. But I haven't dated in a place like this. Otherwise, let's try it. Yi Jo nodded. Let's drive. Lu Janua shook her head. Take a taxi directly and go back. What a waste of time. Too lazy to run. Lu Janua gave Yi Jo the right to choose a movie, and Yi Jo chose a funny movie. When the two arrived at the theater, Lu Janua looked around like a curious baby. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Yi Jo asked. This was Yi Jo's first time coming to the movie theater, but the scenes were all no different from those on TV, so he didn't feel surprised. Lu Janua said, this is also too little. I thought there will be a lot of people. It is not a new movie out is very. All will say what the box office sells this kind of. This person's so little. Then where do their data come from? Yi Jo cried and laughed. Lu Janua is really ignorant about life. Ah, it was no wonder that she had been thinking about survival and about her dreams since she was very young, and it was normal that she hadn't properly observed life and experienced it. Yi Jo said back, you also said, that is a new movie, and all of them are very significant. Ordinary movie theaters. There is no such thing as that kind of situation. The one we chose today is a funny movie, and it's not a new movie, so there's even less of that kind of scene. Lu Janua asked in disbelief. So how do they make money with so few people? Yi Jo cried and laughed. Daughter-in-law, you are at least a boss. You don't know this? Lu Janua blackened her face. Humph, are you disliking me? Don't say it even if you don't. As soon as he saw Lu Janua angry, Yi Jo immediately conceded. Okay, I've said okay, can't I? It's the same thing with internet cafes. There's a big contrast between the people in internet cafes during the day and at night. They can't just not open them because there's no one there, can they? So, even if they don't make any money, they have to operate normally during the period when there are fewer people. And, If they don't make any money, they won't lose any money. It's just a matter of the electricity bill for this movie. How much electricity can be used in this night? As long as there are a few people to buy tickets, the capital will come back. Don't you think so? It's not that they don't make money. They just don't make a lot of it. And, daughter-in-law, you see that the two of us are sitting in seats that aren't our own, but in a moment, even if someone buys a ticket from us here, odds are that they won't let us make it, because anyone who comes here regularly knows that there aren't going to be that many people coming to see it on this night, and that most of them are coming here for a date, not to see a movie. Unless it's someone like you, who hasn't been here and doesn't know any better, who's going to ask us to make room. Originally Lu Janua was listening with great interest, and when Yi Ijo said this last sentence, Lu Janua was unhappy again. Did you dislike me? Did you just say something to dislike me? Yi Ijo hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Daughter-in-law, I'm wrong, I didn't mean that. Hubby, this date, the atmosphere is also not enough. Why would anyone come to this place for a date? Lu Janua was in the way of some people around and didn't make a scene with Yi Ijo. She wasn't really angry anyway. She just liked being irrational in front of Yi Ijo. This question, you'll understand later. Daughter-in-law, the movie will start soon. Do you want to eat something? Yi Ijo asked thoughtfully. I don't eat those messy ones. They'll grow meat. This aspect of eating, Lu Janua had always controlled it well, and her figure was well managed. Yi Ijo responded, okay, that's fine. I'll make it for you at home. Lu Janua nodded. For outside food, any food. By the end of the night, Lu Janua refused it. But what Yi Ijo did, she couldn't refuse no matter what. Yi Ijo cooking is not only very delicious, but also will not gain weight. She eat Yi Ijo cooking, has eaten for a month, and also eat a lot every day, but her weight did not change at all. She was able to control herself a little at first, and after realizing that her weight hadn't changed at all, she stopped controlling it. The movie started soon after and all the lights around them dimmed. The movie was of a funny genre, and Lu Janua was quickly enthralled. It's laugh-out-loud funny, which is appealing to Lugano. After roughly watching for nearly 20 minutes, Lu Janua gapped to Yi Ijo, touching her several times. She asked Yi Ijo in a puzzled whisper, "Husband, what's wrong?" "Over there." Yi Ijo signaled with his eyes, and Lu Janua looked towards the direction Yi Ijo had just looked at in disbelief. In the corner, a couple had cuddled up and were doing something shy. Lu Janua hurriedly looked away like a little girl. Her face whooshed red and she lost her heart for the movie. "My face was so hot I could have fried an egg." "Hubby, what are they doing? So many people. They are also." This picture, Lu Janua, is really too unacceptable. Yi Ijo was amused by Lu Janua's reaction. "Daughter-in-law, you're too cute. Don't you wonder why people come to this movie when it's not that interesting? This is the reason. Otherwise, like you said, you can watch it at home. The picture quality is much clearer than this, but it doesn't have the same atmosphere. It's actually all commonplace. A lot of people have gotten used to it. You do it twice more and you don't react. You look at other people. They actually notice it, but they don't react to anything because they've seen it all before." Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo. "So, this is the purpose of you bringing me here? Do you have some nasty ideas as well?" Yi Ijo hurriedly shook his head. "No, really no. Daughter-in-law, I am wronged. I just want to bring you to see a movie. You see, I'm leaving." Lu Janua was just about to get up and leave when Yi Ijo pulled back. "It's really just a movie. Can't I stop talking? Come on, keep watching, keep watching." Yi Ijo pointed ahead. "Daughter-in-law, you actually don't go to care just fine. Everyone is an adult, isn't it?" Yi Ijo soothed. "You brought me here on purpose to get drunk, didn't you? I didn't realize that you like to watch this kind of scene." Lu Jialu said meaningfully. Yi Ijo denied. "This is not really true. I have a fairy-like wife. What other woman can get into my eyes?" Lu Janua gave him a blank look and continued to watch the movie. However, her face was as red as it needed to be, and she wasn't even breathing very well. Yi Ijo secretly laughed. I didn't realize that his wife was so innocent that she was blushing just by seeing such a picture. What if she looked at something else? Looks like I'll have to expose my wife to more of this in the future. When her relatives were gone, Yi Ijo even had to work a little harder to do so that the major moments of their lives could be completed as soon as possible. Soon the movie ended. The two left the movie theater. Lu Janua did not quarrel to go home. Yi Ijo took the initiative to pull her hand. She did not refuse. The two of them were just strolling along the main street. "Brother, your girlfriend is too pretty. Why don't you buy more flowers for your girlfriend?" A little girl, holding quite a few roses in her arms, came to the two and said to Yi Ijo, "The flowers are beautiful, all carefully packaged, and these are very expensive." Yi Ijo was a pragmatist, so he usually couldn't even think of buying these things, but now that he ran into it, and the little girl had said so, it would be too hurtful to Lu Janua's heart if he didn't buy it. How do you sell all your flowers? Yi Ijo asked. $10 a flower. Predicts 10 perfections. If you have a heart, little brother, you can also buy 9, to indicate long-lasting love. Yi Ijo helpless. This girl can be too good at talking. This has been said. He still has the reason not to buy? Now the relationship between the two. But the development of a critical period. Yi Ijo to do things, is to unconditionally coax Lu Janua happy. Yi Ijo is not a lack of money. This is to spend such a thing. It is really too inapplicable. He has not even said to buy it. This little girl will directly break his back. These flower sellers, too, have eaten the hearts of those couples, knowing that in this situation, the men are not good at refusing. If the man doesn't know what he's doing, it's bound to make the woman angry. And even if she doesn't say anything about it on the surface, she'll make a good note of it in secret. If the woman was straighter, she might have been able to just yell break up on the spot. Hubby, don't buy it. It's a waste of money. Without waiting for Yi Ijo to say whether or not to say buy, Lu Janua refused first. There was no such thing as a flower that the girl didn't like, but she didn't like to waste it either. Such things were bought for little use other than to look good at the time. Lu Janua, because of his family's situation, was already fending for himself when he was in high school, and step by step he got to where he is today. She and Yi Ijo's mind were the same. There was no use in buying something that was useless. Sorry, we don't need it. Yi Ijo returned. The little girl continued to pester. Brother, your girlfriend is so pretty. Are you really not going to give her some flowers? It's reserved for her to say no, but if you don't buy them, your girlfriend will be upset. Little girl, speaking the mind of many. It's true that some girls, even when they say no, are merely trying to pretend to be reserved. But Lu Janua wasn't like that. Even if you buy 9, it's only $90. Not much, you can't use it for a day's pay, but it can buy your girlfriend's happiness so it's still a good deal. Little brother, buy some? This was said in such a way that Yi Ijo and Lu Janua both sighed. This little mouth can be too good at talking. If she is faced with the average couple, words have been said to this point. The man must buy, not to buy also have to buy. If not, it will be proper to the girl offended completely. Offending a girl because of a few flowers is really hearing more than it's worth. This can be too much of a meeting. Unfortunately, the little girl's luck wasn't very good tonight. Meeting such solid people as Yi Ijo and Lu Janua, their relationship is not something that can be divided in a word or two. In fact, this little girl is the daughter of a flower store owner next to her. That owner has long noticed the two people, Yi Ijo and Lu Janua. The girl was just too pretty. That's why she let her own daughter come over to sell flowers. These words, she also taught her daughter to say. She did this because she wanted to sell more. Money is something, who would mind too much? Looking at how close the two were, it made the boss's wife think of her oldest son. That said, their family was quite well off, and their son grew up with a life of no shortage of food and clothing. But some time ago, her son suddenly brought a girlfriend back, and she wasn't very happy about it, so she let the two break up. Seeing that Yi Ijo and Lu Janua were so good, she inexplicably felt that the two were mismatched before she taught her youngest daughter to say things like that, thinking that a man would buy her daughter's flowers in order to save face. If she didn't buy it, then it didn't matter that she had provoked the two. However, I did not expect. The daughter said so much. The man did not want to buy the intention. The woman watched from afar. The heart is anxious. Yi Ijo and Lu Janua were annoyed by the girl's pestering, and the two of them directly bypassed the girl in displeasure and left. They were not going to be flooded with sympathy for this situation. And at this time of year when there was a girl out selling something, the adults were all in the neighborhood, so they left without any mental burden. After walking far away, Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua and asked, "Daughter-in-law, the way that girl sold flowers just now, even though it made me feel uncomfortable, she also reminded me that I've never bought you flowers before. Do you have a favorite flower? Talk to me." Lu Janua shook her head. "I don't have any favorite flowers." Yi Ijo took her hand and said, "No way. No girl will not like flowers, just like every man will like cars. I also thought I was not a car lover before, but after I bought that car that day, I couldn't wait to buy all the luxury cars home and drive one a day." "Daughter-in-law, don't be polite to your husband. Tell me what flowers you like," Lu Janua asked instead of answering. "You like cars so much, why don't you buy it? Anyway, you don't lack money. It's not impossible to buy back the car you like." This made Yi Ijo for a moment actually did not know how to answer. I do not lack of money, but also really like. But buy more is not applicable. Cannot really drive a day. That is too extravagant. This point of reason I still use. If really back, not applicable not to say, but also every day to spend money on maintenance. spend money even if, but also have to waste time. That kind of labor, I am not willing to do. Lu Janua returned, applicable how will not apply. You just drive out, casually to the roadside a stop. Not long we'll have a little girl to take the initiative to hook up. As for the other problems, you spend money can be solved The important thing is that when you buy a car, you get to experience the joys of life, where the girl changes every day and the thrill is there every day. Yi Ijo hurriedly admitted defeat, daughter-in-law. Don't say it. I'm wrong, okay? However, daughter-in-law, have you noticed that you are getting more and more bold now? When you talk about these things, your face doesn't blush and your heart doesn't skip a beat. You're very experienced. Tell me honestly, is the way you look in front of me, is it all an act? Under your high and cold appearance, there is actually a fiery soul living. Fiery, you know what I mean? Yi Ijo shook his head helplessly. This shameless label, it seems that it cannot be removed. Daughter-in-law, I ask you like flowers, not want to go to buy nothing useful, not yet a good look on the withered. But, we can plant you like what flowers? By the time we live in the wedding house over there in the villa garden, by then a yard are your favorite flowers. Is not to think about it is very beautiful. Speaking of the wedding room, Yi Ijo just remembered that he hadn't asked about the progress yet, so he hurriedly asked, daughter-in-law, how are you envisioning the wedding room? Lu Janua replied in a nonchalant manner, I haven't started yet. Her attitude seemed aloof, but the fact that she answered so quickly just spoke volumes. After saying that, she didn't even dare to look at Yi Ijo's eyes. That means that this matter, she is very uptight. This is just used to singing the opposite of Yi Ijo. Moreover, Yi Ijo also noticed a small detail. Yi Ijo was talking about the wedding house. She no longer said something like, she has nothing to do with him and is not his daughter-in-law. This kind of words. The little girl selling flowers just now made Yi Ijo reflect on himself. It's true that he's not a romantic, but that doesn't mean women don't need romance. If he doesn't know how, he can learn. He thought before, clean up the house every day. Take good care of Lu Janua. This is love. In hindsight, he was dead wrong. If two people live like this every day, after a long time, it will feel boring. Life, it needs freshness. Where these first freshnesses come from is from little deliberate romances, little surprises from time to time. It seemed that this was an area he would have to be more attentive to in the future. The little girl, who had just returned to the store because she hadn't been able to sell the flowers, had been scolded severely by the woman, and the words the girl had taken back had been slammed down hard in front of a boy by her. Lu, run! Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm in a bad mood? The woman yelled angrily at the boy. The boy only faintly raised his head to look at the woman, and went back to looking down and playing with his cell phone. You useless thing, what else do you know how to do besides playing with your cell phone? Just like you won't even see a burglar in your house. The woman roared with anger and pointed at the boy and scolded. The little girl was so frightened that she ran into the inner room and didn't dare to come out again. The woman was yelling at the woman's oldest son, who, ever since she tried to get him to break up with his girlfriend, has been playing with his cell phone all day long, as if it's the only thing in his life, and he can't be interested in anything else. The more the woman looked, the angrier she got, and if it was before, when she was in a good mood, she would have put up with it. But now, she was in an extremely bad mood, making her see her son become extremely unpleasant as well. That man just now, I don't know who he is, average looking, average dressed, can't even afford a bouquet of flowers, but he brought such a good looking girlfriend. But what about her son? Her son, how to say, is also considered a rich family's child, but to find a girlfriend, how are all those rouge? Which makes the woman, the more she thinks about it, the more angry. She scolded half a day, but the son, not to mention the words back to her, even the extra eyes did not give her a, which makes the woman even more angry. Directly kicked in the boy's body. Her son was kicked, but surprisingly, he didn't feel angry, and still didn't look at her, continuing to play with his cell phone. The woman angrily yanked up her son and kicked him out of the flower store. Just in time, Yi Ijo and Lu Janua passed by the door of the flower store. The man happened to fall in front of them. Yi Ijo subconsciously looked into the flower store, saw the little girl looking out from the doorway, probably understand some. That woman saw Yi Ijo and Lu Janua. The gas is more than one place. Directly grabbed his son's head, pointing at Yi Ijo and Lu Janua. To his son, Lu Run scolded, see, that man of yours is all poor and sour. He can find that good-looking girlfriend. You, I spend money for you to go to school, give you food and clothes, but you bring me back what kind of objects? One is uglier than the other. And you yourself, not a bit of success, and you can't find a decent job. So what's the use of you living? Every day you just know how to play with your cell phone and play games. Can't you be productive? If you really don't want to work, I'll raise you. I'll ask you to hurry up and find someone to get married and have a child earlier. But what about you? You either bring me a strange and ugly one back, or a plastic surgery one. I don't know how you look at it. I told you to break up for your own good. If you have a child with her later, think about how ugly your child would have to be. Just because of this, you don't even talk every day. You only know how to play with your cell phone. Do you have to? People, I'm a poor guy, can find such a good-looking girlfriend. Our family is so rich, but you're so unlucky. The woman was as if she was crazy, cursing regardless, instantly attracting many onlookers, while Yi Ijo and Lu Janua were right across from her. The people around were not only looking at that woman, they were also looking at Yi Ijo and Lu Janua. This made Yi Ijo, who was originally in a good mood, fire all of a sudden. He couldn't care less if that woman wanted to scold her own son, but she couldn't even involve him and Lu Janua. Yi Ijo returned with displeasure. It's your own business if you want to scold your son. You don't say scold. You just want to beat her to death. That's also your business. What's the matter with you involving me and my wife? With a woman like you? It's no wonder your son doesn't care about you. Your son is lucky if he's not driven to death by you. You, try saying that again? The woman looked at Yi Ijo in annoyance, with that look in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Yi Ijo. No matter what, he is also a person. Look at the appearance. Is also an adult. He also has self-respect. Right, you just want to beat, want to scold, is an animal, are dignified, not to mention a person. Looking at you, you never consider his feelings, otherwise he wouldn't have become like this. It's really sad that he can have a mother like you, and you expect him to listen to you? It's good that you didn't break the mother-son relationship with you, and that little girl just now, who was quite an innocent little girl, and you taught her how to stir up trouble. You don't deserve to be a mother at all. Yi Ijo was not used to her, and his sharp words came out with his mouth open. He had just wondered how that little girl, who didn't look very old, was digging a hole for people with every word, trying to lure them into buying her flowers, and now it seemed that it was all for a reason. With a mother like that, it's not at all unusual to be able to say and do things like that. He's my son. I can discipline him however I want. What does that have to do with you? The woman roared back in anger. This kind of crazy person usually has a confidence that is difficult to understand by ordinary people. She thinks she is very good, what she says and does is right, and can't allow other people to question and refute, not to mention direct cursing like Yi Ijo. Indeed, it's your business to discipline your son however you want. So what are you doing bringing me and my wife into this? I'm flat out being taken out by you to say things sarcastically, and I can't refute you? What gives you the right to be so sarcastic just because I didn't buy your flowers? I've seen shameless ones. I've never seen you so shameless. Yi Ijo's voice was not too loud and not too small, enough for the people around to hear clearly. Yi Ijo finished, pulling Lu Janua's hand to go. Daughter-in-law, let's go. This kind of crazy bitch or out of sight is good. Some people have brain circuits that are really quite human to comprehend. This kind of oddball woman. Yi Ijo is also quite speechless, and then continue to entangle. Will not entangle a result, a waste of their time. You, try saying that again? Don't go. Stop right there. You have to give me a clear explanation today, otherwise you won't be able to leave. The woman was even more furious when she saw that Yi Ijo not only spoke so harshly, but also said something about selling flowers. If she didn't know that she didn't have much of a chance of winning, she couldn't wait to pounce on Yi Ijo directly and fight with him before she was willing to do so. She was a flower store. If these words of forceful buying and selling were spread, wouldn't it be bad for her reputation? The woman came straight to Yi Ijo and Lu Janua and blocked their way. If you have the guts to say it again, you'll see how to clean you up after, the woman said with a tone full of threats. Her son sat down straight away on the floor and played with his cell phone, deaf to what was going on around him, probably got used to it or something else, been a few times difficult. Lu Janua also really cannot bear it. To the woman said angrily, you this person how thick skin, I and my husband walk our way, and what do you have to do with you? Why do you have to keep pestering endlessly? Let a little girl to stalking on the sale of flowers even if you teach your son still have to bring us. Say you too you still have to? My husband said you. Wrong? With a mother like you, your son will be driven to death sooner or later. Lu Janua originally had a relative patronizing her. Her emotions were easily up and down, and seeing this woman so annoying, her fire rubbed off on her. You stinking woman. Speaking so harshly, let's see if I don't break your mouth. The woman lunged towards Lu Janua with her teeth and claws open, with a stance of wanting to eat Lu Janua. Yi Ijo just wanted to step forward to stop it. Lu Janua had already stepped forward before him. Before that person could touch Lu Janua, Lu Janua fell out with a slap. A clear sound came from her, and the woman fell to the ground. Lu Janua turned back to Yi Ijo and said, Hubby, I haven't moved my muscles for a long time. I'll do this kind of thing like beating up women. This word, Lechi Ijo backed up a breath of cool air. This tone so gentle. The face is still with a smile. Properly a gentle beauty. But this made things. It is really. As it happens, Lu Janua is exactly the special period. If the heart is upset, it is better to vent out. Yi Ijo did not say anything more. This kind of woman owes a beating. Beat it. The most is not to compensate for the medical expenses of the matter. When to his wife as a living target. What is very puzzling is that the woman's son, after his own mother had been beaten, remained the same as before, continuing to play with his cell phone, as if he had not even realized what had happened. Daughter-in-law, tell me, how much stimulation must this kid have suffered to become like this? He didn't even react much when his mom was beaten. You're so right. With a mom like this, it's already good that she didn't drive her son to death. Yi Ijo sighed helplessly. After that woman was knocked to the ground by Lu Janua's slap, she slowed down on the ground again for a while before she slowly climbed up. Followed by the woman pouncing again with harsh words on her lips. Only, before she could finish her harsh words, she was slapped again by Lu Janua, and once again, she was knocked to the ground. The woman fell with a thud, and that sound hurt to hear. The woman bared her teeth in pain. Yi Ijo sucked in another breath of cool air. Daughter-in-law, this is too powerful, right? It's a good thing it's hitting someone else. What if it was used on him sometime? The daughter-in-law is so powerful that she makes people shiver. Now Lu Janua, full of cold air now. No more half of the usual gentle and lovely in front of him. The aura is full. Someone is afraid and like. The woman got up from the ground with great difficulty after a while, her face still furious, but she no longer had the courage to continue to go up and pick a fight. People around them were talking, and the woman had the good sense to just admit it. You, she pointed at Lu Janua, wanting to curse something harsh, but when she saw the coldness that filled Lu Janua's face, she didn't dare to continue cursing. She had clearly used all her strength just now, but she hadn't even touched a single hair on Lu Janua's head. She could never have imagined that this female, who looked so pretty and weak, would be so powerful when she got angry. You dare to hit me? It was only after about a minute that the woman finally had the courage to say those 5 words. Lu Janua said in a salty manner, "You owe a beating." Yi Ijo cried and laughed. This is so gentle, but it feels so ruthless. It really deserves to be his daughter-in-law. Surrounded by more and more people onlookers. See everyone, fights have come to watch the show. The woman, with a pig face, returned, "You bitch. You dare to hit me? Let me tell you, my husband is the manager of Fengmao Company. You dare to hit me? Are you tired of living? Look at that man of yours. He looks like he's no good. He's just a stinking part-time worker, isn't he? Are you sure he'll be able to protect you?" The woman screamed. What Fengmao Company? Lu Janua hadn't even heard of it, but since this woman had put up the backstage, she didn't mind saying a few more words. My husband is the president of Yuan Group. Do you think he can protect me? The woman obviously didn't believe it. She snorted. Che, are you kidding me? With that poor look on his face? Yuan Group, a relatively exported company, but anyone who would touch a little bit of the business circle would know about this company. Humph. I've got this one flower store that's worth millions, the woman said defiantly. Che, I just started a company that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Lu Janua returned indifferently. You're just an artificial face. I didn't know how many times prettier I was when I was young, the woman said again without prone. Oh, don't me what face? You also have the nerve to talk about when you were young? Just like you are also qualified to compare with me? Can you have some face? Lu Janua said with disgust. That woman for a moment, unexpectedly did not know what to say good. She was so angry that she looked east and west. Suddenly, her eyes fell on her son who was playing with his cell phone. My son is a graduate of a prestigious university. Who are you to compare yourself to me? The woman roared. Lu Janua laughed coldly. I myself am a graduate of a prestigious university. Are you? Which third-rate university graduated? Your son has already been destroyed by you into this state, and you still have the nerve to bring him out to show off? Old skin, old face, no shame. What did you say? You bitch. You dare to be calling me old? That woman heard Lu Janua call her old-skinned and old-faced, and fumed again. Oh, my flower store is open here, and my son is standing here. But you're nothing but empty words. What's so great about you? Lu Janua gave the woman a disgusted look. By saying that, you're bullying me for not having evidence to prove it, aren't you? Lu Janua took out the work certificate from her own bag and opened it, facing the woman so that she could see it clearly. The moment Lu Janua handed it out, the woman, probably scared by Lu Janua's previous beating, subconsciously took 2 steps back. Lu Janua sneered. I didn't intend to hit you. Why are you hiding? See, it's clearly written here that I'm the one who runs the company. You're just a flower store. What are you so arrogant about? The woman looked at Lu Janua's documents and sneered. So what if you run a company? But it's just a broken company. Lu Janua, as if she had heard a big joke. Broken company? The broken company. You are more valuable than your broken flower store. Right. You said your husband is the manager of which company again? You said my husband works part-time. Right? That's ridiculous. Your husband works for someone else. Right? My husband owns his own company. I don't know how many times better than your husband. Just a part-timer who's a little more advanced than the others and owns this flower store. And that makes you so blind? How dare you flaunt yourself in front of me? Who gave you that face? Are you richer than me? Or can you fight better than me? By the way, there's one thing you do have over me. You're older than me, and I can't really beat you on that. Lu Janua laughed twice when she spoke of the woman being old. A woman's age, as long as she's not 18, is a big no-no anytime she says it. Lu Janua was as if she had eaten dynamite, as if she wouldn't be satisfied until she had pissed that woman off. Yi Zhou was watching the show from the side. His daughter-in-law was not easy to show such a side. He had to appreciate it. After this time, he could not see it. You, the woman was so exasperated. It was as if she would be out of breath in the next second. The woman turned her eyes hard to think. After thinking for a while, she continued, my son is a senior student of a key university. After graduation he joined a big company. Originally the company's boss was going to promote him to be a manager. It was me who didn't want him to work so hard and didn't let him go. When my son refused, that old boss even approached my son a couple of times. The woman's brain circuits were new to Lu Janua, and the words she uttered were shocking to Lu Janua. By the look of her, what she said should be true. No wonder her son turned out to be like this. It turns out that this woman not only interfered with her son's emotional affairs, but also interfered with her son's work affairs. With such a morbid mom, it's really a good thing you weren't driven to jump off a building. Originally had a very good future, but was his mother spoiled, but also had the nerve to scold him for not looking for a job. No good. Obviously have a favorite girlfriend, but was forced to break up by his mother, and still had the nerve to say something. The girl is not good looking? How sick is this woman? Ridiculous to the core. As great as your son is, isn't he a loser now? My son hasn't even been born yet. However, my son doesn't have a perverted mom. How would he be better than your son? Not to mention other things, more normal than your son, that's for sure. Lu Janua said back. That man of yours, isn't he about the same age as my son? If you have the ability, come and compare. You said he's the boss of some Yuan group? Who would believe that? Take it to a 3-year-old child. The woman looked at Yi Zhou beside Lu Janua and said disdainfully. Lu Janua was really speechless. She returned with disgust. Just your son. Where did you get the face to compare him with my husband? If you compare and contrast which one of them is more pusillanimous, then my husband is indeed no match for your son. One finger of my old lady's man. Your son can't even compare. Look at your son's pussified look. My old lady doesn't even bother to take more than one look. My man is my old on. That's the difference. Your son can't reach one finger of my man even if he's been working hard for hundreds of years. What did you just say? You don't believe it, do you? Why would I want you to believe that? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? The woman looked Lu Janua up and down. With a plastic face like yours, you can have money for plastic surgery. So it's not uncommon to have money to adopt a man, but also the president of the company. I think he's more or less the man you're adopting. My son is just a little less talkative. Hundreds, thousands of times better than that man next to you. The woman finished, looked to her son who was playing with his cell phone. Lu Run. You are to say something. You tell them, you are not a key university graduates of high school students? The boss of your company wanted you to be the department manager. Didn't he? Say something. Your mom is being bullied like this and you don't even fart? Her son still didn't say a word. The woman got anxious and reached for her son's cell phone. In fact, she'd put up with her son for a long time, just always thinking that he'd become like this all because she'd forced him to break up with his girlfriend. Having just broken up, that was understandably a bit disheveled, so she just kept it all together. But today, she couldn't stand it anymore. The woman always thought that she was doing her son a favor by letting him break up with his girlfriend, and she really didn't understand why he couldn't understand her pain. Why don't you say something? If you don't say something, believe it or not, I'll smash your stupid cell phone. The cell phone was snatched away from the woman, and the woman's son finally reacted by looking up at the woman. What do you want me to say? A senior from a major university? These days, key universities are everywhere. So what's the big deal? And what about making me a department manager? Didn't you get in the way in the end? Now you're showing off? What's there to brag about? After Lu Run finished speaking, he snatched the cell phone from the woman's hand and continued to play with himself again. The conflict had been going on for so long, and it was only now that Lu Run finally said something, and all he said was that it made the woman lose face. After Lu Run's words, everyone around him laughed out loud. The woman felt a hot pain on her face. You, how can you say that? The woman looked at her son incredulously. Lu Run looked up at the woman. What kind of high school student? But just a little bit of computer program. Don't you not like me doing those? Wasn't it you who said that I just need to come back and stay at home properly, and when you get old, inherit your career? That's what I'm doing now. The woman heard Lu Run's words. Her face immediately turned cloudy. Yes, you just know the computer program. And you also listen to your mother very well. My son is especially obedient. Ha. You even paid for that face to be fixed. What's so great about you? That man beside you is no match for my son. Lu Janua disliked, but just know how to write a computer program. My husband is still a hacker. No, can you more than the son is you cannot even think of? Lu Run opened his mouth again. In this world, there are many kinds of hackers. Some of them will do a little bit of small software, will be a little bit of invasion of technology. They feel that they are hackers, feel how powerful they are, that in fact, are nothing. The real hacker is the one who will do their own system, but also easily invade, tamper with other people's systems, easy to invade others' systems of the firewall. That's right, my son is amazing. My son is an amazing hacker, the woman said smugly. Lu Janua returned. My husband is a top hacker in the hacking world. Do you think it's just your son's kind of petty hacking? What a laugh. What kind of hacking is not hacking? Lu Janua does not understand. She has little interest in computers. But this woman was so hateful, so she was just determined to sing against this woman. Yi Zhou cried and laughed as he listened to the big words Lu Janua said. This wife is also too cute. This would all dare to blow out. Fortunately he has a system in the evening, if it really becomes a reality, but can have a good time when the hacker addiction. For this piece of hacking, Yi Zhou is not very knowledgeable, but for compared to Lu Janua, he knows a little bit more. After all, when he was small, he was also a teenager with a great addiction to the internet. This is an unexpected pleasure, and daughter-in-law to see the movie. Met such a strange woman. Was intended to let Lu Janua vent. Also as a play. It turned out to be such a rewarding experience. Lu Run pulled the woman and said, Mom, what are you doing messing around with these people for nothing? Is there any use? What with running a company and hacking? That has nothing to do with us. So don't make a fuss over nothing. The woman was as happy as if she had picked up money when she heard her son say this. Yes, my son said. Let's not talk to them. Let's go back. The woman happily pulled her own son toward the flower store. What anger, rage, resentment, jealousy, all forgotten to the sky. Even the slap Lu Janua had just given her, that woman had forgotten about it. After the woman left, Yi Zhou went up and asked Lu Janua, daughter-in-law, she even said that your face is plastic. Are you angry? If you're angry, hubby will help you clean her up. Lu Janua twisted her head to look at Yi Zhou. Hubby, she said that you are a man who was adopted by me. Are you angry? If you're angry, my wife will help you clean her up. Yi Zhou cried and laughed. I'm not angry. If I can be adopted by you, I'm also willing. In that case, won't I become the tip of your heart? Besides, I'm not going to bother with anything that kind of uneducated woman says. It's too degrading. This woman is not only abnormal in the brain, even her eyes are blind. My daughter-in-law is a natural beauty. How jealous is she to say that your face is plastic? Who has seen such a good-looking artificial beauty? A woman's face and age. That's not something you can just say willy-nilly. I've got to be angry for you. Lu Janua came up to Yi Zhou's face and looked. But husband, how come I don't see any angry look on your face at all? Yi Zhou was powerless to retort. He really wasn't angry at all. He saw Lu Janua having a good time. Moreover, it was because Lu Janua was having fun that he had reaped an unexpected blessing. He couldn't even be happy. So what was there to be angry about? He knew that when he turned around and was alone, the system would give him the reward that Lu Janua had just bragged about. The world's top hacker. Yi Zhou's heart was stirred just thinking about it. Lu Janua exhaled and said, Hey, husband, in fact, I'm not angry at all. Just now that woman's brain circuit. It's really peculiar. It's really not the usual too. I've seen this kind of IQ. It's just the right time for me to vent my emotions. I'm a little bit depressed every now and then in the past 2 days. Now, after all this catharsis, I'm sort of relieved. Husband, you won't mind me. I always have those days every month when I am emotionally unstable. Husband, you take it all. Lu Janua smiled embarrassedly. Yi Zhou patted his chest. It's okay, daughter-in-law. Don't have a burden on your heart. Your husband is very tolerant. Even if you are emotionally unstable, I can still be tolerant. Hey, Thank you, husband. Will you feel that I am very much like a shrewa? I messed with that woman like that, and my usual appearance. It is really. Just now it was a pretty good mess, but now I suddenly think about it. It is really a bit fierce. When she thought about it carefully, she had never been so unimaginative in front of Yi Ijo after being with him for so long. When facing that woman, Lu Janua could be said to be on the warpath. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a bit flushed. Yi Ijo shook his head. How could I think like that? I can't wait to appreciate you. I have told you before, as a man, should have the capital to let women show off, can be justified to say, my husband how great and powerful. Today this occasion is not out is this? It just so happens that your husband has the capital for you to show off, so you speak with such a straight face. If your husband is no good, then won't you be bullied badly by that psychotic woman? Yi Ijo said with a smile. Lu Janua proudly raised her chin. I won't be bullied by her. Even if my husband can't hold a hand, I'm pretty good myself good looking, still able to fight, and have a career of my own. No matter what that one says, I'm better than her. The key is, people don't fight with you, and don't compare yourself with you, just compare your husband and child with you. You don't have a child. It's nothing comparable. If your husband is really no good you can be miserable. Yi Ijo heatedly laughed. Lu Janua paused, and arrogantly raised his chin. Then I can brag. You see, let's say that the hacking thing that we talked about today, I'm also talking nonsense. They can't be idle to slowly investigate it earlier, right? Anyway, since you are my Lu Janua's person, I won't let those people talk about you half-heartedly. Only I can say it myself. No one else can say it. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo in a domineering manner, with a posture that you are the master's man. Yi Ijo was secretly touched in his heart. The feeling of being protected by his wife is also quite good. What if it's discovered? Yi Ijo. Lu Janua returned. If you are found out, you are found out. If you can't, just fight. This point, she always can't compare to me. Right. I gave her a beating so much that she didn't dare to speak. Anyway, no matter what, the husband's face must be maintained. Can't be buried casually. I have to let you become the envy of all men. Even if you have such a beautiful wife, the wife is still so protective of you. Is it not to have more face? Yi Ijo nodded fiercely. Daughter-in-law, you're really wonderful. I don't want to be separated from you in my life. Can you protect me for the rest of my life? Yi Ijo hugged Lu Janua. Lu Janua hastily slapped his hand away. What are you doing? This is on the main road. Many people are watching. Can you have some face? Lu Janua said with disgust. Yi Ijo did not think. It's okay. I don't mind. Now are so open. People are not afraid of kissing on the main road. We are just hugging a little bit. What's the matter? Other people look at it. They will only be envious and jealous of me. Envious that I have such a good-looking daughter-in-law can be hugged. Roll. What kissing or not? Isn't that just eating each other's saliva? It's still on the main road. No shame. Lu Janua didn't have the heart to look at Yi Ijo, but looked away from her face. Daughter-in-law, what's wrong with this? Don't you out and eat it too? Yi Ijo deliberately put his voice a little louder. In fact, this sentence alone words, is nothing, but Lu Janua heart weak. In the moment Yi Ijo finished, the mouth was covered by Lu Janua. What nonsense. Obviously you eat me first. Humph. Well. I was the one who ate first. Daughter-in-law, let's go home. Still want to. Before Yi Ijo could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Janua. Yi Ijo, stop talking. I'm regurgitating. Ha, daughter-in-law. What's wrong with you? Why are you retching in a good way? Are you having a little baby? Yi Ijo asked in a pretense of nervousness. Lu Janua was so angry that she swung up her fist and smashed it at Yi Ijo. Don't you talk nonsense. I don't even have. What's that? Where did the little baby come from? I sowed seeds. Yi Ijo laughed. You, don't dream. I'm still in a special period. Lu Janua said with a red face. After the words were said, she suddenly realized that something was wrong there. And in the next second, she roared with anger and looked at Yi Ijo. You're setting me up again, aren't you? You just know how to dig a hole every day for me to jump into. I'll kill you. Lugano had a fierce chase down the road. Yi Ijo shouted while hiding. Daughter-in-law, calm down, or else it will leak out in a while. Then what can we do? Lu Janua stopped and crossed her arms to look at Yi Ijo in front of her. Seeing that his daughter-in-law did not go, Yi Ijo could only stop, carefully walking step by step toward Lu Janua. Daughter-in-law, I was wrong. Before Yi Ijo finished his words, the meat around his waist fell into Lu Janua's hands again, and Yi Ijo screamed out miserably. This is what happens when you have a bad mouth. Yi Ijo is a daily loss, and every day he is repeatedly taught. Yi Ijo pitifully looked at Lu Janua. Daughter-in-law, Can we change the way of punishment? This way has been used for so long. There is nothing new. You can do this next time. If you are angry, you can kiss me. How angry you can kiss me as hard as you want. Even if it makes me die of anger, I can accept it. Absolutely no complaints. Lu Janua uttered, you also do not look at what you look like. I also have to go down the mouth. I'm afraid that you have not yet died of gas. I first by your ugly cry. Yi Ijo returned. Daughter-in-law, you can close your eyes and kiss hard. And you are so beautiful beauty compared to. I am indeed ugly. This world is the standard match. Are not all beautiful with ugly? We too are a match made in heaven. Lu Janua was speechless to death. This guy was so self-absorbed. She suddenly thought of something. By the way, hubby, you told me before that hitting is kissing and scolding is loving, right? Yi Ijo nodded stiffly. He seemed to have smelled danger. So honey, do you feel like I just loved you enough? If you feel it wasn't enough, I can still try a little harder. Lu Janua had a sincere face. The corner of Yi Ijo's mouth twitched. Try harder? Wouldn't that twist it off his waist? Yi Ijo said helplessly. Daughter-in-law, how come you are very smart for a while and very stupid for a while? This makes me really a bit elusive. Lu Janua's face, which had just eased, instantly darkened. What did you say? Are you saying that I'm smart one moment and stupid the next? Are you feeling like you're living too comfortably? It seems like the love I just showed you wasn't enough. I'm obviously quite a smart person. It's you who doesn't follow the rules, always hanging those flirty words on your lips. I'm so innocent. It's normal to not be able to react. Okay, you're reminding me. You're so open-mouthed with this slutty talk. It looks like you haven't said it much before. There are quite a few girls who have heard you say these things, right? Yi Ijo waved his hand repeatedly. Daughter-in-law, I am wrongly accused. I swear to God, you really are my only woman. At that time, when we both just slept together, we both were quite nervous. You still remember. So, daughter-in-law, you can't wrongly accuse me. If you say I'm pretending, then I'll also say you're pretending. Yi Ijo raised his chin and looked stubbornly at Lu Janua. Lu Janua opened her mouth, surprisingly unable to retort. After a while, she cursed with a huff. Dog man, you're a dog man. You just know how to bully me. I'm not going to pretend, but I see, you are just pretending. Your nature is very wave. Otherwise you won't open your mouth to come so many slutty words. It can't be a gift, can it? If you explain it this way, do you think I'll believe you? Yi Ijo no Lu Janua, this is moron. In fact, is being Yi Ijo mouth said moron? This is his own trouble. If he does not want a good reason to explain words, I guess again less be wrung meat. Just thinking about it made Yi Ijo's heart ache for his meat. Pain and pleasure, said probably Yi Ijo. He thought for a moment and said, daughter-in-law, I'm only being truthful when it comes to you. I don't even have the desire to talk when I'm dealing with other women. Really, daughter-in-law, I swear I'm telling the truth. You wouldn't like a man who is decent every day and doesn't say a word of nonsense, would you? If that's really the case, it would be too boring before the day is over. Don't you think so? That's why it's important to have fun in life. We can't be so serious. As long as it's... Lu Janua waved her hand. Stop it. Don't you dare try to pull away from the topic again. Just answer my question seriously. I'm telling you, I won't believe you with all this talk. If you can't say it, you'll see how I'll clean you up. Lu Janua said, raising her hand and waving it in front of Yi Ijo. Daughter-in-law, we are saying, can we change it to a different way? Can we change it to a pro? Yi Ijo asked carefully, pressing her hand down. Lu Janua slapped her hand away. It's okay to change one. Don't even think about kissing. You can carry me home in a while. Carry me from downstairs to downstairs. And it's also a princess hug. Are you not very much in love with me? Just right. Properly prove how much you love me a little bit in the end. Yi Ijo wanted to cry without tears. Carrying Lu Janua down from upstairs is hard enough. Then carry upstairs. And still Princess carry. Will he directly waste? If you are tired to the core, you can't feel happiness. Yi Ijo was going to refuse. But in the face of Lu Janua's threatening gaze, he didn't have the courage to refuse. Suddenly, Yi Ijo remembered what happened 2 days ago when Lu Janua's good sister Zhao Runer came. He immediately said happily, daughter-in-law, your sister can prove for me. It's that Zhao Runer. Lu Janua immediately went forward and grabbed Yi Ijo's ear. Her? What is the relationship with her? You say, you two are not behind my back, hooked up together? Yi Ijo hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Daughter-in-law, let go of me first. My ears are about to fall off. Listen to me first to finish my words. Daughter-in-law, let me ask you a question first. Do you think your sisters look good? Lu Janua returned. That must look good. Only, she belongs to the wild beauty. I belong to the high cold beauty. I kinda don't want to say it, but she does have a very good body. I'm envious. You are not aware of the way she keeps her hair long. I'm mesmerized by looking at her. No man can beckon. Yi Zhou said. Yeah, you think your sister is very pretty and has a good body, but when she came to test me, I wasn't moved at all. Even a beautiful woman like your sister? I wasn't moved. Can I meet a woman in this world who is even better looking than your sister and you? Daughter-in-law, you don't think you're not that good looking, so I'd be swayed by having a better look, do you? Daughter-in-law, you're a rare beauty, and with you, where would I even think of another woman? Lu Janua had all planned to make things difficult for Yi Zhou in the end, but after listening to Yi Zhou's words, the fire in her heart instantly dissipated. Why do you always have endless reasons? Lu Janua said helplessly. Lu Janua was no longer angry, and Yi Zhou's hanging heart relaxed. This woman's fire really does come and go quickly. The good thing was that it was his own daughter-in-law, who was a bit unreasonable but could stop at the right moment, and it was more fun for the two of them to get along in such a way. Life cannot always be as serious, otherwise how boring to live. Over time, they get tired of each other. Days are happier when they're hot. The two returned home, and while Lu Janua went to wash up, he hid in his room. Sure enough, just as the door closed, the system's voice was heard in his head. Ding! The system has detected that the host is now alone. The system will send you a reward for the world's top hacking skills. It is generating memories and skills, so the skills are more complex, so it will generate memories for you while the host is sleeping. The system has said that the generation of this skill memory needs to be carried out in sleep. So this night Yi Zhou to Lu Janua was very peaceful and went to bed early. Lu Janua only thought that Yi Zhou was because of too much activity today, and was downstairs by himself, and all kinds of tossing. So when she saw Yi Zhou sleeping early, she didn't think much about it. Yi Zhou, who was in the sleeping state, was not idle and had the feeling of being thrown into the furnace to practice building. The generated memory records the process, the use, the various techniques of this skill from basic to complex. After passing through this pass, Yi Zhou felt that the original computer program is so complex and magical existence, and the previous self compared to the previous he was simply a computer idiot. The next day, as usual, also Yi Zhou got up the first thing, went out to buy food, and came back to cook. After Lu Janua went out to work, he drove to his house, the neighborhood where the problem was solved yesterday. Yeah, Yi Boat is trying to solve a problem that a tenant said. The account doesn't match up. Yi Zhou is puzzled. So many tenants, everyone's no problem, only this tenant said the account does not match. There was no way out. Yi Zhou could only come to the neighborhood again and fix the problem. The protagonist of this question, a female anchor of a certain platform, was in front of the screen at the moment, speaking daintily to the audience in the live broadcast room. Babies, that rich landlord from yesterday will be here soon to show you how I took my little brother down. Yesterday, you all were how beautiful that woman with him is. Yes, she is indeed beautiful, but she is too high and cold. The kind of woman that can only be admired, unable to arouse any man's desire. And when I told you, you still didn't believe me, and thought that I must not be able to compare to her. Let you all take a good look today. Am I much more powerful than that woman? We have to keep our word. If I take down the landlord of the landlord, the gift you promised me can't be missing. A fan in her live stream said, "Sweetie, does your curse work? I want to." That certainly won't work, but I'll do what I say, and I won't be short on promised gifts. Miss, I actually just want to know the contact information of that high-flying beauty. Can you help me get it? What we're betting on is that the landlord won't even look at Sweetie, and I trust my judgment that there's no way the anchor can hook up. Anchorly sweetheart, looking at the pop-up screen, patted her chest and assured, "You guys think I'm losing now? It's a bit too early. Haven't you guys heard of a saying? A pampered woman has the best life. That man doesn't like a pampered woman, especially those rich men. They like a woman who can be pampered and can please them. They're not at all attracted to that kind of high-strung beauty, and that kind of woman is a bummer for them." The fans in the live broadcast said, "Sweet, you just remember what you said. If you can't take down that landlord, you'll either quit the live broadcasting world, or that what? I prefer you to choose what over what. Ha ha. Let's just wait. To say that Sugar can take down that landlord of the landlord. I will say nothing to believe it. With such a beautiful wife, can you still tolerate other women in your eyes?" There are all kinds of things to say in the live broadcast room, and the number of people watching is getting bigger and bigger. The sweetheart looked at so many people, and her heart was overjoyed. She's an anchor and a tenant of Yi Zhou. She's single, so she lives on her own, and the only reason she lives here is because there are very few houses here, and there are a lot of single men around. And even if they're not single, a lot of them want something fresh. It's a great advantage for Sweetie Lee to live here. Yesterday, when she met Yi Ijo when he came over to solve the problem of the previous rent, she was there to do a live broadcast. A few buildings, surprisingly, did not ask for years, and the moment he appeared to be domineering. It can only mean one thing: this man is very rich. If she could hook up with a man like that, wouldn't she have no worries about food and drink for the rest of her life? After a few attempts, she saw that Yi Ijo knew nothing about her and appeared to be a person who did not watch the live broadcast at all. The landed gentry don't watch live streams or anything because there is no shortage of beautiful women around them. The rich people who would watch the live stream, those are the rich kids. When Yi Ijo was in the square, when he said that he was a rich generation, not some second generation of rich people, that aura was too much, so that Li Shangtian immediately looked dumbfounded, and even more determined to take Yi Ijo down. After the matter of returning the rent was over, she immediately carried out her actions. Using the matter of the account not being right, she planned to trick Yi Ijo into coming to her rented room, so that she could carry out her hookup actions. When she contacted Yi Ijo's attitude was exceptionally good, without any hint of impatience. Seeing that Yi Ijo's attitude was so good, Li Tiantian felt even more that her chances of winning were much greater. Today, Sweetie Lee intends to have both people and career. People she wants too, and the live streaming thing can be taken to the next level. If she couldn't take Yi Ijo, it wouldn't be a big deal, but it would just be that the gift she had agreed to with her fans was gone. But the popularity she had built up, if she could take Yi Ijo, as long as the two people are planning to exercise, she would go off the air, and she had installed other cameras in the room, and would record all the two people's movements. When the time comes, if Yi Ijo is very good to her, this video will be kept quietly by her. If Yi Ijo treated her badly, she would use the video to knock Yi Ijo hard. In short, she would not let herself suffer. If she was lucky enough to be pregnant with Yi Ijo's child, then it would be even better. Mother and child would have countless good days waiting for her. The richer the person, the more good face. Yi Ijo, this kind of rich people, will not let their children stray. Even if there is no child, he will not let those indecent videos of himself circulate. Regardless of that one, there was only good and no harm in it for her. Sweetie Lee was overjoyed as she thought about her bright future. Where did she think that if Yi Ijo was really the big tycoon she thought she was? But a single sentence could make her lose even her little life. Families, look at this time. That landlord of dirt is about to arrive. Sweetie Lee said excitedly to the people in the live broadcast room. Sweets first, do not say so much to everyone. I have to do other preparations. But when the time to record all those exciting images, you can only quietly. There are things that you cannot see. Understand? Lee Sweetness said with a smile. Why? Is there any paid content? It's okay to pay for it. Don't let me see it. For a while, the live room was buzzing with all kinds of luxury gifts that people were swiping just so they could see some paid content. For Yi Ijo's identity, is no one doubt, can have so many houses, and still so good location, then naturally is really Big Brother. This is nothing to doubt. On the contrary, there are a lot of fans who are curious as to what this landlord of dirt looks like. Some fans are here today, and as for those who saw the live stream yesterday, they're more curious about the paid content. Lee Sweets got the camera, and in the live broadcast room, from the original small viewpoint, it became a large viewpoint that could see the entire room. Sweetie Lee had probably waited for more than 10 minutes, during which time she was casually flipping through her phone and looking at the pop-ups in the live stream. There were a lot of new fans on the air who were excited to stay after finding out what was going on. They were naturally happy to see it live. On the contrary, there were some who wondered if this was a story that Sweetie Lee had purposely gotten up to in order to collect gifts, but soon convinced by other fans. After all, many people have seen yesterday's scene. Other can be camouflaged. The police and money carriers always have no way to disguise, and that are all red bills. They are all through the money machine. Money, it's the most persuasive. At this time, the door of the room was knocked on, and Sweetly excitedly got up and whispered, "Brothers, this should be the landlord of the landlord coming. Don't forget our previous agreement. If the only one who comes is the landlord, I will take him. If the beautiful girl from yesterday also comes, then you can only appreciate the beautiful girl. I will try my best to let the beautiful girl stay for a while. Don't forget what you have promised me." After saying that, Sweetly Chi Shang went to open the door. Outside the door, only Yi Ijo was alone, and Lee Sweetheart was thrilled to the core. Yi Ijo at this moment, dressed in ordinary, but with yesterday's padding. Even if the broken clothes are worn on Yi Ijo's body, Li Shangtian will feel that it is a fashionable outfit. "Hello, you're Sweetie Lee, aren't you? I'm here to solve the problem of your accounts not being correct," Yi Ijo said blandly. "Well, I'm Sweetly, brother, why don't you come in first and talk?" Lee Sweetness said with a whiny voice. Lee Sugar could not wait to crash up directly with joy, but for the sake of her beautiful dream, she had to hold back and pretended to be calm as she made a pleased gesture to Yi-Ijo. Yi-Ijo looked at the woman in front of him, exquisitely dressed, although the person looked calm, but the delight in her eyes could not be concealed. What's there to be happy about? Yi-Ijo had little interest in the reason for her happiness as he nodded his head and entered the room. Brother, please sit down. Do you want to drink something? I don't have those high-end things here. Just ordinary drinks. Don't mind, Li Tian said, walking towards the refrigerator. I don't drink, thanks. Yi-Ijo finished indifferently and sat down, then took out a piece of paper from his pocket, which was the account of the rent paid by Li Tian. This was all prepared by him in advance by having someone specifically print out all the relevant information about Sweetly. Lee's sweetheart heard Yi-Ijo said so, and did not force it. This kind of big brother or all have one say one, have two say two, will not be polite, only orders. She'd probably be a big turnoff to the big man if she didn't do what she was told. First drag the time. This kind of thing, it is not good to open the door, go up to hook up. That seems too superficial. Pursue gradual progress. Besides, it was on livestream and she couldn't go too far or she'd be banned. When Lee Sweets came over, Yi-Ijo handed over the piece of paper in his hand and said blandly, there are records of all the accounts of your rent payments on this. Tell me where it's wrong, and I'll have someone check it out. Lee Sweetness took it and looked at it with a pretense of seriousness. She naturally knew that the accounts were right. Saying that the accounts are not right is just to trick Yi-Ijo over. As she looked, she came to sit beside Yi-Ijo. It was her first hint, and with two people sitting that close together, any fool would understand what it meant. Yi-Ijo frowned slightly and moved to the side, pulling the two people apart. Lee Sweetheart's attention, seemingly still on the accounts, as if she did not notice Yi-Ijo's reaction, actually pissed off to the max inside. She wasn't as pretty as the woman beside Yi-Ijo yesterday, but she wasn't that bad either, okay? Most of all, she was flavorful, which was something that Yi-Ijo could not compare to the woman beside him yesterday. In order to see Yi-Ijo, she also deliberately dressed up today. Even the perfume that she usually couldn't afford to use was used. Of course, she added something that she specially went to buy in the perfume, which can make people spellbound. But she didn't expect that only the first time she approached. This Yi-Ijo ducked away. Lee Sweet looked for a while. Yi-Ijo gradually lost patience. On that point of things, less than a minute to finish. But this Lee Sweet is enough to look at 5 minutes. 2 minutes is enough for the most careful person, right? Yi-Ijo suppressed the displeasure in his heart and waited for a few more minutes. And after seeing that Lee Sweetheart's gaze was still on those bills, Yi-Ijo couldn't sit still. His body was also inexplicably dry, and he was wondering in his mind. But luckily he had a lot of self-control and pushed down the urges in his body. Soon the rush was gone. At this time, Lee Sweetness, her eyes were still on the bill, and Yi-Ijo was about to wonder if her eyes had grown on the bill. Yi-Ijo forced his impatience and said, Sweetly, what is it that you can't read? Lee Sweetheart deliberately acted as if she was shouted by Yi-Ijo before she came back to her senses and said, I'm sorry, brother, I suddenly thought of something. I froze all of a sudden. The bill, I haven't looked at it yet. I'll look at it now. Lee Sweetheart will be anxious to death. She in the perfume but under the strong drug. This time, Yi-Ijo should be over to pounce on her is. How a little reaction is not. Could it be that she got useless drugs? Didn't the man who sold her the drug say that this would take effect in a few minutes and would make a man unable to control himself at all? And wouldn't hesitate to do it even if it was a strangely ugly woman in front of him? What the hell went wrong here? This time had passed for so long. If it was delayed further and Yi-Ijo ran out of patience, then what could be done? Heartless merchant. She spent so much money, but even bought useless medicine back. See how she can find someone to settle the score later. Yi-Ijo where would think. Lee Sweet in plotting him. Listen to Lee Sweet so say. He only think Lee Sweet is walking away. This era, young people are very stressful. Often walk away to think about the mind. Is also normal. He'd just wait a little longer. This time, she'd read it quickly, right? A few more minutes passed. Lee Sweetness still maintained her stance of looking at the bill. Yi-Ijo ran out of patience. Lee Sweetness, why haven't you finished reading? Yi-Ijo all doubt. This Lee Sweet is not an illiterate. Otherwise not so simple bill cannot read it? Lee Sweetheart at this time is also very panicked. Cannot use an excuse twice. Suddenly by Yi-Ijo so asked. She really cannot find a reason to come back to perfunctory Yi-Ijo. She'd gotten this far. Even a dilettante could understand what she was implying, right? But what's with this Yi-Ijo? No reaction at all. A businesslike look. Lee Sweetness had no choice but to harden her heart, handing the bill to Yi-Ijo's face, and she herself came over, pointing to one of the accounts above. and asked Yi Ejo, "Brother, there's a problem here." Yi Ejo glanced at it and asked, "What's the problem?" It is reasonable to say that the bill will not be wrong. Although it is said that this is a false account made by the previous black-hearted middleman, but for them, it is all true, so that they can know how much profit they have made. Either that or there is no bill, and as long as there is, there can be no mistake about it is. "Brother, I remember this rent. I didn't pay it, and at that time I wondered why I wasn't charged for this quarter. So I remembered it wrong. So, brother, you gave me more money back. Not only this quarter. It seems that there are several months I did not pay, but I cannot remember. You let me slowly think about it. When I think of it, all with my brother, so that you go back to reconcile the accounts, so that I have no burden in my heart. My brother's money I cannot ask for more. Otherwise, if my brother finds out someday, I'm afraid he'll kick me out." Lee Sugar Mouth the brothers. This man this time, always should understand her meaning, right? Lee Sweetheart would look at Yi Ejo's reaction from time to time. He looked, not as gentle as the one before. This should be that the medicine in the perfume had an effect, right? So, Yi Ejo was just enduring it all? Then his ability to endure was too strong. He could endure for so long, which made Lee Tian's favor towards Yi Ejo deepen by several degrees. What did it matter if she waited a little longer as long as she got what she wanted in the end? She'd just stall as long as she could and wait until he couldn't stand it anymore. Then she'd make a move to hook up so things would be done. Soon she would be able to live the life she had dreamed of. Having endless money to spend, buying whatever you like whenever you want, that kind of day. Just thinking about it is beautiful. Even if he didn't sleep with her in the end, as long as the two of them had that little bit of intimacy, as long as he took the initiative, then she could use this to threaten Yi Ejo, either by directly marrying Yi Ejo, or by directly treating Yi Ejo as a cash machine. Whatever that path is, it's a bright one. Yi Ejo was ignorant of Li Tiantian's thoughts, and he believed whatever Li Tiantian said. He blandly returned, "It's not missing money, then it doesn't matter. Give me your collection code. I'll transfer the money to you now as it's on the account, and forget about the excess." Lee Sweetheart couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. Was this an opportunity to ask for her contact information? "So, brother, I don't have a payment code. Why don't we add a friend?" "Brother, I'm really sorry for delaying you for so long for the sake of this hour of mine, but I thought that the money was not mine in the first place, and it would be really hard on my conscience if I took more than that. That's why I've contacted you, so you mustn't blame me. Now that I have this word from my brother, I have no more burden in my heart." Lee Sweetheart's voice, to her, sounded gentle, but to Yi Ejo, it was artifice. However, some people are born with this kind of doing. Yi Ejo also did not think too much. Lee Sweet said that she did not have a collection code. Yi Ejo also believed it, so it seems to add a friend with Lee Sweets. However, Yi Ejo's circle of friends directly blocked Li Tiantian, because in his opinion, he would not cross paths again after he settled the matter of rent with Sweetie Lee today. Naturally, he would not let Sweetie Lee look at his circle of friends. After the friends passed, Yi Ejo immediately transferred the money to Li Tiantian. He got up and was about to leave. "There is nothing I will leave first." Seeing that Yi Ejo didn't have the slightest feeling of intentionality, Lee Sweetness didn't dare to take the risk of keeping Yi Ejo. One can only say with reluctance, "Brother, then take your time. It has become like this. She cannot force Yi Ejo to stay. Do not make too much trouble. She can still have a little chance in the future. If it is too much trouble, in case if Yi Ejo really kick her out, it would be too bad." She saw with her own eyes how that man was driven away yesterday. After Yi Ejo left, Li Tiantian opened the computer monitor and the camera switched back. At this point, there was a lot of cursing on the air. "Where's the promised pay-per-view? Nothing? I've got 2 rolls of paper towels ready to go. What's this making us look at? Really? You still want a gift for this ability? I'm regretting that I just swiped out 2 roses. Wasting my mood." Lee Sweetheart said with a smile, "I'm sorry, family members, didn't I try my best as well? I didn't think it would turn out like this either. Let's not broadcast it today. Didn't you guys see that? I've tried so hard, but that dirtbag landlord just won't budge, so I can't just go and pounce on someone, can I? The fans on the air aren't buying her pouting. Willing to bet. Just tell me if you're just going to get out of the live streaming business, or what? That's it. I told you you weren't going to make it." Lee Sweetheart ignored and then ignored those people in the live broadcast, and did not hesitate to turn off the live broadcast. You can get Yi Ejo's. This is also considered an unexpected joy, although this time did not succeed. But maybe there will be other opportunities? She couldn't afford to piss people off all at once. If Yi Ejo got angry and deleted hers directly, what a pity. Therefore, she was not in the mood for live broadcasting at all. And now she was preoccupied with thinking about how to hook up with Yi Ijo next and realize her monetary freedom early. After returning home, Yi Ijo cooked as usual and waited for Lu Janua to return. Yi Ijo and Lu Janua were both very disciplined people, and after they got used to each other's presence, they never went to bed late. As usual, when Yi Ijo hugged his daughter-in-law and was about to fall asleep beautifully, his cell phone rang. On weekdays, it is rare for anyone to contact Yi Ijo, and in his, all of them are important people, so he didn't turn off the beep. At this time, the beep sounded a few times in a row, and Yi Ijo thought it was a message from his family, so he picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It turned out to be a message from Sweetly. The other party sent a voice, and as he clicked on it, a whiny female voice came out. Brother, have you been sleeping? I have insomnia. This caused goosebumps to rise all over Yi Ijo's body. Yi Ijo didn't realize how dangerous it really was, and just as he was about to delete there, Lu Janua had already gotten up and looked at him with a gaze full of meaning. Brother, have you slept? I have insomnia. Lu Janua learned that woman's voice and said to Yi Ijo. This made Yi Ijo suck in a breath of cool air. Not good. This is the prelude to the mother tiger to be powerful. Sure enough, just as he thought that, Lu Janua's voice rang out once again. She said in a gloomy voice, Yo, hubby, when did you have a sister? I only have one sister. Wu Shu in you, and she doesn't sound like this much less talk to you in such a gentle voice. The word gentle was intentionally bitten very hard by Lu Janua. It couldn't be a little love interest from somewhere, could it? Yi Ijo hurriedly explained. Daughter-in-law, this is all a misunderstanding. I am not familiar with this person. Not waiting for Yi Ijo to explain clearly, Lu Janua once again opened his mouth. You're not familiar? People can have you? If you're not familiar, can they send you a voice? If you are not familiar, can they call you brother, and tell you that she has insomnia? Yi Ijo hurriedly shook his head. Daughter-in-law, I really don't know her well. After you went to work today, I went to deal with the problem of the tenant who said that the accounts were incorrect. This is something that I said to you yesterday. This woman is that customer. I went to reconcile with her. She said she had not paid her rent for several months. It was me who refunded more, and she didn't want to take more of my money. When I heard that, it's not a problem. I asked her to pay her money directly according to the previous account, and asked her for the collection code. She said she didn't have it, and then she added it. Look, isn't there a record of the transfer here? I didn't think she'd suddenly send me a message like that either. Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua pitifully, afraid that Lu Janua would not believe. Then he would suffer today. After Lu Janua looked at him with a probing gaze, she extended her hand. Bring it. Yi Ijo numbly handed over the cell phone. He didn't have anything with that Sweetly in the first place, so naturally he wasn't afraid of Lu Janua checking in. After Lu Janua took the phone, she opened that voice message again and listened to it several times. There was no expression on her face, but even though Yi Ijo thought that his was innocent, seeing Lu Janua so calm, he was still panicked in his heart. After a while, Lu Janua did not show signs of fury. Yi Ijo's just about to breathe a sigh of relief. His cell phone suddenly sounded a beep again. Yi Ijo screamed bad. It's over. That Sweetie Lee is trying to get him killed. Yi Ijo tightly stared at Lu Janua's expression, watching Lu Janua's face become more and more ugly. Lu Janua slowly looked up at Yi Ijo and said angrily, This woman is obviously hitting on you, and you still act like you don't know anything. Are you happy in your heart that she sent you such a message? This woman's voice, so whiny and as disgusting as it needs to be. Are you enjoying listening to it? Isn't she a good-looking woman? Let's not talk about whether she's good-looking or not, but she must be the kind of girl who has a lot of flavor, right? That's right. You men like that kind of girl. It's good for you, isn't it? Doesn't that sound tasty to you? Are you dying to have something with her? No. You've already been to see her today. Have you already had something? This series of several soul tortures almost didn't make Yi Ijo kneel down for Lu Janua on the spot. Yi Ijo hurriedly shook his head. No, daughter-in-law, I really didn't. This voice sounds disgusting to me. What I said is all sincere. You must believe me. In my heart, my wife is the best looking and has the best voice. Your voice is how I like to hear it. I only want to have something with you when I hear your voice. Other women, I don't have the slightest idea. Really don't have much idea? Lu Janua pursued. Yi Ijo nodded heavily. Well, there's really no idea. Here, look at this. Still no idea? Lu Janua turned Yi Ijo's cell phone towards him. Look, aren't you pretty? On the cell phone, it was a woman in a super sexy outfit, with all those sensitive places on her body in a half-covered state, being as slutty as she wanted to be. Yi Ijo just skimmed lightly and then looked at Lu Janua. It doesn't look good, but daughter-in-law, if you were to dress up like this as well, I would definitely like it very much. Step aside. Stop dreaming. You'll never be able to see it. Lu Janua gave him a disgusted look. She held down her voice and said into her cell phone, "That's a sexy outfit. I'll get some people to gather around when tomorrow rolls around. You'll have to put on a good show then." After saying that, Lu Janua directly turned off Iijo's cell phone and then threw it to the end of the bed in a very unhappy manner. Sleep. After lying down, she turned her back to Iijo, looking like she had a deep hatred with Iijo. Iijo asked in confusion, "Daughter-in-law, why don't you delete her?" Lu Janua asked, "Do you think, since she's already heard my voice, she'll hurry up and delete you and move out neatly? Or wait for me to find her in trouble? Will she be worried that I'll really find a few men to surround her?" This. Iijo had a face of tears and laughter. It didn't matter to him how sweet Lee would be. What he cared about was what Lu Janua thought. My daughter-in-law is jealous, isn't she? Moreover, it seemed that the vinegar was not light. Would this increase Lu Janua's possessiveness of him? Iijo actually had a little tiny expectation. Although this was not very likely, it was still possible. At this time, Lee's sweetheart, who was wearing sexy clothes, was well under the illusion that Iijo could return her message. But she didn't expect that all her messages were seen by Lu Janua. The woman even sent her a voice message, and she was so shocked that she barely subconsciously slammed her phone out. She had thought that even if Lu Janua and Iijo were together, Iijo would not listen to the voice in front of her, much less show the message to Lu Janua. It's a man's subconscious self-preservation. It's a man who has heard the kind of things she's been saying, and seen her pictures, and can understand what it means. During the period when Iijo did not return the message, she only thought that Iijo was scared by her boldness, and at this moment was trying to suppress the desire in her heart, so she did not return. She thought that Iijo might find an excuse to come out and find her in a while. Then, when the time came, her good deed would be done. Where did she think that the reply to her would be from the woman next to him? That cold voice made Li Tian unable to help but shiver when she heard it. That woman, who had appeared that day in a very high and cold manner, was even colder now that she had said something like that. She didn't doubt for a second the possibility that Lu Janua had said that she would bring some people to gather around to see how sexy she was, and she even unconsciously brainstormed images that made Li Tian's heart tremble. She usually maneuvered between men all the time, but that was all done without anyone knowing. If Lu Janua really brought someone here, could she still have her face? It was estimated that soon, her reputation would be spread, and most likely, her photos and videos would be flying all over the place. So how would she still be able to mix in the live broadcasting circle in the future? Sweetie Lee threw her cell phone violently. Then, cowering, he looked at the cell phone that had been thrown away from him as if it were some kind of demon. In her head, she had all those images of being wildly trashed, followed by being dropped up and breaking her limbs, and then being dumped in a shithole like that to end her life. On TV, those rich wives of rich families, they all cleaned up their mistresses in this way, and she had even imagined Lu Janua's cold, smiling face when confronted with the fact that she had been beaten to a pulp. All the beautiful dreams that Sweet Lee had before were reduced to nothing in this instant, and it felt like the temperature in the air had dropped a few degrees at this moment. Li Tian was scared. Was it possible that she would directly give up her little life to Lu Janua? The more she thought about it, the more horrible it became. No, I can't wait for him to clean me up. I'm leaving while I can. Li Tian said these words tremblingly and jumped out of bed to start packing her bags. But as she tidied up, she suddenly didn't want to just give up. There are thousands of rich people in the world, but all those rich people are too far away from her. Iijo is the only one she met. That is to say, Iijo is the only chance for her to fulfill her dream of monetary freedom. She doesn't want to end it just like that. Li Tian forced herself to calm down, went to grab the cell phone that she had just thrown out, and sent a message out with forced composure. Sorry, I sent it to the wrong person. The message was sent out, and Sweet Lee's mood turned from cloudy to sunny, admiring her own intelligence. In this world, what man would keep only one woman for his whole life? If there really is one, either that man has bad kidneys or is too poor. In that kind of posh family, the men are more than likely not to keep just one woman, they keep lovers. In private, Lu Janua is Iijo's wife. That can only be on the surface. In fact, in private, the two people's feelings, it is not necessarily very good. Lee's sweetheart believed that with her good looks and her ability to coax men to be happy, sooner or later she would get Iijo to be with her. If Iijo really didn't mean anything to her, then he should have deleted her just now after Lu Janua sent her a message like that. However, the fact that her message is still getting out there means that she has a good chance. Was Iijo waiting to see how she behaved? That must be it. Maybe, Iijo didn't even know that she sent the message. Lu Janua just happened to see it, and she didn't delete Iijo's friend privately, worrying that when Iijo asked, it was not good to explain. Therefore, Lu Janua only dared to verbally threaten her. In reality, Lu Janua was also worried that she had gone too far and upset Yeejo. Many luxury wives are like this. On the surface looks bright and shiny. In fact, that is only on the surface. In fact, the status in the family. Then the nanny senior not much. Yeah, that's it. The more Sweetly thought about it, the more she felt it was that way. Therefore, as long as she could contact Yeejo, as long as she could hook up with Yeejo, her life in the mansion was expected. She was someone who had experienced countless men and knew what men liked, and the odds were stacked against her fighting with a high-flying woman like Lu Janua. Lu Janua should be just a good birth, have the support of the mother's family, that's alright, the position of the queen mother of the palace, just give Lu Janua well. What she wanted was Yeejo's favor. To be exact, what she wanted was the money in Yeejo's pocket. As for the status of a mansion wife, she had little interest, as long as she could please Yeejo, with Yeejo protecting her. Even if Lu Janua knew of her existence, what could she do? For a while, Lee Sweetheart's mind played out a scene where the lover fights the real wife, and the real wife fails miserably. The more she thought about it, the happier she was. Lee Sweetness opened her own closet and found all those clothes that would make a man look at them and not be able to resist the urge to have a nosebleed. Took a lot of pictures, and sent them to Yeejo's. Humph. Threaten me. I'll give gas, you cold woman. That face of yours looks so cold. It's cold in that area too. Right. What kind of man can be interested in a woman like you? You just wait to lose, right? Lee Sweetness mumbled to herself triumphantly. Where would she have thought that Lu Janua had long turned off Yeejo's cell phone, and she was sending as many photos as she could. Yeejo couldn't possibly see them. But the other side of the non-return message. Lee Sweet seems to be sure that Lu Janua saw those photos she took. Are dying of anger? Maybe directly smashed the phone is possible. Thinking of Lu Janua's angry black face, Lee Sweetheart became even happier and directly hummed a little song. An hour passed. Yeejo didn't return the message, and Lee Sweetness, still immersed in the enlightenment. More than 2 hours had passed and she was still the same, until 4 or 5 hours had passed, and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning in truth. Sweetie Lee's mentality kind of crumbled and disintegrated. She pacified herself. It is possible that Yeejo's cell phone has always been at Lu Janua's place. It is possible that it was really dropped by her. Or it is possible that Yeejo was busy, so he didn't see it. It's not uncommon for rich people like them to be busy working all night sometimes. She probably thought too much during the day that when she slept, all she dreamed about were dreams of Yeejo and her getting better. The next day, in the morning, Yeejo got up and went out to buy food as usual. He went out lightly every day, and would not plan on Lu Janua, who would get up after he came back from buying food. Yeejo went out and turned on his cell phone and saw the photos that Lee Tian had sent that made it easy to get a nosebleed. Of course, it's the others who get nosebleeds when they see it. He sees it and doesn't feel a thing. His self-control is so good that instead of him liking a photo like this, it makes him feel repulsed. Probably, all of his passion was given to Lu Janua. A small blush from Lu Janua would make him have an urge. But other women, even if they sent such a photo, could not arouse half of his desire. After seeing these photos, Yeejo also understood what Lu Janua said. It was true that this woman was really trying to hit on him. It was just that he had never had the idea of hitting on anyone else, so he hadn't been able to pick up on the fact that someone else was trying to hit on him. It seems that he is no longer keeping this woman in his house. Other than that, he felt disgusted with himself for letting such a woman live in his house. Yeejo planned that after Lu Janua went to work, he would go to find Lee Tian with the sole purpose of getting Lee Tian out of his house. After that, just pull the plug. If he continued to pester, then he would not be polite. This woman was so immodest, so she must have a lot of black history. If this woman was insensitive and continued to pester him, he was not a bodhisattva and would directly rake out all of this woman's black history and publicize it. The woman doesn't look stupid, she's just too shameless to have any self-respect, so he wouldn't feel any guilt if he actually did something to that woman. After having breakfast and sending Lu Janua away, Yeejo returned home, cleaned up the house, and while lying on the sofa and resting, he sent a note to Lee Tian. Got a minute? I came to see you. Sweet Lee's side replied almost in seconds. I'll be free, so why don't I wait for you at home? Within seconds of Sweet Lee's message, she sent another seductive photo over. This photo is many times bolder than any of the ones she's posted before. Yeejo had a bold idea, so he clicked save, and he said to himself, this would be great if it was a picture of my daughter-in-law. Hey, can I have a chance to see my daughter-in-law dressed like this? She even told me to stop dreaming. Humph, I don't believe it. My daughter-in-law is just more reserved. But sooner or later, I am going to have a chance to see it. I will give you another month to be reserved, and I will definitely take you down within this month. Yi Zhou heatedly laughed and brainstormed the image of Lu Janua wearing those clothes. And those pictures of Li Shengtian were directly thrown out of Yi Zhou's mind. And there was not even a chance for him to think of them. After that, he went out, got on his little electric donkey, and headed straight for his rental buildings. It's work time. There are a lot of people out and about, and it's too crowded and slow to drive out. But the little donkey is different. As long as there's a trail, he can go. So he still prefers his little donkey whenever he goes out on his own. Only when he goes out with Lu Janua, he opens the door. Beautiful women are worried that they are tanned and do not look good. He has to help maintain it. Yi Zhou came to Li Sugar's rented room. He just knocked on the door. The door of the room was opened. And when he saw the light inside, Yi Zhou almost didn't die of speechlessness. This woman, she's really not a normal flirt. Brother, you came so fast. I just woke up and you're here. Li Sweetness was wearing a very slutty outfit and posed all kinds of tantalizing poses to Yi Zhou. Of course, it was just that she thought she was tantalizing. In Yi Zhou's opinion, she only felt disgusting. 1 hour's time to move out, Yi Zhou said coldly. Obviously, they were very cold words, but to Li Tongtian's ears, they sounded like something else. Is this a change of residence for her? So this is where her good times start? Sure enough, she pressed the right buttons and wondered if she was going to move to one of those really nice apartment buildings or a villa. Wherever it is, it's definitely better than here. Sweetie Li excitedly returned. Okay, brother, where are you going to let me move to? Yi Zhou was speechless by her question and coldly returned. That's your business. Don't ask me. I'm not renting this house. Of you love to go wherever you want because of your disgusting pictures of people. Hurt my eyes. What rent? You do not want. Numb to move out. You only have 1 hour. You advise you to hurry up and call for a car to come to help you move. Brother, don't be in a hurry. We'll talk about moving later. Come in and sit down first. Are you tired? Let me help you pinch your shoulders, Li Sweetness said, reaching out to pull Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou took 2 steps back in disgust. Step aside. I said I only have an hour. If you don't leave, try to see if the consequences are something you can afford. I'm off. I'll be back in an hour. After Yi Zhou finished speaking, he numbly left. He's already so cold, and that woman is still playfully trying to hit on him? Shameless enough. Yi Zhou secretly disliked it. In fact, it was not that he was not overly cold, but Li Sugar had barely slept all night, and a moment later he looked at his cell phone in a daze, just to see if he had returned the message. Finally, she received a message from Yi Zhou this morning, and she immediately replied in seconds. After that, she was even more excited without sleep. Her brain has been in a daze. She just fantasized that Yi Zhou would give her another villa, and she didn't listen to Yi Zhou's words at all. During this hour, Yi Zhou didn't plan to wait dryly, but went to the computer city, planning to go buy a computer. He was the one who got the expertise of a top hacker. So much knowledge. It was a bit of a shame to not get his hands on a computer and operate it. It was a bit of a reward. Finally, after spending $400,000 or $500,000, Yi Zhou bought his first laptop. Because they were all top-of-the-line configurations, his computer was very heavy, which if an ordinary girl were to hold it, it would probably not take more than a few minutes to cry out of exhaustion. He configured it, enough for him to perform any operation. After that, seeing that the time was not yet up, Yi Zhou wandered around, looking here and there. He felt a little too otherworldly compared to the hurried people around him, just too casual. Lu Janua went to halfway. Think about the heart is very bottomless. Simply back home again. On her way to work, all she could think about was the fact that Yi Zhou had received a picture of that woman last night, and that seductive voice always echoed in Lu Janua's ears, lingering. In Lu Janua's opinion, Yi Zhou should not be able to see that kind of woman. But what if he gets spooked for a moment? She and Yi Zhou haven't developed that step yet. Yi Zhou is a man. Men have that need, right? Even if she and Yi Zhou had already developed to that point, what if Yi Zhou wanted to feel fresh if he wanted to feel fresh? That woman isn't as pretty as her, but she's slutty enough. It's hard for a man not to like a woman like that, isn't it? Lu Janua went home and saw that Yi Zhou's car was still parked in the garage. Only his small electric donkey was missing. Lu Janua was relieved. Yi Zhou only rode a small electric donkey when he was going somewhere not far away. If you're going to meet a woman, don't you have to drive a luxury car so you can save face? Lu Janua was not in the mood to go to work and simply returned home. When she entered, she saw the dishes she had just bought on the table, and she panicked and went to the restroom. Lu Janua thought that if Yi Zhou had brought that woman to his home, it was very likely that he would have gone to any of the rooms. There is also a possibility that it will not be brought back. Yi Zhou is so rich that he can just go anywhere, and it is too dangerous to bring people to the house. But right now, She didn't have anything better to do. She couldn't just go around the world looking for him, making frantic phone calls and whatnot. Could she? Lu Janua felt that she had to hide herself well so that if Yi-Ijo really had something with that woman, it would be easier to reveal his footsteps easily when he didn't have a sense of crisis. Lu Janua waited in the restroom for a while, but she didn't see Yi-Ijo come back. This woman, once she has this sense of crisis, is prone to imagining things and brainstorming a lot of images on her own. Yi-Ijo is usually fine to stay at home, today is not at home, and did not tell her where to go. This is likely to go to find that Li Tian. Thinking that her man, surprisingly, could not be exempted from this, Lu Janua felt a sour feeling in her heart. Very bad taste. Men, yes, there are going to be times when they need that, when they can't control themselves. Many men were like that, but Lu Janua couldn't accept that her man was like that. All she wanted was a single-minded relationship, both in person and in heart. So she's really delusional? Time passed minute by minute. About 2 hours passed, and Lu Janua's tears suddenly fell. Yi-Ijo, who was far away, knew nothing about the situation at home. After wandering around and getting a little bored, he went to a tea bar, took out his computer, and started drumming away. Although it was the first time he got his hands on the operation, he was very comfortable doing it, as if these systems, the operation, he had already had his hands on it countless times. Yi-Ijo was having so much fun that by the time he woke up, more than 2 hours had passed, and a long time had passed since he said 1 hour. Given all that extra time again, the woman should have moved out by now, right? Yi-Ijo got up and rode the small electric donkey back to the rented room, after putting his things in the security room. Now, basically everyone knows that these houses are Yi-Ijo's. The security guards naturally also know. After Yi-Ijo said that he wanted to put the things in the security room, the security guards hurriedly and carefully put them up, just for fear of rubbing Yi-Ijo's treasures as if they were rubbed. Yi-Ijo once again almost didn't die of speechlessness by Sweetly after seeing her, only to see that she hadn't packed her bags at all, but had cleaned herself up nicely. Yi-Ijo only felt that this woman was sick. She was about to be kicked out, and instead of packing her bags, she packed up herself? What kind of disease is this in her head? Definitely sick. What Lee's sweetheart was thinking was that since Yi-Ijo had asked her to move, it was natural to live in a good place, and there was nothing she needed to bring with her. What's the point of bringing all this crap now when you have something better? It is the right thing to dress up properly and please Yi-Ijo. This is what you packed for 2 hours? Yi-Ijo asked breathlessly as he looked at Sweet Lee's house. Sweetie Lee returned. I'm not bringing any of those things. I'll just bring my papers. Since she had said she didn't want it, Yi-Ijo naturally wouldn't be polite with her and reached out to her, saying indifferently, give me the key. Lee's sweetheart was obedient. She had always told herself that in front of Yi-Ijo, she had to be obedient because earthy men like obedient women. Yi-Ijo asked for the key and she immediately handed it over. Yi-Ijo took the key, intending to bring it back to show Lu Janua, so she should be able to rest assured, right? Yi-Ijo got the key and immediately walked away, and Li Dangtian followed right behind him with a happy look on her face. She could already imagine what would greet her in a moment. Gold card? A luxury car? A villa? She followed obediently because she wanted to behave. Compare that to the fact that she is now a woman of the earth and should watch her posture. At least, that's how it has to be when you're out there. In the presence of outsiders, must be obedient enough, dignified enough, in only two people, must be enough flavor, will please the man's heart. Lee's sweetheart thought that as long as she did these two things, Yi-Ijo would definitely treat her well. And what about that membrane? If she had known that Yi-Ijo would suddenly be so nice to her today, she would have done it yesterday. It was expensive, but after being with Yi-Ijo, would she still lack money? This made Lee's sweetness a little bit of a small bitterness. She had thought about it. If Yi-Ijo was right there with her today, she would make up a story that was a little bit sad. Before she lost her daughter's body, then Yi-Ijo would sympathize with her and feel sorry for her. If Yi-Ijo didn't do anything with her today and just took her to a nice place to live for a change, she would take the time to get that whatever membrane done tomorrow. This way, when she was with Yi-Ijo, she could say to Yi-Ijo that Yi-Ijo was her first man. This complex that men have for women is very heavy, and for the sake of that thing, Yi-Ijo will not treat her badly. Lee's sweetheart thought of the future beautifully, but when she followed Yi-Ijo to the downstairs, she didn't see the luxury car she imagined. She giggled for a moment and quickly realized, Yi-Ijo should want to quietly carry out her transfer. Otherwise, if his wife knew about it, she would definitely make a fuss. However, after seeing Yi-Ijo get on his small electric donkey, Lee's sweetheart was dumbfounded and completely confused about what the hell was going on. That's a bit low-key, isn't it? Even if you don't use a luxury car, you can't use a small electric donkey, right? If Yi-Ijo rode a tram with her and ran down the road, Wouldn't it be quite a show-off? If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Ijo had appeared before in a suit with bodyguards and a few boxes of money, she wouldn't have been able to believe that this was a tycoon. It's totally a poor loser look. Before she could figure out why, she saw Yi Ijo unexpectedly riding away on a small electric donkey by himself. Didn't even give her a look when she left. I can't believe he just left. Li's sweetness was as if she had been struck by lightning and was dumbfounded in place. Yi Ijo didn't think that much. In his opinion, this matter had been solved perfectly. It was natural for him to go home. After about 10 minutes, Li's sweetness saw that Yi Ijo still didn't have any intention to come back, and she, too, slowly accepted the reality. Understanding, he was unexpectedly fooled by Yi Ijo. She carefully thought over what Yi Ijo had said to her and finally snapped out of it. Son of a bitch, just a son of a bitch. I can't believe you went so far. Don't you rich people have the best face? Yi Ijo, you wait for me. I will make you lose your reputation. I will definitely make you lose your reputation. This is an era of information technology. As long as there is some exciting news on the internet, it will immediately be spread all over the internet. You wait for me. You wait for me. The more Li's sweetness thought about it, the more angry she became. Directly angry to the point of losing her mind. The more this kind of rich people, the more there are a lot of unseemly things, and Yi Ijo is certainly no exception. So, she will definitely stink up Yi Ijo, and this is the result of abandoning her. After a burst of irritation, Li's sweetheart turned around to go home, but after she reached the door, she thought that she had just given the key to Yi Ijo, and she couldn't go back home at all. Sweetie Li was so angry that she yelled directly in the hallway. After slowing down, she took out her cell phone and turned on the live stream. Lu Janua, who was crying in the restroom, immediately stopped crying after hearing the commotion coming from outside, held her breath, and didn't even dare to utter a breath. It was as if she breathed louder, Yi Ijo would discover her presence. Suspicious women are like that. Straw men. Yi Ijo didn't notice anything halfway out of place. When he came back, he casually stopped his little electric donkey and went back home, not realizing that Lu Janua's car was already back. When he got home, he went to the kitchen and got busy. This made Lu Janua, who was in the restroom, brainstorm some more. Yi Ijo was busy in the kitchen for a while and suddenly wanted to go to the restroom for a while to solve a major life event. As soon as he opened the door, he was taken aback. Daughter-in-law? Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua in surprise, and after a few seconds, he went forward and hugged Lu Janua tightly. Lu Janua had already cried into tears, and his heart ached to see it. There were countless question marks in his heart. But the most important thing right now, first pacify Lu Janua. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Why are you so sad? Is someone bullying you? You talk to me. Hubby will help you clean him up. Seeing that Lu Janua's mood had stabilized a little bit, Yi Ijo then opened his mouth and asked something that would make Lu Janua hide and cry by herself. This was absolutely heavenly. What kind of character Lu Janua was, she knew best. She was someone who would not easily shed tears, much less someone who would be upset at the slightest blow. To be that upset, that should be the sky falling for her. Yi Ijo secretly shouted angrily in his heart. System, what are you doing? My daughter-in-law is being bullied. Why don't you give me any hints? Look at Lu Janua's appearance. His eyes are swollen from crying. He hardly didn't notice. It's all because he was too careless. Before, when Lu Janua was being bullied, the system would give hints or directly solve the problem. But this time, it didn't even give him any hints at all. After Yi Ijo shouted angrily, the system still didn't react at all, which made Yi Ijo a little bit suspicious that the system was not out of order. But he was obviously given a reward just 2 days ago? Failing to get an answer from the system, Yi Ijo could only ask Lu Janua. After he carried Lu Janua out of the restroom, he continued to pursue. Daughter-in-law, speak up. Tell me, who the hell bullied you? I definitely won't let him off lightly. Suddenly, Lu Janua hugged his neck. Hubby, don't want me? Oh, I won't not want you. I will never not want you. I will always be with you. Yi Ijo hurriedly and tenderly assured, although he was anxious as to why Lu Janua was like this. But in the current situation, he could only coax Lu Janua first. The Lu Janua at this moment was too fragile beyond his imagination. He hugged Lu Janua tightly. Lu Janua stopped talking. He was not pursuing. Lu Janua hugged him and cried painfully. It was only after about 10 minutes that Lu Janua slowed down, and she sat down on the sofa with Yi Ijo's assistance. Daughter-in-law, wait for me. I'll get you some water. After crying for so long, you definitely need a drink. Yi Ijo wanted to ask what was going on, but he was worried that Lu Janua's easily stabilized emotions would collapse again, so he could only give up. Don't you go. Lu Janua saw that Yi Ijo was going to leave and hugged him tightly again. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Yi Izhou could only return again and let Lu Janua hold him as he gently patted Lu Janua's back to soothe him. Lu Janua buried her head in Yi Izhou's arms, leaning and hugging like this. After about 10 minutes or so, Lu Janua gradually got sleepy. Seeing that Lu Janua had the intention to fall asleep, Yi Izhou did not startle her, until she fell into a deep sleep. Yi Izhou gently put her down. He just wanted to move. Lu Janua pulled him tightly again. Yi Izhou had no choice but to let Lu Janua grab his hand and fall asleep. Lu Janua in his sleep, still sobbing from time to time, did not sob a little, are pulling the heart of Yi Izhou. Lu Janua slept for an hour this time. When he woke up, his behavior wasn't much different than usual, except his face didn't look very good. After she looked at Yi Izhou, she suddenly rolled over and rode on Yi Izhou's lap and kissed him. This operation, if not for the fact that Lu Janua was now in a special period, Yi Izhou could not wait to give himself up to her. A kiss ended. Yi Izhou then asked, "Daughter-in-law, you in the end?" He asked carefully, not daring to ask too bluntly, because he didn't know if he would suddenly touch Lu Janua's sensitive nerves again, and he didn't want to repeat the experience he had more than an hour ago. Lu Janua hemmed and hawed and said, Husband, do you believe me when I say it's fine?" Yi Izhou was speechless. "Do you think I believe it? It's okay. Why are you crying like that? Didn't I tell you? My emotions are more uncontrollable during my special times," Lu Janua said. Yi Izhou just looked at her with disbelief written all over his face. Lu Janua had no choice but to tell Yi Izhou truthfully, I actually did it because that Li Tian sent you that kind of photo. It made me feel uncomfortable. So I started to think wildly. I was thinking, what if you were seduced by her? The thought kept lingering in my head. So I came back, and when I came back and saw you buying groceries on the table, I subconsciously went to the restroom and hid. And then I started brainstorming all kinds of images. I stayed in there for a long time and you didn't come back. And I wondered if you had just gone to see her, and if anything had happened between you. And the more I thought about it, the more I got sad. And I cried. The more I cried, the sadder I got. And as a result, that's what you see. After hearing what Lu Janua said, Yi Izhou laughed bitterly. He hated his soul when he saw Lu Janua crying like that. He was supposed to go to solve the big event in his life, but he ended up holding it back until now. He'd been worried for so long, and Lu Janua had given him this? Honey, will you ever get tired of me? Already slowed down. Lu Janua also remembered with hindsight that what he had done was really a little weird. It's also humiliating enough. She was probably the only one who could be made to cry by her own fantasies, but at that moment, I don't know why she was so neurotic, thinking about all those things and being so sad about it. You wait for a while, I'm going to drain the water. I've been holding it for a long time. I'm supposed to drain the water. In case I hold it, I can't give you happiness in the future. Won't you be a widow? Yi Izhou got up and walked towards the restroom. Get lost. Lu Janua blushed and don't you again. These words, again, reminded her of her own behavior. Just because of her nervousness, Yi Izhou had held back for so long? Yi Izhou hurriedly went to the restroom and relieved himself. After that, he began to wonder how Lu Janua could think so much, and childish and funny. Soon, Yi Izhou figured it out. Lu Janua would be like that, and that's all because she's very insecure. And her childhood would have been unfortunate, all because her father betrayed her mother. It makes her very wary of her own feelings, and she won't give her heart away easily, and when she does, she gets a little winded and suspicious. She usually looks high and mighty, like she sees everything. That's really all a disguise for her self-protection. Those who don't understand her will think she is extraordinarily transparent and confident, but in fact, she just hides her sensitivity. However, he had now entered Lu Janua's heart, and because she cared, the small sensitivity in her heart was also drawn out with her care for Yi Izhou. Even though that sweetie Li was much worse than her looks, that sweetie Li was slutty enough. Yi Izhou also and now only hindsight to figure out this if a man, maybe likely sweet like women. After all, it was volunteered. Lu Janua probably also knew this, worrying that Yi Izhou would not be able to control himself, worrying that Yi Izhou was also the same as those men who indulge themselves. So he thought too much. Can't control myself when I think about it. After Yi Izhou thought about it, he didn't even know if he should be happy or what. He should be happy that Lu Janua cared about him so much, but this little woman was also too able to abuse herself. Is she going to have to cry herself to sleep if he doesn't come back today? He wanted so much to build up Lu Janua's confidence, but it didn't seem to be an easy task. Her sensitivity was brought on from childhood. What would it take for him to give enough to make her feel safe? Yi Izhou came out of the restroom and casually glanced towards the kitchen. Then it occurred to him that he was cooking before he went to the restroom earlier. Because of Lu Janua, he had forgotten about the dinner directly to the clouds. As it happened, he hadn't eaten, and Lu Janua hadn't eaten either. When Yi Ijo came back, Lu Janua had pretty much sorted out her emotions. Lu Janua is really a woman favored by heaven. If other women cry like this, their eyes must be swollen. But she didn't. Not much sign of crying except for a little redness in her eyes and nose. Daughter-in-law, I'm starving to death, and because of you, I forget halfway through the meal. Are you waiting for me to make it, or are we going out to eat? Yi Ijo asked. He had always been the one cooking in the house. They basically only ate staples for health reasons. No snacks at all in the house, and it was long past lunchtime now. Let's go out to eat. Lu Janua touched her stomach, and just as the words left her mouth, she recoiled. Let's just eat at home. I must be ugly as hell right now. I don't even have the face to see anyone. Lu Janua touched her face and said dejectedly, then wait for me. I'm going to cook. If you're bored, you can swipe your cell phone for a while. I bought a new cell phone. Playing games should be fast. Yi Ijo handed Lu Janua his cell phone. He was actually doing this because he wanted Lu Janua to be able to rest assured. His cell phone had just been handed out when Lu Janua grabbed it. Lu Janua, who was preoccupied with not letting his daughter-in-law go hungry, also forgot about the matter of the unusual content in his cell phone. He kept a lot of indecent photos of Sweetie Lee, in order to save them so that he could use his newly acquired hacker's ability to find the black stuff of Sweetie Lee. Lu Janua took Yi Ijo's cell phone and casually flipped through it. After seeing the photos in his cell phone, Lu Janua was not calm again. However, it wasn't as exaggerated as it had been in the morning, probably because the emotions had just been pretty much vented. And this time, it wouldn't be so out of control. Yi Ijo gave her the cell phone, and his attitude was already clear. That is, he wanted to reassure her. Yi Ijo would hold it in for her for so long and didn't eat lunch, which was already very good for her, so she can't be that sketchy anymore. So, Lu Janua picked up his cell phone and went to the kitchen, and asked Yi Ijo why there was a picture of Li Dang Tian in his cell phone. Yi Ijo's explanation made her hanging heart relax, but a woman is, once she is suspicious, she will not let go of any trace. So she pursued, I see you said you wanted to keep it and take it out and look at it when you were lonely, right? Yi Ijo hurriedly shook his head. No, daughter-in-law, I really didn't. When I saw that woman, I got goosebumps all over. I just think that it's important to be on guard. Not only did she not succeed in hitting on me, I even kicked someone out. If she wants to do something bad, I have to be a little bit on guard, right? The way I look at her room, she's supposed to be engaged in live broadcasting, and if she were to spout nonsense on the internet, who knows what kind of consequences it would bring. So I'm just being prepared and guarding against people, right? If there's something really wrong, I can publish these pictures and all those messages she sent me to prove my innocence, and if after a while, she's all peaceful, then forget it. However, you can look at my cell phone anytime you want to, or, if you transfer all these photos to your cell phone, I can delete them. Yi Ijo said blandly. Lu Janua's heart completely relaxed. She said in disgust, Che, I don't want those pictures in my phone. I'm disgusted. You've already given me the reason why, so I'll reluctantly believe you. If you dare to lie, you'll see how I'll clean you up. After Lu Janua finished speaking, she ferociously waved her fist at Yi Ijo. Daughter-in-law, I later will only look at your photos. So, what do you take some photos to put in my cell phone? It is best to. Yi Ijo point to the position. There are words, cannot say too bluntly. It wasn't that he couldn't say it. It was just that to say it too bluntly would be a death wish. Che, no I didn't. You don't have many pictures if you want to see them. With all your tenants, some of them are willing to send you pictures. I don't care about you. Yi Ijo continued to smile and said, Hey, daughter-in-law, talking about this old, I think of a thing. We two in addition to the license at that time took a picture. So far, we two even a life photo or not. You say we should not shoot a little bit of it? Just for now. 1. Lu Janua hurriedly refused. It's definitely not possible now. I'm a little fairy. Okay, look at me like this. Where is there still a little fairy should have the appearance? Let's talk about this later. Yi Ijo nodded. Okay, whatever your daughter-in-law says is right. Whatever you say is right. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo. Reluctant, this. Husband, how can you be like this? What I say is what? How can that be? You are a man. Why do you listen to me so much? You mean, do you think I am ugly? I can say that I myself ugly. You can so much? Yi Ijo heard this and cried and laughed. This woman's heart really is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Said words, not necessarily true. No matter what you say, she always had you unexpected waiting for you. Now, for example, if he didn't listen to her, Should she then say that it was obvious that she was so unattractive right now that she was clearly trying to make a fool of herself? Hey, it's too hard. Then I'll make dinner and we'll shoot again. Only when you're full will you have the energy to do something else. You hurry up and go to the sofa to rest. There's grease and smoke here. It'll turn you into an ugly monster. Yi-jo said. Lu Janua shook her head. No, I want to cook with you. This. Yi-jo thought about it and said forcefully. No, I let you go back, you go back. Where so many words, hurry back? Lu Janua changed her face in a second. You're too ungrateful. Humph, I'll ignore you. Lu Janua huffed and puffed. Yi-jo was confused. Wasn't it her who said that he shouldn't listen to her in everything? Yi-jo once again sighed. He can be too difficult. A woman's heart. It's really a needle at the bottom of the sea. It's too hard to guess. It's still simple to cook. Yi-jo whispered and continued cooking. After a while, Yi-jo heard Lu Janua's voice answering the phone come through. Hello. A phone call didn't take a while, and then came the sound of Lu Janua answering the phone. Hello. After 4 or 5 consecutive times, it managed to catch Yi-jo's attention. Although Lu Janua runs a company, she basically doesn't have many phone calls, and if there is a problem, she will solve it at the company. From time to time, when I'm at home, I answer the phone, but never like this. From Lu Janua's pattern of answering the phone, it seemed to be calls from strangers, which was too counterintuitive. Moreover, Lu Janua basically said hello and there was no follow-up, and for the few calls after that, she didn't even say hello, she just fed them and there was no follow-up. Then after that, it is not even fed. The cell phone rang for a while, and then no sound. It should be hung up by Lu Janua. Yi-jo felt that something was wrong, so he stopped the work in his hands and wiped his hands and went to the living room. As soon as she came out, she saw Lu Janua sitting there coldly, her high and cold demeanor, for the first time in the house. At this time, her cell phone rang once again, and Lu Janua directly hung up without even looking at it. It looks, well, pissed off. The next second, another call came in, and when Lu Janua was about to hang up again, Yi-jo reached out and picked it up, directly pressing the answer button. Honey, Lu Janua wanted to stop it, but it was too late. After hearing the voice on the other side of the phone, Yi-jo's face instantly went cold. Yi-jo then realized why Lu Janua was so angry. Because the person on the other side of the phone was saying some unpleasant things. This seems to be too vicious for someone to have deliberately exposed Lu Janua's phone number. Yi-jo directly hung up the phone, but a call soon came back in. Daughter-in-law, go find your data cable and give it to me. Yi-jo blandly all Lu Janua said. Aha. Although Lu Janua didn't know what Yi-jo meant, she still obeyed and did as she was told. Every time Lu Janua met something, it seemed that as long as Yi-jo was there, she would be especially at ease. Feeling that nothing was a problem, Yi-jo opened the computer that he bought, and after connecting it to the charging port, he opened the computer and started all kinds of operations that Lu Janua couldn't understand, only to see the dense letters on the computer, which were arranging and changing in all kinds of ways. Lu Janua looked shocked. She was unable to read it, but she seemed to understand what Yi-jo was doing. This kind of image, in the movie, that was something only hackers could have. So Yi-jo was doing something only hackers could do? Yi-jo even had this skill? Lu Janua was so surprised that she didn't know what kind of reaction to make. Lu Janua's cell phone kept ringing, but Lu Janua didn't care about it at all. Her eyes were always on Yi-jo's computer. It took about 5 minutes for Yi-jo to actually make a software that Lu Janua didn't know what it was. After doing everything, Yi-jo then noticed that Lu Janua had long been waiting next to him. Daughter-in-law, here, give me your cell phone and data cable. Lu Janua hurriedly handed it over. Good. She didn't understand what Yi-jo was trying to do, but she vaguely felt that whatever he did, it should be for the sake of trying to defend her. Just, not knowing what the final result would be like, Lu Janua secretly looked forward to it in her heart. At this moment, Yi-jo, without the gentleness in front of Lu Janua, but a cold face, his whole body exudes an aura that makes people feel the pressure doubled. Yi-jo didn't notice Lu Janua's reaction. He had one idea right now, to properly clean up those dog bastards who made his wife unhappy. He linked the data cable to the computer and opened the software he had made. Lu Janua's cell phone went black at once, and when he opened it again, there was another screen on it that Lu Janua couldn't understand. Yi-jo was loading software for Lu Janua's cell phone, and after it was loaded, Yi-jo clapped his hands in satisfaction. Hubby, what are you doing? Lu Janua asked curiously when she saw that Yi-jo had already finished. This is the software I just made. As long as you turn him on, no matter who calls you, as long as they call, a virus will spread to the other person's cell phone. After that, it's hard to say what kind of fate their cell phone will have. it could be a black screen, it could be all kinds of problems, anything is possible. Lu Janua covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my god, husband, you even have such an amazing skill? Yi Ijo smiled smugly and said, daughter-in-law, have you forgotten what I said to you? I told you, no matter what you meet, you have to remember that you are the one who has a husband now. Your husband has the ability to protect you now, but what exactly your husband has, this I can't tell you. You have to take your time to find out. Now that you've found out, I'll be straight with you. I am indeed a hacker. Just like you said, a top-notch hacker. Not to mention our country. Even in the whole world, I can't find a few hackers who are better than your husband. Yi Ijo's words were not exaggerated at all, because that was how Lu Janua bragged that he had now obtained top hacking skills. It was because of this that he was able to make a software so quickly. A software to deal with those who called in to deal with Lu Janua saying those obscenities. Not to mention that many people now use only software, even if those people still use the ancient Big Brother. Yi Ijo also has a way to deal with them. In his memories, Yi Ijo also got the memories of actual battles against others, and in his dreams, he defeated many powerful definitive hackers. With those memories, and the god-level skills given by the system, Yi Ijo wanted to deal with someone, but it was just a breeze. In that case, even those firewalls at the bank could easily be homeworked by him if he put his hand to it. Except that that kind of violation is something he's not willing to do. Lu Janua was shocked. She felt everything was too unbelievable. Yi Ijo gave him too many surprises, one after another. Each time, Lu Janua felt not true, but the truth is the truth. Yi Ijo on things so powerful. Every time, Lu Janua felt that she had already seen the ceiling of Yi Ijo's ability, but Yi Ijo would use the facts time and time again to tell her that his ability was far more than her perception. Lu Janua suddenly thought of someone familiar, and quickly asked, then, husband, what if my friend, or someone from my family calls me? Yi Ijo blandly returned, I set it up so that as long as you have called before, you can get through to you, and your cell phone won't get a virus, only unfamiliar numbers will. But what if something like an explosion happens to those people's cell phones? If something happens, will? Lu Janua hesitantly asked. Yi Ijo reached out and pulled Lu Janua's hand. Daughter-in-law, what are you thinking? Are you sympathizing with them? When they called you and said those words, they didn't half sympathize with you. Lu Janua shook his head and returned. I'm not sympathizing with those people. It's just that if there are more of these kinds of incidents, causing some of the relevant departments, if they finally find out that these are the ones that called my phone number before those things happened, would that, if we're caught intentionally, will we be in trouble then, honey? Or you might as well not do that. I'll just turn off the phone. Yi Ijo patted Lu Janua's back and soothed. Daughter-in-law, don't worry, I will grasp the degree. Even if someone suspects, they can't check your head. Because of this virus, it will also destroy their call records and whatnot. This is a legal society. If you want to make accusations, you need evidence. And what you don't have evidence for is just empty talk. No one can do anything to us. Moreover, you have to believe in your husband's ability. I will find out the person behind this matter directly before they find out the problem. At that moment, I will stop. Moreover, I just copied the evidence of your call. Even if it is found out, we still have the evidence that proves that it is they who did something bad to you first. Therefore, these people deserve it. When there are more people who have been hit, no one will dare to bother you. When things are almost over, I will destroy this software. If things are still unresolved, then just make another software. I'm not maliciously disturbing the society. It will be fine. Hey, because of this, I almost forgot. Isn't it time for us to eat? Any further delay, both of us can eat dinner directly. I'll go and cook first. Daughter-in-law, you rest first. Yi Ijo waved his hand, got up and walked towards the kitchen. After hearing Yi Ijo say this, Lu Janua's heart also relaxed. Speaking of dinner, she also kinda cried and laughed. She hemmed and hawed and said, then let's pretend it's dinner. At this point in time, it's not that much closer to dinner time. You can't have another meal for dinner, right? Yi Ijo turned around and looked at her favorably. Dinner still needs to be eaten. It can be eaten a little later. Lu Janua looked down at her figure and shook her head. I'd rather not eat. If you're hungry, you can eat by yourself. Yi Ijo understood her anxiety at a glance. Daughter-in-law, you are not trusting your husband again, aren't you? You have been eating my cooking for a month. Have you grown an extra pound of meat? Your husband knows that you are a little fairy with a beautiful woman's baggage, so he's paying attention to it all, making sure that you won't grow meat no matter how you eat. Indeed, Lu Janua not only didn't gain any meat this month, but also had twice as much energy every day because she ate on time and carefully every day. She hesitated and returned. Hey, well, I'll eat if I'm hungry. Okay, wait for me. I'll be done soon. Yi Ijo nodded. Lu Janua followed up with small broken steps. Hubby, I'll help you serve the food. Hubby, you're also too good. You even let my cell phone be so quiet all of a sudden. Let those people be so over the top. Now it's good. You've got your comeuppance. Lu Janua's mood was especially good right now, and it felt good to have a husband to protect her. When you are in a good mood, your appetite comes instantly. As she walked, she remembered something and unconsciously laughed out loud and, at the same time, blushed. After the meal, Yi Ijo once again sat in front of the computer. Although Lu Janua would no longer be harassed, but what kind of person was responsible for this incident? He had not yet found out. He had to find the person and clean up his act, otherwise he would have a hard time resolving his hatred, and if he dared to make his wife unhappy, then he would have to pay the price. If he wasn't afraid that Lu Janua would starve himself, he wouldn't even eat and would just start. At this moment, he again to the computer. Crackling knocked up. The computer screen is a dense code, like running lights, running extremely fast. It was still a picture that Lu Janua couldn't understand, but it didn't affect her interest at all. Yi Ijo was concentrating on knocking, and she was watching with great interest. In fact, it is not uncommon for phone numbers to be exposed, or else people would not normally receive so many nuisance calls. The kind of harassing calls that are made by people every other day. No one calls every day, unless someone did it deliberately, either deliberately pushed the wave, or directly paid for the water army. Let those people come to harass Lu Janua, no matter what way it was. Yi Ijo could not tolerate it. Knowing that Lu Janua couldn't understand, Yi Ijo operated while explaining to Lu Janua. In fact, it's not at all uncommon for such numbers to be exposed, so we'll receive some spam text messages or receive harassing phone calls from time to time. There are two possibilities for a caller like you who keeps getting called over and over again. Either someone made you up or someone paid someone to harass you. What I'm doing now is checking out the people who have called you, what they did and who they were in contact with before they called you, so it's not too hard to find out why it happened. Lu Janua listened with admiration. Hubby, you're too good. Aren't you going to directly invade the communication company's firewall if you do this? Yi Ijo returned. It's not an invasion. It's just a visit to find some valuable information. I'll do it quietly and won't alarm them. Although your husband is powerful, however, it all has to be in the case of having communication devices. If I can't communicate, then I can't do anything to people. Just like, if there is no signal on the other side, I can't get through to the other side. This gave an example that Lu Janua understood in seconds. Yi Ijo quickly checked what he wanted. On his computer screen, many images appeared, but they all had one thing in common. They were all watching the same anchor. As far as the footage is concerned, it doesn't look like there's much of a difference in terms of when they're watching the live stream. After that, there's another common one. These are all in the same group. The name of the group is Sugarfan Group. Sweet? Yi Ijo was speechless and asked Lu Janua, daughter-in-law, do you have a familiar feeling? Lu Janua shook her head. What kind of anchor is this? I never watch live broadcasts. Yi Ijo cried and laughed. Daughter-in-law, weren't you quite jealous before? How come you can't react to Ryan at this moment? Isn't this that Sweetly? Apart from her, there won't be anyone else. This face, even though the filter is on full blast, I still recognize it. I just drove her out in the morning. I didn't think so out of such a moth. Right, daughter-in-law. I haven't given you the spoils of war. Look, this is the key to her house. I just went to drive her away today. Such a woman. How can I let her continue to live in my house? It's not polluting the environment? Yi Ijo took the key out and laid it on the table. You keep the key, re-advertise for rent. Sweet Lee's stuff is still in the room. She said she didn't need to take it with her. Only her documents. You turn around and find someone to clean it up. Just lose it all. Lu Janua nodded coldly. Okay. Yi Ijo continued to knock up the keyboard, mouth while saying, calling to harass your people. At first, they are from Lee Sugar to get your number. So, basically can be sure. Is Lee Sugar to get into trouble? We go to solve the problem, because you are about to take over the house of these people. So on the spot but also signed a new contract, which has your number. Although it's certain that it's Sweetly who's up to no good, we need solid evidence. So I'm going to see now what kind of person spread your number. And if I'm certain that it's this Sweetly, I'll make her go and have some free lunch, so that she pays a heavy price for her behavior. Yi Ijo had never been the type of person to repay grudges with kindness. He just never made up for not taking the initiative to look for other people's trouble. And now since someone was looking for his trouble, and he happened to have the ability to do so, he could not be blamed for striking back. He's one of the more extreme people who either does it or does it to the extreme. If it was her, really teach her a good lesson. Lu Janua was a relatively conservative woman who was very concerned about her privacy. But that woman went so far as to publish her number. making so many people call her and say so many obscenities. It was just too much. The reason she had been holding back was because she was incapable of fighting back. She had thought that if these people were going to keep going crazy, then she would have to consider changing her cell phone number. But it was a number she had used for years. Many of her workmates had her contact information, and suddenly changing her contact information, that would definitely have a big impact on her work. This is good. Yi Ijo even has such a powerful skill. Then it can be her revenge. Yi Ijo nodded affirmatively. Must teach her a hard lesson. A good day, but have to be more so many moths. Think she has much ability to stir up the wind and clouds. Then I will let her have a good time to see the price of messing with my wife's unhappiness. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ijo and her heart was full of sweetness. It's nice to have someone to cover yourself. There, daughter-in-law. Look, it's this social media account that posted your information. It seems to be nothing special. Li Sugar didn't directly announce it herself. But in here, it must be less than her handiwork. I will now look at what this person did before announcing your phone number, Yi Ijo said while operating. Lu Janua watched this series of operations of Yi Ijo, and surprisingly, for the first time, she had the feeling of what it was to follow a melon. This is amazing. Although he couldn't understand what Yi Ijo had on his computer, Lu Janua was fascinated just listening to it. I've already hacked into his cell phone at this moment. The next thing is to see what he's done and who he's been in contact with. Yi Ijo continued to explain. There is Lu Janua on the side, so Yi Ijo's behavior is more restrained. Some of the more sensitive things, he quickly swept through, did not let the picture stay. He did not want to let Lu Janua see it, affecting the mood. I will turn out the things in his cell phone at this moment. When the time comes, these are the evidence. I will look at yesterday and today's. If he is in contact with Sweetly, it is likely that he contacted her today. When I went to Sweetly today, she thought that I had already looked at her. In that case, this matter, also found out in these few hours. Yi Ijo explained and operated, and soon transferred the person who exposed Lu Janua's number, the records in his cell phone for the past 2 days to his computer. The records are there. There are social records in various social apps and some photos and videos and stuff. Yi Ijo said. The call records are not to be looked at first, although there are notes on this. It's not easy to judge the relationship between this person and the people with these notes. I'll go check what's inside Sweetie Lee's cell phone in a while, and check both of them together so that the results come out faster instead. Yi Ijo casually clicked on some photos and videos, and the content made Yi Ijo a little helpless. Wife. Sorry polluted your eyes. Yi Ijo hurriedly turned it off. There are some very colorful pictures in it. Now those pictures are on Yi Ijo's computer. He doesn't need to click on it himself. He can look at it. Lu Janua said with a red face. There are several photos. All of them look like Li Tian. Isn't there a video there? You clicked to see it. I'm okay. Within the tolerance of my eyes. This Li sweetness most likely gave this person that favor. Otherwise, this man wouldn't have worked so hard for her. Yi Ijo hesitated and said, Daughter-in-law, let's not look at it. I guess it's similar to what you think. Don't hurt your eyes in a while. Lu Janua huffed back. I also do not look good. Okay, but you want to find out if you must not know whether or not it's Li Tangtian in those videos? Just look at the video page. Do not open. Also do not know who the protagonist is inside. Didn't you only transfer that man's records for the past 2 days? This person is likely to be in contact with Sweetie Lee for a long time. I suspect that Sweetie Lee is doing skin-deep business here, letting this man work for her. Then if there is a video, it will be even more telling. Skin business? Just to sleep with this woman? Just to do something so brainless? Yi Ijo was puzzled. Men's nature. Sometimes they are just spermatozoa fools. As long as they can net something, they will do anything when their brain is hot. It's normal to be used by Sweetly. Do you think I'm right? Lu Janua asked. Yi Ijo was speechless. This was something that he could not answer. He is also a man. This is too difficult to live. Daughter-in-law will give him a minute to send a question. At this point, not answering is the best solution. Yi Ijo hesitantly clicked on a video. Yi Ijo's gaze is very fluctuating. Are not quite dry to see the video, mainly because his wife is next to him. He is afraid of fire. Lu Janua was watching carefully, but her little face was getting redder and redder. Seeing Lu Janua looking quite seriously, Yi Ijo's gut slowly grew, and after seeing the content of the video, Yi Ijo began to be stupid inside. At this time, it would be too, if he could also have a real battle with Lu Jiano. Hey, since his daughter-in-law has seen it, he's a big brotherly man, so what's the point of hiding? The video, it seems to want to be a sneak peek. The environment is good. It should be a place like a high-class apartment. The beginning of the video, you can only see the room. There is no one. After about 4 or 5 minutes, there was a slow movement, and two people fell onto the bed in a hug, and the heroine was sweetly. After that, there was the whiny voice that both Yi Ijo and Lu Janua had heard before. The two men fell back and didn't get straight to the point, but, instead, the two men had a little discussion about the terms. Thisly sweetness, for nothing, this name, where is this sweet? It is simply a poisonous woman. Even want to take over the magpie's nest, let us too powerful, and also intend to make you infamous? Lu Janua listened to the conversation in the video and sneered. She looked at Yi Ijo. Hubby, she said you're a big magnate. It can't be true, right? Yi Ijo was rich. She knew that, but to say that it was a big mansion, this was too much of an exaggeration, wasn't it? He's a magnate himself, but a low-key one, and doesn't seem to have much of a scene other than being very rich, I guess. Otherwise, can you live with her every day in this little cottage? At first, although the picture was also quite something, but not to the point of nakedness, but just this kind of picture, even made her blush a lot. If there is something else, it is really not within the range of her eyes to bear, especially since Yi Ijo was still next to her. She didn't have the courage to look on. Yi Ijo smiled and asked, "Daughter-in-law, do you want to go home with me to meet your parents? I'll arrange it tomorrow." Step aside. Who's talking to you about this? Lu Janua averted her face. Just when Yi Ijo thought that the topic of meeting the parents would end just like that, Lu Janua opened her mouth again. Hubby, I also want to go home with you to meet my parents. But, I don't have the guts. You said that if your parents don't like me, then Before Lu Janua could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Ijo. No, daughter-in-law, I told you before, in the opinion of my parents, it's good that I can marry a daughter-in-law. The beauty, ugliness, fatness and thinness are not a problem. It's just that, it's not the time to meet. One is, you are too beautiful. It's too much for them to think about. 2 days ago, my mom and I had a video, talking about Xiaoyu's matter. I just went along with it and hit over $1 million to my mom. The result was that she was directly scared silly, and thought that I was going to do something against the rules. Earning unclean money. You see, in their eyes, I'm really quite unproductive. If I take you back, everything that I have, I won't be able to hide. And I'm worried that I'll scare them then, and something will go terribly wrong. My mom is the kind of person who lives a more understandable life. A lot of reasoning once said, will not seem so uneducated, but she is scared like that. My father at home is a wife. The courage than my mom want more. Then he may not be scared into what kind of it. One thing, don't worry, when they've accepted everything, in the words of Seeing You, they'll definitely like you very much. My parents, although they usually like to have small quarrels, technically, it's all about my dad being bullied by my mom, but in fact, their relationship is kind of the better kind. Also, they're very reasonable and not at all difficult, so you don't have to worry about anything, and if I take you back now, they won't dislike it, but they'll be especially panicked. Lu Janua puzzled. It's not that exaggerated. You have money, you can slowly say, the big deal, we go back after. Also do not say my conditions. So not good? 2 days ago my mom an open video, but also specifically explained to me, looking for a wife, do not look for too beautiful, because the red face, too beautiful women cannot keep home. The wind flow. This is, in fact, all the rural atmosphere, but all is a little bit of beauty, will not be willing to spend their lives in the countryside, even if it is forced by their parents to get married, but also make some out of the ordinary is, in fact, people want to live a good life, which is nothing to say. Yi Ijo looked up and down Lu Janua, daughter-in-law, look at you, this body, you, this posture, is in the city, no one, and compared to you, if you and I went back to the old home, that in the view of my parents, it is really heavenly fairies down to earth, that is a mundane man, I can be worthy of it? Suddenly there's a daughter-in-law as heavenly as a fairy. I reckon they'll be so frightened they won't be able to sleep for days and nights. Can you believe it? Daughter-in-law, don't be anxious, I'm already working on it. I'll give them money now when I have the chance, so that they can slowly accept that I'm rich, and by the time they accept that their son is so rich, then it'll be much easier for them to accept a heavenly daughter-in-law. Money is something that can mean a lot of things sometimes. If mine was really a poor boy, even if you did see me, I wouldn't be able to be with you. There's a saying that people are poor, and I'd be thinking similarly to my parents, and would be unsure of myself. One has to know something about oneself. Lu Janua froze and looked at Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo was a little hairy by her. Daughter-in-law, why are you looking at me like this? Honey, I have a feeling this is all an excuse. Are you afraid that after your family meets me, you won't be able to legitimately hook up with another woman? Yi Ijo immediately returned. In this case, you give me the photo of the marriage certificate that you sent to your classmate to see. You should still have it, right? Lu Janua looked at him warily. What do you want that photo for? I'll send a circle of friends, notify the world, and by the way, also send to my mom to see, and then, tomorrow, when I take care of this matter today, we can move to go home to see mom and dad. Yi Ijo said. Lu Janua immediately wimped out. The matter of meeting the parents. Let's talk about it later. I'm quite busy this time. I don't have time. Look, watch the video. Why are you looking at me? Yi Ijo cried and laughed. This little woman. He still can't clean her up? Obviously. You're a wimp. And you're trying to pick on him after realizing that he has the same concerns? Want to let Lu Janua willingly, and he went back to see the parents. It is estimated that there is still a long time. As long as, can let Lu Janua confident enough, sure that her happiness can be held in her hands, with enough security, will be regular words. Yi Ijo go back to see the parents. In the meantime, he could also get all his worries out of the way. At that time, when the moment the parents arrived, it would also be time for the two of them to talk about their lifelong affairs, and he would formally pay a visit to his mother-in-law and arrange for a meeting between the parents of the two families, so that he could organize a banquet for the two of them in a magnificent manner. After this flurry of activity between the two, they suddenly realized that the video was up to a restricted screen. Hubby, you said how could there be such a shameless woman like Lee Sweetie in the world? It really disgraced us women. I checked out of the rent the other day. From a distance, I heard her voice talking to the staff. It was just so whiny. I just felt bad. I thought that was a natural voice, but it turned out to be a natural color. Lu Janua said with extreme dislike, hating that Li Tian directly disappeared on Earth. Otherwise it all polluted the environment. Normal. There are millions of people. There are millions of ways to live. I was delivering courier. What people have seen. To see her like this, but there is nothing strange. Delivering courier, really quite can experience life. All kinds of people can meet. A delivery man, in the eyes of many people, is a no good person. They do not feel as you are trying to live. Will be disgusted. Despise you. And some will be have all sorts of mistrust of the behavior. Worried about their things by me tampering like. Will also meet some of the family as having a conflict. No way. I cannot directly drop something on the go. There are colleagues did that. They turned their heads as a complaint. Let you have been there and wait. And so after the conflict, they will sign for the courier. And some people, if the fire has not been eliminated, it will be directly to the courier as a punching bag. Of course, there are some who are very good-tempered and well-bred. Anyway, there are all kinds of segments in this world, so it's not much of a surprise. Lu Janua nodded. No wonder you're so low-key. You're not as arrogant as some rich people. It's all because of your origin, and the life lessons that your experiences have brought you, that have caused your quality. Otherwise, all that money you have is enough for you to be arrogant out of the sky. You're now one of those people who looks simple, but is actually a super guy. So super that it's amazing. Yi Ijo proudly twisted his head to look at Lu Janua and saw that Lu Janua was currently looking adoring. Indeed, he is a person who doesn't like high profile too much. And isn't a rich person still a person? There is no need to pretend. And then pretend. It is impossible to live a few years more than others, is not it? But, when it comes to his wife, it's an exception. How beautiful it must feel to be adored by your wife. That, daughter-in-law. Come on, keep looking, keep looking. Although it felt good to be praised by his wife, he couldn't continue to let her praise him anymore. Otherwise, her adoring face would easily make him think of something he shouldn't. Although he has a lot of self-control, it's pretty tough to control. As a matter of fact, if there was no Lu Janua, he wouldn't say anything. Everything he had was given by the system, and it could be said that it was also given by Lu Janua. If there is no system, there is no Lu Janua. Then he is now still that poor boy. Every day can only send courier to feed themselves. In the bottom of society, hard to survive. It's not too shabby, but it's a million miles away from where we are now. Yi Ijo originally wanted to digress, but when the two of them returned their attention to the video, Lu Janua instantly turned red again. The primitive desire in Yi Ijo's body was also hooked up. His hand restlessly wandered around Lu Janua's body. Lu Janua sometimes refused, sometimes cooperated. Honey, where did you buy this computer? Why is it so different? Other people's laptops are all the thin kind. This one of yours? It's too thick. Lu Janua was so nervous that she hurriedly spoke, trying to break a certain air in the atmosphere. On the surface, it looked like she was calm, but in reality, her heart was already panicking to the extreme at this point. This is a computer with a very high configuration, and it requires more internal parts, so it's very thick and heavy, and it's not a special work group that would buy this kind of computer. Yi Ijo said back, suddenly interrupted. He had an inexplicable sense of suffocating dryness. After Yi Ijo took a few deep breaths, he said, "Daughter-in-law, this is not the point. Our point is not supposed to be this." Lu Janua wondered. "Daughter-in-law, we can't look anymore, or else your husband will explode in place." Yi Ijo said with meaning, "If you don't watch it, how do you know what they said in a while?" Lu Janua gave Yi Ijo a disgusted look and underestimated. "What are you pretending to pretend? I can remember. You have quite a few of these small videos in your cell phone. Much more so than this one." Yi Ijo returned. "That was before. After having a daughter-in-law I never saw it again. To see those, it is better to see you." Lu Janua heard this and subconsciously glanced at Yi Ijo, then lowered her head in embarrassment. That shy appearance made Yi Ijo's fire, which had just been suppressed, rise again in vain. After 3 minutes had passed, Lu Janua whispered, "They're better. My hands are sore, but I still need it." Yi Ijo returned. "That's your business. What does it have to do with us?" Lu Janua's face, so red that it could drip blood. Lu Janua did not cooperate. Yi Ijo had no choice but to go to the restroom by himself. "Lao you are holding back. Your spring is almost here." "Almost," Yi Ijo whispered to himself. When he came back, Lu Janua was no longer in the living room. Yi Ijo glanced at the computer and said with disgust, "Are you still not a man? So 2 minutes and you're done?" Lu Janua rushed into her room after Yi Ijo left, and with her back against the door, Lu Janua took several deep breaths, which stabilized her emotions a bit. Thinking about those images just now instantly made her nonchalant again. What's he doing? She is a woman, good looking not to mention. She is still a yellow flower girl, but that man, how he... Thinking about it, Lu Janua shook her head violently and went into the small bathroom in her bedroom, hurriedly washing her face with cold water and forcing herself to be quiet. When she returned to the living room again, Yi Ijo had already resumed his usual appearance and was rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Lu Janua pretended to be calm and asked, "Hubby, what are you doing?" "I'm looking at Sweet Lee's cell phone. She's even alone and using 3 cell phones." "Is this a cell phone about those men about can't come over?" "Even if there are 3 cell phones, there are even a lot of cards. There must be something fishy hidden in here. I'm now checking the communication records of those phone cards and the registered design accounts. It's going to take a while," Yi Ijo explained as he tapped the keyboard. "This woman, she's really too prodigal to say anything," Lu Janua said in disgust. "Aha." Yi Ijo nodded. And in no time, a lot of information was transferred. Lu Janua was looking up. Suddenly, Yi Ijo turned back. His eyes full of meaning looked at Lu Janua, daughter-in-law. After that, he clicked on one of the videos, in which the female protagonist was still Li Tang Tian. Only the male protagonist had been changed. Lu Janua pretended to be shocked and returned. "It's not just watching a video. If you want to watch it, I can always watch it with you for as long as you want." Yi Ijo dryly coughed twice. Cough, cough, cough. "There's nothing to see in others, daughter-in-law. Otherwise, let's do something practical." Yi Ijo knew it was impossible, but still wanted to skin it, in case Lu Janua suddenly figured it out. After watching for almost 40 minutes, Yi Ijo said breathlessly, "Too shocking, to think that in those houses of mine, there are still these rotten things? Looking at the videos, they should all be recorded by her. Some of them are in her room. I can still remember the general layout of her room. I think she keeps them so that she can use them to threaten the men who are related to her in a relationship someday. And once those men don't continue to have dealings with her anymore, she'll take the videos out. I'll take a look at something else and it should confirm my suspicions." Yi Ijo continued to seriously tap the keyboard. It didn't take long for a lot of dialogue to appear on the computer. Yi Ijo, after watching it, was directly ruined. She even sold these videos? In all of these videos, she can dress up. If it's not someone who is familiar with her, she shouldn't be able to recognize her. Moreover, all of these videos are deliberately edited. Her face is basically in a state where she can't be seen clearly. Is that, like, a violation? Lu Janua asked. "Count on it. This kind of video of her recording herself doing this kind of thing with someone without their consent is an invasion of their privacy. And selling all these videos begging for it, she's been reported for this, and she can eat free food for years. Now, I'm going to find out exactly when. She started doing things that are wrong to my daughter-in-law, and I think it would have to be that all those people in her live stream, those people who called you, all watched her live stream at almost the same time." Afterwards, Yi Ijo struck the keyboard for a while, and several small videos from the live broadcast were transferred to Yi Ijo's computer, and Yi Ijo turned on the fast-forward mode and quickly browsed through them. She opened the live broadcast and said that she was aggrieved that she was inexplicably kicked out by you, and said to her fans that people like us should be how we are. This is deliberately guiding those who are watching the live broadcast. Lu Janua also saw, what Li Tian had done in the live broadcast. Yi Zhou nodded. It's obvious, but anything with a little bit of brain knows what she really wants to do, and she's not so stupid as to be outrageous, directly stating her purpose, and she's not so incorrigible yet. Lu Janua asked, hubby, you're not going soft, are you? Yi Zhou hurriedly shook his head. Nothing, daughter-in-law, haven't I not finished yet? Look, for one thing, she didn't directly say what she was up to, she just guided the people in her live room. She shouldn't be in trouble if she meets someone else instead of us, and if she's unlucky enough to be exposed, then she can say that she just said those things on impulse, and that she didn't authorize anyone to harass you. Unfortunately, the person she met was an awesome hacker like me, so how could she have hidden it? Yi Zhou continued. Also, she only published your phone number. I did not expose a bit of information. This is deliberately left backhanded, either because she thinks that I still have the possibility to be hooked up by her, or because she wants to threaten me and get some benefits. Daughter-in-law, I want to either try to test her? You go ahead. You don't say it's a test. I don't have a problem if you even go and sleep with her right now. Lu Janua huffed and turned around with an attitude of not wanting to talk to Yi Zhou for 800 years. Yi Zhou hurriedly hugged her. Daughter-in-law, what are you talking about? I want to sleep, also only sleep with you. I have said just to test it. She sells videos and so on. That is another thing. And you are harassed this matter. Not the same. Those videos, I will not publish. I am not to her mercy. But, those people are a lot of tenants. Each tenant behind is a family. We can't care about other people's families. If those videos are released, not only will it have a fatal impact on other people's families, it won't do us any good either. It will make our house infamous. Moreover, those families are backed up by women and children. The men are not dead. 10,000 times are not enough. What about those women and children? Turning back to those videos, let's just send them anonymously to the relevant departments and report them. In that case, only Sweetly will be punished, and the relevant departments won't publish these videos. What I'm going to do is pay dearly on the matter of her putting your information out there and getting you harassed. Lu Janua is not the kind of person who is not reasonable. Bai Yi Zhou so said. The little bit of gas in her heart instantly dissipated. However, she still had a high-strung look on the surface. Yi Zhou saw through her little stubbornness, but did not reveal it. He continued. If I can get anything out of her, that would be solid evidence. We can sue her for everything she has. Don't I have a lawsuit there? That team of lawyers is not bad. This case can be given to them as well. Although the evidence that is now enough for her to eat a free meal. But this can eat how long? It is not easy to say. How do I also have to let her eat to the old man? In order to withstand her so intentional bad. So that only is considered to be for the daughter-in-law you are not avenged. Wait until she is old and yellow time to come out again. It is estimated that you are afraid to see you. Have to go around. Which still have the guts to go to engage and knows what's wrong with her. Lu Janua pretended to reluctantly agree. Alright, then I'll listen to you. But I can tell you that if you can't grasp the balance, you'll just wait to see how I'll clean you up. Yi Zhou nodded his head repeatedly. Okay, I know. And I'll follow the teachings of my wife's honor. After saying that, he took out his cell phone, found Sweet Lee's, and sent a few messages over. How dare you speak ill of my daughter-in-law in the live broadcast room? Have you thought about the consequences of doing so? Li Sweetie's side quickly returned the message. Brother, what do you mean by this? Did you send the wrong message? Yi Zhou returned. Don't digress. You are thinking that you did it seamlessly and I can't find out, right? Where did you get your confidence? Sweetly, brother. What are you doing? So much fire. What are you trying to do to people? I'm a female. Brother, you don't want to hit me, right? Yi Zhou, you're overthinking it. Hitting you, I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Sweetie Lee, brother is afraid to, right? Although you are rich, but now it is a lawful society. Wanton, what do you want to do to me? What can you do to me? Besides, I didn't do anything. I just started a live stream to talk about what you did to me. You did that to me? Can't I talk about it? But, looking at you, is that something my fans did to you when they found out what you did? That's really no help. I'm just saying I'm not happy. I'm matter of fact. And as for the rest, it's out of my hands. Yi Zhou returned. Say it, how much money do you want for this matter to pass? Money to you? You open the live broadcast to say that this matter is your mistake. Is 50,000 enough? Lu Janua looked at Yi Zhou in disbelief. Hubby, why did you give her money? Yi Zhou pacified. Don't worry. This kind of person, I won't give her a single penny. I'm just digging a hole for her so that she can jump into it herself. Have you forgotten? Doesn't she always think that I'm some kind of big, powerful, upper-class person? So, I guess, she will definitely ask for a lot of money. She has all kinds of business here. and it adds up to quite a lot of money every month. But she's not satisfied yet. What does that mean? She wants a lot. If she wants a lot, as long as I appeal, she'll be suspected of extortion, and the amount is huge. What kind of consequences will this matter bring to her, do you think? I think she shouldn't let me down and will quickly take the bait. After all, isn't money her favorite thing? I'm so rich that I would still worry about her asking for a lot of money? I can give her whatever she wants, but the more she wants, the more she will die. All that money she took from me will be returned in full. Lu Janua understood and returned. Then you give it. You have money anyway. Give her more. Let her go to that bureau and sit right through the floor and not even get out. Yi Ijo looked at Lu Janua in surprise. Daughter-in-law, are you so heartless? How dare you really want her to be unable to get out for the rest of her life? Lu Janua averted her face. It's not my business. She's greedy and eats her own. Yi Ijo nodded his head and said, yes, and one more thing. I don't give her that much money in order for her to show her greed, so that when she is sued in the future, this is another strong evidence. Let the complacency be for now. When she gets a taste of it, she'll definitely want more, and then her fox tail will slowly reveal itself. As for those videos and whatnot, we can only send them anonymously to the authorities. We can't take them out directly, or else we won't be able to explain the source of the videos when the time comes, which can also be a problem. During Yi Ijo's speech, Li Sweetness returned another message. Brother, are you joking with me? Code finish? $50,000? Enough for what? 50,000 isn't even a drop in the bucket for you, is it? Yi Ijo asked. How much do you want? Yi Ijo showed Lu Janua the chat log. Sure enough, you see how greedy this woman is. The heart is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant. That's what she said. She thinks 50,000 is nothing to me, so she wants me to give more? However, she is quite discerning, and 50,000 is indeed nothing to me. Lu Janua handed him a blank stare. Honey, don't pretend. Yi Ijo returned. This is not pretending. As far as our family's current standard of living is concerned, I sometimes have to cook a meal for you for tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Janua nodded. This point I do recognize. Other than that, that cooking will have to be several hundred thousand a meal. Zhao Runer have said, she will be hundreds of thousands of cooks, do out of the meal, but not half as good as you. You are not the ambition to be a chef. Otherwise the annual salary must be the kind of tens of millions of dollars. Yi Ijo smiled with satisfaction. Daughter-in-law, since you have said so, then I have to be proud and arrogant. I think well, if your husband is down and out in the future, I will go to block the chef. The annual salary can be $10 million, and still can barely support you. Lu Janua disliked him for the nth time. Give you some color and you still want to start a dye house? You'd better hurry up and see how she returns. Yi Ijo looked at his cell phone and saw Li Sweetness reply. Brother, I don't want money. I just want you. I just want to be able to see you every day. Yi Ijo had just finished reading, and his face immediately changed shape because the meat around his waist had already fallen into Lu Janua's hands. Yi Ijo hurriedly returned. Say, how much do you really want? Yi Ijo's message went out before Lu Janua finally let go of him. Sweetly, how much does brother think it's worth to be by your side for the rest of your life? Then you can give me as much as you want. Yi Ijo just finished driving. Lu Janua sourly opened his mouth. This woman's cheek is really not generally thick. And still want to stay by your side for the rest of your life? Are you willing? Go if you are willing. Lu Janua finished and made a gesture of invitation. Yi Ijo smoothly pulled Lu Janua's hand. Daughter-in-law, what are you talking about? How could I possibly think that way? Yi Ijo before, for the woman who made, is how to look at how not to see. But in the face of Lu Janua, he is inexhaustible patience. That's probably what I used to hear people say all the time. Love and no love. To love someone is to have endless patience. Daughter-in-law, why do you think you are so jealous? Tell me instead. Where did all your jealousy come from? Yi Ijo asked. Lu Janua exasperatedly said, who is jealous? I won't be jealous of you and that stinky woman. I don't want to delay your good thing. Who knows what you really think in your heart? In case you are good at this? Yi Ijo pulled her over and hugged her. Daughter-in-law, how can I possibly look at that kind of goods? You also saw. She had a relationship with so many men. Is your husband so hungry for food? Lu Janua said in a gloomy voice. But, people have experience. Yi Ijo shook his head helplessly. This was his mistake. He shouldn't reason with a woman who was being jealous. That woman sent another message. Go and see what sweet words that woman said to you again. Lu Janua never finished when she started to be weird. Lu Janua also felt that she was quite made, but she didn't know what was wrong with her. But she couldn't control herself so much in front of Yi Ijo. She seemed to have brought out all of her life's ability to be made when she was facing Yi Ijo. Sweetly, brother. Speak up, are you thinking about where your high-strung wife is going? I'm generous. You just come to see me every now and then. It's fine. I won't fight with her or anything. Brother, you're alone with your wife every day. She's even prettier. You'll be aesthetically fatigued after seeing her for a long time, right? You sometimes also want to be heartbroken, right? Brother, sweetie, can heartache you every day is very sweet. Your wife is beautiful, but she's too cold. Brother, have you ever experienced that extreme pleasure between two people? Sugar can give you that too. Yi Izhou looked at it and almost didn't get sickened by this speech of Li Xingtian's. This sweetly really is an old driver. Knows a lot more, and her brain is not that stupid. She had only published Lu Janua's information but not Yi Izhou's, so she had really left herself a way out, wanting something else to happen with Yi Izhou, probably also considering that Yi Izhou was not that easy to mess with, so he didn't make things so desperate. Even if he couldn't be with Yi Izhou in the end, it was okay to get a little benefit from him. Lu Janua saw the message sent by Li Tiantian and said angrily, "This bitch, how dare she make me up like this? If she has the guts to come in front of me, I'll give a beating so hard that her own mother won't even recognize her." Yi Izhou also chimed in, "For a commodity like her, I don't know where she got the confidence to think that I would look at her, simply a brainwashed person. And she still has the nerve to compare herself to my daughter-in-law? She can't even compare to one of your toes." Lu Janua shook her head. "This Li sweetness, in the end it's all about money. No matter if it's you on the list, or you end up giving her money in order to quell this matter, she will be very satisfied." Unfortunately, she guessed that she thought, you can only choose one out of two, but she didn't think that there would even be a third possibility. Yi Izhou replied to Li Tiantian, "I'm not interested in you. I can't see it." Lu Janua looked at Yi Izhou in disbelief. "Hubby, if you go back like this, it will make her look angry, right?" Yi Izhou said, "It's this effect that I want. When people are very pleased or very angry, they will do something rather irrational. What I want is for her to be irrational. I want this result, so that she can say what I want to hear." However, the two waited for a while, but neither of them waited for Li Tiantian's reply. Why didn't she reply? Lu Janua muttered as she looked at her cell phone. Yi Izhou thought about it and said, "It is estimated that it is in the brain. This day's contact down. I found that the most powerful skill of this Li sweet is the brain. Always fantasize a lot of there is no. It is estimated that at this moment is because she thought too good before. Suddenly by me so a blow. Do not know how to respond. The longer her reflex arc, the angrier she'll be in a moment. And then the words that come out of her mouth will probably be the ones she wants." Yi Izhou's guess was accurate. At this time, Li Tangtian, who lives in the hotel, was so angry that she almost didn't slam her cell phone out of the room after seeing the message sent by Yi Izhou. Yi Izhou was just a few words, directly shattering all her fantasies. After a while, "Sweetie Li returned. Then you must compensate me." Li sweetheart thought carefully and sent a number over to Yi Izhou. 200 million. "You must give me $200 million, or else as I will not let you go. I will let you and wife never have a peaceful day to live." When Yi Izhou saw the number sent by Li Tiantian, he sneered and handed it to Lu Janua to look at it before asking, "Daughter-in-law, is it that money is already worthless in this day and age? This woman's opening is $200 million. Is this bullying me for not knowing how to count? Or is this woman just too greedy? How much does she think she can just pull a little stunt and expect me to pay that much?" Lu Janua saw the message and also laughed breathlessly. 200 million? That's more than an ordinary person can earn in several lifetimes. And this Li Tangtian is asking for $200 million? Lu Janua founded her own company, went through a lot of hard work, which finally let the company have today's results, but only 10 million only. Is this? She has been considered very powerful. Hundreds of millions of such words, she usually rarely even mentioned. This Li Tiantian is confident. Opening is 200 million. When that is white paper, not money? Is this woman really greedy? Or is she too confident to actually dare to make such an exaggerated offer? "Hubby, you wouldn't have something with her that I don't know about, right?" Lu Janua guessed with feigned skepticism. Lu Janua used an angry tone, but in fact, she just wanted to tease Yi Izhou's only. After so many things, she already had a certain understanding and trust. Yi Izhou returned. "It's that she's too greedy. This figure is kinda beyond my expectation. I thought that she could mention a few million, a few tens of millions, and she's already greedy. I didn't expect. She's a lot greedier than I thought. I'll hang her out to dry and see how she'll react." Yi Izhou didn't reply to Li Xingtian's message. After about 5 minutes, Li Xingtian really couldn't sit still and sent another message to Yi Izhou. "Sweetly, Yi Izhou. What? Are you thinking that $200 million is too much? I can tell me. I'm an internet celebrity. Under normal circumstances, I also earn tens of millions of dollars a year. But naturally, this is not comparable to a tycoon big shot like you. Which is like you guys, you can earn money even if you sit still. For someone like you, $200 million, it's just a small amount, used to buy your face. That's quite a bargain. People like you, aren't you the best at saving face? Although we haven't developed into any kind of relationship either. But as far as the photo I sent you before, you replied to me and even took the initiative to come to see me. As long as I send out that screenshot, what do you think the netizens will say about it? Even if you have money and can use it to suppress public opinion, you can never change what the internet and others around you think of you. I don't care. The big deal is that I won't start the show, but I'm just going to die and I'm going to have to pull you as a backstabber. Tell me, when your news is all over the place, what will your family think? What will your wife's family think? Your relatives and friends, what will they think? I think you know much better than I do about how complicated a family of a tycoon like you is. If it affects your company's business when the time comes, then casually, you'll have to lose several $100 million, right? Compared to the $200 million I mentioned. Which one is more? Yee Joe. I have plenty of time. I can let you take your time to think about it, but don't take too long. I'm a person who doesn't have much patience. Yee Joe saw Lee's sweetheart's message and laughed, really naive enough. Daughter-in-law. I told you that she likes all kinds of brainstorming when she's not doing anything. Isn't it like that for all you women? I'm not what the tycoon. I'm actually a poor boy from the countryside. But luckily, have now everything just this and those tycoon family compared to. That's 1,000 differences. This woman looks as the TV's luxury struggle to see too much, but also quite overestimated their own IQ. Thought that just her that little ability to stir up the wind and clouds. I didn't realize that I was so capable in this woman's eyes. Lu Janua shook her head and said, people like her can't even be said to be a woman. She's simply a playwright, or a brainless playwright. She's simply disgracing us women. Doesn't she want $200 million? Anyway, you have plenty of money. Give her a. Yee Joe returned. Daughter-in-law. I don't approve of this. It's true that I don't lack money, but it doesn't mean that anyone can spend my money. If I give it to you, how much I don't care. If I give it to her, I don't have a single cent. Lu Janua said, that Joe Juan before. Isn't that what you did? People wanted to ask you for 100 million. You directly gave 1 billion, and subsequently got nearly tens of billions of dollars. But this Lee sweetness, there is not so much interest for you. Yee Joe pacified. Daughter-in-law, the money has to be given. But it can't be given so painfully. I have to make her angry. Make her intimidate me in all kinds of ways, so that I have no choice but to not give it to her before I will give it, so that if we go to court, it will also be more favorable to us. If the circumstances are not very serious, then the punishment that awaits her will also be lighter. This kind of person must be given a heavy blow, so that she can realize how stupid she really did. Lu Janua nodded in understanding. Good. Then please continue the show and make her anxious so that you can say those words that will kill her. Yee Joe nodded his head and said back, well, daughter-in-law, just wait and watch the show. Yee Joe returned to Li Tangtian. Are you suffering from some serious illness? $200 million. You think you are worth $200 million? You are even more powerful. You don't see that you can earn $200 million in your life, right? Just that a few pictures of you defacing people's eyes. Just that before? Besides, that photo was sent by your own initiative. Did I ask you for it? In addition, I'm not some tycoon with love to see. I'm just a courier with those few houses. You want to extort me? Not to mention whether I have that ability to come up with 200 million. Just this behavior of yours. You have already constituted a crime. You'd better stop those stupid behaviors of yours, or else, sooner or later, you'll pay for your behaviors. This is a society of law and order. It's not for you to do whatever you want to do. Lu Janua saw Yee Joe's reply and asked worriedly, hubby, look at this. It will directly scare her silly, right? What if she doesn't dare to keep asking you for money? Yee Joe confidently said back, don't worry, don't forget. Sweet Lee is stupid and confident. She also likes to brainstorm. She won't be scared so easily. If she can be scared so easily, then there won't be any of these things behind. And she won't have the guts to come and ask me for 200 million. She's already decided that I'm just a rich bigot, so I don't care what I say. She won't believe me. And the more I don't admit it, the more she'll think that I'm just trying to hide it. And she'll feel more confident in her intelligence. And a person who's already decided on a fact isn't going to change it easily. My warning, in her mind, was nothing more than a small fight, and, not surprisingly, her next move would be confident, seeing that I was slow to pay her and go along with it, and possibly annoyed. Soon after, Lee Sweetheart's message was sent over. Yee Joe, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you think I'll believe the bullshit you're saying? You are so rich at such a young age. What can that mean? Are you trying to tell me that you got rich by delivering couriers? Do you think I'll believe that? Yi Ejo, I advise you to be more sensible. Give me the money and we'll call it a day on this matter. Otherwise, I won't let you live well. If you don't believe me, let's just walk and see. Yi Ejo finished reading it and handed it to Lu Janua, daughter-in-law. Look, is this result satisfactory? However, I'm not very satisfied with this result. Let's give her something more fierce. Yi Ejo typed back. Since you want to play, you can play. But sweetly, listen to me. You can't do anything more to my wife. And you can't intimidate my wife. And threatening her won't work, or I won't let you off the hook. Lu Janua asked in confusion. Hubby, why are you mentioning me? I didn't do anything here. Why did you bring me into this again? Yi Ejo explained. Daughter-in-law, I'm doing this all for the sake of avenging you. So I'm just utilizing so much. So don't be angry with your husband, okay? Lu Janua was amused by Yi Ejo's tone and attitude. Let's see how she will reply later. Lu Janua's words had just finished when Sweetly's message was sent over. Sweetly, so, you care so much about your wife? You want me to let her go? I just don't want to do what you want. I just want to target your wife. What can you do to me? Yi Ejo returned. Okay, can't I give you money? But you're promised that you won't do anything to my wife again. Sweetly returned. It would have been better if it had been so painful earlier. If you gave me the money, I would naturally not deal with her again. Good, I hope you do what you say. Yi Ejo said back. After that, $200 million were transferred to Sweetly. After that, he said to Lu Janua, as long as she receives this money, then her crime is done. And she can't deny it even if she wants to. Lu Janua returned. This is 200 million who else? See, so much money will not be moved. Let alone a person so greedy. Do not accept it is strange. As Lu Janua said, after almost half a minute, Sweetie Lee's side clicked accept. Yi Ejo slammed his thigh, it's done. Daughter-in-law, husband will soon be able to avenge you. I'll contact the lawyer now and let him go directly to prosecute Lee Tian. After that, I'll report those videos and stuff anonymously. After that, let's just wait and see what happens. Lu Janua asked. So, what about the people who harassed me? Lu Janua asked. Yi Ejo patted Lu Janua's shoulder. Daughter-in-law, don't worry, didn't I tell you before? As long as it is the person who calls you, the cell phone will appear in all kinds of situations. No matter what kind of cell phone, there is absolutely no possibility that it can still be used again. To make a phone call to pay such a big price. It can also be, when it's about time, I'll deactivate the software, and I'll also delete the numbers you've been exposed out of peace. Lu Janua nodded. Good. Being harassed by so many people, Lu Janua is really angry. Those who watch the live broadcast just to watch the live broadcast, even for a few words of an anchor, came to target her so much. It is really too much. Seeing that Lu Janua had nothing to say, Yi Ejo began to make arrangements. The lawyer received a phone call from Yi Ejo, after knowing that his evidence is so sufficient, directly and quickly agreed. Even the contract did not let Yi Ejo sign again. Of course, as long as this lawsuit was won, Yi Ejo would not treat them poorly, not a penny less than what is due. The reason why the lawyers agreed without the slightest comment was because Yi Ejo had always been generous, not to mention that he had paid them very well before, but he also had absolute trust in them. To be trusted by their customers is their greatest motivation. After that, Yi Ejo reported the videos and photos anonymously, and after that, he exposed all of Li Tian. After things were done, Yi Ejo proposed, daughter-in-law, things are pretty much taken care of, let's both go out for a walk. Today's lunch was late. We'll eat a little later for dinner too, otherwise we won't be able to eat. Okay, but you have to delete her, and you have to do it in front of me. Lu Janua pointed at Yi Ejo's cell phone and said. Yi Ejo cried and laughed, daughter-in-law, how do you not trust me? You are not forgetting that your husband is a hacker. Deleted or not deleted, and what can be done? If I have no intention to have anything with her, is there a buddy in? Can't prove anything? If I have an intention to have something with her, even if I deleted how many times, also can be blown open back, unless it is, she outright doesn't use any social software or communication tools. Lu Janua thought about it, and suddenly felt that she was a bit overzealous. This kind of thing, once or twice is fine. If everything is so overzealous, it is too much. So, Lu Janua attached herself to Yi Ejo's ear and said, if you want to watch that whatever video, it's fine, but you have to take me with you. However, you can't watch this woman. It's just too much of an impact on my mood. Ha! Yi Ejo looked at Lu Janua in surprise. Daughter-in-law, is everything you said true? Lu Janua walked away with a red face. I'm not talking to you anymore. Aren't we going out for a walk? Why don't you go? Dawdle. Lugano mumbled and walked away. Yi Ejo happily laughed. Daughter-in-law, those videos and stuff, I'll delete them right away. Right now. Lu Janua turned around and chided. Just talk. What's the point of yelling? I'm not deaf. I can hear you. Yi Ijo repeatedly headed. Okay, whatever you say, daughter-in-law, is right. Yi Ijo solved it in 2 or 3 strokes, after which, the two of them went out of the door hand in hand. The two are already an old married couple, but it doesn't affect their sweetness, and the two of them walk along the road holding hands as if they were a couple in love. At this moment, it was the time when the sun was going down, accompanied by the afterglow of the sun. It added a little more romance to the sweetness of the two. Lu Janua suddenly asked Yi Ijo, "Hubby, do you want to know what my wish was before I got together with you?" Yi Ijo returned narcissistically, "That would naturally be to find a husband who is as good as me." Lu Janua disgusted back, "You can be too good to your face gold. My wish can be nothing to do with you. My wish at that time is to work hard to do up the company, try to engage in business." Yi Ijo looked down at his toes as if he was reminiscing. Yi Ijo quietly walked forward with her and waited. Since Lu Janua has already started, it is natural that he will slowly talk down. He does not want to put pressure on Lu Janua. Half pressure. Let her think about it by herself. At this time, it was just the right time for the two to make friends. If Yi Ijo was naughty at this time, there was a high possibility that he would offend Lu Janua, so that if he wanted to hear her heart again, it would not be easy. Not only would she not hear it this time, but in all likelihood, it would be very much like letting her speak her mind in the future. The two of them walked forward for a while before Lu Janua took a deep breath and said, "I want to get my career going, work on my money, save more money, and when my career is stable and I have enough savings, I'll adopt a child. I want to adopt a girl, and then just spend my life like that." Yi Ijo said in surprise. "Why do you think that? Thoughts like this are obviously only possible if you don't hold out much hope for a relationship." This made Yi Ijo surprised and heartbroken. Lu Janua returned. "Do you also feel that this idea of mine is very negative?" "That's what Zhao Runer said, but there I am, of course, with this idea. How could I have never thought that I would meet you, but also a hothead and you received a license? I say I'm simple. In fact, it's not. I've always been quite defensive, or else on my face, if I'm a little bit simple, I estimate that I can't even live now. After I married you, I actually regretted it after a few hours, but I couldn't drag you back to get a license again. Could I? It was just a brainstorm, and I thought, why don't we look around first? I said to you at that time, if by then we two can't get along, I will give you a sum of money. I didn't know at that time the original you were so rich. Just think you are a delivery. I said to give you a few million, but in fact my hand, just $1 million savings. Just think, to get married, I can't apologize to you." Yi Ijo smugly returned. "Aren't you glad now that you made that choice in the first place? Only then did you have such an excellent husband as me." Lu Janua bristled. "Don't be narcissistic." "I'm not. How come there is no more?" Yi Ijo poorly asked. Lu Janua shook her head. "That's definitely not before it was my good sister. Now it's a tenant. After that, I still don't know what kind of people you'll have a relationship with. You said that your peach blossoms are so many. So, when you say you're good, what are you good at? May I ask if it's more peach blossom attracting? What kind of woman might be pestering you at some point? It's like having men pestering me, one after another. What kind of thoughts would you be having? And celebrating? I don't know where you get your confidence from." Yi Ijo felt defensive. "Daughter-in-law, you would have wronged me too much. Hello sisters, that is not what you arranged? Where are so many women pestering me every day? You don't know. When you went to take a bath, your good sister accused me, saying something about me not knowing how to treat a guest, with the face that I was going to get rid of her, and that's what I told her at the time, that I said that you're good sisters, but that I don't have anything to do with her, and that if, say, in life if she meets with a physical problem, such as not being well, for example, of that kind of situation, I'll carry her or hold her, need to take her to the hospital or whatever, I won't hesitate to do that, but normally, I won't have any contact with her. She's not your sister, I won't have any contact with her, and she's your sister, so I'll have to avoid suspicion even more, and I won't let you have any discomfort in your heart. I wouldn't even have any contact with her if she hadn't come to our house, but I'm clear with your sister. You can totally ask when you two are talking. Seeing Yi Ijo so desperately defending himself made Lu Janua suddenly a little embarrassed. He had said that, so how could she have the nerve to continue to hold on to it? It's still her fault, to put it mildly. Fine. You're right about everything, okay? Lu Janua said back. The reason why she was justified, that was because, it was all a test that she brought up, and it really didn't have anything to do with Yi Ijo. She and Yi Ijo only just together those 2 days. Zhao Runer suddenly came over, said something about suggesting that she test Yi Ijo. At first Lu Janua is not agreed, resolutely forbid Zhao Runer to Yi Ijo. However, this idea was heard by her and slowly became a bit foolish, so when Zhao Runer came over for the second time, she discussed with Zhao Runer and tested Yi Ijo. The result of the test left her unsatisfied and jealous. Satisfied because Yi Ijo successfully passed the test, but every time she thought of her good sister and the man she cared about, had that kind of intimacy, her heart is not nourishing. In fact, it was just Zhao Runer hugging Yi Ijo, which wasn't much more intimate, but Lu Janua just felt uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't even think that her mind's eye would be so small when it came to Yi Ijo. As far as Lu Janua is not talking, Yi Ijo is worried that she will be rambling. Yi Ijo found that Lu Janua in a special period. You emotional fluctuations are really not ordinary. Daughter-in-law, didn't you want to adopt a daughter before? Then the two of us will have a daughter in the future. Lu Janua shyly averted her face. I didn't just say that I have to adopt a daughter. I just think that daughters are sweet. And, if you adopt, you can basically only adopt daughters, because a lot of people are more patriarchal. So it's very difficult to adopt a boy if you adopt. I'm not obsessed with this. Yi Ijo thought for a moment. Returned, daughter-in-law. We two to a very tacit understanding. I actually also want, if to a certain age, I have not married, I will go to adopt a child. I am in the countryside. If I adopt a child will be much easier than you in the city. The countryside patriarchal culture, more serious, so the abandoned, basically all girls. But I happen to like my daughter, and I think the same as you. I feel that my daughter will be especially sweet, and already in the future. I don't have to worry about her getting married. I just need to earn a good living and let her go to school well. It's because, my parents, they think that I just need to be able to get married to any woman I want, or a second marriage with a child. But why would I want to raise someone else's child? If I'm going to raise someone else's child, then I might as well just adopt one. Moreover, I don't want to casually find a woman to get married. Married life, are all over the place. I just look at other people to live their lives. I have a goosebump in my heart. That kind of daily quarrel days, I don't want to live. Lu Janua said unexpectedly. Look, hubby, I didn't think you had such thoughts. Yi Ijo nodded. Yes, look how tacitly we two understand each other. Really a match made in heaven. Even our thoughts are so amazingly similar. Daughter-in-law, why don't we have a lovely daughter? Look at our relationship. It's almost in place. Isn't it only a matter of time before we have a baby? Why don't we arrange this when your relatives are gone? Yi Ijo joyfully said close to Lu Janua's ear. Lu Janua immediately averted her face and didn't say anything with a red face. In fact, she had already thought about giving herself to Yi Ijo. If sometimes, Yi Ijo could be a little stronger, maybe they would have been together a long time ago. On the contrary, Yi Ijo deliberately cared about her feelings and was not willing to force her at all. She, on the other hand, had clearly been willing in her heart, but she had never had the courage to take that step. She was afraid of that one in a million possibility. What if she lost? Yi Ijo tightly eyed Lu Janua's hand, said, daughter-in-law, you don't worry, I won't let you do anything you don't want to like. Our mother before but also urged to give birth to it, said worried about you turn back to your old age. Give birth to a child to affect your physical recovery. After all, in the birth of a child at this point, the man and the woman is a very different. But you're okay for your age now, and it won't matter for a while longer, so I can give you plenty of time for that. And even though I'm a man too, your husband has very good self-control. Lu Janua's eyes reddened as he listened. How many men in the world can accommodate a woman over such a thing? Her luck really wasn't generally good to meet such a good man as Yi Ijo, willing to think of her in everything. Lu Janua gathered enough courage and said in Yi Ijo's ear, husband, wait for me, wait for me. The words came to her lips, but she couldn't say anything. Her face was already so red that it could drip blood. Yi Ijo returned. Daughter-in-law, don't have any heart burden. Daughter-in-law, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Yi Ijo was calm on the surface, but in fact, he was already excited in his heart. Lu Janua will have this reaction, indicating that the time will not be too long. Otherwise, according to Lu Janua's character, if she is not willing in her heart, she will directly throw Yi Ijo a blank stare, and then tell him in a high and cold manner, don't daydream. It seemed that if he just gave Lu Janua a little more time, he would never have to be a monk again. After that, his family's affairs should be pretty much taken care of, and then he could bring his daughter-in-law home with him. Thinking about it, Yi Ijo actually had a kind of trance feeling. More than a month ago, he was a poor boy delivering courier. More than a month later, he was already 100 billionaire. Moreover, there are evening martial arts, hacking ability, all kinds of ability. There's still a real sense of life opening up. This kind of good day. Before as he think all dare not think, if not Lu Janua appeared. He to now are still a bachelor poor boy it. Do not mention what to make a man of the matter. No woman can look on him. So what's the point of waiting more? Yi Ijo thought well, after the lawsuit is dealt with, if he can, he intends to take Lu Janua out to have fun. The two go out to see the mountains and water. Go out. The person's mood is good. Maybe he can also harvest what unexpected joy? Lu Janua saw Yi Ijo that strange over the look. The red on his face receded, was replaced by speechless, hey, what are you thinking about? I tell you, you'd better settle down a little bit, or I'll go back in a while, find a kiosk to buy a sharp scissors, so that you really can only go to adopt a child point. I'm happy to do this kind of thing. Seriously, life is so boring, it would be nice to find some excitement, Lu Janua said, and reached out her hand to gesture, cutting scissors. Yi Ijo immediately put away his little expression, said with a serious face, that, daughter-in-law, can you talk to me in advance? When can we too? Can that what? Lu Janua kicked him. What kind of tiger and wolf words are you using? Can you even make an appointment for this kind of thing? It requires more effort on your part. Okay, if you put me in a good mood, I can consider it, but it's just a consideration. This matter has to listen to me. If you dare to force me, I'll tell you, when I'm angry, I'm scared of myself. Lu Janua threateningly waved his fist towards Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo came close to the question. Daughter-in-law, your daughter-in-law is gone. Can I move my hands? I just move my hands. Other than that I probably won't move around. Go to hell you. Lu Janua unceremoniously slid another foot over. Originally, the previous kick, just for show. Yi Ijo had to provoke her. This kick, almost subconsciously on the hungry kick out. When Yi Ijo noticed it, he hurriedly dodged, but he couldn't let go of Lu Janua's hand, so he was kicked. Although Lu Janua was using a bit of force, but the kick on Yi Ijo's body was not very painful. Completely within his tolerance. He had only said it casually, but as soon as it was out of his mouth, he hastened that the idea was still necessary to be carried out. It's really something to try when the time comes. Yi Ijo hurriedly sidetracked the topic. This problem cannot be deeper, or Lu Janua should blush again. In case if he is forced to rush, directly throw him on the main road to not let go home, is also possible. Daughter-in-law, I see that other girls like to go shopping and can buy all kinds of things. Why don't you? It is said that a woman's closet will always be missing a piece of clothing. Look at your closet. There are not many pieces of clothing. Yi Ijo asked. If Lu Janua was willing to spend money, it was fine with him to spend as much as he wanted. The system had given him so much money. Even if he didn't have the system anymore after that, he had so much skill that he could easily earn Lu Janua's pocket money no matter what kind of job he went for. What's more, he still has the company. There is a saying, Lee Sweetness is kind of right. He now belongs to the kind of sitting at home and not moving. Will have money to earn. Lu Janua returned. By so much why? Have to wear on it. Eyewear clothes are very expensive. Casually a set are tens of thousands of dollars. Do not spend money on people. Are you okay? Look at what you wear every day. We're so ordinary. If not seen you tycoon do people. Just look at your dress up words. That absolutely is dreaming that you are actually a so rich big brother. Before, when we were shopping for Xiaoyu, we went to buy those clothes. And you haven't worn them once since we got back. No, you wore them once when we went to solve the tenant's problem 2 days ago, and they've been in the closet ever since. Although, those clothes you had before can also be worn, but the expensive clothes and cheap clothes, the feeling of wearing them is still very different. Why do you think you have to be so condescending to yourself? Yi Ijo nodded and didn't say anything. Lu Janua continued. Anyway, you have a lot of money. You can buy whatever you want, but it doesn't have to be like the movies. Wear it once or twice and then throw it away. But it's still okay to wear it a little bit higher gear. As for me, you're actually right. Women will just always feel like they're missing a piece of clothing in their closet. It's just that I've been busy with the work side of things before. That's why I didn't go to those. And if I had the time when I did, I'd go shopping every day too. It's the same thing you said before. You feel the same way about cars. The reason why you don't go for it, that's because the insight hasn't opened up yet. You don't see that much temptation. And once you see it, you can't stop yourself, and I reckon if I went crazy, I'd buy it so much that I wouldn't even have a place to put it. Yi Ijo nodded in recognition. It seemed that his concepts had to change for the better. What do people live for? Is to live, to be happy, before there is no money. That is no way. Now since there is money, then you have to go to enjoy life to the fullest. Or else what do you need so much money for? When you die, you can't take it with you, daughter-in-law. Otherwise, let's go buy a bigger villa, right? On the first to live. When we get married and then go to live in the wedding room. Since we do not lack of money, In the future you do not put all the energy on the work, is not to let you work. You can ask someone to help you manage the company, so that you go to the not so busy. The two of us go out on trips to travel to see the world, to feel the outside scenery. If you are tired, come back to live for a few days. The family hired a discipline, hired a few servants, to take care of the house, take care of our lives. Anyway, money is not a problem. The rest of the time, you can go to do a little bit of what you like, and I'm not going to confine you to my side. You can go shopping, fitness. You do not like to sparring? Those are fine. As for me, I can find something I like to do and play with cars when I'm not doing anything. Daughter-in-law, as long as you're willing, I'll immediately go and make arrangements. Don't worry, your husband is absolutely able to support you. Lu Janua is not believe, let's talk big talk. If I really live that life, I guess sooner or later to eat you poor. You are the richest man in our country. We are qualified to live such a luxurious life? When you do not have money is very. I have been accustomed to that kind of life. You say, let me how to go back to once that self-reliant self? Haven't you ever heard that saying? If I've never seen the light, I'm able to bear the darkness. And if I've never lived that way, then I feel content where I am. You're the same. You won't be able to stand being without money. So what are we going to do then? A piece of depression is enough. Yi Ijo laughed at Lu Janua's words. Why are you laughing? What? Am I wrong? Lu Janua asked in dissatisfaction. No, I just feel that daughter-in-law you are living too sober. But, daughter-in-law, as powerful as you are, you won't be able to spend me poorly, Yi Ijo confidently said back. Lu Janua did not think, you are very rich, but even if you are rich, there will be a number, right? Even if you are a mountain of gold, there will be empty times. It's hard to be richer than the richest man in the world, right? If you really want to be like what you said, that one day's spending is estimated to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's too extravagant. The more Lu Janua said, the more Yi Ijo felt funny. Lu Janua really didn't trust him too much. He shook his head, telling Lu Janua not to continue. Daughter-in-law, it's still the same. Take your time to discover your husband's secret. As for the money, just tell me, are hundreds of billions enough for you to spend for the rest of your life? Yi Ijo, this cannot be counted as intentionally guiding Lu Janua. He is now in the hands of the money. Really almost have hundreds of billions of dollars. Only the specific how much, he himself does not know. This has nothing to do with how much money. People's ability to a certain degree. Living habits are slowly changing. For example, when I was a child, in the absence of a company, before making money, let me wear a few tens of dollars of clothes. I can wear, but you know, I was living pretty well when I was a child. So that period of time, I actually had a pretty hard time. Later, when I had money, I immediately improved my quality of life. Although I said, I now have all the energy in my work. My habits are not changing very fast, but it has been changing slowly. If it becomes too fast all of a sudden, and it becomes a habit. If one day, we don't have that ability anymore, or other external conditions can't satisfy us anymore. For example, there are things that money can't buy. That desire will always be there, and it will become a torture. So, I don't think there is a need to be able to pursue those. As long as we are living comfortably enough now, not spending money randomly, and now living on our own, we won't feel aggrieved. Yi Ijo nodded in recognition. What you said is right, but it is actually a sign of lack of confidence. We are not saying that we should deliberately go to that kind of extravagant life, but it is always right to let ourselves enjoy life. For example, when you don't have money, you eat pork. When you have money, you can eat more lobster. And then when you have money, you can eat a little bit better. And it's the same thing for dressing and shelter. We don't do anything beyond our ability to do. And it's okay, and it's appropriate to experience life. And your lack of confidence is mainly a concern that one day, we won't have that much money. That's something you don't have to worry about at all. You see, your husband's cooking skills are good. His fighting skills are good. And my hacking skills, no matter which skill it is, I'll be able to find a good job. Stocks and stuff. It's true that they're unstable. And the future of the company, it's not easy to say, but cooking skills and hacking skills, they're something that will never go out of style. So, daughter-in-law, can't you be a little more confident? Yi Ijo asked. Lu Janua thought about it and nodded with approval. To follow this reasoning that you said, it does seem that there is no problem. Moreover, I am not at all incapable. I can also work together with you. Yi Ijo hurriedly picked up. Right. So you say, we properly enjoy life, is not a problem? Otherwise, on your husband's money, according to the current speed, and then spend a few lifetimes cannot be spent. We too cannot wait until after 70 years old, to bring to the coffin it? Yi Ijo thought of the child's problem that the two had just discussed, and continued, Even if it is to leave an inheritance for our children, there is absolutely no need to be so frugal. When the time comes, they will also have their lives and will try to live. Don't you think so? What's that saying? The daughter-in-law is responsible for looking beautiful, and your husband will do the money-making. There are many people who are not willing to accept this idea. That's because there are women who, once they leave their jobs, have no way to live on their own if their men can't be relied on. But this question is not stored in your place. I do not say first, I am not dependable. I am surely devoted to you, but I will not force you to trust me 100%. Say a non-existent possibility. Even if you cannot depend on me one day, you still have a company, have their own life, you will not live without it. I also said, you will not be unable to rely on me. Our family does not lack of money, but there is nothing you have to do. Unlike the countryside, you need to take care of the elderly children, because the economic conditions there, children and parents, you want to manage the casual management. The other, we invite people life is not that a bit of chicken skin things? Without those chicken skin, there are not so many conflicts. Then you don't need to think about it. You earn your own money, you spend it more at ease. I know, you women are saying that you don't want to be a palm upward woman. That's okay. In the future, our family's financial power will be handed over to you, and I will definitely not let you suffer from half of the wrongdoing. Having said all that, can't you think about it? Let's change our residence, go buy a larger villa, and keep the place you live in now, and come back for a couple days when you're nostalgic. Lu Janua hesitated for a moment and happily nodded her head in agreement. Okay, then we too will go and take a look tomorrow? What Ji Ijo said does make sense. Money, this kind of thing, earned is not to spend? What's the point of keeping it if you only earn it and don't spend it? The reason why she worked so hard was actually because she wanted to know in her heart that no one could be her dependence, so she had to be strong on her own. However, after being together with Yi Ijo really never let her suffer any wrongdoing, sometimes angry. In fact, to say, it is her own problem. Moreover, Yi Ijo was not chauvinistic enough to directly stop her from going out to work. He just wanted her to not have to be so focused on her work that she forgot to experience life. She was also not worried at all that Yi Ijo would be unreliable one day, and Yi Ijo together for more than a month. Yi Ijo has always been quite frank and open, like Zhao Runer, so good-looking woman, conditions so good woman. Yi Ijo can be so indifferent. In the matter of men and women, Yi Ijo will actually be in order to take into account her feelings. Has been enduring. Such a good man. In addition to Yi Ijo, she would definitely not meet the second one in her life. Today is fine. Don't we have nothing to do? At this moment, the house seller is not off duty. We too just go to see. I go online to see where the best villa area is. We directly buy the expensive one. Then the quality is naturally not to speak of. Yi Ijo said, while taking out his cell phone to check up. Lu Janua nodded. It's no problem to buy a villa. But let's not hire any housekeeper maid, right? If the house is too big for us to clean up by ourselves, we can hire housekeeping ons every now and then. I don't like to live with some irrelevant people. That feels like no space for myself at all. What if I get a pretty little nanny back and you guys go dark while I'm gone? Won't I lose out? Yi Ijo cried and laughed. Daughter-in-law, I swear I will never do something like that. Lu Janua raised her chin. They say that a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. At this moment it's a nice thing to say, but after a long time, who knows if it still counts? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many chin shimmy in this world. So I'd better just take precautions before it's too late. Even the chef doesn't need to be hired. You're such a good cook. Who can cook as good as you? You're the one who raised my mouth. You're responsible to the end. Yi Ijo returned. Okay, daughter-in-law, what you say is right. I am responsible to the end. Then we two set off now to see the house. If we can buy the right one, then we will live directly in the new house today. Now, it's true that there are the kind of houses where you can screw the bag and move in, and Lu Janua has no problem with that. She was, on the contrary, more interested in another matter, and she asked Yi Ijo, hubby, will you feel that I am particularly small-minded? Very jealous. Lu Janua sometimes loves to be jealous so much that she can't even look at herself a little bit. If she is not with Yi Ijo, she can't believe that she could be so jealous one day. Yi Ijo shook his head and said back, No, how good you are. You, if I have all kinds of women of all shapes and sizes around me and you don't care, that's a big problem. Lu Janua laughed. They drove out in their car, so they didn't encounter the same kind of oddities they had encountered on their previous trips to the movies. Lu Janua was too good looking, and Yi Ijo drove such an expensive car. He was rich at first sight, so as soon as they appeared, before they got out of the car, there were several salesgirls surrounding them. Although there was nothing odd, something happened that didn't make Yi Ijo too happy. Yi Ijo was afraid of tiring Lu Janua, so he let Lu Janua go to the sales department first. He went to the parking lot, and then he came back and found that the sales ladies went to one side to take a rest, and several male sales attendants surrounded Lu Janua's side to introduce to Lu Janua. After Yi Ijo entered the door, those people didn't tighten up at all. Just now when Yi Ijo drove, these people probably did not have anyone to see his face, so that when he entered the door, the sales were not too enthusiastic. Yi Ijo's dress, and Lu Janua's dress, also looks very different. No one would have thought that Yi Ijo and Lu Janua are actually husband and wife. It was also true that with Yi Ijo dressed like that, even if he stood next to Lu Janua, it was estimated that people would think that he might be a small root class or something. Yi Ijo was walking towards Lu Janua when he was suddenly stopped by a saleswoman. Yi Ijo was a bit speechless. Lu Janua cried and laughed as she looked at him. The little woman's meaning, as if she was reminding Yi Ijo that it was time to pay more attention to his image. I want to take a look at the king of the building. Lu Janua purposely ignored him and said to the surrounding sales, the two of them have seen this villa area on the internet before. The king of the building here has not been sold, as long as the money can be bought, and has been in the state of sale. It looks like it should not have been booked out by others. Yi Ijo said, to buy the best. So they both decided to come directly to see the king of the building. If not, then there is no need to see the other. However, as far as the online pictures are concerned, both seem to be quite happy with the king of the building. Okay, your way. Miss, I'll show you the way. Several sales want to serve Lu Janua. It is to see the king of the building. That means this person is very rich. If this order can be successful, then the person who signed the contract with Lu Janua can get a lot of commission. Being able to make money and get in close proximity to such a beautiful woman makes this job a joy to do. Lugano pointed and said, let her come. One of them, the male in the direction Lu Janua pointed to. Yes, is it me? The man's clothes were flattered. He didn't want to, but before he had time to be happy for too long, he heard Lu Janua say, that salesgirl beside you, let her come. All the men looked at the salesgirl in disbelief, and were jealous to death in their hearts. If it was sold, it could get a lot of money. That salesgirl was just standing a little closer, not expecting such a good thing to come to her head. The saleswoman, who was packing up her things, didn't even think or notice that there was such a good thing going on. The guys don't want to give up that quickly. That sale is fresh. Yeah. She'll serve you poorly. A few of the men, they wanted to fight a little more. So much money in commission, they had to give up. The thought of it made their hearts bleed. I don't want to, Lu Janua coldly said. I want that female sales. I don't contact with men, because I am a person with a husband. Lu Janua finished and looked at Yi Ijo, who was not far away. That, to those men alone, was like a thunderbolt right in the heart of those men. Such a beautiful girl has a husband? And it's that ordinary-looking man? The reason why you don't let them serve is that you don't want to think about male contact? Afraid her husband would mind? Yi Ijo and Lu Janua. The image of the two people seems to be a heaven and a hell. How can these two people not have an intimate relationship? At this time, Lu Janua turned her head to Yi Ijo and said, hubby, come over here. If someone gets in your way, wouldn't you just throw them out of the way? Yi Ijo smiled helplessly and said to the saleswoman who was blocking him, excuse me, please make way. My wife is calling me. The saleswoman hurriedly dodged to the side. Then, under the disbelieving gazes of those men, came to Lu Janua's side, who naturally took his arm. Lu Janua doesn't care what other people think. How to see? Her man is so excellent. Wherever she goes, she has to swear sovereignty. She has already made other women so envious. Does she have to be fair? Let other men also envy Yi Ijo. Yi Ijo was very bland. For the various gazes in the neighborhood, he did not put much thought into it at all. He also has nothing to care about. He has money. Money has the bottom. Even if those people temporarily look down on him, he will use strength. The face are earned back. Daughter-in-law, it's okay for you to pick a male salesman. You suddenly picked a female salesman. I'm worried that if I go back, I'll be whisked away to confinement. Yi Ijo joked. Lu Janua gave him face so much, he naturally had to maintain his wife's face as well. With this one sentence, Lu Janua's position in his heart was already reflected to the fullest. Perhaps, the people around him wouldn't have any particular thoughts for the time being, setting up the possibility that they would laugh at him because of his appearance and dress, but after waiting to see his strength, they would all sigh at Lu Janua's good fortune. Hubby, look at what you're saying. Would I even have that much trust in you? Besides, I'm very confident. Okay, you have such a beautiful woman like me with you. How can you still look at someone else? Yi Ijo nodded. This is true. Everyone looked dumbfounded, which had not yet gotten over the shock of just now, and then suddenly was fed such a wave of dog food. Only then did they accept the fact that Yi Ijo was not a small fundamental. However, looking at this, it should be a classless man who relied on women to get to the top. In the presence of rich women, such men are very good at pleasing people, and they have to please, because the rich woman's happiness or not, directly absolute the future of this kind of white boy. It looked like the rich woman was just a little bit fresh for this man. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to be scantily clad yourself and not even be able to afford to buy this man a single piece of good clothing, would it? What husband and wife? To put it bluntly, it's just sleeping together. The rich circle, don't they all like to play such games? Husband and wife shouted. But in the end, the man was just a male favorite. It was common for rich women to bring white guys to buy houses, but those white guys were at least scantily clad, and it was the first time they had seen such a shabby white guy like the one in front of them. It was also because the dress was so shabby that they just didn't notice the relationship between the two in time. Now, having offended someone, it was too late for them to regret it. Daughter-in-law, why did you choose that sales? Yi Ijo asked curiously. Lu Janua looked at the saleswoman she had designated and said, because, of all these people, she's the one who's been working diligently, which means she's a very reliable person. But this kind of person is usually honest as well, so I want to look for her, and I feel a little bit more comfortable in my heart if I let this kind of dutiful and conscientious person earn my money. It's better than letting those who watch people get off the hook earn it, isn't it? Such a down-to-earth person. I think, if we can have an opportunity, I guess we can also make a name for ourselves. If we buy the king of the building here, then how can her commission be several $100,000? With this several $100,000, it is possible to do a lot of things. Yi Ijo nodded. Worthy of being my daughter-in-law, with such a kind heart. Several of the surrounding male salesmen heard Lu Janua's words, and while they envied the designated female saleswoman, they also felt ashamed. Isn't that what they say about people watching people's meals? The saleswoman who was chosen by Lu Janua was still seriously doing her own thing and didn't hear Lu Janua's words at all. She was closer, but not so close that she could hear Lu Janua speak, noting that it was the two of them who were quite far away as well. The saleswoman was again preoccupied with her own business. Then it's her. Yi Ijo agreed. Yi Ijo himself used to be a social bottom. The more at the bottom of society, the more difficult it is to live. The reason why so serious work is the hope that one day can change their fate. He thought the same thing when he was delivering before, that by working seriously, he could maintain his customers and make more money. However, his luck wasn't that good. After 2 years of hard work, his salary didn't go up by 2. It was all a man-eating society, and for lack of a better place to go, he's been making deliveries. Now that he heard Lu Janua say this, he felt empathy for this hard-working girl, who also came from a poor background. Seeing that the girl hadn't responded much, Lu Janua looked at one of the male salesmen and said, "Please help call her over for a moment." "Thank you." When she spoke to this male sales, she instantly resumed the high and cold look that she should have, and the gentle energy that she had just spoken to Yi Ijo was a different person. The other sales were envious and jealous, but this matter was already a foregone conclusion, and they couldn't do anything about it even if they were upset. This situation, if not unexpected, such a customer is basically a transaction customer. They do not money did not earn. The person offended, it will be eaten. Zhang Rongrong, a client named you to take them to see the house. Don't be busy, hurry over. Zhang Rongrong, quickly put down what you're holding and come over here. After the others shouted twice, the girl who was called Zhang Rongrong looked up. It's a little girl, looks like she's in her early 20s. She should be just out of society, still with the youthfulness of a fledgling. It's not a bad-looking one. It's a very pretty girl. Zhang Rongrong, what are you doing? Come over here. This client asked you to show them the house, so hurry up. Zhang Rongrong herself has not yet understood what is going on. Her colleagues are dying of anxiety. If the big customer waited impatiently, it is also a big trouble. They do not dare to neglect half a minute. Zhang Rongrong walked over with a puzzled face. Zhang Rongrong, these two major customers. The pointing point let you take them to see the house, so hurry up and get ready and take them there. Yeah, hurry up. The rag in Zhang Rongrong's hand was picked up. That girl, Zhang Rongrong, still doesn't understand what's going on. Lu Janua smiled bashfully and opened her mouth to ask, "Your name is Zhang Rongrong, isn't it? We'd like to take a look at the king of the building. Why don't you take us there and introduce us?" Zhang Rongrong looked at Lu Janua and Yi Ijo in surprise, and then looked around at her colleagues in surprise, and said, I'm new. I've just been here for 2 days. I don't know how to introduce myself. The other saleswomen rushed over. It was almost the end of the day. They didn't have a job in hand. They also knew that Zhang Rongrong was a little girl who didn't know anything. If she was bored, even if she was on it, hearing her say that, The other sales ladies felt that their chance had come, so they all gathered around. Secretly, they all disliked Zheng Rongrong. This Zheng Rongrong is also too stupid. This is a great good thing, even if you do not know. You cannot say it openly, do not know, but also have to be hard on Although Zheng Rongrong was new, the first thing that every new employee had to look at was the king of the house's information, so it was perfectly fine to go hard. This Zheng Rongrong, she's really straightforward. If they had the opportunity to replace Zheng Rongrong, what they would get could be the return of hundreds of thousands of commission. They were all very willing to serve Lu Janua and Yi Izhou. Wrong. What they want to see is the king of the building. Haven't you, been reading the information for days? A male coworker just couldn't stand to watch, and hurriedly reminded anxiously. Look at the king of the building? Zheng Rongrong was a little surprised, very surprised, and also very worried, afraid that she would be chosen and not be able to serve these two guests well, and also worried that the opportunity that had already come to her hand would be lost because of her timidity. Countless complex thoughts were now floating through Zheng Rongrong's mind. Lu Janua bashfully returned. It's okay if you don't understand. We've all already seen the photos on the internet, and specifically came over, just to see if in fact, it's the same as the photos, and how much you understand. Just introduce how much you understand. You're not nervous at all. I am. Now, Zheng Rongrong's hands got busy all of a sudden. The two of you wait for me for a while. I'll go to find our manager to get the key of the king of the building and some information. After that, I'll drive to take you there. Lu Janua returned. You don't have to open the door. We have to drive a car, and it's not safe to drive when you have a situation here. Zheng Rongrong quickly went and brought the key and information. Since under Zheng Rongrong's envious and jealous gaze, he walked towards the door. Yi Izhou drove the car. Lu Janua sat next to Yi Izhou, and Zheng Rongrong sat in the back. Zheng Rongrong had been clenching her hands nervously. After Lu Janua felt her nervousness, she smiled and said, Zheng Rongrong, you don't have to be so nervous. It's not like we're going to take you to do anything. We're just going to go look at a house. Look at the road to see if it's going the right way. Don't let's go the wrong way in a while. That'll be a problem. Lu Janua intentionally wanted to ease the little girl's nervousness. Otherwise, they actually knew where the house was. It was just that there was no way for them to go in and look at it without the sales lead. I did look at the road carefully. Yes. Zheng Rongrong asked nervously. You said you've only been here for a couple days. How did you choose a job like this? This is the first job in your life, right? Lu Janua asked curiously. She sought to talk to the little girl more and the girl should be less nervous. I'm sure one reason why Young would be so nervous is because he just started working and was assigned a job, and he was dealing with rich people, so that's why he's so nervous. A lot of people like to deify rich people as if they are so unattainably high. I was actually fine before. It's just that I was so nervous today when I was suddenly appointed. And also, what you guys are going to be looking at it's the king of the building. Zheng Rongrong stammered back. Lu Janua cried and laughed, and returned, then what if we tell you in a while that we don't want that king of the building anymore? Do you think that you would have the heart to kill someone at that moment? Wouldn't that make you less nervous? Zheng Rongrong adjusted her emotions and returned. I think that you guys will buy it, and it's precisely because of that I'm so nervous. I've just been here for not even 2 days, and I've been able to entertain such a big client like you guys, and I was able to sell the king of the building straight away, which makes me really too nervous. Lugano asked, when you say we'll buy it, is that what you think? Or is it in those sales materials you read? Young replied, I was the one who thought so. Lu Janua asked again, then what is the basis of your judgment? Zheng Rongrong replied back, our king of the building on the internet. The marked selling price is 200 million, but in fact it doesn't need to be 200 million on it. It's about 160 million. You guys, since you have already read the information on the internet, and you can come over to look at the house again, then naturally, you are very satisfied with this house. That means, the price is not a problem in your opinion. If the reality is to look at it again and there is not any opinion, then basically you will buy it. Lu Janua turned her head to Yi Izhou and said, hubby, look, this saves you another $40 million. Yi Izhou replied back, daughter-in-law, you don't really think that this house costs more than $160 million, do you? The properties these past few years have not been too prosperous. Your name is Zheng Rongrong, right? The price you just said was an offer that left room for the client to bargain, right? In my opinion then, it should be $100 million to take it. When Zheng Rongrong heard this, her already tense emotions became even more tense. $100 million, how can that be possible? It is not possible that she is saying the wrong thing. This will not be originally to become a house. Buy her a few words to say nothing, right? She clenched her hands tighter in nervousness. Zheng Rongrong hurriedly explained. No, 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 100 million won't do. If you have a relationship with our boss, if he gives you guys a discount, this I can't say. If not, then the price that I can give here is 160 million. Usually we quote 200 million. That's only to give the guest room to haggle. When you guys look at the house, I can apply with our leadership again to see if it can't be cheaper yet. And in my case, since I don't have much seniority, I'm in no position to lower the price for you again. Looking at Zheng Rongrong's reaction, Lu Janua couldn't help but laugh. Rong, you're so truthful. This is a big no-no for sales. Yi Ezhou also picked up. What you said this time should be the truth. Zheng Rongrong's heart was about to pop out of her throat when the two of them were talking so much in unison. Lu Janua continued. Are you sure that the reasons we would buy them are the ones we just did and nothing else? Lu Janua was purely out of words. Zheng Rongrong thought for a moment and returned. At a glance, sister, you are a very rich and cultivated person. You are not the kind of character that likes to fool around with nothing. So if you are willing to come and look at the house, then you really need the house and like our house. And you won't come to tease us just because of the spur of the moment. You are even less likely to come to find me a newcomer to tease. If you want to tease, it should be to find my colleagues we here. It is not that there is not the kind of people who like to play with other people. Usually they will look for sales experience as more sufficient sales. And, at first glance, is the kind of thug, but sister's you temperament is not that. And your husband, he looks ordinary. I don't need to say. Sister, you can feel how some of my coworkers think about your husband. I'm not doing this to blacken my coworkers. You guys can feel it, right? Zheng Rongrong said carefully. Yi Ezhou came to be interested and nodded. You continue. Zheng Rongrong continued. Sir, your dress make you look ordinary, but you are very self-confident. To this young lady, very sweet, but never to please the kind, is the kind of natural, a person's self-confidence, from the strength. If you don't have any ability to, then the attitude to the young lady should be all kinds of pleasing and true love. That's different. And Miss Sister, your attitude towards your husband, there is no contempt. If your husband does not have any strength, I think, as far as Miss Sister, such a person will not give him the opportunity to please you. I'm not saying that Miss Sister you have to find a rich man. There is a saying, called the people who are poor, no strength, that the insides will also be shallow, and do things will be afraid of. Zheng Rongrong smiled to herself. Like me, for example. When Lu Janua heard this, she cried and laughed and said to Yi Ezhou, hubby, is she saying that you are better than me? Yi Ezhou looked back at her. It's okay, turn around and I'll just let you be on top. The two of us don't need to be so divided from each other. Lu Janua gave him a disgusted blank look. Humph, I don't even want to talk to you anymore. How can you just say such words at this time? Lu Janua blushed and turned her head to look out the window. This stinky man, doesn't she need to save face? Then daughter-in-law, if you like it down there, it's fine with me. Yi Ezhou returned in a serious manner. Lu Janua twisted her head and gave him a murderous look, not saying a word. Zheng Rongrong listened to the conversation between the two and was a bit dumbfounded. Was this something she could listen to? Wasn't she just nervous? What's the deal with being caught off guard by a wave of dog food? Zheng Rongrong lowered her head in embarrassment and didn't say anything else. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down, which made Lu Janua feel especially uncomfortable. She turned her head and looked at the culprit fiercely. You, what are you doing? It's too much. Yi Ezhou, see good to end. This is still people in it. This kind of beaten words cannot say too much. Casually naughty on it. Otherwise Lu Janua angry, twisted his head ago. That can be difficult to coax. Moreover, there is a little girl sitting in the back seat, so I have to take care of her. And she looks like a little girl who is not too experienced. In no time, since they had arrived at the villa they wanted to see, Zheng Rongrong had also adjusted herself and started to introduce the two of them when she entered the door. Zheng Rongrong knew that this list was basically already made, but she still had to serve seriously. I heard that rich people sometimes don't care so much about money. If you make them unhappy, then the problem can be big. So Zheng Rongrong didn't dare to slack off at all. She did not have commission, not to mention. If this single ran, then she did not earn money, not to mention. The leadership will also be very angry. Maybe then we'll directly open her. Yi Ezhou and Lu Janua will occasionally ask 2 questions, after looking at the house, but also basically to be dark. On the way back, Lu Janua asked curiously, Maisie, if your order is successful, how much commission will your company give you? Zheng Rongrong heard a jolt in her heart. This means, is it going to buy? Zheng Rongrong returned. I don't know exactly. It will probably be a few $100,000. Exactly. It will have to wait until the contract is signed. Depending on how much the contract is signed for. Zhang Rongrong also has nothing to hide. Rich people. And how can they not know the doorway of this? The sale of buildings to take a commission. This is a very normal thing. If she squirms and says that she doesn't have much of a commission, it will probably make Lu Janua feel unhappy. And she can touch that Lu Janua is the kind of person who is more genuine. Some people, to buy a house, will go back and forth to look good dozens of times. When looking at the house, there will be all kinds of nitpicking. Of course, the reason for nitpicking is that it can be used in such a way as to strike the heart of the sale, so as to achieve the purpose of reducing the price. But Lu Janua and Yi Ejo did not show any sign of dislike when looking at the house. Sincere people, naturally, should also be treated sincerely. Lu Janua seemed quite satisfied with her answer, smiled, and said, "Then what do you want to do with that several $100,000? This word, at once, Zhang Rongrong asked the question. Before, let alone being able to sell a villa like the king of the building, it would be good if she could sell an ordinary villa. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars in commission for that kind of plain old villa, so she hadn't really thought about what she wanted to do if she had a couple $100,000. Zhang Rongrong truthfully returned, I hadn't thought about this before. Lu Janua smiled and said, I didn't think about it before, so start thinking about it from now on. Will you take a few $100,000 to splurge, or will you take it to do something else? Zhang Rongrong immediately retorted, No, I won't take it and squander it. I definitely won't do that. This stress sensation made Lu Janua couldn't help but smile. I go to see that you're a very observant girl. You could develop a good deal if you're interested in that, but it doesn't matter if you take it and splurge on it. It's your money, and it's your freedom to dispose of it however you want. However, my husband and we all hope that you and Express Car make good use of this kind of penny, rather than buy you a sweet, directly let you lose your heart. Zhang Rongrong listened and fell into deep thought. She had never thought of earning so much before this, so naturally she had no such obsession, and had only one thought every day, and that was to try to get money. But now, listening to Lu Janua's meaning, the house was ready to be sold. So what was she going to do with the money? It left her in a state of confusion. In particular, not wanting to disappoint Lu Janua. From Lu Janua's only words, it sounded like Lu Janua should have deliberately asked her to account for it, not as a momentary interest, but with a purpose. Lu Janua saw that Zhang Rongrong was being silent instead of assuring her of all sorts of things, which made Lu Janua feel a little bit more favorable towards the girl, and she asked, Rongrong, do you know why I appointed you to come and show us the house? Zhang Rongrong shook her head. I'm not sure. She did guess that Lu Janua and the others were doing it on purpose, but why? She really couldn't figure out. As far as Yi Ezhou's feelings towards Lu Janua were concerned, it was absolutely impossible to say that Yi Ezhou had a crush on her. In the sales department, everyone seems to be amicable, but in fact, they are all in competition, fighting openly and secretly, and it is even more unlikely that her co-workers will give her a chance to exercise, and even if they do, then it is unlikely that they will give such a good thing to her. Zhang Rongrong thought about it and shook his head again. Lu Janua said, as soon as my husband and I came in, we were surrounded by a group of sales. Among them, several male sales surrounded me, because they felt that the person who was really rich was me. As for my husband, only one female sales symbolically went to entertain him, but in fact, she was blocking her from getting close to me in those male sales, probably for fear of holding up those male sales to me to selling the house. They wouldn't have guessed that I would be related to my husband. Actually, it's not a big deal. Everyone sells houses to make money, so they'll prioritize clients who seem to have a higher likelihood of closing. It was probably near the end of the day, and except for those few sales that surrounded me that were more attentive, the others were pretty scattered. Except for you, who has been working diligently, and though you may be doing insignificant work, you seem to me to be very diligent. Benjamin do their own work. This is very rare. No matter what your work value is, you are very serious in doing it. I have to open up my own company. Every day face a variety of employees, like you such as uncommon. I think, I'm going to buy a house anyway. You sales as long as you sell the house. That is a commission. I thought, this money to whoever is give. Might as well give it to you. For us, it's all about spending money, but for you, it's likely to change your life. And of course, we want it to be for the better. You know what I mean? Zhang Rongrong nodded. Well, I'll think about it. Thanks for taking care of me. Zhang Rongrong was so moved that her eyes turned red. Lu Janua continued. Then you tell us, what is your next intention? We're just having a casual chat to see if you're heading in the right direction. And if not, we still want to give you a heads up, aren't we? Zhang Rongrong thought about it and said, I will first work well here. While thinking about what I want to do, I should go to how to do what I thought to do well. Do more inspection. Wait until the commission comes down, and then look at the situation. If I haven't thought about it, and haven't inspected it well, then I will continue to think about it while I work. I'll quit when I've thought it over. Lu Janua nodded approvingly. Right. Never feel like you have a little bit of money so you can indulge in your own behavior. Just quit your job and go and start a business with a brain or something. If you do that, you're basically going to fail. You need to take your time and think about it. Go and scout it out. And then do it. In the meantime, it's about good work. And people only have experience, insight, and opportunity when they act on it. But before you do that, shouldn't you treat yourself? Otherwise, you have to watch out for your coworkers giving you the slip. Zhang Rongrong hurriedly nodded. Good. Thanks for reminding, sister. A few people came back, long after the closing time, to the sales department are not gone, presumably waiting to see this single in the end into the end. Many sales departments, even if all the houses are sold, the king of the building has not been able to sell. They have just opened this property not long ago. I did not expect to come to such a big customer. Everyone is very concerned about whether the house can be sold or not. By the time he finished signing the contract, it was dark outside. Yi Ijo and Lu Janua left the sales department. The car drove out a distance. Yi Ijo suddenly asked, "Daughter-in-law, why do you want to help that Zhang Rongrong so much? I know that you're not the kind of person who is prone to be overflowing with a Holy Mother's heart. The reason you said is just one of them, right?" Lu Janua was silent and returned. "Because I feel that she is very much like the old me." This answer made Yi Ijo's heart ache. Lu Janua's experience. He is aware of all of them. Although the mother-in-law is not short of money, in the aspect of money has not treated Lu Janua, but she herself is not willing to spend the family's money. In high school has been automatically rehabilitated. Just out of society to go to work in the days of how difficult Yi Ijo is aware of. Or work and study. Yi Ijo can too understand that kind of feeling. The newcomer will always be the object of bullying. He a male is like this, let alone Lu Janua a girl, or a girl who looks so beautiful. Yi Ijo is even difficult to imagine. How she struggled to get to today. After experiencing heartache, it's easy to empathize with people who share your experience. After a while, Lu Janua twisted her head to look at Yi Ijo. "Hubby, is it rare that you don't have this feeling?" From her, it's as if I saw the shadow of myself once. So weak, but always trying to live. Yi Ijo shook his head. "I don't have this feeling. When your husband was a child, he belonged to the more unproductive kind. Lu Janua is different. Her goal has always been clear. To go through herself and live the life she wants. Yi Ijo in fact, belongs to the kind of swinging, but to say the least, it is also the reason for the lack of self-confidence. The reason why he has never thought of trying to work hard and change his fate is because he belongs to the kind of not much talent, and does not believe that he will have the ability to change his fate. If it wasn't for the system, he'd probably keep swinging for the fences." However, his words didn't sound like that to Lu Janua. Lu Janua said, "You don't have that kind of feeling will also be normal. Your life, in from high school, has been in the open. After that go to deliver, but also just to pass the time. Naturally don't need to look at the face of the boss and co-workers." Yi Ijo smiled and didn't say anything. Lu Janua said so, he can't refute. In Lu Janua's opinion, he belongs to the better kind of life. Besides, experience life. This is his own idea before. Can't go to overthrow himself at this moment. Yi Ijo didn't want to continue this heavy topic. Talking about the past, it should all be very heartbreaking for Lu Janua. You want friends without friends. You want affection without affection. It has taken many hours of hard work to get to where she is today, to have what she has today. Yi Ijo digressed and said, "Daughter-in-law, do you think that Zhang Rongrong, as she said, will have a plan to use this money to change her own destiny?" Lu Janua shook her head. "Who knows? Many times, a person's choice is a thought. What kind of road she will take, it's all in her own choice. In addition to her own choice, there is also a part of luck. So it's hard to say. If, at the drop of a hat, she goes off the rails, that's basically the end of it. Money is a good thing, but it's also a very easy thing to get lost in. When people don't have any money, they think, what would I do if I had money? They all think that their self-control is very good, but after really getting rich, many people will forget their original intention. Aren't there many people like that? So who can say that Zhang Rongrong is not an exception? We do that, but it's just a matter of a thought. What she will do, it's up to her. Human nature. It's a really hard thing to figure out. That's why I don't bother." Yi Ijo nodded with approval. "That's true, daughter-in-law. We are idle today. Why don't we go back and immediately pack our bags and move?" Lu Janua nodded. "Good. Thinking of moving, Lu Janua was happy in her heart, not because of how good the house was, but it was the home that she and Yi Ijo picked together. If a woman has a sense of belonging, she wants to have a home, and the house they are living in now, although it is also enough to live in, but strictly speaking, it was bought by her, and everything is just the way she likes it, and although it doesn't affect the fact that there is a good memory of Yi Ijo and her there, it always feels like it lacks something, but not this place they just bought. It had, on it, both of their names written on it. They had gone and picked it out together. Together. She didn't know what Yi Ijo was thinking, but for her, this place, it was more like a home for two people. When they got home, the two of them went about their business. Yi Ijo's luggage was very little. Lu Janua's was also not much. What they needed to take away could not be the clothes and documents that they usually needed to wear. As for the other living things and whatnot, they weren't going to take them away, so that when the two wanted to come back to live, they would just come back and not have to prepare anything. They bought a good house there. It is the kind of renovated furniture and everything. However, Yi Ijo still brought vegetables and frying tools from home to go over, but also to a little bit of the two people tonight's living supplies, because it is already very late. There is no place to go to buy living supplies. Their dinner, they ate in the new house. After the meal, after cleaning up everything, the two of them sat on the sofa and watched TV. Lu Janua had gotten used to nestling in Yi Ijo's arms. Daughter-in-law. Yi Ijo suddenly shouted. Lu Janua immediately got up warily and looked at him. You, don't shout at me. Settle down. Don't try to do anything bad. Yi Ijo cried and laughed and hurriedly explained. Daughter-in-law, what are you thinking about? I just want to talk to you. We bought a new house. Shouldn't we talk to our mom and let her come over to take a look? Not to mention anything else. Let's have dinner together. What do you feel? Otherwise, if she feels that we've changed to a new house without telling her, even if she doesn't say it on her lips, she'll be sad in her heart. With my parents, not for a while. They don't even know about me and the fact that I already have a wife. Lu Janua did not expect that he was talking about this matter, and immediately felt that she had a feeling that there was no silver in this place, and her face suddenly turned red. She said, if you want to say it, then go say it. You run to my mom's place more often than I do, don't you? You know the way better than I do. Yi Ijo looked at her and smiled heatedly, with a certain meaning in his eyes, which made Lu Janua's heart shy and hairy. I'm going to take a shower first. I won't talk to you anymore. Lu Janua hurriedly found an excuse to go to the restroom. If she continued to stay, she was worried that Yi Ijo would eat her like a hungry wolf. Yi Ijo remembered the large bathtub in the bathroom and suddenly had a bold idea. With this space available and their relationship having grown to this point, would he be able to have a love bath with his daughter-in-law? Sure, it would be nice to have a little something else. Daughter-in-law, let's both go wash it together. Yi Ijo shouted at her back. Lu Janua poked his head out of the bathroom. Why are you so loud? It's not like there aren't any other bathrooms in the house anymore. Won't you go? Don't gain or lose? Yi Ijo shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that this wish could not be realized again. After a while, Lu Janua continued. I don't need a bathtub. That bathtub is on you. Yi Ijo froze, then a joy. Daughter-in-law, this is agreed? Whatever. The word was out. He'd take that as a yes. Yi Ijo numbly rushed into the bathroom, and when the two came out of the matter, it was already early in the morning. Lu Janua lowered her head and waited in the front. Yi Ijo followed behind. Lu Janua in the front. Her face was so red that she wanted to speed up and rush into the bedroom, but her footsteps were as if they were suddenly bound. How could she not lift them up? Back inside, Lu Janua also slept with her back to Yi Ijo. However, she didn't hide when Yi Ijo went to hug her. The next day, Yi Ijo woke up on time as usual. However, he didn't follow the usual practice of getting up to buy food and cook, but quietly looked at Lu Janua, who was still quietly sleeping next to him. He knew that it wouldn't be long before Lu Janua would be completely with him. Last night, the two of them didn't develop to the last step though. That was because Lu Janua was still a special time. Yi Ijo felt that the time was ripe and he was suddenly not in a hurry. He had promised to give Lu Janua romance, and he hadn't forgotten, so he was going to have a little romance, probably disturbed by the sunlight outside the window. Lu Janua moved and woke up. At the sight of Yi Ijo, Lu Janua first froze, as if she did not expect Yi Ijo to be in the room at this time. In the normal course of events, shouldn't he be out shopping for groceries? After a brief moment of stupefaction, Lu Janua came back to her senses, and as an afterthought, she remembered the blushing moment between her and Yi Ijo last night. Lu Janua suddenly panicked, had been in a relatively hot state of mind, and had spent the night in a daze. At this moment, her brain suddenly woke up, and her heartbeat was all of a sudden out of rhythm. How could she, last night, be so bold? Could she and Yi Ijo be developing a bit too fast? Last night, in fact, it was because Yi Ijo suddenly bought a house and added her name, making her feel at home, so she did something like that when she was moved to confusion and her mind was not clear. Yeah, that must be it. Last night the house was bought by Yi Ijo, but he wrote the name of two people, did not even ask Lu Janua's meaning, and did that directly. He wrote both names, not his or hers. This has nothing to do with money. The names of the two people, lined up together, which makes Lu Janua heart to this house, has a very strong sense of belonging. It's a home for two, so it should be in both names, which is no less romantic. Yi Ijo's approach also gave her a complete sense of security. She last night was really touched bad. Yi Ijo is too careful to the point that she does not have to say anything. He can take into account everything. Daughter-in-law, awake. Yi Ijo tenderly smoothed Lu Janua's hair. Lu Janua had a red face, clenched her teeth, and rolled over to press down on Yi Ijo. The two had gotten to this point. Why was she still shy? She was already in her 20s. And the reason why she blushed easily hosted because when it came to men and women, she hadn't experienced it, but she was still very receptive. So, after a reprieve, she was much bolder. Daughter-in-law, what are you trying to do? Dominate the king? Yi Ijo asked with a smile, reaching out to imprison Lu Janua tightly. Originally, Yi Ijo felt that his fire was quite big, and after being tossed around like this by Lu Janua, his fire burned even hotter. Originally, Lu Janua just thought that she made that kind of thing last night. It was too shy. She had to take the initiative to tease Yi Ijo today, to get back some face. Did not expect that. Just pressed on Yi Ijo's body. She felt the change of his body. All of her comebacks collapsed and disintegrated all of a sudden, and she froze on Yi Ijo's body, not knowing what kind of reaction to make anymore. If the relatives weren't still around, Lu Janua guessed he would have had a hard time escaping the tiger. You don't move. No peeking with your eyes closed. You wait until I'm up before you get up. Yi Ijo asked in disbelief. Why? Both of us have already. Lu Janua was so anxious that she hurriedly covered Yi Ijo's mouth to prevent him from continuing. If you say that again, believe it or not, I will ignore you. You are not to peek. Do you hear me? Yi Ijo nodded his head helplessly. Okay, whatever my daughter-in-law says, I'll listen to you, okay? Lu Janua pulled over the quilt and covered Yi Ijo tightly before getting up. Lu Janua dressed while still staring at Yi Ijo, afraid that he would peek. The way she roared to dress, she herself felt funny. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lu Janua's mind, and she slowed down the movements of her hands, dressing slowly and leisurely. Seeing that Yi Ijo was obedient and was waiting without moving, Lu Janua suddenly became depressed. What kind of brain is this man? If she doesn't let her look at him, he really won't look at her? Isn't he curious about what that? Or, having already seen it last night, is it nothing new today? When she wanted him to obey, he was not so obedient, always tart and shocking. She thought today that he would definitely disobey and peep, but in the end, he just waited in such a regimented manner. Lu Janua depressedly cursed in her heart. Dog man. Ha! Yi Ijo will think of these small activities in the heart of Lu Janua. He just felt that Lu Janua is a sensitive little woman. Sometimes the mouth is also a degree. He cannot dare to repeatedly challenge her bottom line. He was just thinking that the two of them would surely develop to that step very soon. At this time, he could no longer do something to scare Lu Janua. Otherwise, if she was so defensive all the time, wouldn't it be hard to make things happen? If this offends Lu Janua again, will he die of grief? What he didn't realize was that because of his rules, Lu Janua had already held a grudge against her. After getting dressed, Lu Janua wanted to properly clean up Yi Ijo. Even the ways and means had already been molded in her mind. Lu Janua had a red face, glanced at Yi Ijo's exposed crotch, and pulled the quilt over to cover it, after which she kicked Yi Ijo. Hurry up. Yi Ijo obediently get up. Just after dinner, Yi Ijo just intends to get up and clean up. Lu Janua suddenly said, Hubby, let's two go shopping today? I don't want to go to the company. Yi Ijo naturally would not refuse. Lu Janua himself said that he would not go to the company, which was too rare. At first, Yi Ijo was quite happy, but after going shopping, Yi Ijo was not happy. The plot was different from what he thought about screwing the bag to pay for it. Lu Janua took him to the lingerie store, and even if she went to try on the clothes by herself, she still shouted in a very high-profile way for him to go in and help. Moreover, Lu Janua had to dilly-dally for a very long time in the fitting room before going out every time. The women around this throw were looking at him with strange eyes. Yi Ijo really wanted to find a hole in the ground to drill in. It was too shy. However, this was his wife's request. Yi Ijo tried to refuse twice, and after being rejected by Lu Janua's words, He no longer had the courage to refuse. Stroll a morning. Yi Ejo just so tormented a morning. Not easy to 2 noon. Yi Ejo also thought that the nightmare is finally over. But I don't know how Lu Janua suddenly wanted to come to the temple. Yi Ejo does not believe in those. He has money, but he does not want to waste it in that kind of place. But Lu Janua wanted to go, and he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only obediently follow. This is a key moment in the development of the two people's feelings. He would not dare to go against Lu Janua at this time, or in case Lu Janua holds a grudge and lets him continue to see and eat. It would be too fatal. Yi Ejo and Lu Janua came to the temple. He did not understand Lu Janua's purpose and did not ask. Although he was making deliveries and had traveled a lot, he didn't really know where all the temples were in the city and where they were all located separately. So, wherever Lu Janua told him to go, he went. The two came to a cold-looking temple. After Lu Janua bought incense from a stall outside, the two entered the temple. Most of the people who come to the temple are women, old people, but there are also men. But the percentage is very, very small. Yi Ejo followed Lu Janua to the main hall. Now, Yi Ejo could finally realize the purpose of Lu Janua coming here. She actually came to seek a son. After entering the door, Lu Janua first worshipped the other bodhisattvas, and after that, brought Yi Ejo to the face of the bodhisattva who sent his son. Hubby, come. Lu Janua signaled him to kneel down. Yi Ejo heart that is a happy. That naturally is what the daughter-in-law said. He flung himself to his knees and kowtowed 3 times. He didn't believe it before, but now he did. And other than that, his daughter-in-law he was sure to believe. When he worships, his daughter-in-law's heart will be happy. So won't the child be born? Lu Janua came here, or brought him along. The meaning is already very obvious. Is to want to have a child with him? If he does not have the realization at this time, then how can it work? Afterward, the two left the temple. And in the car, Yi Ejo happily said to Yi Ejo, daughter-in-law, the bodhisattva has agreed. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ejo in puzzlement. Yi Ejo continued, the bodhisattva of child delivery. She agreed that we should have a child. We have to hurry up and make a baby. Otherwise how can her old man deliver it? Don't you think so? Lu Janua blushed and turned her head to look out the window, smiling to herself. Although Yi Ejo could not see her face, he clearly saw the curve of her mouth. It seems that he was the one who spoke to Lu Janua's heart when he mentioned in front of her that it would be better for her body to recover if she had a child earlier. Lu Janua wanted to save face and didn't agree with his mouth, but in his heart, he was already looking forward to the arrival of the child. Seeing that Lu Janua didn't say anything, Yi Ejo continued after a while, daughter-in-law, isn't it time for your relatives to leave? Lu Janua still didn't twist her head. Yi Ejo saw her hands, nervously clenched together. After about half a minute, she whispered, it should be. There's still 1 or 2 days. It'll be fine. Yi Ejo's heart was immediately happy for 2 days. He had waited for this 1 month. Was he afraid to wait for 2 days? Does he count as a keeper? Yi Ejo saw the good to end. This topic cannot continue. Otherwise, I am afraid that Lu Janua want to blush to drip blood. Yi Ejo changed the topic and said, daughter-in-law, let's go pick up our mom and take a look at our house. Is that okay? Lu Janua nodded. Aha. Yi Ejo quickly arrived at his mother-in-law, Shirley Wu's house, and they had just arrived outside the door when the door opened. Lu Janua looked at Yi Ejo in surprise. Yi Ejo asked with a puzzled look, daughter-in-law, what is this look in your eyes? Looking at my heart is offensive. Is it because I did something to make you unhappy again? Daughter-in-law, calm down. Lu Janua asked him, tell me, how come this door opened as soon as you came? Yi Ejo said back, our mom saw us coming early, right? I also drove this car before. She probably saw it from upstairs and opened the door in advance. Lu Janua said, this door is recognized, so it will open automatically, okay? Yi Ejo returned, it's because you came, right? You're home. That must have recognized your face. Lu Janua explained, that surely won't be my face. This system recognizes either the gate there or the driver's seat. Who do you think it recognizes? Yi Ejo could kind of understand why Lu Janua just looked at him so much. Surprisingly, it was because his face could be recognized by the face recognition system in his mother-in-law's house. What this accident meant, Yi Ejo could know too well. It seemed that his trips hadn't been in vain, and his mother-in-law had given him the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Lu Janua continued, although I could recognize it before, but I've been back for some years, and I don't see that I can recognize my face. But I didn't expect that the system could recognize you. Yi Ejo, you are very capable. It seems that you didn't look at Kung Fu here in my mama. She can let you come and go freely. Yi Ejo hemmed and hawed and didn't say a word. He was also quite surprised that his mother-in-law never said anything about him being free to come and go as he pleased. Since Lu Janua had said so, it should not be wrong. This matter, in a while, you can go to the mother-in-law to ask for confirmation. The two entered easily, and after parking the car, the two headed towards the house. I guess mother-in-law is not at home. Otherwise there would not be any movement in the house at all. The door is closed so tightly. Yi Zhou just wanted to ask Lu Janua where his mother-in-law might have gone. Lu Janua suddenly said, "You stand here. Don't move." Yi Zhou was puzzled, but did as he was told. Lu Janua stepped forward and took a picture of her face to the camera next to her, then pressed her finger on the fingerprint lock place, and soon the door to the room opened. Yi Zhou could sort of understand what Lu Janua was trying to do just now. Is this her way of saying she can't see her mother-in-law giving him preferential treatment? The gate seemed to be face recognizable as well, but Lu Janua stood there for half a day without seeing the door open, and she entered her fingerprints before the door finally opened. Soon, Yi Zhou verified his thoughts. Between Lu Janua suddenly closed the already open door again and walked back to Yi Zhou's side, saying to him, "You go." Yi Zhou felt especially funny, but he didn't dare to laugh. If he laughed at this moment, it would definitely make Lu Janua explode. If Lu Janua was pissed off, in case she retaliated and cancelled Yi Zhou's good deed 2 days later, then he would have no place to cry. Yi Zhou obediently went forward and came to the camera, only to see that the light of the camera flashed, and the door that had just been closed by Lu Janua opened again. Yi Zhou was even more crying and laughing. Now, he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Seeing Lu Janua standing right behind him, he hurriedly said, "Daughter-in-law, you're too good. You just came and this door opened by itself." He was adamant that he could not admit that it was the recognition of his face that opened this door. "Come on, daughter-in-law, let's go in." Yi Zhou pulled Lu Janua inside. Lu Janua had little expression on her face. However, according to Yi Zhou's understanding of her, it is estimated that this little woman has given him a hard mark in her heart again, and she still doesn't know how she will retaliate against him when she turns back. After a while, Lu Janua said, "Otherwise, you'll live with my mom. You see how much my mom likes you. Those who don't know think you're her real son." Yi Zhou nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. I will talk to us in a while. Say that we have bought a new house, and talk to her in a while. Let her go to live with us for a few days. And after that, don't we want to build a big villa? After that, aren't we going to build a big villa? We can directly bring our mom over to live with us, and then she can also help us bring up the children, and she won't be too bored, or else she'll be living alone, and it's really quite boring. Lu Janua twisted her head to look at him and didn't say anything. Yi Zhou's hanging heart can be counted down. Looks like this matter is so turned over. God knows how afraid he is of his daughter-in-law. After the two entered the house, Lu Janua for this home seems to be a lot stranger than Yi Zhou. She left to look at. Seems to want to take a good look. This home, or what kind of changes? Yi Zhou understood her very well. She had not come back for so many years, and when she suddenly came back, she would naturally feel strange. Emotions will also be touched, and this is the time when it's safest for him to keep quiet. It's good enough that Lu Janua is willing to come back. After Lu Janua looked carefully for a while, she came to one of the rooms, probably because she didn't want to suffer the humiliation of face recognition again. This time, she directly chose the fingerprint to unlock the door, and after opening the door, she said to Yi Zhou in a faint manner, "Follow me." Yi Zhou nimbly followed. In the room, there is only a table, a tablet and a statue. The room does not know whether it is because this is a special place, or no one to open the reason for many years. It seems to be extraordinarily cold. Looking at the effigy, and the fact that it was placed at my mother-in-law's house, it must be my father-in-law's effigy, all right. It was already a great concession for the mother-in-law to be willing to offer Lu Janua's father's tablet in her home after suffering such a great betrayal. I'm sure that there was a reason for Lu Janua. No matter what, that was Lu Janua's father. Lu Janua looked at the effigy and said, "If you feel uncomfortable, you can go wait for me outside." Yi Zhou just never came. Suddenly came to this place, was shocked by the picture, uncomfortable but there, because it is too cold, and thought of Lu Janua's past. All his feelings are also very deep, but no matter how uncomfortable he was, he couldn't leave Lu Janua here alone. Yi Zhou walked to Lu Janua's side, want to go to get a few incense to worship, pick up only to realize that those incense are very old, only to point cannot be lit. Lu Janua looked at him and asked, "What are you doing?" Yi Zhou returned, "Put up a pillar of incense and worship." Lu Janua indifferently said, "It's good to be able to look at him." However, Yi Zhou still paid his respects and said, "The parents' grudge is their grudge. Since we are the juniors, let's not have such a big idea." In the end, he is also your father. With him, there is you. That's why I will be able to see eye to eye with such a good wife and get married. If he had any faults, the person is gone. So there's no need for us to hold on to his faults. I can't say anything else, but if there really is a soul in this world, he will certainly be happy for you when he sees you get married and have a child. Maybe he's not a good husband and father, but in his heart, he won't love you at all. Our mom will hate him so much. In the end, it is also because the heart cares too much about him. Although these incense can't be lit, but it doesn't look like no one is coming in here. You can see that everywhere is clean, and there are still incense that has just been burned. Here, before you brought me here, I didn't even know that there was this kind of place. So who is the one who comes here to take care of it and put on the incense? When Yi Ejo spoke, he had been looking carefully at Lu Janua's change of expression. This can only be us. What does it mean? She has forgiven our father. Then why are you holding on to it? I'm his son-in-law, and this is kind of the first time I've met him, so it's only right that I pay my respects. Daughter-in-law, why don't you come over and pay your respects? Things have been over for so many years. Pay your respects, and those that are counted in your heart will dissipate. Yi Ejo said tentatively. Lu Janua didn't agree, but she didn't object either. Although this is not a good thing to say, but a married daughter splashing out water, there is some truth to this. In the future, we will have our little home. For the previous home, in the future, you will be a guest. So let bygones be bygones, okay? Yi Ejo pulled Lu Janua forward. Lu Janua took a few deep breaths and bowed to Yi Ejo to the effigy. Whether Lu Janua could let go of the past from her heart, Yi Ejo did not know. But Lu Janua had been willing to compromise, which was a good start. He is not Lu Janua, do not know her heartache over the years, and cannot be too much to ask her anything, trying to persuade her to put down. Just hope that she can live a little happier. She wants to put down, that can only look at her own. After leaving the room with the effigy, Lu Janua took Yi Ejo's arm by herself, which made Yi Ejo first freeze, and then secretly rejoice.